Chapter 1 National Contract. Johua State, Tianwang Province, Changuan City. The contract hall was packed with students wearing the same school uniforms. They were all senior high school students from Changuan No. 1 Middle School, and Si Chainan was one of them. In the center of the contract hall, there is a hexagram magic circle, emitting a pale white light. A woman with a pretty face and a hot body was standing next to the magic circle and presiding over the contract ceremony. This woman's name is Xiaowanyu, and she is a well-known contract host in Changuan City. Thanks to her outstanding appearance and extraordinary fame, many schools would invite her to preside over the contract ceremony for senior high school students, and Changuan No. 1 Middle School was no exception. All the young men present were staring intently at Xiaowanyu's swaying white body that seemed to be about to burst out. Xiaowanyu, who was no longer surprised by these fiery gazes, always maintained a calm smile, and her politeness carried a sense of aloofness. As a young man full of vigor and vitality, Si Chainan is also always paying attention to the every move of the female host. It wasn't until a heavy blow to the abdomen forced him to come back to his senses. Ahem, do you want to kill me? Si Chainan held his stomach and coughed a few times, then accused the little fat man next to him. The fat boy scoffed at this. You're still in the mood to look at beautiful women? Aren't you worried that you might summon something? Si Chainan shrugged nonchalantly. Is there any use getting anxious about something like this? Instead of getting anxious, you might as well just admire the beauty. You don't usually get the chance to admire this beauty up close like this. The little fat boy was stunned for a moment, then a look of approval appeared on his face. TSK, that seems to make sense. Let's squeeze forward. The little fat boy's name is Fang, and he is the first friend Si Chainan made after traveling through time. Yes, Si Chainan is a time traveler who came to this world about 3 years ago. This is a world where games and reality are combined, where players fight monsters, level up, and team up to complete dungeons, which is not much different from online games. In addition to humans, there are other races in this world, such as elves, orcs, and undead. Humans with frail physiques are relatively weak in front of these races. Therefore, after years of research, the humans in this world created a ritual called contract. As long as you are over 16 years old and have completed formal theoretical courses, you can sign a contract with another relative from an alien race through a summoning array and become a contractor. The contractor will gain special abilities and skills corresponding to the followers. For example, the contractor of the orc followers will gain abilities and skills related to melee combat, while the contractor of the elven followers will gain abilities and skills related to elemental magic. In this way, humans who are contractors will have a certain level of combat capability, and will not have to stare helplessly at the ruins that contain treasures but are full of dangers. Since the contract cannot be terminated once it is signed, and the summoned followers are often of the opposite sex, the contract ceremony is often jokingly called a graduation gift for wives and husbands. For Si Chainan, the only drawback of this contract ceremony is that each contractor can only sign a contract with one dependent. When he first learned that there were other races in this world, Si Chainan fantasized about forming a harmonious and friendly harem family with girls from all races. However, he was poured a bucket of cold water by the monogamy contract ceremony. Speaking of which, yesterday Zhou Yuanming from No. 2 Middle School signed a contract with an A-rank elf family member. I think he'll probably give you trouble during next week's graduation exam. The levels of dependence from low to high are E, D, C, B, A, S. Among them, there are no more than a handful of S-level dependents in the entire Changuan City in a year. Upon learning that Zhou Yuanming had signed a contract with an A-level dependent, Si Chainan couldn't help but take a deep breath, then scratched his head with both hands, looking very annoyed. Tisk, why does this guy keep haunting me? Can he blame me for being rejected by Lu Chanxian? You and Lu Chanxian are childhood sweethearts. If Lu Chanxian rejects his confession, he will definitely think that the person Lu Chanxian likes is you. I'm speechless. Is this the power of beauty? I've been hated for no apparent reason. Lu Chanxian is the school belle of Changuan No. 1 Middle School. She has countless suitors, and Zhou Yuanming is one of them. Due to family relations, this school beauty has known Si Chainan since childhood, and the two naturally became childhood sweethearts. Si Chainan sighed helplessly, intending to end this unpleasant topic. Fang Du, which race do you want to sign a contract with? You just said that it's pointless to think about this kind of thing, so why are you bringing it up again now? It's not illegal to think about it, maybe my dream will come true. Hearing this, Fang Du began to think seriously, and soon, his eyes turned and he had the answer. After careful consideration, I think an orc girl is the most suitable for me. When he heard the word orcs, the image of a muscular female figure emerged in Si Chainan's mind. I didn't expect that your hobby is muscles, brother. I never noticed it in all these years. I admire you. Faced with Si Chenan's praise, Fang Du immediately shook his head. The vision is too narrow, and appearances are just fleeting. I've long wanted to try the orcs' barbecue. I heard their barbecue techniques are very rough and the taste is first rate. If I can sign a contract with the orcs, I'll finally have barbecue freedom. Si Chenan couldn't help but frown, and could only sigh in his heart that this was indeed the choice of a foodie, and this answer really did live up to his chubby figure. As expected, in front of a foodie, everything except delicious food is just external things. Then which race do you want to sign a contract with? Fang Du asked Si Chenan the same question. Only children make choices. I want them all. The password is correct, activating the system. The more the better system, successfully activated. An ethereal mechanical female voice suddenly sounded in Si Chenan's mind without any warning, but soon there was no movement. This sudden voice startled Si Chenan, and he froze in place. His first reaction was that he was hallucinating. Seeing Si Chenan suddenly reveal an expression as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, Fang Du was also confused and had no idea what was going on. Next one, Si Chenan. Xiaohuanyu's cry brought the frightened Si Chenan back to reality. Oh, here it comes. Si Chenan walked through the crowd in front with a strange expression and came to the magic circle in the center of the hall. Xiaohuanyu didn't care about Si Chenan's strange expression, but just guided Si Chenan in the ceremony as usual. Place your hands on the crystal ball in the center of the magic circle, then close your eyes, clear your mind, and count to 3 before opening your eyes. Si Chenan immediately did as he was told and temporarily put the auditory hallucination behind him. 3, 2, 1. When Si Chenan opened his eyes, he was shocked to find himself in a pure white space. Si Chenan remembered that a similar situation was mentioned in the textbook. This was the spiritual space for summoning and signing contracts. Detected that the host is currently summoning, the more the better system, activated. Summoning targets are being screened based on the host's various values. Screening successful, current summon targets, 1234. Do you want to block summons below S rank? The ethereal female voice appeared again, and this time Si Chenan was sure that he was not hallucinating, there was indeed a voice in his mind. What surprised Si Chenan the most was that this voice gave him the choice of summoning. This is something that has never been mentioned in the textbooks. The textbooks clearly state that this summoning is completely random and there is no so-called right of choice at all. Having said that, Si Chenan, who was skeptical, still planned to give it a try. After all, there would be no harm in giving it a try. Yes. Successfully blocked, currently summoned, 10 people. Summoning in progress? At this moment, a door emitting colorful light appeared out of thin air in front of Si Chenan. Fuck! When Si Chenan saw this colorful door, his heart was so excited that it almost jumped out of his chest. The symbol of an S-rank follower is a colored door. It seems that this voice really means what it says. Si Chenan pinched his arm hard to confirm that he was not dreaming. Just as Si Chenan was about to push open the door impatiently, the ethereal female voice sounded again. The first follower has been summoned successfully. Do you want to perform a second summon from the remaining targets? Si Chenan was stunned for a moment and showed an expression of disbelief. Can I summon a second follower? Host's current contract limit, 2 more contract limits can be unlocked through subsequent tasks. Repeat, do you want to perform a second summon from the remaining summon targets? Isn't this a perfect tool for starting a harem? At this moment, Si Chenan no longer cared whether he was dreaming or not. Even if it was a dream, he didn't want to wake up. Call. Call quickly. The more the better. As soon as he finished speaking, another colorful door appeared in front of Si Chenan. Is there a third follower that can be summoned? This question did not receive any response, and Si Chenan could only laugh dryly. After all, each contractor can only sign a contract with one dependent, but he summoned 2 S-level dependents at once. If he is still not satisfied, it would seem a bit greedy. It's time to take the first step out of the harem in another world. Si Chenan walked to one of the doors while talking to himself. Just as he was about to push it open, the 2 doors quickly turned into colorful spots of light and disappeared into the air. Finally, 2 girls appeared in the same place. The girl on the left is tall, and even the silver white light armor cannot completely conceal her perfect figure. Her long emerald green hair is tied into a ponytail and hangs behind her head, making her look very capable and reliable. The blue-haired girl was also silently sizing up Si Chainan in front of him. There was a kind of heroic aura between her brows that made Si Chainan stand in awe. What Si Chainan cared about most was the pair of golden dragon horns on the green-haired girl's head. These horns were the symbol of the dragon clan. "Master, why don't you take a look at me?" A tender voice that numbed his bones suddenly came, causing Si Chainan to shudder. He then looked towards the other girl in the direction of the voice. At this time, the girl was sitting lazily on the ground, playing with her long light golden hair with her fingers, and constantly flirting with Si Chainan. Compared with the blue-haired girl, this girl has a very petite figure, and her skin is as white as snow and without any blemishes. She is wearing a spotless white gauze dress, which makes people want to hold the girl in their arms and protect her well. Looking at the delicate girl in front of him, Si Chainan couldn't tell her race for a moment, until his eyes met those eyes as bright as rubies. Blood clan? At this time, the vampire girl smiled at Si Chainan, and her blood-red pupils became even more gorgeous. "Master, I'm hungry." Chapter 2, Double Summoning, Vampire and Dragon Lady. Facing this delicate girl like a young flower, Si Chainan didn't recognize her race for a moment, until his eyes met those eyes as bright as rubies. The answer that popped up in his mind instantly made Si Chainan feel a chill down his spine, and he subconsciously took a step back. Blood clan? The reason why Si Chainan reacted in this way was entirely because vampires were a very dangerous race. This danger does not refer to the lethality of the vampires, but to the danger they bring to the contractors. In this world, magic is present in all living things. The muscles, bones, and body fluids of living things all contain magic. The only difference between all individuals is the concentration of magic. Under normal circumstances, as long as the contract exists, the magic power consumption generated by the followers in life and combat will be borne by the contractor. For the contractor, this level of magic power consumption is not a burden, but a very small number of followers are exceptions. For example, followers from the succubus or vampire clan often consume a lot of extra magic power due to the special nature of their race, and these extra magic power consumption must also be borne by the contractor. The textbook Contract Object Selection records a sad incident. Back in the days when the contract ceremony was not yet perfected, there was an unlucky guy who signed a contract with a succubus. However, just half a month later, the unlucky guy was found dead at home with all the magic power in his body completely exhausted. The succubus who signed the contract with him also ended up being reduced to ashes because she lost the source of magic power. Compared to the succubus who likes to take everything, the extra magic power consumption of the vampires is not so exaggerated, but there are still certain risks. Therefore, in order to ensure the physical and mental health of the contractors, the creators of the contract ceremony eventually completely excluded these dangerous races from the summoning ceremony. At this moment, Si Chainan's mind was blank. The moment before, he was immersed in the joy of being surrounded by women, but at this moment, he fell directly into the abyss of fear. Si Chainan doesn't want to die young and end up exhausted. Although Si Chainan didn't say it explicitly, the vampire girl was still keenly aware of the fear in his eyes. The vampire girl immediately smiled coquettishly, with a hint of playfulness and mockery on the corner of her mouth. "Master, I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, Si Chainan's anus suddenly tightened. In his opinion, this delicate cry was no different from the death warrant of the black and white impermanence. Si Chainan stared at the vampire girl in front of him intently, fearing that she would pounce on him and eat him if he wasn't careful. On the other hand, the vampire girl was still half lying on the ground in a lazy posture, observing Si Chainan's reaction with interest. "Ahem, stop making trouble." A very deliberate cough broke the delicate deadlock in the atmosphere. Si Chainan hesitated for a moment, then moved his gaze to the dragon girl who had just spoken. The dragon girl was looking seriously into Si Chainan's eyes, and her whole body was maintaining a standard standing posture. This should be the spiritual space created by the contract ritual, right? This space can't sustain much, so we'd better complete the last step of the ritual as soon as possible. Although the dragon girl's tone was friendly, it also contained a hint of urging, making it feel like she was giving an order. The dragon race is one of the most powerful races in this world. Si Chainan is naturally very happy to sign a contract with such a powerful, reliable, and beautiful dependent. Si Chainan remembered all the steps of making a contract. As long as he had physical contact with the followers he summoned for more than 5 seconds, both parties would be able to sign the contract. Si Chainan took the initiative to stretch out his right hand and smiled at the dragon girl. "Please." The dragon girl nodded slightly, then stretched out her right hand without any hesitation. Si Chainan gently held the smooth and white right hand, which felt as smooth and delicate as warm jade, making people reluctant to let go easily. 5 seconds passed in a flash, and at the same time, a stream of information quickly flooded into Si Chanan's mind. Name, Cheng Ling. Race, Dragon Clan Scaled Dragon Clan. Dependent level, S level. Current level, level 1. Strength, S. Endurance, A. Agility, S. Spirit, B. Intuition, A. Growth, S. Innate abilities, Immortal Scale, Undefeated Will. Immortal Scale, reduces 50% physical damage and 30% magical damage. This ability is shared with the contractor. Unbeatable Will, increases resistance to curse and control skills by 100%. This ability is shared with the contractor. Current skills, Dragon Shadow Sky / level 1, Dragon's Fury level 1. Dragon Shadow Sky / deals physical damage to a 10-meter straight line. This damage ignores armor-related skills. The power is affected by skill level, strength, and agility. This skill is shared with the contractor. Dragon's Fury, enter a state of boiling dragon blood, increasing the power of all skills by 50%, reducing all damage received by the user by 30%, and all attacks have a deterrent effect on the enemy. Duration, 30 seconds. After learning the basic information of this dragon girl, Si Changuan couldn't help but take a breath. A skill that reduces physical and magical damage, has high resistance to debuffs, ignores armor damage, and has extremely powerful self-enhancement effects. Just through the description of these skills and abilities, Si Changuan was able to deeply appreciate the power of S-level followers. With so many powerful abilities in one body, he could easily defeat 10 A-level followers at the same time. Si Changuan immediately stopped worrying about the graduation competition. If Zhou Yuanming really came to cause trouble for him, he would definitely beat him to a pulp. Compared to the excited Si Changuan, the dragon girl named Qingling was very calm, or it could be said that she had a calm and composed expression from beginning to end. Due to the effect of the contract, Qingling also knew Si Changuan's basic information. Si Changuan. After repeating the name, Qingling immediately bowed slightly to his contractor. Dear Contract Master, I am very pleased to sign a contract with you. I hope I can live up to your expectations and be your help in the future. Please take good care of me. Faced with Qingling, who behaved so formally and seriously, Si Changuan felt a little overwhelmed for a moment and stood there in a daze. At this moment, a cold wind blew without warning. Along with this gust of cold wind came a slightly dissatisfied tone of pouting. Master, it's my turn now. Chapter 3 True Ancestor, The Dangerous Girl. A cold wind blew without warning, and Si Changuan's hairs all over his body stood up involuntarily. Master, it's my turn now. Accompanied by a slightly dissatisfied tone of complaint, the originally invisible cold wind suddenly turned into a physical entity. At the same time, Si Changuan felt his body sink, and a pair of white arms wrapped around his shoulders and neck from behind. In this way, the vampire girl quietly held Si Changuan hostage, preventing him from acting rashly. Si Changuan was afraid that if he moved a little he would be torn to pieces by the vampire's claws and fangs, and the faint fragrance that drifted into his nose made his heart beat faster. Master, please let me taste your flavor. As soon as he finished speaking, Si Changuan felt the vampire girl's lips quickly approaching his neck. Si Changuan was so frightened that he gasped, but the severe pain he had imagined did not occur. Unlike the severe pain of having his skin and flesh bitten, Si Changuan only felt a touch of warmth and softness slowly moving on his neck. If Si Changuan had not known in advance that the girl was a vampire, he would have mistaken her for planting strawberries on her neck. Having said that, Si Changuan could still clearly feel the magic power in his body rapidly dissipating. At this time, another stream of information flooded into Si Changuan's mind. Name, Lilywire Shueye. Race, Blood Clan, True Ancestor. Dependent level, S level. Current level, level 1. Strength, B. Endurance, A. Agility, S. Spirit, S. Intuition, A. Growth, S. Innate abilities, Body of Eternal Night, Blood Limit Breaking. Body of Eternal Night, increases all attributes by 20% at night and an additional 20% at full moon, cannot be killed by weapons below the sacred item level. Blood Limit Breaker, use blood magic to fully unleash your potential, increasing the power of your next skill by 5 times. This ability is shared with the contractor. Current skills, Blood Curse Red Scythe level 1, Blood Curse Ghost Shadow level 1. Blood Curse Red Scythe, Blood Magic, instant cast, unleashes multiple attacks on the designated target, dealing magic damage. Power is affected by skill level and spiritual attributes. This skill is shared with the contractor. Blood Curse, Ghostly Shadow, Blood Magic, creates 2 shadow clones. The clones inherit 70% of the original's attributes and all abilities and skills. This skill is shared with the contractor. Unconsciously, more than 5 seconds of physical contact allowed Si Chainan and Lilywire to officially sign the contract. What surprised Si Chainan was that Lilywei was not an ordinary vampire, but a true ancestor. The true ancestor, the noble among the vampires, whose strength and power are at the top of the pyramid. If ordinary vampires only have a lifespan of a few thousand years, then the lifespan of a true ancestor is over 10,000 years. Some high-level true ancestors can even be said to be completely immortal. Lilith's ability of the Body of Eternal Night is the best proof that she is a true ancestor. The quality of equipment in this world is divided into 3 categories from low to high: ordinary, good, fine, divine and holy. Holy level equipment is extremely rare. Even a powerful country like Johua only has 3 pieces of holy level equipment in its treasury. Theoretically speaking, as long as Lilibel doesn't provoke the top powerhouses from various countries, she will be completely invincible. Before Si Chainan had digested Lilywei's basic information, he felt his body lighten. Lilywell released herself. However, Lilywei did not leave immediately, but changed into a little bird-like posture and hugged Si Chanan's body. She licked the blood at the corner of her mouth with reluctance, and looked into Si Chanan's eyes with a smile. "Master, you taste just as delicious as I imagined. Thank you for your hospitality." Hearing this, Si Chainan, who was a little panicked, subconsciously touched his neck. Apart from a trace of saliva that was still warm, Si Chainan did not feel any wounds. Lilywire smiled and said in a charming tone, "Master, I have already treated your wounds. Don't worry." Although Lilywell's smile looked impeccable, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel at a loss when he thought about her real identity as a powerful true ancestor who had lived for who knows how many years. Driven by instinct, the frightened Si Chainan wanted to break free from Lilywei's arms, but was shocked to find that he was unable to do it with his own strength. At this moment, the seemingly frail Lilywire completely controlled Si Chainan like a motionless statue. In a panic, Si Chainan looked at Qingling beside him for help. Qingling immediately understood and drew the sword at his waist without saying a word. Then he took a step forward and prepared to attack. Seeing this, Lilywire remained unmoved. Instead, she raised her right hand and gently stroked Si Chanan's cheek, and considerately wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "I advise you not to act rashly. Although I don't want to harm my master, if I'm pushed into a corner, I can't guarantee that I won't do anything bad." Hearing this, a hint of hesitation immediately flashed in Qingling's eyes. She turned to look at Si Chainan, wanting to seek advice. In order to save his life, Si Chainan had no choice but to compromise and slowly shook his head to signal Qingling to stop. Although Si Chainan was not sure which of the 2S level followers was stronger, if the two sides really fought, he would undoubtedly become the first victim of this battle. After receiving the order from the contract master, Qingling put the sword back into the sheath, but her eyes always stayed on Lilywei, and the hostility in her eyes was also not concealed. Compared to the tense Qingling, Lilywei remained very calm and composed, and did not seem to be worried at all about the possible battle. Lilywire also stared at Qingling intently until she suddenly let out a chuckle. This laughter sounded like a mockery, but there was also a hint of helplessness mixed in with it. "Alright, I'll give it back to you for now. I'll just assume you're jealous." As soon as she finished speaking, Lilywei pushed Si Chainan towards Qingling. Lilywire controlled the strength of this push very well, strong but not rough. As she said herself, she did not want to hurt her contract master. Qingling quickly supported Si Chainan, who was staggering, until he could stand firmly on his own. "Thanks." Just as Si Chainan was about to thank Qingling, his eyes suddenly went dark. When Si Chainan regained consciousness, he found himself back in the contract hall. At the same time, Qingling and Lilywei also appeared in the magic circle, and the two women were emitting colorful light, which was the symbol of S-level followers. The originally noisy contract hall suddenly became silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on Qingling and Lilywei. Even Xiao Wanyu, who had presided over countless contract ceremonies, was stunned on the spot. Xiao Wanyu boasted that she had seen many storms and waves, but she had never seen a scene like this. As a contract master, Xiao Wanyu was very sure that the 2S level followers in front of him had signed a contract with Si Chainan. Since the birth of the contract ceremony, each person can only sign a contract with one dependent. However, Si Chainan has now broken this rule and signed contracts with 2S level dependents at the same time. At this moment, the crowd that had finally calmed down became agitated again. "Someone come and slap me, am I still asleep?" Contracting 2 followers at the same time, and both are S level, what kind of chosen one is this? Both of my followers are beauties. I wouldn't mind if they were E level, let alone S level. One dragon family member, and what is the other one? Maybe there's something wrong with the magic circle. Maybe everyone who comes next will be able to contract 2 followers. Is there such a good thing? Who doesn't mind me cutting in line? As the discussions gradually became louder, Changuan Yu quickly checked the list in her hand, and then looked at Si Chenan. Si Chenan, your situation is very special. Please do not leave the contract hall for the time being. Other staff will come to investigate later. Chapter 4, Unprecedented, 1 person, 2 contracts. In the brightly lit conference room, Si Chenan was sitting restlessly at one end of the long conference table. At the other end of the table was a group of important figures who were whispering to each other. They cast complicated glances at Si Chenan from time to time. These bigwigs included senior executives of the contract office and senior contract masters, etc. Among these people, the only one Si Chenan knew was the principal of his own school, Wang Yuan. About 10 minutes ago, Si Chenan, who caused a sensation in the contract hall, was brought to this conference room by the staff of the contract office. Soon, the above-mentioned bigwigs also came here one after another. Of course, as Si Chenan's relatives, Qingling and Liliwei were also invited. At this time, Qingling was sitting upright on the left side of Si Chenan, with his face as cold as ever, without any sign of nervousness or worry. Liliwei seemed much more relaxed, or rather, she had no psychological burden at all. This true ancestor didn't care about those so-called big shots at all. All her attention was focused on Si Chenan. At this time, Liliwei was supporting her chin with her hand, looking at Si Chenan beside her with charming eyes, her lips slightly open, as if she had some sweet words she wanted to tell Si Chenan. To outsiders who didn't know the situation, Liliwei looked like a pure and innocent girl in love, gazing at her lover with great affection. In fact, Si Chenan thought that Liliwei was just paying attention to her food. Therefore, Si Chenan always forced himself to ignore Liliwei's gaze, trying his best to avoid seeing her and being annoyed. Liliwei also noticed Si Chenan's resistance, but she did not give up or feel angry. Instead, she pretended to be unintentional and kept getting closer to Si Chenan. Before long, Liliwei almost leaned her whole body against Si Chenan, and then she leaned her head on Si Chenan's shoulder contentedly. At this moment, Si Chenan's heart was pounding, naturally because he was frightened. Although Si Chenan has always considered himself a person who advocates universal love, but between life and death, Si Chenan will decisively choose the former. He has not yet evolved the awareness of dying under the peony flowers, and being a ghost is also romantic. Liliwei suddenly blew a breath into Si Chenan's ear in a very mischievous manner, causing Si Chenan to shiver instinctively. Liliwei, having successfully played her trick, immediately let out a chuckle. Seeing that Liliwei was becoming more and more presumptuous, Qingling on the side finally couldn't sit still anymore and glared at Liliwei fiercely. "Hey, jealous again?" Liliwei immediately smiled playfully, then gently bit Si Chenan's earlobe, and finally cast a provocative look at Qingling. "If you're willing to take the initiative, I wouldn't mind sharing my master with you occasionally." Upon hearing this, Qingling's cheeks quickly turned a rare blush of embarrassment. At the same time, the hostility in her eyes quickly dissipated, replaced by a look of helplessness. "No, shameless." After saying that, Qingling turned her head away, so that neither Si Chenan nor Liliwei could see her expression at the moment. However, this did not prevent Liliwei from letting out a triumphant laugh. Ahem. At this moment, a low cough was heard from the other end of the long conference table, immediately drawing the attention of Si Chenan and the other two. I saw that the important figures with serious expressions were already sitting at the other end of the long conference table. They stared at Si Chenan, who was sitting opposite the table, without saying a word. Faced with such a situation, Si Chenan felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if an invisible big hand was tightly grasping his heart. Fortunately, this atmosphere that seemed to freeze the air did not last too long. The old man in the middle turned his head and looked at Principal Wang Yuan beside him. Principal Wang Yuan immediately nodded in understanding, then stood up and looked at Si Chenan, who was feeling very uneasy. "After our discussion, although your situation is extremely unique, there were no irregularities during the entire contract ceremony. Therefore, the contract office has decided to recognize your contract results." As soon as he finished speaking, the staff member next to him brought several forms to Si Chenan. These documents are files that record the contract situation. As long as these files are signed, the relationship between the contractor and the family will be officially recognized by the contract. Although Si Chainan was reluctant to sign a contract with a true ancestor, he did not have the courage to object on the spot. Therefore, he had no choice but to fill in the contract details truthfully. At the moment of completing the last signature, that ethereal voice sounded again in Si Chainan's mind. Detected that the host has completed the first contract. Reward, special ability infinite magic. Detected that the host has completed the second contract. Reward, contract limit +1. As this voice sounded, Si Chainan felt magic power continuously surging out of his body. In an instant, his body was filled with extremely pure magic power. Feeling the changes in his body, Si Chainan turned his head and looked at Lilawire beside him, with an expression of wanting to say something but stopping himself. Faced with Si Chainan's abnormal behavior, Lilawire couldn't help feeling a little confused, but she just tilted her head to express her doubts. What Si Chainan was most worried about was that he would be squeezed dry by Lilywei and turned into a scumbag in the physical sense. However, this infinite magic power was a real timely rain, which completely solved his urgent problem. Thinking of this, Si Chainan couldn't help but reveal an intriguing smile, which made Lilywei even more confused. At this time, the completed documents had been taken away by the staff and handed to the old man sitting in the middle of the other end of the long table. Only then did Si Chainan recognize the old man's identity: Lu Zhanming, the director of the Changuan City Contract Office. Si Chainan didn't expect that his affairs would alarm the director of the contract office, but he changed his mind and realized that he summoned two S-level followers at the same time and successfully signed a contract. This was a major event worthy of being recorded in history. It was completely reasonable that an event of this level would alarm the director of the contract office. Maybe in the future this world will build a statue to commemorate him. Then, on the eve of every contract ceremony, students from all over the world will come to pray for blessings and bless the summoning of S-level followers. Detecting that there is an empty contract slot, whether to immediately summon a follower. An ethereal voice suddenly interrupted Si Chainan's thoughts, which were drifting further and further away. Upon hearing this question, Si Chainan's heart immediately tightened. Now, he had finally managed to get all the important figures present to accept the fact that he had signed contracts with two followers at the same time. If he summoned another follower in front of them, the situation would only become more chaotic. Si Chainan quickly shook his head, praying that the voice in his head could understand what he meant. Fortunately, this voice really understood Si Chainan's meaning and did not continue to sound. At this time, Lu Zhanming was reading the file in his hand. Suddenly he was stunned and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lu Zhanming immediately shifted his gaze from the file, then his eyes moved across the long conference table and finally landed on Lilawire. Lilawire Shueya, what is your relationship with the Shueya clan? Faced with Lu Zhanming's question, Lilawire rarely showed hesitation, but finally chose to speak. As you can see, I am the legitimate heir of the Shui clan, the last princess of the Shui clan. Hearing this, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel very surprised. Si Chainan knew that the true ancestor was a noble among the vampires, but he didn't expect that Lilawire was also a princess. While feeling surprised, Si Chainan keenly caught a hint of resistance in Lilawire's eyes. After learning of Lilawel's identity, the bigwigs at the other end of the long conference table showed different expressions. Lu Zhanming pondered for a moment, then slowly put down the file in his hand and continued to ask, I want to ask, what does the Bloodway clan, the current ruler of the Blood clan, mean to you? A bunch of usurpers who deserve to die. Almost at the same time that Lu Zhanming asked the question, this answer came out of Lilawire's mouth, with undisguised resentment in her tone. Chapter 5, Long-Awaited Homecoming. A bunch of usurpers who deserve to die. This answer, which came out of his mouth so suddenly, was so deafening that for a moment, the entire conference room fell into deathly silence. Si Chainan noticed that Lilawire's hands hidden under the table were shaking constantly, which was caused by extreme anger. Although Si Chainan had known Lilywei for less than half an hour, he was sure that this angry look was definitely not Lilawire's normal state. At this time, Lilywire also realized her loss of composure. She quickly took a deep breath silently, and the anger on her face dissipated a lot. Seeing the change in Lilywei's expression, Si Chainan beside her couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lilywei's angry look just now really scared Si Chainan. He was afraid that this true ancestor would suddenly attack and hurt someone, or do something even more extreme. Having calmed down, Lilywire looked at Lu Zhanming across from her and asked coldly, so what are you going to do next? Are you going to tell those usurpers about me? Faced with such explosive questioning, Lu Zhanming shook his head without hesitation. No, now that the contract office has recognized your contractual relationship, your files will be kept secret in the contract office like everyone else's files. Other than that, we won't do anything extra. After hearing this, the hostility in Liliware's eyes subsided. Lu Jianming sealed the files on the desk into a file bag and then handed it to his assistant. I have asked my questions. If there is nothing else, you three may leave now. Before she finished speaking, Liliwire stood up first and walked out of the meeting room. Seeing this, Si Chainan could only give an awkward yet polite smile to the dignitaries, and then left the meeting room with Qingling. After the footsteps of Si Chainan and the other two gradually faded away, Principal Wang Yuan looked at Lu Jianming worriedly, wanting to confirm with him again. Director Lu, do we really not need to worry about the matter of that vampire family member? Yes, Lu Jianming nodded and said, ever since the Shuawei clan came to power, they have proactively severed contact with other countries. It's been over 100 years now, so there's no need for us to actively court them. It's best to turn a blind eye to their affairs. Although Liliwire left the meeting room first, she did not go far. Instead, she waited for Si Chunan's arrival outside the contract office. When Si Chainan and Qingling came out of the contract office, Liliwei immediately stepped forward to greet them, and a slightly frivolous smile returned to her face. Looking at the recovered Liliwire, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel a little surprised, and at the same time, he felt mixed emotions. The followers summoned by the contract ceremony were not created out of thin air. These followers were once residents living in this world. Although each follower had a different life, they had one thing in common, that is, their lives came to an abrupt end at some point due to an accident. These souls who died an untimely death were unable to enter reincarnation due to various obsessions. The only fate that awaited them was to gradually lose themselves. However, some souls chose to respond to the call of the contract ceremony and eventually became the so-called dependents. Combined with the conversation that just took place in the conference room, Si Chainan had already vaguely guessed what had happened to Liliwei. The throne was taken away by a usurper, and as the last princess, Liliwei's fate can be imagined. I'm sorry, Master, I made you laugh just now. Liliwei apologized to Si Chainan seriously, and then smiled sweetly. Facing Liliwei's forced smile, Si Chainan felt extremely complicated. Now Si Chainan no longer has much fear and hostility towards Liliwei, and only has some complex feelings of emotion and pity left. Since Liliwei pretended nothing happened, Si Chainan also planned to avoid this unpleasant topic for the time being. Si Chainan looked up at the sky and saw that it was almost evening. Since the newbie leveling dungeon won't open until tomorrow, let's go home and rest today. Weisher Community, south of Changuan City. Si Chainan led his two family members to an ordinary two-story building. This two-story building was Si Chunan's home. All the houses in the guards community are specially prepared for the city defense guards and their families. Si Chainan's parents are the guards responsible for city defense. 3 years ago, Si Chainan, who was born on Blue Star, accidentally traveled to this world, and the person his soul traveled to happened to be also called Si Chainan. In addition to the name, Si Chainan, as a time traveler, also inherited all the memories of the native Si Chainan. The parents of this native Si Chainan were both city defense guards of Changuan City, but they unfortunately died in the beast tide that occurred 5 years ago. Because they lacked family companionship, both the native Si Chainan and the time traveler Si Chainan chose to live on campus, and thus seldom went home alone. Now that he had successfully contracted 2 dependents, Si Chainan was finally willing to return home. This 2-story building, which had been deserted for years, also gained some popularity after a long time. As soon as Si Chainan opened the door, Liliwire walked in impatiently and began to look at the furnishings in the house with great interest. So this is the home of humans? It's really different from us vampires. It's a bit too bright. Liliwire walked back and forth between the living room and the rooms, commenting and comparing everything without any awareness of being a guest. Compared to Lilivel, who was curious about everything here, Qingling behaved very politely and followed Si Chainan almost closely. Stop wandering around, come here first. Seeing Liliwei about to go upstairs, Si Chainan quickly called her. Although there's only one guest room on the first floor, the room and bed are quite spacious. You can stay together tonight while I find a way to clear out another room tomorrow. Qingling nodded without any objection to Si Chunan's proposal, but Liliwei immediately showed a very dissatisfied expression. Si Chainan naturally noticed the change in Liliwei's expression, but his intuition told him that it would be best to ignore Liliwei, otherwise it would only cause unnecessary trouble. I'll go find 2 quilts for you. You can sit in the living room for a while. Just as Si Chainan was about to turn around and leave, a slender but strong hand grabbed him. In an instant, alarm bells rang in Si Chunan's heart. Si Chainan knew without a second thought that the thing he was most worried about had happened. Master, I want to sleep with you. You won't refuse this request, right? Hearing this coquettish voice, Si Chenan's hair stood on end. He turned around stiffly, his eyes meeting Liliwair's smiling face. No, I have to go to the dungeon tomorrow, so I need to get some rest tonight. After righteously rejecting Liliwair's request, Si Chenan thought that Liliwei would not give up, but the facts were beyond his expectations. Liliwair, who was rejected, showed an aggrieved expression, silently let go of her hand, and looked like she was about to cry. Although Si Chenan felt a little reluctant about this childish self-torture, he still chose to turn around and leave. Although Si Chenan now has unlimited magic power and does not have to worry about Liliwei's magic power being drained away, despite having unlimited magic power, in front of the powerful Liliwei, Si Chenan is very clear that he is still a human who can be manipulated at will. Si Chenan had read many reports of humans being attacked and killed by vampires. Some vampires would experience a drastic change in temperament during the process of sucking blood, leading to tragedy. Although Si Chenan felt deeply sympathetic towards Liliwair's situation, he had not yet completely let down his guard against Liliwair, a vampire. Especially after seeing Liliwei's abnormal behavior after being rejected, Si Chenan couldn't help but feel a little inexplicably uneasy. Who knows what unexpected actions Liliwei will take next? Si Chenan just hoped that he could get through the night safely and prayed that Liliwair would not cause any trouble. Chapter 6, The Princess Night Attack, You Came at the Wrong Time. Late at night. Si Chenan, who was sleeping, suddenly felt something hit his abdomen, and then he woke up with a start. With the bright moonlight shining in from the window, Si Chenan saw Liliwair, who was wearing a light gauze dress, riding on him. At the same time, her blood-red eyes were emitting a charming and dangerous light. Si Chenan, who was originally groggy, was suddenly frightened awake and froze. Perhaps out of instinctive fear, even though Liliwair's body was quite light, Si Chenan did not dare to act rashly. Seeing Si Chenan suddenly wake up, Liliwei showed no surprise, but instead revealed a slightly playful smile. Liliwair neither made any further movement nor spoke a word. She just stared at Si Chenan under her with a smile, as if she took observing Si Chenan's reaction as a kind of pleasure. After a brief shock, Si Chenan's emotions calmed down a little. Si Chenan quickly glanced at his bedroom door, which was still locked. The door was locked, how did you get in? Liliwair smiled without saying anything, and just pointed to the completely open window beside her. The answer was self-evident. Si Chenan immediately thought to himself that he was careless. What do you want to do? It's the middle of the night now. I have to sleep even if you don't. I'm hungry, and I want to have some fun. Liliwei answered Si Chenan's question in a very innocent tone, but also showed an aggrieved expression, as if she was a pet waiting to be fed by her owner. Seeing Liliwei's pitiful appearance, Si Chenan's heart softened for a moment, but his reason stopped those thoughts in time. Although there has been no record of humans signing contracts with vampires in the past 100 years, textbooks related to contracts have repeatedly emphasized the dangers of vampires and succubus-like relatives. If the blood-sucking behavior of vampire followers is not regulated, the consequences can be imagined. When Si Chenan thought of the unlucky guy who signed a contract with the succubus's follower, he couldn't help but feel panicked. He didn't want to follow in his footsteps. In order to prevent this tragedy from happening, Si Chenan decided to pluck up his courage and speak frankly with Liliwei. No, from now on you can only eat once a day. Before Si Chenan could finish his words, Liliwei suddenly leaned forward with her upper body, and her pretty face came directly in front of Si Chenan. Si Chenan immediately noticed that Liliwei's expression had become serious, and her previous pitiful look was gone. Master, please don't misunderstand me. This is not a request, but a demand. You have no right to refuse. Hearing this, Si Chenan felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, and fear and coldness quickly spread throughout his body. Without any unnecessary foreplay, Liliwei held Si Chenan's arms with both hands, and then opened her mouth and bit Si Chenan's neck without hesitation. Unlike the first time his blood was sucked, this time Si Chenan immediately felt the excruciating pain of the fangs piercing his flesh. Si Chenan wanted to shout and call Changling downstairs, but Liliwei seemed to have expected it and quickly covered Si Chenan's mouth with her hand, so that no sound could come out. Si Chenan could clearly feel the magic power and blood in his body rapidly dissipating. At the same time, the dissipated part was immediately replenished by the new magic power. Si Chenan twisted his body desperately, trying to break free from Liliwei's control, but at this moment he deeply realized that Liliwei's strength was astonishingly great, at least it was not something that a mortal body could resist. The blood-sucking process lasted for nearly a minute. Si Chenan kept struggling, but to no avail. Liliwei licked the blood remaining on her lips with relish, looking like she was savoring a delicious meal. The owner's taste seems to be even more delicious, it's really hard to stop eating. Liliwei murmured praises to herself, and from her dazed eyes it was clear that she was indeed addicted. This is what Si Chainan is most worried about. The night is still long, and this delightful dinner has just begun. But before that, I'll give you a small reward, dear owner. After saying that, Liliwei released the hand that was covering Si Chainan's mouth, and then kissed him quickly. Perhaps because of the pleasure brought by sucking blood, Liliwei, as the leader, behaved in a very unrestrained and wanton manner. Si Chainan was also inevitably affected. The fear in his heart was instantly diluted. He even began to cater to Liliwei's actions intentionally or unintentionally, completely forgetting that he was still in danger. Detected that the host and the follower have completed a close contact. Mission completed. Reward, Special Ability, Invincible. Special Ability, Invincible, produces an absolute suppression effect on designated targets whose level is not higher than your own, completely negating the target's attribute bonuses, talents, and skills. The duration is 60 minutes, and the cooldown period of this special ability is 1 day. As this voice suddenly sounded in his mind, Si Chainan, who was about to sink, immediately woke up. Si Chainan had to admit that this voice always appeared so timely and was always able to solve his urgent problems. At this moment, Liliwei was completely unaware that the active and passive positions were quietly being reversed. Si Chainan recited the command to use his ability without hesitation. In an instant, a strange energy wave spread out from Si Chainan's body. Liliwei let out a puzzled sigh, and the next second, her expression suddenly changed because she found that her strength was rapidly weakening and she could no longer use her skills. Taking advantage of Liliwei's surprise, Si Chainan immediately stood up and pushed Liliwei, who was riding on him, onto the bed. Liliwei, whose strength was completely suppressed, became the same as an ordinary girl. Naturally, she was no match for the invincible Si Chainan. The positions of both sides were reversed in an instant. What have you done? Liliwei no longer had the composure she had before, and a look of fear and helplessness quickly appeared on her face. In fact, Si Chainan's mind was blank at this time. He pushed Liliwei down only out of self-preservation instinct, and his purpose was only to prevent Liliwei from continuing to hurt himself. Looking at Liliwei's helpless appearance like a prey, and thinking of the vampire princess's previous domineering appearance, the huge contrast made Si Chainan feel an inexplicable pleasure in his heart. Liliwei now is just like Si Chainan's first impression of her, a delicate and lovable girl. Facing Liliwei, who had no power to fight back, Si Chainan's breathing unconsciously became heavier. At the same time, a bold idea gradually grew in his mind. Liliwei also read Si Chainan's thoughts from his eyes. The vampire princess's cheeks immediately turned an alluring blush, but she stopped shouting abnormally, and even a hint of expectation appeared in her eyes. The room that was noisy a second ago suddenly became quiet, so quiet that you could almost hear the sound of 2 hearts beating. Dong dong dong. A sudden knock on the door broke the delicate atmosphere, and Si Chainan also heard Qingling's inquiring voice coming from outside the door. Obviously, Qingling heard the series of noises just now, so he came over to inquire about the situation. Qingling's sudden arrival immediately made Si Chainan panic, and Liliwei also looked at the door not far away in surprise. Even through the door, Si Chainan could sense Qingling's anxiety from the rapid knocks. Wait. Before Si Chainan could answer, the rapid knocking on the door stopped abruptly, and then a loud noise suddenly came from outside the door. Qingling rushed in with a long sword in hand, and the originally locked door was smashed into pieces by her. This act of breaking into the house frightened Liliwei so much that she let out a scream, and Si Chainan was also staring at Qingling, who was coming at him aggressively in amazement. At this time, Qingling was ready to fight the enemy, until she saw the 2 people on the bed, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Chapter 7, Overly Simple Leveling Dungeon. Shocking. A high school student in Changuan City signed contracts with 2 S-rank followers simultaneously. Is he the chosen one, or is there something else going on? In just 1 day, the news spread throughout the streets and alleys of Zhouhua country, attracting the attention of all citizens. Even some foreign newspapers with a keen sense of smell began to report on the matter. Although almost all related reports deliberately concealed Si Chainan's name in order to protect his privacy, there is no wall that is impenetrable. At least the residents of Changuan City basically already know Si Chainan's basic information. Overnight, Si Chainan became a celebrity that everyone pays attention to. However, this rising star is in no mood to enjoy this sudden fame. Ever since Qingling witnessed what happened between Si Chainan and Liliwei last night, the attitudes of the 3 of them towards each other suddenly became subtle. At that time, Si Chainan wanted to explain to Qing Ling that it was a misunderstanding, but the dragon girl turned around and ran away with red cheeks, like a child who had made a mistake, without giving Si Chainan any chance to explain. In this way, Si Chainan could only blame himself for his bad luck. He left the equally bewildered Lilywire in his bedroom, while he, as the host, spent a night with mixed feelings on the sofa in the living room. After finally making it to morning, Qing Ling finally came out of the guest room, but she pretended nothing had happened and gave Si Chainan a polite yet slightly distant good morning greeting. As for the culprit who caused all this, Lilywire became unusually quiet. She hardly said a word since she left home, and her eyes were deliberately avoiding Si Chainan. From yesterday to now, the three people have known each other for less than a day, but the relationship has become so awkward. Thinking of this, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel tired and could only focus on other things temporarily. Today is the day when the leveling dungeon is officially opened. Many high school students who have just completed the contract ceremony gathered in the dungeon square early and lined up to enter the leveling dungeon. This leveling copy, as its name suggests, is a copy specifically used for leveling. It is only open to contractors who have not yet reached level 10, that is, high school students who have just completed the contract ceremony. Except for the boss, the monsters in the leveling dungeon are all artificially cultivated species. Their strength and danger cannot be compared with wild monsters. They are just right for newcomers to practice. The only drawback is that the experience gained from killing these monsters is also lower than that of wild monsters of the same level. The graduation competition will be held in a week. According to the normal leveling speed, he can barely reach level 4 in the leveling dungeon in a week, but Si Chainan's ambition does not stop there. With the help of 2S level followers, his monster killing efficiency is naturally unmatched by others. Therefore, Si Chainan's goal is to reach level 7 or even higher within a week. The big screen in the dungeon square shows the number of times each contractor has completed the level. Only killing the boss will be counted in the number of times. Since the leveling dungeon has just been opened, the screen shows a pure number of zeros. Although the queue of people waiting to enter the leveling dungeon is very large, the multi-window operation mode also has considerable digestion capacity. Not long after, it was Si Chainan and the other two's turn in the queue. Seeing the two relatives beside Si Chainan, the staff responsible for opening the copy was very puzzled at first. It was not until Si Chainan showed the contract certificate issued by the contract that the staff chose to let them go, but the confusion and surprise in his eyes never dissipated. Si Chainan ignored the discussions behind him and brought Qing Ling and Lilywei to an arched stone door. This arched stone door was the door to the leveling copy. Although he had learned a lot of knowledge related to copies before, it was the first time that Si Chainan saw the real copy door. Si Chainan walked into the light of the copy door with a feeling of both anticipation and trepidation. The next second, he and his two followers disappeared out of thin air. After a brief period of darkness, Si Chainan's vision became clear again. He found himself in a forest, with Lilywei and Qing Ling standing beside him. At this moment, a map information appeared out of thin air in Si Chainan's mind. It was the map of the leveling copy, which marked the evacuation point, rest point, and the location of the boss. Unless you form a team before entering the dungeon, the leveling dungeon defaults to a single-player dungeon, so there is no need to worry about things like monster snatching happening. Si Chainan planned to walk around and test the monster's strength. In fact, with Qing Ling who was good at close combat and Lilywire who was proficient in blood magic, Si Chainan is not too worried about the difficulty of this leveling copy. We already have two of the three elements of the warrior, mage and priest triangle, but now we are still missing a nurse. As long as they form the iron triangle, Si Chainan doesn't need to team up with others. He and his followers are a fully functional team. Now Si Chainan has an empty contract slot, but he does not plan to summon new followers for the time being. He will only consider the matter of new followers after the graduation competition is over. Because the fact that 2S level dependents were signed at the same time was already a big enough sensation, if another dependent was signed at this time, everyone would probably go completely crazy and fall into a state of doubting their lives, so Si Chainan planned to stay out of the limelight for the time being. Walla la 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 la. Several unclear and strange cries suddenly interrupted Si Chainan's thoughts. At the same time, several figures appeared around him and were approaching rapidly. Si Chainan didn't expect to be attacked by the enemy so soon. He looked closely and found that they were several purple humanoid monsters with shriveled skin and only 1 meter tall. Based on its ugly appearance, Si Chainan immediately recognized that it was an ordinary little monster. The status of little monsters in this world is equivalent to that of goblins in fantasy works, and they are one of the weakest monsters. Ordinary little monsters don't have any outstanding abilities or specialties. The only thing worth noting is that novices should never face more than 10 little monsters alone, otherwise they may end up in a disaster. Si Chainan quickly glanced around and confirmed that there were more than 10 little monsters in this group. Xingling rushed out first and killed the little monster in the front with one sword. Then, the sharp sword light turned again and killed the 2 little monsters that followed closely with smooth strokes. Lilibel was also not idle. The vampire princess simply raised her hand and waved it lightly, and several blood-red beams of light instantly pierced the heads of several little monsters. The screams of the little monsters rang out one after another, and most of the little monsters didn't even have the chance to scream. In the face of the powerful strength of the S-level followers, this group of little monsters that took the initiative to attack were quickly wiped out. During the whole process, Liliwei and Xingling did not even use any skills, and they easily defeated this group of little monsters with just ordinary attacks. Si Chainan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed as he couldn't help at all. Thank you both for your help. Faced with this dry thank you, Xingling just nodded slightly, and then began to wipe the blood off the sword, while Liliwei looked at Si Chainan hesitantly, but in the end she didn't say anything. Si Chainan originally thought that this encounter would ease the relationship between the two parties, but the result was not ideal. Xingling and Liliwei were both fighting on their own, without any chance to cooperate, and the reason was that the enemy was too weak. I want to ask, how many little monsters like this can you deal with by yourself? Any amount is fine. Kill as many as come. The 2 unthinking answers already showed that the mere little monster was no match for the S-level followers. As a result, Si Chainan was in a dilemma. The little monsters that launched the attack just now ranged from level 1 to level 4, but all beings were equal in front of the S-level followers, and they were all killed in one blow without exception. You should know that the highest level monster in the leveling dungeon is only level 5, that is, the boss, and the rest of the monsters are only level 4 at most. Obviously, there was only one option left to find an enemy powerful enough for 2S rank followers to fight together. It seems that bullying these monsters is boring, so let's go directly to meet the boss here. Chapter 8, Raid, Capture the Leader First. Guided by the map, Si Chainan quickly arrived at the area where the boss was. What comes into view is a small monster camp with several crudely made simple wooden houses located in it. You can also see little monsters wandering around in the camp. Although the strength of ordinary little monsters is at the bottom among many monsters, their intelligence is comparable to that of humans around 10 years old, and they also understand the principle of strength in numbers. Therefore, among low-level monsters, ordinary little monsters are one of the few monsters that choose to live in groups. The goblin camp in front of you is the result of a leveling dungeon simulation, reflecting the real situation of wild goblins. For contractors, the most common danger they encounter during their novice period is accidentally entering a wild goblin camp alone. Although the ordinary monsters in the leveling dungeon are not as dangerous as the wild monsters, they are still enough to scare away the novice contractors who are all level 1. Si Chainan did not immediately take Liliwei and Xingling into the camp to kill people, but hid in the dark to find the boss's location. Unlike the monsters, the boss of the leveling dungeon has not been weakened at all, and its strength is exactly the same as that of the monsters of the same level in the wild. The existence of the leveling dungeon boss is to give those novice contractors a reminder that fighting against real monsters is not just playing house in an ivory tower. Although the leveling copy will forcibly teleport the contractor when it detects that the contractor's life is in danger, so that the contractor will not actually die in the novice copy, this will also leave a deep warning in the contractor's mind. Since the levels of the contractors and their followers are shared, the current levels of Si Chainan and the other 2 are only level 1. Now facing a level 5 monster that has not been weakened, Si Chainan is still a little unsure. Si Chainan observed for a long time but couldn't find the so-called boss. He only saw a lot of little monsters wandering aimlessly in the camp. Si Chainan roughly counted and found that there were at least 50 little monsters in this camp, and they were all level 4. At this moment, Liliwei, who had been silent all day, suddenly sighed softly, sounding somewhat helpless. No need to look for him, the boss is in the largest cabin, and there are hundreds of little monsters in this camp. Hearing Liliwei's confident tone of voice reporting the boss's exact location and the number of little monsters, Si Chainan couldn't help but look at her in surprise. Si Chainan then remembered that Lilivet possessed S-level spiritual attributes, and her perception of magic was naturally extraordinary. Therefore, it was not difficult to obtain the above information by sensing the magic fluctuations emitted by the monster. Suddenly being stared at by Si Chainan like this, Liliwei's cheeks quickly turned red, and then she turned her head away. Liliwei's behavior made Si Chainan feel a little amused and helpless. This vampire princess who appeared frivolous on the surface but was arrogant in her heart seemed to have really turned into an innocent girl. When Shangling saw the two people's reactions, a complicated expression flashed across his face. Contract Master, have you figured out a strategy to deal with the boss? Faced with Changling's question, Si Chainan couldn't help but be stunned. He had just thought about finding an enemy that was powerful enough to require everyone's cooperation, but he had not thought about a specific response strategy. Shall we take care of the minions first, and then we can take on the boss together? Si Chainan could only come up with this strategy, which had nothing new to offer on the spur of the moment. Shangling hesitated for a moment, and her slightly furrowed brows showed that she was not very satisfied with this so-called strategy. I have a better strategy. I wonder if the contractor is willing to listen to it. Well, go ahead. Si Chainan nodded quickly, signaling Shangling to continue. With our strength, those little monsters don't pose any threat, so we can definitely launch a surprise attack on the boss and gain the upper hand. When Si Chainan heard Changling's proposed surprise attack strategy, he fully agreed with it. Just as Changling said, the threat of the little monsters is almost negligible. If you choose to deal with the little monsters in the camp first, it will inevitably alarm the boss and give him more time to prepare. Instead of doing this, it is better to go straight to the dragon's lair and catch the boss off guard. This method works, but how are we going to get around those little monsters and launch a surprise attack? The largest wooden house is located in the center of the camp, and there are many wandering monsters around it. It is almost impossible to avoid these monsters quietly. Don't worry, contractor. I can fly. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of huge membranous wings spread out behind Shangling, with a wingspan of nearly 3 meters. The surface of the wing bones was covered with emerald green scales, making the membranous wings sparkle in the sunlight. Si Chainan stared at the beautiful pair of wings in amazement. It was the first time he saw dragon wings. Si Chainan subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch it, but after seeing Changling's serious expression, he finally resisted the idea. Although I can take you into the camp from the air, it would be inconvenient for me to carry out the next raid. Just when Shangling was feeling embarrassed, Lilywire beside her finally spoke again. Master, leave it to me. Just focus on the raid. Shangling and Si Chainan looked at Lilywire at the same time, and the latter quickly shifted her gaze away from Si Chainan. You can fly too? Si Chainan didn't expect that his two followers had the ability to fly. If he had known this, he wouldn't have had to go through the trouble of squeezing into the subway this morning. Of course I can fly. This kind of thing is a piece of cake for us vampires. Otherwise, how could I have? Lilyway's cheeks suddenly turned red in the middle of her words, and she quickly changed the subject. Anyway, I can take my master with me. Shangling nodded slightly to show her agreement. Well, let's get started. After saying that, the huge membrane wings began to flap, causing Shangling to slowly rise into the air. At this moment, a pair of slender and white arms hugged Si Chainan from behind. The next second, Si Chainan also broke free from the constraints of gravity and came to the same position as Shangling. Although this was not the first time that Si Chainan had such intimate physical contact with Lilyway, after what happened last night, Si Chainan's mood had changed greatly. Feeling the soft touch against his back, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel a little distracted, and his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Of course, Si Chainan was not the only one whose heartbeat accelerated. He could also feel another heart pounding. Seeing that Si Chainan and Lilyway were ready, Shangling also drew the sword at his waist, ready to officially launch the raid. I'll take the lead, and you guys should follow closely. I'm not sure if I can be a match for the boss. Don't be afraid, you are S-level followers. As long as you work together, a level 5 boss will not be a problem at all. Hearing this encouragement, which was better than nothing, Shangling just nodded slightly, staring intently at the wooden house where the boss was, and then flapped the wings behind him vigorously. Shangling, wearing light armor, flew out like an arrow from a bow, aiming directly at the wooden house in the center of the camp. Seeing this, Lilyway immediately hugged Si Chainan tightly and followed Shangling closely. Shangling was like a swift lightning, flying silently over the heads of many little monsters, and in the blink of an eye she arrived above the wooden house in the center of the camp. The whole process did not attract the attention of any little monster. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. With a light shout, Shangling raised the sword above his head, and the sharp blade immediately burst out with a dazzling white light. Then, the sword was swung quickly towards the wooden house below. The dazzling white sword light poured down like a waterfall, instantly destroying the entire wooden house, and the boss hiding inside was naturally not spared. A huge figure rolled out from the dusty ruins, looking very embarrassed. Just like that, the boss of this leveling dungeon appeared in front of everyone in such an unassuming way. This is a giant monster. Apart from its purple skin, it is nearly 3 meters tall, has powerful muscles and a ferocious and hideous appearance. No matter how you look at it, this giant monster does not seem to be the same species as ordinary little monsters. Chapter 9, Kill Monsters to Level Up? I'll just kill the boss. Even as one of the weakest monsters, a little monster is not without the opportunity to become stronger. As long as a little monster lives long enough, the genes in its body may mutate, allowing it to evolve into a more powerful individual. Giant monsters are one of the evolutionary results of small monsters. Giant monsters are known for their strength, and their thick skin can withstand attacks from most ordinary weapons. In addition, there are often a large number of small monsters gathered around giant monsters. Therefore, giant monsters are one of the monsters that novice contractors are most reluctant to encounter. Although Changuan had previously guessed that the so-called boss was most likely an evolved individual of an ordinary goblin, such as a savage goblin or a flying goblin, he never expected it to be a giant monster. Among the many evolved individuals of the little monsters, the giant monster can be regarded as a very powerful existence. It can be seen that the creator of this leveling copy really wants a group of novices to experience the dangers of this world. Although the giant monster in front of him was only level 5, it had not been weakened at all, which was enough to scare away most novice contractors. Xingling's attack just now left several deep wounds on the giant monster, so deep that the bones could be seen. However, this level of injury was far from fatal for its huge body. The giant monster roared angrily and quickly stood up from the ground. Seeing this, Xingling raised his sword and stabbed the giant monster without hesitation, but unfortunately this time the giant monster was already prepared. The giant monster reacted quickly, raised its hand and waved its broad palm as big as a palm leaf fan, forcing Xingling, who wanted to chase it, to retreat and avoid it. At the same time, all the little monsters in the camp were attracted by the sound of fighting. In the blink of an eye, Changuan and the other two were completely surrounded by these little monsters. Taking advantage of Xingling being temporarily forced to retreat, the giant monster quickly groped in the ruins and finally took out a bone stick as thick as a thigh. The giant monster let out a strange cry, then raised its bone stick and smashed it at Xingling. Xingling used his sword to block in time, but was still knocked back several steps by the powerful force transmitted from the bone stick. Seeing this situation, Changuan realized that this giant monster was indeed a bit tricky and Xingling needed help. Where, go help Xingling, and leave these little monsters to me. Hearing this, Liliwei quickly glanced at Xingling who was fighting the giant monster, and then rushed over while brewing magic. As a contractor, Changuan and his followers have shared skills and abilities, so dealing with these weakened little monsters is not a problem. Blood curse, ghostly shadow. A strange red light surged on Changuan's body, and the next second, 2 blood-red shadows appeared on both sides of him. These 2 phantoms have exactly the same appearance as Changuan, the only difference is that their eyes are empty, like 2 soulless puppets. With just a thought, the 2 clones immediately started to move, rushing towards the surrounding monsters without hesitation. Blood curse, red scythe. Dragon shadow sky slash. The 2 clones each used the skills of Lilyvale and Xingling, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen little monsters died. During the whole process, Changuan did not issue any clear instructions. He just thought in his mind that he had to eliminate these little monsters as soon as possible, and then the 2 clones began to understand and execute this idea. Summoning a clone and then having the clone assist in fighting is one of the most common tactics. However, for novice contractors, just maintaining the clone consumes a lot of magic power, and there is no extra magic power to provide the clone with skills. Fortunately, Changuan has the special ability of infinite magic power, so he doesn't need to worry about the possibility of insufficient magic power. In this way, the 2 clones continuously released skills, almost without interruption. If there were outsiders present at this moment, they would definitely be stunned by such a luxurious fighting style. Soon, with the efforts of the 2 clones, this one-sided battle came to an end, and Changuan was just a hands-off boss throughout the whole process. Even after defeating hundreds of little monsters at once, Changuan found that his level experience bar did not show any obvious growth. The reason was that the experience given by these weakened little monsters was too little. At the same time, the boss battle on the other side was gradually coming to an end. Although this giant monster was extremely ferocious at the beginning, the strength of its S-level followers should not be underestimated. Xingling and Liliwei quickly adapted to the intensity of the battle and gradually took the initiative of the battle back into their own hands. After using the sword to block the blow of the bone stick again, Xingling suddenly exerted all his strength, pushed the sword forward with both hands, and instantly knocked the huge bone stick aside. The giant monster whose weapon fell from his hand wanted to pick up his weapon immediately, But he didn't know that Lilivel's attack had already been prepared. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. A blood-red sickle appeared out of thin air and instantly cut off the giant monster's wrist. The pain made the burly monster let out a shrill scream that almost echoed throughout the entire forest. Fortunately, the screams did not last long. Qingling seized the opportunity and rushed forward, then pierced the giant monster's head with a sword, and the screams stopped abruptly. As the giant monster fell to the ground with a loud bang, Changuan found that his level experience bar had grown a lot, and he was only half a giant monster's experience away from level 2. Thank you both for your hard work. While thanking his two family members, Changuan considerately handed over the drinking water that he had prepared in advance. Qingling only took a small sip symbolically, while Liliwire took a big gulp without caring about her image. It can be seen that the previous battle was still a bit difficult for her, who was not good at close combat. With the two of you working together, what are your chances of success against a giant monster like this? Faced with this question, Lilivel answered without hesitation, this kind of monster is a piece of cake. Compared to the quick-talking Lilivel, Qingling stared at the giant monster's corpse and analyzed it seriously. This giant monster has thick skin and incredible strength, and prefers close combat. Coupled with the level gap, it's extremely dangerous for either Lilivel or me to deal with it alone. But if we choose to work together, I'll hold the giant monster close, while Lilivel handles long-range damage. That gives us a 90% chance of winning. After hearing the two people's answers, Changuan looked at the giant monster's corpse thoughtfully, and then a bold idea emerged in his mind. If we challenge the boss directly like this every time, can you withstand such intense continuous battles? Continuous fighting. Qingling pondered slowly, if I had about 10 minutes of rest before each battle, this kind of continuous fighting wouldn't be a problem for me. After getting Qingling's reply, Changuan turned to look at Liliwei. Liliwire frowned immediately and said coquettishly, "Why are you looking at me?" "Of course I have no problem with it." Seeing that Liliveline had gradually returned to her former self, Changuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled back at the vampire princess. The latter snorted and then turned her head away in feigned dissatisfaction. "In that case, we may have to stay in this dungeon for a while." In the evening, a large number of citizens and principals of various schools gathered in the copy square. The day's copy clearance results will be announced at 6 p.m. every day. Since today is the first day the leveling copy is open, everyone wants to see who gets the first kill in the copy. As time approached 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the huge screen in the copy square changed, and today's clearance status was about to be displayed. For a moment, everyone stared at the ever-changing screen. Zhou Yuanming 1 time. This piece of information was ranked first, and everyone in the square was suddenly in an uproar, because most people did not expect that someone would successfully defeat the boss on the first day. At this time, another piece of information quickly rose to the top, pushing Zhou Yuanming to the second place. Changuan 14 times. Chapter 10, break it 100 times and set a record. The giant monster roared angrily at the uninvited guest who broke into its territory, but it had no deterrent effect. Changuan leaped past his two followers and rushed straight towards the monster that was nearly 3 meters tall alone. Although the contractor made such a dangerous move, Qingling and Liliwei, his followers, had no intention of stopping or following him. They just stood there and watched. The giant monster doesn't care what rushes towards it. As long as it is an uninvited guest, there is only one way to go, and that is death. Thanks to its amazing arm strength, the giant monster swung the huge bone club without any sense of heaviness or drag. Seeing the bone stick coming towards him, Changuan, who was sprinting, had no intention of slowing down. He just took a step to the right calmly, just avoiding the falling bone stick. Even the flying sand failed to touch the corner of Changuan's clothes. Seeing that this frail human could dodge its attack so easily, the giant monster was stunned for a moment, but then swung the bone stick again and swept away. Hearing the rapid sound of breaking wind ringing in his ears, Changuan didn't even blink, but made a sliding motion without hesitation. The huge bone stick almost swept past his scalp, but he himself did not suffer any substantial damage. If this happened once, it might just be a coincidence, but it happened twice in a row, which only meant that everything was within Changuan's expectations. He had already figured out all the giant monster's attack methods, so he was able to resolve all the attacks without any danger. With the help of the huge inertia generated by the previous sprint, Changuan slid directly in front of the giant monster. The latter was still in a state of shock and had no idea that his life was about to end. Changuan quickly pulled out the practice sword he had used in combat class before, then injected magic power into the sword, preparing to release his skills. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. The dazzling white sword light rose up like a waterfall flowing upstream, instantly cutting the giant monster in half from bottom to top. From the time Si Chainan rushed towards the giant monster alone to the end of the battle, the whole process took only a dozen seconds. From beginning to end, Liliwei and Qingling did not offer any assistance. Only Qingling kept her hand on the hilt of the sword, seemingly guarding against any unexpected situation, but it turned out that her worries were unnecessary. With the death of the giant monster, Si Chainan immediately felt a surge of new strength in his body, and a wonderful sense of pleasure instantly spread to every part of his body. This was a sign of upgrading. Today is the 5th day that Si Chainan has entered the leveling dungeon, and he finally reached level 7 as he wished. During these 5 days, Si Chainan and his 2 followers have not left the leveling dungeon, and their lives are spent going back and forth between the rest point and the boss every day. In order to maximize their experience, Si Chainan and the other 2 would only kill the boss each time, and then choose to reset the copy, repeating this cycle over and over again. In just 5 days, Si Chainan himself couldn't remember how many times he had killed the boss. Others leveled up by killing small monsters, but he just killed the boss as if it were a small monster. This was the confidence that the 2S level followers gave him. In fact, even without the help of his followers, Si Chainan, who has fully understood all of the boss's moves, has the strength to defeat the giant monster alone. At the same time, after 5 days of getting along, the barriers between the 3 of them gradually disappeared. At least the relationship between the 3 was no longer as awkward as when they first met. Master, thank you for your hard work. You can just leave this small matter to others. Why do you have to do it yourself? Liliwei considerately wiped the blood that splashed on Si Chainan's face, while complaining in a very gentle and charming tone. Qingling began to collect precious materials from the giant monster and completed the collection quickly and neatly. Si Chainan took a look at the monster camp he had visited countless times, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It's time to leave. When Si Chainan and the other 2 came out of the dungeon door, the sky had already darkened, and they could only barely see a glimmer of sunlight on the distant horizon. Let's go exchange the materials we collected these days, and then go home. After defeating the boss for 5 whole days, Si Chainan obtained a large amount of giant monster materials. Although giant monster materials are not particularly valuable, for Si Chainan, who is still a novice, the adventure points exchanged for these materials are already a considerable amount of starting capital. Aside from the black market, the Adventurers Guild is the only place where you can obtain adventure points. As one of the largest organizations in the world, the Adventurers Guild's activities are almost everywhere in the world, and all towns have branches of the Adventurers Guild. Adventure points are the currency system created by the Adventure Guild. Therefore, issuing commissions and exchanging items through the Adventure Guild are inseparable from adventure points. The Adventure Guild of Changuan City was located next to the dungeon square, and Si Chainan quickly arrived at his destination. The receptionist at the front desk was a slim woman. Although she was wearing a mature OL-style union uniform, her face still had the youthful temperament of a newcomer to society. Si Chainan quickly glanced at the name tag on the table, which clearly read, Lin Xiaoqian Trainee Receptionist. As far as Si Chainan knew, a trainee receptionist could automatically become a regular employee after working for 1 year, which showed that Lin Xiaoqian was indeed a newcomer in the workplace. Hello, I'm here to redeem adventure points. At this time, Lin Xiaoqian was sitting on a chair reading a book. She only stood up hurriedly when she heard Si Chainan's voice. Oh. No problem, please show me your adventure certificate. When he heard the word adventure certificate, Si Chainan was immediately troubled. He then remembered that he had not officially registered for the adventure certificate. The adventure certificate issued by the Adventure Guild is both proof of identity and a necessary document for storing adventure points. Simply put, it is a combination of an ID card and a bank card. Logically speaking, as long as the graduation competition is over, the school will issue formal adventure certificates to students. Seeing Si Chainan looking embarrassed, Lin Xiaoqian couldn't help but feel a little curious. Excuse me, did you forget to bring your adventure pass? No, Si Chainan quickly shook his head and explained, I just completed the contract ceremony a few days ago and haven't applied for an adventure certificate yet. Oh, don't worry about that. If you bring your ID and proof of contract, you can apply for a temporary adventure license now. When you apply for a formal adventure license later, you can transfer the data from the temporary license to it. Hearing this, Si Chainan was immediately delighted and quickly handed his ID card and contract certificate to Lin Xiaoqian. After taking Si Chainan's ID, Lin Xiaoqian subconsciously glanced at them. The next second, she froze, as if she had suffered a huge mental shock. You are that Si Chainan? Although Si Chainan knew that he was already famous, he still felt embarrassed to be recognized in person like this. Seeing Si Chainan just smile shyly, Lin Xiaoxian continued, "Everyone has been discussing you for a few days. Not only did you contract 2S level followers at the same time, but you also broke the record in one fell swoop." Ah. Si Chainan knew the first half of the story, but was completely confused by the second half about breaking the record. Break what record? Hearing Si Chainan's question, Lin Xiaoxian smiled and pointed to the other end of the copy square. "Here, look." Following the direction Lin Xiaoxian pointed, Si Chainan saw the huge screen standing on the other side of the square. Among the many pieces of information displayed on the screen, the first piece of information was deliberately marked in red, which was particularly eye-catching. This piece of information clearly showed Si Chainan 118 times. Si Chainan's gaze continued to move downwards, and the second message showed Zhou Yuanming 4 times. 118 and 4, the gap between the two pieces of information can only be described as a world of difference. Since the creation of the leveling dungeon, the highest record has only been completing 25 leveling dungeons in a month. And yet, not only did you easily break that record in just 5 days, you also set an incredible record that is almost unbeatable. Chapter 11 Beautiful Night. When Si Chainan came out of the bathroom, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. After 5 consecutive days of high-intensity combat, Si Chainan was finally able to relax. He immediately felt a strong sense of fatigue rooted deep in his body. Si Chainan yawned and prepared to go upstairs to rest. Just as Si Chainan passed the back door, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the backyard. Listening carefully, it seemed like the sound of something quickly cutting through the air. Although the guards community has very strict security measures and it is almost impossible for any criminals to be stupid enough to target the residents here, Si Chainan still became alert in an instant. Si Chainan quickly glanced at the room where Liliwei and Qingling lived. The doors of both rooms were closed. Si Chainan could only go over and take a look at the situation first, and then consider what to do next. So, Si Chainan tiptoed to the back door, only to find that the lights in the backyard were on, and the lights in the backyard could only be turned on from home. Confused, Si Chainan bravely opened the back door leading to the backyard, and what caught his eye was Qingling, who was practicing sword alone. Even though Qingling was facing away from Si Chainan, the dragon girl still noticed Si Chainan's arrival at the first moment. Qingling finished her practice with a quick and beautiful sword sheathing posture, then turned around with a look of surprise to look at Si Chainan, who was standing by the door. "Contract master, aren't you going to rest yet?" "I was just about to take a break, but I heard some noise in the backyard, so I came over to check it out." As Si Chainan walked into the backyard, he looked at Qingling, who had just finished practicing sword. From the sweat remaining on his skin, it could be seen that Qingling had been practicing for quite some time. "Did the sound of my sword practice disturb you?" "Sorry, I overlooked this point." As she spoke, a look of guilt flashed across the face of the dragon girl, who always appeared stern. Seeing that Qingling misunderstood his purpose, Si Chainan quickly waved his hand and explained. "No, you're worrying too much. I'm just curious why you're still practicing swordplay so late. Are you unable to sleep?" "It's just a habit," Qingling shook his head and said, "In the past, unless I was in combat, I would practice combat for at least 3 hours every day." "At least 3 hours?" Upon hearing the length of the practice, Si Chainan couldn't help but be stunned. "When I was in school, in addition to learning basic theoretical knowledge, there were also combat practice courses every day, which lasted for a fixed hour. This hour could be said to be the most difficult hour of the day. The body is different from machines. Not only does it not wear out due to long-term use, but regular practice can keep it in the most perfect condition. This is the truth my father taught me since I was a child." Hearing this, Si Chainan had to admire Qingling's self-discipline, and at the same time he became curious about Qingling's past life. To be able to raise such a self-disciplined and strong daughter, your father must be a very powerful person, right? When Qingling heard Si Chainan mention his father, admiration immediately appeared in his eyes. "Yes, my father is a general in the clan. Although he is very strict with us, we also know that he is doing it for our own good. The Dragon Clan is a race that respects the strong, and the weak have no power at all." "Us? Do you have other brothers and sisters?" Faced with this question, the admiration in Qingling's eyes was instantly extinguished as if a flame had been extinguished, and was replaced by a sad expression. After a few seconds of silence, Qingling slowly spoke again, his tone becoming a little more depressed and sad. "Well, I have a sister." Si Chainan naturally noticed this obvious change and immediately realized that he seemed to have mentioned something inappropriate. In order to prevent the atmosphere from deteriorating further, Si Chainan could only quickly change the subject. It's getting late, you should get some rest. We have the graduation exam tomorrow. Hearing this, Qingling quickly suppressed the sadness in his eyes and nodded slightly. Yeah, I see. After saying goodbye to Qingling temporarily, Si Chainan returned home. Si Chainan glanced at Liliwire's room and couldn't help but feel curious about what this true ancestor was doing, but he quickly dismissed the idea of asking for trouble and quickly went upstairs. After returning to the bedroom he had not seen for a long time, Si Chainan jumped directly onto the bed. The soft mattress immediately brought him a satisfying feeling of pleasure. Soon, fatigue came over him and Si Chainan fell into a deep sleep. Dong, dong, dong. A crisp and rhythmic knock on the door woke Si Chainan from his sleep. Si Chainan, who was sleepy, glanced at the clock on the bedside table. It showed 1 o'clock in the morning. He couldn't help feeling depressed and curious about who was knocking on the door. Si Chainan yawned as he walked to the door and then opened it. Lilivel was standing outside the door in a white nightgown, looking embarrassed. Seeing Si Chainan open the door, Liliwire's face first flashed with joy, and then she showed an expression as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing the thinly dressed Liliwire, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel his cheeks getting hot and his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. What's wrong with you? Si Chainan barely suppressed his restless emotions and pretended to be calm before asking Liliwire's purpose of coming. Master, I can't take it anymore. I haven't eaten for several days. As Liliwire spoke, her face flushed, and it was obvious that she was trying her best to suppress some strong feeling coming from within her body. Hearing Liliwire say this, Si Chainan remembered that Liliwire had indeed not consumed a drop of blood in the past 5 days. Although Si Chainan didn't know how often vampires needed to eat blood and how much blood they consumed at one time, it could be seen from Liliwire's reaction that she had indeed reached the limit of her endurance. Now Si Chainan didn't mind feeding Liliwire blood, but when he thought of the night attack that almost cost him his life, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel a little scared. Seeing Si Chainan hesitate, Liliwire immediately understood what Si Chainan was worried about. Master, I promise I won't be disobedient like last time. Please trust me this time. Hearing this almost pleading tone, Si Chainan couldn't help but soften his heart. Okay, but if I say stop, you have to stop. Got it? Aha! Liliwire nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. In order to take care of Liliwire, who was a head shorter than him, Si Chainan returned to the bed and sat down, waiting for Liliwire to arrive. Perhaps in order to eat better, Liliwire did not rush to eat, but hugged her owner very gently. At this time, Si Chainan was surprised to find that Liliwire's exposed skin was very cold, almost like a corpse. At the same time, Liliwire slowly bit Si Chainan's neck. Unlike the last time, Si Chainan quickly adapted to the pain of his skin being pierced, and then the pain gradually turned into a slightly itchy pleasure. Unconsciously, Si Chainan slowly lay down on the bed. The strange pleasure made him choose to close his eyes and enjoy it. After an unknown amount of time, this feeling of pleasure suddenly stopped, and Si Chainan opened his eyes. I saw Liliwire sitting on my body, and there was still an unsatisfied expression on her face. Obviously, Liliwire had stopped eating on her own initiative. Si Chainan was still very surprised that Liliwire stopped eating on her own initiative. Are you full? Liliwire shook her head and said, if you continue to eat, your life may be in danger. Seeing that Liliwire was actually considering her own safety, Si Chainan couldn't help but be deeply moved. Just as Si Chainan was hesitating whether to tell Liliwire about the infinite magic power, her cheeks suddenly turned extremely red with embarrassment and she spoke again. Actually, besides blood, other body fluids also contain magical power. Master, would you like to give it a try? Chapter 12. The competition is coming soon. Amidst a soothing fragrance, Si Chainan slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that caught his eye was the bright morning light and the girl who was still sleeping. At this moment, Liliwire curled up in Si Chainan's arms like a kitten, without any defense. The soft sunlight fell on her skin like mutton fat jade, making people unable to let go. Now, after receiving enough magic power, Liliv has recovered her body temperature to that of a normal person. Si Chainan gently stroked Liliwire's arm. Her skin was smooth and delicate, which made Si Chainan feel distracted and recalled what happened last night. Just as Si Chainan was still savoring the moment, he was suddenly surprised to find that Liliwire had woken up at some point, and her blood-red eyes were looking at him lovingly. Si Chainan couldn't help but stop what he was doing and was stunned for a moment. Seeing Si Chainan's reaction, Liliwire immediately smiled coquettishly, with a playful curve at the corner of her mouth. Master, do you still need to replenish my magic power? I don't mind, but do you have other important things to do today? As Liliware spoke, she kept groping in the quilt with her hands without changing her expression, as if she was looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Si Chainan felt his cheeks getting hot instantly and quickly sat up from the bed, while Liliwire let out a triumphant laugh and then got out of bed. After briefly dealing with their respective affairs, Si Chainan and Liliwire went downstairs together, ready to call Qingling to go to school. As the two walked down the stairs, they happened to run into Qingling, who had just returned from practicing sword in the backyard. Seeing Si Chainan and Liliwei snuggled beside him, Qingling, who usually had little expression, was stunned for a moment, but soon returned to his usual calm expression. Contract Master, Wei, good morning. Si Chainan didn't expect Qingling to get up so early to practice sword, and happened to run into him and Liliwei. Even the most slow-witted person would know what happened last night after seeing this scene. Perhaps it was because Qingling's reaction was too calm, or perhaps it was for some other reason, but Si Chainan suddenly felt inexplicably embarrassed and could only nod with a stiff smile in response to Qingling's proactive greeting. Well, let's get ready. We'll be leaving for the graduation competition soon. Whenever a graduation competition is held, it becomes one of the busiest days in the entire Changuan city, and the citizens' attention to the graduation competition is no less than that of the previous contract ceremony. The so-called graduation competition, as the name suggests, is a competition between graduating students. Although the win or loss of the graduation competition will not affect the graduation of the graduates, this does not prevent the graduation competition from becoming a major event that attracts everyone's attention. Although not all graduates are forced to participate in the graduation competition, there is a challenge mechanism. As long as someone issues a challenge, the challenged person must accept the challenge. Therefore, the graduation competition often becomes a stage for graduates to resolve grievances. This year's graduation competition was held at Changuan No. 1 Middle School. Therefore, Changuan No. 1 Middle School was blocked by citizens who came to watch the competition early in the morning. Fortunately, thanks to the green channel for teachers and students, Si Chainan was able to arrive at the venue smoothly. The venue is also filled with graduates from various schools in Changuan City. Everyone is chatting and laughing while waiting for the graduation competition to officially begin. Soon, many students noticed Si Chainan's arrival and cast different glances at him. Most of them were out of envy and jealousy, but no one dared to step forward and talk to Si Chainan. They just talked quietly with the people around them, and the content of the discussion was nothing more than expressing envy or jealousy. Si Chainan didn't care about these looks and discussions. To be honest, if all graduates were not required to be present, Si Chainan would have absolutely no intention of participating in this so-called graduation competition. Si Chainan randomly found a relatively remote corner, and planned to rest here while waiting for the graduation competition to begin. Compared to Si Chainan, who was already tired of the scenery here, Liliwei and Qingling were very curious about the human school. Liliv kept looking at everything around her, and even Qingling couldn't help but take a few more glances at the uniquely shaped ornamental gardens. Although there were many followers present, Liliwei and Qingling's appearance and temperament were definitely the best. In this way, the two girls, one smart and the other cold, quickly attracted a lot of admiring glances. Of course, there were also some envious and jealous glances. At this time, Si Chainan leaned against the wall with his arms folded across his chest, thinking about his plans after the competition. Yesterday, Si Chainan exchanged the materials from the giant monster for a considerable amount of adventure points, which was just enough for the three of them to exchange for a new set of equipment. Therefore, Si Chainan planned to go to the Adventure Guild again after obtaining the official adventure certificate. Shannon. A familiar female voice brought Si Chainan back to his senses. Si Chainan turned around and saw a girl in a JK uniform jogging towards him. This girl was Si Chainan's childhood sweetheart Lu Chanxian. While tidying up her bangs, which were a little messy from running, Lu Chanxian complained in a feigned, dissatisfied tone. You, a great celebrity, are so hard to find. I haven't seen you for days. I thought you planned to live in this dungeon forever. Facing Lu Chanxian's teasing, Si Chainan chuckled and scratched his head awkwardly. Hey, I'm just trying to level up quickly. It would be so embarrassing if I got beaten badly in the graduation competition. Humph, you have the most excuses, Lu Chanxian snorted, then her gaze fell on Liliwire and Qingling. These two sisters are your followers, right? TSK. No wonder you stayed in the dungeon for 5 consecutive days and refused to come out. Auntie, please stop making up stories. Please forgive me. Lu Chanxian playfully stuck out her tongue at Si Chainan, then looked at Liliwei and Qingling, and waved to the two women in a friendly manner. Hello, my name is Lu Chanxian, and I'm this guy's friend. If you want to know about his dark history, you can come find me. Upon hearing this, Lilywai's eyes suddenly lit up. She became interested, and made a move to rush to Lu Qianqian. Really? Then Si Chainan quickly pulled back Lilywei, who was eager to create chaos in the world. If he let these two guys get together, he would probably never have a peaceful life in the future. Looking at the two people's actions, Lu Qianqian couldn't help laughing. After finally getting Lilywei to calm down temporarily, Si Chainan suddenly noticed a furry unknown creature floating next to Lu Qianqian. This unidentified creature has snow-white fur all over its body and looks like a cross between a dog and a fox, but it has no tail. Its body is slightly smaller than a basketball and it does not appear to be dangerous at all. Is this your dependent? Most of the alien races in this world have humanoid forms, but there are also some alien races that are completely non-human. Yes, it's called Shuefu, from the Zhu Beast tribe. Lu Qianqian used her fingers to tease the fur on the creature's chin, and the latter immediately let out a cry of pleasure. Si Chainan was greatly surprised when he heard the term Zhu Beast tribe. The Shu Beast is a rare and extremely spiritual creature, so rare that it is almost extinct. Because the Zhu Beast has very powerful auxiliary abilities and can resist most evil forces, many people regard this creature as a symbol of auspiciousness and good luck. The most important thing is that all the followers of the Zhu Beast clan that appeared in history were above a level, and there were even S-level followers. Now that Lu Qianqian has successfully signed a contract with a blessing beast, it means that you summoned an A-rank follower? Lu Qianqian sighed helplessly, then shrugged her shoulders, without any sign of happiness. That's right. This year, the entire Changuan city has only summoned 3 A-level followers, and in the end, all the limelight was stolen by a certain guy. What a twist of fate. Chapter 13, Provocation by the Unaware. That's right. This year, the entire Changuan city has only summoned 3 A-level followers, and in the end, all the limelight was stolen by a certain guy. What a twist of fate. Chapter 13, Provocation by the Unaware. That's right. This year, the entire Changuan city has only summoned 3 A-level followers, and in. Hearing this, Si Chainan could only cough twice awkwardly and said with an apologetic smile, "Okay, then I'll treat you to a meal another day to make amends. Are you satisfied with this?" Lu Qianqian blinked playfully, then raised her little nose slightly, revealing a contented smile. That's more like it. By the way, I only know that Zhou Yuanming has contracted an A-level follower. Besides him and you, who else has contracted an A-level follower? Because he had contracted 2 S-level followers at the same time, Si Chainan left the contract ceremony early that day, so he had no idea what happened afterwards. Faced with this question, Lu Qianqian sighed again, with a strange expression between her brows. Lin Wanner also contracted an A-rank what elf familiar. When he heard the name Lin Wanner, Si Chainan immediately understood where Lu Qianqian's strange expression came from. Lin Wanner and Lu Qianqian are known as the twin beauties of Changuan No. 1 Middle School. Like Lu Qianqian, Lin Wanner also has no shortage of suitors. However, Lin Wanner never gives these suitors a second glance. Instead, she has a special liking for Lu Qianqian, who is also a school belle. Lu Qianqian has always regarded Lin Wanner as her best friend, but Lin Wanner regards Lu Qianqian as a pursuit object. Because of this, Lu Qianqian feels both headache and helpless towards Lin Wanner. As expected of you, you are popular with both men and women. I admire you. Si Chainan jokingly bowed to Lu Qianqian, and the school beauty Lu rolled her eyes in response. At this time, another person strode over. Qianqian, long time no see. Hearing this intimate male voice, Lu Qianqian's face suddenly darkened, and she showed a look of disgust. Si Chainan and his companions looked in the direction of the sound and saw a grinning young man walking over with a dark elf follower, and soon they came in front of Lu Qianqian. Like Lu Qianqian, Si Chainan also had no good face towards this young man because he was Zhou Yuanming. Lu Qianqian changed her previous friendly attitude towards Si Chainan and looked at Zhou Yuanming with a forced smile. It seems it's not long enough. Don't you still remember my name? Lu Qianqian's cold response did not calm Zhou Yuanming down. He continued to force a conversation with her like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. My dad said that people from Tianwan province will be watching the competition today. If we form a team and compete, we will definitely get the best results. Then. No need. Lu Qianqian interrupted Zhou Yuanming without any hesitation, and then quickly stood beside Si Chainan. Even if I want to team up with someone else, I already have someone more suitable. You don't need to worry about it. If you're okay, just leave. Seeing that Lu Chanxian was openly drawing hatred towards him, Si Chainan was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to complain out loud on the spot. At this time, Zhou Yuanming finally shifted his gaze to Si Chainan, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by deep resentment and jealousy. Although Si Chainan didn't want to get involved in this mess, he was not afraid of Zhou Yuanming's hostility, so he glared back. "You're just a lucky guy. I'm going to beat you to a pulp and make you beg me on your knees." Swish. Lilywire suddenly raised her hand and waved it. A blood-red sickle blade appeared out of thin air above Zhou Yuanming's head, and then slashed down in an instant, splitting a nearly 2-meter-long crack in the ground at Zhou Yuanming's feet. Lilyway's sudden move shocked everyone present. Zhou Yuanming, who had a close brush with death, was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Lilyway stared at the pale Zhou Yuanming with a fierce look, and a strong murderous intent emerged in her blood-red eyes without any concealment. "If you dare to speak rudely again, your head will be the next to fall to the ground." Seeing that their contracted master was in danger, Zhou Yuanming's dark elf followers immediately picked up their weapons and prepared to take action. Seeing this, Xingling decisively drew his sword, protected Si Chainan behind him, and prepared to fight at any time. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Seeing that things were about to get out of hand, Si Chainan quickly grabbed Lilywire and waved his hand to signal Xingling not to act rashly. Okay, don't be so impulsive." But he. Lilyway, who was stopped, looked at Si Chainan very aggressively, and her expression looked like a child who was in a bad mood. "I know, I'll take care of it." Si Chainan comforted Lilywire in a coaxing tone and gently stroked her head. After being comforted by Si Chainan, Lilyway gradually calmed the magic power surging in her body, but she still glared fiercely at Zhou Yuanming not far away. After calming down the man, Si Chainan looked at Zhou Yuanming standing beside him and issued a final warning in a stern voice. "Just talking big is useless. If you don't want to die, get out of here." Zhou Yuanming, who had not yet recovered from the shock, was so angry that his face turned ashen, but he opened his mouth for a long time but could not utter a word until the dark elf followers helped him up from the ground. Zhou Yuanming glanced at Lilywire warily, and then, still unwilling to be outdone, hurled harsh words at Si Chainan. "I'll make you regret it later." After saying that, Zhou Yuanming quickly turned around and left with his family. After seeing Zhou Yuanming leave, Si Chainan expressed his dissatisfaction to Lu Chanxian. "Look at what you've done." Lu Chanxian shrugged disapprovingly and replied, "Even if I didn't do this, he wouldn't let you go. Who do you think caused all this?" He. Lu Chanxian just smiled playfully and did not answer the question directly, and Si Chainan could only blame himself for being unlucky to have such a troublesome childhood sweetheart. "Come to think of it, how come I didn't know you were so good at coaxing girls?" Lu Chanxian glanced at Lilywire, who was nestled beside Si Chainan, and then revealed a wicked smile that made Si Chainan feel a chill down his spine. Could it be? All right, that's enough. There are so many things you don't know." Si Chainan quickly interrupted Lu Chanxian's monologue, and the latter stopped talking about this topic after a knowing smile. "Speaking of which, Zhou Yuanming is truly courageous. He knew I had 2 S-rank followers, yet he still dared to make such harsh remarks. I don't know if he was bluffing or just plain stupid." Lu Chanxian was silent for a moment, as if lost in thought. Then, she said seriously, "Don't take it lightly. Zhou Yuanming is known for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If he dares to challenge you, he might have some hidden trick up his sleeve." Hearing this, Si Chainan also realized Zhou Yuanming's abnormality. Does he still want to cheat? Then I don't know. Anyway, it's never a bad thing to be more careful. After saying that, Lu Chanxian glanced at the clock in the venue. "My appointment with someone is almost up, I should go." Knowing that Lu Chanxian had an appointment with someone, Si Chainan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who did you meet?" "Lin Wanner, I made an appointment with her to form a team to compete today. She should be at the venue by now." "Ah?" Si Chainan frowned, his face full of disbelief. "So the suitable candidate you were talking about was Lin Wanner. So I was just being overly sentimental?" Lu Chanxian pretended to look at Si Chainan in surprise, then smiled sweetly. "So you want to team up with me too? I don't mind joining you, but I'm worried someone might get jealous." While speaking, Lu Chanxian glanced at Lilyway and Xingling intentionally or unintentionally, and the implication of her words was extremely obvious. "I'm not, I didn't, please go away." Si Chainan was afraid that some trouble would arise again, so he shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly, wanting to send this little witch, who also wanted to create chaos in the world, away quickly. Well then, I won't steal someone else's love today. Bye. Lu Chanshan giggled, then turned around and jumped away, looking very happy. Chapter 14, Sad Foodie. After watching Lu Chanshan leave, Si Chainan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He really could do nothing about such a little witch. Master, why didn't you let me teach that abominable fellow a lesson just now? Lily Wei asked Si Chainan her questions angrily. Obviously, she still held a grudge against Zhou Yuanming. Looking at the hot-tempered Lilywire, Si Chainan couldn't help but smile bitterly. I know you're standing up for me, but now's not the right time. If you want to teach him a lesson, there are plenty of opportunities. We don't need a little more time. Hearing this, Lilywire grumbled in dissatisfaction, but finally nodded reluctantly. Si Chainan touched Lilywai's head with a wry smile, feeling extremely helpless. This true ancestor has lived for at least a few hundred years, but his temperament is as straightforward as a child, which makes Si Chainan feel both amused and helpless. Si Chainan looked around and saw that nearly 1,000 people had already arrived at the venue. These people were all graduates from various schools. At the same time, the principals of various schools had already taken their seats in the VIP seats, which meant that the graduation competition was about to begin. Shannon. A weak voice came from the side, calling out to Si Chainan, who was looking around. Confused, Si Chainan turned around and saw that it was his good friend Fang Du. The first time he saw Fang Du, Si Chainan frowned subconsciously because he felt he had an illusion this little fat boy seemed to have lost weight. Fang Du was changed from his previous rosy complexion, cheerful heart and plump body. Now he looks like he has experienced a serious illness, with a haggard face and sweat all over his forehead. Seeing Fang Du's look, Si Chainan felt both distressed and confused, and hurried forward to ask what was going on. Brother, what's wrong with you? I haven't seen you for a few days, how come you're like this? Fang Du looked at Si Chainan with a sad face, opened his mouth and was about to say something, but immediately closed his mouth after hearing footsteps behind him. Si Chainan looked behind Fang Du curiously, and saw a muscular orc woman with wheat-colored skin walking towards him. Soon, the orc woman came to Fang Du's side, staring at Si Chainan vigilantly. The orc woman was silent for a moment, then asked Fang Du, Contract Master, is this person your friend? Fang Du looked at Si Chainan for help and nodded. Si Chainan was extremely surprised to learn that the orc woman in front of him was Fang Du's dependent. He didn't expect that Fang Du could actually summon the orc dependent as he wished, but Fang Du didn't look very happy. After Fang Du's confirmation, the orc woman let down her guard, nodded to Si Chainan with a smile on her face, and stretched out her right hand. Hello, my name is Tattoo, and I'm a believer in the primordial totem. Seeing this, Si Chainan hurriedly shook hands with him and greeted him. Nice to meet you. My name is Si Chainan. After hearing Tattoo claim to be a follower of the Honghuang totem, Si Chainan instantly understood what his good brother had experienced. As the most populous race in the world, the orcs, like other races, are divided into numerous factions. However, the difference is that the orcs do not divide their factions based on their living areas or individual characteristics, but rather based on the totems they believe in. Different forces believe in different totems. This belief has nothing to do with one's origin. As long as one believes in the same totem, he or she will be accepted by the force that believes in this totem. Si Chainan remembered that the orcs had more than a dozen different totem beliefs, and the Honghuang totem was one of them. The believers of Honghuang totem respect the strong and are also dedicated to cultivating the strong. These believers of the Honghuang totem believe that no weapon can compare to a body that has been tempered to the extreme. Therefore, they particularly prefer close combat with fists and flesh. As fanatics in the pursuit of physical strength, the believers of the Honghuang totem are almost always trying to find ways to strengthen their bodies. Simply put, they are a group of orcs who are keen on exercise. When a foodie meets an orc family member who loves exercise, the consequences can be imagined. Si Chainan was naturally helpless in this situation and could only mourn for his good brother for 3 seconds in his heart. After a brief self-introduction, Tattoo's eyes immediately fell on Qingling standing beside him, and then he raised his eyebrows, as if he had seen something interesting. Is this dragon your follower? Well, her name is Qingling, what's wrong? I've long heard that the dragon clan is incredibly powerful, but unfortunately, I've never fought against one before. I wonder if this dragon clan member is willing to accept my challenge. Tattoo looked at Qingling with high morale and issued a challenge. Qingling did not respond immediately, but turned to look at Si Chainan, the contractor, to seek his opinion. Si Chainan saw the resistance in Qingling's eyes, but this resistance was not directed at Tattoo. Instead, Qingling seemed to be resisting the challenge itself. Although he didn't know the specific reason, Si Chainan didn't want to make Qingling feel embarrassed. Of course, no problem, but someone just challenged me, so you may not have a chance. Ha ha ha, it's okay. Just hearing your words is enough. It's not too late to spar with others another day. Tattoo understood the principle of first come first served and did not feel disappointed or dissatisfied because of this. At this moment, Fang Du suddenly came over. Could it be that what I said was right? Did Zhou Yuanming really come to cause trouble for you? Si Chainan shrugged disapprovingly and said with a smile, that's right. I just chased him away a few minutes ago, and he even made some harsh remarks before leaving. Fang Du glanced at Lilawire and Chengling, then chuckled and said, looks like this guy is going to be in trouble. Suddenly, the originally noisy conference hall became quiet. Si Chainan subconsciously turned his head and saw that it was Principal Wang Yuan who walked up to the podium with a microphone. Dear guests, as the host of this year's graduation competition, I, Wang, sincerely welcome all of you. After a long and boring half an hour, Principal Wang Yuan's speech finally came to an end. Next is the highly anticipated competition. Students interested in participating are welcome to register. The teachers will then arrange the order of appearances. As soon as the words fell, the venue instantly became lively. Li Ergo from number 3 middle school, come and die. Zhang Mang, come here quickly and get beaten up before you dare to steal my girlfriend. Ha, who wants to taste the power of my number 4 middle school tyrant Mountain Tiger? Paid proxy play. Paid proxy play. Bosses in need are welcome to place an order. For a moment, all kinds of shouting filled the entire venue, and Wang Yuan and other principals looked at the scene with wry smiles. Brother, did you see the old man next to Principal Wang? After hearing Fang Du's words, Si Chainan glanced towards the VIP seats. Sure enough, there was a very unfamiliar old man sitting next to Wang Yuan, and he was looking at the students in the venue with an expressionless face. Does this man have anything to say? He was sent by Tianwan Provincial Academy. This is the first time in all these years that a provincial academy has sent a specialist to our Changuan city to scout for graduates. I think it's because of you. Alas, there's nothing I can do about it. That's what reputation means. Tianwan Provincial Academy is one of the academies with the strongest faculty in the entire Jiuhua Kingdom. It advocates the teaching philosophy of better to have no one than to have unqualified ones and never recruits students with mediocre talents. Therefore, all graduates from Tianwan Provincial Academy are nationally famous figures. Even though the admission threshold of Tianwan Provincial Academy is the lowest, only accepting students with B-level dependents, the competition is still very fierce. Over the years, only less than 10 high school graduates from each class in Changuan City were admitted to Tianwan Provincial University. Oh, I really envy you, brother. Fang Du patted Si Chainan on the shoulder and sighed, contracting 2S level followers at the same time. I'm afraid even if you don't want to go, the Provincial Academy will come to you and beg you to study there. Hearing this, Si Chainan just chuckled and didn't say much. Chapter 15, Patting the Head to Kill, the effect is outstanding. It would be great if I could summon an A-rank follower, but unfortunately Tattoo is only a C-rank follower. Just as Fang Du was expressing his feelings to Si Chainan, the little fat boy was suddenly lifted up from behind. Tattoo was seen lifting Fang Du, who weighed more than 200 pounds, with just one hand without even breathing, simply and roughly demonstrating the physical strength of the believers of the Hongguang totem. Let's go find someone to fight. After that, Tattoo enthusiastically took Fang Du to the registration office, and ignored Fang Du's pleas. Looking at Fang Du who had no say at all, Si Chainan could only observe 3 seconds of silence in his heart for his good brother again. At this moment, the first competition has begun, which also means the official start of the graduation competition. The opponents in the first match were 2 students who had contracted C-level followers. Although their strength was mediocre, it did not affect the atmosphere on the scene. More than a dozen large screens broadcast the situation on the field in real time from all angles, so that the audience will not miss any exciting moments. In this way, the atmosphere inside and outside the venue was completely ignited, and the entire Changuan No. 1 middle school was immersed in deafening shouts. Although the battle between a group of fledgling students was not exciting, Qingling kept his eyes fixed on everything on the field. Si Chainan was also very surprised by this. Qingling had clearly shown resistance to this kind of thing before, but now she seemed interested in it, which really made Si Chainan confused. Unlike Qingling, who focused all her attention on the competition field, Lilawire showed no interest in these competitions. Instead, she snuggled up to Si Chainan very intimately, making Si Chainan feel a little uncomfortable. If Si Chanan's first impression of Lilywire was that she was a little wild cat who did her own thing and had unpredictable ideas, then now this little wild cat has shown an extremely clingy personality after being tamed. Si Chanan could only be thankful that Lu Chanxian was not here at the moment, otherwise there would definitely be another round of teasing and pranks. Soon, several mediocre matches were played on the field, but the audience's enthusiasm showed no signs of waning, and instead showed a trend of continuing to rise. The entire graduation competition was supposed to last 2 hours, but only half an hour had passed and it was far from over. Bored Si Chanan wanted to find a chair to sit down, but found that all the chairs in the venue had already been taken by others. Next is the 9th match. Zhou Yuanming from Changuan No. 2 Middle School challenges Si Chanan from Changuan No. 1 Middle School. Both competitors, please enter the arena immediately. As soon as this news came out, the venue was instantly ignited, and countless eyes looked at Si Chanan, who was still preparing to find a place to rest. TSK, you really dared to cause trouble. Si Chanan sighed helplessly, and his rest plan was thus ruined. When Lilywei heard that it was Zhou Yuanming who proposed the challenge, she immediately became interested and quickly volunteered to Si Chanan. Master, let's go and teach that blind fellow a lesson. Hearing this, Si Chanan shook his head without even thinking. No, Qingling and I will go on stage this time, you stay here. Lilywei and Qingling were both very surprised to hear Si Chanan's decision. Lilywire even came directly in front of Si Chanan, with an incomprehensible expression on her pretty face. Why? To deal with this kind of bastard, you don't need both of you to go out on the field, Si Chanan explained casually, then looked at Qingling. How about it, are you okay? Qingling hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. I'm fine. Then why don't you let them play? Lilywire continued to ask questions, and it was obvious that Si Chanan could not get away with just a few words. In fact, Si Chanan was worried that Lilywei would really kill Zhou Yuanming in anger, and then things would get out of hand, so he chose Qingling, who had a more stable personality. You've been fighting for several days straight on an empty stomach. I want you to take a break, so just watch from here. No, I'm going to go. At worst, I can just ask you to replenish my magic power tonight. As she spoke, Lilyware's cheeks turned red, but her eyes always maintained a determined look of going. Seeing that normal means of communication didn't work, Si Chanan could only use his ultimate move, patting the head, to kill. After what happened today, Si Chanan discovered that the head patting trick was very effective on Lilywire. Although it was not a panacea, it could at least soothe her for a while. Be good, I'll be back soon. Qingling and I will definitely teach that guy a lesson for you. Si Chanan soothed her with kind words while gently stroking Lilywire's head. Just as Si Chanan expected, the dissatisfaction on Lilywire's face gradually turned into grievance, and she made a low grunt like an animal cub. Contract master, it's time for us to go on stage. After hearing Qingling's reminder, Si Chanan found that Zhou Yuanming was already standing on the field, staring at him with hostility. Okay, let's go first. Si Chanan waved his hand and said goodbye to Lilywire in a coaxing tone, then he and Qingling walked towards the arena under the gaze of everyone. As Si Chanan and Qingling came on stage, cheers broke out again, followed by a flurry of discussion. Does anyone know how these two got together? Perhaps Zhou Yuanming wants to prove that his followers are no less capable than S-rank followers. However, Si Chanan only brought one dependent with him. It's clear that he looks down on Zhou Yuanming. Is this the ease of a strong man? You know nothing. They became enemies because of a fight over a woman. Fighting for a woman? Which woman? Lu Chanxian, the school beauty of No. 1 Middle School. Hearing you say that, I do remember that Zhou Yuanming confessed his feelings to Lu Chanxian before, but it seems he was rejected. That's right. Lu Chanxian can't decide between Zhou Yuanming and Si Chanan, so let them fight to see who is more powerful. So they're holding a martial arts competition to find a bride. Oh, that makes me want to go out and participate. Forget it. With your strength, you can only go up and give them some water and wipe their sweat. Hearing the discussions around him becoming more and more outrageous, Si Chanan's face was filled with black lines, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. The dedicated referee ignored the chaotic discussions and, seeing that both sides were in position, he patiently emphasized the rules of the competition once again. Friendship comes first, competition comes second. You must know when to stop. If either party surrenders, the other party must stop immediately, otherwise they will be declared the loser. Si Chanan and Zhou Yuanming nodded at the same time, but the hostility in Zhou Yuanming's eyes increased instead of decreasing. On your marks, 3, 2, 1, go. Following the referee's command, Zhou Yuanming, with high fighting spirit, was the first to respond. Li Yi, you deal with his followers, I will meet him in person. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the Dark Elf followers immediately drew out their pair of daggers and rushed straight towards Qingling. Seeing this, Si Chainan also nodded to Qingling. I'll leave this Dark Elf to you. Qingling didn't say a word and just drew his sword and went forward to meet the enemy. Amid the sound of swords and daggers clashing, Zhou Yuanming rushed towards Si Chainan, and at the same time he also showed a pair of daggers shining with cold light. Since the contractors and their followers share skills and talents, Zhou Yuanming's fighting style naturally tends to be that of an assassin, just like his followers. Take action. Let's settle our feud here today. Seeing Zhou Yuanming's high spirits, Si Chainan remained extremely calm. Take action? I don't need to take action myself to deal with a wretch like you. Blood curse, Ghost Shadow. Two blood-red shadow clones suddenly appeared out of thin air beside Si Chainan. Seeing these two clones that looked exactly like Si Chainan, Zhou Yuanming immediately became alert and stopped involuntarily. Si Chainan crossed his arms across his chest, glanced at Zhou Yuanming who suddenly stopped moving, then turned around and gave orders to his clone. Go ahead, beat him until he kneels down and begs for mercy. Chapter 16, Cheating if you can't win? Go ahead, beat him until he kneels down and begs for mercy. Although Si Chainan could drive his clones to carry out his ideas with just his thoughts, he still deliberately gave orders, the real purpose of which was to maximize the deterrent effect. The two clones who received the order immediately responded and attacked Zhou Yuanming from the left and right sides. Just as Si Chainan expected, Zhou Yuanming's face suddenly changed when he saw the two clones rushing towards him at the same time. Then he retreated quickly without hesitation, trying to keep as much distance as possible from these clones. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. The sword-lightened sickle blade tore through the air easily, and in the blink of an eye they were only inches away from Zhou Yuanming. The white and red light instantly illuminated the face filled with fear. Shadow Curtain. Seeing that his life was about to be in danger, the dagger in Zhou Yuanming's hand suddenly emitted a purple-black light. Then, he held the dagger and slashed it quickly in front of himself. The space in front of him was instantly cracked. Then, some dark energy quickly gushed out from the crack, plunging the entire arena into darkness. Seeing the stadium suddenly shrouded in a thick black fog, the spectators immediately let out a wail. However, this wailing did not last long. The director reacted quickly and switched the camera mode, so that the situation in the stadium was redisplayed on the screen in the form of thermal imaging. At this moment, Si Chainan, who was suddenly plunged into darkness, had to cheer up. For Zhou Yuanming, whose skills and abilities lean towards assassins, this pitch-black environment is undoubtedly the most suitable battle stage. Si Chainan, who had lost his vision, could no longer drive his clones to attack the missing Zhou Yuanming, so he summoned both clones back to his side to prevent sneak attacks from Zhou Yuanming. Through the spiritual connection between the contractor and his followers, Si Chainan discovered that Qingling also chose the strategy of not moving unless the enemy moves. In order to stay as focused as possible, Si Chainan closed his eyes and began to listen carefully to every movement around him, his own breathing, Qingling's breathing, and other than that, there was no other sound. Although he was surrounded by enthusiastic audiences, Si Chainan did not hear any sound from them. Such an abnormal phenomenon made Si Chainan immediately realize that this skill was not simply to block vision, but a field skill. The so-called domain skill is to create an independent area with special rules, thus completely isolating it from the outside world. Even in this world where games and reality are combined, domain skills are a very difficult skill to master. Most contractors and followers have to reach a high level before they can master domain skills. Zhou Yuanming, who has not yet reached level 10, has successfully released his domain skills. This shows that the strength of a level follower should not be underestimated. Although Si Chainan was somewhat surprised that Zhou Yuanming possessed domain skills, he became more and more calm. There are two reasons. First, Zhou Yuanming's level is too low, and he cannot fully exert the power of his domain skills. Second, domain skills consume a lot of magic power. Zhou Yuanming does not have a plugin like infinite magic power, so he naturally cannot maintain his domain skills for a long time. Therefore, Si Chainan concluded that this area would collapse on its own in a short time, and Zhou Yuanming would certainly be eager to launch an attack before that. Once affected by anxious emotions, Zhou Yuanming would be more likely to reveal flaws. In this way, time passed by minute, and Si Chainan still stood there motionless, with no intention of moving at all. Because he knew very well that at this moment there were people who were more anxious than him. Call out. Suddenly, Si Chainan keenly heard an unusual slight noise coming from behind him. Because the clones in the original body had a 100% synchronized reaction, one of the clones rushed behind Si Chainan at the first moment and used his body to build a defense for Si Chainan. Puff! Along with the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh, Si Chainan sensed that his clone was hit by something. At the same time, the clone instinctively counterattacked the moment it was hit, and directly punched the attacker who had no time to dodge. Well! The attacker immediately let out a muffled groan, followed by the crisp sound of a dagger falling to the ground. In an instant, the surrounding darkness quickly dissipated, and the lights from the dome of the venue fell onto the field again. At this moment, Zhou Yuanming was standing about 10 meters behind Si Chainan with his hands covering his chest. Only one of the two daggers was left, and the other dagger was left at Si Chainan's feet. On the other side, Qingling repelled Li Yi, who was about to launch a sneak attack as soon as his vision became clear. In a head-on confrontation, Li Yi, who was positioned as an assassin, was naturally no match for Qingling. He was instantly suppressed by Qingling's powerful offensive and was forced to retreat step by step. He didn't even have the chance to release his skills. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuanming's expression instantly became extremely ugly. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, show them off. Si Chainan deliberately yawned. If you're done performing, just surrender. These words undoubtedly completely angered Zhou Yuanming, and murderous intent immediately appeared in his eyes. Seeing that Zhou Yuanming was still unwilling to surrender, Si Chainan was too lazy to continue persuading him. Since you refuse to admit defeat, I will fight you until you admit defeat. As soon as the words fell, the two clones responded and rushed straight towards Zhou Yuanming. At this moment, the audience could see that Zhou Yuanming was at the end of his rope. Any resistance would be in vain. Even the referee was ready to take action to forcibly end the competition. Just when everyone thought that Si Chainan would be the winner of this competition, something unexpected happened on the field. Suddenly, countless brilliant arcs of electricity emerged from Zhou Yuanming's body. Then, these arcs flew out of his body and condensed into a human-shaped energy body surrounded by lightning in front of Zhou Yuanming. Seeing this energy body, everyone present was suddenly in an uproar, and Si Chainan couldn't help but be stunned. How could an assassin summon an energy body? This was the question that arose in everyone's mind. Although there are indeed a few assassin skills related to summoning, skills like summoning pure energy bodies can only be mastered by mages who are proficient in elemental power. Kill them! Zhou Yuanming ignored the doubts from the audience around him and shouted orders to the energy body. Accompanied by rumbling thunder coming from within the body, the huge energy body rushed towards Si Chainan's two clones like a mad bear. Faced with this energy body that was nearly 2 meters tall, the two clones used their skills to attack at the same time. However, the sword light and sickle blade that were originally enough to kill a level 5 giant monster in seconds only cut a few shallow gaps on the energy body. These painless attacks were completely unable to stop the energy body's pace. In the blink of an eye, the energy body covered in lightning rushed in front of the two clones. Boom! The energy body raised its strong arms and swept across, hitting the two clones at the same time. The brilliant thunder exploded instantly, crushing the two clones into scattered magic power. At the same time, Si Chainan sensed that the spiritual connection between himself and his clone was completely severed, which meant that this energy body had eliminated his clone with just one blow. An energy body of this power cannot be summoned by a contractor who is not even at level 10, and Zhou Yuanming's magic power cannot even maintain a field skill for a long time, let alone have extra magic power to summon an energy body of this strength. There must be something hidden. Considering what Lu Chanxian had said before, Si Chainan could almost conclude that this energy body was summoned by Zhou Yuanming using some cheating means. Damn it, if you can't win, just cheat? Si Chainan was extremely angry and annoyed, regretting that he had not taken care of Zhou Yuanming with a quick, accurate and ruthless blow, otherwise he would not have had the opportunity to cheat. At this time, after easily dealing with the clone, the energy body's attack target naturally changed to Si Chainan. This was also the order given by Zhou Yuanming. Chapter 17, Cheating? Cheating is useless. Although this energy body had no specific facial features and only had a human appearance, Si Chainan could feel a strong and hostile gaze locking onto him. The energy body roared like thunder, and then strode towards Si Chainan. Seeing this situation, Si Chainan knew that it was useless to escape. After all, the arena was too small and there was no way to escape. Si Chainan planned to try his best to defeat this energy body, but the speed of this energy body was much faster than Si Chainan expected. Before Si Chainan could prepare himself, the energy body had already rushed in front of him and raised its arms without saying a word, as if to hit Si Chainan. At this moment, Changuan suddenly rushed over and stood in front of Si Chainan. The dragon girl quickly raised her sword with both hands and made a blocking gesture. At the same time, the arms of the energy body suddenly fell down. Boom! Even with Qingling blocking in front, the powerful lightning that burst out in an instant still filled Si Chanan's vision with a sea of white. Well! Only a muffled groan was heard, and the powerful impact knocked Qingling back on the spot, and then hit Si Chanan behind him. The two were knocked to the ground and rolled on the ground for several times before stopping. Qingling immediately turned over and stood up, and then helped Si Chanan, who had not yet recovered. Contract Master, this energy body doesn't look right. It doesn't look like it was summoned by a level 1 skill. Hearing this, Si Chanan couldn't help but be shocked, and then countless questions emerged in his mind. The skill level is linked to the level of the skill owner. For every 10 levels the skill owner gains, the skill level will increase by 1 level. Therefore, it is impossible for someone like Zhou Yuanming, who is not even at level 10, to use level 2 skills. At the same time, the referee presiding over the competition also found that the strength of this energy body was too exaggerated, so he immediately walked to the VIP seats to seek the opinion of the host, Principal Wang Yuan. Principal Wang, there's something fishy about the energy entity summoned by this level 3 student. Its strength is comparable to that of a level 2 summon. I'm afraid they're using some cheating methods. Should we call off the competition immediately? Including Wang Yuan, all the distinguished guests present were not blind and could naturally see that Zhou Yuanming was suspected of cheating. Just as Wang Yuan was about to nod in agreement, the old man next to him suddenly spoke. Principal Wang, please wait a moment. I want to see how the student named Si Chanan will handle this situation. When Wang Yuan heard the old man's words, he was stunned at first, then he quickly smiled and nodded repeatedly. Since Professor Zhao Fan has said so, let's just wait and see. Wang Yuan has been the principal of Changchuan No. 1 Middle School for more than 10 years. During these years, Tianwang Provincial University has never sent a professor to Changchuan City to inspect the graduation competition like this year. Wang Yuan knew very well that the reason why Tianwang Provincial Academy made an exception this year was because of the student Si Chanan. Now that Zhao Fan proposed to see Si Chanan's performance, Wang Yuan naturally had no reason to refuse. At this moment, the balance of victory has tilted towards Zhou Yuanming. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Qingling raised his sword and slashed at the energy body. The powerful white sword light poured down on the energy body like a waterfall. When the white sword light dissipated, a huge gap was cut on the energy body's shoulder extending to the abdomen. However, as the lightning surged, the gap was quickly repaired. Obviously, unlike living creatures with flesh and blood, this summoned creature formed from pure energy will not feel any pain, and can recover quickly even if injured. Seeing the scene, Qingling's face became extremely solemn, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. At the same time, Si Chanan was dealing with Zhou Yuanming's Dark Elf followers. Although Lia's combat proficiency is better than her contractor Zhou Yuanming, she is still no match for Si Chanan due to her level limitation and can only barely restrain Si Chanan. Li Yi was almost certain that Qingling was no match for the energy body. Therefore, as long as he could delay Si Chanan as much as possible, Qingling would be defeated in no time. By then, Si Chanan, who was alone, would no longer have any chance of winning. Si Chanan naturally knew what Li Yi was planning, and there was no way he would let Zhou Yuanming get what he wanted. Blood Curse, Ghostly Shadow. Stop her. Si Chanan summoned his clones again and ordered 2 clones to hold back Li Yi, who was still pestering him. Just at this moment, Qingling was once again repelled by the energy body. Now, the light armor worn by Qingling was covered with cracks and dents. In addition, due to multiple direct attacks from energy bodies, Qingling's hands had begun to tremble slightly uncontrollably. Leave it to me from now on. Si Chanan came to Qingling's side and took the sword from Qingling's slightly trembling hand. Seeing that Si Chanan wanted to deal with the energy body alone, Qingling immediately panicked and rushed forward to snatch his weapon back, but was rejected by Si Chanan. Don't worry. I'm not acting rashly. I want him to know that in the face of absolute strength, despicable tactics like cheating are meaningless. After saying that, Si Chanan walked towards the energy body not far away with firm steps. Seeing that Si Chanan planned to fight the energy body head-on alone, the audience suddenly fell silent, staring at Si Chanan, who was walking slowly forward. Even Zhou Yuanming couldn't help but squint his eyes. He had no idea what Si Chanan's purpose was. In his opinion, challenging this energy body alone was undoubtedly courting death. Si Chanan completely ignored the doubtful looks and discussions, and just silently tightened the hilt of the sword in his hand. Under the gazes of everyone, a thin layer of blood-red mist suddenly emerged from the surface of Si Chenan's body. This was a symbol of using the ability of blood limit breaking, which could increase the power of the user's next skill 5 times. The knowledgeable Zhao Fan recognized the nature of the blood mist at a glance, and then couldn't help but smile slightly. Using blood magic to temporarily unleash one's potential, interesting. Seeing Si Chenan using some unknown ability, Zhou Yuanming immediately became alert, so he immediately drove his energy body to attack Si Chenan first. The energy body roared and rushed towards Si Chenan, with unprecedented brilliant lightning emerging from its body, as if it was going to attack with all its strength. At this moment, Si Chenan's pupils changed from the original black to a shocking blood red. Under this blood red, it seemed that some dangerous power was ready to be unleashed. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Countless pure white sword beams intertwined with the blood mist, transforming into a red and white energy torrent rushing towards the energy body. Boom! With a loud noise like waves crashing against the shore, the fierce energy body collided with the red and white energy torrent. In an instant, the huge energy body was completely swallowed up by the energy torrent. At first, everyone present could see brilliant lightning flashing from time to time in the energy torrent. However, not long after, the lightning that symbolized resistance disappeared, and was replaced by the dissipated magic power of the lightning element. This situation only occurs when summoned creatures such as energy bodies disappear. Therefore, the source of these lightning elemental magic powers is now naturally obvious. As he released this more powerful version of the Dragon Shadow Sky Slash, the long sword in Si Chenan's hand shattered into pieces due to the excessive magic power it endured. The next second, the entire venue was suddenly filled with thunderous cheers, which even startled the principals sitting in the VIP seats. At this moment, Zhou Yuanming looked as pale as death, with only fear in his wide-open eyes. Si Chenan ignored the thunderous cheers and looked coldly at Zhou Yuanming, who had lost all desire to fight. "Do you want to continue?" As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Yuanming was frightened and retreated repeatedly until he reached the edge of the arena. At this time, a figure fell from the sky and landed between the two of them. It was Zhao Fan. "I think you've proven your strength. This competition can end here." Chapter 18 Qualification for Exemption from Examination. "I think you've proven your strength. This competition can end here." Although Zhao Fan, who is over 60 years old, has white hair and gray face, his posture is still as straight and upright as a strong pine tree. His aura alone is enough to make everyone present quiet down instantly. Seeing that someone finally called a halt to the competition, Si Chenan was still in a very bad mood. He wondered what these principals and referees had been doing all along, choosing to ignore such obvious cheating. However, he had no idea that all this was arranged by Zhao Fan in front of him. Zhao Fan stared at Si Chenan for a while without saying a word, then he seemed to see through Si Chenan's dissatisfaction, and a slightly helpless smile appeared on his face. At this time, Principal Wang Yuan also hurried to Zhao Fan's side. Since Zhao Fan personally came out to stop the competition, it was naturally impossible for him, as the host, to continue to sit in the VIP seats and watch the show with peace of mind. "Mr. Zhao, what do you think of this student?" Now that the competition is over, Wang Yuan can't wait to ask Zhao Fan what he thinks of Si Chenan. It's not surprising that someone who has contracted 2S level followers has such strength. With a little training, they will definitely achieve great things in the future. Zhao Fan's words were almost as if he was going to admit Si Chenan, and Wang Yuan was immediately overjoyed. After hearing the conversation between Zhao Fan and Wang Yuan, Si Chenan realized belatedly that the referee's failure to stop the competition was deliberately arranged by this big shot from Tianwan Provincial Academy in order to test his own strength. When Si Chenan learned this fact, he also felt extremely fortunate, because fortunately this competition had regional restrictions. Otherwise, when Zhou Yuanming summoned the energy body, he would have chosen the best strategy of retreat instead of confronting him head-on. As the saying goes, if you can't win, run away, and staying alive is the only way to go. On the other side, Zhou Yuanming had recovered from his panic, and the expression on his face became extremely complicated. At the same time, Zhao Fan's gaze also fell on him. Unlike the admiring look he gave Si Chenan before, this look that fell on Zhou Yuanming was extremely cold and fierce, making Zhou Yuanming dare not even breathe. Zhao Fan raised his hand with a serious expression, and a round object the size of a palm suddenly flew out of Zhou Yuanming's pocket and finally fell into Zhao Fan's hand. Everyone present took a closer look and found that it was a round and transparent crystal ball, and there was still some magical power in it that was shining with brilliant lightning. When Wang Yuan saw the crystal ball, who was smiling happily a second ago, was stunned for a moment, and then his face quickly turned gloomy. Si Chenan recognized at a glance that this was a prop called an energy storage ball. The energy ball can store skills for a short period of time and then release them at the right time. The biggest function of this item is that it allows low-level people to easily perform skills that can only be mastered by high-level people. As long as the energy ball is used at the right time, it is not difficult to defeat opponents of similar levels instantly, but the energy ball also has many shortcomings and limitations. In addition to its high price and short shelf life, the biggest limitation of the energy storage ball is the level of the user it requires. For example, if you want to use an energy storage ball that stores a level 2 skill, the user must at least reach the level of mastering the level 1 skill. An energy storage ball with a level 3 skill requires the user to master at least the level 2 skill, that is, the level must reach level 10 or above, and so on. Given the various shortcomings and limitations, few ordinary people would buy the energy storage ball. Changuan remembered that Zhou Yuanming came from a wealthy family, so it was not surprising that he could afford the energy storage ball, but he did not expect that this guy would actually use the energy storage ball to cheat. Seeing Zhou Yuanming cheating by using the energy storage ball, the audience immediately booed, and some even cursed viciously. In an instant, Zhou Yuanming's image among the crowd collapsed. Zhao Fan handed the energy storage ball in his hand to Wang Yuan, who was now ashamed, and then looked at Zhou Yuanming, who was ashamed again. You were able to summon an A-rank follower, which shows that you have considerable talent. However, being overly competitive is not a good thing, let alone cheating just to win. I hope you learned your lesson today. Yes, I understand. Zhou Yuanming nodded slowly, no longer showing his previous arrogant attitude. Amidst the laughter and insults of the crowd, Zhou Yuanming, covered in dust and dirt, quietly withdrew from the competition. As the loser left the stage, everyone's attention returned to the winner, and Zhao Fan also looked at Changuan again. At this point, I won't hide it anymore. I came here to confirm whether you are qualified to enroll in our Tianwang Provincial Academy, and your performance has indeed met my expectations. As Zhao Fan spoke, he handed an envelope to Changuan. The envelope was snow white and of ordinary shape, but the pattern of a dragon head was printed on the wax that was hard to ignore. Seeing the dragon head pattern, Wang Yuan's eyes widened and he even trembled with excitement. There are 9 highest institutions of learning in the entire Zhouhua Kingdom, and Tianwang Provincial Institute is one of them. Only the principals of the highest institutions of learning are qualified to use the dragon head seal. Therefore, this means that this letter came from the principal of Tianwang Provincial Institute. This is our admission letter from Tianwang Provincial Academy. You can take it with you to officially enroll in school in a month. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue was instantly in an uproar, and everyone started talking about it. I've learned a lot today. There's actually a way to send an acceptance letter directly? TSK, they don't even need an entrance exam. Are they worried he won't pass and end up losing talent? Don't be jealous. If you summon 2S level followers, you will also receive this kind of treatment. Some people are still worried about how to pass the exam, while others are already waiting to get their bags ready for school. I'm so envious. Looking at the acceptance letter in his hand, Changuan felt a little amused. Although Changuan knew that the other party came for him, he did not expect that the other party's invitation was so simple and crude. Without any unnecessary polite words, he directly handed the acceptance letter to him, leaving him no chance to refuse. Thank you, old sir. I'll take it. Out of basic courtesy, Changuan bowed respectfully to Zhao Fan, and then carefully put away the acceptance letter. Zhao Fan nodded with satisfaction and said, "There's still a month until the official enrollment. I think it's best for you to reach level 10 or above within a month. That way, you won't have to suffer as much after school starts." Although Changuan didn't know where this so-called hardship came from, he still responded politely. Just like that, amidst envious or jealous gazes from all directions, Changuan walked off the field in great glory, and then the competition continued. As soon as Changuan walked off the field, he saw Lilywire running towards him with a smile on her face, and finally jumped directly on him. Although Lilywire has a light build, she almost knocked Changuan to the ground by rushing towards him. Fortunately, Cheng Ling, who was following behind him, was quick to support Changuan, so that Changuan did not embarrass himself in front of everyone. "Master, you were so awesome just now. I knew you would win." As Lilywire spoke, she rubbed her cheek against Changuan's arms, like a kitten that hadn't seen its owner for many days. Lilywire's intimate behavior made Changuan feel that the gazes around him became particularly sharp, and there were even bursts of meaningless sneers from the crowd. "Ahem, alright, let's stop interfering with other people's competitions here, let's go." Aha! Lilywire was very obedient this time. She immediately left Changuan's arms with a satisfied smile on her face. However, Lilywire immediately continued to hold Si Chunan's arm and snuggled up to her owner. Seeing this, Si Chang'an couldn't help but feel helpless and shy, but he could only take his two relatives and quickly escape from those increasingly unsettling gazes. Chapter 19, Questioning and Teasing. With the graduation certificate and adventure certificate in hand, the 3-year high school career officially came to an end. To celebrate their successful graduation, Si Chang'an, Fang Du, and Lu Chanqian had a dinner together after a long absence, and the three of them told each other about their future plans. As one of the only 3 contractors who summoned A-level followers this time, Lu Chanqian's target was naturally Tianwan Provincial Academy. Tianwan Provincial Academy will begin recruiting students in 2 weeks. All applicants will then have to face a half-month assessment. Only those who successfully pass all the assessments will be eligible for admission. Lu Chanqian's current level is 3. She plans to upgrade as much as possible within 2 weeks, so that she can increase her pass rate in the assessment. Si Chunan's good brother Fang Du, although his talent is far inferior to Si Chang'an and Lu Chanqian, but C-level dependents can be regarded as the upper middle level among many graduates. As long as they are not participating in the assessment of the highest institution of learning, C-level dependents are still quite competitive. Therefore, Fang Du planned to stay in Changuan City and take the entrance examination for the local institution. As for Si Chang'an, who had already received the acceptance letter, he didn't need to worry about the exam at all, but he also didn't plan to waste this month doing nothing. Si Chang'an was very concerned about Zhao Fan's reminder, so he decided to do the same as Lu Chanqian and try to reach a higher level within a month. When Si Chang'an returned home after the dinner, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as he returned home, Si Chang'an felt the fatigue accumulated throughout the day suddenly burst out, causing him to yawn involuntarily. Although he has the ability of infinite magic power, physical fatigue is still unavoidable, especially since Si Chang'an stood for several hours in the conference hall with no chairs available, coupled with a fierce battle. I plan to go to the Adventure Guild tomorrow to see if I can apply for the qualification to go out for training. If the application is successful, we can leave the city tomorrow, so you should get a good rest tonight. Si Chang'an told Lilywei and Xingling, who had returned with him, about his plans for tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Lilywire came over with a dissatisfied look on her face. Seeing Lilywei's expression, Si Chang'an instantly guessed what was going to happen next. Before Si Chang'an could speak to stop her, Lilywire's question had already come out of her mouth. I still want to sleep with you like we did last night, okay? Such simple and crude words almost made Si Chang'an choke to death on his own saliva. Even Xingling beside him frowned involuntarily, revealing an extremely complicated expression. Si Chang'an finally stopped coughing violently, then shook his head repeatedly. No, sleep well tonight and don't think about these things. And don't say such things in the future, especially in front of outsiders. The contract master is right. I hope you, Weir, will be more careful with your words in the future to avoid causing any negative consequences. Hearing Xingling's words, Lilywei's eyes immediately fell on her, and then a playful smile appeared on her face. Are you jealous? Hearing this, Xingling's cheek suddenly flushed with embarrassment, but she still responded firmly, I didn't. In Si Chenan's impression, Xingling almost never had obvious emotional fluctuations, so Xingling's reaction now was simply the word duplicitous written on his face. This kind of behavior of trying to cover up one's own faults naturally could not be hidden from Lilyville, so the smile on the face of the vampire princess suddenly became more playful. I'm telling you, don't feel embarrassed. The owner is very powerful. Last night he was ugh. Before Lilywire could finish her words, Si Chenan quickly and roughly covered her mouth. Just shut up. Please. Lilywire, who refused to give in easily, struggled desperately and soon succeeded in breaking free from Si Chenan's control. I'm doing this for her own good. This is also a way to become stronger. Lilywire's righteous words stunned Si Chenan for a moment. In fact, for followers, the contractor has more than just the function of providing magic power. Since there is a spiritual connection between the contractor and his followers, the higher the degree of understanding between the two parties, the more obvious the positive impact of the contract will be. The most intuitive manifestation is that the strength of the followers will be enhanced. The so-called tacit understanding can be improved by fighting side by side and getting along with each other in daily life. In addition, there are other special methods, including the method mentioned by Lilith. After 3 years of basic theoretical study, Si Chenan naturally knew this method to improve tacit understanding. However, not all contractors and their followers like to use this method to improve their understanding, so Si Chenan never took the initiative to mention this matter to his followers. Just when Si Chenan didn't know how to end this topic, Lilywei suddenly stopped smiling and stared at Qingling. If you're not strong enough, what would you do if you were to encounter a situation like today again? Lilywire's tone suddenly changed, becoming more questioning. Or did you not even use half of your strength today? Do you know that the owner might be injured by this? What on earth are you thinking? At the end, Lilywei's tone became as if she was questioning Qingling, and the angry expression on her face did not seem to be fake. Upon hearing this, Qingling's face suddenly darkened, but he did not respond. At the same time, a look of guilt involuntarily appeared in his eyes. This sudden change in the atmosphere made Si Chainan feel a little overwhelmed. He didn't know why Lilywei was suddenly angry, but from Qingling's reaction, it could be seen that she knew the reason why Lilywei was angry. Si Chainan realized that he was now the only one who didn't know what was going on. What's going on? Neither Lilywire nor Qingling answered this question. For a moment, the room fell into deathly silence. The silence lasted for nearly a minute before Qingling took the lead in breaking the deadlock. I don't know what you're talking about. After leaving these simple words, Qingling walked straight to the backyard with an expressionless face. Seeing this, Si Chainan wanted to step forward and ask more questions, but was stopped by Lilywei. Master, don't worry about her. She will come to you when she figures it out. Si Chainan looked at Lilywire with a puzzled look, wanting to get answers to his doubts from her. What did you mean when you said Qingling didn't use his full strength? Lilywire changed her previous angry expression and a sweet smile reappeared on her face. That's what it means literally, of course. Hearing this answer, which was almost nonsense, Si Chainan couldn't help but frown and his tone became a little heavier. Tell me clearly, what exactly did you mean by those words just now? Master, please don't be so mean to me. Lilywire said in a tone of feigned indignation. Anyway, she did retain her strength in today's competition, otherwise you wouldn't have needed to intervene personally. As for the reason, you'll have to wait for her to tell you in person. Upon hearing this, Si Chainan was stunned at first, and then his doubts grew. Are you sure Qingling didn't use her full strength? Of course, don't forget that I'm very sensitive to magic, Lilywire explained proudly. During today's competition, I sensed that only half of Qingling's magic power was dormant, which means she's retained at least half of her strength. Si Chainan knew how sharp Lilywire's magical perception was, so he began to doubt Qingling's behavior of retaining her strength. Seeing that Si Chainan didn't say anything, Lilywei mistakenly thought that Si Chainan still didn't trust her, so she gave a wicked smile and then leaned close to Si Chainan's ear. If you, master, don't trust my judgment, then I'll tell you something else. For example, just now, when I said I wanted to sleep with you, the magic power in your body became noticeably agitated. Now you should trust my judgment, right? Si Chainan suddenly felt his cheeks getting hot and he subconsciously took a step back. What followed was a light laugh from Lilywire, which was full of amusement and pride. Chapter 20 Dragon Night. In the quiet bedroom, the bedside lamp provides the only light source. Si Chainan leaned against the head of the bed, flipping through the adventure manual that was distributed along with the adventure certificate. No matter how fast or slow he turned the pages of the book, Si Chainan's eyes always stayed on the same place, because his mind was not on this manual at all. In fact, Si Chainan had planned to go to bed and rest half an hour ago, but he was still troubled by the doubts in his heart. After tossing and turning for a while, Si Chainan climbed out of bed again and began to flip through the manual aimlessly for half an hour. Si Chainan has been thinking about why Qingling chose to retain his strength during the competition. In Si Chainan's opinion, Qingling's loyalty is unquestionable. When they were in the leveling dungeon before, Qingling always fought the enemy with all his might and always prioritized his own safety. Because of this, Si Chainan had no idea why Qingling was holding back on her strength during the competition. There is no benefit in retaining strength like this, and it can easily put yourself and your companions in danger. Well. Puzzled, Si Chainan closed the adventure manual and let out a helpless sigh. Just at this moment, Si Chainan suddenly remembered that when Tattoo proposed to Qingling to compete with him, Qingling showed resistance. Maybe it has something to do with the identity of the opponent? Si Chainan felt that the originally disorganized clues showed signs of connection. Previously, the monsters he faced in leveling dungeons were hostile, but the opponents in competitions and sparring were not as hostile and malicious as the monsters. In other words, Qingling didn't want to use his full strength against opponents other than monsters, probably because he was worried. Boom, boom, boom. 3 crisp knocks on the door interrupted Si Chainan's thoughts. Si Chainan remembered that he had seen Lilywire return to her room with his own eyes, and she had also said in person that she would sleep well tonight. Logically, she shouldn't come to see him again. Just when Si Chainan was wondering about the identity of the person outside the door, a familiar and polite voice solved the question. Contract Master, are you asleep? When Si Chainan heard that it was Qing Ling who came to see him, he was a little surprised at first, and then he quickly responded. Not yet, wait a moment. Si Chainan quickly got up from the bed, and simply and quickly spread out the quilt, then walked to the door in 2 steps. After opening the door, Si Chainan saw Qing Ling standing upright outside the door, with no emotion on his face. Si Chainan discovered that Qing Ling must have just taken a shower. Her long emerald green hair was slightly wet and simply draped behind her. At the same time, he could smell a faint lavender scent, the scent of shampoo. Before Si Chainan opened his mouth to ask about the purpose of their visit, Qing Ling spoke first. Excuse me, is it convenient for me to come in now? I have something I want to discuss with you. Oh, of course, please come in. Si Chainan quickly invited Qing Ling in, and dragged the only chair in the room over, motioning Qing Ling to sit down first before talking about things. As for Si Chainan, he looked around but couldn't find a second chair, so he could only sit on the edge of the bed. Now without the light armor covering her, the tight black pajamas perfectly show off Qing Ling's curvy body curves. Every bulge and depression is just right and impeccable. Even if Si Chainan tried his best to focus his attention elsewhere, his gaze would eventually return to Qing Ling due to force majeure. Qing Ling herself was completely unaware of Si Chainan's actions, because she had been keeping her head down since entering the room, as if she was thinking about something. Neither Si Chainan nor Qing Ling spoke at the first moment, causing this quiet atmosphere to last for more than 10 seconds until it was broken by Qing Ling. Qing Ling took a deep breath silently, then finally raised his head and looked seriously at Si Chainan, who was sitting opposite him. Actually, Lair is right. I did hold back on my strength in today's competition, but I did so for a reason. I hope you can understand. Si Chainan vaguely guessed that Qing Ling came for this matter, but he didn't expect Qing Ling to admit so directly that he had reserved his strength. Therefore, Si Chainan felt that he should be more honest and put forward his own ideas. You're worried you might hurt someone, right? Hearing this, Qing Ling was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of surprise. Seeing Qing Ling's expression change, Si Chainan realized that he had guessed right. How do you know? Si Chainan chuckled and admitted, actually, I just guessed it. It's purely a coincidence. This time, Qing Ling did not continue to respond, but lowered his head again. Seeing this, Si Chainan was quite helpless. He originally thought that he had successfully opened Qing Ling's mouth, but in the end, the dragon girl returned to her silent state. At this point, Si Chainan could only try to open the topic again. With your strength, you should have already mastered the control of your strength. Logically, you shouldn't accidentally injure your opponent. Why are you so reserved? Qing Ling did not answer the question immediately, but remained motionless with his head down in thought. Just when Si Chainan thought Qing Ling wanted to avoid the question, Qing Ling finally spoke again. When I first started practicing martial arts, my parents and my clan praised me for my extraordinary talent, saying I was a rare prodigy. I became proud and complacent because of this, until my younger sister showed her talent in magic, and she stole the attention of my parents and clan members. When he heard Qing Ling start to talk about his past, Si Chainan immediately became a quiet listener, silently listening to Qing Ling's past. My sister has always been sensible and obedient, and she has a magical talent far beyond the average person. It can be said that she is superior to me in every aspect. I began to become jealous and angry, and because of this, I later committed a heinous crime. I challenged my sister to a simple competition, and she gladly accepted. During the competition, my sister remained at ease, while I gradually fell behind. Filled with jealousy and anger, I did something terrible. I forcibly activated the Dragon's Fury skill, which I hadn't fully mastered yet. This caused my power to completely spiral out of control, and my sister was killed by the uncontrolled power. From then on, my tribe members began to distance themselves from me. My father and mother also left for distant places under the pretext of protecting the frontier, leaving me alone in the tribe. At the end, all the words turned into a sigh. At this moment, Si Chainan finally understood why Qing Ling was so resistant to the so-called competition, and also knew why Qing Ling had a sad expression when he mentioned his sister before. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you'd been through this. I didn't mean to bring it up for you. In response to Si Chainan's apology, Qing Ling immediately shook her head. No need to apologize. I know you care about me, just like you care about Lair, or maybe you care about Lair a little more. With this questioning tone, Qing Ling suddenly stood up, and then slowly walked towards Si Chainan, who was sitting beside the bed. At the same time, a strange expression appeared on Qing Ling's face. At this moment, Si Chang'an felt the restlessness of magic power, but this restless magic power did not belong to him. Instead, he felt the restlessness of magic power in Qingling's body through the spiritual connection. Unlike the slender Lilywere, Qingling is tall and slender. Coupled with the aura she has cultivated over time, Si Chang'an always feels a vague sense of oppression whenever he stays next to Qingling. Now, Qingling walked in front of Si Chang'an, and this feeling of oppression was instantly magnified countless times. Qingling gently placed her hands on Si Chang'an's shoulders, and then her cheeks, with an alluring blush, slowly moved closer to Si Chang'an. Actually, Weir was right about one thing, which is that I am indeed a little jealous of her. Chapter 21: The Other Side of Qingling. Warm sunlight shone in from the window, falling on the slightly messy bed, and Si Chang'an gradually woke up from his sleep. Si Chang'an, who was sleepy, subconsciously reached out to his side, but found that there was nothing next to him, which made Si Chang'an completely awake in an instant. Looking at the empty bed beside him, Si Chang'an couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, until he smelled the scent of lavender lingering on the pillow. Only then did he realize that what happened last night was not a dream, but that person had already left. Now thinking back to what happened last night, Si Chang'an still finds it a little hard to believe. Qingling, who has always been taciturn, showed a completely different side of him, allowing Si Chang'an to experience the feeling of being a dragon rider. He tried almost all writing techniques, from traditional writing to innovative writing techniques, and most of the time Qingling took the lead. During this process, the dragon girl, who usually appears stern, gradually reveals the dragon's unique strength and extremely terrifying desire for control, which is completely different from her usual self. If Si Chang'an had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that Qingling had such a side to her, which was completely on par with Lilywere. In addition, there was another thing that surprised Si Chang'an. After 2 consecutive nights of fierce fighting, he not only did not show any signs of mental fatigue, but his level experience increased a lot. Si Chang'an felt both amazed and amused by this discovery. After putting on his clothes, Si Chang'an planned to go downstairs to see where Qingling had gone. Before Si Chang'an started looking, he just walked to the first floor and heard gusts of wind coming from the backyard. Si Chang'an couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He didn't expect Qingling to leave early in the morning just to practice sword. When Si Chang'an came to the backyard, Qingling's figure appeared before him. As always, Qingling's sword movements were swift and powerful, without a trace of unnecessary hesitation. The only difference was that Qingling was not using her own sword, but Si Chang'an's practice long sword. Si Chang'an then remembered that he had broken Qingling's sword during the competition yesterday, and his practice sword should have been taken from the room by Qingling after he left this morning. This practice sword can only be regarded as a teaching tool at best, without any real killing power, but it is still wielded vigorously in Qingling's hands. At this time, Qingling also noticed Si Chang'an's arrival, so he quickly stopped his sword moves. Contract Master, good morning. Qingling bowed politely to Si Chang'an without much expression on her face. Seeing Qingling return to his usual calm attitude, Si Chang'an couldn't help but feel a little complicated, and at the same time he also had some teasing thoughts. It's not a good habit to leave without saying a word like this. Hearing this, Qingling finally had a different reaction. A shy blush flashed across her cheeks, and her originally firm gaze also showed a hint of avoidance. Sorry, I just couldn't wait to see if my strength had improved. As a result, I found that my control over magic power has indeed become more proficient, and other aspects have also improved to a certain extent. Qingling reported his progress, with an unconcealable joy in his tone, as if he had discovered a new world. Looking at Qingling, who was full of joy, Si Chang'an planned to continue teasing Qingling. Si Chang'an suddenly sighed deeply, and then deliberately showed an extremely disappointed expression. Alas, so you just wanted to verify whether this method of becoming stronger works, and you did it out of sincerity. Hearing these disappointing words, Qingling suddenly panicked and shook his head repeatedly. And no. Actually, last night was very comfortable, thank you. But I'm also concerned about things related to strength. But I didn't mean to leave this morning. Qingling explained to Si Chang'an incoherently. At the same time, her face was flushed with shame, and even her ears were dyed red as if they were about to bleed. Seeing this, Si Chang'an couldn't help laughing but also became worried about Qingling. He was afraid that if he continued teasing her like this, Qingling's brain would crash. Ah, I was just joking. You don't have to be so nervous. You might as well just say you're welcome to come back anytime. Stop talking. With a scream, Qingling, who was extremely shy, squatted down on the spot and buried her hot cheeks deeply between her legs, so that Si Chang'an could no longer see her expression. Unexpectedly, such a sentence blurted out subconsciously could completely break down Qingling's psychological defenses in an instant. Si Chen Anton felt both amused and helpless. Ahem, then I'll go see if Weir is awake, and then we'll go out to the Adventure Guild. After saying that, Si Chenan quickly left the backyard, leaving enough personal space for the embarrassed Qingling. A day later, Si Chenan returned to the dungeon square again. Since the leveling dungeon will be open for a month, you can still see many novice contractors bringing their followers in and out of the leveling dungeon today. For Si Chenan, who has now reached level 7, leveling dungeons have no meaning anymore. Even if he kills a level 5 giant monster, the experience gained is pitifully small, so Si Chenan plans to apply to go out of the city for training. Although the danger level outside the city is completely different from that in the leveling dungeon, with the strength of Si Chenan and the other two, there will be basically no danger as long as they don't encounter monsters above level 10. Since the city defense guards conduct regular clearing operations, there are basically no high-level monsters in the surrounding areas of Changuan City. At most, there are some low-level monsters around level 10. This level of monster is just right for leveling up for Si Chenan and the other two, who are at level 7. After purchasing some equipment and props at the Adventurers Guild store, Si Chenan asked Liliwei and Qingling to wait in the outer hall for a while he went to the Adventurers Guild service hall alone to apply for going out for training. After arriving at the service hall, Si Chenan did not expect that the person in charge of the front desk reception today was Lin Xiaoqian, whom he had met once before. At the same time, Lin Xiaoqian also saw Si Chenan walking towards the front desk from a distance, and then showed a happy expression of its hue, with a bit of the flavor of a little fangirl. Out of basic etiquette, Lin Xiaoqian bowed respectfully to Si Chenan and gave a standard greeting. "Hello, nice to meet you again. How can I help you?" Although Lin Xiaoqian was only a trainee receptionist and occasionally seemed a little flustered while doing things, as the first Adventure Guild employee that Si Chenan had ever met, he had a very good impression of Lin Xiaoqian. "Hello, I would like to apply for training outside. I wonder if it will be approved." "Going out for training? Of course, no problem, please wait a moment." After saying that, Lin Xiaoqian turned around and walked to the locker at the back to fumble around for a while. Soon, she returned to the front desk with a touchscreen. "Your current level is 7, which means you've reached the threshold for training in the E-level area. Please place your right hand on the touchscreen for verification. The system will then synchronize your information and issue you with the qualification to go out. Oh, and the adventure certificate also needs to be synchronized. In the regional system established by the Adventure Guild, except for human towns, all areas are divided into different levels of areas according to the degree of danger. The danger levels are ranked from low to high as E, D, C, B, A and S. The E-level area that Lin Xiaoqian mentioned refers to the 50-kilometer area around Changuan City. This area is full of monsters around level 10. Si Chenan immediately handed over his adventure certificate as Lin Xiaoqian said, and then placed his right hand on the touchscreen. "Please maintain your posture. Information is being synchronized." An emotionless electronic mechanical sound came from the touchscreen. At the same time, Lin Xiaoqian was typing quickly on the keyboard, uploading Si Chenan's application to go out into the system, waiting for the system's approval. This time, Lin Xiaoqian quickly uploaded the application for going out for Si Chenan without any delay. Instead, the system connected to the touchscreen did not show any new prompts. Lin Xiaoqian smiled sweetly and said, "Please wait a moment. The first synchronization of information usually takes a few minutes." Chapter 22 Love Rival. Realizing that Lin Xiaoqian mistakenly thought he would be impatient waiting, Si Chenan quickly shook his head and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry." As it was already close to noon and the busiest time period had long passed, there were hardly any people in the service hall. Apart from a few staff members who could not leave their posts, the only one left was Si Chenan, who had come to apply to go out. In order to pass the waiting time and avoid embarrassment, Si Chenan decided to take the initiative to find some topics to chat with Lin Xiaoqian. "Sister, how long have you been working here?" Hearing this question, Lin Xiaoqian smiled, but this smile was less businesslike and replaced by genuine joy. "I've been working here for almost a year now, and I'll be able to become a regular employee next month." Upon learning that Lin Xiaoqian was about to be converted to a permanent employee, Si Chenan immediately pretended to be very surprised. "Looks like I have to congratulate you in advance on your successful graduation, Nut." "Hee, thank you." Lin Xiaoqian happily accepted the congratulations, then suddenly changed the subject and said in a mysterious tone, "But our fate is not over yet, okay?" These ambiguous words made Si Chenan stunned and confused. What do you mean?" Seeing Si Chenan's confused look, Lin Xiaoqian immediately covered her mouth and chuckled, looking quite satisfied with having successfully played a prank. "After I become a regular employee, I will be transferred to the Adventure Guild in Wangjiang City, which is also the location of Tianwan Provincial Academy. Aren't you going to school there too? Si Chainan couldn't help but frown and looked at Lin Xiaoqian in disbelief. Ah? How do you know where I'm going to school? Because my sister also attends your school. She told me yesterday when she got home that you were directly admitted to the provincial institution. Oh. After learning the whole story, Si Chainan nodded in sudden enlightenment. Is your sister also a graduate this year? Well, she's from the same class as you, Lin Xiaoqian said halfway through, suddenly approaching Si Chainan with a mysterious look on her face, and said in a joking tone, I'll tell you a secret. These past few days, whenever I'm home, my sister keeps talking about you. Hearing this, Si Chainan was stunned for several seconds. In his impression, except for Lu Chanqian, he had never been too close to any classmate of the opposite sex. Therefore, he couldn't believe that there was such a little fangirl around him. Could you tell me? Just as Si Chainan was about to ask Lin Xiaoqian about her sister's name, a lively female voice suddenly came from behind. Sister! Hearing this greeting, Lin Xiaoqian immediately looked past Si Chainan and looked behind her, then she smiled sweetly. Obviously, if you speak of the devil, he will appear. Out of strong curiosity, Si Chainan immediately turned around, intending to see who this little fangirl was. I saw a pretty girl with short hair walking towards this side with big strides. Such a brisk walking posture is rarely seen in other girls of the same age. She looks quite casual and generous. After seeing the short-haired girl's appearance clearly, Si Chainan took a deep breath and froze in place. Almost at the same time, after seeing Si Chainan, the short-haired girl, who had been walking like the wind, froze in place, with an expression of disbelief on her face. The reason why Si Chainan had this reaction was that this so-called little fangirl was not a stranger, but another school beauty in Changuan No. 1 Middle School who was as famous as Lu Chanqian Lin Wanner. Si Chainan never dreamed that Lin Xiaoqian's sister would be Lin Wanner. At this time, there was another burst of hurried footsteps coming from far away. At a loss, Si Chainan subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and found that Lu Chanqian was also here. What a coincidence! I didn't expect you to be here too. Seeing Si Chainan's astonished face, Lu Chanqian was also quite surprised and greeted Si Chainan enthusiastically. Si Chainan was stunned for 5 seconds before he came back to his senses. He quickly glanced at Lin Wanner, who also had a look of astonishment on her face, and then looked at Lu Chanqian who was standing beside him. What are you doing here? Wanner and I are planning to come here to apply for training. Are you the same? Oh, yeah, me too. At this moment, Lin Wanner finally recovered from her shock, and then she cast a strange look at Si Chainan. Although Si Chainan didn't know what Lin Wanner was thinking at the moment, he could feel that this look was definitely not friendly. Although Si Chainan and Lu Chanqian are childhood sweethearts, their relationship is often misunderstood by others. As everyone knows, Lin Wanner is not interested in the opposite sex and has a special liking for Lu Chanqian. This led to another incident. By accident, Lin Wanner always believed that the reason why Lu Chanqian was unwilling to accept her feelings was largely related to Si Chainan. Therefore, just as Zhou Yuanming regarded Si Chainan as his love rival, Lin Wanner also regarded Si Chainan as her own love rival. Si Chainan then realized belatedly that Lin Xiaoqian said that her sister often talked about her. Now he thought that it must be Lin Wanner who was saying bad things about him. As the saying goes, rivals in love are always jealous of each other when they meet. Although their relationship wasn't that bad yet, Si Chainan still looked away helplessly, and Lin Wanner also looked away tacitly. Lin Xiaoqian had no idea about the relationship between the three of them. She still greeted Lin Wanner and Lu Chanqian enthusiastically, and even took the initiative to introduce her sister to Si Chainan. She's my sister, her name is Lin Wanner. Nice name, isn't it? Hearing Lin Xiaoqian's proactive introduction, Si Chainan, with mixed feelings, could only force a smile on his face. Bite. At this moment, the equipment at the front desk made a crisp sound, and Si Chainan's information and application to go out were printed out. Before Lin Xiaoqian and Si Chainan could react, Lin Wanner took the lead in picking up the documents. Wanner, stop making trouble. Seeing this, the angry Lin Xiaoqian immediately reprimanded Lin Wanner for her behavior, but Lin Wanner turned a deaf ear and read the message above. Si Chainan did not expect Lin Wanner to be so rude, and immediately planned to snatch his documents back. Ha! Lin Wanner, who was reading a document, suddenly burst into laughter, as if she had seen something particularly interesting. Why do you and your followers have such a high level of chemistry? Have you already slept with both of your followers? The outspoken Lin Wanner looked at Si Chainan in surprise. It would be more accurate to say that her words were not so much a question to Si Chenan as a deliberate attempt to embarrass him. Si Chenan almost vomited blood on the spot. He and Lin Wanner didn't have much interaction, so he never expected that Lin Wanner would have such a bad character. Lin Wanner felt like she had caught Si Chenan's handle, so she excitedly showed the document to Lu Chanxian, causing Lu Chanxian to blush instantly. Lin Wanner, stop it right now. Lin Xiaoqian came to Lin Wanner angrily, quickly snatched the documents from Lin Wanner's hand, and then gave Lin Wanner a powerful snap of her fingers on the forehead, causing Lin Wanner to immediately cover her forehead with her hands and scream in pain. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for not disciplining you properly. I'm sorry for making you laugh. Please forgive me. Lin Xiaoqian kept apologizing and respectfully handed the documents back to Si Chenan neatly. It's okay, don't worry about it. Si Chenan smiled and took the documents. Although Lin Wanner's behavior did make Si Chenan feel a little unhappy, he would not vent these emotions on Lin Xiaoqian. At this time, Lu Chanxian, with a sullen look on her face, also pulled Lin Wanner over and urged, apologize quickly. Lin Wanner now looked like a child who had done something wrong. Although she had an extremely reluctant expression on her face, she still chose to bow her head under pressure. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Chapter 23, Call the Captain. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Although Lin Wanner's apology sounded reluctant, Si Chenan was not the kind of person who liked to quibble, so he waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. After receiving Si Chenan's forgiveness, Lin Wanner looked at Lu Chanxian, who had urged her to apologize before, with a resentful expression on her face. Are you satisfied with this? Lu Chanxian sighed softly at Lin Wanner's hypocritical words, and it was obvious that she was also quite helpless. I don't want to talk about you anymore. You always like to cause trouble. Let's get down to business. Upon hearing this, the gloom on Lin Wanner's face disappeared, and she instantly revealed a happy smile, perfectly illustrating what it means to change one's attitude as easily as turning the pages of a book. Sister, Chanxian, and I want to apply for training outside. Lin Wanner ran to the front desk excitedly and placed her hand on the touchscreen on her own initiative. Lin Xiaoqian changed her previous friendly attitude towards Si Chenan and unceremoniously snatched the touchscreen from Lin Wanner. Even to explore an E-rank area, adventurers must be at least level 5 to be approved. You two are only level 3, so you'd better stay in the leveling dungeon. After hearing what Lin Xiaoqian said, Lin Wanner was not at all surprised or dissatisfied, as if she had expected it. Sis, look, Chanxian and I both have a level dependence under contract. Our strength isn't necessarily inferior to those level 5 adventurers. Please make an exception and let us out. Please, my dear sister. Faced with Lin Wanner's coquettish behavior, Lin Xiaoqian was completely unmoved. Do you think I'm the one who opened the adventure guild? Rules are rules, there's no room for negotiation. Rules are fixed, but people are alive, Lin Wanner pleaded with Lin Xiaoqian relentlessly. I have very little experience in leveling dungeons, and the admissions exams are only 2 weeks away. I can't level up much in that time. You don't want to see me eliminated in the first round, do you? This time, Lin Xiaoqian obviously hesitated for a moment and showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Obviously, she was a little soft-hearted. Actually, there's another way for you to go out and gain experience. Lin Xiaoqian suddenly looked at Si Chenan beside her halfway through her words. The rules say that adventurers above level 5 can take 2 lower-level adventurers with them on an expedition as a team. Lin Xiaoqian's words were very clear. Lu Chanxian and Lin Wanner both looked at Si Chenan at the same time. Chenan, you won't reject us, right? Lu Chanxian looked at Si Chenan pitifully and kept shaking Si Chenan's arms with both hands. It seemed that it was really hard to refuse her. Even though they know that this is a trick of pretending to be pitiful, most people can't stand the school beauty acting like a spoiled child like this. Fortunately, Si Chenan is not one of the majority of people. After spending so much time with Lu Chanxian, he has already figured out all of Lu Chanxian's tricks, which are nothing more than a combination of soft and hard tactics. If the current soft measures don't work, then the next step should be hard measures. At this point, Si Chenan knew that he couldn't get rid of this trouble today, but he didn't mind having 2 more companions. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. With 1 more person, the leveling efficiency will increase. What's more, Lu Chanxian and Lin Wanner are both contractors with a level followers, so they will not lag behind in terms of strength. Okay, for Sister Xiaoqian's sake, I'll reluctantly agree to your request. Although it was impossible to refuse, Si Chenan still pretended to be helpless, but what he got in return was Lu Chanxian's contempt. Si Chainan could see that Lu Chanxian's previous plea was just pretending to be pitiful, but how could Lu Chanxian not see that Si Chainan was also bluffing? They had been childhood sweethearts for so many years and it wasn't in vain. When Lin Wanner heard that Si Chainan agreed to form a team, she not only did not show any happiness, but frowned slightly and looked at Si Chainan in surprise. You are not interested in my sister, ah? Before Lin Wanner could finish her words, Lin Xiaoqian walked over quickly and twisted Lin Wanner's ear, causing her to scream in pain. What nonsense are you talking about? You think about these nonsense all day long. Stop, I'm wrong, I shut up. Hearing Lin Wanner admitting her mistakes repeatedly, Lin Xiaoqian snorted and then let go of Lin Wanner's ear angrily. With the end of this farce, Si Chainan handed his adventurer to Lin Xiaoqian again, to apply for a team outing together with the adventurer certificates of the other two. Lin Wanner was responsible for the subsequent procedures, while Si Chainan and Lu Chanxian stood aside waiting for the results. Now that there is no interference from others, Si Chainan and Lu Chanxian have their own space. Si Chainan was just about to ask Lu Chanxian how many days she planned to stay outside the city, but he happened to meet Lu Chanxian's strange look. Seeing this look, Si Chainan Tun felt something was wrong and almost instantly guessed what Lu Chanxian wanted to do. What's wrong? Looking at me like that? Si Chainan pretended to be stupid and asked Lu Chanxian the first question. Nothing, I just feel like I've always underestimated you. It's only been a week, and you've already attacked 2 of my followers. TSK. While Lu Chanxian was talking, she looked at Si Chainan with a strange expression. It was impossible to tell from her expression whether Lu Chanxian was just teasing or if she had something else to say. Now that Lu Chanxian knew about these things, Si Chainan had no intention of hiding them. Everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires, and it's all a matter of mutual consent. Lu Chanxian couldn't help but snort coldly at such a frank response, with a slightly dissatisfied expression on her face. Humph, you talk nicely, but it's just flowery words, you big pig's hoof. Seeing that Lu Chanxian did not accept his explanation, Si Chainan's eyes turned, and then a sly smile flashed across his face. Why, are you jealous? Hearing this, Lu Chanxian was stunned for a moment, then she became angry and pinched Si Chainan's arm hard, causing Si Chainan to jump up in pain. Who's jealous of you? You're just being sentimental. Lu Chanxian glared at Si Chainan fiercely, then walked towards Lin Wanner who was handling the follow-up procedures, leaving Si Chainan, who was grimacing in pain, where he was. Not long after, Lu Chanxian and Lin Wanner returned with passes and various documents. Lu Chanxian handed all the documents and passes to Si Chainan, the team leader, and did not forget to give Si Chainan a very kind look. The more Si Chainan saw Lu Chanxian like this, the more he wanted to tease her. Si Chen pretended to flip through the documents, then smiled at Lu Chanxian in front of him. Dear teammates, call the captain to listen, ouch. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Chanxian punched Si Chainan in the stomach. Obviously, Lu Chanxian was still angry. Si Chainan covered his stomach in pain, and at the same time he remembered something. Although Lu Chanxian would usually play and fight with him and rarely get angry, once she was really angry, she would become extremely scary and violent. Because it had been so long since he had made Lu Chanxian angry, Si Chainan had almost forgotten about it. Fortunately, he was able to recall it now, but the price was a bit too painful. Looking at Si Chainan who was holding his stomach, the anger on Lu Chanxian's face disappeared and she showed a sweet smile instead. Dear Captain, do you want to hear me scream a few more times? No thanks, lady, please show some mercy. Si Chainan quickly shook his head and waved his hands. He really couldn't bear the title of captain. Humph, it's your own fault. Let's go. Lu Chanxian snatched the information from Si Chainan's hand, and then walked towards the exit of the hall on her own. Lin Wanner, who was standing aside, witnessed the whole process. She stared at Lu Chanxian's back in amazement, and then, for the first time, she cast a pitiful look at Si Chainan. After all, Lin Wanner had never seen Lu Chanxian truly angry. If it weren't for Si Chainan's initiative today, she would have no idea that her crush had such a side. Chapter 24, A Touch of Green Amidst Thousands of Flowers. Master. As soon as Si Chainan and the other two walked into the outer hall, Liliwei, who had been waiting for a long time, came jogging over, and Changling followed slowly behind. Liliwire was like a magnet, and immediately stuck to Si Chainan, behaving very intimately. At the same time, Si Chainan also felt the gaze from behind him, and suddenly felt uneasy. Xingling, who came a little later, just glanced at Liliwei who was leaning against Si Chainan, without any change in expression on her face. Then, her eyes fell on Lu Chanxian and Lin Wanner. Seeing this, Si Chainan quickly told Liliwei and Xingling about the current situation. Ahem, our application to go out has been approved, but there are some changes. Si Chainan introduced Lu Qianxian and Lin Wanner. You've already met Lu Qianxian yesterday. The other one is Qianxian's friend, Lin Wanner. They also plan to go out for training, so we applied to go out as a team. Although Lu Qianxian now has resentment towards Si Chenanshin, her attitude towards Liliwei and Qingling is still very friendly, and she takes the initiative to greet them. Lin Wanner simply nodded, then looked at Liliwei and Qingling without saying a word. Lin Wanner's action made Si Chenan feel inexplicably uneasy, fearing that this guy would suddenly say something inappropriate. Fortunately, Lin Wanner just looked at him silently for a while and then looked away. Si Chenan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wanner, let's quickly call Shuefu and Jui over. After hearing Lu Qianxian's words, Lin Wanner waved in the other direction of the outer hall. Soon, a tall female wood elf came over with leisurely steps, and lying on her shoulder was Lu Qianxian's follower Zhusho Shuefu. Seeing Lu Qianxian, Shuefu jumped onto Lu Qianxian's shoulder with a howl, and then rubbed Lu Qianxian's snow-white neck with her mouth like a spoiled child. Si Chainan was not too surprised to see that Lin Wanner's companion was a female wood elf. After all, it is not uncommon to summon a follower of the same sex as the contractor. Especially considering Lin Wanner's sexual orientation, all this is so reasonable. The wood elf named Jui is tall, almost the same height as Si Chainan. In addition to the long pointed ears that all elves have, Jui's pupils are emerald green like new leaves after rain. This color of pupils is one of the characteristics of wood elves. Although Ju's skin is not as white as snow as Liliwei's, she can definitely be described as a beautiful woman with fair skin. The most striking thing about this wood elf is her overly cool clothing. A breastplate made of very little material and shorts are all she has. Except for the important parts, her skin is almost completely exposed. Lin Wanner noticed that Si Chenan was staring at his relatives intently, and her face suddenly darkened. Hey, stop staring at my followers. This warning instantly brought Si Chainan, who was still daydreaming, back to reality. It was very effective. Fortunately, there was no one around, so Si Chainan didn't get killed on the spot. But at the same time, the looks from Lu Qianxian and others were enough to make him suffer. Jui did not attack Si Chainan with her eyes or words. Instead, she covered her mouth and smiled, with a tender look in her eyes. Sister Wanner, don't scare him like that. Look how well he gets along with his family. He must have his own way of treating them. You might as well learn from him. As she spoke, Jui looked at Liliwei, who was snuggling beside Si Chainan with a smile for a while, and then she looked at Si Chainan again. Handsome boy, don't worry about what Sister Wanner says. You can watch as long as you want. Any posture is fine, okay? After saying that, Jui turned around on the spot, showing off her body generously, and finally struck an extremely charming pose. Not to mention Si Chainan, who was already feeling amorous, even Lu Qianxian and Lin Wanner couldn't help but blush when they saw this scene. At this moment, a pair of soft little hands quickly covered Si Chenan's eyes, followed by Liliwei's anxious cry. Master, you can't watch any longer. Okay, I won't look at it. Si Chainan quickly pulled Liliwei's hand away and agreed repeatedly. Even if Liliwei hadn't stopped him, he was not bold enough to openly admire other opposite sex like this. At the same time, Lin Wanner also recovered from her shock and immediately stepped forward to interrupt Ju's teasing behavior. Stop it. Stop it now. Be mindful of the impact in public. Obviously, this troublemaking school beauty also experienced the helplessness of worrying about others. Okay, don't be impatient, I'm not joking. After saying that, Jui raised his hand and waved it, and a large cloak with emerald green patterns appeared out of thin air, covering most of his body. When Si Chainan saw the cloak that Jui conjured up out of thin air, he realized that the other party was deliberately teasing him, and he felt extremely complicated for a moment. After finishing her clothes, Jui suddenly noticed that Liliwei was staring at her, and then she smiled knowingly. Okay, little sister, I won't tease your owner. And don't glare at me so fiercely, or your pretty face will be wasted. Humph, bad woman. Liliwei naturally refused to appreciate it and turned her face away with a snort. Seeing this situation, Si Chainan felt a little bit ridiculous. Si Chainan remembered that when Liliwei was first summoned, she also liked to tease him at every turn. Now that he saw others doing this, he showed an extremely strong possessive desire. Si Chainan could only sigh that women's hearts were indeed unpredictable. At this time, Jui was still looking at Si Chainan with interest, but unlike the previous deliberate teasing, this time Jui showed a thoughtful expression. Just as Lin Wanner, who was unaware of the situation, was about to interrupt Jui's gaze, the wood elf suddenly spoke. A contractor who can contract multiple followers. Not only in the history of you humans, but even in the history of us wood elves, there has never been a human with such an ability. It seems that you have many secrets. Hearing this, Si Chainan couldn't help but be shocked, as if his heart was completely seen through. Si Chainan quickly feigned innocence and replied, "Maybe I'm just lucky." "Well, maybe. I think you do have a certain charm that attracts followers. It's really curious." As Zhu spoke, he slowly approached Si Chainan. Just at this moment, Lin Wanner suddenly intervened between the two of them and quickly pulled Zhu away when he wanted to get closer. This guy specifically targets his followers. Don't let him fool you. Lin Wanner's words immediately made Zhou Yi burst out laughing, while Si Chainan on the side frowned. "It seems you have quite a charm, dear captain." Lu Chanxian came to Si Chainan's side at some point and looked at him with a smile, but there was no real smile in her eyes. "Chanxian, please forgive me. I won't make jokes anymore." In response to Si Chainan's plea for mercy, Lu Chanxian blinked her beautiful eyes, then snorted and handed Si Chainan a series of certificates including the permission to go out. "I don't want to bother with you. Let's get out of the city while it's still early." "Oh." Si Chainan took the document and subconsciously checked with his teammates. At this moment, Si Chainan suddenly realized one thing. He was the only male teammate in this team. This lineup was like a green leaf among a sea of flowers. Upon learning of this fact, Si Chainan did not feel the slightest bit happy, but instead felt inexplicably uneasy. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama. Apart from her own relatives Liliwei and Qingling, Lu Chanxian, Lin Wanner and Zhu Yi are not people to be trifled with. At this point, Si Chainan could only sigh silently in his heart and pray that everything would go smoothly on this trip. Chapter 25, Start Leveling. Ouch. Following an angry roar, the ground shook violently, and then a giant black pig as big as a small house rushed out of the woods, knocking down all the trees along the way. This is a monster called the Savage Boar. It looks like a larger wild boar. Like ordinary little monsters, it is the most common low-level monster. The wild boar rushed straight towards Qingling, and its 4 powerful hooves left a series of holes on the ground. Facing the aggressive wild boar, Qingling immediately drew her sword to block it. The reason she did not choose to dodge was because behind her were Lu Chanxian and Xuefu who were casting spells. Bump! The extremely stubborn wild boar directly hit Qingling with its head, and the collision between the pig's head and the sword blade immediately made a dull sound. Although Qingling looked very small in front of the wild boar, she was able to block the wild boar, which was several times her size, with her own strength without even taking a step back. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. Lilyvale and the clone she summoned released their skills at the same time. An astonishing number of blood-red sickle blades poured down on the wild boar's body like a torrential rain, instantly cutting several gaps in its thick hide covered with hard hair, and the smelly blood immediately flowed out. The wild boar, feeling the pain, immediately let out an angry and painful wail, then it pushed forward with all its might, and with its powerful strength and sharp fangs, it actually managed to force Qingling back several steps. Fortunately, Qingling reacted very quickly. Although she was forced back by the wild boar, she managed to avoid the boar's fangs without any danger. Before the defeated Qingling could stand firm, the wild boar once again exerted force with its limbs, ready to pursue the victory. Stop it! As a wood elf, Ji made full use of his racial strengths and created thorn-like plants out of thin air. These thorns, as thick as arms, broke out from the ground under the wild boar's feet and quickly wrapped around its huge body. At the same time, the sharp spikes on the surface of the thorns also penetrated deeply into its flesh, causing the wild boar to howl in pain again. While the wild boar had not yet broken free from its restraints, Lin Wanner, holding a bow and arrow, rushed to the wild boar's side in one step, then jumped up with a backflip and flew right above the wild boar. At the same time, the arrow that had been prepared long ago immediately flew out. Rain of Spirit Arrows. An arrow instantly split into dozens of arrows, accompanied by the incessant sound of breaking wind, and all fell on the back of the wild boar, directly turning the wild boar from a wild boar into a porcupine. Perhaps it was because it could not bear the pain, or perhaps it did not want to be a sitting target anymore. The wild boar suddenly exerted all its strength, allowing the sharp thorns to continue to pierce its body. In the end, it actually tore off the thorns that bound it. Even if it regained its freedom, the price of forcibly breaking free from the thorns was extremely terrible. There was no intact skin left on the wild boar's body. Its originally dark body was dyed red with blood, emitting an extremely strong smell of blood. Seeing this, Lin Wanner quickly distanced herself from the wild boar as soon as she landed. At this time, the wild boar's eyes were red and it looked almost crazy. The pair of beast eyes filled with murderous intent instantly locked onto Qingling in front of it, and then the wild boar roared and rushed towards Qingling. Seeing the mad wild boar getting closer, Qingling, without any fear, decisively raised his sword and prepared to meet the enemy. Fearless body. At this time, Lu Qianqian and Xuefu in the back completed the spell, and a dazzling white light rose from between them and the beast, and finally merged into one with Qingling. After receiving the buff called Fearless Body, Qingling felt that strength was constantly flowing out of his body, and there was also an unshakable mysterious power protecting him. Almost at the same time when Qingling received the buff, the wild boar arrived at a position just a few feet away from Qingling. The mad monster charged forward without fear, but failed to move Qingling at all. Fearless Body grants the target a dominant state and increases attack power by 50%, duration, 10 seconds. With the blessing of the Fearless Body, not to mention a single wild boar, even a group of wild boars could not shake Qingling. Dragon's Fury. As Qingling released his boiling dragon blood, the air around him instantly condensed slightly. Qingling's pupils quickly changed from turquoise to golden vertical pupils, and the pair of dragon horns on his head emitted a dazzling golden light. At the same time, a kind of pressure from the superior quickly spread out from Qingling to the surroundings, instantly shocking the low-level monsters like the wild boar, causing it to freeze in place. Not only the wild boar who was the enemy, but even Lu Qianqian and others standing around felt a sense of awe from the bottom of their hearts. With the dual buffs of Dragon's Fury and Fearless Body, Qingling is undoubtedly the most powerful existence on this battlefield. If Qingling rarely showed her emotions in normal times, then the Qingling now could be said to have completely erased the existence of emotions. At this moment, Qingling looked at the wild boar that was unable to move in front of her with an expressionless face. There was no emotion in her eyes. At the same time, the long sword in her hand was slowly raised, and a ruthless cold light flashed on the sword body. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. As the sword fell, white sword energy gushed out from the sword like a waterfall, completely engulfing the huge body of the wild boar in an instant, leaving it no chance to even scream. When the sword energy completely dissipated, only a skeleton of the wild boar, which was originally as big as a house, remained. As for its flesh and internal organs, they had long since turned into nothingness under the attack of the sword energy. As the enemy was eliminated, Qingling immediately ended the state of Dragon's Fury, and the duration of Fearless Body also ended. A huge feeling of weakness suddenly came over Qingling, and he couldn't help but stagger, and the sword in his hand almost fell out of his hand. At this moment, Si Chainan appeared out of nowhere and quickly hugged Qingling, preventing him from falling down due to exhaustion. Contract Master, I'm fine. I'm just a little exhausted. I'll be fine after a short rest. Although Qingling claimed that he was fine, his tone was obviously weak. Well, I know you're fine, but doing this can speed up the recovery of your magic a little bit. Hearing Si Chainan say this, Qingling's cheeks turned a little red, but she no longer refused, but leaned silently in Si Chainan's arms. You were just watching the show from the sidelines, and as soon as the fight was over you came out to take advantage. In response to Lin Wanner's complaints, Si Chainan just chuckled. I'm a relatively low-key person. Isn't it because I'm afraid of stealing your limelight? Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian beside her also snorted. Humph, you're just a chatterbox. In fact, Si Chainan wanted to see whether Qingling and Lilawire could work together to defeat the monsters that were several levels higher than them. Facts have proved that wild monsters are indeed no match for the monsters in leveling dungeons. Even level 5 wild monsters are more powerful than the giant monsters in leveling dungeons. Now Si Chainan and his family have reached level 8, while Lu Qianqian, Lin Wanner and their family are at level 4. The wild boar that everyone faced just now was a level 10 monster. As a result, without Si Chainan taking any action, everyone cooperated with each other to successfully kill it. This shows how powerful wild monsters are. Si Chainan had to be thankful that bringing Lu Qianqian and Lin Wanner with him on this outing was the right decision. Otherwise, relying solely on the strength of himself and his two followers, it would not have been so easy to kill monsters of higher levels like this. Just as Si Chainan was secretly lamenting the danger of wild monsters, Lin Wanner beside him suddenly screamed. Si Chainan subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and saw a purple light appear in the sky. This purple light fell towards the ground like a meteor, and finally landed outside the city of Changuan, which was the area where Si Chainan and others were. Seeing this scene, Si Chainan was stunned for a few seconds, and finally uttered a word in disbelief. Is this a replica appearing in the world? Chapter 26, The Instance of the Copy appears. The purple light fell from the sky like a meteor and finally landed on the outskirts of Changuan City. Seeing this scene, Si Chainan was stunned for a few seconds, and finally uttered a word in disbelief. Is this a replica appearing in the world? Chapter 26, The Instance of the Copy appears. The purple light fell from the sky like a meteor and finally landed on the outskirts of Changuan City. Seeing this scene, Si Chainan was stunned for a few. It was the first time that Si Chainan saw the so-called copy appear in person. Except for a few copies, the vast majority of copies will appear randomly anywhere like this, and there is no pattern to follow. For most adventurers, dungeons are something they both love and fear. The strength of dungeon monsters is often stronger than wild monsters of the same level. Coupled with the completely unknown dungeon environment, every exploration of the dungeon is life-threatening. Even for experienced adventurers, any mistake could lead to disaster. But along with the huge risks come extremely generous rewards. The experience gained from killing dungeon monsters is several times that of wild monsters of the same level, and there is also a higher probability of obtaining rare monster materials. Therefore, whether it is to kill monsters to level up or to collect materials, dungeons are undoubtedly the most efficient place. Of course, things like copies don't just appear out of nowhere. The copy will only appear for a period of time and will disappear when the time is up. Adventurers who enter it will also be forcibly teleported out. The appearance time of different copies varies, ranging from a few days to several months. Just like the Adventure Guild divides areas, dungeons also have independent level divisions. Depending on the degree of danger, the light produced by the dungeon will also be different. From low to high, they are blue, purple, gold, red and black. The more dangerous the area, the more likely it is that a more dangerous copy will appear. The appearance of a purple copy in an E-level area like today is quite rare even in the entire history of the Adventurers Guild. In addition to Si Chainan, Lu Chanshan and Lin Wanner were also stunned for a long time before they recovered. Am I seeing things right? That was the purple copy just now? Lin Wanner confirmed again with Lu Chanshan beside her in disbelief, and the latter nodded in surprise. You're really lucky. You encountered a dungeon on your first outing. Ju seemed remarkably calm as he said to Si Chainan and the others, should we go over and take a look? Since the location of the copy was not far from where Si Chainan was, the group quickly found the location of the copy. There was only a copy door standing on a lawn, which looked very abrupt. What surprised Si Chainan the most was that they were not the first group of people to find the door to the copy. At this time, many adventurers had gathered around the dungeon gate. Not counting Si Chainan and his group, there were nearly 20 people here. These adventurers may belong to different teams or be lone wolves, but their goal is undoubtedly the copy that appears here. There are no restrictions on the dungeons in this world. No matter the level or the number of people, you can freely enter and explore through the dungeon door. Because of this, there is no need to worry about things like copy snatching happening. However, everything often has two sides. Since the dungeon is freely accessible, adventurers must be on guard against backstabbing from their peers at all times, in addition to the dangers of the dungeon itself. A situation like the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole is behind it is a minor matter. However, if you encounter some crazy adventurers, it is not uncommon to lose your life. Unlike leveling dungeons, if an adventurer encounters danger in a dungeon, the dungeon will not forcibly teleport the adventurer out. Therefore, adventurers must have corresponding awareness before entering the dungeon. In addition, the exploration of the dungeon is not completely linear. In addition, the dungeon itself is a completely independent space. Therefore, adventurers can explore freely in the dungeon, and the rewards they get depend on chance. The arrival of Si Chainan and his group did not attract any attention. After all, everyone came here for the same purpose. However, the other adventurers couldn't help but take a few more glances at the several female teammates with outstanding looks, but no one dared to approach and talk to them. If Xuefu is included, Si Chainan's team has a total of 7 teammates, which is more than the number of all the teams present. Si Chainan took a quick look around and found that most of the adventurers here were contractors and their families, with only a few adventurers from other races. At this time, some adventurers had begun to enter the dungeon through the dungeon gate one after another. Seeing this, Si Chainan also planned to take a few people into the dungeon. Just as Si Chainan and his group were about to set off, 3 adventurers suddenly blocked their way. These 3 adventurers were all humans, and they looked not much older than Si Chainan, and they were all accompanied by their own followers. The leading adventurer was the first to greet Si Chainan and his group, and enthusiastically wanted to shake hands with Si Chainan. You guys look unfamiliar. You must be graduating this year, right? Unlike the other party's enthusiastic attitude, Si Chainan acted very cold and just nodded slightly. Well, what's wrong? My name is Qin Jia, and the other 2 are Wang Hu and Lu Wen. We all graduated last year. I wonder which school you graduated from. Maybe we were your seniors? After hearing the other party's self-introduction, Changuan still did not show any enthusiasm. So are you just trying to get close, or is there something else going on? After being rejected twice, the young man named Changuan finally had a look of displeasure in his eyes, but this look disappeared in an instant, replaced by a more hypocritical smile. I guess this is your first time exploring a dungeon. Why don't we form a team together? That way, we can look after each other in the dungeon. What do you think, fellow students? Changuan noticed that when Changuan was talking to him, he always pretended to look at Liliwei beside him unintentionally from time to time, and Wang Hu and Lu Wen standing behind him were even more unscrupulous, and their malicious eyes kept wandering over Lu Chanqian and others. Naturally, Changuan would not agree to travel with such a person. Before Changuan could open his mouth to refuse, Lin Wan'er beside him spoke first. Do we need to look after each other with our number? Changuan's expression froze for a moment, then he continued shamelessly, Sister, you can't say that. We're also thinking about you. The dungeon is full of dangers, and the so-called human wave tactics won't work. Hearing this, Lin Wan'er immediately smiled cunningly and interrupted Changuan without saying anything. No, you yourself said that having more people is useless, so why do we still have to explore together, for fear that there are not enough people who will drag us down? Obviously, Changuan set a trap for himself and fell into it himself. Changuan and his group couldn't help laughing. On the other hand, Changuan's face looked as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly alive. You. Seeing that Changuan was about to explode, Changuan patted his shoulder with a smile. Seniors, you've all heard it. It's best for us to explore on our own so as not to hold each other back. See you later. After saying that, Changuan and his group walked around Changuan and the other two and continued towards the door of the copy. Looking at the backs of Changuan and his group, Changuan's face became increasingly gloomy and terrifying. At this time, Wang Hu came close to Changuan, deliberately lowered his voice, and asked, Boss, these little brats are not falling for it, what should we do? Of course I'll follow them. I finally bumped into some rookies, and now a dungeon has appeared. I can't let this opportunity fly away. But we don't know their level, and we don't know the details of the dungeon either. If we rush in, will it be? Are you crazy? We're all level 7. No matter what, we can't be weaker than these freshly graduated rookies. Anyway, we just quietly follow them and see what happens. Boss is right, Lu Wen quickly echoed, a lewd smile on his face, leave that dragon to me when the time comes. I've long wanted to taste a dragon girl. Chapter 27 Slime Lair. After a short teleportation, Changuan and his group successfully entered the copy. Like other dungeons, the dungeon gate randomly teleported Changuan and his group to a certain location in the dungeon, with no other adventurers around. This copy is a dungeon-like environment. There are only a few torches in sight, which are not enough to illuminate the surrounding environment. In addition, the air is filled with an extremely strong musty smell. When Changuan smelled this smell for the first time, he couldn't help but want to retch. The situation of the others was not much better. Everyone covered their mouths and noses. Although the smell is not life-threatening, it still takes some time for inexperienced students like Changuan to get used to this unusual smell. Ugh, what is this? So disgusting. Lin Wan'er suddenly complained with great disgust, which instantly attracted the attention of others. Lin Wan'er was looking at the ground with disgust, and everyone subconsciously looked down, only to find that the ground beneath their feet was covered with a thick layer of transparent mucus. As long as they lifted their feet slightly, they could feel a noticeable stickiness. At this moment, everyone was shocked to find that not only the floor, but also the surrounding walls and ceiling were covered with this transparent mucus. Seeing this scene, Lu Chanqian and Lin Wan'er couldn't help but shudder, revealing expressions that wanted to vomit. Their impression of this copy instantly changed from dislike to extreme disgust. Although Liliwei's reaction was not as intense as Lu Chanqian and Lin Wan'er, she also flew off the ground immediately to avoid further contact with the disgusting mucus. Faced with the overwhelming mucus, although Changuan also felt a little disgusted, he did not make any move to express his resistance except frowning slightly. Unlike others, Jui did not show any disgust, but observed the reactions of others with a smile without saying a word. These are all slimes secreted by slimes. A calm voice suddenly came from the side, and everyone turned to look at Qingling, who spoke. At this time, Qingling was standing alone in front of a wall, carefully looking at the transparent mucus covering the wall, without any extra expression between his eyebrows. This little dragon sister is right, Jui added as he surveyed the surroundings. Monsters like slimes love this kind of dim and humid environment the most. Furthermore, this amount of mucus isn't something a mere few slimes could produce. So, this instance is most likely a slime lair. Upon learning that this was most likely the slime's nest, Changuan couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. The slimes in this world are not the harmless-looking jelly, but are more like mucus and mud, which is the most primitive image of slime in literary works. Although individual slimes are very weak, even inferior to monsters of the same level, slimes that prefer to live in groups will not act alone in most cases. For novice adventurers, a group of slimes is often more dangerous than a group of goblins. Unlike the little monsters that like to attack proactively, monsters like slimes prefer to ambush. Therefore, when adventurers find signs of slime activity, it basically means that they have been surrounded by a large number of slimes. Some inexperienced novice adventurers often unknowingly enter the slime's nest while chasing it, and by the time they react, there is no way to escape. Thanks to its soft body, the slime's attack method is very simple and effective. In most cases, it launches sneak attacks from the dark, entangles the target tightly through its constantly changing body, and secretes mucus that is enough to completely dissolve metal products. In addition, some slimes also have the ability to manipulate elements. To sum up, the slimes in this world can definitely be called real newcomer killers. Therefore, the adventure manual specifically warns novices in the first chapter not to rashly enter caves, as such places are very likely to hide slime nests. Should we leave this copy? At this time, Lin Wana was holding Lu Chanquan's arm, her face full of disgust and fear. Obviously, she was very afraid of monsters like slimes. Sister Wana, this won't do. How can you be so timid before the battle when exploring a dungeon for the first time? As long as I'm here, those slimy guys can't hurt you. Don't worry. That's right, there are so many of us, and Changuan is here. It won't be easy for a mere slime to hurt you. After hearing what Julian Lu Chanquan said, Lin Wana's nervousness eased a little. Then she let go of Lu Chanquan's arm and regained her spirits. Seeing that everyone was ready to go, Changuan was also ready to lead everyone to explore this copy. Where, you are the most sensitive to magical fluctuations, so you will be responsible for vigilance. Once you sense magical fluctuations around you, whether it is from other adventurers or monsters, you must report it immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Changuan suddenly felt a sinking sensation on his back. It was Liliwire hanging on him. It's very tiring to constantly be sensing the fluctuations of magic power, so I'll leave the replenishment of magic power to you, Master. As Liliwire spoke, she continued to adjust her posture. Finally, she wrapped her arms around Changuan's neck and clamped her legs around his waist from behind. Stop messing around and come down. Changuan wanted to throw Liliwire off, but Liliwire lay on his back steadily like a koala. Well, I don't. Didn't you say that this would help speed up the recovery of my magic power? Or do you want to help me replenish my magic power in other ways? Seeing Lu Chanquan and Lin Wana giving him strange looks again, Changuan could only end the topic quickly. Okay, whatever you want. Hee, thank you for your hard work, but you have to hold on tight, don't lose me by accident. After saying that, Liliwire gently kissed Changuan on the cheek from behind, and then as if deliberately teasing him, she increased the strength of her legs again. In order to prevent Liliwire from doing anything weird again, Changuan could only obediently hold Liliwire's thigh. In this way, Changuan and his team began to explore this copy. Xingling, who was good at close combat, walked at the front of the team. Changuan, who was carrying Liliwire on his back, walked in the middle of the team, and Jiuyi was in charge of the end of the team. Because Lilyville was wearing a short skirt today, her pair of long white legs were completely exposed. Lilyville's figure was originally very slender, and her pair of long legs of well-proportioned thickness were so thin that they could not be grasped with one hand. Feeling the warm touch in his hands and the softness against his back, coupled with the moist and hot breath from the back of his neck from time to time, Changuan couldn't help but feel distracted. Soon, Changuan heard Liliwire chuckle behind him, and then heard Liliwire's whisper in his ears. Master, the magic power in your body is becoming increasingly restless. Stop messing around and focus on the real thing. Changuan's rebuke only elicited a second teasing chuckle. Although Lu Chanquan and Lin Wana heard the conversation between the two, they had no idea what they were talking about, so they just looked at Changuan in confusion and did not ask. At this moment, Liliwire suddenly exerted force with her arms, causing Changuan to stop subconsciously. Liliwire changed her previous relaxed tone and issued a warning. Be careful, there are magical fluctuations of slime behind the corner of the corridor ahead. After hearing Liliwire's warning, everyone immediately became alert, and Xingling even drew his sword at the first moment. The next second, Changuan and others were ready to fight. For Si Chainan, Lu Chanxian, and Lin Wanner, they had only seen monsters like slimes in picture books before, so they couldn't help but feel a little nervous now. Gurgle. At this moment, a strange noise came from behind the corner of the corridor in front, which was very appropriate. Chapter 28, Sticky Battle. Gurgle gurgle. A strange noise suddenly came from behind the corner of the corridor, sounding like the sound of stirring batter. Because this corridor is very narrow, only wide enough for 3 people to stand side by side, if a fight breaks out, Qingling, who is standing at the front of the team, will be the first to bear the brunt. At this time, Qingling was ready to fight at any time, holding a long sword in front of him. Gurgle, gurgle. Accompanied by a series of sticky noises, a mass of gray-green mud that almost filled half of the corridor flowed out from the corner. This mass of mud was actually slime. The size of this slime is really exaggerated, and the corridor is not spacious to begin with. Therefore, the entire corridor is instantly blocked by this slime. It is basically impossible to forcibly break through this slime wall. Seeing this scene, Si Chainan's face couldn't help but darken slightly. He remembered that the slime described in the monster encyclopedia did not have such an exaggerated size, unless it was a slime king. This slime has 5 different magical fluctuations. It is formed by the fusion of 5 slimes. Lilawai's reminder dispelled Si Chainan's doubts in time, but his worried mood was not relieved at all. Let's retreat to a spacious area first. Don't engage in battle rashly. Si Chainan planned to have everyone return along the original route and find a more spacious place to fight these slimes. After all, the terrain of this corridor is narrow and it is not suitable for fighting such difficult monsters. Gurgle. The slime seemed to understand Si Chainan's words and suddenly launched an attack. The slime's body suddenly expanded, and then it rushed towards Qingling, who was at the front of the team, like pouring mud. Although this slime looked very heavy, its movement speed was very fast and it appeared in front of Qingling in almost the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Qingling raised his sword without hesitation and swung it. The sharp sword energy burst out instantly, splitting the slime directly in half from the middle. However, the slime that was split into 2 still had no intention of stopping moving. Instead, it took this opportunity to attack Qingling from both sides at the same time. Seeing that Qingling was about to be swallowed by the slime, 2 clones that looked exactly like Si Chainan suddenly rushed out from behind Qingling and used their bodies to block the slime's left and right attacks. Qingling also took this opportunity to retreat immediately and catch up with the other team members. The 2 clones only held out for about 10 seconds before being completely devoured by the slime. Since the essence of the clone is magic power, it is the most easily digestible food for the slime. At the same time, swallowing magic power can effectively improve its own strength. Therefore, the slime was not satisfied with this and immediately began to chase Si Chainan and his party. The entire corridor was covered with a thick layer of mucus, which seriously slowed down everyone's pace. However, the slime was like a fish in water, causing the distance between the 2 sides to shorten at a speed visible to the naked eye. In order to slow down the slime's movement as much as possible, Ji drew his bow while running, and then shot 5 arrows in an instant. Ji deliberately attached some highly compressed magic power to the arrows, causing the arrows to explode the moment they hit the slime. However, these explosions only made the slime pause for a moment and did not cause any substantial damage. Seeing this, Ji had no choice but to put down his bow and arrow and start using the power of the wood elf. Countless thorns appeared out of thin air and quickly intertwined into a wall of thorns, blocking the slime. However, this wall of thorns failed to stop the slime's steps and was quickly dissolved into magic power. Seeing that all means of obstruction were ineffective, Ju's face finally showed a solemn expression. Damn it, this thing eats everything. There's no way to stop it. Hearing Ju's complaints, Si Chainan suddenly had an idea and thought of the description of slime in the monster encyclopedia. Slimes prefer damp, cold environments, which makes most slimes very afraid of fire. Thinking of this, Si Chainan immediately grabbed a torch from the wall and threw it at the slime that was chasing him. Faced with the torch flying towards it, the slime that had been moving forward bravely slowed down its movement speed for the first time. It was not until the torch fell to the ground that the slime quickly avoided the torch and continued to chase. Everyone saw this scene, and Lin Wanner immediately looked at Lu Chanxian with joy. Chanxian, this guy is afraid of fire. We can use that trick. Hearing this, Lu Chanxian blinked at first, then suddenly realized and smiled with joy. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. After saying that, Lu Chanxian stopped running and quickly assumed a spell-casting posture. Xuefu also flew in front of Lu Chanxian and chanted skills with her contract master. Elemental favor, fire. A halo formed by flames spread out from Lu Chanxian's body, instantly enveloping Si Chainan and his group. a layer of fiery red light appeared on everyone's body. My elemental favor skill can add fire damage to your attacks, which is perfect for dealing with this puddle of mud. After hearing Lu Qianxian's introduction, Si Chainan tried to sense some of the magic power in his body and found that some of the magic power had indeed been transformed into the magic power of the fire element. At this time, the slime had caught up with everyone. The monster had no idea that its death was approaching and was still thinking about having a good meal. Shengling rushed forward without saying a word, and swung the sword in his hand. The sword energy attached by the fire element became extremely hot, and the slime was instantly split into two. However, unlike the previous situation, this time, the mucus on the cross-section was burned away completely by the hot sword energy. The slime immediately rolled on the spot, looking extremely painful. Blood curse, red scythe. Several blood-red sickle blades flew past, instantly splitting the slime into 5 individuals of different sizes. I have already separated them. Now we just need to defeat them one by one. With her extremely sharp magical sensing ability, Lilith easily separated the 5 fused slime individuals. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Wanner and Jui shot arrows at the 5 slimes together, turning them into hedgehogs in an instant. Then, the fire element magic on the arrows exploded, and the 5 slimes died on the spot. At the same time as these slimes were killed, a colorful light appeared on Lu Qianxian and Lin Wanner's bodies, which was a sign of their upgrade. Feeling the power that increased with the upgrade, Lin Wanner was stunned at first, and then jumped up happily. The dungeon monsters give so much experience. I leveled up just by killing 5 slimes. Hearing this, Si Chainan immediately sneered and said, "Alas, I don't know who was clamoring to leave here in the first place. Now do you understand the benefits of a copy? What do you care?" Lin Wanner made a face at Si Chainan, then took Lu Qianxian's hand and said with a smile, "Thanks to Qianxian this time, otherwise we would be in big trouble. Why don't you praise me? After all, I was the one who figured out the slime's weakness in a desperate situation. Otherwise, we don't know when we would have escaped. You are just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. Even if you don't remember it, Qianxian and I will remember it sooner or later." Hearing the conversation between the two, Lu Qianxian couldn't help but frown slightly, and then expressed her dissatisfaction with a light cough. "You're all grown up, why are you still fighting for credit like children? If you have this energy, you might as well kill more slimes and level up faster." Faced with Lu Qianxian's reprimand, Si Chainan and Lin Wanner did not make any rebuttal, and both reached a consensus on this matter. Qianxian is right, a good woman doesn't fight with men. After saying that, Lin Wanner made a face at Si Chainan again, then turned her face away. Si Chainan could only shrug his shoulders at this kind of spiritual victory, too lazy to continue arguing with it. Chapter 29. I just want to sleep well. Copy rest point. Si Chainan was sorting out today's harvest in his tent, most of which was slime pulp dropped by slimes. Slime puree is a relatively rare monster material. If you are in the wild, even if you kill 100 slimes, you may not be able to get a bottle of slime puree. Fortunately, this dungeon is a slime nest, the monsters are almost all slimes, and the drop rate of rare materials is extremely high. During these 3 days, Si Chainan and his team collected a total of 15 bottles of slime. After returning to Changuan City, these slime can be exchanged for a considerable amount of adventure points. Of course, in addition to these rare monster materials, Si Chainan and his team also had other gains. After 3 days of monster killing and leveling up, Si Chainan has now successfully reached level 9, and Lu Qianxian and Lin Wanner have also reached level 5. The leveling speed during these 3 days is almost 5 times that of leveling up by killing monsters in the wild. It can be said that you can get twice the result with half the effort. In addition to the fact that the experience gained from killing dungeon monsters is greater than that from killing wild monsters, Lu Qianxian's elemental favor also played a crucial role, greatly improving everyone's monster killing efficiency. Earlier, Si Chainan and his group were lucky enough to find this dungeon resting point, so they plan to rest here and continue to kill monsters and level up tomorrow. The dungeon rest point, as the name suggests, is a place for adventurers exploring the dungeon to rest and recuperate. It is also one of the unsolved mysteries of this world. In the eyes of Si Chainan, a time traveler, it is very normal to have rest points in a copy, but this is not the case for the natives of this world. For the natives of this world, the so-called resting point appeared in the dungeon completely inexplicably, providing tents for rest and a campfire that never goes out. The most important thing is that the rest point has some kind of mysterious power that can prevent all monsters from approaching the area around the rest point. Therefore, adventurers at the rest point do not need to worry about the threat from monsters. Si Chainan and his group had been staying at this rest stop for several hours and had not seen any other adventurers. During these 3 days, Si Chainan and his companions also encountered other adventurers while killing monsters, but both sides tacitly chose to avoid any intersection. After all, we are all strangers who have never met each other before. In this situation, not stabbing each other in the back is the greatest kindness you can show. Since all electronic devices would fail in the dungeon, Si Chainan, who had sorted out the spoils, didn't know what time it was, so he planned to take a nap first, and then gather his teammates again after waking up to continue exploring the dungeon. Just as he laid out his sleeping mat, Si Chainan heard a burst of footsteps approaching from afar outside his tent, which sounded very brisk. Before Si Chainan got up to check, Lilywei poked her head in and saw Si Chainan, who was getting ready to go to bed. Lilywei smiled, then immediately opened the curtain and walked briskly into the tent. You. Before Si Chainan asked why they were there, Lilywei sat down next to him without any hesitation, and then grabbed Si Chainan's arm and shook it coquettishly. Master, you haven't fed me for several days. Looking at Lilywei, who was like a begging puppy, Si Chainan remembered that he had not let Lilywei eat blood for several days. Through the physical contact at this time, Si Chainan discovered that Lilywei's body temperature showed signs of dropping again. Okay, but today you can only suck blood, you can't do anything else. After hearing Si Chainan's advance explanation, Lilywei blinked at first, looking puzzled. Seeing Lilywei pretending to be stupid, Si Chainan couldn't help but frown and scolded, "Stop pretending to be stupid here, you know what I mean." Seeing that her disguise was exposed, Lilywei immediately smiled evilly. "My dear owner, you really don't understand romance at all, hee hee. Stop messing around. Go back to sleep now that you're full. We still have to continue exploring the dungeon later." After saying that, Si Chainan unbuttoned the top few buttons of his clothes, revealing his entire neck. "Hee hee, then I won't be polite." Lilywei smiled coquettishly, then stood up slightly, put her hands on Si Chainan's shoulders, and pressed her entire upper body against Si Chainan's body. Lilywei stretched out her soft tongue and gently licked Si Chainan's neck. The whole process looked like applying anesthetic before an injection. Under Lilywei's gentle licking, Si Chainan couldn't help but relax his body, and his sense of time became dull. Now the only thing he could feel was the soft touch coming from his neck. After an unknown amount of time, Si Chainan, who was immersed in the gentle land, suddenly felt a slight and brief tingling, and he woke up instantly. Lilith has officially started eating. The true ancestor closed her eyes slightly and swallowed slowly, looking as if she was enjoying the food. At the same time, Si Chainan also felt the tingling gradually turn into a wonderful numbness, so he couldn't help but close his eyes and enjoy the process. The whole eating process lasted for nearly a minute, and Lilywei finally stopped eating. Although she still looked unsatisfied, Lilywei managed to control her desire and simply licked the blood remaining between her lips. Seeing that Lilywei had finished eating, Si Chainan subconsciously touched the place where he was bitten, but did not feel any wound. Seeing Si Chainan's slightly surprised expression, Lilywei immediately explained with a smile, "Our vampire saliva has a paralyzing effect, and when necessary, it can also be transformed into a simple healing effect, so you don't have to worry about leaving bite marks on your body." "Oh, well, you've eaten your fill first, so go back and rest." Si Chainan yawned as he issued the order to expel the guests. After 3 days of exploration, he finally got a short break. The fatigue accumulated over these 3 days suddenly burst out, making Si Chainan just want to have a good sleep. Although Si Chainan only had sleeping in his mind now, Lilywei refused to give in. Lilywei, who received the order to expel her, immediately frowned and showed her dissatisfaction. Then she turned her face and revealed an aggrieved expression as if turning the pages of a book. She stared at Si Chainan intently, making some kind of silent plea. "I still want to stay with you for a while. I haven't had the chance to be alone with you these past few days, and finally." Just when Lilywei was begging Si Chainan to let her stay, the curtain of the tent was lifted again, and the person who came was Lu Chanxian. As soon as she entered the tent, the scene inside made Lu Chanxian stunned. From Lu Chanxian's perspective, Si Chainan, who was disheveled, and Lilywei, who was already dressed coolly, were hugging each other. If anyone sees this scene, they will immediately make bold associations in the same direction. You. At this moment, a striking blush appeared on Lu Chanxian's cheeks, and it was unclear whether it was out of shyness, anger, or both. Lu Chanxian's sudden intrusion made Si Chainan lose all sleepiness instantly. He quickly stood up and explained while tidying up his clothes. "I was just feeding Lair. Since she's a vampire, she needs to replenish her magic regularly." Before Si Chainan could explain the whole story, Lu Chanxian turned around and left the tent without looking back, leaving Si Chainan alone and disheveled. Si Chainan, at a loss, stood motionless for more than 10 seconds, then sat back on the sleeping mat with a sigh full of grief and anger. At the same time, Liliwei asked Si Chainan very considerately. Master, are you okay? Liliwei's question was met with another even more sorrowful sigh. Please spare me. I just want to have a good sleep. Chapter 30, Fate is not over yet? The sound coming from outside the tent woke Si Chainan from his sleep. When Si Chainan woke up, he immediately recalled the embarrassing experience before. He wanted to fall back to sleep and escape from reality temporarily. Having said that, Si Chainan was still more concerned about the sounds outside the tent at this time. It sounded like someone was talking outside. Although he couldn't hear the specific content of the conversation, he could tell from the tone that one of the parties was a little excited. Most importantly, Si Chainan also heard the man's voice. As the only male in the team, Si Chainan immediately became alert. Si Chainan immediately stood up, put on his coat, and planned to go out to see what was going on. As soon as she walked out of the tent, Si Chainan found that the other teammates were outside. However, in addition to them, another group of people also came to this rest stop. This group of people were not strangers. They were Qin Jie and his group who had wanted to explore the copy with Si Chainan and the others. At this time, Lin Wanner's face was not very good, while Chen Jie's side had a frivolous look on their faces. Obviously, something unpleasant happened between the two sides. Chen Jie noticed Si Chainan walking out of the tent at the first moment. A sinister look flashed across his face for a moment, but he soon showed a welcoming smile. Hey, Junior, we meet again. This is really fate. Oh. Si Chainan responded indifferently, then asked the other teammates in a serious manner, have you all rested well? Upon hearing this, relying on the tacit understanding between them, Lu Chanxian immediately understood what Si Chainan meant, so she nodded. Well, everyone has had a good rest. In that case, we should set off to continue exploring the dungeon. Hurry up and grab all your belongings. Si Chainan deliberately ignored Qin Jie and others on the side, and instead urged his teammates to pack up quickly. Soon, everyone packed their luggage. Seeing that his teammates were ready to set off, Si Chainan looked at Qin Jie again. Seniors, we're leaving now. Please take a good rest here. After saying that, Si Chainan was too lazy to wait for the other party's response and directly left the rest point with the other teammates. When walking out of the rest area, Si Chainan vaguely heard a curse coming from behind, followed by the sound of Chen Jie and others arguing with each other. Si Chainan didn't bother to pay attention to all this. He quickened his pace without hesitation and took the others away from this place of trouble. After walking for quite a distance, Lin Wanner finally couldn't help it and started to complain first. What bad luck! I finally found a place to rest, but ended up running into these guys. Seeing their faces makes me feel sick. With Lin Wanner taking the lead, Liliwei also angrily complained to Si Chainan. Master, those guys are so annoying. Not only did they say dirty things to us, but that guy named Chen Jie kept staring at us with lustful eyes. If you hadn't come out in time, I would have wanted to kill them. Hearing this, Si Chainan felt a little amused. He knew very well that with Liliwei's temper, she would indeed do such a thing. Si Chainan could only touch Liliwei's head and comfort her. Of course I know what these guys are planning to do. Including this time, I've already warned them twice. If they still don't know what's good for them, there's no need for you to do anything. I'll personally send them to hell. After killing a dozen slimes, Si Chainan and his group took a brief rest on the spot. Zhu and Xingling were responsible for collecting the monster materials dropped by the slime, while Liliwei and Lin Wanner were responsible for counting the remaining supplies. Taking this opportunity, Si Chainan immediately came to Lu Chanxian, who was squatting on the ground feeding Shuefu. Flourishing. Hearing Si Chainan's voice, Lu Chanxian didn't even raise her eyelids, and said in a cold tone, if you have nothing to do, you can help them collect materials. Obviously, Lu Chanxian still felt resentful about what she had witnessed in the tent before. Seeing this, Si Chainan did not retreat immediately, but squatted down beside Lu Chanxian with a thick face. I was really feeding Lair at the time. It wasn't what you thought. You know, vampires need to eat blood regularly to maintain normal life activities. This is a matter between you and your family, and has nothing to do with me. Lu Chanxian directly interrupted Si Chainan's explanation, and the expression on her face became more and more gloomy. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like it had nothing to do with her. In fact, Si Chainan had long guessed that Lu Chanxian was most likely jealous, but Si Chainan did not dare to point it out directly, as he did not want to be punched again. At this time, Jui and Xingling, who were responsible for collecting monster materials, came over. They each held a bottle of slime in their hands, which showed that their luck this time was quite good. Bump! Just as Qing Ling and Jiu Yi were about to hand over these monster materials to Si Chainan for safekeeping, everyone suddenly heard a dull sound, and then the ground under their feet collapsed instantly, and everyone fell to the next level without warning. Since this dungeon has a multi-layer structure, Si Chainan and his group have been going up and down in this copy in the past few days, but this is the first time they have encountered a situation where they suddenly fell to the next floor like now. Although adventurers have stronger physical fitness than ordinary people, given the current level of Si Chainan and his group, a fall without any defense like this is still quite dangerous. Before Si Chainan could get up from the ground, a sharp sword emerged from the flying smoke and dust and directly pressed against Si Chainan's neck. The cold touch instantly made Si Chainan dare not act rashly. At the same time, there were soft cries from teammates around, and it was obvious that they had encountered the same thing. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Si Chainan realized that the person who was threatening him with a weapon was actually Chen Jie. In addition, Lin Wanner and Lu Chanqian were both held hostage by Wang Hu and Lu Wen. Because the contract master was held hostage, although Lilibel, as a family member, was not threatened, they did not dare to act rashly, and the two sides were deadlocked. Seeing this scene, Si Chainan realized that the collapse just now was not an accident, but a premeditated act by Chen Jie and his group. At this moment, the hypocritical smile on Chen Jie's face no longer existed, and was replaced by a cold smile that made people feel cold. "Hey, Junior, we meet again. It seems our fate has not yet come to an end. Heh, it seems you guys really put a lot of effort into creating this chance encounter, but..." Facing Si Chainan's sarcasm, Chen Jie acted indifferent. In his opinion, Si Chainan and his group were like fish at the mercy of others and could not cause any trouble at all. "Actually, we discovered your tracks yesterday and also knew the location of the rest stop. So, we set a trap on this essential route. As long as you leave the rest stop, you will definitely fall into the trap." Like most villains who like to talk nonsense, Chen Jie confessed everything he had done without reservation, and there was a sense of pride in his tone. While Chen Jie was talking, Si Chainan calmly observed the situation around him. At this moment, Lu Chanqian and Lin Wanner were both being held hostage. As for Liliwire's relatives, they were also restricted by the threat to their contract master and did not dare to act rashly. On the other hand, on Chen Jie's side, in addition to Chen Jie, Wang Hu and Lu Wen, the families of the three of them were also present, and these families were all guarding their respective contract masters. From this we can see that although Si Chainan's side has a slight advantage in numbers, they are still in a very passive situation. The person closest to Si Chainan now is Lu Chanqian, with the distance between them less than 1 meter. Next are Qing Ling and Jiu Yi, while Liliwei and Lin Wanner are the farthest away. After learning about the current situation, Si Chainan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because Chen Jie made an extremely serious mistake that was not killing him at the first moment. Chapter 31, Taking Advantage of the Fire. As early as when Chen Jie took the initiative to strike up a conversation, Si Chainan had already begun to speculate on the other party's strength. After being rejected twice outside the dungeon and at the rest point, although Chen Jie's side showed displeasure, they did not immediately turn hostile. Si Chainan was basically certain that the average level of Chen Jie's side was definitely no more than level 10, otherwise it would be impossible for them to swallow their anger in front of a group of novices like this. Now Chen Jie and his team used traps to plot against everyone, and this action further confirms Si Chainan's guess. If Chen Jie's side was above level 10, they could have relied on their absolute strength advantage to force everyone to surrender instead of resorting to such shameful means. At this moment, Chen Jie did not notice the murderous intent gradually emerging in Si Chainan's eyes, but instead became more and more complacent. Chen Jie moved the sword away from Si Chainan's neck and instead used the sword to point at Si Chainan's body. "I really don't know what kind of luck you have, little white face, to have so many top-notch women around you. It's a pity that your good fortune ends here. Now let us enjoy it for you." Si Chainan ignored Chen Jie's dirty words and winked at Qing Ling and Liliwei, signaling them to focus. Liliwei and Qing Ling immediately understood what Si Chainan meant, and calmly prepared to take action. At this time, Chen Jie noticed that Si Chainan was flirting with Liliwei, and immediately smiled evilly. "You're about to die, and you're still flirting with each other?" As Chen Jie spoke, he pushed his sword forward slightly and pressed it against Si Chainan's chest. The sharp blade immediately left a shallow bloody mark on Si Chainan's chest. "That vampire is your follower, right? I saw you two were quite close before. I wonder what you will feel when I play with her in front of you later." After saying this, Chen Jie also let out an extremely obscene laugh. "If you're obsessed with sex, you're the one who's going to die." After hearing this, Chen Jie couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He couldn't believe that at this point, Si Chainan still dared to curse him. Chen Jie, who was completely enraged, immediately gripped the hilt of the sword, ready to cut a hole in Si Chenan's body. At this moment, Si Chenan took the initiative to grab Chen Jie's wrist, making his right hand holding the sword unable to move at all. Blood curse, ghostly shadow. Si Chenan summoned 2 clones without hesitation. One of the clones directly repelled Chen Jie's followers, and the other clone rescued Lu Chanxian from one who's hostage. This counterattack happened so suddenly that the people on Chen Jie's side had no chance to react at all. At the same time, Liliwei and Changling, who had been prepared for this, easily defeated Lu Wen and his followers and rescued Lin Wan'er safely. Seeing the situation reversed in an instant, driven by instinct, Chen Jie's first thought was to get away from Si Chenan, who suddenly counterattacked as soon as possible. However, he found that he could not open Si Chenan's grip no matter what. After feeling the tremendous force from Si Chenan's hand, Chen Jie was immediately frightened and his face turned pale. How can you possibly have so much strength? What level are you? Seeing Chen Jie look as if he had seen a ghost, Si Chenan couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly and reveal a playful smile. Brother, don't you usually watch the news? Don't you know that I've been on the headlines for several days? After saying that, the smile on Si Chenan's lips disappeared instantly, and his face was filled with a cold expression. The murderous intent in his eyes made Chen Jie feel as if he was falling into an icy cave. Si Chenan used his right hand without hesitation, crushing Chen Jie's wrist bones in an instant, and the long sword in his hand fell to the ground. Ah! Chen Jie let out an extremely shrill scream, and the immense pain caused his entire face to twist together. Gurgle. Just as Si Chenan was about to finish off Chen Jie, he suddenly heard a very familiar sound, the sound of a slime moving. Before Si Chenan could confirm the specific source of the sound, countless similar sounds appeared around him again. Soon, dozens of slimes of various sizes poured out from the surrounding passages. Obviously, the huge noise caused by the collapse just now attracted all the slimes around. Seeing nearly 100 slimes appear together, Si Chenan's heart sank instantly. Si Chenan and his team have killed many slimes in the past few days, but they have never encountered a situation where they were surrounded by nearly 100 slimes at the same time. Although the incident happened suddenly, the people on Si Chenan's side remained calm and did not lose their composure for the time being. On the other hand, Chen Jie's side was already in chaos. What happened in a short period of time completely disrupted their plans. The first person to break down emotionally was Lu Wen, who had previously held Lin Wan'er hostage. He rushed madly towards the passage with fewer slimes, but unsurprisingly, he was surrounded by slimes and eventually became food for several slimes. It was the first time that Si Chenan saw a slime devouring a living creature. A living person was directly decomposed into blood foam in the slime's body, and not even a bone was left. Just as everyone was stunned by the scene before them, more slimes fell from the previously collapsed ceiling. Perhaps because there were so many of their kind here, hundreds of slimes launched a fierce attack on everyone at the same time, forcing everyone to fight back. Elemental favor, fire. Lu Chanxian and Xue Fu immediately released their skills to provide fire element attachment to everyone. Soon, with the help of the elements, everyone was able to barely contain the offensive of these slimes. However, it is far from the time to declare victory. Before everyone has a chance to catch their breath, these slimes begin a new round of offensive. At this moment, a scream suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention. I saw Chen Jie took back his weapon at some point and held Lu Chanxian hostage with his sword. Seeing this scene, Si Chenan immediately cursed himself in his heart for being careless and forgetting that there was such a disaster around him. Just play with this scumbag here. If anyone dares to follow me, I'll kill her. In this way, Chen Jie held Lu Chanxian hostage and retreated to a passage without slimes. Then, he and Lu Chanxian quickly disappeared into the dark passage. Although Xue Fu was still providing the blessing of the elements to everyone, Si Chenan could not just leave Lu Chanxian alone. I'll leave this place to you. I'll go save Chanxian right away. After saying that, Si Chenan chased into the passage alone. With the presence of 2S-level followers, Jingling and Liliwei, and the blessing of the elemental followers, Si Chenan believed that those slimes could not pose any threat. At most, it would just take up some more time. But Si Chenan could not wait that long. He had to rescue Lu Chanxian as soon as possible. This passage continues to wind downwards, obviously leading to the next level. The unknown ahead made Si Chenan feel inexplicably anxious, but he never slowed down his pace, because his current goal was to rescue Lu Chanxian, and nothing could stop his decision. After running in the dimly lit passage for an unknown amount of time, Si Chenan finally heard voices coming from the front. Si Chenan immediately slowed down his pace and began to move forward slowly and carefully, for fear of alarming Chen Jie. As Si Chainan gradually moved forward, he finally heard the sounds in front of him clearly. It was Chen Jie's voice and Lu Chanshan's crying. This school beauty had never been kidnapped before, so she was naturally very scared. Chen Jie was annoyed by Lu Chanshan's crying and threw her to the ground angrily. After the previous battle with the slime, Chen Jie knew that Lu Chanshan's skills were all auxiliary and had no combat power at all. Therefore, he was not afraid that Lu Chanshan would suddenly counterattack like Si Chainan, so Chen Jie suddenly became bold. Fuck, you little bitch kept crying and screaming, making me so angry. Now I'm going to use you to vent my anger. Remember to scream louder when the time comes. Chapter 32, Evil will be repaid with evil. Hearing such obscene words, Lu Chanshan was frightened and wanted to get up and run away on the spot, but was caught by Chen Jie effortlessly. Lu Chanshan was originally a support profession with no combat power, and her level was not as high as Chen Jie, so she was naturally no match for Chen Jie. Seeing Lu Chanshan struggling but unable to get what she wanted, Chen Jie became very excited and prepared to do something inappropriate. At this moment, Chen Jie suddenly heard a rapid sound of breaking wind behind him. Before Chen Jie could turn around to check the situation, Si Chainan arrived in time and kicked him from behind. Chen Jie was caught off guard and was kicked to the ground. He rolled several times before stopping. Si Chainan quickly helped Lu Chanshan up from the ground. The latter was so scared that she was shaking all over and didn't even have the strength to stand. She fell into Si Chainan's arms. At this time, Chen Jie, with stars in his eyes, crawled up from the ground. Then he saw Si Chainan and was immediately furious. You little bastard have ruined my good deeds again. Today I will make sure you die without a burial place. After saying that, Chen Jie did not attack Si Chainan directly, but immediately took out a crystal ball from his arms. Si Chainan took a closer look and immediately recognized that it was an energy storage ball. He didn't expect that a gangster like Chen Jie would have such a luxury item as an energy storage ball. Of course, the moment he saw Chen Jie take out the energy storage ball, Si Chainan didn't have time to think about it. He immediately hugged Lu Chanshan and protected her in his arms. Almost at the same time, Chen Jie also released the skills in the energy storage ball. A strong purple light burst out from the energy storage ball, instantly illuminating the originally dimly lit dungeon. However, the powerful impact or violent explosion that Si Chainan imagined did not happen. He just felt a strange energy sweeping through his body. Apart from that, no substantial damage was caused. Obviously, the energy ball does not release an attack skill. While Si Chainan was still wondering what skill the energy ball had released, Chen Jie had already started laughing in the classic three-part villain style. I didn't expect that the energy storage ball I stole would be used at a time like this. Chen Jie glanced at the energy storage ball that had been depleted of magic power, then looked at Si Chainan and asked triumphantly, "Little bastard, how does it feel to be controlled by the confinement effect?" Hearing this, Si Chainan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and deliberately acted very surprised. You released a skill that has a binding effect? Of course, this is a level 2 control skill, more than enough to deal with a novice like you who's not even level 10. This restraining effect will last for at least a few minutes. Unfortunately, you won't survive beyond those few minutes. As Chen Jie spoke, he took out his weapon, ready to completely eliminate Si Chainan to prevent future troubles. Just go on your way without any worries. As for the beauty in your arms, I will enjoy it for you. After saying that, Chen Jie rushed towards Si Chainan with a sword in hand. However, the next second, Chen Jie was stunned. Si Chainan took 2 steps forward and seemed to be completely unaffected by the restraint effect. Chen Jie was stunned for a moment. He thought he had won the game, but he immediately stopped and didn't dare to move forward. How is that possible? How come you are not imprisoned? Si Chainan smiled slightly and replied, "Sorry, I was born with divine power, so I'm still a little short of mastery if you want to control me with my level 2 skill." In fact, the reason why Si Chainan was not affected by the confinement effect was entirely because he and Qingling shared the innate ability of Unbeatable Will, which increased resistance to curse and control skills by 100%. With this innate ability, even though Si Chainan is only level 8 now, control and curse skills below level 3 are almost impossible to take effect on him, unless the caster himself has some kind of extraordinary innate ability. If you have any other tricks, use them now, or you can start saying your last words. Si Chainan looked at Chen Jie with a smile on his face, but there was no smile in his eyes, only a strong murderous intent that made people feel cold. Brother, these are all misunderstandings. I am blind. Please spare my life. Chen Jie immediately dropped his weapon, fell to his knees on the ground, and begged for mercy to Si Chainan repeatedly, looking as humble and embarrassed as a dog with a broken back. Chen Jie's action did not make Si Chang'an give up his murderous intention. Instead, a blood-red light emerged from Si Chang'an's hand, which was a precursor to the use of blood magic. Okay, that's your last words. Now it's time to get on the road. As soon as he finished speaking, several blood-red sickle blades instantly cut Chen Jie, who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, into several pieces, and the smelly blood immediately dyed the ground red. Lu Chanxian buried her cheek deeply in Si Chang'an's arms, not daring to look at the bloody scene for even a second. At this moment, Lu Chanxian had not yet recovered from her fear, and her body was still shaking uncontrollably. Hearing the slight sobbing coming from his arms, Si Chang'an didn't know how to comfort Lu Chanxian. He could only gently stroke her back to make her feel a little better. After a few minutes, Lu Chanxian finally stopped sobbing, but she still leaned in Si Chang'an's arms without saying a word, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing that Lu Chanxian's emotions seemed to have calmed down, Si Chang'an also planned to leave here quickly and meet up with other teammates as soon as possible. Are you feeling better? Do you still have the strength to walk? Do you want me to carry you up? Facing Si Chang'an's 3 consecutive questions, Lu Chanxian still buried her cheek in Si Chang'an's arms. No expression could be seen at all. She just said him very simply, and no emotion could be heard from her. Such a brief answer immediately made Si Chang'an feel troubled. He didn't know what Lu Chanxian wanted him to do. After a brief thought, Si Chang'an could only pick up Lu Chanxian, who was still nestled in his arms. Gurgle. Just as Si Chang'an was about to carry Lu Chanxian away, he suddenly heard the sound of the slime again. Si Chang'an became alert instantly, stopped quickly, and began to look for the source of the sound. Gulu, gulu. Soon, Si Chang'an confirmed that the sound came from deeper in the passage. Now Si Chang'an and Lu Chanxian were in a place similar to a stairwell. The space was not particularly spacious, and the sound came from the depths of the stairs that continued to wind downwards. Hearing the sound of the slime flowing, Si Chang'an couldn't help but feel a little confused, because it seemed that this sound was a little different from the sounds made by the slimes before, but he couldn't tell what the specific difference was. In any case, Si Chang'an knew that this place was not suitable for recording and he had to leave quickly. Si Chang'an didn't bother to find out who the owner of the voice was, and immediately hugged Lu Chanxian and prepared to return along the same route. Crash. Just as Si Chang'an turned around, an unusual voice suddenly came from behind. Driven by curiosity and vigilance, Si Chang'an subconsciously looked back and then took a breath. Chen Jie's body, which had been lying on the ground, had disappeared. In addition to the bloodstains, there was a pool of transparent liquid secreted by the slime. This pool of slime extended directly into the depths of the passage. Soon, the sound of slimes eating came from the darkness deep in the passage, making Si Chang'an's scalp tingle. At the same time, Si Chang'an heard the sound of mucus flowing becoming clearer and clearer, which meant that the slime hiding in the darkness was gradually approaching. With the faint light emitted by the torch, Si Chang'an finally saw the true face of the visitor. I saw a huge, bloated slime slowly crawling out from the darkness. Its huge body filled the entire passage, and there was still some blood foam left in its body. Obviously, Chen Jie's body had been dissolved into nutrients by it. In addition to its extremely huge size, the biggest difference between this slime and other slimes is that it has several very conspicuous synapses on its head, which looks like a crown at first glance. Slime King. Chapter 33 Mother Slime. After seeing this giant slime with a slightly strange appearance, Si Chang'an felt as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned involuntarily, and an expression of surprise froze on his face in an instant. Si Chang'an recognized the identity of the slime in front of him at the first time. It was not an ordinary slime, nor a combination of several slimes fused together, but a real Slime King. Slime King is just a common name. Its official name in the Monster Encyclopedia is Mother Slime. As the name suggests, Mother Slime has the ability to reproduce slimes. Under normal circumstances, there will only be one mother slime in each slime nest. If any unlucky person regards the mother slime as a mere reproductive machine, he will definitely suffer a great loss and may even lose his life. Because, in addition to its strong reproductive ability, the mother slime also has quite terrifying combat power, which is completely incomparable to those ordinary slimes. Unlike the giant monsters in the leveling dungeon, the mother slime is a powerful monster that can truly be called a boss. Si Chang'an remembered that when he entered the copy information showed that the highest level of monsters was level 10, which meant that this mother slime was a level 10 monster. Dungeon monsters are inherently more powerful than wild monsters, and the same is true for dungeon bosses. Therefore, Si Chang'an estimated that the strength of this mother slime was enough to rival a level 15 adventurer. If Lilibel and Xingling were around, Si Chang'an would have wanted to fight this mother slime. However, now that the 2S level followers were not present, and he had to protect Lu Qianqian who had no fighting ability, the only thing Si Chainan could think of was to run away. Unfortunately, the mother slime had no intention of letting the two people in front of it leave. Gurgle. Accompanied by a rapid sound, the synapses on the mother slime's head suddenly stretched out and turned into the shape of tentacles, sweeping directly towards Si Chainan and Lu Qianqian. Seeing this, Si Chainan immediately squatted on the ground holding Lu Qianqian, thus avoiding the attack of the tentacles, which left a deep crack on the wall. At this time, Si Chainan realized that if he found a way to stop the mother slime, no one would be able to escape. Thinking of this, Si Chainan immediately put Lu Qianqian down. "I'll hold this guy off, you go back and find the others." Hearing Si Chainan's words, Lu Qianqian shook her head decisively. "No, you'll die alone. I can't allow that to happen." After saying that, Lu Qianqian quickly began to chant her skills, and the next second, a fiery red halo spread from her body. Feeling the blessing of the elemental favor and seeing the determination in Lu Qianqian's eyes, Si Chainan knew that he could not persuade Lu Qianqian to leave now. "Okay, then stay away. I'll do my best to hold off until help arrives." Si Chainan drew out his sword, then jumped down the stairs and came to the front of the mother slime. In order to ensure that the blessing of the elemental favor would not be interrupted, Lu Qianqian did not go too far, but hid in the corner, always keeping an eye on Si Chainan's situation. Seeing Si Chainan coming back to her again, the mother slime immediately made a series of rapid grunts, which sounded like a protest, but also like an expression of joy at getting food. Si Chainan was in no mood to ponder the meaning of this sound. The moment he landed, he was ready to use his skills, intending to take the initiative. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. Several blood-red sickle blades appeared out of thin air around the mother slime, and then attacked the boss-level monster together. Because blood magic itself conflicts with elemental magic, the fire element from the elemental's favor is not attached to these blood-red sickle blades. However, Si Chainan did not expect these attacks to really hurt the mother slime. His real purpose was to cut this huge slime into many small pieces so that it would be easier to defeat them one by one. As the saying goes, ideals are always full, but reality is very skinny. The situation that Si Chainan expected did not happen. As soon as these blood-red sickle blades entered the body of the mother slime, they were instantly dissolved into pure magic power and then converted into nutrients for the mother slime. Seeing this scene, Si Chainan couldn't help but be stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a situation. Although Si Chainan knew that slimes could directly digest magic power, the digestion process took a certain amount of time. However, the digestion ability of the mother slime in front of him was terrifying. It almost instantly decomposed the magic attack into magic power. After absorbing the magic power, the mother slime became extremely excited, and the tentacles on its head stretched out again, launching a new round of attacks. Blood Curse, Ghostly Shadow. Si Chainan immediately summoned two clones, which released their skills the moment they appeared. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Two extremely sharp white sword auras flew out from the long sword in the clone's hand, instantly cutting off all the tentacles that were rushing towards him. However, before Si Chainan could breathe a sigh of relief, these severed tentacles quickly grew out again. The next second, these tentacles attacked the two clones. The tentacles attacked at an incredibly fast speed, wrapping around the two clones in the blink of an eye. They then directly pulled the two clones condensed by magic power into the body of the mother slime, and instantly dissolved them into magic power. After swallowing the magic power of two clones in succession, the mother slime still seemed unsatisfied, so it once again controlled its tentacles to attack Si Chainan, and one of the tentacles even wrapped around Si Chainan's left hand first. Fortunately, Si Chainan reacted in time and immediately swung his sword to cut off the tentacle, and then swung his sword at the remaining tentacles attacking him. Thanks to the damage reduction of the Undying Scale, the slime that was originally enough to corrode flesh and blood only left a slightly reddish mark on Si Chainan's arm, instead of directly corroding Si Chainan's arm to pieces. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. The fiery red sword energy blessed by the fire element instantly cut off all the tentacles. Then, the sword energy fell directly on the mother slime, directly cutting a gap on its body surface. The extremely hot sword energy instantly caused the mucus in the gap to boil. The mother slime immediately began to tremble violently all over, and kept making rapid gurgling sounds, looking quite painful. After confirming that the mother slime also had a weakness of being afraid of fire, Si Chainan felt that the initiative of this battle was gradually shifting into his hands. Qianqian, Fearless Body. Hearing Si Chainan's shout, Lu Qianqian, who was hiding aside and watching the battle, immediately did as she was told and began to perform the skill Si Chainan needed as quickly as possible. At the same time, the restless mother slime gradually calmed down, and the gaps on its body recovered as before. Perhaps sensing the dangerous aura from Si Chainan, the mother slime suddenly expanded in size, making its already huge body even more exaggerated, almost filling the entire stairwell. Gurgle. Accompanied by a rapid sound, the huge mother slime moved. This boss-level monster rushed towards Si Chainan like a wave. Just at this moment, Lu Chanxian on the side had just completed the spell. Fearless Body. Bright white light was injected into Si Chainan's body. At the same time, a blood mist-like aura emerged from the surface of Si Chainan's body. With the dual blessing of the fearless body and the blood-breaking limit, Si Chainan's strength was instantly raised a lot, and the long sword in his hand also made a buzzing sound as if it was eager to try. At this moment, Si Chainan's pupils had turned blood red under the influence of blood magic. He raised the sword in his hand with a cold expression and held it high above his head. Seeing the mother slime getting closer, Si Chainan finally moved the sword in his hand. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Chapter 34 Growth Equipment. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. The red and white sword beams poured down on the mother slime like a waterfall, and the bloated boss-level monster was instantly completely submerged in the powerful light. The extremely violent sword energy pierced through the mother slime's body like a rain of arrows. At the same time, the fire element attached to the sword energy made it impossible for the mother slime to repair the wound in a short time. In an instant, the large pool of mud turned into a hornet's nest under the bombardment of sword energy. Si Chainan stared at the mother slime that was already riddled with holes, still holding the sword tightly in his hand. Facing a real boss-level monster for the first time, Si Chainan was not sure whether an attack of this power could kill it. If this level of attack cannot defeat the mother slime, Si Chainan will really have to start thinking about how to escape. Just as Si Chainan began to think about a way out, he suddenly felt a new power surging in his body. At the same time, colorful light symbolizing upgrading fell from above his head. This change immediately made Si Chainan happy, because it meant. Under Si Chainan's gaze, the mother slime, which occupied almost half of the stairwell, collapsed to the ground. Its huge body, like mud, quickly collapsed and finally turned into a pool of completely transparent unknown liquid, emitting bursts of disgusting fishy smell. At this time, Lu Chanxian walked to Si Chainan's side, looked at the pool of liquid on the ground, her face full of disbelief. This king slime is actually dead? Before Si Chainan could answer, an ethereal voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to Si Chainan and Lu Chanxian for successfully killing the dungeon boss. The dungeon has officially entered the extermination state. The experience gained from killing dungeon monsters has increased by 200%. As the voice ended, Si Chainan's eyes lit up and he showed a very curious expression. Is this the voice of the dungeon mentioned in the textbook? The so-called dungeon sounds, like the rest points in the dungeons, are all unsolved mysteries of this world. Whenever someone completes an action in the dungeon, a voice will broadcast the action to everyone in the dungeon. So far, no one has been able to investigate the specific source of this sound, so it can only be classified as an unsolved mystery. Lu Chanxian was also quite surprised when she heard her own name. I didn't expect I'd get a share? Si Chainan smiled slightly and said, that's right. If I hadn't had your support, I would have turned into food for the slime. As the two were talking, a golden light suddenly rose from where the mother slime fell. The next second, a treasure chest appeared out of thin air in the golden light. Obviously, this is the reward after killing the boss. You have made the greatest contribution this time, so you can drive it. Although there was an excitement in Lu Chanxian's eyes that was hard to conceal, she still gave the opportunity to open the treasure chest to Si Chainan. Si Chainan didn't refuse and immediately walked to the treasure chest to see what rewards were inside. Before Si Chainan could reach out to touch it, the treasure chest opened automatically. The treasure chest was filled with all kinds of items, from equipment to monster materials, everything. Among this dazzling pile of items, a long sword with a unique shape first caught Si Chainan's attention, so he subconsciously reached out and picked up the sword, ready to take a closer look. This long sword is quite light, weighing less than 1/3 of an ordinary longsword. At the same time, its blade is very slender, and there is a long rune engraved on the blade. The hilt of this sword is made of some kind of purple-black material. The hilt is designed in the shape of two snakes entwined, with two long snakes each holding a black and a white jade bead in their mouths. If you look closely, you can see that the two jade beads are emitting a faint light and flickering regularly, as if they are breathing. No matter how you look at it, this sword doesn't look like a weapon for fighting, but rather more like a work of art for appreciation. As soon as Si Chainan picked up the peculiarly shaped sword, the corresponding item information flooded into his mind. White Knight. Quality, good evolvable. Attribute correction, a level strength, a level spirit. Special ability, none. Just as the power of skills is affected by various factors, the power of equipment is also affected by specific factors. This is what is called attribute correction. The effects of attribute correction are from low to high, namely E, D, C, B, A, and S. For example, this weapon named White Knight has the attribute correction of a level strength and a level spirit, which means that the power of this weapon will be affected by the user's strength and spirit attributes. The higher the strength and spirit attributes, the greater the power displayed by this weapon. Strength and spirit are the most important attributes for the warrior and mage professions respectively. Obviously, this is a weapon suitable for both physical and magical cultivation. Since the contract master and his followers share some innate abilities and skills, Changuan can now use magic and also possesses powerful melee strength. This weapon called White Knight can be said to be tailor-made for Changuan. The most important thing is that White Knight is a weapon that can evolve, which is a growth type equipment that is priceless. As long as specific materials are used to refine growth equipment, the equipment will have the possibility of evolving, thereby gaining new special abilities and attribute corrections, and the original attribute corrections will also be strengthened. Therefore, theoretically speaking, even if a piece of growth equipment is of ordinary quality at the beginning, as long as enough resources are invested, it can one day grow into the highest level of holy equipment. After learning Bai Ye's basic information, Changuan's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't believe that he had actually obtained a piece of growth equipment. At the same time, Changuan couldn't help but feel fortunate that there were no other adventurers around. Otherwise, if others knew that this was a growth equipment, there would definitely be a bloody fight for it. Lu Chanqian saw Changuan suddenly stunned, so she asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" In response to Lu Chanqian's question, Changuan came back to his senses and immediately grinned, waving Bai Yi in front of Lu Chanqian's eyes a few times. "Can you guess what quality of equipment this is?" Seeing Changuan pretending to be mysterious, Lu Chanqian frowned slightly and quickly glanced at the uniquely shaped long sword. "What's there to speculate about? The dungeons that appear in E-level areas can only produce good quality equipment at best." This disapproving tone did not dampen Changuan's high spirits, but instead made the smile on his face even more smug. "This is indeed a high-quality weapon, but it can evolve, right?" Hearing this, Lu Chanqian was stunned at first, a little unable to believe her ears, but the bright smile on Changuan's face did not seem to be fake. "You mean growth equipment?" Seeing that Lu Chanqian was still a little unconvinced, Changuan generously handed Bai Yi to Lu Chanqian. Lu Chanqian took Bai Yi with doubt, and instantly she learned Bai Yi's basic information. The next second, Lu Chanqian was stunned, just like Changuan before. After a full minute of silence, Lu Chanqian gradually recovered from her shock and then still looked at Changuan, who was smiling brightly, with an expression of disbelief. "Your luck is ridiculously good." "Hey, thanks for the compliment." Soon, the two counted the items in the treasure chest and found that the reward for killing the boss was quite generous. In addition to a large number of rare monster materials, there are also many precious props such as energy storage balls. At the same time, Lu Chanqian also obtained a high-quality magic wand that is very suitable for auxiliary professions. For newbies like Changuan and Lu Chanqian, just selling these monster materials can earn them a considerable amount of adventure points, which is enough to allow them to far surpass other novice adventurers at the starting line. Of course, for you Changuan, the biggest gain this time is definitely Bai Yi. Chapter 35, A Fruitful Return. The time has come, the time has come. As the sound of the copy sounded, all adventurers in the copy were teleported out at the same time. Everyone returned to the grassland where the dungeon had appeared before, but the dungeon door that had originally stood there had disappeared. At this moment, most of the adventurers who were suddenly teleported out still acted as if they had just woken up from a dream. Because they had stayed in the dimly lit dungeon environment for several days, they felt a little uncomfortable with the sunlight outside. Of course, Changuan is also one of them. If you count it all, Changuan and his group stayed in this copy for a total of 10 days. After this dungeon exploration, Lin Wanner successfully reached level 7. Because Lu Chanqian and Changuan killed the copy boss Mother Slime together, Lu Chanqian gained a lot of experience and reached level 8 earlier than Lin Wanner. As for Changuan, he is still at level 9. Because most of the monsters in the dungeon are level 7, the level gap between Changuan, who is level 9, and these monsters is too large, resulting in a sharp drop in the experience gained. Ever since killing the Mother Slime, the dungeon boss, Changuan's level experience bar has almost remained stagnant. Therefore, over the past few days, Changuan has completely become a selfless sparring partner, escorting Lu Chanqian and Lin Wanner on their leveling journey without asking for any reward. Thinking of his selfless dedication over the past few days, Si Chainan couldn't help but sigh. However, Si Chainan quickly calmed down his depressed mood and began to observe the surrounding situation vigilantly. At this time, the adventurers were still talking and laughing about their experiences in the dungeon, and no one had noticed Si Chainan and his group yet. Seeing this, Si Chainan immediately lowered his voice and said to Lu Qianqian and the others, "We should leave." When Si Chainan and his party returned to Changuan City, it was already completely dark, but the city was still brightly lit, forming a sharp contrast with the quiet night sky above. Seeing the bustling street scenes that he hadn't seen for a few days, Si Chainan felt extremely complicated, feeling both strange and familiar. This outdoor experience was the first time that Si Chainan left the safety of the city walls and came to the dangerous wild area. Although the E-level area was not truly full of dangers, it allowed Si Chainan to realize for the first time what the world outside the city walls was like. Unlike towns where everything is based on rules and order, the world outside the city walls follows the natural law of the survival of the fittest. At this point, Si Chainan still couldn't help but feel a lingering fear when he thought about what he had experienced in the past few days. Si Chainan couldn't imagine what would happen to him and his companions if his strength was not as good as Chen Jie's or he could not defeat the mother slime. When everyone was teleported out of the copy before, Si Chainan was in a hurry to leave because he was worried that he and his group would be targeted by other adventurers. After all, the voice of the copy informed all the adventurers in the copy of the news that Si Chainan and Lu Qianqian killed the boss. Doing so would undoubtedly attract hatred to Si Chainan and his group. In addition, Si Chainan is now a well-known celebrity in the entire Changuan city, so it is impossible to hide his identity. It is for this reason that Si Chainan is so eager to return to Changuan city. At least the order within the city walls can make those who have ulterior motives restrain themselves a little. In addition to avoiding the limelight temporarily, Si Chainan decided to return to Changuan city for another reason. He wanted to find out about growth equipment. Today's Bai Yi is a high-quality weapon. For a novice adventurer, owning high-quality equipment is enough to be the envy of others, but Si Chainan's pursuit goes far beyond that. After this experience of going out, Si Chainan has deeply realized the importance of strength. If a person does not have enough strength, no matter how many adventures he has, he will ultimately be just fish on the chopping board. Considering that Tianwang Provincial Academy is a gathering place for many talented people, if you don't have strong enough strength, you will not be able to stand out from these talented people. Therefore, Si Chainan planned to evolve Bai Yi to the elite level as soon as possible before officially enrolling in school. This way, he would be more competitive when facing many geniuses. Before they knew it, Si Chainan and his group arrived at the Adventurers Guild. There are quite a few adventurers in the Adventurers Guild tonight, but most of them are just here to chat rather than to do business. As soon as Si Chainan walked into the outer hall of the Adventurers Guild, many adventurers recognized this famous person at the first time. Especially after seeing the several beautiful women with unique temperaments around Si Chainan, they cast envious and jealous glances at him. Seeing this situation, Si Chainan could only sigh helplessly, and then quickly led everyone through the crowded outer hall and into the internal service hall. Si Chainan quickly glanced around the service hall and didn't see Lin Xiaoqian, so he just found a front desk receptionist and planned to exchange all the monster materials he had obtained in the past few days for adventure points. Although Si Chainan knew that these monster materials could be exchanged for a large amount of adventure points, when the adventure points obtained from the exchange were revealed, Si Chainan, Lu Qianqian and Lin Waner all showed expressions of disbelief. These monster materials were exchanged for 300,000 adventure points, and on average each person could get 100,000 adventure points. An ordinary adventurer would have to work hard for at least 3 months to earn 100,000 adventure points, which shows how huge a sum of money this is. After receiving this huge sum of money, Lin Waner was the most delighted and began to discuss with Lu Qianqian enthusiastically what equipment and props to purchase. There are only a few days left until the Tianwang Provincial Academy's admissions examination, so Lin Waner and Lu Qianqian have to start preparing for the upcoming examination. Looking at the two people talking and laughing, Si Chainan couldn't help but want to tease them. Ahem, I've been working tirelessly as your bodyguard for so long these past few days. Shouldn't you two pay me some bodyguard fees? Hearing this, Lin Waner first cast a look of contempt, and then made a face at Si Chainan. Xianqian has been the one who's been working the hardest these days. She's been maintaining her skills from start to finish, and she hasn't even complained yet, and you're the first one to start crying? Halfway through her words, Lin Waner suddenly paused, revealing an expression as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. But, it's not impossible to say thank you reluctantly. After saying that, Lin Waner snorted and then turned her face away. Looking at Lin Waner, who was saying one thing and thinking another, Si Chainan and Lu Qianqian couldn't help but smile at each other. After spending a few days together, Si Chainan discovered that although Lin Wanner had a somewhat strange temper, she was generally a good girl. She often made some hypocritical moves to try to hide her true thoughts. She could be said to have a very typical tsundere personality. Since Lin Wanner has already thanked you, when are you going to thank me? Si Chainan shifted his gaze away from Lin Wanner and turned to look at Lu Chanxian beside him. Given our friendship, there's no need for thanking me, right? Hearing Si Chunan's question, Lu Chanxian smiled calmly, as if she had expected it. Besides, you said at the beginning that if it weren't for me, you would have become food for the Slime King. Logically, you should be the one thanking me, right? Si Chainan didn't expect that Lu Chanxian would outmaneuver him, and he felt a little bit amused and helpless. Just as Si Chainan was about to respond, Lu Chanxian suddenly took a step forward and moved closer, bringing with her a refreshing fragrance. However, considering your performance over the past few days, it's not impossible to thank you a little. After saying that, Lu Chanxian winked playfully, then she took another step forward, decisively, and quickly hugged Si Chainan, and left a light kiss on his cheek. Chapter 36, I'll be a worker after all. Early in the morning, Si Chainan came to the Adventure Guild alone. Si Chainan looked a little absent-minded today, and the reason was due to the shocking move made by Lu Chanxian yesterday. Although Si Chainan regarded Lu Chanxian as a friend most of the time, it is impossible to say that he had never been attracted to this school beauty. Si Chainan always felt that there was a tacit understanding between him and Lu Chanxian, until Lu Chanxian took the initiative to break this window paper yesterday. Even now, when Si Chainan recalled the kiss last night, he still vaguely felt his cheeks getting hot. Good morning, we meet again. At this moment, a familiar female voice pulled Si Chainan back from his chaotic thoughts. Si Chainan suddenly came to his senses and realized that he had unknowingly walked into the service hall and arrived at the front desk. The person who just spoke and greeted was Lin Xiaoqian. Seeing his acquaintance, Si Chainan immediately gathered his scattered thoughts and regained his spirits. Sister Xiaoqian, good morning. Lin Xiaoqian smiled faintly as always. Whether it was out of basic work etiquette or from the heart, the smile made Si Chainan feel like spring breeze, and his gloomy mood improved. You've worked so hard these past few days. Taking care of Wanner is not an easy task. Thank you. Faced with Lin Xiaoqian's sudden thanks, Si Chainan quickly waved his hands. You're too polite. We're all teammates. There's no such thing as one taking care of the other. Lin Xiaoqian smiled, then suddenly moved closer and deliberately lowered her voice. I'm telling you in secret. Wanner pulled me over as soon as she got home yesterday and started praising you in every possible way. She seemed to really adore you. Ah? Si Chainan couldn't believe his ears. Although he knew that Lin Wanner was the kind of person who said one thing and meant another, he didn't expect that he would be admired by Lin Wanner. After learning about Lin Wanner's change of attitude, Si Chainan suddenly felt a little amused. It was obvious that Lin Wanner regarded herself as a love rival before, but now she has become a little fangirl. The gap is really too big. And originally, Lin Xiaoqian wanted to continue saying something, but after seeing other people waiting to handle their business, she quickly stopped chatting. Lin Xiaoqian immediately stood up straight again and regained her serious tone. Excuse me, do you have any business to handle? Seeing this, Si Chainan also realized that this was a public place, so he took out his adventure certificate in a formal manner and performed routine identity verification. I want to buy some materials for refining equipment. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoqian hesitated for a moment, then blinked at Si Chainan, as if to convey some hint. Do you want to refine that equipment? Seeing Lin Xiaoqian's actions, Si Chainan immediately understood the meaning and nodded. Yes. Obviously, Lin Xiaoqian knew about the growth equipment. As for where she got the information from, Si Chainan knew without hesitation that she learned it from Lin Wanner. Si Chainan only told Lu Chanxian, Lin Wanner and his family members about the growth equipment. Now that Lin Wanner has told her sister Lin Xiaoqian about this matter, Si Chainan is not too worried because he believes in Lin Xiaoqian's character and she will not let this matter spread further. After receiving a positive answer, Lin Xiaoqian calmly checked the Adventure Guild system. Soon, Lin Xiaoqian handed a list filled with various materials to Si Chainan. We have most of the materials you need in stock, but there's one thing missing. As Lin Xiaoqian spoke, she pointed to the very end of the list, which was a material specially marked with a red circle divine casting stone. Seeing the missing material, Si Chainan did not show any surprise or disappointment, because he knew how rare this material was. God's stone is one of the most advanced forging materials. In addition to being an essential evolution material for growth equipment, God Stone can also provide a large amount of attribute bonuses for non-growth equipment. Because the amount of Divine Stone mined is so small, it has become a top-level material that is priceless in the market. Do you know where I can find this material? When Lin Xiaoqian heard this question, she rarely showed an embarrassed expression. The output of this material is very small, and it's so hot that the various adventure guilds are basically out of stock. Si Chainan knew that the Divine Casting Stone was extremely scarce, but he never expected it to be so scarce that even the various adventure guilds had no stock. Are there other ways to obtain it? Si Chainan, who was eager to evolve by Yi, was still somewhat unwilling. As far as I know, Divine Forging Stone generally only appears at auctions. Besides that, you can also anonymously commission it through the Adventurers Guild to purchase it. However, you'll need to pay half of the commission fee upfront, and the chances of successfully acquiring it are not high. How much do I need to pay in advance if I place an order? Our Adventure Guild values the Divine Forged Stone at 1 million adventure points, so you'll need to prepay at least 500,000 adventure points. Hearing this number, Si Chainan couldn't help but gasp. I originally thought I had made a fortune by exploring the dungeon, but now compared with the high advance payment, I find that it is just a drop in the bucket. Seeing that she could not help, Lin Xiaoqian felt a little guilty. If our Adventure Guild gets any news about the Divine Casting Stone, I will definitely inform you as soon as possible. Now, Lin Xiaoqian can only provide help to Si Chainan as much as possible within the scope of her power. Si Chainan smiled bitterly and nodded. Well, I'll trouble you, Sister Xiaoqian. Si Chainan was quite helpless about this and could only put the plan of evolving Bai Yi aside for the time being. After all, things like the Divine Casting Stone cannot be rushed, and even if there is a Divine Casting Stone for sale, Si Chainan knows that he cannot afford the cost with his financial resources. At this point, earning adventure points became the top priority. Si Chainan didn't expect that he would embark on the hard life of a worker before he officially started school. Sister Xiaoqian, can you help me find out if there is any commission that is suitable for me? No problem, just a moment. Lin Xiaoqian immediately called up the entrustment interface and quickly scanned the entrustment on it. Si Chainan also took a quick look at these commissions. Most of them were about clearing out monsters and escorting caravans. Your current level is too low. Most commissions have level restrictions, but there is one commission that is quite suitable for beginners. After saying that, Lin Xiaoqian pointed to one of the commissions, the issuer of which was the City Defense Force of Changuan City. Clearing the monster's stronghold? Well, every time we clear a stronghold, we'll earn a commission. The commission location is in the E-level area. It's not a particularly difficult commission for an adventuring team, and the reward is quite generous. In addition to regular monster extermination operations around the town, the City Defense Forces also usually entrust the task of monster extermination to adventurers. Okay, then I'll take this commission. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoqian was stunned for a moment, then frowned. You want to take on this commission alone? Don't you need to team up with others? No, I'm enough on my own, and I have 2 S-rank followers. With Si Chainan's strength, monsters below level 10 cannot pose any threat to him at all, so naturally there is no need for him to team up with other adventurers and give half of his reward to others for nothing. Seeing Si Chainan's confident look, Lin Xiaoqian was still a little worried. There are too many unexpected situations in battle, and injuries are inevitable. You need to at least have an adventurer who is good at healing accompany you. This is the safest way. After hearing about the treatment, Si Chainan remembered that he had a chance to summon a follower, which he had not used yet. Now it seems that it is time to add another member to his happy family. Don't worry, Sister Xiaoqian, I already have a choice. Chapter 37 The Third Dependent. As soon as Si Chainan got home, he informed Liliwei and Qingling about the commission. After explaining some basic information about the commission to the two, Si Chainan solemnly announced the most important thing. I intend to summon a third follower. Hearing this, Qingling, as usual, did not show any extra expression, but Liliwei showed a slightly strange look. Seeing Liliwei's eyes, Si Chainan felt a little guilty for some reason, and inexplicably felt embarrassed about proposing to take a concubine to his wife. Before Liliwei could speak, Si Chainan immediately began to add the rationality of doing so. Think about it, now we have a mage and a warrior. If we add a nurse, we can form a small team. This way, we don't need to team up with others. It will be very convenient. After saying that, Si Chainan's gaze moved back and forth between Qingling and Liliwei, waiting for the responses from the two relatives. Si Chainan thought Liliwei would speak first, but unexpectedly Qingling gave the answer first. The contract master is human after all, and their bodies are more vulnerable to harm than those of us aliens. If there is a family member who is good at healing by their side, the contract master's safety can be guaranteed to a certain extent, so I agree with the necessity of doing this. After getting Qingling's consent, Si Chenan's gaze naturally fell on Liliwei, and he found that the latter was also staring at him, and her eyes looked quite aggrieved. Just like that, the two of them stared at each other for a long time without saying a word, until the staring ended with Liliwei's sigh. Since even Qingling has agreed, then there's naturally no reason for me to continue to go against the master's wishes. Seeing that Liliwei agreed without any complaints, Si Chenan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Are you angry? Faced with this question that came out of her mouth, Liliwei instantly revealed a sly smile, which made Si Chenan suddenly realize that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. If the owner feels guilty, then please compensate me more during this period, okay? Hearing this, Si Chenan couldn't help but sigh that what he summoned was not a vampire at all, but an insatiable succubus. Wire, stop messing around. The contract master is talking about serious matters. Just at this moment, Qingling chose to intervene, thus interrupting their conversation. Contract master, are you ready to head to the contract office now? I'll pack up a bit and then I'll be able to go with you. Contract house? Shouldn't that be necessary? After saying that, Si Chenan silently said in his heart that he wanted to summon, trying to awaken the voice that once appeared in his mind. That voice hadn't appeared for some time, and Si Chenan himself was not sure if he could call it out. Summon immediately. As soon as Si Chenan had the thought of hesitation, this voice immediately appeared in his mind. No, wait a minute, don't you need to draw a summoning circle or something? Your summons do not require any restrictions. When Si Chenan learned that he could summon anytime and anywhere, he felt as if his common sense was shattered. After all, this was not what the textbooks taught him before. However, Si Chenan changed his mind and realized that he could contract multiple followers, which was beyond the common sense of this world. From the perspective of Liliwei and Qingling, Si Chenan was talking to himself and had no idea what he was talking about. Master, who are you talking to? After hearing Liliwei's question, Si Chenan finally reacted and quickly explained. I'm talking to the god of contract? Si Chenan improvised a name for this mysterious voice. It said I can summon it anytime, anywhere, without the need for a summoning array. Upon hearing this, Liliwei and Qingling looked at each other at the same time. Since Liliwei and Qingling were both aliens and didn't know much about human contract rituals, neither of them showed any surprise when they heard that there was no need to summon a magic circle. Seeing that Liliwei and Qingling did not ask any more questions, Si Chenan decided to start summoning the third follower. Let us get started. As soon as he finished speaking, Si Chenan closed his eyes and began to count silently to 3, just like when he first summoned him. 3, 2, 1. When Si Chenan opened his eyes again, he found that he had indeed come to that pure white spiritual space again. Detected that the host is summoning. Summoning targets are being screened based on the host's various values. Screening successful, current summon targets, 2,345. Blocking summons below S rank. Blocking successful, currently summoned, 20 people. Summon immediately. When Si Chenan heard that the number of summoned objects had increased to 20, he realized that the number of followers in this summoning pool would continue to increase. Although there are more choices, Si Chenan came with a goal this time. God of Contract, I want to summon a follower who is good at healing. Can you help me screen them again? Si Chenan tried to make a new request to this mysterious voice. Screening summon targets according to host's requirements. Screening successful, current summon targets, 3. The mysterious voice immediately carried out a new screening as requested. Si Chenan was stunned for a moment. Originally, summoning followers had no rules, but when it came to Si Chenan, it became a semi-designated summoning with screening conditions. Summon immediately. Si Chenan couldn't remember how many times he had asked this question, but this time he finally made up his mind. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a door emitting colorful light appeared out of thin air in front of Si Chenan, exactly the same as the original scene. As the colorful door turned into a spot of light and disappeared, a small figure appeared in front of Si Chenan. I saw a lowly with long beige hair and animal ears sitting obediently on the ground. A maple red witch robe draped over her petite body seemed a little too big, so that her fair and delicate shoulders were revealed from the slipping robe. Apart from this ill-fitting piece of clothing, what Si Chenan cared about most was that this lowly's animal ears looked very cute, and their shape was exactly the same as that of a fennec fox's ears, making people want to rub them. At the same time, Si Chainan also saw the three foxtails behind Loli, shaking slightly. Obviously, this is a family member from the orc tribe, and also a little fox girl. Although most orc women give people the image of strong and capable women, fox girls are definitely one of the exceptions among orcs. Because fox girls are often known for their gentle and virtuous image, they have become the perfect object that countless men dream of. However, the little fox girl in front of him looked a little young, and there was still a big gap between her and the rumored image of a good wife. At this moment, the little fox girl was looking at Si Chainan curiously, her amber eyes full of innocence and curiosity. Elder brother? The little fox girl tilted her head and called out to Si Chainan in a tentative tone. Although it was the first time for them to meet, Si Chainan could not see any expression of vigilance or fear on the face of this little fox girl. There was only curiosity. Hello? Si Chainan also tried to respond. After hearing Si Chainan's response, the little fox girl immediately showed a happy smile as if she had met a close friend. The three fox tails behind her also accelerated the amplitude and frequency of shaking, and she looked very happy. Elder brother. The little fox girl pounced on Si Chainan at once, and then kept rubbing her little face against Si Chainan's belly, with an expression of happiness and satisfaction on her face. Si Chainan was suddenly embraced by a little girl he didn't know at all, and he immediately became a little at a loss. Little sister, calm down a little. Si Chainan quickly pulled the fox girl away from him. The latter looked at Si Chainan with confusion, as if she didn't quite understand the purpose of doing this. Brother, aren't you going to sign a contract with Shei? Chapter 38 A Little Milk Carrot. Brother, aren't you going to sign a contract with Shei? This little fox girl looked straight at Si Chainan, who was much taller than her, with a look of great confusion written all over her delicate little face. Just at this moment, the physical contact between the two lasted exactly 5 seconds, and the contract between the two parties was concluded. At the same time, information about this fox girl also flooded into Si Chainan's mind. Name, Shei. Race, orcs. Dependent level, S level. Current level, level 9. Strength, B. Endurance, B. Agility, B. Spirit, S. Intuition, S. Growth, S. Innate ability, Pure Heart. Pure Heart, when releasing healing skills, a purification effect is added, and the beneficiary's resistance to curse skills is increased by 100%. This ability is shared with the contractor. Current skills, Holy Prayer level 1, Hymn level 1. Holy Prayer continuously consumes mana and continuously applies a recovery effect to the designated target. The recovery effect is affected by the skill level and spiritual attributes. This skill is shared with the contractor. Hymn continuously consumes mana, continuously applying a recovery effect to allied targets within a 50-meter radius. The recovery effect is affected by the skill level and spiritual attributes. This skill is shared with the contractor. After learning the basic information of this little loli, Si Chainan couldn't help but frown slightly, revealing a puzzled expression. This little loli named She has the skills of single target and group healing. She is indeed a standard nurse, but the problem is that she is too standard. Although the spiritual attribute and intuitive attribute have reached S level, the other 3 attributes are all B level. In addition, there is only one innate ability. On the other hand, Lilivir and Changling, who are also S-level followers, have excellent attributes and skills, which intuitively reflect the power of S-level followers. Having said that, Si Chainan had no complaints. After all, she was the follower he summoned, and there was no room for regret. It would be fine even if he treated this little loli as a mascot. At this point, Si Chainan could only comfort himself that perhaps this little nurse was a promising type for the future. She looked average now, but maybe one day she would grow up to be a nurse with incredible strength. Brother, you don't look very happy. Don't you want to see Shei? Thanks to his S-level intuition attribute, she keenly noticed Si Chainan's emotional changes. Seeing Shei showing a somewhat sad expression, Si Chainan quickly showed a bright smile, and then shook his head repeatedly to deny it. No, I was just checking your messages, so I got a little distracted. Hearing this, she smiled sweetly again, and then threw herself into Si Chainan's arms again. She likes the taste of brother. While talking, she rubbed intimately in Si Chainan's arms, and the 3 tails behind him were wagging excitedly. This action made Si Chainan think of Lilywire, who was also a very clingy type. Unlike Lilyville, Shei's actions did not contain any deliberate teasing intentions, but rather resembled an intimate interaction between a pet and its owner. Thinking that foxes are also canines, Si Chainan suddenly understood. After all, What bad intentions could an innocent little girl have? At this moment, Si Chenan's eyes suddenly turned black and his consciousness quickly fell into darkness. Soon, Si Chenan woke up again and found himself back in the living room. As for Shei, she was completely unaware of the changes around her and was still lingering in Si Chenan's arms. Seeing Shei in Si Chenan's arms, Liliwei immediately stepped forward and picked her up. Who is this little thing? How dare it take advantage of its owner? Let me go, you bad guy. Even in front of the slender Liliwire, she looked so petite that she couldn't break free from Liliwire's control at all. Wire, stop making trouble and put her down. Seeing that she was about to be scared to tears by Liliwei, Qingling, who reacted the fastest, rushed forward and rescued Shei from Liliwei's hands. At this time, Si Chenan also immediately stood up and stopped this farce. This little sister is called Shei, my third dependent. As I said before, she is a wet nurse. After introducing the new members to Liliwei and Qingling, Si Chenan also introduced Liliwei and Qingling to Shei, who had just arrived. Bad sister. She made an angrily face at Liliwei, then quickly hid behind Si Chenan. Looking at this little thing who was relying on the power of others to bully others, Liliwei was angry but dared not say anything. She could only glare at him fiercely to express her anger. Seeing Liliwei and Shei's friendly interaction, Si Chenan couldn't help but feel a headache. Obviously, with the two of them around, there would definitely be a lot of chaos in the future. Si Chenan once fantasized about having a harem in this world, but now he finally realized for the first time what it meant to have a long and arduous journey. Please pause for a moment. We're leaving the city tomorrow, and we have to go to the Adventure Guild to buy some supplies. On the way to the Adventure Guild, she looked at everything along the way with curiosity, just like Lilith and Qingling, who also came to the human city for the first time. She skipped and jumped along the way, holding Si Chenan's hand, and kept asking Si Chenan about the new and interesting things she had seen. Si Chenan felt like he was taking care of his daughter, but he still patiently answered all of Shei's questions without getting tired of it. In addition to Si Chenan, she would occasionally ask Qingling about things about the lives of alien races in human cities, and Qingling would answer them one by one. As for Lilibel, she had turned into a jealous person at this time. She was so angry that she walked in front almost the entire time, keeping a distance from others. Soon, Si Chenan and his group arrived at the Adventurers Guild, and then everyone went straight to the shopping hall. Si Chenan assigned the task of purchasing basic supplies to Qingling and Liliwei, and he took Shei, who was unfamiliar with the area, to the equipment area to make purchases. Although Si Chenan's current adventure points are not enough to purchase the expensive divine casting stones, it is more than enough to purchase new equipment for everyone. Due to the limitations of technical level, the best equipment that can be purchased in the Adventure Guild are basically mass-produced high-quality equipment. If you want to obtain higher quality equipment, you can only spend money to commission forging. Even for high-quality equipment with average workmanship and materials, the forging price of one piece is at least 100,000 adventure points. If it is a high-quality equipment made by a forging master, the price can soar to millions of adventure points. Obviously, this level of equipment is beyond Si Chenan's current financial means. After buying some good quality equipment for Liliwei and Qingling, Si Chenan remembered that he had a little kid with him. She was very sensible. Although she was curious about everything here, she did not touch the goods everywhere like a naughty child. Instead, she followed Si Chenan obediently, and at most she would take a few more glances when she came across something that interested her. Shei, if you want anything, you can tell me, brother. Really? Hearing this, Shei's two fox ears immediately stood up, and the three tails behind him swung violently. Well, we're leaving the city tomorrow. There are a lot of scary monsters out there, so hurry up and pick out some equipment you want. Looking at the excited little loli, Si Chenan finally couldn't help it. He immediately reached out and touched her head, while rubbing her big and soft fox ears a few times. She did not show any resistance or disgust towards Si Chenan's action. Instead, she deliberately stood on tiptoe to allow Si Chenan to touch her more smoothly. Thank you, brother. After we leave the city tomorrow, she will definitely protect you well. After saying that, she excitedly ran to the shelf nearby and started shopping. Looking at the sensible and cute little fox-eared loli, Si Chenan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It would be great if one of his relatives could be like Shei and make him a little less worried. Chapter 39, The Unworrying Dependence. With the fall of the last little monster, Si Chenan and his team completed the clearing operation of a monster stronghold. After the battle, everyone planned to stay there for a while to rest before heading to the next monster stronghold. Si Chenan and Qingling were checking the map to confirm the location of the nearest monster stronghold. After accepting the commission to clear out the monster stronghold, the Adventurers Guild gave Si Chainan and his team a special map made by the City Defense Force. This special map will show where monsters gather, making it easier for adventurers who accept commissions to find the location of monster strongholds. After the adventurer has cleared out the monsters, this special map will once again confirm whether there is any monster presence nearby, so as to determine whether the monster stronghold has been cleared. At that time, the City Defense Forces will pay the adventurers corresponding commission rewards based on the count on the special map. At the end of the day, Si Chainan and his team have successfully cleared out 10 monster strongholds. The commission reward for clearing a monster stronghold in an E-level area is 5,000 adventure points. Judging from the commission reward alone, 5,000 adventure points is already a good income for a novice adventurer. However, most novice adventurers do not have the strength to clear out monster strongholds on their own, even those who have contracted a level followers. Therefore, most fledgling adventurers will choose to form a team to carry out such commissions. In order to ensure that all possible difficulties can be dealt with, physical professions, magical professions, and auxiliary professions are indispensable, which means that an adventure team must have at least 3 members. The 5,000 adventure points were divided equally among 3 people, and in the end each person could only get less than 2,000 adventure points, and the cost of purchasing basic supplies had not been deducted. Si Chainan does not have this kind of worry. His followers form a perfect triangle of warrior, mage, and priest. He and his followers can form a complete adventure team and do not need to share the commission rewards with other adventurers. Because of this, Si Chainan is full of energy throughout the day. At this time, Si Chainan was looking at the map thoughtfully, with a hint of hesitation between his brows. The next monster stronghold is actually in a place like this. This is a bit troublesome. The nearest monster stronghold marked on the map is located on the edge of the E-level area, right next to the D-level area. Although the location of this monster stronghold is still classified within the E-level area, monsters do not care about this so-called area division, and you may encounter more advanced monsters in the marginal area. The monster levels in the D-level area are between level 10 and level 30. With the current strength of Si Chainan and his group, dealing with monsters around level 15 is not a problem, but if they encounter monsters above level 20, they can only run away. Because of this, Si Chainan didn't want to take the risk. However, the other monster stronghold was quite far away from where everyone was now, and it would take a lot of time just to travel there. Just when Si Chainan was feeling hesitant, Lilawire came over to take a look at the map and then said nonchalantly, "What's there to be afraid of? If you really encounter a high-level monster, can't you just run away if you can't defeat it?" Well, I think what Weir said makes sense. Weir and I can fly. If the situation gets bad, we can take you and Sister Shei away from the battlefield quickly. Xingling agreed with Lilawai's words, which showed that she also felt that the other monster base was too far away. Seeing that Xingling and Liliwei had reached a consensus, Si Chainan no longer hesitated. Well, since you two are so confident, it's not bad to take a risk once in a while. At this time, she came running over, jumping and handing the kettle to Si Chainan and Xingling. "Brother and sister, please drink some water." "Thank you, sister, she is so sensible." Si Chainan and Xingling took the kettle and praised Shi's thoughtful behavior at the same time. But at this time one person was unhappy. "Hey, little one, where's mine?" Lilywire put her hands on her waist and questioned Shi angrily. "Bad sister, she doesn't want to pay attention to you." She stuck out her tongue at Liliwei, then immediately hid behind Si Chainan. "You little bastard. I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Seeing that Liliwei was about to capture Shi, Si Chainan quickly stopped her. "Why are you getting mad at a little kid?" Seeing Si Chainan trying to stop her, Liliwei finally calmed down a little. "You saw it too. She was the one who bullied me first." Faced with Liliwei's complaint, Si Chainan was quite helpless and could only hand his water bottle to Liliwei. All right, stop making trouble and let me have some peace and quiet. I still have a monster stronghold to clean up later." After hearing what Si Chainan said, Liliwei and she gradually let down their tense attitude, but they still snorted at each other at the same time, and finally turned their faces away. Seeing this scene, Si Chainan could only sigh helplessly and began to enjoy this hard-earned moment of tranquility. "Master, the magical fluctuations coming from a monster 50 meters ahead." Liliwei, who was extremely sensitive to fluctuations in magical power, reported to Si Chainan that the monster stronghold they were looking for was just ahead. "Can you tell what kind of monsters they are?" Hearing Si Chainan's request, Liliwei closed her eyes and began to concentrate on sensing the magical fluctuations around her. After a moment, Liliwei opened her eyes, but a puzzled expression appeared on her face. Like most of the monster strongholds before, I sensed the magic fluctuations of the little monsters, but in addition to the little monsters, I also sensed the magic fluctuations of some other monsters. Upon learning that there were other monsters here, Changuan immediately felt something was wrong. Is it a monster we haven't encountered before? Yeah, Lilywire nodded slightly. If it's a monster we've encountered before, I wouldn't be unable to tell it apart. Hearing this, Changuan couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. During this period of time, Changuan and his group can be said to have encountered all the monsters in the E-level area. Now there is a kind of magic fluctuation that Lilywire cannot distinguish, which means that the owner of this magic fluctuation is most likely a monster that should be active in the D-level area. This means that what Changuan was most worried about had happened. Contract Master, should we retreat immediately? Qingling also realized the current situation, so she asked Changuan about the next course of action. Changuan hesitated for a moment, but adhering to the life philosophy of "since I'm already here," he finally chose to stay. Let's go over there and see what's going on. If things don't seem right, it won't be too late to run away. In this way, Changuan and his group moved slowly and quietly towards the monster stronghold. As he gradually approached the monster's stronghold, Changuan heard some very noisy sounds, including the shouting of little monsters and another kind of roar that he had never heard before. Soon, Changuan and his group arrived near the monster's stronghold under the cover of trees. The scene before them made everyone gasp. The bodies of little monsters could be seen everywhere on the ground of the monster stronghold, and most of these bodies were incomplete, obviously killed by some brutal creature. The entire stronghold was filled with a very pungent fishy smell, and the ground was littered with the broken limbs of little monsters and severely damaged crude weapons. She, who had never seen such a tragic scene, was frightened on the spot. She quickly threw herself into Changuan's arms, not daring to look at it anymore. What Changuan and his party saw now was the situation outside the stronghold. As for the inside of the stronghold, noisy sounds were still coming out. Obviously, the battle inside the stronghold was still going on. At this moment, accompanied by an angry roar, several little monsters ran out from the stronghold in panic, and behind them was a tall monster. This monster has a bull's head and a human body, and its pair of red eyes are filled with cruelty and murderous intent. Is this a Mino monster? Chapter 40, The Attack of the Minotaur. Minotaur is a monster with a bull's head and a human body, so it is also called Minotaur by adventurers. Among the monsters that adventurers often encounter, Mino monsters are definitely the most ferocious type of monsters. Mino monsters have extremely strong xenophobic sentiments and always regard adventurers and other monsters as targets of attack. Their attacks are extremely brutal, and it is almost impossible for any target killed by a Mino monster to leave an intact body. The Mino monster itself has extraordinary strength and physique, and its extremely brutal temperament makes no adventurer willing to face this extremely aggressive monster. The most terrifying thing is that Minoans have the habit of hunting in groups. Each group consists of 10 to 100 Minoans, and the most powerful Minoan will serve as the leader of the group. This horrific monster stronghold was obviously attacked by Minotaur. After all, Minotaur will regard all non-self creatures as enemies, even the weakest little monsters are no exception. Monster strongholds like this, which are formed by gatherings of little monsters, often have hundreds of little monsters. However, the gap in strength between the little monsters and the Mino monsters is too large, so the battle between the two sides eventually turns into a one-sided massacre. At this moment, there were several little monsters being chased by the Mino monster. The little monster is almost the same size as a human child, so it is naturally impossible for it to get rid of the strong Mino monster. The Mino monster that was chasing these little monsters grabbed the slowest one. Amidst a burst of terrified screams, the Minoan monster clenched its fist without hesitation and squeezed the little monster in its hand into a bloody corpse, and the screams stopped abruptly. Those little monsters who had temporarily escaped the disaster didn't care about the fate of their companions and continued to run away desperately. Perhaps the Minotaur was tired of this game of chase, so he effortlessly lifted a huge rock nearby and threw it at the fleeing monsters. The huge rocks that fell from the sky instantly crushed these little monsters into meat paste, and they didn't even have a chance to scream. Only a little monster running in the front managed to escape, but he was still completely frightened by the tragic scene before his eyes. The frightened lucky guy began to flee in panic, and as luck would have it, he ran towards the direction where Changuan and his group were hiding. The worst thing was that the Minoan also chased after him. Seeing this little monster running towards them, everyone was suddenly shocked and didn't know how to deal with it. If there was only one Mino monster, Changuan would not be worried. He could just gather everyone's strength to kill it, but the problem was that there was more than one Mino monster. Si Chainan did not want to alarm the Mino monsters that were still killing in the monster stronghold. Just when Si Chainan and his companions were in a dilemma, the lucky little monster had no time to escape into the woods, and the Mino monster that was chasing it successfully caught it, and then used the same extremely brutal means to kill the little monster on the spot. Seeing this scene at such a close distance, Si Chainan and his group who were hiding in the annex were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. As for Shei, who was the most timid, she hid in Si Chainan's arms from the very beginning, not daring to look at the tragic scene here. Whenever the little monster screamed, Si Chainan could feel she trembling in his arms, which showed how scared she was. Now, Si Chainan and his group are less than 10 meters away from the Minotaur. Si Chainan can clearly sense that the magic fluctuations emitted by the Minotaur are no less powerful than those of the Mother Slime and the copy. Considering that dungeon monsters are more powerful than wild monsters, Si Chainan estimated that the level of this Mino monster is around level 15. At this moment, the Mino monster, which had experienced a massacre, did not leave immediately, but stayed where it was and began to look around, as if it had noticed something wrong. Seeing that the Minoan was reluctant to leave, Si Chainan's heart suddenly rose to his throat. Although the Minoan looks like it has strong limbs and a simple mind, it actually has a certain degree of intelligence, otherwise it would not be able to understand group action. Just at this moment, a breeze blew from the woods. The Minoan immediately smelled a strange smell in the air. The next second, it turned its head and looked towards the place where Si Chainan and his group were hiding. Seeing that she was about to be exposed, blood magic immediately emerged from Lilawai's hands, ready to strike first, but was stopped by Si Chainan who was standing beside her. As someone who had fought against the Mother Slime before, Si Chainan was very clear about the gap between level 9 and level 15. Even if you choose to strike first, due to the level gap, one skill can only hurt the Mino monster at most, but it is impossible to kill it with one blow. Rather than exposing yourself in advance, it is better to wait and see. Of course, Si Chainan was not stupid enough to think that he would not be exposed. He signaled Liliwei and Qingling to be ready for action, and at the same time he took out his weapon. In this way, if it is really completely exposed, the three of them may be able to kill the Mino monster with one blow if they attack together. Just as everyone was getting ready to take action, the Minoan followed the smell and came to the bushes where everyone was hiding. The Minotaur looked at the dense bushes in front of it and couldn't help but let out a puzzled growl. Blood curse, red scythe. Before the Mino monster could push aside the bushes, several blood-red sickle blades shot out from behind the bushes. The Minotaur was caught off guard and was instantly hit by Lilivair's attack, but just as Si Chainan had expected, these attacks only cut the Minotaur's rough skin and failed to cause fatal damage to it. Fortunately, Lilivel was not the only one involved in this attack. The moment Liliwei attacked, Si Chainan and Qingling followed closely, and two sharp swords with cold light stabbed straight towards the Mino monster's throat. The Minoan reacted incredibly quickly. Seeing the rapidly approaching sword, it immediately crossed its arms in front of its body to avoid being pierced through the throat by the sword. Si Chainan didn't expect the Mino monster to react so quickly, so he had no time to retract his strength. Bai Yi simply passed over the Mino monster's arm and failed to pierce its throat. Unlike Si Chainan who lacked practical experience, Qingling decisively turned the sword and stabbed it towards the chest of the Mino monster the moment the Mino monster started to defend itself. The sharp sword instantly pierced the Minotaur's chest and went straight through its heart. Roar! Before dying, the Minotaur let out a deafening roar, venting its unwillingness and anger. At the same time, the Mino monster grabbed Qingling's arm, and it seemed that it didn't want to let the murderer who killed it leave easily. Although this dying Mino monster no longer had much strength left, the difference in levels made it impossible for Qingling to break free from its control for a while. However, the most terrible thing has just begun, and it is also the thing that Si Chainan least wants to happen. After hearing the roar of their companions, nearly 10 Mino monsters immediately rushed out of the monster's stronghold and roared angrily together. The levels of these Mino monsters are around level 15. With Si Chainan and his group's current level and strength, they are simply unable to defeat these extremely brutal monsters. Therefore, when Si Chainan saw these Mino monsters coming to seek revenge, he couldn't help but be shocked. He immediately raised his sword and pierced the throat of the Mino monster in front of him, completely ending its life. With the complete death of the Mino monster, Qingling successfully broke free from its control, but it was too late. The three Mino monsters had already rushed to Si Chainan and his group, and the murderous intent in their eyes was almost turning into substance. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Qingling, who had just escaped from control, attacked again without hesitation. The sharp sword energy instantly forced the three Mino monsters to retreat temporarily, but other Mino monsters also rushed over at this time. Chapter 41. This lowly is a bit weird. In just a breath of time, nearly 10 Mino monsters came to see Changuan and his group. Retreat! Si Changuan immediately urged Liliwei and Qingling to prepare for takeoff, hoping to escape the pursuit of these Mino monsters. Careful! Qingling suddenly shouted at Si Changuan and rushed towards him at the same time. I saw a Minoan coming behind Si Changuan, raising his fist as big as a sandbag and preparing to hit Si Changuan, but Si Changuan himself had not yet reacted. Fortunately, Qingling arrived in time. She quickly drew her sword to block, but the force of this punch was beyond her ability to withstand. The powerful force was poured onto the sword, and then passed to Qingling, the sword holder, causing Qingling to instantly change from a standing position to a half-kneeling position, and finally was knocked directly to the ground. The moment Qingling fell to the ground, she realized that her metacarpal bones and arm bones were broken, making it impossible for her to stand up quickly again. For the bloodthirsty Mino monster, any living creature is its target of attack. Therefore, the Mino monster that originally wanted to attack Si Changuan immediately changed its target to Qingling, who was knocked to the ground. It is a consensus among Mino monsters to prioritize eliminating enemies in poor condition in battle. Seeing several Mino monsters surrounding him, they were about to kill Qingling, who was lying on the ground. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. Si Changuan and Liliwei released their skills together, temporarily forcing back these Mino monsters. At the same time, she also took this opportunity to release his healing skills to treat Qingling, who was injured and fell to the ground. Holy Prayer! The dazzling golden light fell on Qingling's body, making her feel as warm as the winter sun. As the warmth flowed into his body, the broken bones quickly healed, and Qingling felt the strength returning to his hands. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Qingling, whose injuries had healed, immediately stood up and fought back, instantly forcing back the surrounding Mino monsters. Faced with these Mino monsters that are good at close combat, Liliwei and Si Changuan are somewhat overwhelmed. Only Qingling, who is a warrior, can barely cope with it, but he is also unable to overcome the strength gap brought by the level. Looking at the Mino monsters gradually gathering around, Qingling realized that the hope of escaping was becoming increasingly slim and something had to be done. Where, take the contract master and Shei away from here. I'll buy you some time. Hearing this, Si Changuan immediately wanted to oppose this act of self-sacrifice, but he saw an unshakable determination in Qingling's eyes. Go! Seeing that Si Changuan wanted to dissuade her, Qingling immediately urged Liliwei again, raising her voice much higher. This time, Liliwei immediately grabbed Si Changuan and Shei, then used her flying ability to fly directly into the air. Where, we can't abandon Qingling. Bad sister, let us go. Hearing the two people's objections, Liliwei chose to ignore them. Although Liliwei and Qingling have different opinions on many things, one of the few things they agree on is that they must prioritize Si Changuan's safety. Therefore, Liliwei chose to ignore Si Changuan's objection at this time, even though she knew that Qingling was going to sacrifice his life to give them a chance to escape. Seeing the enemy escaping right under their noses, these bloodthirsty Minoans naturally would not give up easily. Several Mino monsters used their brute force to break the surrounding trees in half, and then threw the trees towards Liliwei and others. Neither Qingling nor Liliwei expected the Mino monster to be so ferocious. Although Liliwei adjusted her flying posture immediately and successfully avoided most of the attacks, she was eventually hit by one of the trees and the three of them were shot down on the spot. Master! Liliwei ignored the severe pain in her body and flew towards the rapidly falling Si Changuan. This sudden attack almost made Si Changuan lose consciousness, and he was completely unaware of his current dangerous situation. Elder brother! She in Si Changuan's arms was so frightened that she held onto his arm tightly and dared not let go. Just as Si Changuan and Shei were about to land, Liliwei successfully caught them. Despite this, the huge inertia caused the three of them to fall to the ground, and they rolled several times before stopping. Their bones were almost broken. The only thing to be thankful for was that none of them suffered serious injuries. After all this, Si Changuan gradually regained consciousness. Then, the chaotic footsteps coming from far away made him completely sober in an instant. I saw 5 or 6 Mino monsters rushing towards this side, and in the blink of an eye they rushed in front of Si Changuan and others. Looking past the Mino monsters that were chasing him relentlessly, Si Changuan saw Qingling also rushing towards him, but the Mino monsters were trying to stop her, which seriously slowed down her speed. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. Liliwei took the lead in attacking, and several blood-red sickle blades slashed at the Mino monsters, but failed to stop them. Perhaps it is because they know that this skill cannot pose much threat to them, so these Mino monsters have become so fearless. Si Changuan also wanted to stop these Mino monsters, but the severe pain all over his body made him unable to even get up. He could only watch these monsters, known for their brutality, approach step by step. At this time, a thick layer of blood mist emerged from Lilywai's body, which was the symbol of using the ability of blood limit breaking. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. A blood-red sickle blade, which was much longer than before, suddenly appeared out of thin air and instantly cut the Mino monster in the front into bloody pieces. The instant death of their companion did not stop the other Mino monsters. At the same time, Lilywell's blood limit breaking ability also completely disappeared. Today, Changuan and others can be said to be in an unprecedented desperate situation. Because the three people were scattered in different places, Shei, who was closest to the monster, was the first to be caught by the Mino monster. The little loli was so scared that she burst into tears on the spot and kept asking for help from Changuan, who was lying not far away. Thinking of the tragic end of those little monsters before, Changuan was so scared that his face turned pale. Stop! Changuan's shouting had no effect. The Minoan monster took a quick look at Shei in his hand, and then prepared to use his 5 fingers to kill this young life with his own hands. Just when the Minoan was about to exert its strength, she suddenly stopped crying, and at the same time, some unknown black mist surged out of its body. The black mist quickly wrapped around the Mino monster's arm, and then the entire arm of the Mino monster withered rapidly, and finally turned into eerie white bones. Before the Mino monster could react to what was happening, the black mist seemed to rush into its body. The next second, the sturdy Mino monster quickly withered and eventually became a pile of bones without any flesh and blood. At this moment, Shei's pupils changed from amber to deep dark green, and his originally childish cheeks were filled with only cold murderous intent. Dirty beast, die. These words without any emotion coming out of Shei's mouth made everyone present feel as cold as if they were falling into an icy cave. Although the voice was still Shei's, the tone was completely different, filled with arrogance and anger, and a strong murderous intent. Shei slowly spread out his palms, and countless black mists gushed out from his palms. The next second, these black mists condensed into hundreds of black sword blades, rushing towards the surrounding Mino monsters. The black sword blade was like the scythe of the god of death, quickly and accurately killing all the Mino monsters around, including those that blocked Qingling. The whole killing process was like flowing water, leaving the opponent no chance to fight back. As all the Mino monsters fell, the black mist disappeared instantly, and Shei's pupils turned back to their original amber color. At this moment, she looked full of fatigue and confusion. She slowly turned her head to look at Changuan. Elder brother. Before he could finish his words, she fainted. Chapter 42, an upgrade that doesn't feel real. Elder brother. She slowly turned her head to look at Changuan not far away, her eyes full of confusion and helplessness. The next second, her legs went soft and she fainted on the ground. The forest, which was filled with all kinds of noisy sounds just a moment ago, has now become dead silent. Changuan and others couldn't believe what had just happened. Nearly 10 level 15 Mino monsters were wiped out in an instant by the black mist released by Shei. Even a level 20 adventurer might not be able to do this. Colorful light poured down from above Changuan's head, which meant that Changuan, who had been stagnant at level 9 for many days, had finally reached level 10. At the same time, new information flooded into Changuan's mind. Qingling, obtain the skill, Dragon's Blessing. Dragon's Blessing enters the Dragon's Blessing state, which continuously consumes mana. The user's all attributes increase by 20%, and the power and armor of equipment increase by 20%. If the target's level is not higher than the user's level 5, each attack has a 30% chance of causing a deterrent effect. This skill is shared with the contractor. Lilywire Shueye obtains the skill, Blood Curse Ferocious Chain. Blood Curse Ferocious Chain, blood magic, summons multiple chains to attack and control the target. The power and control effect are affected by the skill level and spiritual attributes. This skill is shared with the contractor. Shei obtain the skill, Holy Lotus Blessing. Holy Lotus Blessing inflicts the Holy Lotus Blessing status on allied targets within a 50-meter radius, granting them a continuous recovery effect, reducing physical and magical damage by 30%, and making them completely immune to all curse skills. Duration, 10 seconds. As Changuan reached level 10, his 3 followers also gained new skills. Before Changuan could digest this information, the voice of the God of Contract rang out again. Detected that the host has successfully reached level 10 and received a level reward. Do you want to enable this reward? Changuan had no intention of paying attention to these voices, nor did he show any joy about the upgrade. At this moment, Changuan was only concerned about Shei's situation. Taking advantage of the fact that his body had recovered a little, Changuan immediately got up from the ground, and then, completely ignoring the severe pain in his body, ran quickly to Shei's side. Shi Zhang was lying motionless on the ground, with no expression of pain on her face. She looked as if she was just asleep. Si Chainan immediately reached out to check she's breathing and found that her breathing was very steady. Soon, Xingling and Liliwei came to Si Chunan's side. Xingling had no idea about Shi's situation, but Liliwei saw some clues. Master, she has other magical powers in her body. Hearing this, Si Chainan finally shifted his gaze away from Shi and turned to look at Liliwei beside him. What's the meaning? Liliwei also squatted down and looked at the unconscious Shi. Because we are your followers, we need your magic power to maintain our existence. Therefore, the magic power in our body should be exactly the same as yours. However, she is different. In addition to your magic power, she also has another kind of magic power in her body. The fluctuations of this magic power are exactly the same as the magic power fluctuations emitted by the black mist just now. Si Chainan could understand the first half of Liliwei's words, because it was common sense in this world that the contractor and his followers shared the same magic power, but he could not understand the meaning of the second half. Are you trying to say that she has someone else's magic power in her body? Faced with this question, Liliwei immediately shook her head and denied the statement. No, this magic power doesn't conflict with yours, and there's not even a sign of rejection. This means that this magic power must be something she already possesses, but she can't fully control it yet. Si Chainan pondered for a moment and roughly understood Shi's situation. Can I simply understand that there is a hidden power within Changshi that even she cannot control? Well, that's understandable. Si Chainan looked at Shi lying on the ground with a complicated expression, and finally sighed softly. Originally, Si Chainan planned to stay outside the city for a few more days to clear out as many monster strongholds as possible, but the current emergency completely disrupted his plans. Si Chainan looked up at the sky, then carefully picked Shi up. We have to put the commission aside for now. We have to get back to Changuan City before dark. In the guest room, she was lying quietly on the bed, still showing no signs of waking up. Si Chainan sat on the chair next to him, looking at Shi's sleeping face with a worried expression. A few hours ago, Si Chainan and his group returned to Changuan City in a hurry. In order to find out what happened to Shi, Si Chainan found a doctor who specialized in treating dependents through the Adventure Guild. However, the doctor was also confused and said that he had never encountered such a situation before. The only thing that is certain is that she is not seriously injured, but has entered an unconscious state for unknown reasons. After returning home, Si Chainan asked Liliwei and Xingling, who had been tired all day, to rest first, and he took on the task of taking care of Shi alone. Hello? Are you there? Can you help me see what's wrong with her? Helpless, Si Chainan began to talk to himself and tried to call out to the god of contract, but the only response he got was silence. Seeing that there was no response from the other party, Si Chainan couldn't help but sigh and complain that this god of contract didn't even have after-sales service. At this moment, Si Chainan suddenly noticed that Shi's two fox ears twitched quickly, and at the same time, a pair of small hands moved slightly, as if groping for something. Seeing the restless little hands constantly groping, Si Chainan took the initiative to hold Shi's little hand, which made Shi gradually calm down. Evening? Seeing this, Si Chainan immediately called her name softly, but the other party still did not wake up. The physical contact allowed Si Chainan to feel more clearly the flow of magic between the two of them, which was smooth and calm, like a trickle of water. Although she has not woken up yet, her performance just now confirmed that Si Chainan still had some consciousness. Therefore, Si Chainan's worries were slightly relieved. Just like that, feeling the magic power flowing in his hands, Si Chainan's mood gradually calmed down. Just when Si Chainan felt that Shi's condition had improved, he suddenly discovered that the speed of the flow of magic power increased sharply, and she was madly absorbing his magic power. Such a sudden change made Si Chainan startled. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Shi, only to find that she had woken up and was staring at him. Seeing she finally wake up, Si Chainan didn't have time to be happy before he realized that something was wrong with Shi's appearance. Her pupils were dark green, not amber. At this moment, she sat up expressionlessly, staring intently at Si Chainan beside the bed. There was no trace of emotion in his dark green eyes. I'll count to 3. If you don't let go, I'll kill you. Although there was no emotional fluctuation in this sentence, when thinking about the fate of the Mino monsters before, Si Chainan suddenly felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Don't be nervous. Don't do anything. Si Chainan quickly let go of Shi's hand and raised his hands in surrender. Seeing Si Chainan's timid look, she snorted and a look of contempt flashed in his eyes. You are the one who summoned us from the Sea of Souls? Faced with this question, Si Chainan nodded without any hesitation. Yes, I summoned Shi through the ritual. The so-called Sea of Souls refers to the place where souls that are qualified to become followers stay before responding to the call. After receiving a positive answer, Shei narrowed his eyes slightly and began to look at Si Chainan with interest. As far as I know, your human contract ceremony only allows one contractor to sign a contract with one dependent, but you have multiple contracts. How interesting. Seeing that the Shei in front of him didn't seem to want to hurt him, Si Chainan couldn't help but become a little bolder. I want to ask, what did you mean by you just now? What is your relationship with Shei? Chapter 43, Jolie. What is your relationship with Shei? Hearing this question, she raised his eyebrows and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Why don't you think I'm another personality of Shei? Facing Shei's counter question, Si Chainan was well prepared. Another of my followers said that she has two kinds of magic power in her body at the same time. As far as I know, even if someone has multiple personalities, they won't have two kinds of magic power in their body. Therefore, I think your existence must be extraordinary. Hearing this, she chuckled, and at the same time, the smile spread from the corner of her mouth to her delicate cheeks. It seems the followers around you are quite capable. Si Chainan did not react to such praise, because he only cared about the true identity of the Shei in front of him. So are you willing to tell me your identity now? Certainly. She suddenly sat up straight, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a very serious expression. For a moment, the temperature of the entire room dropped a few degrees, as if it was affected by Shei. My name is Jolie, one of the incarnations of the totem's power. As for this body called Shei, it can only be considered my vessel at best. Hearing the word totem, Si Chainan remembered that he had not yet asked Shei, an orc, which totem believer he was. Although Si Chainan had some understanding of the totems believed in by the orcs, he only learned them through textbooks and only scratched the surface. The vast majority of orcs believe that there is a god behind every totem. These gods are considered by the orcs to be the embodiment of totem power and possess powerful forces corresponding to the totem. However, Si Chainan had never heard of a totem god named Jolie. At least, there was no mention of a god with this name in the totem beliefs that survive today. You said you are the embodiment of totem power, so what totem do you represent? As soon as these words were spoken, Si Chainan suddenly felt his body sink, as if some invisible force was pressing on him. At the same time, he found that Jolie's face had become a little gloomy for some reason, and his pair of dark green eyes were constantly exuding a creepy chill. Si Chainan immediately realized that he seemed to have angered the totem god. Although he didn't know why the other party was angry about this issue, Si Chainan still wisely shut his mouth. You ask too many questions. Just take care of this container. If anything happens to her, you'll be the only one I'll hold responsible. Finally, Jolie, who was still threatening a second ago, suddenly felt weak and fell to the ground. Si Chainan, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, quickly hugged Jolie, who suddenly fell, to prevent him from falling directly off the bed. Before Si Chainan could ask Jolie what happened, a familiar voice came from his arms. Brother? She poked her little head out from her arms and looked at Si Chainan with a puzzled expression. Her amber eyes looked familiar and kind. Seeing that she really woke up, Si Chainan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed to have not realized what was happening. After looking around at her surroundings, she showed a confused expression. Aren't we in the wild? Why are we back? Faced with Shei's questions, Si Chainan could only patiently recount everything that had happened during this period. When she heard that she had released black mist and killed all the Mino monsters instantly, she did not show any surprise, as if she was already used to this kind of thing. When Jolie was mentioned, she still looked calm, and it seemed that he had known about Jolie's existence for a long time. Compared to Shei, who remained extremely calm throughout the whole process, Si Chainan, who was responsible for explaining the whole story, was the most excited person. After finishing the story, looking at Shei, who was calm and composed, Si Chainan finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. What is your relationship with Jolie? She blinked and answered without hesitation, of course we are friends. Faced with the same question, Shei's answer seemed very innocent, while Jolie's reply seemed to be treating Shei as a tool to contain power. Since he didn't know whether she knew what Jolie thought of her, Si Chainan didn't dare to tell Shei Jolie's answer truthfully, so as not to make Shei sad, so he could only choose to change the subject. Jolie said she is the embodiment of totem power, but I have never heard of this totem god named Jolie. Do you know what totem she represents? Hearing this question, she frowned slightly, as if trying hard to recall something, but his brows never relaxed, and he could only shake his head. She doesn't remember. She only remembers that she and sister Jolie spent most of their time together. Sister Julie would occasionally control Shei's body, but every time they were in danger, Sister Julie would use her power to protect Shei, just like today. Although he did not learn Jolie's specific identity from Shei, Si Chenan's opinion of Jolie changed. Originally, Si Chenan thought that Jolie only treated Shei as a container, but after listening to Shei's description, Si Chenan felt that Jolie was also a guy with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Seeing that Si Chenan did not continue asking questions, she showed an expression as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Noticing the change in Shei's expression, Si Chenan thought she had something else to tell him, so he quickly opened his mouth to ask. "What's wrong? Did you think of something again?" She immediately shook her head, and the expression on her face changed from hesitation to shyness. She is a little hungry. If brother doesn't have any other questions?" Hearing this, Si Chenan was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly. "Well, brother is fine, let's go eat now." "Yeah." She jumped off the bed happily, then took Si Chenan's hand and walked out of the room. Si Chenan quickly prepared food for Shei, who was already starving. As soon as the food was served on the table, she began to eat it with relish, while Si Chenan sat opposite him with a smile on his face, admiring the way the little guy wolfed down his food. "Eat slowly and don't choke. You have to go to sleep after you're full, okay?" "Yeah, don't worry, brother, she will be obedient." It was almost midnight, and Si Chenan, who had suddenly relaxed, also felt a little tired. Crack! There was only a slight sound of the door opening, and Qingling walked out of her room, immediately attracting the attention of Si Chenan and Shei. "I just heard some noise outside, so I came out to check what was going on." Qingling explained her actions, then looked at Shei, who was sitting at the dining table. "Sister Shei, are you okay?" "Well, she is fine." Seeing this, Si Chenan repeated Jolie's story to Qingling again. The latter had a stunned expression on his face throughout the whole process, which made Si Chenan, as the narrator, finally feel some sense of accomplishment. "Jolie. I haven't heard of this name or totem either." Qingling's answer was completely within Si Chenan's expectations, so Si Chenan did not feel disappointed at all after his inquiry failed. "By the way, Qingling, I'd like to ask you to teach me some combat skills. After this incident, I realized that I'm seriously lacking in combat experience, so I'd like to ask for your help." Faced with this sudden request, Qingling hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. "No problem, but I'm very strict, and there are additional conditions." "What conditions?" Qingling quickly glanced at Shei, who was still eating, then her eyes drooped slightly, not daring to look directly into Si Chenan's eyes. "I hope to have more special training." Seeing Qingling's dodging gaze and blushing face, Si Chenan, who was smart enough, immediately understood what this so-called special training meant. Si Chenan smiled knowingly and planned to tease Qingling a little. "Of course, no problem. Do you want me to advance some of the tuition?" Hearing this implicit invitation, Qingling's face blushed quickly to her ears, and her small ears were almost red enough to bleed. Finally, she responded to the invitation with an almost inaudible voice. Chapter 44 Training. Don't move your right foot, it will be easy for the enemy to exploit your weakness. This swing should be moved up 10 centimeters so that the enemy can feel threatened. Very good, remember what I said before, repeat this action 50 times. From the moment the sun peeked over the horizon, Qingling's voice had hardly stopped. Under Qingling's almost strict teaching, Si Chenan was able to personally experience an unforgettable one-on-one tutoring. From the strength and angle of the sword swing to the frequency and timing of breathing, every detail is firmly under Qingling's control, and no mistakes are allowed. Although Qingling's teaching attitude can only be described as strict, his teaching results are extraordinary. After just one morning of instruction, Si Chenan learned many combat details that he had never noticed before. Compared with the basic combat training at school, Qingling's combat training was like heaven and earth. According to Qingling's request, Si Chenan repeated the same action 50 times. Qingling finally nodded and acknowledged the results of this training. "For beginners, today's training is enough. You can rest now." Hearing Qingling's approval, Si Chenan felt relieved and lay down on the lawn, breathing heavily. This morning, when the sky was just beginning to turn pale, Si Chenan, who was still sleeping soundly, was woken up by Qingling. He was then taken to the backyard and began a 2-hour combat training. Although Si Chenan agreed with the saying that a day's plan begins in the morning, his body was still very honest. It felt a little overwhelmed halfway through the training. Qingling could only reluctantly reduce the intensity of the training in the second half. Seeing Si Chenan lying on the lawn like that, Qingling's face immediately darkened. "I did say you could rest, but it's not good to lie down right after training. Please get up quickly." Xingling urged while stretching out his right hand, ready to pull Si Chainan up from the ground. Faced with Xingling's urging, Si Chainan hesitated for a moment, then a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Si Chainan suddenly grabbed Xingling's outstretched right hand, and before Xingling could react, he took the initiative to exert force and pulled Xingling down. Ah! With a light cry, Xingling lost her balance and fell directly into Si Chainan's arms. The sudden change shocked Xingling. She quickly sat up and looked at Si Chainan, who had suddenly done something bad, with resentment in her eyes. Shameless. Hearing this complaint, Si Chainan smiled brightly and sat up. I just wanted you to take a break, why are you so shameless? You're asking even though you already know the answer. Xingling changed her previous stern look, and a large blush quickly climbed up her cheeks, making her look like a ripe fruit. Oh, I really envy you, Si Chainan sighed. You tossed and turned all night, but the next day you woke up and continued with such high-intensity training as if nothing had happened. Is this the result of daily exercise? As long as you keep training, your body will adapt to this high-intensity training. Hearing this, Si Chainan smiled meaningfully. Really? Then I'll wait and see who can last longer. Looking at Si Chainan's smile, Xingling realized belatedly that Si Chainan was thinking about something wrong again, and her cheeks suddenly became even redder. You rascal! Xingling, feeling embarrassed and annoyed, was about to get up, but she suddenly discovered that there was an extra person in the backyard. At this time, Liliwei was leaning against the back door, looking at the two people in the yard with a smile. Si Chainan discovered Liliwei's presence almost at the same time. He and Xingling didn't know when Liliwei came. For a moment, Si Chainan and Xingling stood there looking at each other, and a subtle atmosphere enveloped the entire backyard. They've been flirting since early morning. You two have such a good relationship. It really makes me jealous. Xingling quickly glanced at Si Chainan beside him, then said seriously, we are just training. Although Xingling's tone was very serious, the blush remaining on her face betrayed her. Seeing this, Liliwei smiled slyly, and walked lightly in front of the two people, looking at them with a slightly playful look. So, is the so-called special training also considered part of the training? Obviously, Liliwei had heard the conversation between the two last night. Seeing Liliwei's smug look, Si Chainan couldn't help but try to fight back. Do you want to try it too? Hearing this, Liliwei was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. I didn't expect the owner to actually take the initiative to invite me. It seems the owner has a lot of confidence in himself. At this moment, Xingling's face was flushed with shame and her eyes were constantly avoiding. I'm going to take a shower. After saying this, the extremely shy Xingling hurriedly left the backyard, looking like a soldier deserting the battlefield. Watching Xingling fleeing in panic, Liliwei couldn't help but smile, and then looked at Si Chainan beside her. Master, there are only two of us left now. Do you want to? Stop it, Si Chainan quickly waved his hand, interrupting Liliwei's words, I have to go out later. When Liliwei learned that Si Chainan was about to go out, she immediately came over. Can I go with you? No, I'm just taking Shei to the contract office to register her identity. I'll probably be back before noon. Humph, you're always fickle. When Si Chainan arrived at the contract office, the deserted scene inside made him wonder if the contract office was closed today. But on second thought, apart from the annual contract ceremony, almost no one would visit the contract office on purpose, so it makes sense. Especially considering the purpose of my trip, it might not be a bad thing if fewer people knew about it. Brother, what are we doing here? Perhaps influenced by the surrounding environment, she also deliberately lowered his voice and asked Si Chainan about the purpose of this trip. This is the contract office, responsible for managing the information of contractors and their dependents. Today we are here to register your information so that you won't get lost. She nodded as if she understood, then she showed an innocent smile. She remembers her brother's smell, so she won't get lost. Hearing this, Si Chainan touched Shei's head lovingly, and the latter immediately showed a satisfied expression. Wait a moment, both of you. What are you doing here? When the two passed by the hall, they were immediately stopped by the only staff member there. Hello, we are here to register the contract information. Si Chainan immediately explained his purpose to the staff member. Hearing this, the staff member couldn't help but frowned. I remember the contract ceremony was a while ago, right? Why are you registering only now? Well. Si Chainan was about to explain his situation when the staff member suddenly froze and looked at Si Chainan straight. Are you the Si Chainan who's been making a lot of noise lately? Seeing that the other party recognized him, Si Chenan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, saving himself the trouble of explaining. Yes, it's me. Today I'm here to register the new dependents. New dependents? The staff member looked at Si Chenan in surprise, then looked at Shei, and finally showed an embarrassed expression. Brother, how did you manage to contract several followers at the same time? Looking at the envy in the other person's eyes, Si Chenan could only smile bitterly helplessly. Perhaps I have been blessed by the god of contract? The staff member thought Si Chenan was joking, so he laughed too. Can I start registering now? Si Chenan didn't come here to chat. After finishing the registration, there were other things waiting for him. In response to Si Chenan's inquiry, the staff member quickly adjusted his work attitude. Please wait a moment. Given your unique situation, I need to consult the director. Chapter 45, Farewell to Her. In the busy waiting hall, Si Chenan and Shei sat in an inconspicuous position. Due to lack of sleep and early training, Si Chenan, whose physical strength bar was almost exhausted, was leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, while Shei next to him was curiously observing the people coming and going. There are many young faces in the waiting hall today. These young people are about the same age as Si Chenan and are all high school graduates this year. Because tomorrow is the day when Tianwang Provincial College officially starts recruiting students, all the graduates who meet the admission requirements want to give it a try. Although the admissions examination of Tianwang Provincial Academy is quite strict and the pass rate is pitifully low, it still cannot discourage these ambitious young people. After all, as long as you are successfully admitted, it means you have embarked on the road to a successful life. No one will refuse this opportunity to make a breakthrough. As someone who is exempt from the examination, Si Chenan naturally does not need to compete with these graduates for the place. Si Chenan's purpose of coming here today was to see Lu Chanshan and Lin Wan off, so after registering Shei's information at the contract office, he rushed to the station without stopping. However, when Si Chenan arrived at the station, the time he and Lu Chanshan had agreed upon had not yet arrived, so he could only wait in the waiting room for the time being. The means of transportation in this world are quite monotonous. Most of the time, people basically rely on walking. If they want to go a little further, they can take a horse-drawn carriage, but if they want to move between towns, they can only go to the station and take the rail train. In this world where monsters are rampant, riding a rail train does not mean absolute safety. Although the tracks that the rail trains run on are all built within the E-level area, they will occasionally encounter high-level monsters that have strayed into the E-level area. At that time, only the guards accompanying the train can take action to stop the monsters' attacks. There are usually about 10 rail train accidents in the entire Jiuhua Kingdom every year, most of which are caused by monsters. Brother, hasn't the person you are waiting for arrived yet? Hearing this, Si Chenan looked up at the clock in the waiting room and saw that the agreed time was almost up. The time is almost up, they should be here soon. As Si Chenan stood up, he looked for Lu Chanshan, and happened to see Lu Chanshan who had just walked into the waiting hall. Behind her were the sisters Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Wanner, as well as the elf family member Jui. The first thing Lu Chanshan saw when she entered the door was Si Chenan not far away, and then she waved to him with a smile on her face. Seeing this, Si Chenan took Shei over and joined Lu Chanshan and the other three. Seeing the little Lolita following Si Chenan, Lu Chanshan and the other two all showed puzzled expressions at the same time. Only Jui, who was a family member, had a look of surprise on his face. Chenan, this little sister is. Ahem, her name is Shei, Si Chenan said awkwardly in response to Lu Chanshan's question. She is my third dependent. Hello, sisters. After learning the identity of the little fox-eared loli in front of them, Lu Chanshan and the other two looked at each other in surprise, while Jui smiled knowingly, as if he had seen through everything. Lin Wanner looked at Shei, who had an innocent face, and then questioned Si Chenan. Don't you have 2 followers? Why did a third follower suddenly appear? Si Chenan shrugged and responded, if I say it just appeared out of nowhere, would you believe it? Faced with such an extremely perfunctory answer, Lin Wanner naturally couldn't believe it. Could it be that you kidnapped this little sister from somewhere? Lin Wanner's question immediately made Jui laugh, and then the family member stood up. Sister Wanner, although I don't know how he did it, there is indeed a contractual connection between him and this little sister, right? That's right, she and brother have already registered their information at that place. She is indeed brother's dependent. Although there were some unclear situations, she also began to help explain. With the certification of the contract office, it means that the contract has been recognized by the contract office, and no one can deny the relationship between the contractor and the dependent. Although Si Chainan had caused an uproar among many senior executives of the contract office in order to register Shei's information, he was able to complete the registration smoothly in the end. It seems that Brother Chenin is really the chosen one. He has created unprecedented miracles one after another. Hearing Lin Xiaoqian's praise, Si Chainan could only smile shyly. At the same time, he noticed that Lin Xiaoqian also carried a lot of luggage. Sister Xiaoqian, are you going to Wangzhong City with them? Lin Xiaoqian smiled and nodded slightly. Well, the work in Changuan City has been handed over, and the Adventure Guild in Wangzhong City just happened to have sent me a job invitation, so I plan to set off with Wanner and the others. It seems that the next time we meet will be in Wangzhong City. Lin Wanner snorted softly and said in a dissatisfied tone, Hey, are you here to get close to my sister today, or are you here to see Qianqian off? Wanner, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Xiaoqian's cheeks turned red, and she immediately reached out to grab Lin Wanner's ears. Seeing this, Lin Wanner quickly dragged her suitcase and fled towards the platform, and Lin Xiaoqian followed her. Seeing her contractor fleeing in panic, Ji couldn't help laughing, and then she waved to Lu Qianqian and Si Chainan. Then I won't bother you two anymore. After saying that, Ji walked towards the platform at a leisurely pace, leaving behind Si Chainan, Lu Qianqian, and a small light bulb. Seeing that most people had left, Lu Qianqian finally spoke. I don't know how to say hello. Si Chainan naturally knew what Lu Qianqian was referring to, so he pretended to be very innocent. You can't blame me for this. I'm so charming, there's nothing I can do about it. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian immediately rolled her eyes. Men really change a lot when they grow up. Why didn't I realize you were so conceited before? Seeing that Lu Qianqian was not angry, Si Chainan couldn't help but want to tease her. I thought you'd be angry. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian's cheeks immediately turned red, and she glared at Si Chainan with an embarrassed and angry look. I'm not your girlfriend. Why should I be angry when you're flirting with other women? Si Chainan, who knew when to stop, just chuckled and didn't continue teasing. By the way, how confident are you and Lin Wanner in passing the assessment? Lu Qianqian thought for a moment, then replied, about 70%. I thought you were going to say you were 100% sure you could pass the test? Actually, I was going to say that too, but I think it's better to keep a low profile. I can't be like someone who caused chaos in the entire Changuan city in just half a month. What's this about causing unrest? This is called rising fame. As soon as the words fell, the two were silent for a moment, then smiled at each other. After the joke, Lu Qianqian smoothed her bangs, and the smile on her face suddenly became a little reluctant. You've really worked hard during this period. Without your help, Wanner and I wouldn't have been able to level up so quickly. Faced with the sudden thanks, Si Chainan immediately pretended to have goosebumps all over his body. Don't thank me so seriously, it's corny. Besides, given our relationship, these small favors are nothing. Hearing Si Chainan's words, Lu Qianqian suddenly raised her eyebrows and a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then tell me, what is our relationship? Friends, right? Looking at the pair of clear eyes staring at him, Si Chainan's heart couldn't help but ripple, and he once again questioned the relationship between himself and Lu Qianqian. Just when Si Chainan was stunned, Lu Qianqian suddenly took a step forward. The faint fragrance of hair blowing towards him instantly made Si Chainan, who was already restless, feel confused. However, Lu Qianqian's cheek finally stopped at a position just a few inches away from Si Chainan. Lu Qianqian seemed to see through Si Chainan's thoughts and immediately smiled slightly, with a playful and cunning look in her eyes. You can tell me the answer to this question the next time we meet. Chapter 46, Getting a House. Brother, are you sad? As soon as they walked out of the station, she asked Si Chainan a question with curiosity. Hearing this question, Si Chainan laughed silently and then shook his head. No, although it is a bit sad, it's not exaggerated to the point of being sad. After getting the answer, she tilted her little head and it didn't seem difficult for her to understand the meaning of this sentence. Brother and that sister have a good relationship, right? Then why don't you feel sad after you separate? If she and brother were separated, she would definitely be very sad. Si Chainan couldn't help laughing again and reached out to rub Shei's head. Because that sister and I will meet again soon, the separation is only temporary. Oh. She nodded, not quite understanding. In fact, in addition to the reluctance brought about by this separation, Si Chainan's heart was filled with another indescribable emotion, the source of which was the question left by Lu Qianqian before leaving. Brother, are we going home now? No, let's go to the Adventure Guild first and then go home. Since the enrollment registration of various colleges and universities has begun one after another, the vast majority of graduates are now busy dealing with the admission examinations, resulting in few young faces being seen in the Adventure Guild these days. Compared with these graduates who were tortured by the admissions examination, Si Chainan has become a retrograde. When Si Chainan walked into the Adventurers Guild, he immediately attracted everyone's attention, but soon many people recognized that this young man was the Si Chainan who had been making headlines recently. Si Chainan found that every time he came to the Adventure Guild to do business, he would attract a lot of attention. Therefore, he couldn't help but start to consider whether he should be more low-key when he came to the Adventure Guild to do business in the future. Si Chainan tried his best to ignore the gazes falling on him, and quickly crossed the outer hall with Shei and entered the service hall. This time, Si Chainan came to the Adventurers Guild to find a suitable commission. Si Chainan did not ask the receptionist at the front desk about relevant matters as usual, but walked straight to the delegation panel in the center of the service hall. In order to take care of novice adventurers and also to prevent some novice adventurers who are too ambitious from losing their lives, adventurers below level 10 can only be issued suitable commissions by the receptionists of the Adventurers Guild, and have no room for independent choice. Now that Si Chainan has reached level 10, he is naturally no longer restricted by this rule and has gained the power to freely choose the commission. The so-called entrustment panel is a huge screen that displays all the entrustment information. Si Chainan stood in front of the commission panel, carefully reading the commission information on the screen. She beside him tried hard to raise his head and browsed the commission information in the same serious manner. After roughly browsing some of the commissions, Si Chainan couldn't help but frown. Taking into account the time consumption and efficiency, Si Chainan found that the rewards of most of the commissions were not even as good as the previous commissions to clear out monster strongholds. The commissions suitable for low-level adventurers often have very low returns, and those with high returns are almost beyond the ability of low-level adventurers to handle. As a result, it is basically difficult for low-level adventurers to quickly accumulate enough adventure points in the early stages, and they can only take one step at a time. As the saying goes, the beginning is always difficult. Although the return rate of these commissions is not as good as the commissions to clear monster strongholds are not something that can be found in large quantities. Under normal circumstances, only about 50 monster strongholds will appear in an E-level area within a month. Even if a team is formed to carry out this kind of clearing commission, the return rate is much higher than most commissions of the same level. Therefore, other adventurers will naturally not miss this lucrative opportunity. When Si Chainan was carrying out the clearing commission before, he realized the popularity of this commission. There were only about 20 monster strongholds marked on the map. Once all the monster strongholds this month are cleared out, no matter how efficient you are in clearing monsters, it will be useless. Just when Si Chainan was having a headache about choosing a commission, he was suddenly attracted by an escort commission. To be precise, his attention was attracted by the escort route starting from Changuan City, and the destination was a place called Shigu Town. Si Chainan remembered that this Shigu Town was located near Wangjiang City, and after completing this 10-day escort commission, it was just when Tianwang Provincial Academy was about to officially open. Although escort missions generally require the cooperation of multiple adventurers to complete, what Si Chainan lacks the least is powerful companions. Night. Si Chainan was packing his luggage in the room. A large number of items waiting to be sorted occupied most of the bedroom space. Si Chainan has already accepted the escort commission and has planned the itinerary with the Adventure Guild. He will officially set off from Changuan City before noon tomorrow. This escort mission will take about 10 days, and it coincides with the start of school at Tianwang Provincial Academy. Therefore, tonight will be Si Chainan's last night at home, and he will not be able to go home again until at least half a year later. When Si Chainan thought about leaving the place where he had lived for so long, he felt both emotional and expectant. However, after seeing the room full of items waiting to be sorted out, Si Chainan only felt an endless headache. Just at this moment, Si Chainan suddenly remembered that when he reached level 10, the god of contract in his mind said that there was a reward waiting to be claimed. But at that time, because I was concerned about Shei's safety, I chose to ignore it. Hello, I'm here to claim my prize. It shouldn't have expired yet, right? Si Chainan tried to call upon the god of contract to see what this so-called reward was. Detected that the host has successfully reached level 10 and received a level reward. Do you want to enable this reward? As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the god of contract rang out, like a 24-hour butler who could come and go at his command. Let me see. Almost at the same time Si Chainan opened his mouth, accompanied by a burst of brilliant colorful light, a crystal ball the size of an egg appeared out of thin air in front of Si Chainan. Si Chainan picked up the crystal ball floating in the air, took a quick look at it, and found a model similar to a house in the center of the crystal ball. Before Si Chainan could carefully observe more details of the model, his eyes suddenly went dark, followed by a dizzying feeling. When Si Chainan's vision became clear again, he found himself in a place where birds were singing and flowers were blooming, surrounded by lush greenery. In addition, the previous house model also appeared in front of Si Chainan, but now it can no longer be called a model, because its volume has been magnified hundreds of times and it looks no different from a real house. This is a 3-story villa covering an area of over 100 square meters and is surrounded by a courtyard full of flowers. No matter how you look at it, this place looks like a luxury home that only rich people can afford. This place is called Resting Place for All Spirits and is a completely independent space for daily rest. This space can be contained within the anchor point for easy portability, or it can materialize in the real world. This space has a protective barrier. No one can forcibly enter without the owner's consent. After hearing the description of the God of Contract, Si Chainan immediately understood what this reward was. Simply put, this resting place for all spirits is a portable mansion that can be large or small, easy to carry, and has its own protective barrier to keep strangers out. For Si Chainan, who is about to embark on a journey tomorrow, this thing can be said to be a timely rein. With this gadget, you can reduce a lot of travel time. When Si Chainan thought about the various benefits that this God of Contract brought him, he couldn't help but feel guilty. After sending my wife off, he was so thoughtful as to give her a luxury house. This experience was simply amazing and made me feel like a winner in life. Chapter 47, Between the Woods. Accompanied by the sound of wheels rolling over the grass, more than 10 carriages passed along a forest path, and almost every carriage was loaded with cargo. This is a caravan of horse-drawn carriages transporting goods, and they are also the escort targets of Si Chainan and his group. Although there are such things as rail trains in this world, they are only connected between cities, and the main purpose of rail trains is to carry passengers. If you want to ship goods, you need to pay high transportation fees, and most merchants cannot afford this high cost. Because of this, horse-drawn carriage transportation became the first choice for most merchants when transporting goods. Compared with other commissions of the same level, in addition to the slightly higher commission rewards, this type of commission to escort a caravan has many disadvantages, such as being time-consuming and having many unexpected situations. The most important thing is that escorting a caravan often requires a team of adventurers to complete it successfully. In this way, the originally generous reward seems a little bit not enough after being divided equally among several people. Si Chainan does not have this kind of worry. He and his family are a well-organized team and do not need help from others. Since the escort commission was fully entrusted to the Adventure Guild by the client did not send any entourage except Si Chainan and his group who accepted the commission. There is a reason why the client trusts the Adventure Guild so much. The identity information of all adventurers who accept commissions issued by the Adventure Guild will be recorded. Once an adventurer violates the content of the commission, the adventurer will be listed on the Adventure Guild's wanted list and will face being hunted by other adventurers. The wanted notice issued by the Adventure Guild is permanent and the bounty amount will increase over time. Therefore, almost no adventurer would dare to cause trouble under the nose of the Adventurers Guild. Early this morning, Si Chainan and his group escorted the carriage caravan on its way out. The caravan's route will pass through multiple E-level areas and finally arrive at Shigu Town around Wangzhong City. Although the journey is long, the routes are all located within the E-level area, and the monsters there are a piece of cake for Si Chainan and his group. As soon as they left Changuan City, they were targeted by a group of little monsters, and a battle broke out between the two sides. However, these little monsters soon realized that they were fighting against a rock with an egg, so they immediately dispersed and fled. After this little episode, Si Chainan didn't encounter any monsters coming to cause trouble for most of the day, which made him feel a little bored. Despite this, Si Chainan did not let his guard down. Although the monsters in the E-level area are not to be feared, Si Chainan is well aware that the real danger comes from other adventurers. Among the numerous escort failure cases, those caused by monster attacks only account for a small part. More often, some adventurers with bad character attack and plunder the caravans, thus leading to the failure of the escort commission. After all, there are no cameras in the wild, so it is almost impossible to find out the identity of the attacker. In order to ensure that they could always keep abreast of the surrounding movements, Si Chainan and his group chose to ride in 3 carriages. Xingling rode in the first carriage that led the way, Lilawire stayed in the carriage at the end of the team, and Si Chainan and she rode in the carriage in the middle of the team. In this way, this caravan with more than a dozen carriages traveled from the clear daytime to the nightfall without encountering any accidents. Seeing that it was getting late and no longer suitable to continue the journey, Si Chainan stopped all the carriages and prepared to camp on the spot for the night. Although they said they were going to set up camp, Si Chainan had no intention of actually doing so. Si Chainan took out the crystal ball called Anchor Point and threw it into the clearing in the forest. The colorful light instantly illuminated the surrounding woods, and the next second, an independent space called Rest Place for All Spirits appeared before everyone's eyes. Although Si Chainan mentioned the resting place for all spirits to Lilywire and the other two before setting off, he did not actually demonstrate it. Therefore, when the three relatives saw a mansion appear out of thin air before their eyes widened. Due to the existence of the protective barrier, except for Si Chainan, the Holder, Lilywire and the other two all felt that the house was constantly emitting an invisible force of repulsion. Seeing this, Si Chainan quickly extended an invitation to the three people. "Three of you, please come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the invisible force that was constantly repelling them disappeared instantly, and the three relatives were able to step into the house. This mansion is not just for show. It is fully furnished and has electricity and water, so you can move in right away. When he received the reward last night, Si Chainan roughly counted the number of rooms and found that it was no problem to accommodate 20 or 30 people at a time. "There are many rooms here, you can take your pick." As soon as he finished speaking, she rushed over and hugged Si Chainan's waist. "She wants to live with my brother-ah." Before she could finish his words, Lilyway quickly picked Shei up. "Little one, you're dreaming. You're talking in your sleep before you even fall asleep? Bad sister, let go. Dream on. Master, you are mine." Seeing the two people quarreling over a disagreement, Si Chainan felt both amused and helpless, and then he looked at Qingling who was standing beside him. At this time, Qingling was looking at the two funny guys, one big and one small, with a helpless look on her face, until she noticed Si Chainan's gaze. "Contract master, what's wrong?" Looking at the serious Qingling, Si Chainan suddenly felt playful and wanted to play a trick on this dragon girl who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. "Why don't you go and fight?" Faced with Si Chainan's teasing, Qingling's cheeks turned red instantly, and her red lips slightly opened, but she couldn't utter a word for a while. I'm not that kind of person." Qingling, who was acting out of character, looked very cute, which made Si Chainan couldn't help laughing. "I want this one." Qingling, with a blushing face, pointed to a room casually, then fled from the hall and ran into the room she had chosen. After a fierce battle, everyone chose their own room. Si Chainan chose a room on the third floor because it had a wide view. Qingling chose a room on the first floor, while Lilyway and she chose the two rooms closest to Si Chainan. The reason was self-evident. After tidying up the room, Si Chainan lay down on the bed, and the fatigue in his body instantly came over him. You can hear the chirping of insects outside the window, and occasionally a breeze blows in from the woods. This feeling can be said to be quite comfortable. Bang, bang. A brief knock on the door interrupted the peaceful atmosphere and woke up Si Chainan, who was about to fall asleep. Si Chainan guessed the identity of the visitor after just a moment of thought, so he stood up and opened the door. After opening the door, just as Si Chainan expected, Lilyway was standing outside. "You're hungry, aren't you?" Before Lilywire could speak, Si Chainan took the lead in stating the other party's purpose. Si Chainan also knew that Lilyway had not consumed blood for several days, so he was not surprised by her arrival. Lilywire just smiled coquettishly at the prophetic Si Chainan, and then walked into the room on her own. The owner is really becoming more and more considerate. Faced with such praise, Si Chainan was about to say something, but there was another knock on the door that had just been closed. Si Chainan and Lilywire looked at each other in surprise. This time he couldn't guess the identity of the visitor. After hesitating for a moment, Si Chainan opened the door. I saw Qingling standing outside the door with a blushing face. "Contract master, it's not good to slack off in training, so..." At this moment, Qingling caught a glimpse of Lilywire in the room, and the words he had not yet finished speaking stopped abruptly. Qingling's brain had crashed and she stood there in a daze. At the same time, her cheeks were so red that they seemed to be bleeding. Seeing this, Lilywire immediately smiled cunningly, quickly came to the two of them, took their arms at the same time, and then looked at Si Chainan with seductive eyes. "Master, do you still remember your invitation from yesterday? You must not break your promise." Chapter 48 Abnormal Magic, Abnormal Forest. Today is the 6th day of escorting the caravan, and the entire escort journey is already halfway through. During these few days, Si Chainan and his group encountered several monster attacks and a highway robbery, but they were able to escape danger successfully with their strength. Overall, the whole trip was quite smooth. Although the caravan's progress has been slowed down due to frequent incidents in recent days, this is a very common occurrence for escort missions. Ensuring the integrity of the goods is the primary goal rather than arriving on time. Changuan made a rough estimate that with the current progress and speed of the trip, the time of arriving at the destination might be delayed by about a day, which was not a big problem. According to the markings on the map, the caravan will pass through a forest today. The terrain of this forest is relatively flat, and there is a caravan trail running across the entire forest. Therefore, the caravan's travel speed will be greatly increased. Near noon, Changuan and his group finally successfully embarked on this trade route, and the bumpy feeling in the carriage suddenly decreased. Chen sat in the carriage in the middle of the team, concentrating on observing the movements around him. Unlike Changuan, who was always on guard, Shei, who was riding in the same carriage, seemed carefree. At this time, she curled up beside Changuan like an animal cub, with her head resting on Changuan's thigh, enjoying a peaceful sleep. The journey over the past few days can be said to have exhausted Shei, causing the little girl to sleep most of the time. Looking at the little Lolita sleeping peacefully, Changuan couldn't help but want to touch her furry fox ears. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of landing on the top of the carriage, a figure quickly flipped down from the carriage and landed next to Changuan. The person was Lilywire, who stayed at the end of the caravan. Master, there's something wrong with the magic fluctuations in this forest. The magic fluctuations here are very chaotic. Hearing this, Changuan couldn't help but be shocked. When did you first realize something was wrong? Changuan absolutely believed in Lilywire's magical perception. There is magic in all living things in this world, and plants are no exception. The magical fluctuations emitted by most life forms will remain at a relatively stable level. If the magical fluctuations of a creature continue to change in a short period of time, then there must be something fishy going on. Actually, ever since we entered this forest, we've noticed something's wrong with the magical fluctuations here. We originally thought it was just temporary, but it hasn't gone away yet. After hearing Lilywire's description, Changuan's expression changed slightly. Are you saying that there's something wrong with the magic fluctuations throughout the forest? Lilywire nodded immediately. Changuan was silent for a moment, then said, "Tell Chungling about this, and stay alert." Understood. As soon as she finished speaking, Lilywire jumped up and flew to the front of the team. At this moment, Changuan was already on high alert and maintained a high level of vigilance. When he was studying theoretical knowledge before, Changuan knew about the dangers of abnormal magic fluctuations. Abnormal magic fluctuations in an area will not cause any harm in the short term. However, once the area is in a state of abnormal magic fluctuations for a long time, the animals and plants in the area will inevitably be affected, especially intelligent animals. This abnormal phenomenon caused by abnormal fluctuations in magical power often manifests itself as mutations and drastic changes in temperament, and will also appear first in animals, followed by plants. Changuan roughly observed the surrounding plants and found that he had not found any mutations in the plants here, which meant that the situation here was not particularly serious, but Changuan did not dare to take it lightly. At this moment, a wolf howl came from the depths of the forest, instantly startling flocks of birds. Influenced by the wolf howl, the carriages that were originally moving in an orderly manner suddenly showed signs of disorder in their formation, causing Chungling, who was responsible for leading the team at the front, to immediately slow down the carriage. At the same time, Shei, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up. Shei, who was still sleepy, had no idea what was going on and was looking around in confusion. "Brother, what happened? We're in trouble." Before Changuan could finish his words, a rustling sound was heard from the forest on one side of the business road. Soon, Changuan saw more than a dozen wild wolves with black bodies, gray tails, and a length of no less than 2 meters appearing in the woods, and galloping towards this side. Through these physical characteristics, Changuan recognized at a glance that this was a monster called the forest hunting wolf. Forest wolves are monsters that like to live in groups. A group usually has 20 to 50 forest wolves. Adult forest wolves are basically monsters of level 10 to 15. Compared to the monsters encountered in the past few days that are not even level 10, these forest hunting wolves with an average level of more than 10 can be regarded as a tough dish. In fact, what surprised Changuan the most was that these forest hunting wolves actually chose to attack during the day. According to the description in the Monster Encyclopedia, forest wolves rarely hunt during the day. They often stalk their prey during the day and attack them after nightfall. The reason why these forest wolves behave so abnormally is obviously because they are affected by this forest. Stop! Chungling stopped the carriage immediately, and the entire caravan stopped as well. Chungling knew very well that a carriage fully loaded with cargo could not possibly outrun these monsters, so he had no choice but to stop and solve the problem at hand, Seeing this, Si Chainan jumped off the carriage, took out Bai Yi, and prepared to fight. I saw a few forest hunting wolves rushing out of the forest first and attacking the people on the business road. Blood curse evil chain. Lily Were raised her hand and waved it. Several blood-red chains shot out from the cracks in space, instantly binding the bodies and limbs of the forest wolves, making them unable to move. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Si Chainan and Xingling released their skills at the same time, and the extremely sharp white sword energy directly cut the two forest hunting wolves in half. Forest wolves are relatively weak among monsters of the same level, but their advantage lies in their numbers and cooperative hunting methods. Just after killing two forest wolves, several forest wolves that were originally bound successfully broke free from the chains, and those forest wolves that lagged behind also joined the battle. At this moment, more than a dozen forest hunting wolves quickly dispersed and surrounded Si Chainan and his party, trapping them in place. Perhaps because they were afraid of the tragic death of their two companions, these forest hunting wolves did not immediately attack Si Chainan and his companions, but they continued to make low growls of protest and stared at everyone here intently. Facing these forest hunting wolves with ferocious eyes, Si Chainan took a quick look around and confirmed that the level of these forest hunting wolves was no more than level 13. After learning about the other party's strength, Si Chainan breathed a sigh of relief, and then he looked at his family. Leave these big dogs to me. You guys are responsible for protecting the goods. After saying that, Si Chainan no longer waited for his family members' reply and slowly walked forward a few steps. Dragon's Mighty Blessing. With just a light shout, white light patterns like dragon scales appeared on the surface of Si Chainan's body, and at the same time, he exuded a kind of pressure from a superior. After feeling the pressure emanating from Si Chainan, the ferocity in the eyes of these forest wolves instantly diminished, replaced by instinctive fear, and the low growls used for demonstration also stopped. Every time Si Chainan took a step forward, these forest wolves would take a step back, and it seemed that they had lost all desire to fight. Seeing that these forest hunting wolves suddenly became a little docile, Si Chainan, who had originally planned to fight them, couldn't help but feel a little bored, so he pouting at these forest hunting wolves like teasing dogs. Didn't everyone just come here to die? Why are you so cowardly now? Chapter 49, Breakthrough. Long Wei breaks the deadlock. Faced with Si Chainan's verbal provocation, these forest hunting wolves growled again, but no forest hunting wolf dared to take the initiative to attack Si Chainan. Obviously, under the blessing of the dragon's might, these forest hunting wolves have fallen into a state of shock. Although Si Chainan, as a human, only simulated the effect of dragon might through his skills and could not be compared with a real dragon like Xingling, it was more than enough to use this high-quality imitation of dragon might to intimidate several low-level monsters. However, the current development of events is somewhat beyond Si Chainan's expectations. In fact, Si Chainan just wanted to scare away all these forest hunting wolves by imitating the dragon's might. He didn't want to get too entangled with these monsters, otherwise the noise and smell of blood caused by the battle would easily attract other monsters. However, the opposite happened. Although these forest hunting wolves were indeed frightened by the high imitation dragon power, they had no intention of retreating. They still stared at Si Chainan and his group with bared teeth, as if they were determined to have a feast on them today. Even with infinite magic power, Si Chainan didn't want to continue wasting time with these forest hunting wolves. In order to scare away these ungrateful forest wolves, Si Chainan planned to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. Several blood-red sickle blades appeared out of thin air and instantly cut one of the forest hunting wolves into pieces of meat. Little did they know that this action was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Not only did the other forest hunting wolves not retreat, but they pounced on Si Chainan together. Seeing this, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. He didn't expect that these beasts would be so desperate. Blood Curse Evil Chain. These close forest wolves were instantly bound in place by blood-red chains, but these controls were only temporary. Si Chainan is only level 10 now, and it is impossible for him to control these monsters that are higher in level than himself for a long time. Therefore, he can only kill as many of these forest hunting wolves as possible before they break free from his control. Just like that, Si Chainan cast blood magic with his left hand, waved Bai Yi with his right hand, and rushed into the wolf pack to kill. In just a few seconds, Si Chainan killed 5 or 6 forest hunting wolves, reducing the number of the wolf pack by half. At this moment, several wolf howls suddenly came from the depths of the forest. Hearing these wolf howls, Si Chainan and the others' faces changed instantly. Dozens of forest hunting wolves gathered from all directions and completely surrounded Si Chainan and his group. Seeing such exaggerated reinforcements, Lilywei and Xingling could no longer sit still. They immediately activated their magic power and joined the battle. Nearly 100 forest hunting wolves surrounded Si Chainan and his group like crazy. Faced with such a fierce attack, Si Chainan and his companions were soon injured. As a nanny, she treated her companions almost non-stop, but she still couldn't keep up with the speed at which everyone was injured. The strangest thing is that these forest hunting wolves completely ignored the horses that had no resistance, and instead targeted Si Chainan and his group and attacked them, as if there was some force behind the scenes controlling everything. Blessings from the Holy Lotus. The holy white light fell on everyone, forming a bright and flawless white lotus of light. With the blessing of the Holy Lotus, the group, whose damage was reduced, regained their formation and temporarily curbed the wolf pack's offensive. However, the blessing of the Holy Lotus only lasts for 10 seconds, leaving everyone with little chance to catch their breath. In the fierce battle just now, Si Chainan and his group had almost no chance to fight back and were completely in a passive defensive state. Therefore, among the nearly 100 forest hunting wolves, only less than 10 unlucky ones were killed by Si Chainan and his group. If this trend continues, Si Chainan and his group will sooner or later be killed by these forest hunting wolves. Seeing that the time of the Holy Lotus blessing was about to run out, Qingling took a deep breath silently, and a determined look appeared in his eyes. Seeing Qingling's appearance, Si Chainan knew that Qingling was planning to use the dragon's wrath, and he did not object. If we only focus on explosive power, Qingling is undoubtedly the one with the strongest explosive power among the few people, and naturally the most suitable person to break the current dilemma. Si Chainan nodded at Qingling, indicating that she could give it a try. Dragon's Fury. The powerful force released by the boiling dragon blood instantly filled Qingling's body, and the true dragon power descended upon this battlefield. The genuine dragon's might swept across the entire battlefield. All the forest wolves felt the awe and fear from deep within their hearts. They were shocked and stopped all their attacks, standing there trembling. At this moment, Qingling scanned the surrounding battlefield and enemies as if he was a king, and there was no emotion in his golden vertical pupils. The dragon's fury only lasts for 30 seconds, after which it will enter a brief state of weakness. Therefore, Qingling must fight quickly and decisively. Qingling, with the might of a dragon on him, rushed into the wolf pack without hesitation. He casually swung the long sword in his hand, and the sharp sword energy that gushed out instantly killed several forest hunting wolves. Faced with the unstoppable Qingling, no forest hunting wolf dared to take the initiative to attack, and they became fish on the chopping board. Accompanied by bursts of shrill wolf howls, the entire battlefield was littered with the corpses of forest wolves, and Qingling, who caused all this, was still tirelessly killing the remaining enemies. Looking at Qingling, who was like a god of death, Si Chainan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, secretly glad that Qingling was not his enemy. Under the gaze of everyone, nearly 100 forest hunting wolves were almost wiped out by Qingling alone. At this time, the light on Qingling's body gradually dimmed, which meant that the duration of Dragon's Wrath was about to run out. Seeing this, Si Chainan immediately rushed over, ready to rescue Qingling, who was about to fall into a weak state. After Qingling killed the last forest hunting wolf, the effect of Dragon's Fury completely disappeared, and a strong feeling of weakness followed. The rapid loss of strength made Qingling lose the strength to even hold the sword, and his whole body seemed to be shaky. Si Chainan, who arrived in time, immediately supported Qingling, who was staggering. The latter did not show any resistance, but leaned on Si Chainan. "Thanks a lot." Hearing this thank you, the pale-faced Qingling just smiled faintly and said nothing. Looking at the mess around him, Si Chainan knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long, so he prepared to drive away quickly. Just as Si Chainan was about to help Qingling back to the carriage, something unexpected happened. Ouch! A wolf howl that resounded throughout the forest came from afar. It sounded full of momentum and anger, and was completely incomparable to those forest hunting wolves before. Chapter 50, Revenge of the Wolf King. Ouch! Hearing the wolf howl that resounded throughout the forest, Si Chainan felt as if countless alpaca horses were galloping through his heart. Unlike the previous wolf howls, this one was not only extremely loud and powerful, but also filled with undisguised anger. Before Si Chainan turned around to check the owner of the voice, he saw Liliwei and Shizhang not far away staring at the same direction intently, and both of them looked very frightened. Realizing that something was wrong, Si Chainan quickly followed the two people's gaze and saw a huge figure suddenly appear in the depths of the dense forest, and the figure was moving towards them. Si Chainan took a closer look and found that it was a forest hunting wolf, but its size was surprisingly large, nearly 5 meters long, almost twice the length of other forest hunting wolves. Seeing this unusual forest hunting wolf, Si Chainan immediately realized that it was a wolf king, the leader of the forest hunting wolves that had just died here. The group of forest wolves is a typical society where the strong prey on the weak. Therefore, the leader who stands out from the many forest wolves must have strength far beyond that of other wolves of the same kind. Obviously, this Wolf King came to seek revenge. Qingling also saw the Wolf King and immediately forced herself to cheer up and wanted to continue fighting, but was stopped by Si Chainan. You're not in the state you're in right now to continue fighting. No, I can. I'll hold it back. You guys leave quickly. Hearing this, Si Chainan suddenly felt a little annoyed and immediately scolded, You are being unreasonable. It's such a time and you are still trying to be stubborn. Faced with Si Chainan's scolding, Qingling not only did not give up, but even wanted to break free from Si Chainan's control. However, in her weak state, she was no match for Si Chainan, and in the end all her struggles turned into meaningless resistance. Si Chainan ignored Qingling's objection, picked her up and put her on the carriage. Wire, you guys take the carriage and leave first. I'll buy you some time. Hearing this, Lilywire immediately shook her head. No, the magic fluctuations emitted by this monster are more powerful than those forest hunting wolves before. I'm afraid it is at least level 20. You can't stop it. I have an immortal body, let me do it. Go, I'm not bargaining with you, this is an order. Si Chainan interrupted Lilywai's proposal with an unprecedented harsh tone. He certainly knew that Lilywei was immortal, but he was not so cowardly as to use a follower as a human sandbag to buy himself a chance to escape. Lilywei was instantly frightened by Si Chainan's tone and couldn't say a word of rebuttal for a while. Originally, she also wanted to volunteer to stay and help Si Chainan, but after hearing Si Chainan's scolding just now, she didn't dare to mention it again. Seeing that Lilywei and she were both frightened, Si Chainan sighed lightly and his tone became a little gentler. Hurry up, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Si Chainan turned around and left without hesitation, walking alone towards the Wolf King who came to seek revenge. I'll come back to you after I've settled them. After saying this, Lilywei drove the carriage and continued to lead the caravan along the trade route. Ouch! Seeing that the murderer of his own kind was trying to escape, the Wolf King immediately let out an angry howl, and then, completely ignoring Si Chainan who was walking towards him, he changed his target of attack and galloped towards the advancing caravan. Stop right there, you beast! Seeing that the Wolf King was about to attack Lilywei and the others, Si Chainan immediately took action to stop him. Blood Curse Evil Chain. Blood-red chain shot out from the space cracks and quickly wrapped around the Wolf King's limbs and body. Due to the difference in levels, the Wolf King only needed to exert a little force to break all the blood-red chains wrapped around his body. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Just as the Wolf King broke free from his restraints and was about to continue chasing the carriage, more blood-red chains gathered from all directions, once again stopping the Wolf King's pursuit. Si Chainan and his 2 clones simultaneously cast the Blood Curse and Evil Chain, and only then did they manage to slow down the Wolf King. Si Chainan and his 2 clones took turns using skills to block, with almost no pause. After going back and forth like this, the Wolf King was actually held up by Si Chainan for nearly half a minute. As for the carriage caravan moving at full speed, it had long turned into a series of unreachable black spots. Watching the murderer successfully escape from him, the Wolf King was completely enraged. The Wolf King no longer insisted on hunting down the murderer who caused the destruction of his tribe. Instead, he looked fiercely at Si Chainan who kept obstructing his revenge. Seeing the strong murderous intent in the Wolf King's eyes, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel his heart tighten, realizing that he might not be able to escape today. But at least his family members were safe. Of course, he also had to pray that Lilywei would not be stupid enough to come back to save him. From the moment he sent Lilywei and the others away, Si Chainan had already made up his mind to die. Before the angry Wolf King could launch an attack, Si Chainan took the initiative. The 2 clones surrounded the Wolf King from the left and right sides, while continuously releasing skills to harass the Wolf King. In front of this level 20 Wolf King, the skills released by the clone can be said to be painless, and even the Wolf King's fur cannot be penetrated. How could the furious Wolf King tolerate such harassment like mosquitoes and flies on a summer night? So he immediately fought back. The Wolf King raised his front paws and swung them vigorously, knocking one of the clones down on the spot. Then, the Wolf King twisted his body and bit the other clone. At this point, with a grab and a bite, Si Chainan's 2 clones were instantly destroyed. After dealing with the 2 clones, the Wolf King naturally set his sights on Si Chainan, the real body. However, while the Wolf King was dealing with his clone, Si Chainan was already prepared to fight. At this moment, Si Chainan's body was wrapped in thick blood mist, and at the same time, the Bai Yi in his hand was brewing a terrifying sword energy. Under the influence of the blood limit breaking, Si Chainan's pupils turned into a bright blood red. There was no fear in them, only the determination to die together with the enemy. Seeing Si Chainan, who was determined to fight to the death, the Wolf King didn't care about anything else. He immediately rushed towards Si Chainan and opened his bloody mouth, ready to bite off Si Chainan's head on the spot. Facing the aggressive Wolf King, Si Chainan remained unmoved and slowly raised Bai Yi in his hand. You've come just in time. Even if I die, I will leave a scar on you, a beast. Chapter 51, A Kind-Hearted Person. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. The blood red and pure white sword energy intertwined with each other, converging into a red and white sword energy waterfall, which collided head-on with the galloping Wolf King. The Wolf King's body was instantly swallowed up by the sword energy. Bump! Hearing the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, Si Chainan immediately realized that it was the sound of the Wolf King being knocked to the ground, and he was instantly delighted. Before Si Chainan could be happy for long, the hope that was burning in his heart was extinguished by a basin of cold water. As the sword energy dissipated, the Wolf King staggered to his feet again from the ground, then shook off the dirt and fallen leaves on his fur. There was only a wound less than half a meter long on the Wolf King's forehead. Apart from that, there were no other wounds on the Wolf King's body. Seeing that his full-strength attack had only caused such an insignificant wound to the Wolf King, Si Chainan's heart instantly sank to the bottom. The Wolf King let out a short, low growl at Si Chainan, as if mocking this human being's arrogance. Now Si Chainan no longer has any means to deal with the Wolf King and can only watch the Wolf King approaching him at a leisurely pace. Si Chainan didn't expect that his life in another world would end so soon after it began. One can imagine the indignation and resentment in his heart. As the leader of the Wolf Pack, the Wolf King possesses a certain intelligence. Naturally, he saw that the human in front of him no longer had any intention of fighting. Therefore, he behaved so calmly and composedly. As one of the murderers of his own kind, the Wolf King did not intend to let Si Chainan die quickly. Instead, he wanted to make this human suffer enough torture and wait for death and misery. At this moment, the Wolf King's eyes kept wandering over Si Chainan's body. It was ready to bite off this human's hands and feet first, making him completely unable to resist. Out of instinctive fear of death and danger, facing the tall Wolf King, Si Chainan involuntarily stepped back, and at the same time subconsciously tightly grasped Bai Yi's hilt. Call out! Just as the Wolf King was about to open his bloody mouth, a strange noise suddenly came from the forest nearby. It sounded like something was moving through the leaves. The Wolf King, who was about to take action, looked in the direction of the sound as soon as he heard the noise, but did not see anything unusual. After observing for a while, the Wolf King gave up looking for the source of the sound. The Wolf King is now eager for revenge and just wants to make the human in front of him pay a painful price as soon as possible. Seeing the Wolf King open its bloody mouth and the extremely smelly hot air blowing in his face, Si Chainan felt nauseous and his stomach churned. Call out! The strange sound appeared again, but this time Si Chainan was able to see the owner of the voice. A man in a black cloak jumped out from the tree next to him. In the blink of an eye, this mysterious man moved above the Wolf King's head. At the same time, the Wolf King also sensed the breath coming from above his head, but it was too late. Before the Wolf King could react, the mysterious man quickly pulled out the black giant sword hanging behind him. Then, the mysterious man swung the heavy giant sword with the strength of one hand, causing it to hit the Wolf King's head squarely. There was only a sound like a watermelon breaking, and the Wolf King, who was murderous a second ago, fell to the ground with all kinds of brains spilling all over the ground. Seeing this scene, Si Chainan was stunned. This mysterious man easily killed the level 20 Wolf King with just one strike. His strength must be at least level 30. Thank you, big brother, for your help. Si Chainan, who escaped the disaster, quickly thanked the mysterious man, who was wiping the blood off the giant sword with his back to Si Chainan. It's just a small favor. A female voice without any emotion came from the mysterious mouth, and Si Chainan realized that the other party was actually a woman. When Si Chainan saw this mysterious man wielding a heavy sword with just one hand, he thought he must be a real man. At this time, the mysterious man turned around, revealing a delicate but cold face under the black cloak, and a pair of ice-blue eyes that revealed a sense of alienation that kept people at a distance. Seeing Si Chainan staring at her, the mysterious woman frowned slightly and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Is there something on my face? Hearing the other party's question, Si Chainan quickly shook his head and looked away. I just didn't expect that my sister is not only so kind, but also so beautiful. It seems that the saying beautiful people with good hearts is true. Faced with Si Chainan's praise, the mysterious woman couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then a hint of color like winter plum blossoms quickly flashed across her snow-white cheeks. After a brief moment of daze, the mysterious woman quickly turned around and put her giant sword back on her back. Your strength is not bad, but it's still too much for you to deal with a level 20 monster right now. Hearing this, Si Chainan sighed. Alas, I don't want to fight a monster of this level, but I have to do this for my companions to escape safely. I'll escort you to reunite with your companions. This place is too dangerous. You must leave as soon as possible. Really? Thanks, sis. Well, let's go. The mysterious woman spoke very little along the way, and only answered Si Chainan's questions with yes or no. After several unsuccessful attempts to find topics to talk about, Si Chainan realized that this mysterious woman didn't seem to like talking, at least not to talk to a stranger, so he tactfully shut up. In this way, under the escort of the mysterious woman, Si Chainan walked along the trade road for nearly half an hour and finally saw the carriage parked at the edge of the forest. Is that your companion in front? Well, sister, do you want to ride with us out of here? Faced with Si Chainan's invitation, the mysterious woman shook her head without hesitation. No, I still have some things to take care of here. Oh, then we'll meet again by chance? The mysterious woman just nodded slightly without saying much, and then was about to turn around and leave, but was suddenly stopped by Si Chainan again. Sister, I wonder if you can tell me your name. No matter what, you are my savior, and I will never forget your kindness. Hearing this, the mysterious woman was silent for a moment and seemed hesitant. Lun, just remember this name. Chapter 52 Official Report. We received a call from Valley Town yesterday, confirming that the goods have been safely delivered. We will now pay you the commission. The young receptionist skillfully entered commands on the keyboard, and soon, 300,000 adventure points were successfully transferred into Si Chainan's account in the Adventurers Guild. After 10 days of travel, Si Chainan and his team successfully escorted the caravan to its destination yesterday afternoon. Now, Si Chainan and his team came to the Adventure Guild in Wangjiang City to collect the rewards for completing the commission. The commission fee has been transferred to your account. You can confirm it later. The receptionist respectfully handed the adventurer back to Si Chainan and continued, also, we've received reports regarding your unusual behavior with the forest wolf hunters. We will dispatch professionals to the area to investigate as soon as possible. Thank you again for the information you provided. Well, thank you for your hard work. After arriving at Valley Town yesterday, Si Chainan reported what he encountered on the road to the Union personnel in charge of the reception, especially the forest with unusual magical powers and the group of forest hunting wolves with abnormal behavior. In addition, Si Chainan also truthfully told the story of being rescued by a kind-hearted person, but did not reveal the name of the mysterious woman. The guild members did not investigate the identity of the mysterious woman. After all, it was very common for adventurers to help each other, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Now that your business has been completed, how else can we help you? Yes, I'd like to ask how to get to Tianwang Provincial University? Originally, Si Chainan thought that the sizes of various cities were not much different. However, after coming to Wangjiang City, Si Chainan realized that there were differences even between cities. As the capital of Tianwang Province, Wangjiang City is completely incomparable to Changuan City in scale. Due to the large scale of Wangjiang City and for the convenience of management, the entire Wangjiang City is divided into 9 urban districts, and the area of each urban district can be said to be comparable to that of the entire Changuan City. Each district has the ability to operate independently, and each district has an adventure guild to facilitate the daily lives of adventurers. The district where Tianwang Provincial University is located is called Taishua District, which is one of the 3 most core districts in Wangjiang City. With the help of the map and the guidance of passers-by, Si Chainan and his group easily found the south gate of Tianwang Provincial Academy. It was almost noon, and the sun was hanging high in the sky, mercilessly pouring down its scorching rays on the ground. Even so, the square in front of the south gate was still crowded with parents from all over the place. These parents were staring intently at the big screen in the square, which was broadcasting the performance of each candidate during the examination in real time. Out of curiosity, Si Chainan also looked up at the live broadcast on the screen. These candidates were fighting with monsters, and the words "Final Assessment" were marked in the upper right corner of the screen. Si Chainan then realized that today was the day the assessment ended. He immediately felt that he had come at the right time, as he could just see how his future classmates stood out from the many competitors. Having said that, after watching under the scorching sun for about 10 minutes, Si Chainan suddenly realized that this final assessment seemed to be unable to end for a while. There was no need for him to be exposed to the sun like this. It would be better to find a place to cool down. Thinking of this, Si Chainan, who was almost unable to bear the heat, hurriedly took his 3 relatives to prepare to go to school. Just as they approached the south gate of the school, a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh suddenly appeared and blocked the way of Si Chainan and his group. This is a provincial institution. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Seeing the security uniform on the other person, Si Chainan immediately knew his identity, so he took out the admission letter that Professor Zhao Fan had given him. When the security guard saw the admission letter that Si Chainan took out, he was stunned at first, and then took the admission letter from Si Chainan. After a formal inspection, the security guard finally returned the admission letter to Si Chainan. Hey, that's interesting. Only 3 acceptance letters were sent out in advance this year, and yet all 3 of you reported on the same day. Did you guys discuss this in advance? Upon learning that there were 2 other recommended students who had arrived at the school earlier than him, Si Chainan immediately became curious about them. Where are the other 2 recommended students? They are resting in the reception hall. You should go over there quickly. In this way, under the guidance of the security guard, Si Chainan successfully entered this top institution of learning. The interior of Tianwang Provincial University is also incredibly large, just like a university town, with all kinds of shops and entertainment venues. The only drawback is that it seems extremely deserted because school has not officially started yet. In the huge campus, only Si Chainan and his group were walking on the streets. Not only Si Chainan was curious about everything here, but Liliwei and she were also looking around along the way. For them, who were from different races, this was their first time to come to the highest institution of learning for mankind. Seeing this magnificent school, Si Chainan couldn't help but have a question for his 3 relatives. I'm a little curious about one thing. Have you ever been to school before? She was the first to shake his head and replied, I only know some basic knowledge of writing. As for other things, I don't remember them either. We dragons believe in the supremacy of force. From a young age, we only receive the most basic literacy education, and then we must devote ourselves to strict combat training. Unless we have a talent for magic, there is basically no opportunity to learn other knowledge. After listening to Shi and Qingling's stories, Si Chainan turned to look at Liliwei. Wei Er, what about you? Liliwei stopped looking around and let out a long sigh. Vampires don't have facilities like humans do for educating their offspring. Most vampires learn based on their personal interests. As for the rest, they believe that learning anything other than the necessary survival knowledge is a complete waste of time. So, which type are you? Faced with this question, Liliwei sighed again, sounding even more helpless than before. As a princess, I don't have the right to choose. At least the nobles believe that it is very necessary to learn as much knowledge as possible. While a few people were talking, a small Western-style house appeared at the end of the street, with the 3 big words, Reception Hall, written on the door. Chapter 53, Classmate, you don't seem to be a human. Si Chainan pushed gently, and the main door of the small Western-style house opened, revealing a magnificently decorated hall. There were many sofas and coffee tables in the spacious hall, which did look a bit like a reception hall. However, since there were no receptionists or guests, the entire hall seemed empty. Just as Si Chainan was about to look for the receptionist, he suddenly found someone sitting on the sofa in the corner. This is a girl of the same age as Si Chainan. She has fair cheeks, a pair of large round frame glasses on her nose, and a neat JK outfit, making her look full of the youthful aura that only students have. At this moment, the girl was sitting with her eyes closed in the sunlight coming in from the window. She didn't seem afraid of the scorching sun at noon at all. Si Chainan guessed that this girl was most likely one of the other 2 recommended students, so he planned to go up and say hello to her. As soon as he walked to the girl's side, Si Chainan found that the air around him suddenly became much colder, and even made him shiver involuntarily. Obviously, the reason for this phenomenon is the girl in front of him. Master, this person. Liliwei seemed to want to speak up to remind her, but Si Chainan signaled her not to speak for the time being. After all, it was very rude to comment on a stranger. Hello, classmate. My name is Si Chainan. I'm a freshman this year. Nice to meet you. Si Chainan introduced himself to the girl who was resting with her eyes closed in a friendly manner, but she ignored him completely and continued to sit on the sofa like a statue without moving. The other party's indifferent attitude immediately made Si Chainan feel very embarrassed, and he stood there at a loss. Master, I was just trying to say that this person seemed to be asleep. Ah. Hearing this, Si Chainan was stunned for a moment, then looked at the girl carefully. The girl's breathing was light and steady, and she did look like she was asleep, but the problem was that she fell asleep sitting upright on the sofa. Such a strange way of sleeping gave Si Chenani, the recommended student, a little shock. It turned out that the recommended students who were qualified for exemption from examination were not ordinary people. Just when Si Chainan felt it was unbelievable, the strange girl suddenly murmured in confusion and then slowly opened her eyes. The girl, who had just woken up from a dream, was startled when she saw Si Chainan and his group standing in front of her, and immediately jumped up from the sofa. "Please, what can I do for you?" Seeing the girl so nervous, Si Chainan felt a little amused for a moment. "Don't be nervous, I just came over to say hello. My name is Si Chainan, and I'm a freshman this year." "You should be a freshman this year too, right?" "Yes, my name is Yi Hui. Please give me your guidance in the future." After learning about Si Chainan's identity, Yi Hui immediately lost her previous nervousness and instead took the initiative to shake hands with Si Chainan to show goodwill. Si Chainan naturally had no intention of refusing, so he held Yi Hui's right hand. However, the next second, his expression changed slightly. Because Yi Hui's right hand had no temperature at all, it felt exactly the same as Liliville's without taking any blood. In any case, it was definitely not the body temperature that a normal person would have. "Yi Hui, you." Si Chainan was about to ask Yi Hui a question, but he found that Yi Hui's gaze was moving back and forth between him and his three followers, with curiosity and doubt in her eyes. "Ha! I remember that you humans can only form a contract with one familiar, but why do you have three?" When these words were spoken, Si Chainan and his three family members were all shocked. "How did you know that?" Facing Si Chainan's question, Yi Hui just chuckled and answered truthfully, "Because I sense that the magic power in your bodies is exactly the same." Hearing this, Si Chainan's heart was once again greatly shocked. Because without the help of any skills, just wanting to sense the magic state in a living organism is already a very difficult task, not to mention accurately distinguishing the composition of magic, unless the person has extremely strong magic sensing ability, like Lilivelle who has S-level spiritual attributes. But this kind of thing is impossible for humans. Unlike other races with unique abilities, humans have very mediocre attributes. Even if they sign a contract with their followers, all they share are their innate abilities and skills, and their attributes will hardly increase. Although human attributes can be improved through acquired training, due to the limitations of their own conditions, even after extensive training, human values can only reach a level at best. To put it in simpler terms, it is impossible for human attributes to reach S level. Obviously, Yi Hui is not a human. What's wrong? Seeing that Si Chainan's expression gradually became strange, Yi Hui immediately showed a puzzled expression. I'd like to ask, Yi Hui-san, are you human?" Upon hearing this question, Yi Hui immediately burst out laughing. "Of course not, I'm a lich." Upon learning that this young and beautiful girl was actually a lich, Si Chainan felt as if his worldview had collapsed. Whether in the memories of Blue Star or the knowledge learned in this world, the liches are described as a race that likes to keep company with undead creatures and possesses extremely strong magical talents. Whenever one mentions liches and undead creatures, one naturally thinks of various skeletons and zombies. In any case, one absolutely cannot associate the image of a lich with a human girl. Seeing Si Chainan's surprised expression, Yi Hui smiled playfully and then grabbed Si Chainan's hand. "Don't be afraid. Although I am a lich, I really like humans. I especially like the breath of life in you. Hey, just talk, don't use your hands." Seeing Yi Hui's action, Liliwei immediately stepped forward to separate the two and pulled Si Chainan back. Yi Hui, who was forcibly pushed away, was not angry at all. Instead, she immediately bowed and apologized to Si Chainan and Liliwei. "I'm sorry, this is actually my first time in a human city, so I'm a little unsure how to get along with humans. I just want to tell you that although I come from the Lich clan, you don't have to be afraid of me." After hearing Yi Hui's explanation, Si Chainan was surprised and found that the character of this lich girl seemed a little silly and cute. Chapter 54, The Arrogant Black Dragon. As the second largest race in the world, although humans themselves are very weak, they have the most far-reaching influence in the world. All this is because humans have established many systems that connect the entire world, such as adventure guilds, contract offices, rail trains, and human universities are one of them. The concept of school only exists in human society. Although other alien races also have methods of imparting knowledge, they are far less systematic than the education methods of human schools. Just as the Adventure Guild is open to humans in all alien races, human schools are also open to alien races other than humans. Therefore, it is not uncommon to see alien students in school. Having said that, given that aliens possess greater strength than humans, the entrance examinations faced by alien students will be more stringent than those faced by human students, and it is almost impossible for alien students to obtain exemption from the examinations. Because of this, Si Chainan was more surprised that Yi Hui was exempted from the test than Yi Hui's identity as a lich. After all, this cute lich girl doesn't look like a tough character no matter how you look at it, so Si Chainan really can't understand how she became a recommended student. Yi Hui, can you tell me how you got the qualification to be exempted from the test? Upon hearing this question, Yi Hui blinked, then answered without hesitation, because the teacher in charge of the assessment saw my talent, but necromancy is too strange and difficult to control. In order to avoid any accidents during the assessment, they made an exception and let me pass the assessment early. This reason is quite strange. Si Chainan couldn't help but laugh when he learned the truth. Although this reason sounds a bit outrageous, it also indirectly shows that Yi Hui's strength is indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yi Hui to be admitted as an exception just because the undead magic is difficult to control. Otherwise, all students from the Lich Clan could be directly admitted. Just now I heard the security guard say that 2 recommended students have already reported in before me, so why are you the only one here? Another student has gone upstairs to rest. Yi Hui replied while pointing to the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Rest? Well, there are many restrooms on the 2nd floor of the reception hall. We can stay here temporarily until the other students' assessments are over. Dormitories will be arranged after school officially starts tomorrow. Oh, I see. Upon learning that there was a place to rest, Si Chainan immediately felt a little tired. Although there is a resting place for all spirits, the running around during this period is still very exhausting. Therefore, Si Chainan now just wants to have a good sleep so that he can greet the new semester with the best attitude. I'm going upstairs to rest for a while. Do you want to stay here? Yi Hui nodded and said with a smile, I like the sunshine at this time of year. It's very warm, so I'm going to stay here for a while. Hearing this, Si Chainan couldn't help but secretly sigh that the liches were indeed different from humans. Such scorching sunlight was only considered warm in the eyes of the liches. Well, alright then, see you later. After saying goodbye to Yi Hui, Si Chainan and his 3 family members prepared to go upstairs to rest. Just as Si Chainan and his group reached the stairs, they heard footsteps on the stairs. Someone was coming down. Soon, a woman with black hair and black clothes came down the stairs. The woman had long black hair that fell like a waterfall, and she was wearing a very inappropriate black windbreaker. Her entire body was dressed in mostly black, and one could tell at a glance that she was not someone to be trifled with. In addition, the most eye-catching thing is that this woman has a pair of golden dragon horns on her head, and these dragon horns look more majestic than Qingling's dragon horns. Seeing the pair of dragon horns, Si Chainan immediately realized that the other party was also a dragon. Although the other party's contractor was not present, Si Chainan still decided to take the initiative to show goodwill to him. Hello, my name is Si Chainan, I'm a freshman this year, nice to meet you. In response to Si Chainan's self-introduction, the dragon woman ignored him and instead stared at Qingling, who was following behind Si Chainan, with a look of hostility in her eyes. Which lineage of dragon are you from? The dragon woman looked directly into Qingling's eyes and asked him questions in a questioning tone. Hey, what's your tone? Liliwei also noticed the other party's ill intentions and immediately wanted to step forward to warn them, but was stopped by Qingling. Qinglong lineage, Qingling. Although Qingling's answer was very quick and brief, Si Chainan could hear the hostility and anger hidden in her tone. Upon hearing Qingling's answer, the dragon woman immediately sneered, sounding full of contempt. He is indeed a remnant of the Azure Dragon lineage. No wonder he looks so weak. Faced with the direct ridicule of this dragon woman, Si Chainan finally couldn't help it and his face immediately turned gloomy. Have your contractors and parents never taught you the most basic manners? Or have you always been so rude? This time, the dragon woman finally set her sights on Si Chainan, her dark red eyes still filled with disdain. Contractor? We, the Black Dragon lineage, disdain to make a contract with weak humans. Only weaklings and losers would do such a thing. Upon learning that the other party was not a dependent, Si Chainan realized that this arrogant dragon woman was the last admitted student, but it still could not extinguish the anger in Si Chainan's heart. You. Just as Si Chainan was about to argue with the arrogant dragon woman, the sound of footsteps approaching from afar interrupted the argument that was about to break out. Yi Hui came jogging over and then stood between Si Chainan and his group and the dragon woman. Don't quarrel, we are all classmates, there is no need to be so unpleasant. Yi Hui's sudden intervention eased the tense atmosphere a little, but the dragon woman still stared at Si Chainan's eyes with hostility. Of course, the latter also glared back without giving in. Seeing that neither side was willing to give in, Yi Hui immediately grabbed the hand of the dragon woman. Dante, Please don't be like this, everyone. The dragon woman named Danting shook off Yi Hui's hand without hesitation, staring at Si Chainan fiercely. Si Chainan, right? I remember this name. After saying that, Dante walked past everyone and left the reception hall. Chapter 55, The Past of the Dragon Clan. Night. In a room on the second floor of the reception hall, Si Chainan was lying alone on the bed, absent-mindedly flipping through the freshman handbook. Although the fatigue accumulated from running all the way was brewing in his body, the chaotic thoughts in his mind made Si Chainan unable to fall asleep. After that very unpleasant first encounter, the dispute that was about to break out ended with Dante's departure. Xingling did not explain anything more about Danting and the Dragon Clan to everyone, but chose to escape and stayed in the room without coming out. Because humans have signed a non-interference treaty with other races, humans, at least on the surface, know very little about the internal conditions of each race. Si Chainan only knew that there were fights among the Dragon Clan. As for the reasons for the fights, information about the various forces, and other things, Si Chainan could only say that he knew nothing about it. Although humans are absolutely neutral in the eyes of all races, and any fights based on racial conflicts are prohibited in towns built by humans, it is impossible to make all alien races put aside their deep-rooted conflicts and barriers with just one rule. Even if these conflicting ethnic groups choose to tolerate each other on the surface, this hatred will only increase instead of decrease, just like the germs that quietly grow in dark corners, and sooner or later it will erupt completely. Si Chainan didn't expect that he would encounter such a difficult problem before he officially enrolled in school, and he couldn't help but feel extremely headache. Of course, Si Chainan was not afraid of the dragon woman named Danting. He just didn't want to see Xingling or his other relatives encounter similar things. As a contractor, Si Chainan believes that he has an obligation to protect his family and keep them from all forms of harm. Recalling what happened during the day, Si Chainan, lying in bed, couldn't sleep the more he thought about it, so he decided to go out for some fresh air. It was now almost midnight and the entire corridor was silent. Si Chainan came to Xingling's door. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gave up the idea of knocking on the door. After sighing lightly, Si Chainan walked to the end of the corridor, continued up the stairs, and finally reached the rooftop of the small Western-style house. What Si Chainan didn't expect was that there was already someone on the roof, and this person was Xingling, who had been staying in the room. At this moment, Xingling was standing alone by the fence, not knowing whether he was looking at the night view or had other thoughts on his mind. The bright moonlight poured down from the night sky, causing the usually strong dragon girl to glow with a faint white light, making her appear fragile and sensitive. Si Chainan walked silently towards Xingling, who had his back to him, and the latter did not react until Si Chainan walked up to her. With Xingling's keen intuition, she should have noticed Si Chainan's presence long ago. It is impossible for her to be so slow to notice it now. This shows that Xingling was indeed absent-mindedly thinking about other things. Contract Master. Xingling rarely showed a panic expression, and it seemed that she had not expected Si Chainan's arrival at all. Looking at Xingling's abnormal behavior, Si Chainan could understand the reason, so he just smiled. Did you come out to get some fresh air because you couldn't sleep? Xingling responded softly, then looked into the distance again, even though there was only darkness in the distance. Si Chainan didn't continue talking, but began to appreciate the night view of the campus. Just like that, the two stood on the roof without saying a word, and no one knew what the other was thinking. After an unknown amount of time, Xingling was the first to break the silence under the moonlight. Contract Master, do you want to know about our dragon clan? In response to Xingling's initiative to talk, Si Chainan just smiled brightly. If you're willing to speak, I'm all ears. If you have other concerns, I won't force you. After hearing this, Xingling was silent for a moment, and finally began to talk about the dragon clan. The first true dragon gave birth to many offspring, each with different scale and feather colors. Later, these offspring gave birth to more offspring, and from then on, bloodlines began to be divided within the dragon race, distinguished by the color of their scales and feathers. This sowed the seeds of conflict later on. With the death of the first true dragon, fighting arose within the dragon clan for so-called legitimacy. Almost every lineage believed they were the rulers of the entire dragon clan. After learning the reason for the internal strife among the dragon clan, Si Chainan was speechless. As expected, similar disputes are inevitable in any world. So, the fight within your dragon clan is about competing for the position of boss? Xingling nodded slightly, agreeing with this statement. Indeed, this struggle has continued to this day. During this period, many bloodlines have experienced changes in their fortunes, and some have even been unable to recover. Our Qinglong lineage is one of them. At that time, our Azure Dragon lineage was engaged in a war with the Blue Dragon lineage. The Blue Dragon lineage, leveraging the powerful forces gained from their alliance with the Black Dragon lineage, broke through our Azure Dragon lineage's defenses, threatening the entire Azure Dragon lineage with annihilation. In order to preserve our bloodline, we have taken the initiative to express our willingness to surrender to the White Dragon lineage, which is in opposition to the Black Dragon lineage. Although the bloodline of our Azure Dragon lineage has been preserved under the protection of the White Dragon lineage, the entire lineage is on the verge of extinction. In addition, our Azure Dragon lineage will forever become a vassal of the White Dragon lineage in exchange for the right to survive. When recounting these things, Qingling's tone was filled with unconcealable sadness and helplessness. Si Chainan hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Are these the things you have experienced?" "Well, this is also my last memory. After the White Dragon lineage repelled the invasion of the Blue Dragon lineage, I was seriously injured and soon. In the end, everything turned into silence." Si Chainan knew that the Dragon clan respected strength, so he naturally understood why Danting was so disdainful of Qingling and the Qinglong lineage behind him. After all, in a race that respects strength, choosing to surrender in order to survive is a sign of weakness and incompetence. Having said that, Si Chainan would not agree with such a thing. Si Chainan suddenly grabbed Qingling's hand, and the latter looked at his contractor in surprise. "I don't care about that bullshit about strength being respected, but I will never let anyone bully you, whether it's that Danting or the Black Dragon lineage behind her. As long as you are my follower, I will never let them do what they want." Chapter 56, School Starts. The crisp bird calls coming from outside the window woke Si Chainan from his sleep. The first thing that caught his eye when Si Chainan opened his eyes was the sleeping face of the person beside him. At this moment, Qingling was still immersed in sleep and showed no signs of waking up. This situation was quite abnormal. In Si Chainan's impression, every time he spent the night with Qingling, Qingling was the first to wake up the next day. It was unprecedented for him to sleep in like this. Last night, although Si Chainan and Qingling stayed on the rooftop for a long time, Si Chainan did not speak most of the time. Instead, he accompanied Qingling silently. It was not until late at night that the two returned to their residence. "I want to stay with you tonight." Faced with Qingling's request, Si Chainan had no reason to refuse. Just like that, the two of them returned to Si Chainan's room together, and spent a peaceful night there without anything happening. Now, looking at Qingling's defenseless sleeping face, Si Chainan couldn't help but reveal a doting smile, and then reached out to comb Qingling's slightly messy hair. At this moment, Si Chainan's fingertips accidentally brushed across Qingling's cheek, and the sleeping dragon girl immediately opened her eyes, and her emerald green pupils met Si Chainan's smile. Seeing Si Chainan sleeping beside her, Qingling was briefly panicked for a moment, but seemed to remember what happened last night. This panicked expression quickly disappeared, replaced by the blush of a young girl. "Are you feeling better?" In response to Si Chainan's concern, Qingling responded with a blushing face, then immediately got up and changed her clothes. The bright sunlight shines through the thin gauze curtains and finally falls on the girl's slender and well-proportioned body, just like the light specially turned on to set off a work of art. Although Qingling was changing clothes with her back to Si Chainan, she was still keenly aware of Si Chainan's gaze, so the dragon girl turned around with blushing cheeks, and subconsciously covered her key parts with clothes. "Hurry up and change your clothes, today is the first day of school." Seeing Qingling urging him with a blushing face, Si Chainan smiled slightly, then immediately got up and changed his clothes. Not long after, the two of them changed their clothes and washed up, ready to go out and wake up Lilyweir and Shei. As soon as he opened the door, Si Chainan saw Yihui, who was about to knock on the door. "Good morning, both of you." Seeing Si Chainan and Qingling appear in the same room, Yihui was stunned at first, and then her cheeks immediately turned lightly red as if she knew something extraordinary. Si Chainan and Qingling didn't expect to meet this classmate whom they had only known for less than a day as soon as they went out. They were stunned for a long time before they reacted and quickly greeted each other. "The opening ceremony is about to begin. I saw you guys haven't come downstairs yet, so I wanted to come up and see what's going on." Yihui explained the reason why she came here with a strange expression, and there was embarrassment in her words. Of course, the ones who felt more embarrassed than Yihui were Si Chainan and Qingling. "Then, what about the others? Dante left early on her own, and you and your family haven't come downstairs yet. I was planning to go to the venue with you." Upon learning that Lilyweir and Shidu had not yet gotten up, Si Chainan couldn't help but sigh that this was a blessing in disguise. Under Yihui's guidance, Si Chainan and his group successfully arrived at the central square of the school. On the way to the venue, Yihui and Si Chainan tacitly agreed not to mention what happened before, which made Si Chainan feel relieved. At this moment, this square of nearly 1,000 square meters is already crowded with people. Thousands of human and alien freshmen have gathered here. They are all the chosen ones who have successfully passed the admission examination. Every freshman has a bright smile on his face. Because there were so many freshmen at the scene, Si Chainan looked around but couldn't find Lu Chanxian or Lin Wanner. However, with the strength of Lu Chanxian and Lin Wanner, Si Chainan was not worried at all that they would not be able to pass the test. Just when Si Chainan was about to give up the search temporarily, the originally noisy venue suddenly became quiet. Several people dressed in formal attire and looking like teachers walked onto the podium. Among them was Zhao Fan, who had handed the admission letter to Si Chainan. Buzz. Accompanied by a sharp beep, the broadcasts surrounding the entire square were all turned on, and a bald middle-aged man walked to the center of the podium with a microphone. Welcome, new students. I'm Vice Principal Chen. I'd like to congratulate you all on successfully passing the selection process and officially becoming a member of our school. Our school has always been committed to cultivating. The lengthy speech lasted for more than an hour. Following Vice Principal Chen, other teachers also gave speeches one after another. The content of the speeches was nothing more than formal words to convey teaching concepts to the freshmen. Si Chainan's ears had become calloused from these empty speeches that had no nutritional value as early as when he was on Blue Star. He could only sigh that no matter which world he was in, these speeches that had no practical significance were a common problem like a chronic disease. It wasn't just Si Chainan. Other freshmen were also unable to bear it and expressed their dissatisfaction in a low voice. Looking at the wailing freshmen in the audience, Vice Principal Chen smiled awkwardly, then took the microphone from the last teacher who spoke and walked back to the center of the podium. I know some students may find the speech just now too lengthy. After all, this is a tradition that has been passed down since the founding of the school. I hope you can understand. But I can assure you that the following sessions will definitely not bore you. As soon as these words were spoken, many freshmen who had lost their patience due to the speech suddenly became interested and began to stick their heads out to see what the so-called new segment was all about. At this time, 3 students in school uniforms walked up to the podium in an orderly manner. They were 2 boys and 1 girl. The 3 of them did not look much older than the freshmen present, except that their eyebrows were less childish. These 3 are students who entered the school a year before you. They are your seniors, and they will be the guests for the next segment. As soon as Vice Principal Chen finished speaking, Si Chainan suddenly felt several gazes falling on him, and the owners of these gazes were the teachers standing on the podium, including Zhao Fan. In an instant, Si Chainan had a bad premonition. Chapter 57, Exhibition Match, Let Everyone Have Fun. While the freshmen were still guessing what the so-called new link was, Si Chainan already had an extremely ominous premonition. Not only Si Chainan, but Yi Hui beside him also suddenly changed his expression. This year, there are 3 recommended students who have been exempted from the entrance exam. Please invite them to the stage to meet the students. When these words were spoken, Si Chainan was immediately shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such a link. Si Chainan subconsciously turned his head to look at Yi Hui, who was also a recommended student, and found that the latter was also looking at him with helplessness written all over her face. Just when Si Chainan and Yi Hui were feeling a little hesitant, the freshmen around them suddenly burst into an uproar. Suddenly, a figure jumped up from the crowd, and it was Dante. Under the gaze of the crowd, Dante flapped his jet-black membrane wings and landed on the podium in an instant. The strong airflow generated when he landed directly blew the freshman standing in the front row back. Dante, dressed in black, stood upright on the podium, like a proud and noble black swan, who would not tolerate any disrespect. Seeing that Dante had stepped onto the podium first, Si Chainan and Yi Hui naturally had no reason not to go on stage. In this way, Yi Hui, Si Chainan, and their 3 relatives could only ask the students around them to make way while moving towards the podium. Compared with Danting's straightforward appearance, Yi Hui and Si Chainan's appearances seemed somewhat awkward. After finally reaching the podium, Dante, who had gone on stage first, didn't even glance at Si Chainan and Yi Hui. Instead, the freshmen in the audience began to talk. TSK, this dragon girl's aloof temperament is really irresistible. Come on, the dragon race has always been notoriously arrogant and looks down on other races. You'd better give up on this idea. That girl with glasses looks cute, but why don't I see any of her followers? That means she's definitely not human. I'm actually quite curious about her race. Fuck, why is there 3 girls following that guy, and they are all so beautiful? Didn't you read the news? Some time ago, a contractor who could contract multiple followers appeared in our Tianwan province. They're probably talking about him. Ha! I remember the news saying that person had 2 S-rank followers at the same time, but how come this person has 3 followers? TSK, with so many followers, can the young man handle it? The discussion was endless, with everyone talking at the same time, until Vice Principal Chen coughed a few times, and then the discussion stopped. Seeing that the entire venue had finally quieted down, Vice Principal Chen nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the 3 recommended students standing aside. I'm sure you're all quite curious about the abilities of the 3 recommended students, so the next step is to satisfy your curiosity. While Vice Principal Chen was speaking, a teacher handed out a glass bead to each of Si Chainan and the other 2. The 3 senior students on the other side also received a glass bead that looked exactly the same. Just as Si Chainan was curious about the purpose of this glass bead, Vice Principal Chen spoke again. Next, the 3 recommended students will draw lots to compete in a one-on-one duel with a senior. For the sake of fairness, neither side can send their followers, and they must fight in person. The seniors can only use half of their strength. As soon as the words fell, many freshmen in the venue immediately started an uproar. As one of the highest institutions of learning, the teaching level of Tianwang Provincial Institute is not comparable to that of ordinary institutions, and the students it teaches are naturally extraordinary. Even if they only use half of their strength, not to mention the freshmen, even the sophomores from other schools may not be a match for these gifted students. Of course, in addition to the noise expressing shock, there was also some gloating laughter. After all, the freshmen here have all emerged from a 2-week rigorous assessment. Therefore, they are more or less jealous and dissatisfied with those recommended students who are exempted from the examination, and naturally they are happy to see these recommended students suffer a setback. At this moment, Si Chainan was in a very depressed mood. He originally wanted to attend the opening ceremony, but was inexplicably called up to be publicly executed. Then, the drawing of lots begins. As soon as Vice Principal Chen finished speaking, the glass beads in the hands of Si Chainan and others lit up with a deep blue light. Then, a deep blue light shot out from the glass bead and finally connected with the light from another glass bead. The only senior student on the opposite side was connected to Si Chainan. This senior student has long, straight dark purple hair that falls behind her. Her figure is well proportioned, and the thin black stockings under her school uniform skirt perfectly outlined the lines of her long legs. At this moment, the senior student was looking at her opponent with a smile on her face, and the smile on her face seemed difficult to see through. Seeing that the 6 people had chosen their opponents, Vice Principal Chen nodded to Zhao Fan beside him. Zhao Fan just raised his hand and waved, and 6 white rays of light instantly fell on the 6 people. The next second, they disappeared out of thin air in full view of everyone. When Si Chainan regained his vision, he found himself on a huge arena, and his senior opponent was also there. Apart from the senior student in front of him, Si Chainan looked around and didn't see anyone else. Little brother, you don't need to look around. This is an independent space opened up for the competition. There are only you and me here. Oh, thank you for your guidance, senior. My name is Si Chainan. What's your name, senior? Z Yanran, you can call me Senior Z or Sister Yanran, whichever you like. While introducing herself, Z Yanran looked at Si Chainan in front of her with interest. After learning the other party's address, Si Chainan immediately bowed respectfully. I hope Senior Z can show mercy later. Hearing this, Z Yanran immediately smiled. It hasn't even started yet, and you're already showing weakness. Are you trying to cheer me up? Faced with Z Yanran's teasing, Si Chainan could only smile awkwardly. Of course not. Even though I know I'm no match for my senior, I'll still give it my all. That's more like it. Senior, I almost looked down on you, Z Yanran said with a faint smile, but your luck is indeed a bit bad, because I am the strongest among the 3 of you, okay? Chapter 58, The Cold Senior. But your luck is indeed a bit bad, because I am the strongest among the 3 of you, okay? Hearing Z Yanran claiming that she was the most powerful among the 3, Si Chainan just smiled. Then let me experience what you can do. After saying that, Si Chainan summoned Bai Yi and prepared to fight. Junior, be careful. Z Yanran smiled, then flashed and rushed in front of Si Chainan in an instant. Si Chainan was immediately shocked by Z Yanran's speed and quickly swung his sword to attack. Almost at the same time when Si Chainan was about to swing his sword, Z Yanran seemed to have anticipated Si Chainan's counterattack. She tapped the ground lightly with her toes, and then quickly retreated like a fluttering butterfly, easily avoiding Bai Yi's slash. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. Si Chainan combined blood magic with swordsmanship. He raised his sword and swung it. Several blood-red blades formed by blood magic shot out and rushed towards Zi Yanran, who was not far away. Faced with the fierce attack of the blood-red sword blade, Zi Yanran was not at all panicked. With her agile body like a butterfly flying among flowers, she once again avoided the attack of the blood-red sword blade unscathed. Seeing Zi Yanran dodge his attacks twice in a row with her nimble body movements, Si Chainan gradually realized that Zi Yanran's speed should not be underestimated. In addition, Si Chainan also found that Zi Yanran was very at ease. With her speed, she could easily avoid the attack and counterattack at the same time, but she did not do so. This shows that Zi Yanran is now in a playful mentality and does not want to fight seriously. Junior, it's my turn. With her nimble body movements, Zi Yanran circled behind Si Chainan in the blink of an eye. At the same time, her right hand emitted a light blue light, as if she was brewing a skill. Touch of Eternal Frost. While Si Chainan was unable to turn around, Zi Yanran slapped him on the back. In an instant, a thin layer of white frost covered the surface of Si Chainan's clothes. Through this contact with Zi Yanran, Si Chainan felt a biting cold force injected into his body, causing his movement speed to slow down significantly. If it weren't for the damage reduction of the Undying Scale, Si Chainan estimated that this cold force would directly freeze him into an ice sculpture. Blood Curse, Ghostly Shadow. In order to prevent Zi Yanran from continuing to attack him, Si Chainan decisively summoned two clones. The two clones launched a bluffing attack together and successfully forced Zi Yanran to retreat temporarily. Zi Yanran was quite surprised to see that Si Chainan still had the energy to fight back. Although I only used half the power of my Eternal Frost Touch just now, it's enough to turn an opponent below level 15 into an ice sculpture. And yet, you're actually fine? Si Chainan chuckled and brushed off the white frost on his clothes. You can't say I'm okay, right? Senior's cold power really froze me to death. If she hadn't shown mercy, this battle would have ended just now. Compliments are useless, Senior, I don't buy it, especially during a duel. Zi Yanran looked at Si Chainan with a smile on her face and slowly raised her right hand. Suddenly, countless ice particles appeared around Zi Yanran. These ice particles were not generated out of thin air, but Zi Yanran absorbed moisture from the air and froze it into ice particles. Ice Structure 100 Weapons Lance. Following Zi Yanran's light shout, countless ice particles quickly gathered together and eventually formed a spear that emitted a chilling chill. Since you do have some skills, I won't take advantage of you. If you can take this move of mine, then you will win this duel. Seeing that Zi Yanran finally got serious, Si Chainan also became very alert. Please enlighten me. Good. Zi Yanran held the ice spear in both hands and assumed a sprinting posture. The next second, she rushed towards Si Chainan in one step. The ice spear in her hand also burst out with an even more terrifying cold air, so that Si Chainan, who was standing not far away, could feel the sudden drop in the temperature of the surrounding air. Blood Curse Evil Chain. Just when Zi Yanran was less than 10 meters away from Si Chainan, blood-red chains burst out from all directions and instantly wrapped around Zi Yanran's limbs and body, trapping her in place and unable to move. Of course, with Zi Yanran's strength, this level of control skills is impossible to completely restrict her. Zi Yanran snorted coldly, then exerted all her strength and instantly broke free from the blood-red chains. Little did they know that the real surprise had just begun. As soon as Zi Yanran broke free from control, she noticed that something was wrong with Si Chainan. At this time, Si Chainan's whole body was emitting blood-red mist, and his pupils also turned into a terrifying blood red, which was a sign of using the blood limit breaking technique. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. The red and white sharp sword energy burst out from Baiye's sword and attacked Zi Yanran directly. Zi Yanran, who had just broken free from her restraints, had no time to dodge and could only choose to fight head-on with the oncoming sword energy. Zi Yanran tightly grasped the ice spear in both hands, unleashing all the coldness contained in it, and then thrust it forward with all her might. Bump! The sword energy and the cold air caused a violent explosion the moment they came into contact. For a moment, the temperature of the entire arena suddenly dropped to freezing point, and a thick layer of ice quickly condensed on the ground. Zi Yanran, who was closer to the center of the explosion, was knocked back several meters on the spot, and the ice spear in her hand completely dissipated because it had exhausted its power. Compared to Zi Yanran, who was merely forced back by the shockwave, Si Chainan was not so lucky. Due to the impact of the explosion, the biting cold penetrated every corner of Si Chainan's body, causing him to feel his limbs become numb and gradually lose control of his body. As the explosion gradually subsided, the entire arena returned to calm. Si Chainan and Zi Yanran just looked at each other in silence, neither of them spoke. After a brief silence, Zi Yanran suddenly sighed helplessly, then walked quickly towards Si Chainan with a serious face. Because Zi Yanran's expression was too serious, Si Chainan was unable to guess what was in this senior's mind, which made Si Chainan feel uneasy. Due to the cold air invading his body, Si Chainan didn't dare to make any drastic movements at this moment, otherwise his muscles would feel painful as if they were pricked by needles. Therefore, he could only watch Zi Yanran approaching him quickly. Senior, what are you going to do? Chapter 59, Skeleton Sea Tactics. Senior, what are you going to do? Seeing Zi Yanran walking towards him quickly, Si Chainan suddenly panicked, wondering if Zi Yanran was angry and embarrassed because she couldn't defeat him, so she wanted to take revenge on him. Zi Yanran ignored Si Chunan's question and quickly walked in front of Si Chainan. Zi Yanran quickly raised her right hand with 5 fingers spread out, as if preparing to slap someone. Seeing this, Si Chainan, who was unable to move, immediately shrank his body subconsciously and closed his eyes nervously, preparing to face Zi Yanran's revenge. However, the imagined revenge did not come as expected. Zi Yanran simply placed her slender fingers lightly on Si Chunan's chest. In an instant, Si Chainan felt that the coldness in his body was completely absorbed back by Zi Yanran. After dispelling the cold air, Zi Yanran smiled at Si Chainan, just as her name suggested. It's not good to let these things accumulate in the body for too long, okay? Looking at the smiling senior student in front of him, Si Chunan's heart couldn't help but pounding, and his eyes subconsciously dodged. Thank you, senior. But who won this duel? Si Chainan quickly changed the subject and looked around the ring covered with frost. Obviously, in the contest just now, Zi Yanran's coldness was more powerful. Of course it's you. Didn't I tell you before? As long as you can take this move, you win. Hearing Zi Yanran say this, Si Chainan didn't plan to refuse. Since senior sister has said so, then I admit it. Zi Yanran nodded with satisfaction. That way, you can get an award from the school. And there are rewards? Si Chainan thought it was just a show match to liven up the atmosphere, and he had never heard Vice Principal Chen mention any rewards before. Of course there are rewards. Our school places great emphasis on cultivating outstanding students. The better you perform, the more generous the school's benefits will be. Although I don't know what the rewards are this year, I can guarantee they won't be bad. Hearing this, Si Chainan immediately became curious about this reward. When Si Chainan was in high school in Changuan City, the school also had rewards, but these so-called rewards were nothing more than shopping cards or the like, which were neither good nor good. It was for this reason that Si Chainan became curious and wanted to see what kind of rewards these nationally renowned top universities would give. I was able to receive the reward thanks to you, senior. If you need any help in the future, I will definitely do my best to help you. Hearing this, the smile on Zi Yanran's face immediately became brighter. My junior has a sweet mouth. I'm sure he can fool a lot of girls. Ahem. Si Chainan coughed a few times awkwardly to cover up his guilty conscience. At this moment, Zi Yanran suddenly came closer, then deliberately lowered her voice and whispered in Si Chunan's ear. Actually, senior, I personally have a small reward for you. Hearing the soft whisper in his ear, Si Chunan felt his cheeks getting hot and his heartbeat gradually began to get out of control. What award? Before Si Chainan could ask about the specific content of the reward, a white light suddenly shone down from above his head. The next second, Si Chainan found himself and Zi Yanran back on the podium. The freshmen around him immediately burst into cheers, most of which were out of amazement at Si Chunan's victory. At this time, Si Chainan saw that the big screen in the square was broadcasting the battle situation on the ring in real time. He and Zi Yanran were the first fighting combination to decide the winner. As for Yi Hui and Danting, the battle was not over yet. With the idea that knowing both yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle, Si Chainan plans to take this opportunity to observe the battle between Danting and Yi Hui. Si Chainan was just about to take a look at Yi Hui's fighting style when he was shocked by the scene on the big screen the next second. All he saw on the screen was a vast sea of white skeletons, or to be more precise, an astonishing number of skeleton soldiers, which made Si Chunan's scalp tingle. Si Chainan finally found Yi Hui and another senior in this sea of skeletons. At this time, Yi Hui was constantly summoning skeleton soldiers, and she didn't seem to be worried about the problem of insufficient magic power at all. Si Chainan took a quick look at the sea of skeletons. Although the number of these skeleton soldiers was not yet in the tens of thousands, it was more than enough in the thousands. Even though skeleton soldiers are the lowest level summons in undead magic, for a level 10 necromancer, summoning 10 skeleton soldiers at the same time is already the limit. If Yi Hui summoned such a large number of skeleton soldiers, she would need at least level 50 magic power to support it. Although the Lich race has a natural affinity for undead magic, it is impossible for them to achieve such an exaggerated degree as Yi Hui. Only now did Si Chainan know the reason why Yi Hui was chosen as the recommended student. Compared to Yi Hui, who was constantly summoning skeleton soldiers throughout the whole process, the senior who was her opponent was not so relaxed. Faced with such a large number of skeleton soldiers, the senior student was extremely busy. Although the skeleton soldiers' abilities were mediocre, their numbers were simply too great. Even though this senior student continuously unleashed various skills in an attempt to carve out a foothold in the surging sea of skeletons, the influx of skeleton soldiers always shattered his fantasies one after another. Even if this senior wanted to fight back, the astonishing number of skeleton soldiers instantly extinguished his attack with their numerical advantage. After a few rounds of this, the senior's fighting spirit was almost worn out, and he no longer had the mood to continue resisting. I give up. I give up. The senior immediately raised his hands, shouting surrender and signaling Yi Hui to stop. At this moment, the senior was almost completely submerged by the overwhelming number of skeleton soldiers. Only his head and his raised hands could be barely seen. Because the skeleton soldiers kept making babbling sounds, completely covering up the senior's shouting, Yi Hui, who was unaware of the situation, continued to summon more skeleton soldiers, further expanding the size of this sea of skeletons. Seeing this, Vice Principal Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly, then nodded to Zhao Fan beside him. After receiving instructions from the Vice Principal, Zhao Fan raised his hand and waved. The next second, Yi Hui and the senior who was almost drowned by the sea of skeletons were teleported out. Chapter 60, Favor from Senior Sister. Ha! Yi Hui, who was suddenly teleported back, was a little confused about the situation and looked at the people around her with a puzzled look. The senior who escaped death scratched his head awkwardly, then walked up to Yi Hui with a wry smile on his face. Schoolgirl, you win. After learning that she had won, Yi Hui became even more confused. After all, Yi Hui was summoning skeleton soldiers the whole time and didn't pay much attention to the opponent's situation at all. Therefore, in her opinion, her victory was completely inexplicable. At this moment, the freshman in the audience suddenly burst into an uproar, almost scaring Si Chainan. Si Chainan immediately looked up at the big screen, and then he was stunned. A huge black dragon filled the entire screen. Even through the screen, Si Chainan could still clearly feel the pressure emitted by the black dragon. Soon, Si Chainan took a closer look and found that the black dragon was not a living creature, but an exaggeratedly large shadow. On top of the head of the black dragon phantom, Dante, dressed in black armor, stood proudly, and the aura he exuded completely merged with the black dragon phantom under his feet. In front of the huge black dragon phantom, the senior who was fighting with Dante looked very small. At this moment, the senior looked up at the huge black dragon in front of him with a pale face, and the weapon in his hand fell limply to the ground. It seemed that he was completely frightened by the scene before him. Dante looked down at his opponent who had completely lost the will to fight, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Roar! As if sensing its master's inner thoughts, the black dragon's shadow under Dante's feet suddenly let out a deafening roar, causing the entire arena to tremble. Under this demonstrative roar, the senior student's psychological defenses were completely broken. He fell to his knees with a thud, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Dante, with an indifferent expression, raised the black giant sword in his hand without saying a word. A strong black gas instantly burst out from the sword body, wrapping around the black giant sword like a black flame. As the black energy grew stronger, a fierce murderous intent flashed across Dante's eyes. At the same time, the black giant sword in his hand showed signs of swinging down. Seeing that Dante had murderous intentions, Zhao Fan, who was eager to save him, didn't care whether Vice Principal Chen gave any instructions or not. He directly teleported Dante and another senior student back. The moment Dante was teleported back, Zhao Fan raised his hand without hesitation and directly knocked the black giant sword in his hand aside, which immediately caused everyone to exclaim. This isn't a life and death battlefield. Don't you understand the principle of stopping when you're done? Zhao Fan scolded Dante with a stern face. The latter's face was also not very good, and even his eyes were still filled with arrogance of being the only one who was superior. For a moment, the entire venue became silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on Dante, but no one dared to speak out about Danting's behavior just now. Seeing Danting being severely scolded by Zhao Fan, Si Chainan did not feel any sympathy in his heart. Instead, he was a little curious about how this situation would end. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, Danting finally made a new move. Dante just sighed lightly, sounding full of reluctance and displeasure. Sorry, I was impulsive. After making this insincere apology, Danting picked up the giant sword that had just been knocked away in anger, then flew away from the podium without looking back, and finally flew directly out of the square. Seeing that this farce ended in such a hasty and sloppy manner, Vice President Chen quickly came out to smooth things over. Ahem, it seems that this year's 3 recommended students are not only exceptionally talented, but also quite unique. This awkward remark did not receive any applause. Vice Principal Chen could only smile awkwardly and turned to look at Si Chainan and Yi Hui standing beside him. In recognition of your outstanding performance, please come to the Academic Affairs Office tomorrow at noon. The school will prepare a reward for you. Oh, and please inform Dante as well. Vice Principal Chen took advantage of the situation and threw the biggest trouble to Si Chainan and Yi Hui, which made Si Chainan speechless. Having said that, Si Chainan and Yi Hui still nodded. Alright, please go down first. The student life teacher will arrange dormitories for everyone. Please be patient. As soon as these words were spoken, the freshman in the audience burst into wails. Seeing that he had nothing to do here for the time being, Si Chainan prepared to leave the podium with his family. At this moment, a soft and boneless hand grabbed Si Chainan's wrist from behind. Si Chainan subconsciously turned his head to check and happened to meet Zi Yenran's smiling face. Zi Yenran quickly moved closer and whispered in Si Chainan's ear again. Remember to come to the night banquet hall tonight to find my senior sister, see you there. After saying that, Zi Yenran deliberately threw a coquettish glance at Si Chainan, which instantly made Si Chainan feel uneasy. Looking at Si Chainan's flushed cheeks, Zi Yenran suddenly revealed a playful smile, as if she was happy to see her prank succeed. We agreed. After leaving such an ambiguous remark, Zi Yenran walked down from the podium first and then quickly disappeared into the crowd. Seeing Zi Yenran openly flirting with Si Chainan, the freshmen in the audience cast envious and jealous glances at Si Chainan. Originally everyone wanted to see the recommended student being humiliated, but not only did Si Chainan not get humiliated, he even won the favor of the pretty senior student. Anyone who saw this would be jealous. Si Chainan was no longer surprised by such things, but what really troubled him were his family members, especially Liliwei. Just as Si Chainan expected, as soon as he stepped down from the podium, Liliwei quickly came to his side, making Si Chainan feel a chill down his spine. Master, that woman seemed to have whispered something to you just now. Could you please tell her? Although Liliwei's charming tone was as tingling as ever, Si Chainan could keenly sense the strong hostility hidden beneath this layer of charming surface. Faced with Liliwei's gentle inquiry, Si Chainan could only bite the bullet and make up an excuse. That senior thought I was quite capable, so she wanted to find time to discuss training methods with me. Such a lame excuse naturally couldn't fool Liliwei, but she didn't raise any questions. She just said oh softly, which seemed very abnormal. Chapter 61, A Small Reward from a Senior. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, and the cool evening breeze roams through the quiet campus, relieving all teachers and students from the heat left by the scorching sun during the day. At this moment, students walking around the campus can be seen everywhere, and Si Chainan is one of them. However, Si Chainan's purpose of going out this time was not to enjoy the cool air, but to prepare for an appointment. Si Chainan did not bring his family with him. Firstly, the campus was very safe and there was no need to worry about any danger. Secondly, the things he would face next might not be suitable for bringing other people along. Although Si Chainan still didn't know what the small reward Zi Yenran was talking about was, he felt that he had guessed it almost exactly. It can be said that Si Chainan and Zi Yenran got to know each other through fighting, and the speed at which they got to know each other was as fast as riding a rocket. Si Chainan believed that he had successfully captured the heart of this senior student, which was why she took the initiative to invite him. When Si Chainan thought about what was going to happen next, he couldn't help but feel distracted, and his pace became much faster. Guided by the map, Si Chainan easily found the night banquet hall that Zi Yenran mentioned. When he was looking up map information before, Si Chainan found that there were buildings named XX Hall on the campus, but the specific uses of these buildings were not marked, which made Si Chainan feel a little puzzled. But now, looking at the night banquet hall right in front of him, Si Chainan no longer bothered to think about these irrelevant issues. After all, there were more important things at the moment. The so-called night banquet hall is a 3-story Western-style building. Such buildings can be seen everywhere on campus. At least from the outside, there is nothing special about it. The only thing is the plaque at the entrance of the building with 3 large purple gold characters Night Banquet Hall written on it. Although he and Zi Yenran had agreed to meet in the evening, Si Chainan didn't know whether this so-called evening specified a certain time period, so Si Chainan planned to go in and see the situation first. Maybe Zi Yenran had been waiting inside for a long time. Thinking of this, Changuan checked his appearance for the last time, and then walked straight to the front of the night banquet hall. Changuan was just about to knock on the door when he found that it was ajar, as if someone knew of the visitor's arrival and deliberately left the door open for him. Changuan understood what she meant and stood in front of the door with a silly smile for a while. Then he gently pushed the door open, trying not to make any noise, wanting to give Yanran, who was waiting there, a surprise. Behind the door was a long corridor, and at the end of the corridor was also a half-open door, with a little light shining through the gap. Since there were only a few dim night lights on both sides of the corridor, Changuan could only barely see the road in front of him. In this way, Changuan stepped carefully on the soft carpet and moved silently along the corridor. Soon, Changuan walked to the end of the corridor and came to the half-open door. Changuan subconsciously took a look inside through the crack in the door and found that there was a place similar to a hall behind the door. He could also vaguely hear voices coming from inside, but he could not make out the content of the conversation clearly. At this point, Changuan naturally had no reason to hesitate any longer, so he took a deep breath silently, and then pushed open the door in front of him. Call out. The moment the door was opened, a sharp sound of breaking wind passed by Changuan's ears, followed by the sound of something being pierced. Changuan was the first to turn his head and took a look, and found that an arrow had hit the doorframe on the side. The feathers at the tail of the arrow were even shaking slightly, which showed how powerful the arrow was. The sudden attack frightened Changuan. He immediately looked forward and was stunned by the scene before him. There were more than a dozen people standing in the hall, and everyone was looking at Changuan, who was standing at the door. Although these people were not much older than Changuan and were obviously students, the way they looked at Changuan was full of suspicion and hostility, as if they were going to pounce on Changuan and eat this uninvited guest alive in the next second. Who are you? What are you doing barging in here? One of the girls drew her bow and aimed at Changuan, questioning him sternly. Obviously, she was the one who had just shot the arrow. Seeing such a scary scene in front of him, Changuan instantly felt as if he had been set up by a honey trap, but the most important thing at the moment was to quickly explain things to these ferocious guys to prevent something worse from happening. Just as Changuan was about to speak, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder from behind. Then, Changuan smelled a familiar fragrance, which was the same hair fragrance he smelled when Yanran whispered in his ear. Ting Ting, stop it, this is all a misunderstanding. Accompanied by the same familiar voice, Yanran walked out from behind Changuan. Because he was too nervous before, Changuan didn't notice when Yanran came behind him. After hearing Yanran's words, everyone in the hall immediately stopped their tense posture, but the doubt and vigilance in their eyes still did not dissipate. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Yanran breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the frightened Changuan with a smile. Why are you here so early? I haven't even notified anyone else yet. Are you in such a hurry to see Senior? Faced with Yanran's teasing, Changuan, who was still in shock, no longer had any extra thoughts in his mind. Senior, what's going on? Changuan originally thought that Yanran wanted to have a private meeting with him, but unexpectedly so many people suddenly showed up. This plot development was beyond Changuan's understanding. This is the reward that Senior prepared especially for you. What do you mean? Is the reward a scare? Changuan was still full of questions and had no idea what the reward Yanran was talking about was. Hearing Changuan's complaints, Yanran was immediately amused and burst out laughing. Of course not. I'm not such a bad person. How could I deliberately scare you? What happened just now was just a result of insufficient notification. Changuan remained skeptical about Yanran's explanation. He quickly glanced at everyone in the hall, and finally his gaze fell on Yanran again. So what exactly is this surprise you're talking about? Hearing this, Yanran smiled. As the president of the Night Banquet, I have decided to grant you permission to join the Night Banquet. This is the reward that Senior Sister has specially prepared for you. Chapter 62, Night Banquet. What meeting? After hearing Yanran's words, Changuan was stunned for a while. I mean, a night banquet. Yanran repeated the name with a smile. So I just want to ask what this night party you mentioned is. Could it be the student union of this school? Student union? Of course not. Our school doesn't have such a thing as a student union. Most of the school's decisions are made through voting by various student factions. The stronger a faction is, the more say it has. And our night banquet is one of the top 3 factions in terms of strength. Just as he finished speaking, the girl who had almost shot Si Chainan here suddenly coughed lightly, which attracted Zi Yanran's attention. President, we are now. Before the girl could finish her words, Zi Yanran quickly waved her hand, signaling her not to continue. At the same time, Zi Yanran looked a little embarrassed. However, Zi Yanran quickly restrained this unnatural expression, and instead put on a bright smile again, looking at Si Chainan. At this moment, Si Chainan already had a rough idea of what this so-called night banquet was. As early as when he was in high school in Changuan City, Si Chainan heard that students in many universities had the habit of forming cliques, and that there was competition between various forces and organizations. No institution of higher learning will intervene in this phenomenon. After all, this is a healthy competition. As long as it is not too excessive, the school will not only not interfere, but will even provide appropriate encouragement, such as regularly holding competitions between various forces and organizations, and then issuing generous rewards to the top forces and organizations. Although Si Chainan had heard about the competition among these forces a long time ago, he did not expect that he would be found by these forces on the first day of school. Looking at Zi Yanran, who was smiling like a flower in front of him, Si Chainan felt very conflicted. In fact, Si Chainan is not against this kind of healthy competition among students. As the saying goes, there is progress only when there is competition. However, this is Si Chainan's first day of school and he is not familiar with most of the situations in the school. Therefore, he does not want to wade into this muddy water for the time being. The most important thing is that Si Chainan originally thought that Zi Yanran asked him out for other things, but he was told that she wanted to recruit him into the gang, which made Si Chainan feel like he had fallen into a beauty trap. Therefore, whether out of rational considerations or emotional feelings, Si Chainan currently has no intention of accepting the invitation. Seeing that Si Chainan had not responded to her invitation, Zi Yanran gradually guessed that Si Chainan seemed unwilling to join her forces. Seeing the smile on Zi Yanran's face gradually turn into disappointment, Si Chainan couldn't bear to refuse her directly. "Senior, let me think about this matter for a while." Hearing this, Zi Yanran, who had originally looked a little gloomy, suddenly became happy again. "No problem, as long as you think it over, you can come here to find us any time." Si Chainan nodded. "Well, I'll be leaving first. Goodbye everyone." Although the first meeting between the two parties was full of fear, Si Chainan did not have any complaints towards the members of the night banquet. Therefore, he waved to these members of the night banquet before leaving. Just as Si Chainan was about to leave, Zi Yanran suddenly called him. "Let me give you a walk." Seeing that Zi Yanran wanted to see him off in person, Si Chainan felt mixed emotions. "There's no need to trouble you, senior." Before Si Chainan could finish his words, Zi Yanran pushed him out without saying a word. Si Chainan, who had intended to refuse, had no choice but to give up. In this way, the two of them quickly passed through the dimly lit corridor and came to the bright moonlight outside. The cool evening breeze blew towards him, making Si Chainan, who was originally a little confused, a little more sober. "Feel sorry." Zi Yanran suddenly apologized, leaving Si Chainan confused. "Why are you apologizing, senior?" Facing Si Chainan's question, Zi Yanran looked at the young man in front of her hesitantly, with a hint of guilt and self-blame in her eyes. "Actually, I know you went to the appointment tonight with other things in mind, but the result was the opposite of what you expected. Although I understand that this is selfish and despicable, I sincerely want to invite you to join our party tonight." Obviously, Zi Yanran was not a fool. She knew very well the purpose of Si Chainan's appointment, and this was originally part of her plan. Si Chainan didn't expect Zi Yanran to take the initiative to confess her methods, and was extremely surprised for a moment. Senior chose to sacrifice herself in order to use her honey trap, so logically speaking, I shouldn't suffer much. Hearing Si Chainan's answer, Zi Yanran burst out laughing and was amused to the point of shaking with laughter. "Hate it. Senior is clearly apologizing to you sincerely, but you're just talking nonsense here." Although she said she hated it, the smile on Zi Yanran's face betrayed her true thoughts. Si Chainan also smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not angry with you, you don't have to take it to heart." After saying that, the two smiled at each other. "By the way, Junior, how long will it take you to think about it before giving me an answer?" Zi Yanran once again made an invitation in disguise, with a hint of anxiety in her tone. Looking at the impatient Zi Yanran, Si Chainan couldn't help but want to tease her. "If you are willing to give yourself to me, I will immediately follow you." After hearing this, Zi Yanran couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then a blush appeared on her pretty face, which was particularly conspicuous under the moonlight. Seeing Zi Yanran's appearance, Si Chainan immediately chuckled. At this time, Zi Yanran realized belatedly that Si Chainan was deliberately teasing her, and then she pretended to be angry and glared at Si Chainan angrily. I didn't realize you had such big ambitions. You've already set your sights on me, the guild president, right from the start. If I say yes, what will you do? Do you really intend to be responsible for me for the rest of your life? As Zi Yanran spoke, she quickly walked in front of Si Chainan, and their cheeks were almost touching, but in the end, they still maintained a rather ambiguous distance. Faced with Zi Yanran's sudden questions and actions, Si Chainan was stunned for a moment. It was not until he saw the smile on Zi Yanran's face that Si Chainan realized that Zi Yanran had outmaneuvered him. Seeing Si Chunan's panic-stricken expression just now, Zi Yanran, who had successfully taken revenge, immediately showed a satisfied and proud smile. Chapter 63, Urgently Hiring a Lucky Cat? Okay, senior sister, stop joking. You want me to join the night party so much, there must be other reasons, right? Seeing Zi Yanran inviting him to join the night banquet one after another, Si Chainan couldn't help but become curious about Zi Yanran's real purpose. However, Zi Yanran was still immersed in the joy just now, looking at Si Chainan with seductive eyes, as if conveying some kind of ambiguous invitation. Who told you that those words just now were a joke? Can't a senior like a junior? Hearing this, Si Chenanduan felt his cheeks getting hot, his mind was completely confused, and he was completely in a passive position. Ahem, please forgive me, senior. I won't dare to joke with you anymore. Hearing Si Chenan's active plea for mercy, Zi Yanran couldn't help but let out an ambiguous chuckle, as if declaring victory, or as if mocking Si Chenan's slowness. Soon, Zi Yanran gradually restrained the smile on her face, and her expression became serious. If you don't have anything else to do for the time being, stay with me for a while. I will tell you everything you want to know. As Zi Yanran spoke, she walked to a bench nearby and sat down. Then she looked at Si Chainan with pleading eyes, waiting for his reply. Seeing this, Si Chainan naturally felt embarrassed to leave, so he sat down next to Zi Yanran. What I'm about to say may change your opinion of you, but these are indeed my true thoughts. Are you talking about the reason why you insisted on inviting me to the night party? Zi Yanran nodded gently. The reason I want you to join our night banquet is because I'm impressed by your influence, or to put it more vulgarly, I want to use your fame to gain more benefits for the night banquet. Hearing such straightforward words, Si Chainan couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because I'm a recommended student? That's right. Every recommended student is a candidate that all factions will compete for. This is because recommended students represent strength and fame. Once a recommended student joins a faction, that faction will gain a member with unlimited potential and many followers who will join after hearing the news. So I'm so popular? No wonder the senior wanted to take the initiative. Hearing Si Chunan's teasing, Zi Yanran couldn't help but smile slightly. Actually, I chose to participate in this competition with the recommended student in order to establish a good relationship with this year's recommended student in advance, so that this recommended student can be given priority to join our evening banquet. After learning the reason why Zi Yanran participated in the duel performance, Si Chenan was surprised and frowned involuntarily. So, you're saying that senior deliberately let go during the fight just to please me? Zi Yanran quickly shook her head and denied this statement. No, you are indeed amazing, so amazing that it exceeds my expectations. Is this true? Si Chainan, with a skeptical attitude, questioned Zi Yanran again. Faced with the doubt, Zi Yanran immediately pretended to be angry and scolded, I am telling the truth now. If you continue to do this, I will not say anything. Hey, senior sister, calm down. Please continue. Oof. Besides the fact that recommended students are already very popular, our night banquet is in urgent need of new recruits because the current night banquet is no longer as good as it used to be. Si Chainan was silent for a while, recalling what had happened in the night banquet hall before. But I clearly remember you saying that the overnight banquet was among the top 3 in terms of strength. So, at least they shouldn't be so short of people, right? Zi Yanran also remembered what she had said, and an embarrassed look immediately appeared on her pretty face. Those things actually happened last year. Ever since the third-year seniors started their internship, the overall strength of the night banquet has shrunk significantly, and we're no longer able to compete for the top 3 spots. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Third-year students from other factions must also participate in internships. It's impossible that only the night banquet has shrunk in strength, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Zi Yanran sighed softly, feeling helpless from the bottom of her heart. It seemed that she had already expected Si Chainan to have such questions. This is a legacy of the night banquet's history. Most of the factions on campus have a long history, and the Night Banquet, which was established 3 years ago, is a completely new force. The reason why the Night Banquet was able to rise so quickly is entirely because the seniors who founded the Night Banquet were all extremely powerful people. Upon learning that Night Banquet was actually an emerging force that had risen from behind, Si Chainan couldn't help but admire it. At the same time, Zi Yinran continued to talk about the past of the Night Banquet. Because the Night Banquet used to focus too much on cultivating strong senior students and neglected to recruit newcomers with potential, it gradually exposed its shortcomings of insufficient follow-up. Especially after last year, the position of president was handed to me. I am the only one in the entire Night Banquet who has reached level 29. Most of the remaining members are not even level 25, while other veteran forces have many members above level 30. But I'm only level 11 now. Even if I join the Night Banquet, it won't change anything, right? What I need most is your fame and the new students who will follow you. Of course, your strength is also very impressive. If nothing unexpected happens, you will definitely be among the top in the Power Rookie competition in half a year. Ha, senior sister is so straightforward. She makes me look like a lucky cat. Zi Yinran smiled playfully and did not deny it. Sincerity for sincerity, I'm telling you the truth because I want you to know that I really want you to join the night party. Si Chainan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now that things have come to this, I am indeed a little moved. Are you planning on joining us for the evening party now? Zi Yinran asked again anxiously, and it seemed like she couldn't wait to tie Si Chainan back to the night banquet hall. Seeing Zi Yinran's fiery eyes, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel scared, so he quickly stood up. Anyway, let me think about it for a while, and I'll give you an answer later. Seeing Si Chainan was so scared that he was about to run away, Zi Yinran also realized her loss of composure and tried to calm down her excitement a little. Well, since you said so, I'll just wait for your reply. Although Zi Yinran spoke so politely, the desire in her eyes did not diminish at all, as if she was silently conveying a message to Si Chainan. I am determined to be with you. Chapter 64, The Capable Must Work Harder. After saying goodbye to Zi Yinran, Si Chainan went straight back to his residence. Unlike the double dormitories used by other students, since Si Chainan was the only contractor in history with multiple dependents, the school made an exception and allocated a 2-story building in the faculty and staff dormitory area to Si Chainan. This 2-story building was originally used for faculty and their families to live in. As soon as Si Chainan returned to his residence, he saw Qingling and Shei reading in the living room. To be precise, Qingling was reading a story from the book to Shei. There was a plate of snacks on the coffee table beside them to satisfy their cravings. Seeing Si Chainan coming back, she immediately jumped down from the sofa, picked up the snacks on the table, and jumped to Si Chainan. The 3 tails behind him were swinging so fast that they were almost as fast as a helicopter. Brother, try this. Sister Qing bought it from the store. It's delicious. Okay, thanks. Unable to refuse the kindness, Si Chainan smiled and touched Shei's head, then took a bite of the snack. It was indeed as delicious as she said. Si Chainan subconsciously glanced around the living room, but did not see Lilawire. Where's Wei? Is she already asleep? Puzzled, Si Chainan asked Shengling, but the latter also looked confused. Didn't Wei go out with you? Hearing this answer, Si Chainan's brows were almost twisted into a knot. Didn't I go out alone before? Yeah, brother, as soon as you left the house, the bad sister said she was going to look for you, and she even threatened that if she followed her, she would throw Shei into the trash can. She pouted angrily and complained to Si Chainan about Lilawai's evil deeds. The more Si Chainan listened, the more confused he became. He only knew that Lilawire followed him out, but he had no idea what she wanted to do or why she hadn't come back yet. Is Wei not with you? Qingling also noticed the problem. Well, I just went to meet a friend. Following this topic, Si Chainan told Qingling and Shei about Zi Yinran and Yi Yanyan. Of course, Si Chainan deliberately beautified the story and concealed the real reason why he decided to go on the date tonight. After hearing about the night banquet, Qingling and Shei did not react much. I have no opinion on whether or not to join the night banquet, but I will support whatever choice you make. Shei will always support brother. Hearing the two people's statements, Si Chainan smiled and nodded. I understand. Thank you. At Shei's request, Si Chainan read a story to the little lowly on behalf of Qingling. After Shei, who was already feeling tired, was successfully coaxed to sleep, Si Chainan was ready to go upstairs and return to his bedroom. It was already late, but Liliwei still hadn't come back, which made Si Chainan feel a little worried. Logically speaking, with Lilywire's strength and her special abilities as a vampire, there should be no danger on campus that can threaten her, but it is precisely this sense of unknown that increases Si Chunan's worries. Worried, Si Chang'an just opened the door, only to find that the person he was thinking about was in his room. At this moment, Lilywei was lying lazily on the bed, smiling at Si Chang'an, who pushed the door open. Seeing Lilywire lying on his bed, Si Chang'an's worry instantly turned into confusion and surprise. "Why are you here? No, when did you come back?" Too many questions popped up at once, making Si Chang'an not know where to start. "I came back at the same time as my master, and I've been waiting here for a long time." After hearing this and thinking about Lilywei's series of abnormal behaviors today, Si Chang'an finally realized what Lilywei had done. "You're following me?" Seeing Si Chang'an's astonished expression, Lilywei's smile suddenly became even brighter. "Of course I have to always be concerned about the safety of my master. It would be terrible if you were deceived by a bad woman with bad intentions." After saying that, Lilywei snapped her fingers, and the next second, a blood-red chain burst out from the space crack beside her, instantly wrapped around Si Chang'an, and forcibly pulled him over. Lilywei deliberately turned over and thoughtfully made room for Si Chang'an. Because the incident happened suddenly, Si Chang'an had no time to react before he was dragged onto the bed by Lilywei. As soon as Si Chang'an touched the soft mattress, the girl who had been waiting for a long time immediately rode on him, followed by a softer touch and a slightly lighter feeling of weight. "Hey, don't use skills indoors." Lilywire not only ignored Si Chang'an's reprimand, but also summoned more chains. The chains quickly wrapped around Si Chang'an's hands and feet, fixing him in a spread eagle position on the bed. "Hey, nothing really happened between me and Senior Purple." Seeing that Lilywei refused to give up, Si Chang'an quickly tried to dissuade Lilywei. After hearing Si Chang'an's explanation, Lilywei was stunned for a moment, then smiled charmingly. "Does the owner think that I'm jealous and angry?" Isn't it?" Si Chang'an looked at Lilywire with a confused expression, which immediately caused Lilywire to laugh softly. "Don't worry, master. I won't get angry over these little things. After all, the more capable you are, the more work you get. As long as they're not those evil women with ulterior motives, I'm happy to share you with others." Although Lilywire had shared herself with Qingling before, Si Chang'an was still quite surprised to hear Lilywire admit it herself. "Then, why are you still tying me up like this?" Hearing this, Lilywire smiled and adjusted her posture. As their bodies became closer, Si Chang'an's heartbeat suddenly soared, and he could hardly take his eyes off Lilywire. "Of course, it's to try a new way of playing, and by the way, let the owner know that no matter how many female confidants you have, you still have to pay your dues." When Si Chang'an, who was already furious, heard the word public grain, he almost choked to death on his own saliva. "Where did you learn that word?" Lilywire smiled faintly and answered in a matter-of-fact tone. "Of course, reading." "Hey, don't read such indecent books casually." Chapter 65, The Alien of the Lich Clan. Noon. In the busy cafeteria, there was a table of students eating that stood out, attracting all the passing students to subconsciously turn around and look. Sitting around this dining table are 4 students, 4 girls, and 1 boy. The 4 girls are not only outstanding in appearance, but also have different temperaments, some smart and some calm, some lively, and some quiet. There is always one girl whose temperament will attract the attention of passers-by. In addition to being attracted by these 4 female students, the students passing by also cast envious and jealous glances at the only male student at the table. The only male student at the table was Si Chang'an, and the 4 female students who attracted everyone's attention were Si Chang'an's 3 relatives and Yi Hui. Si Chang'an and Yi Hui had just returned from the Academic Affairs Office, and both received the reward promised by the school, a high-level exchange voucher. In addition to the adventure points that are used throughout the world, the highest institution of learning also has an exchange system that is independent of the Adventure Guild system. With the support of the country and the Adventure Guild, every highest institution of learning has a place called a treasure house, which contains a wide variety of props, and even some rare props that are hard to find on the market. Students can use exchange coupons to exchange the props they need in the treasure house, and the exchange coupons are divided into ordinary exchange coupons and advanced exchange coupons. Ordinary exchange coupons can be exchanged for most of the props in the treasure house. As for the remaining props, they are rare props rarely seen in the market and can only be exchanged with advanced exchange coupons. Since there is no equivalent exchange between ordinary exchange coupons and advanced exchange coupons are particularly valuable. No matter how many ordinary exchange coupons you have, they cannot compare to one advanced exchange coupon. At the same time, the school is also strictly controlling the output of advanced exchange coupons. Apart from the rewards from various competitions, there is no other way to obtain advanced exchange coupons. Because of this, in the eyes of students, advanced exchange coupons are definitely the most generous reward in proof of strength. Changuan planned to find time to visit this so-called treasure house and maybe find the divine stone that even the Adventure Guild did not have in stock. Just as Changuan was thinking about the divine stone, Lilywire beside him suddenly leaned over like a magnet. Master, can you accompany me to walk around the school this afternoon? I've found many beautiful places. The teaching time of this institution is very flexible. Except for the theoretical classes in the morning, the rest of the time is arranged by the students themselves. They can go back to the dormitory to sleep or take elective courses. As long as they can pass the theoretical and practical examinations at the end of the semester, they don't have to worry about being expelled. Hearing Lilywei inviting Changuan, Shei, who was sitting next to Changuan, immediately followed suit and hugged Chang'an's arm. Brother, she wants to play with us too. Lilywire, who was still speaking in a coquettish voice a second ago, changed her expression instantly and glared fiercely at Shei, who was also acting coquettishly towards Changuan. Get out of here, little brat. Don't disturb my date with my owner. She is not a child. She will not let her bad sister have her brother all to herself. Seeing the two of them quarreling after just 3 sentences, Changuan, who was caught in the middle, was also quite troubled and could only sigh helplessly. Unlike Qingling, who was already used to this, Yi Hui, who was eating at the same table, watched the two people arguing in the source of all this Changuan with great interest. Hee, you two have a really good relationship. Faced with Yi Hui's high praise, Changuan could only respond with a wry smile. By the way, Yi Hui, are there any other members of your Lich clan among this year's freshmen? Upon hearing this question, Yi Hui shook her head in denial without any hesitation. No, we Liches have never liked to show up in human society. In addition, humans themselves are quite disgusted with necromancy and its practitioners, so our Liches rarely come into contact with human society. Changuan could still understand this answer. Changuan remembered that he had indeed never seen other Liches. Before this, all the information about Liches was hearsay. Including Changuan, most humans would involuntarily associate the word Lich with corpses and death when they heard it, and would never associate it with beautiful things. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Changuan would definitely not believe that a quiet girl with glasses like Yi Hui was the rumored Lich who liked to deal with undead creatures. Since the Lich tribe has always disliked interacting with human society, why did you come here? Faced with this question, Yi Hui's expression suddenly dimmed, and then she revealed a bitter smile, looking helpless and pitiful. Perhaps it's because in my past life, before I was reincarnated as a Lich, I still had an unfulfilled obsession with human society. This obsession has also influenced me, making me have a different perspective on everything than my fellow tribesmen. I always want to try things that my tribesmen would shun. Because of this, my tribesmen all regard me as an alien. I don't think you're an outlier. I think you're quite normal. After all, even brothers have different opinions on the same thing, let alone a race as large as this one. Changuan's comfort made Yi Hui a little overwhelmed, so much so that she was stunned for a long time. Yes, thank you. Hey, you're welcome. I'm just telling the truth. At this moment, Changuan felt a strong gaze, and the owner of this gaze was Lilywire, who was sitting next to him. No wonder you're so popular with girls, master. It turns out you won't miss any opportunity to flirt with them. After hearing Lilywire's words, Yi Hui's cheeks turned slightly red after her mood changed. She didn't dare to look at Changuan, who was sitting opposite her. Ah. As for Lilywire, who was fanning the flames, Changuan directly hit her on the head. The latter immediately covered her forehead and let out a scream. Seeing that the atmosphere at the dinner table was becoming increasingly awkward, Changuan decided to change the subject and wanted to ask Yi Hui why she was able to summon an astonishing number of undead creatures at once. Just as Changuan was about to ask, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him, and the owner of the footsteps was obviously coming towards him. Changuan subconsciously turned around to check, and found that the person who came was none other than Yanran, whom he had just met last night. Chapter 66, Follower. Senior. Seeing this unexpected visitor, Changuan subconsciously stood up and greeted her. Even if you see me, there's no need to react so strongly, right? Changuan's helpless look made Yanran laugh, and then she put her hands on Changuan's shoulders and let him sit back down. Hello, fellow students. Although we met yesterday, I haven't had the chance to introduce myself yet. You can call me Senior Z or Sister Yanran, both are fine. Just as Yanran said, everyone here did meet at yesterday's opening ceremony. I remember now, you are the sister who seduced her brother. Before anyone at the table could greet Zi Yenran, She's words instantly silenced the entire table. She's words made Zi Yenran burst out laughing. She looked at the fox-eared lowly without any anger or shyness in her eyes. Little boy, do you know what the word seduction means? She looked at Zi Yenran, who asked the question with an innocent face, then shook her head. I don't know, but she heard the bad sister say that. At the same time, Lilywire, who was sitting on the other side of Si Chainan, immediately coughed twice, and a rare look of embarrassment appeared on her cheek. In order to prevent the atmosphere from becoming even weirder, Si Chainan quickly changed the subject. Senior, are you here for lunch too? Yeah, but I'm full. I just happened to see you when I was about to leave, so I thought I'd come over and say hello. Hearing this, Si Chainan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Based on his understanding of Zi Yenran, this so-called coincidence was more or less deliberate. I didn't expect the senior to be so concerned about my master. This makes me a little uneasy. I can't help but wonder if you have ulterior motives. Facing Lilyway's provocation and questioning, Zi Yenran still maintained a calm and appropriate smile. Don't worry, Junior. I have no intention of hurting my junior. You can just think of me as an ordinary girl who is attracted to him. After all, my junior is so charming, it's not surprising that he accidentally attracts the attention of a senior. Zi Yenran looked around at everyone at the table and said something meaningful, which instantly made Lilyway unable to refute her. Si Chainan coughed twice, breaking the silence at the table again. Senior, you actually came to me to ask for an answer, right? Zi Yenran smiled happily. It seems that you are quite sensible. We are so in tune with each other. If you refuse, I will probably be sad for a long time. Tisk, you're really good at pretending to be pitiful. Lilywire on the side couldn't help but snort coldly, showing her undisguised contempt for Zi Yenran's exaggerated acting skills. Si Chainan gave a bitter smile to Zi Yenran's exaggerated statement, but he had already made a decision in his heart. My fellow student, if you want to join a force, there's no need to consider a lowly force like the Night Banquet. At this moment, a female voice suddenly came from the side, her tone full of arrogance and contempt. Upon hearing this voice, Zi Yenran, who was smiling a second ago, instantly changed her expression and turned gloomy. It was obvious that she really disliked the owner of this voice. Si Chainan and his companions looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall and hot girl walking towards them. This girl wore overly glamorous makeup, which made her look out of tune with the other female students around her. Her black school uniform had been specially tailored to make it look more slim-fitting, and she managed to turn the student uniform, which represents youth, into the style of a nightclub queen. With the appearance of this girl, the attention of the entire cafeteria was attracted. The boys cast passionate glances at her, and the girls showed jealous expressions that they dared not speak out. Chen Yujia, what are you doing here? Zi Yenran questioned him with an unhappy look on her face, and her tone was naturally full of displeasure. The girl named Chen Yujia glanced at Zi Yenran with a look of disdain and contempt in her eyes. Whatever you do, I'll do it. Seeing that the other party was also coming for Si Chainan, Zi Yenran immediately stood between Chen Yujia and Si Chainan. This person is from our Night Banquet. If you, Tong Gang Society, want to snatch him away, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Hearing this, Chen Yujia couldn't help but sneer. Really? I didn't hear him say he wanted to join your party just now. Zi Yenran also knew that she was not in the right, so she was speechless for a moment. Chen Yujia's gaze passed Zi Yenran and looked at Si Chainan and Yi Hui behind her. Young students, we at Tong Gang Club welcome talented newcomers like you. As long as you join Tong Gang Club, we will fully train you and help you become core members as soon as possible. As for upstarts like Yi Yenyuan who only got lucky temporarily, there's no need to consider joining them. Watch your words. Zi Yenran took a few steps forward aggressively and finally stopped in front of Chen Yujia, but her anger did not scare the latter. Am I wrong? Your Night Banquet is now nothing but a mess, relying only on boasting about past glory to attract new members. Or is it that you upstarts have luckily achieved good results for a few years and now really think you can be compared with other established forces? Zi Yenran was so angry at Chen Yujia's words that she was shaking all over, but she couldn't refute it because, as Chen Yujia said, the situation at tonight's banquet was indeed quite unbearable. Seeing that Zi Yenran finally shut up, Chen Yujia suddenly became even more proud. Young men and women, have you made up your mind? Are you planning to join the most powerful Tong Gang Society, or are you planning to follow this woman around? I have a question. Si Chainan stood up and looked at Chun Yujia, who had an arrogant attitude. Speak. If I join the Tong Gang society, can I be given the position of president? Upon hearing this question, Chen Yujia immediately showed a surprised expression, and looked at Si Chainan as if he were a mentally retarded person. Of course not. The Tong Gang society is the most powerful organization. Not just anyone can take the position of president. In response to this answer, Si Chainan showed a relieved and complacent smile, which instantly made the onlookers even more confused. In full view of everyone, Si Chainan quickly walked to Zi Yanran's side, then put his arms around her waist. The latter was immediately frightened, but did not resist. After all, we all just have to be followers. In that case, compared to you, senior sister Yanran is my type, so I choose the Night Banquet. Chapter 67, Declaration of War Due to Love and Hate? The president of the Tong Gang Society and the president of the Night Banquet both confessed their love to a freshman, with shocking results. On the second day of school, a freshman publicly made intimate gestures toward the president of the Night Banquet. What kind of relationship do they have? How did this mysterious freshman capture the heart of a senior? This newspaper reveals the secret. A recommended student with excellent female connections has his new target turned out to be the president of the Night Banquet. These reports are truly fascinating. Zi Yanran repeated the news headlines while laughing so hard that she fell backwards. Today, almost all the campus newspapers and magazines are vying to report what happened in the cafeteria yesterday. At the same time, in order to attract more attention, these campus newspapers and magazines have deliberately misinterpreted this matter of competing for talent into a sure field story involving one man and two women. Among these reports, Si Chainan and Zi Yanran undoubtedly became the focus of everyone's attention, while Chen Yujia, who failed to win love, became a foil for the two. At this moment, Zi Yanran, one of the parties involved, was reading these reports with great interest, and from time to time she was amused by the exaggerated parts in them. As for the other party involved in this incident, Si Chainan was sitting opposite Zi Yanran with a look of despair on his face, and did not show the same interest as Zi Yanran. Now Si Chainan has become an official member of the Night Banquet. He was called to the Night Banquet by Zi Yanran early this morning. As a result, after arriving at the Night Banquet, Si Chainan found that only Zi Yanran was there, and she was reading various school newspapers and magazines with great interest. Senior, you called me here so early in the morning just to read the news, right? Seeing that Zi Yanran had no intention of discussing business, Si Chainan finally couldn't help but ask. After hearing Si Chainan's question, Zi Yanran put down the newspaper and looked at Si Chainan, who was sitting opposite her, with a smile. Of course not. I just bought these newspapers to kill time and see what the various newspapers have to say about your feat. Ahem, what I did yesterday was indeed a little inconsiderate. I hope you don't mind. Hearing this, the smile on Zi Yanran's face quickly disappeared, and she looked at Si Chainan in surprise. Were all the things you said yesterday false? And you did this to senior sister in front of so many people, don't you intend to take responsibility for her? Seeing Zi Yanran's attitude suddenly become serious, Si Chainan couldn't help but panic, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond to these questions. Looking at Si Chainan, who was at a loss, Zi Yanran, who was extremely serious a second ago, suddenly burst into laughter, breaking the awkward atmosphere. I was just joking, but seeing Chen Yujia so furious is really satisfying. This woman has always been so arrogant that she doesn't think you would reject her. This time, she has been completely humiliated. Hearing Zi Yanran claim that she was just joking, Si Chainan finally breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt a sense of loss for some reason. Originally, when Si Chainan saw Zi Yanran for the first time, he was attracted by her appearance, which was what is called lust. However, after learning about the responsibilities Zi Yanran shoulders, Si Chainan has a new understanding of Zi Yanran, no longer limited to her superficial appearance. Now Si Chainan still has feelings for Zi Yanran, and he also wants to help her revive the Night Banquet, but Si Chainan is worried that he will disappoint Zi Yanran's expectations, so he dare not confess these things to Zi Yanran. Zi Yanran keenly caught the subtle changes in Si Chainan's expression. As smart as she was, she immediately guessed what Si Chainan was thinking. After lowering her head and thinking for a moment, Zi Yanran looked into Si Chainan's eyes again, and her expression became serious again. Although you said yesterday that what you said was ill-considered, I'll just treat it as a lie for now. But if you say it a second time, I'll take it seriously, okay? After saying that, Zi Yanran smiled at Si Chainan, her eyes filled with anticipation. Si Chainan knew that Zi Yanran was giving him a way out and also giving him a chance to choose. Well, I'll think it over carefully before making a decision. Then let me wait and see your decision. After they finished speaking, the two couldn't help but smile at each other. Everything was said without words. Kaji. At this time, the door of the night banquet hall was opened, which instantly caught Si Chanan's attention. Si Chanan immediately turned around to look at the entrance of the hall, and found that the person who came was Yi Hui. The moment she entered the hall, Yi Hui, who had just arrived, seemed very alert until she saw Zi Yanran and Si Chanan. Senior, Chenan. Yi Hui, why are you here? Si Chanan was very surprised by Yi Hui's appearance. I was the one who called you here, Yi Hui. I called you here today because there's something important. After what happened in the cafeteria yesterday, not only did Si Chanan publicly express his intention to join the night banquet, but Yi Hui also chose the night banquet. When he saw that the two recommended students had chosen the night banquet, which he looked down upon, Chen Yuja, the president of Tong Gang Club, was so angry that he turned around and left, while still cursing Si Chanan and Yi Hui for being ignorant fools. Senior, why did you call us here? As soon as she sat down, Yi Hui went straight to the point and asked Zi Yanran about her purpose. Wait a moment. Zi Yanran fumbled among the pile of newspapers on the table, and finally took out a newspaper. The headline on it read Revenge from Love and Hate, the Tong Gang Society openly declares war on the night banquet. Seeing this news headline, Si Chanan couldn't help but frown. Isn't it just a failed attempt to snatch someone? You shouldn't be so furious, right? Zi Yanran looked at the newspaper in her hand and smiled playfully. After all, you, my junior, humiliated her in front of everyone yesterday. This crazy woman will definitely not let it go. Even if she doesn't really intend to declare war, she still wants to save face in this way. What if she's serious? Should members of both sides start a brawl on campus? It's unlikely that there will be a group fight, but the Tong Gang Association will definitely deliberately target us at the night banquet during the Wolf Cub trial in a week. Hearing this unfamiliar word, Si Chanan and Yi Hui looked at each other at the same time. Both of them looked confused. What is the Wolf Cub trial? It's a competition held by the school. The contestants are freshmen from various factions, and I plan to have you two represent our night banquet. Chapter 68, a pre-match interlude. The Wolf Cub trial is one of the most important competitions for almost all forces. Although the contestants of the Wolf Cub trial are all first-year students, due to their limited combat experience, these freshmen will basically not have particularly outstanding performances during the competition. However, if some freshmen achieve good results, it symbolizes that the forces they represent have potential that cannot be underestimated, thereby improving their prestige. Because of this, every time the Wolf Cub trial begins, all forces will mobilize their forces. On the one hand, it is to cheer on the new members who represent the forces, and on the other hand, they also want to use this publicity channel to show the strength of their own forces. As one of the top 3 most powerful forces, Night Banquet is naturally no exception. Zi Yanran, in high spirits, brought everyone from the night party to the central square of the school early in the morning, which was also the place where the opening ceremony was held. When everyone at the banquet arrived at the central square that night, it was already crowded with people, and many forces had also arrived early. In the center of the square stood a temporary dungeon gate. The teachers in charge of its construction were conducting a final inspection of the dungeon gate to ensure that the Wolf Cub trial could proceed smoothly. Soon, everyone at the night banquet found the base plan in advance by the school, but the base of the night banquet happened to be right next to the base of the Tong Gang Society. At this time, everyone from the Tong Gang Society had already arrived. Si Chanan was about to enter the night banquet's residence when he felt a strong gaze coming from the residence next door. Chen Yuja was staring at Si Chanan with resentment on her face, and she looked like she had failed in her attempt to win his love, but Si Chanan knew that this woman simply hated him. Si Chanan decisively chose to ignore this kind of nagging behavior, and continued to pretend that nothing had happened and followed Zi Yanran into the night banquet venue. As soon as Si Chanan and Zi Yanran took their seats, reporters from various school newspapers and magazines swarmed in and surrounded the two of them. Student Si Chanan, when did you and senior sister Zi start developing a romantic relationship? Senior Zi Yanran, what do you think about the rumor that Junior Si has multiple female companions? Some people claim that you two were lovers in high school, but broke up because your senior graduated. Now you've chosen to rekindle your relationship. Is this true? Hearing that the questions raised by these reporters were becoming more and more outrageous, Si Chanan's face suddenly turned black, and even Zi Yanran couldn't help but smile bitterly. These emotional reporters wanted to stuff the microphone directly into the two people's mouths. Seeing that the order at the scene was gradually getting out of control, Zi Yanran had no choice but to stand up and deal with these chattering reporters. Sorry, everyone, we have to start preparing for the competition now. so we won't be accepting any interviews for the time being. Please go back. As soon as the words fell, the other members of the night party stood up and looked at the school magazine reporters in unison, exerting invisible pressure on them. Seeing this, these school magazine reporters were also reasonable people, so they left the night banquet venue in disappointment. When everything finally calmed down, Zi Yinran breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Si Chainan, who was also relieved, with a playful expression. Junior, this misunderstanding seems to be getting bigger and bigger. What should we do? Seeing the playful expression on Zi Yinran's face, Si Chainan knew that Zi Yinran was deliberately teasing him again, so he could only reveal a helpless bitter smile. Stop joking around now, okay? Let's focus on the game first. Okay. Zi Yinran nodded slightly, and then her expression gradually became serious. Zi Yinran looked at Si Chainan and Yi Hui and said, I've already explained the rules of the Wolf Cub trial to you. The highest level of monsters in this dungeon is level 15. With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to achieve a good result. The rules of the Wolf Cub trial are very simple. Each faction sends 2 contestants to accumulate points by killing monsters, and the final ranking is based on the points. In order to take care of both human and alien students, human students who are contractors can bring their own dependents to the battle, but the dependents will also be considered as contestants. Therefore, Zi Yinran chose to let Si Chainan and Yi Hui represent Yi Yin in the battle, which meant that Si Chainan could not bring his own family with him, but this was not a problem for Si Chainan. Yi Hui, who has always been quiet, nodded heavily. Since it was her first time participating in the competition, Yi Hui showed a rare enthusiasm. Senior, no, President, don't worry, I will definitely work hard. Hearing this, Zi Yinran smiled slightly. Well, it's naturally a good thing to be able to achieve good results, but if you encounter an emergency, I hope you will prioritize your own safety. I won't blame you. When the word emergency was mentioned, Zi Yinran subconsciously glanced at the Tong Gang Society's headquarters next door. Based on Zi Yinran's understanding of Chenyuja, although the previous public declaration of war was mostly just a bluff and its purpose was only to save face, that crazy woman would definitely instigate her new members to deliberately target Yi Yinban during the Wolf Cub trial. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge a spear but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. Although Zi Yinran is very confident in the strength of Si Chainan and Yi Hui, she cannot guarantee that the two will not be harmed by the people of Tong Gang Society. Hearing Zi Yinran's reminder, Si Chainan and Yi Hui nodded silently. They both knew what this so-called emergency situation meant. By the way, Senior, do you know which faction that freshman named Dante joined? Si Chainan curiously asked Zi Yinran about Dante. He had not seen Dante since the opening ceremony. Even when he and Yi Hui went to the teaching office to receive the reward, they did not meet Dante. Dante, the schoolgirl who almost killed someone at the opening ceremony? Si Chainan nodded in confirmation. I'm not sure about that. When I was looking for candidates, I felt that this junior sister had 2 strong murderous intentions and was obviously the type that was difficult to get along with. And I guess with her personality, she wouldn't look down on the now declining Night Banquet. Therefore, I didn't pay much attention to her whereabouts. Hearing Zi Yinran's answer, Si Chainan couldn't help laughing. Senior, are you praising us in disguise? Zi Yinran smiled and reached out to pinch Si Chainan and Yi Hui's cheeks. Of course, I still like cute junior students like you. At this moment, the surrounding noise suddenly disappeared quickly, and soon the voice of the competition host spread throughout the square. The Wolf Cub trial is about to begin. Please enter in an orderly manner, contestants. Chapter 69, It's really cool to grab and run. Yi Hui, stop the others. No problem, summon the dead, skeleton soldiers. With Yi Hui's light shout, countless white skeleton arms suddenly emerged from the ground around her, followed by hundreds of skeleton soldiers crawling out from the ground. There are ghostly green soul flames burning in the eye sockets of the skeleton soldiers. These soul flames replace part of the functions of the eyes, so that when these skeleton soldiers look at their opponents, the opponents will involuntarily feel a chill from the depths of their souls. For the vast majority of races, they would definitely not like the feeling of being stared at by undead creatures, especially humans. This is also the reason why humans are very disgusted with necromancy and undead creatures. At this moment, these skeleton soldiers did not need Yi Hui's command at all. They rushed towards other contestants around them as soon as they were summoned. Although skeleton soldiers are one of the lowest level undead magic summons, hundreds of skeleton soldiers relied on their numerical advantage to stop more than a dozen contestants, and the number of these skeleton soldiers is still increasing. At the same time, Si Chainan rushed straight towards the newly generated boss-level monster alone, apparently intending to kill the boss before others. This is a giant level 15 monster. If it were in a monster stronghold in the E-level area, it would definitely be considered a boss-level monster. Although this giant monster is far more powerful than the giant monster that Si Chainan encountered in the leveling copy, the little monster is just a low-level monster after all, and its own talent limits most of its possibilities. As a variant of the little monster, the giant monster is the same. Compared with the level 5 giant monster, the level 15 giant monster is only stronger and has thicker leather, but it does not have any new attack methods. For Si Chainan, who had already defeated the giant monster hundreds of times, perfectly avoiding all the attacks of the giant monster was a piece of cake. Si Chainan dodged the giant monster's swift attack with ease, his steps as leisurely as if he was taking a walk in his own back garden. In the blink of an eye, Si Chainan arrived in front of the giant monster unharmed. Taking advantage of the gap when the giant monster's old strength had gone and their new strength had not yet been generated, Si Chainan suddenly launched a counterattack, and the sharp white knight directly pierced through the heads of these giant monsters. From the challenge to the kill, Si Chainan didn't even use any skills during the entire process, and he killed the level 15 boss with absolutely no effort. Score +1, current score is 5 points. After confirming the scores, Si Chainan immediately called out to Yihui, who was blocking other contestants. Yihui, it's time to go. Okay. Yihui immediately released her control over all the skeleton soldiers. The next second, hundreds of skeleton soldiers quickly dissipated like sand and returned to the ground. While the other contestants were still struggling to react to the chaos, Si Chainan and Yihui fled into the dense woods without looking back. Didn't that guy just kill the boss in less than half a minute? Why don't you say that woman is also outrageous? She summoned hundreds of skeleton soldiers casually. Are these two guys human? Are we seeing ghosts? They are the two recommended students who appeared at the opening ceremony. Are they the two recommended students who joined the Night Banquet? Looks like we've found a real treasure at this Night Banquet. Looking at the two figures that quickly disappeared into the woods, a large group of contestants who didn't gain any benefits lamented the outrageous behavior of the two people before, and were disheveled in the wind. In a hidden corner, Si Chainan and Yihui, who had just experienced a battle, were resting and waiting for the next boss to refresh. Si Chainan looked at the numbers on the integrator and smiled with joy. After working hard all morning, I got 5 points. That seems pretty good. Hearing this, Yihui came over, looked at the integrator in Si Chainan's hand, and then smiled slightly. Thanks to you for being able to kill these bosses so quickly, otherwise I don't know how many points would have been snatched away by other players. You are too modest. If you hadn't summoned so many skeleton soldiers to stop the others, I wouldn't have been able to kill the boss so easily. As soon as the words fell, the two people who were praising each other for their business couldn't help but smile at the same time, their eyes showing trust in each other. The Wolf Cub trial dungeon will refresh the boss at regular intervals and notify all nearby contestants of the boss's location. As long as the boss is successfully killed, the killer's faction will receive 1 point. The entire Wolf Cub trial will last for 3 days, and the ranking will be based on the points. In order to maximize efficiency, Si Chainan and Yihui chose to divide the work and cooperate with each other. Yihui was responsible for summoning skeleton soldiers to intercept other contestants, and Si Chainan was responsible for killing the boss as quickly as possible to obtain points. Relying on this division of labor and cooperation, Si Chainan and Yihui successfully snatched the points for killing bosses in front of many contestants for 5 consecutive times. The other contestants could neither beat them nor catch up with them, and could only watch Si Chainan and Yihui snatch the points of one boss after another. According to Zi Yanran, there are now hundreds of forces in the school, which means that there are hundreds of contestants participating in this Wolf Cub trial. Therefore, the area of the Wolf Cub trial copy was extremely large, so much so that throughout the entire morning, Si Chainan did not meet anyone he knew, whether friend or enemy. Although the road to obtaining points can be said to be smooth, Si Chainan has never forgotten Zi Yanran's reminder before the game. He is always wary of retaliation from the Tong Gang Society or other forces. As an old force with a long history, the Tong Gang Society has many affiliated forces. If the Tong Gang Society wants to target the Night Banquet during this Wolf Cub trial, then these lackey forces of the Tong Gang Society will naturally get involved. This was also the most troublesome thing for Si Chainan. As a newcomer, he had no idea which force was the lackey of the Tong Gang Society. Therefore, Si Chainan suddenly felt like he was surrounded by enemies. Thinking of this, Si Chainan, who was still happy about the points a second ago, couldn't help but sigh. Click. At this moment, Si Chainan suddenly heard the sound of a branch being stepped on in the bushes not far away. Who is it? Si Chainan immediately stood up and looked in the direction of the sound, and quickly pulled out Bai Yi. At the same time, Yi Hui on the side was also ready to cast the spell as soon as possible. Chapter 70, Venting for Her. The sudden strange noise instantly made Si Chainan and Yi Hui alert, and they immediately entered the fighting state. Who is it? Si Chainan's question received no response, and the bushes that had previously made strange noises seemed to have returned to calm. The sudden silence made Si Chainan and Yi Hui feel a little confused, but their vigilance increased suddenly. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed in the bushes where the noise was heard before. Si Chainan immediately recognized that it was the reflection produced by a metal object. Call out. Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking wind, a sharp cold light flew out from the bushes and rushed towards Si Chainan. Si Chainan, who had been on guard for a long time, guessed that it was a weapon like an arrow, so he decisively swung his sword to shoot it down. Pa! Only a crisp cracking sound was heard, and just as Si Chainan had guessed, it was indeed an arrow. Now the arrow has been cut in half by Bai Yi's sword, but before Si Chainan can launch a counterattack, the magic power originally attached to the arrow suddenly exploded, causing secondary damage. Although the explosion was not powerful, being hit by it at such a close distance still caused Si Chainan and Yi Hui to fall into a brief state of dizziness. Because the undefeated will increase Si Chainan's resistance to abnormal conditions, Si Chainan regained consciousness earlier than Yi Hui. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. Si Chainan launched a counterattack immediately, and the sharp blood-red sickle blade rushed towards the bushes where the attacker was hiding, instantly cutting the dense bushes into broken branches and leaves. However, there was no sign of the attacker. Obviously, the attacker was not stupid. He had taken advantage of the moment when Si Chainan and the other man were dizzy to move to another location. The sneak attack just now was successful, so Si Chainan was certain that the attacker must not have gone far, but was hiding in the dark waiting for a new opportunity. Just as Si Chainan was about to look for the attacker, he was surprised to find that the soil under his feet began to wriggle, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Si Chainan also saw the same situation under Yi Hui's feet. Go! Sensing something was wrong, Si Chainan immediately told Yi Hui to run, but Yi Hui, who had just recovered from the dizziness, had not yet reacted to what was happening. As soon as Si Chainan finished speaking, several green thorns sprang out from the ground, trying to entangle Si Chainan and Yi Hui. Si Chainan, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, immediately swung his sword to cut off the thorns that were the first to break out of the ground. Then, without saying a word, he picked up Yi Hui, who didn't understand the situation yet, and fled straight into the woods nearby. In this situation where the enemy is hidden and we are in the light, it is not a wise choice to blindly deal with the enemy whose whereabouts we do not know. In addition, Si Chainan also discovered that Yi Hui was not very good at dealing with this kind of emergency situation. She relied too much on human wave tactics and lacked combat awareness. Based on the above two reasons, Si Chainan believes that it is not appropriate to continue dealing with the enemy now and can only choose to temporarily avoid the attack. Shannon. Just as Si Chainan was thinking about how to escape the enemy's pursuit, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind, causing Si Chainan to stop immediately. Si Chainan turned around in confusion and saw three figures walking out from the bushes behind. They were Lu Chanqian, Lin Wanner and Jui, and of course, Lu Chanqian's dependent Xuefu. Seeing the bow and arrow in Lin Wanner's hand and the smug smile on her face, Si Chainan immediately understood what was going on. It's quite amusing to see you run away in fear. Lin Wanner put the bow and arrow back on her back and teased Si Chainan, and the smile on her face became brighter and brighter. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for many days, Lin Wanner mocked him as soon as they met. Si Chainan couldn't help but roll his eyes in response. What do you know? This is called a tactical retreat. You haven't seen each other for so long, and you're going to launch a surprise attack right away. That's really unfair. Tisk, I'm just venting my anger on Chanqian's behalf. When Si Chainan heard Lin Wanner mention Lu Chanqian, he realized that Lu Chanqian had been silent. When Si Chainan looked at Lu Chanqian, he found that the latter was staring at Yi Hui in his arms. Although there was no expression on Lu Chanqian's face, based on Si Chainan's understanding of Lu Chanqian, he was sure that Lu Chanqian's mood was definitely not good. Chenan-san, can you put me down now? Yi Hui also noticed that the atmosphere was a little subtle, so she begged Si Chainan to let her go. Oh, sorry. Si Chainan immediately did as he was told and put Yi Hui down steadily. Thanks. For a moment, both sides fell into a mysterious silence. In order to ease the atmosphere and explain the situation clearly, Si Chainan took the initiative to introduce both parties to each other. Although Lu Chanxian had some complaints about Si Chainan, she did not treat Yi Hui coldly. Instead, she greeted Yi Hui as if nothing had happened. Seeing that the awkward atmosphere had finally eased, Si Chainan was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Which faction do you two represent in this competition? Si Chainan wanted to divert everyone's attention from what had just happened as soon as possible, so he took the initiative to ask about the situation of Lu Chanxian and the other person. Of course, it's the Xiangba Club. Shanxian and I were the first freshmen to complete the admissions assessment, so the Xiangba Club recruited us right after the school started, and we joined without hesitation. Si Chainan had heard of the name of Xiangba Society from Zi Yinran before. It is now the second most powerful force and is an old established force like Tong Gang Society. Originally, Xiang Baohui had suppressed Tian Gangui for many years, making Tian Gangui the second in command for eternity, until Tian Gangui defeated Xiang Baohui in last year's power competition, resulting in the change of ownership of Xiang Baohui's dominant position that it had held for many years. So you guys are fighting on behalf of Xiangba Society, and I'm fighting on behalf of Yi. It goes without saying that I know you represent the Night Banquet. After all, rumors of you and that senior student started circulating just a few days after school started. If you don't join the Night Banquet, I'm afraid you'll be letting that girl down again, right? Lu Chanxian interrupted Si Chainan, who was speaking in a nonchalant tone, but when she said the word again, Lu Chanxian deliberately emphasized the tone, and the implication was quite obvious. Hey, these are all fabricated rumors from the campus newspapers. You know that so-called journalists are willing to make up any rumors just to attract traffic. Si Chainan quickly clarified things to Lu Chanxian. At this point, he had already deeply experienced what it meant to have rumors as ferocious as a tiger. Lu Chanxian showed a half-smile on her face in response to Si Chunan's explanation. At this time, Jui, who had been silent, suddenly sighed, glanced at Si Chainan and Lu Chanxian, and then shook his head repeatedly. Alas, young people nowadays are so hypocritical. They never say anything nicely, but instead bottle it up in their hearts. They only regret it when it's too late to make amends. After hearing Ju's words, Lu Chanxian was the first to show an unnatural expression, and even looked a little panicked, as if her thoughts had been seen through. Lin Wanner immediately coughed twice, then looked at Jui. You'd better stop talking. Okay, as you command. Jui shrugged, pretending to be helpless. Lu Chanxian could no longer hold back after being suddenly disturbed by Jui. Her cheeks, which had been indifferent a second ago, quickly turned red. Seeing Lu Chanxian's expression, Si Chainan immediately understood that what Ji had just said was meant for Lu Chanxian. But looking at Lu Chanxian's current state, if he continued to delve into the matter, he would undoubtedly be stepping on a landmine. Si Chainan didn't dare to continue probing and could only try to change the subject. By the way, I want to ask you something. Does your Xiangba Club have a new dragon student named Danting? She is also one of the recommended students this year. Upon hearing this question, Lin Wanner immediately glared at Si Chainan with a look of disappointment. How come you're so stupid that you have to pick this moment to ask about other girls? Shen, no, I'm really ashamed of you. Lin Wanner's answer almost made Si Chainan's eyes go black. What the hell, I don't have that kind of relationship with that person. I just want to get information about my opponent. Chapter 71 Hunting Day. Late at night, in a small, hidden cave. Several skeleton soldiers hid in the bushes on both sides of the cave entrance, taking on the task of guarding the cave entrance. Inside the cave, Si Chainan and Yi Hui were resting with their eyes closed. It was now almost midnight, and neither Si Chainan nor Yi Hui chose to go to sleep, because tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Today is the second day of the Wolf Cub trial. Once midnight passes, the entire Wolf Cub trial will enter the third day, which is the most competitive day. Apart from the minor reason that the third day is the last day of the Wolf Cub trial, the most important reason is that the rules on the third day will undergo drastic changes. The third day of the Wolf Cub trial is called Hunting Day. This hunting does not refer to the contestants hunting monsters, but the contestants hunting each other. No monsters will be refreshed on the third day. At the same time, the points of the contestants will become robbed, which means that if you want to get points, you can only steal the points of other contestants. The way to grab points is very simple. As long as you get the opponent's integrator, you can transfer all the opponent's points to your own integrator. If you are unlucky or lack strength, it is not impossible that all the efforts of the previous 2 days will be wasted. The hunting day lasts for 12 hours, that is, from midnight on the third day to noon on the third day. At that time, the Wolf Cub trial will be completely over, and the teams will be ranked according to their points. The competition lasted for a full 12 hours, and you can imagine how fierce it was. Because of this, Si Chainan and Yi Hui decided to keep themselves in peak condition as much as possible before the third day, so as to cope with the fierce battle on the third day. Currently, the score of Yi Yanfang is 36 points. Although he is not sure about the specific situation of other contestants, Si Chainan is still quite confident in the efficiency of himself and Yi Hui. He is sure that the score ranking of Yi Yanfang has definitely surpassed the vast majority of forces, and may even be ranked first. Having said that, Si Chainan is well aware that this ranking is only temporary. When the hunting day arrives, the entire ranking list will inevitably undergo earth-shaking changes. In fact, after 2 days of contact with other contestants, Si Chainan found that the other contestants basically posed no threat. The real problem that worried him was Danting and Yi Yanyan, or rather, the two were the same problem. When exchanging information with Lu Chanxian and the others, Si Chainan confirmed that Danting had not joined the Xiangba Society. Otherwise, with Danting's strength, the Xiangba Society would not have prevented Danting from participating in the Wolf Cub trial. Now that the possibility of the Xiangba Society has been ruled out, Si Chainan can basically be sure that Danting has joined the Tong Gang Society, which is the most powerful. For the Black Dragon lineage, which only respects the strong, the Tong Gang Association, which is the strongest, is indeed Danting's best choice, and its president Chen Yujia will certainly not miss such a powerful newcomer. Although these are just Si Chainan's guesses, he feels that the actual situation must be almost correct. The day of the hunt has come. The day of the hunt has come. As the sound of the copy sounded, the most intense battle began. Si Chainan and Yi Hui, who had originally closed their eyes to rest, opened their eyes at the same time, but neither of them had any intention of getting up and moving. Before nightfall the next day, Si Chainan and Yi Hui had already discussed plans for the hunting day. The two planned to wait until daytime in a secluded place and then hunt the other contestants. Although it is easy to be exposed when operating during the day, the risks of operating at night are greater, especially for night soldiers who have weak combat awareness. Therefore, Si Chainan and Yi Hui specially found this hidden cave and prepared to wait here until dawn. Si Chainan glanced at the dark night outside the cave, then turned to look at Yi Hui. There's still quite a while until dawn. You go to sleep first. I'll be on duty for the first half of the night. Yeah, okay. Yi Hui did not refuse, nodded, and prepared to go to bed. However, at this moment, Yi Hui's face suddenly changed slightly, and then she looked towards the cave entrance in panic. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Hui's action, Si Chainan instantly became alert. The skeleton soldiers guarding the cave entrance have been eliminated. Hearing this, Si Chainan immediately pulled out Bai Yi and stared straight at the outside of the cave. Although Si Chainan did not expect to spend the entire night safely in this cave, he did not expect the other contestants to find him so soon. The only explanation was that the two of them had been targeted for a long time, and the other party had waited until the day of the hunt to take action. Si Chainan immediately thought of Danting and the Tong Gang Association, otherwise no other contestants would dare to take action after seeing his strength. I'll go out and check the situation first, you follow me. After giving instructions to Yi Hui, Si Chainan carefully moved along the stone wall towards the cave entrance, and Yi Hui followed closely behind. As he approached the cave entrance, Si Chainan was surprised to find that the other party had no intention of hiding at all, and there were more than 1 or 2 attackers. There were more than a dozen figures standing outside the cave, waiting for Si Chainan and Yi Hui to come out. Seeing the other party's exaggerated display, Si Chainan realized that things seemed not simple. They're coming out, move. At this time, one of the guys with good eyesight was the first to notice Si Chainan, and immediately shouted. Crash! At that moment, more than a dozen people released their skills towards the cave entrance at the same time, and colorful lights instantly illuminated the surrounding woods. Blessings from the Holy Lotus! Faced with the siege of the crowd, Si Chainan immediately released his defense, turned around and hugged Yi Hui, then rushed into the cave. Billowing smoke and dust instantly filled the cave, and fallen rocks blocked most of the cave entrance. Yi Hui, are you okay? Si Chainan felt the cold and weak person in his arms shake slightly, as if nodding. Yeah, it's okay. Si Chainan was slightly relieved to learn that Yi Hui was not injured. Thanks to the damage reduction of the Immortal Scale and the blessing of the Holy Lotus, although the siege seemed fierce, Si Chainan suffered almost no damage. Originally, Si Chainan was a little afraid of the other party's strength, but from their performance just now, these people were almost all a mob with a level below 10. Since we gave the other party the opportunity to strike first, but it failed, it is now Si Chainan's turn to fight back. You take a rest here. I'll entertain those guys outside first. No, I'll help you. Yi Hui immediately stood up and wanted to help, but Si Chainan shook his head and refused. They are just a bunch of small fry, they can't cause any trouble. After saying that, Si Chainan walked straight to the cave entrance and pushed away the rocks blocking the entrance. Fuck, why isn't he dead? With a cry of surprise, all the attackers froze involuntarily, but Si Chainan would not give them a second chance. Blood curse evil chain. Dozens of blood-red chains burst out from the space cracks around Si Chainan, instantly binding all the attackers. For these rabble who are not even at level 10, Si Chainan, who has now reached level 13, can control them for up to 10 minutes. Who sent you to attack us? It's someone from the Tong Gang Society. The recommended student named Dante. Originally, Si Chainan thought that he would need to use some torture to get the answer, but he didn't expect that these guys were really a mob and had no backbone at all. She wanted to target the Night Banquet, but ended up sending you lackeys to die? She gave us 2 tasks. The first task is to defeat you and steal your points. The second task is that if you fail the first task, you will go to see her. Hearing this, Si Chainan couldn't help but frown, thinking that he had heard it wrong. Go see her? Why should I go see her? Doesn't she have long legs? No, she said you would definitely agree to meet her because your friend is in her hands now. Si Chainan's expression suddenly changed slightly, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. Speak clearly. What friends? You've met before, your friend from Xiangba Club. Chapter 72, Despicable Threat. In an open clearing in the forest, a small temporary camp is located. There are nearly 20 students in this temporary camp. Although the camp's defenses are not very strict, the tense atmosphere in the camp makes everyone dare not breathe heavily. The forces represented by these 20-odd students are all affiliated forces of the Tong Gang Society, and the reason why they are gathering here is also related to the Tong Gang Society. As the representative of Tong Gang Club, Dante used the name of Tong Gang Club to gather contestants from all affiliated forces here, asking them to assist him in carrying out a series of actions against the Night Banquet. Although these freshmen were dissatisfied with Dante's behavior of giving orders, they were not as strong as Dante, and they had witnessed Dante almost killing a sophomore senior at the opening ceremony. Therefore, these freshmen from affiliated forces had no choice but to surrender. The task that Dante assigned to these freshmen was to guard the members of the Shangba Society who were imprisoned in the camp, namely Lu Chanxian and others. At this moment, in the center of the camp, Lu Chanxian, Lin Wanner, Jui and Shuefu were imprisoned in a cage. This cage was built entirely of trees temporarily. For Lu Chanxian and the others, this cage could not trap them at all, but because the other side had too many people, they did not dare to try to escape rashly. In addition, the main reason why Lu Chanxian and others did not dare to try was that Danting was in the camp. Once they tried to escape, they would inevitably be suppressed by Danting's thunder. Yesterday, Danting captured Lu Chanxian and several others by himself. The gap in strength between the two sides was so huge that it could be described as a world of difference. If Danting had not wanted to capture hostages to threaten Si Chainan, Lu Chanxian had no doubt that Danting could kill them all. At this time, the sky was already turning pale, and the sun was about to return to the earth, but there was still silence around the camp. After enduring the entire night in this cage with drafts on all sides, Lin Wanner's spirit was almost broken. I didn't expect that just meeting that guy would cause such a big trouble. If we had known this, we wouldn't have gone to meet him. You can't blame Chenin for this. After all, no one would have thought that the Tong Gang Society would do something as shameless as taking hostages. Compared with Lin Wanner, Lu Chanxian's emotions are relatively stable, but she also despises Danting's behavior. I know he's not to blame for this, but... Lin Wanner paused, her expression hesitant as she hesitated to speak. What if Si Chenin doesn't dare come? Is that Danting really going to kill us? Hearing this, Lu Chanxian smiled and reached out to touch Lin Wanner's head to comfort her. Don't worry, you still know too little about Chenin won't abandon us. I'm actually worried that he will rashly come to rescue us. Danteing is not easy to deal with. Ahem, Sister Chanxian is right. Although that guy is a bit fickle, he will definitely not miss this opportunity to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Accompanied by a violent cough, Jui, who had been sleeping all night, woke up. I saw that Jui's abdomen was wrapped with several bandages, but most of the bandages were stained red by the blood flowing from the wound. Yesterday, in order to cover the escape of Lu Chanxian and Lin Wanner, Ju wanted to stay alone to hold Danteing back, but he was still no match for this powerful dragon and was eventually injured by him. Ju has been in a coma since then due to excessive blood loss. Although Jui's injuries were serious and the treatment conditions were limited, Lu Chanqian used Xuefu's power to temporarily suppress the injuries, and then asked Lin Wanner to give Ji a simple bandage. Seeing Ji finally wake up, Lu Chanqian and Lin Wanner breathed a sigh of relief and immediately asked about his injuries. Faced with concerned inquiries, Ju showed a nonchalant smile as always. It's just a sword wound. I've survived worse injuries before, so this little injury is nothing. But then again, hasn't that guy come to help yet? I heard them report to Danting earlier that another group has found Chenin. I guess Chenin is on his way here now. Tisk, TSK, TSK, TSK. That's why I say young people these days are so hard to understand. They're obviously at odds with each other the moment they meet, but in times of danger, they unwaveringly believe that the other person will come to save them. If you're still like this, then let me enjoy it for you first. Upon hearing this, Lu Chanqian and Lin Wanner's cheeks instantly turned red, especially Lin Wanner, who was so anxious that she wanted to hit Jui, but because the other party was injured, she stopped in time and could only complain in the end. It's already this late, how can you still be in the mood to joke? Ju smiled slightly, then looked at the woods outside the camp. Because the trees tell me that your hero is coming soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a flock of birds were startled in the woods outside the camp, as if something was flying through the woods. Just at this moment, the freshman on guard duty also noticed something was wrong and immediately notified the others to assemble outside the camp and prepare for battle. Soon, a rustling sound was heard in the woods. Combined with the dim light, it made people feel a little scalp tingling. Gee will-o'-the-wisp. I don't know who shouted first, but panic quickly spread among the freshmen. Suddenly, a large patch of dark green flame appeared in the gray forest and swayed towards the camp. Seeing this, the freshmen were immediately frightened and retreated in unison until they retreated into the camp. Under the terrified gazes of the freshmen, the will-o'-the-wisp fires slowly arrived at the junction of the woods and the camp. With the faint light at dawn, everyone was finally able to see the true face of these ghost lights, but the truth made them feel even more terrified. Thousands of skeleton soldiers surrounded the entire camp like an army of the dead. The rustling sounds were caused by the bones of these skeleton soldiers rubbing against each other, and those ghostly green will-o'-the-wisp fires were the soul flames burning in the eyes of the skeleton soldiers. Most races have an instinctive fear of undead creatures. Therefore, after seeing such a large number of skeleton soldiers, most of the freshmen instantly lost their will to fight and almost surrendered. Although these fierce skeleton soldiers looked very intimidating, they stopped at the outskirts of the camp and showed no signs of moving forward. Seeing the sudden appearance of these skeleton armies, Lu Chanqian and Lin Wanner immediately recognized that they were Yi Hui's summons, and they both smiled with joy at the same time. Just as Jui said, Si Chainan has arrived. I saw these skeleton soldiers suddenly retreat to both sides, and a long road appeared in the white sea of skeletons. Surrounded by thousands of skeleton soldiers, Si Chainan walked out from the depths of the woods alone. The baiyi in his hand flashed with a sharp cold light, as if it would turn into a murderous weapon in the next second. Of course, Si Chainan's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. After learning that Danting had taken Lu Chanqian and others hostage, Si Chainan and Yi Hui rushed to the meeting place requested by Danting without stopping. At this time, Si Chainan was filled with anger. He could tolerate others targeting him, but he absolutely could not tolerate others using his friends to threaten him. When Si Chainan walked into the camp alone, all the freshmen were silent as a mouse, and no one dared to attack him. Although these freshmen knew that Si Chainan in front of them was a human, the oppressive feeling he brought was no less than that of the undead army that followed him. As soon as he entered the camp, Si Chainan discovered Lu Chanqian and others who were imprisoned in the center of the camp. Except for Jui, who was injured, everyone else seemed to be in good condition. Si Chainan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Si Chainan nodded slightly towards Lu Chanqian, indicating that everything was fine. The latter also nodded slightly upon seeing this. After confirming that Lu Chanqian and the others were temporarily fine, Si Chainan's gaze returned to the trembling freshman. Where is Dante? Get her out. Chapter 73, The Wolf Cub Stage. Where is Dante? Get her out. An angry question echoed throughout the entire camp, and all the freshmen from the affiliated forces turned pale with fear. At this time, the only tent in the camp opened its curtain, and Danting, dressed in black armor, walked out from inside. Are you so eager to die? Si Chainan pointed his sword at Danting and gave orders in a cold and angry tone. Now that I'm here, let them go quickly, or you'll regret it. Faced with Si Chainan's threats, Danting acted indifferent as usual. There's no rush to release them. Let me test your abilities first. Of course, if you kneel down and surrender to me now, I might consider releasing them. It's your choice. Danting's arrogant remarks did not surprise Si Chainan at all. He had not expected to be able to rescue Lu Chanxian and the others easily. Did you plan this hostage-taking to threaten me alone, or did your president, Chen Yujia, instruct you to do this? Is there any difference between what you said? Whether it's the conflict between the Tong Gang Association and the Night Banquet, or our personal grudges, a fight between you and me is inevitable. Si Chainan's expression darkened slightly, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. That's true, but you shouldn't resort to such despicable means as taking hostages. Upon hearing this, Danting immediately sneered. Obviously she did not agree with Si Chainan's point of view. To the powerful, everyone is a tool to achieve their goals. I thought you black dragons were just idiots who worshipped power to the extreme, but I didn't expect you to resort to such despicable means to achieve your goals. When Danting heard Si Chainan insulting the black dragon lineage, he immediately lost his composure, and his pitch-black pupils instantly turned into golden vertical pupils. How dare a mere human criticize us dragons? You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Danting drew out his weapon, the giant sword, and then rushed to Si Chainan in one step. Si Chainan didn't expect that he would step on a landmine so accurately. Just one sentence completely angered this self-righteous dragon. It can be seen that the status of the dragon clan, especially the black dragon lineage, in her heart has reached a point that cannot be desecrated. Danting was incredibly fast. He arrived before the sound and rushed in front of Si Chainan in almost the blink of an eye. The angry dragon swung his sword at Si Chainan without hesitation, and the latter could only hastily raise his sword to block. Bang! Accompanied by the crisp sound of metal colliding, Si Chainan, who was hit by the huge impact, flew backwards on the spot and rolled several times on the ground before stopping. Danting's attack directly knocked Si Chainan out of the camp and fell into the sea of white skeletons. At this moment, Si Chainan felt as if he had been in a car accident. All the bones in his body were about to fall apart, and the knuckles of his hands were painful. Si Chainan can basically conclude that Dante's strength attribute is S level. In addition, his weapon is a heavy giant sword, which makes Dante's random attack have quite amazing power. Therefore, it is not a wise choice to fight this dragon head-on. Looking at Si Chainan's embarrassed look, Danting did not continue to pursue him, because in her opinion, Si Chainan's strength was just so-so, and defeating him would be a piece of cake. Is this your strength? Otherwise, let these little skeletons attack you together. Maybe you can live a little longer this way. No need to. I just let you sneak attack me by accident. Your tail is almost up in the air. Really? I didn't expect you to be so incompetent, but you're quite good at making excuses. It's a pity that your girlfriend Xinglong isn't here, otherwise I'd let this loser like her watch you get beaten into a cripple with her own eyes. After saying that, Danting once again prepared to attack, but this time Si Chainan was already on guard. Blood curse, ghostly shadow. While Danting had not yet made a move, Si Chainan immediately summoned his clone to interfere. The two clones simultaneously released the blood curse red scythe, and the blood red sickle blade split into the left and right sides and rushed towards Danting. Facing attacks from both sides at the same time, Dante did not panic at all. She raised her heavy sword and swung it vigorously, actually directly shattering all the blood red sickle blades. Dante was about to mock this ineffective attack, but he didn't know that it was just a feint. Blood curse evil chain. Si Chainan and his two clones released skills to control Danting. Dozens of blood red chains shot towards Danting from all directions. Since Dante had just defeated the feint attack from her clone and all her strength was exhausted, she had no time to dodge. Dozens of blood red hairs almost instantly wrapped around her limbs and body, trapping her in place and unable to move. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Si Chainan did not expect that his skills could completely control Dante, so he decisively attacked Dante before he could break free from his control. The pure white sword energy was like a horizontal waterfall, instantly engulfing the motionless Dante. Almost at the same time when the sword energy hit Dante, dozens of blood red chains broke. It was obvious that Dante had successfully broken free from control, but it was too late. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the position where Dante stood before being engulfed by the sword energy, and Si Chainan was no exception. Just like that, under the gaze of everyone, the sword energy that erupted instantly gradually disappeared, and soon, Danting's figure reappeared in front of everyone. Danting was still standing there, like a statue that would not fall, but most of her black armor was shattered, and there were wounds of varying depths on her cheeks and body. These wounds were caused by the sword attack just now. Seeing this scene, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel no joy at all, but instead felt a slight sinking in his heart. Although this attack was not the strongest he could unleash, its power was not to be underestimated. However, he still failed to defeat Danting. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. You learned this move from your Qinglong girlfriend, right? Her moves are as weak as she is. Hearing Danting insulting Qingling one after another, Si Chenan felt his anger rising. Just fight, why all the nonsense? You say you look down on this and that, but in the end you still get beaten up like this? Facing Si Chenan's curse, the self-righteous Danting sneered again, and the next second, wisps of black air gradually emerged from her body. You don't think that for us black dragons, this level of injury can be considered as an injury, do you? Under the influence of these black air, the wounds on Dante's body began to heal, and the healing speed was no less than real healing skills. Dante tore off the broken black armor on his body without hesitation. Then, the black air condensed into shiny dark dragon scales on the surface of his body, completely outlining Dante's slender and graceful body curves. This almost perfect slender figure made all the boys present couldn't help but take a few more glances, but the powerful strength hidden under this beautiful body still made people dare not feel offended. Seeing Danting in this state, Si Chenan didn't dare to attack again rashly. After the previous confrontation, Si Chenan has determined that ordinary attacks cannot really hurt this dragon. Perhaps only an attack strengthened by the blood limit breaking can have a chance to defeat Danting, but there is only one chance. Seeing that Si Chenan was slow to attack, Danting completely lost her patience. She picked up the heavy sword with one hand, and at the same time, the magic power in her body began to work. Since you don't dare to take action, then it's my turn. Let me show you the true power of the Dragon Clan. As Dante spoke, he raised the giant sword above his head with one hand. Deadly flames. A ball of pitch-black flame spewed out of Dante's mouth, like the legendary dragon's breath. This ball of dark flames quickly enveloped the giant sword in Danting's hand, and at the same time emitted an astonishingly high temperature, so that Si Chenan, who was standing far away, could see signs of distortion in the air around the giant sword. Chapter 74, Could this fire be fake? As the giant sword fell, the blazing black flames immediately gathered into a thick pillar of fire, gushing towards Si Chenan. Black flames roared past, and the grass along the way was instantly burned to scorched earth. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Faced with the raging flames, Si Chenan immediately released his skills to resist. Boom! The white sword energy and the black flame collided head-on, instantly causing a violent explosion. A large number of the surrounding skeleton soldiers were blown away on the spot, and some were even burned to dust by the terrifyingly high black flame. In terms of power, the black flame is superior to the white sword energy. The confrontation between the two only lasted for a few seconds. Soon, the white sword energy showed signs of burning, and the burning speed continued to rise. Almost in the blink of an eye, the white sword energy was burned out, and the black flames, without any obstruction, quickly rushed towards Si Chenan. The two clones stepped forward at the same time, ready to use their bodies to block the attack of the black flames. However, the clones were burned into nothingness the moment they came into contact with the black flames, and their disappearance speed was even more exaggerated than the previous sword energy. Seeing this scene, Si Chenan couldn't help but feel very surprised, but he didn't have much time to sigh, as the black flames spread in front of him. The black flames were like a long hungry beast, instantly devouring Si Chenan. Seeing Si Chenan's figure being completely engulfed by the terrifying black flames, Lu Chanxian and Lin Wanner who were in the cage were suddenly frightened and turned pale, while Danting, the instigator, showed a smug sneer. At the same time, Si Chenan thought he was doomed the moment he was engulfed by the black flames. However, the pain of burning was not as severe as he had imagined. Instead, it was like soaking in a bathtub with slightly higher water temperature. Although the black flames did not cause any substantial damage to his body, Si Chenan found that the magic power in his body was rapidly disappearing. This discovery instantly made Si Chenan understand the nature of this black flame. It was a flame that specifically burned magic power, but caused minimal damage to the flesh. Since there is magic power in the bodies of animals and plants in this world, when encountering this black flame, the magic power in the target's body will be quickly burned out. Without the support of magic power, the target's form will completely collapse, creating the illusion that the target was burned to death by the high temperature of the flame. For the life in this world, this kind of flame that specifically burns magic power is a very terrifying existence. However, this kind of flame becomes a complete joke in front of Si Chenan. After all, Si Chenan has the external ability of infinite magic power. No matter how much magic power the black flame burns, it is just a drop in the bucket. When he realized that the black flames could not pose a threat to him, Si Chenan almost laughed out loud. In full view of everyone, Si Chenan walked out of the black flames with a swagger, and then extinguished the remaining flames on his body. The whole operation shocked everyone present, especially Danting, who believed that Si Chainan was dead a second ago. As the one who used the skill, Danting knew very well that the essence of the black flame was to burn magic power. That was why when she saw Si Chainan was unharmed, she was more shocked than anyone else present. Seeing Danting's stunned expression, Si Chainan couldn't help but smile slightly, his eyes full of sarcasm. Is your fire fake? Why is it so hot? It's not even hot enough for a barbecue. Impossible. What did you do? Even though the facts were right in front of him, Danting still couldn't believe that Si Chainan could survive the burning of the deadly black flames. Faced with Danting, who became a little hysterical because he could not accept the facts, Si Chainan shrugged with an indifferent look. You were the one who attacked me, and I was the one who was attacked. Yet you ask me what I did? Si Chainan deliberately did not answer this question directly. He did not intend to reveal his trump card of possessing infinite magic power. Seeing that Si Chainan was not going to answer truthfully, Danting became even more furious. Don't think that just because the deadly black flames don't work on you, you're all set. I have plenty of ways to kill you. Tisk, is there something wrong with your brain, woman? You think about killing people all day long. This is a school, not a slaughterhouse. Shut up and die. A pair of black membrane wings suddenly opened behind Dante. She jumped up and quickly flew above Si Chainan's head. Then she raised her heavy sword and chopped it down with force. At this moment, Danting was blinded by anger, and all her movements were full of flaws, so that Si Chainan easily saw through her intention of attack. Si Chainan, who had been prepared, dodged decisively in advance and successfully avoided Danting's attack. The heavy sword directly smashed a big hole in the ground. Blood curse evil chain. At the same time as he successfully dodged, Si Chainan launched a counterattack without hesitation. A blood-red chain hit Danting's wrist directly, instantly knocking Danting's weapon, the giant sword, out of her hand. Blood curse, fierce chain is a skill that combines attack and control, and its attack power should not be underestimated. Danting was startled when the weapon slipped out of her hand, and her mind, which was overwhelmed by anger, regained a bit of rationality. She realized that her anger had seriously affected her fighting rhythm, which was why she exposed such an obvious flaw. Dante wanted to pick up her weapon as soon as possible, but just as she was about to move, she found that her right foot was entangled by something. Looking back, Dante saw dozens of blood-red chains wrapped around his right foot. At the same time, Si Chainan raised his hand and waved it, and the blood-red chains tightened rapidly. Then he threw the unsuspecting Danting out like a fishing rod, and finally he fell heavily to the ground, dying on the spot. Si Chainan had no intention of showing any mercy to someone who used his friends as a threat. Seeing that the Dragon Clan who likes to give orders was beaten so embarrassed by Si Chainan, some of the freshmen of the subordinate forces couldn't help but laugh. You. Danting was enraged again. She stood up and prepared to fight back immediately, but Si Chainan's pursuit had already arrived. Dragon's mighty blessing. At this time, Si Chainan had already rushed in front of Danting. With the blessing of the dragon's might, even Danting, who was a dragon, felt a moment of shock. Si Chainan raised his sword without hesitation and stabbed Danting. The sharp sword instantly sparked sparks on the hard surface of the dragon scales. Just as Bai Yi was about to penetrate the dragon scales, Danting got rid of the shock effect at this moment. Roll! With an angry shout, Danting kicked Si Chainan directly in the abdomen, knocking him back several meters on the spot, and his pursuit failed. Danting's kick contained almost all the strength of his body, and it made Si Chainan feel that his internal organs were almost dislocated. The pain was so severe that Si Chainan had to suspend his attack and use healing skills to recover. Although Dante has become full of flaws due to being controlled by anger, his own strength is still there, and he is likely to suffer losses if he is not careful. How dare a mere human imitate the might of a dragon? Today I will show you what true dragon might is. As soon as he finished speaking, Dante crossed his hands in front of his chest, and then black energy emerged from his body again. Unlike the black gas that appeared in wisps before, this time the black gas gushed out of Danting's body in large quantities like a spring. Wrapped in the black air, Dante quickly rose into the air, like a god descending to the earth, overlooking the mortal world. At the same time, the black air quickly spread around with Dante as the center, and soon the black air vaguely gathered into a giant black dragon. As the shape of the black dragon became more and more obvious, its huge shadow completely covered the entire camp. Everyone felt a terrifying pressure so powerful that it was almost impossible to breathe smoothly. Even Si Chainan, who was blessed with an undefeated will, was no exception. Just like that, as everyone looked up at him, Dante stood alone on the black dragon head like a judge ready to bring punishment, while casting angry glances at his enemies. Chapter 75. Don't test my bottom line. The black dragon is alive, and its might is overwhelming. This scene was exactly the same as what he had seen at the opening ceremony, except that this time the person involved was Changuan himself. Looking at the black dragon that was nearly 10 stories high, although Changuan knew that the black dragon in front of him was just a shadow and not a real entity, the dragon power it exuded was indeed real. Qingling in the dragon's fury state will also release powerful dragon power, but compared with Danting's dragon power, the two dragon powers have completely different feelings. Changling's dragon might is purer. It is a kind of majesty that comes from a superior without anger, which makes people feel awe. However, Danting's dragon might is more aggressive. Her dragon might contains a strong murderous intent and reveals a bloodthirsty madness. It is not so much awe-inspiring as it is to arouse fear deep in the instinct. At this moment, under the pressure from the black dragon, almost everyone present was filled with fear. They looked up at Danting on the dragon's head with pale faces, and their whole bodies were shaking uncontrollably. With the blessing of his undefeated will, Changuan was the only one in the audience who could still maintain his composure. Danting looked down at Changuan, who was as small as an ant. Seeing that there was not much fear on the latter's face, the proud Longju couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Danting, who was born into the Black Dragon family, has never regarded her peers as her opponents, and no peers have the strength to be her opponents. If it were not for her father, the Black Dragon King, who wanted to strengthen the relationship with humans, Danting would never have come to the human school. However, she did not expect that she would meet her first peer opponent here. Due to the inherent arrogance of the Black Dragon lineage, coupled with Danting's own personality, Danting has always looked down on humans who are weak and can only rely on contracts to gain power, but this young man named Changuan broke her long-held view. Although the Dragon Clan has always respected the strong, Dante's strong character destined her to be unable to tolerate the existence of an opponent of the same age, especially when the opponent is a human being whom she looks down upon. At the opening ceremony, Danting fought with all his might and even attempted to kill his opponent. All of this was to establish an image in the hearts of many students that could not be offended. But now all of this has been destroyed by a human named Changuan. Thinking of this, Danting has decided to end this nightmare no matter what. Even if she cannot kill Changuan, she must completely destroy this opponent who may threaten or even surpass her in the future. As for the relationship between the Black Dragon lineage and even the entire Dragon Clan and humans, Dante doesn't care at all. At this moment, Dante's eyes gradually showed an increasingly strong murderous intent. At the same time, the black dragon under his feet also began to become restless, eager to devour the enemy in front of him. Dante slowly raised his left hand, and the next second, countless black air emerged from the black dragon under his feet. These black air quickly gathered in Dante's palm, forming a black hole the size of a palm. The black hole was absorbing the black gas crazily, and even the light around it showed signs of being sucked away. Although the black hole absorbed a large amount of black gas in a short period of time, its size did not change at all, but everyone could clearly feel the terrible energy contained in this black hole. In just a few seconds, the 10-story tall black dragon was completely absorbed into the black hole by Danting. Seeing that Danting was finally going to reveal his last trump card, Changuan was also ready to fight back with his own trump card. Changuan took a deep breath silently, and the next second, bright blood mist burst out from his body. The sudden surge of magic power caused the tip of Baiye's sword to tremble slightly, which meant that the magic power accumulated in this weapon was about to reach its limit, and it also meant that this was the strongest attack that Changuan could release now. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Changuan raised his sword and swung it. The red and white interwoven majestic sword energy instantly turned into a sword energy waterfall flying upwards, heading straight towards Danting on the dragon head. Faced with such sharp and powerful sword energy, Danting was not moved at all, because her attack was also ready. Dark Dragon Might, Judgment. With a light shot from Danting, dark energy gushed out from the black hole, transforming into the shadow of a black dragon with wings spread, flying towards the sword energy waterfall flowing upstream. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded throughout the sky, forcing everyone watching the battle to cover their ears. The next second, black and white light rain poured down, scaring everyone on the ground to flee and hide. Lu Chanqian and others quickly broke free from the cage and escaped. In an instant, the entire camp turned into a sea of fire. As the two opposing sides, Changuan and Dante were still confronting each other, continuously outputting more magic power. Soon, this confrontation turned into a war of attrition of magic power, and Changuan never worried about the problem of insufficient magic power. Not long after, Danting also discovered a clue. She realized that Si Chenan's magic power seemed to be endless. Throughout the entire confrontation, this human did not show any signs of fatigue. In contrast, Danting herself was already showing signs of insufficient magic power. Originally, Danting planned to use all his strength to defeat Si Chenan, but he didn't expect that the other party actually had a trump card that was equally as good as his, and his magic power reserves were astonishingly large. When everyone who had escaped to a safe distance looked back again, Danting was the first to show signs of decline. The light of the Black Dragon's phantom quickly dimmed, while Si Chenan's sword energy was still as powerful as before. Soon, the stalemate was completely broken. Dante, who was already at the end of his strength, used up his last bit of magic power, and the Black Dragon phantom he released also completely disintegrated. The sharp sword energy instantly hit Dante. The next second, Dante fell straight down from the air and finally hit the ground heavily. At this time, Dante fell into the pit like a stray dog, and the dragon scales on his body began to dissipate rapidly due to the loss of magic power. When Si Chenan approached, Dante also crawled up from the ground. She was covered in dust and had an extremely terrifying expression on her face. She stared at Si Chenan in front of her like a beast ready to devour people. "You lose." Such a casual remark instantly ignited Dante's anger. This self-righteous dragon was unwilling to accept the fact that he was no match for a human. Danting quickly stood up and wanted to continue attacking Si Chenan, but was kicked back by Si Chenan. Danting in his prime was no match for Si Chenan, let alone in his current state. The only remaining sanity made Danting realize that she was no match for Si Chenan now. However, her extremely unyielding character gradually led her to develop a terrible idea. Danting noticed that the giant sword that had fallen from his hand was right next to him. What was more important was that Lu Chanqian and the others were standing not far away. In this way, a crazy and terrible idea quickly emerged, and Dante, who had almost lost his mind, planned to put this idea into action. Dante used up all his remaining strength and quickly took the giant sword beside him. Seeing this, Si Chenan thought that Dante was going to fight to the death, but he found that Dante had no intention of attacking him at all. Instead, he stared at Lu Chanqian, who was standing not far away with a terrifying look. Si Chenan instantly understood what Dante wanted to do. Si Chenan was already extremely angry about Danting's behavior of taking Lu Chanqian hostage. Now seeing that Danting still wanted to hurt Lu Chanqian, this behavior was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Court death. With an angry roar, Si Chenan rushed forward in one step, then decisively swung his sword to cut off Danting's right hand as he was about to pick up a weapon. The latter let out a shrill scream on the spot. The furious Si Chenan did not stop there, but kicked the screaming Danting to the ground, then stepped on her chest and at the same time pressed the sharp bai directly against the dragon's throat. "Don't think I dare not kill you. Don't try to test my bottom line." Chapter 76, Unexpected Verdict. As the bell rang, the morning classes officially ended. For a moment, the corridors of the teaching building were crowded with students leaving get out of class. Having temporarily escaped the burden of their studies, everyone was chatting and laughing about all kinds of interesting things. The scene was noisy but joyful, and it looked exactly the same as usual until Si Chenan appeared. As soon as Si Chenan walked out of the classroom, the classmates around him cast their eyes on him at the same time. The emotions contained in these eyes included envy, fear, admiration, but the most common emotion was awe. Si Chenan's appearance instantly quieted the noisy corridor. The original lively conversations turned into whispers, and some students even took the initiative to make way for Si Chenan. These behaviors of his classmates made Si Chenan feel helpless and speechless, but he also knew that all of this was caused by the Wolf Cup trial that ended yesterday. To be precise, it was because he cut off Danting's right arm with a sword during the competition. Although swords are silent, casualties are inevitable in such combat-based competitions, but the school rules clearly state that intentionally injuring opponents who have no power to resist is prohibited during the competition. In yesterday's battle, although Si Chenan cut off Danting's right arm in anger because he realized in advance that Danting wanted to fight to the death, preventing him from hurting Lu Chanqian, from the perspective of bystanders, Si Chenan was deliberately killing his opponent who had lost his fighting ability. It can be said that apart from the two parties involved, Si Chenan and Danting, no one knows the truth of this series of events. If Danting insists before the verdict that Si Chenan deliberately hurt himself, then Si Chenan is very likely to be found guilty. Because of this, the school stopped the entire competition early yesterday and temporarily postponed the award ceremony indefinitely, making this Wolf Cup trial a farce with no beginning or end. Now, the only thing Si Chenan can do is wait for the verdict. Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, Si Chainan, who also had a complicated expression, just wanted to get rid of these gazes as soon as possible. Soon, Si Chainan arrived at the exit of the teaching building. However, when he was about to leave, he found Zi Yinran waiting at the exit with a smile on her face. Students of different grades attend classes in different teaching buildings. Obviously, Zi Yinran's appearance here is not a coincidence. Zi Yinran walked briskly to Si Chainan, who was a little dazed, and then, ignoring the gazes from the people around her, reached out and held Si Chainan's wrist. Please spend some time with senior sister at noon today. After taking Si Chainan away in public, Zi Yinran led Si Chainan to a private restaurant on campus. Although the consumption level of private restaurants is higher, the dining environment is not comparable to that of the cafeteria. Zi Yinran handed the menu to Si Chainan the moment she took it. You can order whatever you want. Senior is treating us today. Seeing the menu handed over, Si Chainan, who had been absent-minded the whole way, finally came to his senses. Senior, you are so happy. Is today a special day? Of course I'm happy. Thanks to you and Yi Hui's outstanding performance in the Wolf Cub trial, the Night Banquet has received more than a dozen applications for membership from yesterday until now. Even some second-year students are asking me about joining and transferring. Si Chainan was already troubled by the Wolf Cub trial, and now seeing Zi Yinran bringing up things that were irrelevant to the topic, Si Chainan felt mixed emotions, and in the end he could only force a bitter smile. If it's a celebration banquet, then why aren't the other people from the Night Banquet here? At least Yi Hui should be invited, right? Hearing this, Zi Yinran smiled lightly, as if she had already expected Si Chainan to have such doubts. Today is not a celebration party, and I have something I want to talk to you about. Looking at Zi Yinran with a smile in her eyes, Si Chainan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. What is it? I see you look listless today. Is it because of what happened yesterday? Si Chainan nodded slightly, showing no intention of hiding anything. So, are you regretting what you did to Danteing? No, I don't regret it. As long as she wants to hurt my friends, I can't let it go. I'm just worried that my actions will affect the reputation of the Night Banquet. After learning the reason why Si Chainan was absent-minded, Zi Yinran suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at Si Chainan sitting opposite her with surprise. Hey, so you're worried about the night party? I'm so touched to hear you say that. Faced with Zi Yinran's sigh, Si Chainan was not happy at all. Instead, he was a little puzzled by Zi Yinran's performance today. Although Si Chainan knew that Zi Yinran liked to joke and tease him, the current situation did not seem to be a good time for jokes, but Zi Yinran still acted as if she didn't care. Senior, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Perhaps she heard dissatisfaction in Si Chainan's tone. Zi Yinran gradually restrained her smile and her expression became serious. Actually, the ruling was announced this morning and will be officially announced to the public this evening. Hearing this, Si Chainan's heart suddenly tightened, especially after seeing the solemn expression on Zi Yinran's face. A bad premonition suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. What was the verdict? Zi Yinran showed a hesitant expression, and then her eyes kept dodging, not daring to look directly into Si Chainan's eyes. Are you sure you want to hear the result now? Seeing Zi Yinran's reaction, Si Chainan's ominous premonition instantly reached its peak. As the saying goes, the sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. Si Chainan has made up his mind to accept this fact. Well, I want to know now. Just as Si Chainan was waiting for Zi Yinran to announce the verdict with a heavy heart, the latter suddenly chuckled, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere that was almost frozen. As expected, every time I see you, my junior, being so serious even though you've been tricked and still have no idea, I find it inexplicably funny and cute. Ah? The sudden change of attitude made Si Chainan feel confused. He looked at Zi Yinran, who was covering her mouth and laughing with a blank face. The verdict has indeed come out, but you're fine. Hearing this, Si Chainan couldn't help but take a breath. The tribunal didn't find me guilty of intentional injury? Zi Yinran smiled and shook her head. No, but logically speaking, your guilt is established. However, someone testified for you, which led the tribunal to deny your guilt. I bet you'd never guess who that witness was. Who? Si Chainan decisively gave up thinking and went straight to Zi Yinran for the answer. Dante admitted that she wanted to harm Lu Chanxian and the others, and you only tried to stop her when you had no other choice. Upon learning that it was Danting who confessed voluntarily to clear his name, Si Chainan's heart was instantly in turmoil. He even suspected that Zi Yinran was joking. Danting, why did she do this? In response to this question, Zi Yinran immediately shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. I don't know about that. Perhaps because the Dragon Clan admires the strong, she became fascinated by you after being defeated by you, so she chose to confess her crime to clear you of the charges that should not have existed. After all, with your charm, this possibility is still possible. Faced with Zi Yanran's teasing, Si Chainan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Let's stop joking. Now that his charges were cleared, Si Chainan naturally felt much more relaxed. As for why Danting did this, he would only know the answer the next time he saw Danting. Besides this incident, there is another thing that surprised me. What's going on? According to multiple sources, Danting voluntarily withdrew from the Tong Gang society after yesterday's Wolf Cub trial. No matter how Chen Yujia tried to dissuade him, it was useless. Now, with the failure of the Wolf Cub trial and Danting's voluntary withdrawal, Chen Yujia is probably going crazy. Chapter 77 Group Extracurricular Activities. Hejian Plain, one of the E-level areas adjacent to Wangjiang City, is also one of the most valued teaching places by various institutions in Wangjiang City. Unlike other wild areas, the River Plains has been specially designated by the Adventurers Guild as a special teaching area. Under normal circumstances, only teachers and students from various institutions can enter the River Plains. As for other adventurers who want to set foot in this area, they must apply to the Adventurers Guild in advance. Although each school has established a training ground on campus, artificially cultivated monsters can never completely replace real monsters, especially combat awareness, which can only be honed to the maximum extent when facing real danger in battle. For this reason, Tianwang Provincial University organizes a special group extracurricular activity every month, allowing students to go to the wild area for exercise. In addition to Tianwang Provincial University, other universities in Wangjiang City do the same. Including Tianwang Provincial University, there are a total of 16 universities in Wangjiang City. Except for the Tianwang Provincial University, which is far ahead of the others, the teaching levels of the remaining 15 universities are uneven, but these universities also attach great importance to students' practical ability. Over time, the various schools that traveled to and from the Hejian Plains over the years jointly established a large camp in this wild area to provide a place to rest for the students who came here to train. Today is the day for the first-year students of Tianwang Provincial Academy to conduct group extracurricular activities. Since this special teaching area is not limited to the Hejian Plain, and there are a large number of first-year students, in order to facilitate management, the freshmen have to draw lots to be divided into groups. Si Chainan and Lu Chanxian were assigned to the Hejian Plain, while Lin Wanner and Yi Hui were assigned to other places. The so-called extracurricular group activities are not relaxing and enjoyable outings. Each student needs to kill a specified number of monsters within 3 days, and the more monsters killed, the better. The results of extracurricular group activities every month will become one of the evaluation criteria for the final examination. As the only highest institution of learning in Tianwang Province, Tianwang Provincial Academy has extremely high requirements for the performance of extracurricular group activities. The average number of kills per student is often more than twice that of other institutions. Therefore, at least 1/3 of the students who fail the final examination every year will be eliminated. Of course, this number is nothing to Si Chainan. Since the monsters in the E-level area are all around level 10, Si Chainan only brought Liliwei with him this time, with the idea that there is no point in killing with a butcher knife, while Qingling and she stayed in school. Because this extracurricular activity allowed team formation, Si Chainan naturally formed a team with Lu Chanxian. Taking advantage of this meeting, Si Chainan informed Lu Chanxian of the verdict in Danting's voluntary confession. Lu Chanxian was extremely surprised and puzzled by Danting's behavior. Just as Zi Yanran said, the school officially announced the verdict last night. Si Chainan was found not guilty, but Danting, who was seen as the victim by the outside world, was convicted of intentional injury and was given a 3-month probationary period. This announcement only announced the result of the verdict and did not specify the process of the verdict. Therefore, many people were confused after seeing this announcement. Only a very few people, including Si Chainan, knew that this was the result of Danting's voluntary confession. Over the past few days, Si Chainan's mood had been fluctuating like a roller coaster, until the school issued an official announcement and everything was settled. Although Si Chainan had many doubts about Danting's behavior, he could only put the matter aside for the time being. The most important thing was to move forward. At this moment, Si Chainan was making final preparations for going out in the camp. In order to complete the kill quota as quickly as possible, many students have already left the camp. Since the grades for extracurricular activities are based only on the number of kills and not the levels of the monsters killed, many students rush to kill low-level monsters, resulting in a situation where there are too many people and too little resources. After all, the higher the level of the monster you face, the easier it is to get hurt. If you are not careful and get seriously injured by the monster, then your extracurricular activities results for this month will basically be ruined. Aside from Changuan, Yi Hui, and Danting, 3 gifted students who defy common sense, most of the freshmen at Tianwang Provincial Academy are around grade 9. Freshmen like Lu Chanxian and Lin Wanner, who are grade 10 at the start of the school year, are already considered the best among the freshmen. Now that Changuan and Lu Chanxian have formed a team, achieving good results in extracurricular activities can be said to be a piece of cake. Chanxian, are you okay? Well, wait a moment. Soon, Lu Chanxian, ready to go, walked out of her tent. At this time, there were fewer students in the camp, and the remaining students were undergoing the final inspection before departure. Let's go! Changuan and the other 2 were about to leave the camp, but as they reached the exit of the camp, they happened to run into a large group of people who looked like students. Changuan and the other 2 could only temporarily step aside and wait for these students to enter the camp. This group of students were wearing different uniforms from Changuan and his companions, and were obviously from other schools. Which school are these people from? Changuan knew very little about other institutions of higher learning in Wangjiang City, so he could only turn to Lu Chanxian for help. Lu Chanxian quickly glanced at the school uniforms and school badges on these students, and then showed a look of slight contempt. They are students of Lingchuan Academy. Not only is their teaching level quite average, but most of them are wicked and have caused a lot of trouble. Although Lu Chanxian deliberately lowered her voice to avoid letting the students of Lingchuan Academy hear these comments, Changuan could still hear the extreme disgust in Lu Chanxian's tone. At the same time, as Lu Chanxian said, many students from Lingchuan Academy cast disgusting glances at Lu Chanxian and Liliwei, and were whispering dirty words to each other. Seeing this, Changuan also responded with a contemptuous look. TSK, this kind of stuff is everywhere. Don't worry about them, let's go. With the cooperation of Changuan and Lu Chanxian, they completed half of the kills in just one day. The most important thing is that Changuan and the other 2 were extremely lucky to find a monster stronghold, where the monsters were all small monsters that were not even level 10. For other freshmen, if they want to clear out a monster stronghold, they have to consider their own strength, but for Changuan, the so-called monster stronghold is simply a gift delivered to his door. After looting the monster stronghold for supplies, seeing the sun was about to set, Changuan decided to return to the camp and complete his kill quota in one go tomorrow. Just as Changuan and his companions were preparing to return, they suddenly heard hurried footsteps and heavy breathing coming from the woods beside them. Changuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a dark elf running out of the woods in a hurry. After seeing Changuan and his companions, the latter immediately showed an expression as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Seeing the appearance of this dark elf, Changuan couldn't help but feel that he looked familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had seen this dark elf. You are Li Yi? Lu Chanxian on the side was the first to call out the other person's name, and Changuan suddenly realized. This dark elf named Li Yi is Zhou Yuanming's follower. Since Li Yi, as a follower, appears here, it means that Zhou Yuanming is most likely nearby. However, looking at the panicked expression of the dark elf, Changuan felt that something bad might have happened. Yes, it's you. At this time, Li Yi, who was approaching, also recognized Changuan and Lu Chanxian, and instantly showed a complex expression of surprise and hesitation. Why are you here? Where are Zhou Yuanming and the others? Faced with Lu Chanxian's inquiry, the dark elf's follower finally stopped hesitating and looked at Changuan and Lu Chanxian with pleading eyes. The contract master has been targeted by people from Lingchuan Academy. He asked me to return to the camp and call for help. Now he's dealing with them alone, and I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Please save him. Chapter 78. This is also part of the training. In the lush forest, a dark area that even light could not penetrate suddenly appeared. This was Zhou Yuanming's domain skill Dark Night Curtain. With the help of the effect of the domain, Zhou Yuanming hid in the darkness, and his opponent's 3 students from Lingchuan Academy were also trapped in the darkness where they could not see their hands in front of their faces. This kid is quite capable. He has mastered domain skills at level 9. No wonder he was able to get into the provincial academy. Tisk, no matter how capable you are, you're still hiding like a mouse and not daring to come out. You're right. The magic power consumption of domain skills is quite incredible. I want to see how long his level 9 magic power can last. Three voices were talking without any reservations in the darkness. It was obvious that they were planning to completely drain Zhou Yuanming's magic power alive, and then the entire domain would be lifted by itself. Zhou Yuanming had no way to deal with such blatant behavior. These three students from Lingchuan Academy are all at level 13, while Zhou Yuanming himself is at level 9. The gap in strength between the two sides is huge. Although Zhou Yuanming's skills and abilities are all oriented towards assassins and he is good at causing explosive damage in a short period of time, the enemy's strength and level are too high. Even if he managed to sneak attack one of them with the help of the cover of the field, due to the difference in strength between the two sides, Zhou Yuanming would not be able to kill the other party with one blow, and there would be a risk of being exposed. Even if we take a step back, Zhou Yuanming is now only thinking about delaying the opponent as much as possible. There is no need to launch a sneak attack or other actions. This is completely unnecessary and will only waste the already scarce magic power. The only thing Zhou Yuanming could do at this moment was to pray that Li Yi would call for support as soon as possible, otherwise he would only die if he continued to drag on like this. The three students from Lingchuan Academy seemed to understand what Zhou Yuanming meant, and realized that Zhou Yuanming just wanted to buy time and wait for rescue, so they started to mock him again. "Kid, you don't think you'll be saved once help arrives, do you? Even if more freshmen come, they'll just be a mob. I suppose this is your first time participating in a so-called extracurricular activity, right? Let me kindly tell you, don't expect to complain to the teacher about this sort of thing. No teacher in any institution would bother with such matters. The law of the jungle is part of training, so you'd better give up on that idea. Although we can't defeat the second-year students from your provincial academy, we are more than capable of dealing with you first-year students. You'd better hand over all the goodies you have, or you won't suffer in vain." Faced with these words, Zhou Yuanming still chose to remain silent. Seeing that Zhou Yuanming did not respond, the three students from Lingchuan Academy suddenly became impatient. "Hey, are you done with the fun? Let's take care of this guy first, and then wait for those foolish guys who came to rescue us to come to us on their own." "Well, I'm also getting impatient. Leave it to me." Ringing rock. Boom. Accompanied by a dull loud noise, the ground within dozens of meters around suddenly shook violently, like a dragon turning over. At the same time, violent earth element magic gushed out from deep underground, and the trees within the affected area quickly fell down in an instant. Zhou Yuanming didn't expect that the opponent could actually release such a powerful area skill. He was caught off guard and was immediately hit by the violent earth element magic. Zhou Yuanming was already carefully manipulating the curtain of darkness, trying to keep the consumption of magic power to the lowest possible level. Now suddenly under attack, the balance Zhou Yuanming had barely maintained was completely broken in an instant, and his entire field skills began to collapse. As the veil of darkness dissipated, light once again shone into the once dark space. Zhou Yuanming immediately realized that something was wrong and the situation was irreversible, so he decisively planned to escape before his position was exposed. Zhou Yuanming didn't know that his thoughts had already been guessed by the other party. "Call out." Just as Zhou Yuanming was about to turn around and run away, an arrow followed and hit him directly in the thigh. The severe pain in his thigh immediately made Zhou Yuanming fall to the ground with a thud, causing the three Lingchuan Academy students to laugh. "We were just bored in playing with you to kill time. You didn't really think you could escape from under our noses, did you? Your most foolish action was to let your followers go find help while you chose to stay behind and buy time. That's right, it would be great if you could let your followers stay. We haven't tasted the flavor of dark elves yet." Zhou Yuanming glared at the three people in front of him angrily, while the dagger in his hand was rapidly gathering magic power. Now escape is no longer an option, and Zhou Yuanming cannot surrender to these people. Therefore, he plans to teach them a lesson and let them know that even a cornered rabbit will bite. Taking advantage of the opportunity when these three people were mocking him, Zhou Yuanming quickly threw the dagger filled with magic power at one of them. The student from Lingchuan Academy was immediately frightened. It was impossible for him to dodge such a close-range attack, so he could only subconsciously dodge to the side. As a result, the dagger still pierced his shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. Zhou Yuanming's behavior completely angered the three people. They immediately stepped forward and prepared to give this ungrateful guy a good beating. Seeing the other party getting closer and closer, Zhou Yuanming immediately showed an extremely ferocious expression, and at the same time, he tightly grasped the only remaining dagger, ready to fight the other party to the death. "Damn it, you little brat, you're not going to take my toast and drink the wine, right? I'm going to beat you until you call me grandpa today." One of them was about to kick Zhou Yuanming down when suddenly an unusual noise was heard around him. Before the three could react, dozens of cracks suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Then, dozens of blood-red chains burst out from the cracks and instantly entangled the three students from Lingchuan Academy. The sudden change frightened the three of them. When they tried to break free, they were shocked to find that the chains were quite strong and they could not break free for a while. Don't waste your time. You three grandchildren can't break free with your strength. Why don't you just call me Grandpa? If I'm happy, I might let you go. Si Chainan appeared in front of everyone with a half-smile on his face, followed by Liliwei, Lu Chanxian, and Li Yi. Seeing Si Chainan suddenly appear, Zhou Yuanming also showed a look of surprise. Si Chainan ignored Zhou Yuanming for the time being, but looked at the three students from Lingchuan Academy with interest. Hey, I'm telling you to stop meddling in other people's business. Our relatives and companions are nearby. If you don't let us go, we'll make sure you don't let go. Si Chainan knew that these words were not meant to scare people. The spiritual connection between the contractor and the dependents could indeed let them know each other's location, but do you think you can survive until help arrives? As Si Chainan spoke, he manipulated the chains to increase the force of the wrapping, especially around the neck. Feeling the increasingly obvious sense of squeeze, the three people who had been threatening a second ago suddenly panicked and realized that the young man in front of them was not joking. Stop. We were wrong. Please let us go. Hearing these pleas for mercy that were squeezed out with great difficulty, Si Chainan couldn't help but sneer. Of course I can let you go, but what did I say just now? Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately rushed to recognize their ancestor as if they had seen a life-saving straw. Grandpa, please let us go. Grandpa, please. Oh, get out of here. Si Chainan raised his hand and waved it, dozens of chains moved, directly throwing the three people out like stones, and finally they fell heavily dozens of meters away. As for the life and death of the three people, Si Chainan didn't care at all. After driving away the three grandsons, Si Chainan looked at Zhou Yuanming. Facing this former enemy, Si Chainan smiled slightly. Hey, long time no see. Chapter 79, Getting into Trouble? The thing I fear least is trouble. When Si Chainan and his group returned to the camp, the moon was already high in the sky. After a tiring day, many students have gone to bed early. Compared to the noisy daytime, the camp has become much quieter. Si Chainan, thank you this time. The moment they entered the camp, Zhou Yuanming, who had been silent almost all the way, finally spoke and thanked Si Chainan in a very sincere tone. Zhou Yuanming must have had complicated feelings as he was rescued by his former rival when he was in danger. Hearing Zhou Yuanming's thanks, Si Chainan just smiled and said jokingly, I thought you had become mute after not seeing you for more than a month. Faced with such teasing, Zhou Yuanming could only use a bitter smile to hide his embarrassment. If they hadn't met today, Si Chainan and Lu Chanxian would have had no idea that Zhou Yuanming had also passed the admissions examination of Tianwan Provincial Academy. Compared to the man who did whatever it took to win in the graduation competition, Zhou Yuanming now seems to have become calmer, but one can still see some of his past in his ruthlessness in wanting to fight his opponent to the death. Although Zhou Yuanming, who was successfully rescued, did not say much on the way back, Si Chainan had already learned the whole story from his relative Li Yi. While Zhou Yuanming was hunting monsters, he was targeted by students from Lingchuan Academy. They demanded that Zhou Yuanming hand over the valuable items on his body. Because Zhou Yuanming refused, a conflict broke out between the two sides, and the subsequent events happened as a result. According to Li Yi's description, combined with Lu Chanxian's previous evaluation of Lingchuan Academy, Si Chainan realized that this kind of robbery must have happened many times. Those who came to the Hejian Plain for training this time were all second-year students from Lingchuan Academy. They must have been accustomed to things like robbery. Although the teaching level of Lingchuan Academy is far inferior to that of the Provincial Academy, as the saying goes, you have to pick on the weak ones to pick on, it is still easy for their second-year students to rob the first-year students of the Provincial Academy. Although Si Chainan didn't want to have anything to do with these scum, he naturally couldn't sit idly by when he saw his classmate being bullied. What's more, Zhou Yuanming was half an acquaintance to Si Chainan. Si Chainan is not a petty person. As long as the other party has not done anything that touches his bottom line, Si Chainan is too lazy to hold a grudge. With Li Yi's support, Zhou Yuanming limped into the camp. Since the arrow that injured Zhou Yuanming had a corrosive effect, Si Chainan could only use holy prayers to give him simple treatment, temporarily suppressing the injury, but was unable to completely eliminate the corrosive effect. Si Chainan took a look at the wound on Zhou Yuanming's leg, which still showed no signs of improvement. Hurry up and find someone to heal you. There should be a priest in the camp who can dispel the negative effects. Hearing this, Zhou Yuanming nodded and prepared to follow Li Yi to find someone to treat him. At this moment, several people suddenly walked over quickly and surrounded Si Chainan and his group. Seeing the other party's unfriendly look, and the fact that they were all wearing the school uniform of Lingchuan Academy, Si Chainan knew what the other party was here for without thinking too much. Boss, it's them. We were about to succeed, but that brat ruined our plans. Before Si Chainan could speak, he heard a somewhat familiar voice. Si Chainan looked in the direction of the voice and saw the three grandsons whose lives he had spared earlier hiding behind the crowd, accusing Si Chainan of his crimes to a tall boy next to them. Judging from the attitudes of the people around him towards this tall boy, it was obvious that this boy was most likely their boss. Looking at the three grandsons who were now acting like bullies, and thinking about how they had begged for mercy before, Si Chainan just found it funny. Grandson, did you feel dissatisfied after being scolded by Grandpa just now, so you wanted to complain to Daddy? Si Chainan smiled contemptuously and cursed the three grandsons and the backers they found with just one sentence. Faced with Si Chainan's ridicule, the tall boy's face suddenly turned black, and the followers around him also stepped forward and staged a silent demonstration. Unfortunately, this small scene could not scare Si Chainan at all. Si Chainan still stared at the other party's boss calmly, waiting for the other party's reply with a smile. Boy, as a freshman, I imagine you haven't heard of the name of our Lingchuan Academy Tiger Club. Kneel down immediately and apologize to my brothers. Perhaps I, Tiger King Zhaohao, will let you go. After learning about the other party's identity and background, Si Chainan finally couldn't help but laughed out loud on the spot. Tiger King? You're so old and still using such a stupid nickname. Are you even in elementary school? And you sick cats have the nerve to call yourselves tigers. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Si Chainan's loud laughter immediately attracted the attention of many students, including students from the Provincial Academy and Lingchuan Academy. Everyone came to watch with the intention of joining in the fun. For a moment, Si Chainan and his group, the members of the Chuanhu Society, and the onlookers blocked the entrance to the camp. As more and more students gathered around and snickers were heard from the crowd from time to time, Zhao Hao and the others in the Tiger Club looked uglier and uglier. Zhao Hao took a few steps forward with a gloomy expression. Just as he was about to reach Si Chainan, Liliwei suddenly stood out and stood between them. Back off. Liliwei stared at Zhao Hao's eyes with cold eyes, and at the same time, the light of blood magic emerged from her hands. As long as Zhao Hao took another step forward, she would release the magic without hesitation. Looking at the pretty girl in front of him, Zhao Hao couldn't help but be amazed by her appearance, but he also saw the murderous intent surging in the girl's eyes, and this murderous intent was absolutely not false. Zhao Hao had no doubt that if he took another step forward, the girl in front of him would attack without hesitation. Simply put, Zhao Hao was indeed intimidated by Liliwei. The confrontation between the two sides brought a brief silence to the scene, and everyone was waiting for Zhao Hao's next move. Let me do it. Si Chainan put his hand on Liliwei's shoulder, signaling her not to be impulsive, and then Si Chainan walked in front of Zhao Hao. The nickname Tiger King is really hard to say. I'll just call you Senior for now. If you want me to apologize to your lackeys, that's impossible. If you're here to protest, I'm not afraid of you either. Hearing Si Chainan's response, Zhao Hao couldn't help but laugh out of anger. You are quite arrogant, I want to see how long you can be so arrogant. Si Chainan crossed his arms across his chest and sneered disapprovingly. Who said that only people from the Sick Cat Club and Lingchuan Academy are allowed to be so arrogant? Are people from our provincial academy not allowed to step on your heads? Well said. As soon as Si Chainan finished speaking, a voice of agreement came from the crowd. It was obviously a freshman from the provincial university cheering for Si Chainan. Just like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, the freshmen of the provincial university began to cheer for Si Chainan. It seemed that these first-year freshmen were also taken care of by the students of Lingchuan University today. For a moment, the provincial university side became excited, and the people of Lingchuan University were not willing to be outdone and were ready to take action. Just as the two sides were on the verge of a fight, a deep and powerful rebuke suddenly rang out. What are you all doing here? Don't you know fighting is forbidden in the camp? A teacher quickly arrived at the scene, and Si Chainan recognized him as the teacher in charge of his school at a glance. With the intervention of the teacher, both parties who were about to fight were instantly silent and left the scene in disappointment. Although the various schools will not stop robbery and fighting in the wild, the camp, as a neutral area, does not allow such things to happen. Zhao Hao knew that today's farce would end here, but he had no intention of leaving. I didn't expect you guys to be so united this year. I hope you won't be too scared to leave the camp tomorrow. Si Chainan was naturally not afraid of such a threat. Oh, I'm at your service anytime. Chapter 80, Revenge of the Sick Cats. Master, Master. Accompanied by a slightly forceful push, Lilawai's voice woke Si Chainan from his sleep. As soon as Si Chainan opened his eyes, Lilawai's face came into his sight, and then the noise outside the tent also reached Si Chainan's ears. Seeing the slightly solemn expression on Lilawai's face, coupled with the noisy and uneasy sounds outside, Si Chainan immediately realized that something must have happened. Wire, what's wrong? Si Chainan quickly stood up and asked Lilawai about the situation. It's those people from last night. They're making things difficult for people from our school. Under the guidance of Lilawai, Si Chainan walked out of his tent. The exit of the camp was crowded with students from the provincial academy. The crowd made it difficult for Si Chainan to see what was happening for a while, but he could see that his classmates all had a look of gritting their teeth, obviously encountering something extremely unpleasant. Coincidentally, at this time, Lu Qianqian also came out of the tent next to them with Xuefu. Seeing the current situation in the camp, Lu Qianqian was also confused and had no idea what was going on. So, Si Chainan and the other two walked towards where the crowd gathered, intending to find out what was going on. Before Si Chainan squeezed to the front of the crowd, he heard a familiar voice. Zhao Hao was shouting at the people from the provincial academy. His attitude and tone were very arrogant. Zhao Hao and a group of students from Lingchuan Academy blocked the only entrance and exit of the camp. Any student from the provincial academy who wanted to leave the camp would be stopped rudely by them, and some even beat people up. Due to the disparity in strength between the two sides, the people in the provincial academy could only swallow their anger, but they were unwilling to give up, so the two sides confronted each other. Some freshmen who were unaware of the situation wanted their teachers to mediate the conflict, but were rejected by the teachers. As mentioned before, no school would intervene in such disputes between students. This is an inevitable part of the growth process. The 3-day period is already very tight for extracurricular activities, and now there is this unexpected situation where students cannot leave the camp. As a result, the extracurricular activity results of most students will be ruined. These students from Lingchuan Academy were quite smart. They knew that fighting was not allowed in the camp, so they chose to intercept them outside the camp, which did not constitute a violation of the rules. Although it was the students of Lingchuan Academy who were at fault for all this, as the fuse of this fight, Si Chainan naturally could not sit idly by. After letting out a helpless sigh, Si Chainan walked alone to the buffer zone where the two sides were confronting each other, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Seeing that the culprit of all this finally appeared, Zhao Hao instantly revealed a sinister smile. You finally came out. I thought you would hide in the tent and not dare to show up. Hearing this, Si Chainan couldn't help but sneer, sounding full of contempt. You take yourselves too seriously. If you weren't a bunch of sick cats meowing like crazy, I'd still be asleep right now. Master. Lilawai and Lu Qianqian wanted to go forward to help, but were rejected by Si Chainan. In Si Chainan's opinion, he alone was more than capable of dealing with Zhao Hao and the Chuanhu society behind him. After rejecting the help of others, Si Chainan's gaze fell on Zhao Hao again, but this time there was no smile on Si Chainan's face or in his eyes. Instead, there was a fierce murderous intent. I'm giving you one last chance. Take your lackeys and get out of here, or I'll be rude to you. When Zhao Hao and other students from Lingchuan Academy heard that Si Chainan actually threatened them, they were amused on the spot. For the students of Lingchuan Academy, robbing freshmen from other schools is a common occurrence. They are the ones who threaten others, and no freshman has ever dared to speak out in front of them. Therefore, after seeing Si Chainan take the initiative to threaten, everyone in Lingchuan Academy felt that this freshman was crazy, otherwise he would not have done such a ridiculous and stupid thing. Faced with the ridicule from the other side, Si Chainan remained unmoved, but continued to look directly at the other side's boss Zhao Hao. If you think it's humiliating to be kicked out like this, then there's a second option. Let's have a one-on-one duel. If I lose, I'll be okay with this matter, but if I win, you must leave immediately. Otherwise, none of you can leave. Seeing Si Chainan taking the initiative to propose a duel to resolve the conflict, Zhao Hao couldn't help but fall into hesitation. Unlike those stubborn subordinates, Zhao Hao still has some brains. Zhao Hao could tell that Si Chainan was not joking, and if Si Chainan didn't have any ability, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Especially after listening to the descriptions of the 3 men who were taught a lesson by Si Chainan yesterday, Zhao Hao also realized that this first-year student was very special and was not a pushover like other freshmen. It would be embarrassing and impossible to just take everyone away in such a disgraceful manner, but Zhao Hao was worried that if he lost to this freshman in a duel, it would also be a loss of face. Therefore, Zhao Hao was unable to make a decision for a while. Have you thought it through? Or are you scared? Seeing that Zhao Hao was unable to give an answer, Si Chainan provoked him again. This method of provocation could not be more obvious, and it simply and crudely forced Zhao Hao into a desperate situation where he had to make a choice. Forced by the situation and concerned about his reputation, Zhao Hao suddenly came up with an extremely shameless idea. You've offended so many people from our Lingchuan Academy and the Chuanhu Society. You just want to fight me one-on-one to settle this matter. That's too easy for you. So what do you want? Of course everyone will teach you a lesson, so that everyone can vent their anger. After realizing that Zhao Hao wanted to gang up on him, Si Chainan felt speechless. Si Chainan didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but for the sake of so-called face, Zhao Hao repeatedly rejected his good intentions. At this point, Si Chainan's last bit of patience was completely exhausted. Seeing that Si Chainan finally stopped talking, Zhao Hao mistakenly thought that he had successfully scared this freshman, and suddenly felt quite proud. Since you're silent, I'll take it as your agreement. Come on, brothers. Following Zhao Hao's order, the members of the Tiger Society, who had been holding a grudge for a long time, immediately rushed forward, ready to beat up Si Chainan in order to establish their authority over the other freshmen of the Provincial Academy. The entire Tiger Club has nearly 20 people. Compared with Si Chainan, who was alone, they have an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. Seeing that the other party was coming at her aggressively, Lu Qianqian couldn't help but want to step forward to help, but was stopped by Lily Wei. Don't worry, Master, he's fine. With her keen magical perception, Lily Wei realized that these people were a true mob, so she believed that Si Chainan could easily deal with these minions. At the same time, Si Chainan also made a new move. When Si Chainan saw the Tiger Society members rushing towards him, he couldn't help but sigh. Blood curse evil chain. Before the other party launched an attack, Si Chainan took the initiative with lightning speed. Dazzling blood-red chains burst out from the cracks in space, forming a spider web-like interception, and the members of the Tiger Society became prey trapped in the spider web. Most of them were controlled before they even had time to react. For a moment, more than 20 members of the Tiger Society were hung in the air with chains, unable to move like animals waiting to be slaughtered, and could only make helpless wails. Seeing his men being subdued in an instant, Zhao Hao was so scared that he took a few steps back and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Now he could no longer laugh. At this time, Si Chainan looked at the frightened Zhao Hao with a calm expression. Can we start the duel now? Chapter 81, Beat the Dog When It's Down. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, all the members of the Tiger Society were hung up. For a moment, endless wailing resounded throughout the entire camp, and even the teachers from the two academies were attracted. Although the school will not intervene in fights between students, the teachers of the provincial school also feel uncomfortable seeing their students being bullied by others over the years. Therefore, when they saw the students of Lingchuan Academy being defeated by a freshman, the teachers of the Provincial Academy were all delighted, and some even laughed in front of them regardless of the presence of the teachers of Lingchuan Academy. At this time, the teachers and students of Lingchuan Academy were watching this farce with grim expressions, but no one dared to step forward to stop it. At the same time, Zhao Hao, who called himself the Tiger King, was frightened like a helpless kitten. He kept looking at his classmates around him for help, but no one responded. I say, Senior, can we start the duel now? Seeing that Zhao Hao had been forced into a desperate situation, Si Chainan started questioning again. This question sounded like a death warrant to Zhao Hao, and it frightened him so much that his face turned pale in an instant. It is now impossible to start a group fight. Whether it is to save face or to preserve the little face he has left, Zhao Hao has to accept Si Chainan's challenge. At this moment, hundreds of eyes in the entire camp were focused on Si Chainan and Zhao Hao, who were at the center of the confrontation. Okay, I accept your challenge. After a fierce inner struggle, Zhao Hao finally nodded with great difficulty and accepted Si Chainan's request for a duel. In an instant, everyone on the Provincial Academy side burst into cheers. In contrast, the students of Lingchuan Academy looked like wilted vegetables, which showed that they had no confidence in Zhao Hao. Is Zhao Hao any good? If he loses to a freshman, it would be a huge loss of face. Stop complaining here. If you can do it, then go ahead. Although this is indeed quite embarrassing, it doesn't mean that we should look down on Zhao Hao, right? That's right. I heard that Zhao Hao reached level 15 last month. Logically, he shouldn't be able to defeat a first-year student. Come on, a freshman like him can subdue more than 20 people in an instant. If it were Zhao Hao, he would have a hard time subduing 10 people at the same time. Well. Hearing these questioning voices from his classmates, Zhao Hao's face became even uglier, but he didn't dare to refute them. After all, he himself was not sure about the duel with Si Chainan. Due to the tremendous pressure from the onlookers, Zhao Hao could only force himself to calm down in order to deal with the upcoming battle. How are you going to compete in this one-on-one duel? How big should the venue be? Do you lose if you step out of the circle? Or? Si Chainan smiled slightly and interrupted Zhao Hao directly. No need to go to all that trouble. The venue is right here. As for how the winner is determined, of course, it's going to be fought until one of them begs for mercy. Although Si Chenan's smile looked very warm and friendly when he spoke, it made Zhao Hao feel a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Zhao Hao, who was hesitant to speak, swallowed subconsciously, and finally mustered up the courage to respond. Then let's do as you say. Si Chainan nodded with satisfaction and then snapped his fingers. The chains that were summoned earlier disappeared instantly, and the members of the Tiger Society who were originally controlled fell directly from a height of nearly 10 meters, and were bruised and battered on the spot. For a moment, the victims cried out in pain. After taking care of these small matters, Si Chainan looked at Zhao Hao again. The latter's face was almost full of tension and fear. Senior, please go first. Faced with Si Chenan's courtesy, Zhao Hao did not refuse at all. He immediately took out his weapon, a giant axe, from the storage space, ready to take the initiative. Violent. Under the violent blessing, Zhao Hao's eyes became red, and his whole body was emitting hot steam like a pressure cooker. At the same time, his skin turned a light red as if it was cooked. A shocking blow. In a violent state, Zhao Hao jumped up, raised the giant axe with both hands and chopped towards Si Chainan. Zhao Hao used two skills in succession right from the start, thus maximizing his damage. Obviously, Zhao Hao wanted to end the battle quickly, or he was very afraid that the opponent would get a chance to counterattack. Seeing that the opponent's fighting style was so hasty and eager for quick success, Si Chainan saw through it at a glance that Zhao Hao had no intention of fighting at all and was relying solely on bluffing to scare him. Of course, facing such a powerful attack from a reckless man, Si Chainan would not be stupid enough to choose to face it head-on. Seeing that Zhao Hao's giant axe was about to fall, Si Chainan, who had judged the time in advance, jumped back decisively and easily avoided Zhao Hao's attack. The latter directly smashed a pit with a diameter of nearly 3 meters on the ground. Just as Si Chainan expected, Zhao Hao only had brute strength, but was mediocre in terms of agility and intuition. Compared with Dante, whom Si Chainan had fought before, the gap in strength between Zhao Hao and this Dragon Clan member can be said to be a world of difference. I just learned that you enjoy group fights, so why not let me give you a taste of it now? Blood Curse, Ghost Shadow. With Si Chenan's light shout, 2 blood-red clones appeared out of thin air on both sides of him. Seeing that the opponent suddenly summoned a clone, a duel directly turned into 3 against 1. Zhao Hao was so scared that his face turned pale that he dared not continue to chase Si Chainan, who was right in front of him. However, Zhao Hao's decision not to pursue does not mean that Si Chainan will let him go. There was no need for Si Chainan to give orders personally. His 2 clones, who were in tune with his thoughts, immediately took action and began to attack the stunned Zhao Hao. Although the clone only had 70% of Si Chenan's strength, Zhao Hao, who was at level 15, was seriously inflated in strength, and he was struggling even when facing the clone. Seeing that Zhao Hao was fighting with his 2 clones to a stalemate, the onlookers couldn't help but boo. Especially after seeing that Zhao Hao's fighting style was chaotic, several teachers from Lingchuan Academy shook their heads repeatedly, feeling ashamed. Si Chainan himself was watching the battle between Zhao Hao and his clone with great interest, as if he was watching a comedy show. At first, Zhao Hao was able to fight back and forth with the 2 clones, but as time went on, Zhao Hao soon showed signs of exhaustion, and even parrying the attacks from the clones seemed very difficult. In this way, Zhao Hao was teased for nearly 5 minutes like a clown for people's entertainment, without any pressure from being the Tiger King. Everyone at the Provincial Academy was laughing so hard that they fell over, while the teachers and students at Lingchuan Academy looked as if they had swallowed a fly alive, with extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Some students who felt extremely disappointed even left the scene directly. Seeing that he had almost fooled Zhao Hao, Si Chainan finally summoned his clone back. Do you want to admit defeat now? Faced with Si Chenan's mocking question, the breathless Zhao Hao did not answer, but glared at Si Chainan fiercely. Si Chainan, who didn't get a response, couldn't help laughing, as if he had expected this result. It seems you're still unwilling to admit defeat, but that's just what I want. As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on Si Chenan's face disappeared instantly, and he looked coldly at Zhao Hao, who was unwilling to admit defeat. Pa! With a snap of his fingers, the blood curse evil chain was activated, and dozens of blood-red chains instantly wrapped around Zhao Hao, who was almost exhausted. The Tiger King had no chance to dodge at all. Let me go. How can you use round-the-clock combat to consume my strength? If you have the guts, let me down and fight you one-on-one. Faced with such barking, Si Chainan ignored it and continued to stare at Zhao Han, who was unable to move. The coldness in his eyes made the latter feel a chill down his spine. I've been playing with you for so long, now it's time for you to pay for what you did. After he finished speaking, Si Chainan suddenly revealed a chilling sneer. The next second, Zhao Hao felt the chains on his arms tighten rapidly, and a powerful force squeezed him instantly. Then, he felt unprecedented pain in his arms. Finally, Zhao Hao completely lost the feeling of his arms, and he fainted because of the severe pain. Chapter 82 Elective Courses. I heard that you taught the people from Lingchuan Academy a lesson a few days ago in the Hejian Plains, and even crippled the boss's arms? As soon as Si Chainan pushed the door and walked into the night banquet hall, Zi Yanran, who had been waiting for a long time, asked him interestedly about what had happened in the extracurricular activities before. Si Chainan didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. He just returned to school from the Hejian Plain last night, but Zi Yanran found out about it the next day. Seeing the surprise on Si Chainan's face, Zi Yanran couldn't help but smile, knowing where the surprise came from. Don't underestimate the information channels of those campus newspapers and periodicals. Although these newspapers like to exaggerate for the sake of attracting attention, they are very well informed. Oh, no wonder Senior knew about this. Si Chainan nodded in sudden realization. Those guys from Lingchuan Academy used to bully our freshmen a lot, but this year they finally got their revenge. From Zi Yanran's tone of voice, Si Chainan could easily hear that Zi Yanran also hated Lingchuan Academy. Senior, have you ever had conflicts with them before? Of course, these scumbags have long made bullying our freshmen a tradition. So basically every time our two schools collide, there's always some conflict. But they only act arrogantly for 2 or 3 months. After that, the level of our freshmen rises, and they can only keep their tails between their legs and cool off. Si Chainan couldn't help but chuckle at these guys who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Forget it, let's not talk about these guys anymore, let's get down to business. As Si Chainan spoke, he handed a brand new booklet to Zi Yanran. This booklet provides detailed information on all elective courses offered at Tianwang Provincial College. In addition to the required theoretical and combat courses, every student must take at least one additional course, which is also one of the contents of the final examination. The so-called additional courses include but are not limited to forging, enchanting, alchemy, etc., which means that students can master an additional skill. Si Chainan came to the night banquet hall today to ask Zi Yanran for some advice so that he could choose an elective course that suits him. As the only second-year student that Si Chainan knew and had a good relationship with, he believed that Zi Yanran would be able to give him guidance. However, the actual situation was somewhat inconsistent with Si Chainan's imagination. Zi Yanran first flipped through the introduction brochure with great interest, but as she flipped through it, her beautiful brows couldn't help but frown. How come your elective courses are divided into so many branches this year? I've never heard of some of the course names. Didn't they know how to subdivide it before? Hearing Zi Yanran say this, Si Chainan was naturally confused. Yes, but it's not divided into such detailed sections as this year. For example, forging light armor and forging heavy armor used to be classified as one course, but this year it's been directly divided into 2 courses. Zi Yanran followed the course list in the handbook and kept listing the differences between these courses in last year's. Si Chainan could only nod repeatedly, not quite understanding. After all, as a newcomer, he had no say in such matters. At the end, Zi Yanran sighed lightly and slowly closed the manual. I guess the school wants to lighten your class's burden this year, so they've reduced the number of class hours through this segmented approach. You freshmen are truly lucky. If we were to follow this year's standards, every student in our class would be taking at least 3 elective courses simultaneously. Hee, doesn't this make you look smart and clever, senior sister? Hearing this, Zi Yanran immediately smiled, then curled her lips. You're quite good at talking, no wonder you're always surrounded by girls. Faced with the teasing from the senior student, Si Chainan could only smile awkwardly. By the way, what courses did you take, senior? As for me, I took the historical studies of various races. All races? Do we need to study the history of all races in depth? There are countless races, big and small, in this world. After learning that Zi Yanran had chosen this course, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Seeing Si Chunan's surprised expression, Zi Yenran couldn't help laughing. Of course not. Teachers usually ask us to have an in-depth understanding of the history of 2 or 3 races. If we really had to learn the history of all races, my head would probably explode. Hearing this, Si Chenan thought for a moment. So, senior, do you know the history of the orcs? Zi Yenran was stunned by Si Chunan's sudden serious tone, and then she became confused. Although the history of the orcs wasn't my chosen field, I do know a little about it. Is there anything you want to ask? Si Chenan nodded. I want to know if there has ever been a totem or totem god named Jolie among the orcs? Having just learned that Zi Yenran had chosen to take the historical research course for various ethnic groups, Si Chenan immediately thought of Shei, or to be more precise, the totem god who called himself Jolie. In fact, Si Chenan himself had tried to find clues about Jolie, but the human race had very strict control over information about alien races. Even the books and intelligence that mentioned alien races were superficial overviews, and almost no useful information could be obtained. Since Jolie had not appeared for a long time, even if Si Chenan wanted to ask him in person, he would not be able to find anyone to ask. It was for this reason that Si Chenan wanted to try to get some information about Jolie from Zi Yenran. When Zi Yenran heard the name Jolie, she couldn't help but frown. This reaction showed that she was quite unfamiliar with this name. As far as I know, at least there is no such totem among the existing ones. I can ask others about it someday, but why are you asking about this? Si Chenan had no intention of hiding anything from Zi Yenran's inquiry. After all, he was asking for help from someone, so it was most appropriate to be honest with her. One of my relatives is from the orc tribe. She doesn't believe in any of the totems of today, but is connected to a totem god named Jolie. So I want to investigate what this Jolie is all about. Is that the cute little fox-eared girl? Si Chenan responded and nodded. Well, her name is Shei. Although she is a follower summoned by me, her memories of the past are very vague. I see. Well then, I'll try to find someone to ask about the origins of this Jolie. Then I'll trouble you, senior sister. I'll treat you another day. Zi Yenran smiled and waved her hand, then blinked playfully, with a hint of cunning in the smile on her lips. Given our relationship, why should we be so polite? Or are you planning to ask the senior out on a date under the pretext of treating me? Zi Yenran's seriousness of only 3 sentences made Si Chenan feel a bit amused and helpless, and he could only smile bitterly. Fortunately, Zi Yenran did not delve deeper into the topic, but picked up the manual in front of her and returned it to Si Chenan. This year's electives are very different from previous years, so I can't help you with course selection. I can't offer you any useful advice. Besides, electives are based on your own interests, and no one else can influence your thoughts and interests. Well, okay. Although he didn't get the useful advice he wanted, at least there was a new breakthrough in the investigation of Jolie. In this way, today's trip was not in vain, and Si Chenan was not in a bad mood. Anyway, the school has given you a week to consider it, and the brochure also contains the addresses of each teacher's laboratory. You might as well find some courses that interest you and visit the teachers in advance. Oh, I see. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Then, I'll take my leave first? Huh? You're leaving now? Can't you spend more time with senior? Zi Yenran smiled playfully and glanced at Si Chenan. Ahem. Actually, my followers and I have an appointment to go to the training ground together later, so... Seeing Si Chenan looking embarrassed, Zi Yenran couldn't help but smile with her hands covering her mouth. TSK, it seems you are still very busy. Then I won't keep you here, so go quickly. Chapter 83. Let me test. The experimental area is one of the largest areas of Tianwan Provincial University. As the name suggests, this area is mainly used for various advanced experiments, and there are many laboratories located here. As one of the highest institutions of learning in Zhohua State, Tianwan Provincial University attracts top talents from various fields. Tianwan Provincial Academy is responsible for providing these top talents with space and funds to conduct experiments. As one of the conditions in exchange, these talents will be responsible for giving regular classes, which are the so-called elective courses. Although it is impossible for a group of young men under the age of 20 to master this knowledge, even if they just learn the basics, it will be of great benefit to these young people. In addition, if some students are interested in continuing their studies, these masters who are proficient in various fields are also happy to accept such thirsty apprentices. Of course, these things are all later stories for Si Chenan, a freshman. Today, Si Chenan is still worried about elective courses. After browsing through the books all night last night, Si Chainan found almost no elective courses that interested him. In the end, due to his decision-making difficulties, he could only pick a few courses that he was slightly interested in. Early this morning, Si Chainan came to the experimental area and visited the teachers of these courses one by one. It was almost noon, and Si Chainan had already visited most of the teachers on the candidate list. Although the teachers were generally very friendly, after getting a detailed understanding of the courses they taught, Si Chainan still felt that these courses did not meet his expectations. Ever since the fight with Dante, Si Chainan has deeply realized the gap between humans and other races in terms of physical strength. Therefore, Si Chainan urgently needs a means to improve his physical strength, which is also the criterion for Si Chainan to choose courses. Now that most of the options on the list have been screened out, there is only one option left on the list: the Human Body Strengthening course. Although the content of this course can be known just by its name, and it also extremely meets Si Chainan's selection criteria, there is a reason why Si Chainan put this course at the end of the list. First of all, according to the description in the introduction manual, this course was only opened in the past 2 years, and the instructor himself is still in the exploratory stage. Therefore, this course has a lot of uncertainty. Secondly, precisely because this course is full of uncertainty, the instructor's selection criteria for students has reached a very strict level, resulting in no student being able to successfully pass the instructor's assessment in the 2 years since the course was offered. Although Si Chainan knew that the greater the risk, the greater the reward, he had not yet realized the need to devote himself to the development of science. Therefore, he put this course at the end of the list. At this point, this is the only alternative course left. With a nervous mood, Si Chainan found the teacher's laboratory. Compared with the laboratories of the previous teachers, the scale of this laboratory was not large. At the same time, the laboratory was surrounded by weeds and looked like no one had ever taken care of it. Si Chainan couldn't help but wonder if this laboratory had been abandoned, but the house number was exactly the same as the address in the brochure. After calming down a little, Si Chainan knocked on the closed door twice quickly. There were 2 short and forceful knocks on the door, but no response came from behind. Seeing this, Si Chainan hesitated for a while, and finally knocked on the door again. This time, Si Chainan immediately heard hurried footsteps coming from behind the door. At the same time, there was the sound of glass breaking. It sounded as if someone inside accidentally knocked over some kind of glass container. Soon, the sound of the doorknob turning was heard from the door in front of Si Chainan. As the door opened, a purple-haired woman poked her head out from behind the door and looked at Si Chainan in surprise. The pair of pointed ears of this purple-haired woman already showed that she was not human, but an elf. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect anyone to come here, so I thought I misheard the knock at first." Si Chainan quickly glanced at the name of the instructor in the introduction manual. "Excuse me, is this teacher Lan Xian's laboratory?" The purple-haired elf also glanced at the introduction manual in Si Chainan's hand, and then showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "Yes, I am Lan Xian, teacher Lan Xian. You are here for the elective course, right?" Si Chainan nodded, and Lan Xian showed a slightly subtle look and looked at Si Chainan from head to toe. "Then, please come in first." Lan Xian's head retracted from behind the door, making way for Si Chainan to enter the laboratory. As soon as Si Chainan, who was invited, walked into the laboratory, he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. Lan Xian was wearing a thin black nightgown, and the white lab coat she was wearing was obviously put on temporarily. Except for the dark elves, the elves' skin is very fair. Now with the contrast of the black nightgown, Lan Xian looks even more fair. The black nightgown perfectly highlighted Lan Xian's curvy figure, so much so that Si Chainan didn't know where to focus his eyes for a moment. Lan Xian, the person involved, seemed to be completely unaware of what she was wearing, allowing the soft and white flesh of her chest to sway in front of Si Chainan's eyes. "No one usually visits my place, so it's a little messy. I hope you don't mind. Please wait here for a while I get some tools." After saying that, Lan Xian hurried into another room. After Lan Xian left temporarily, Si Chainan came to his senses and had time to observe the surrounding environment. Although this laboratory is spotless, its layout is indeed quite messy. All kinds of experimental equipment are seen everywhere. Apart from the floor, there is almost no free space in the entire laboratory. There were also broken glass on the floor, which was the source of the sound that Si Chainan had heard outside the door before. Looking at the situation in the laboratory, Si Chainan was very curious about how Lan Xian managed to keep such a place full of experimental equipment spotless. At this time, accompanied by a burst of brisk footsteps, Lan Xian returned here with a bunch of experimental instruments. Lan Xin threw the experimental instruments in her arms casually. These experimental instruments did not fall directly to the ground and break into pieces, but were lifted up by a breeze. Looking at these wind elements gathered together, Changuan realized that Lan Xin in front of him was a wind elf. While I welcome students to my course, I have to be frank, this course is not for everyone. My requirements are very high. Lan Xin changed her previous casual attitude and crossed her arms across her chest, looking very serious. The whiteness on her chest was almost bursting out under the pressure of her arms, but she was still completely unaware of it. Changuan couldn't help but feel his cheeks getting hot, and his eyes subconsciously began to dodge. Then, what are the specific requirements? As soon as he finished speaking, Changuan felt his body lighten. The next second, a light breeze lifted Changuan up and finally made him lie on the medical bed beside him. At the same time, Lan Xin flashed to the bedside and connected various experimental instruments to Changuan's body with ease. The latter was so scared that he dared not act rashly. First, I need to test the concentration of your magic power. If it doesn't reach 70% purity, then there's no need to conduct further tests. After saying that, Lan Xin immediately pressed the start button of the instrument, without even leaving Changuan time to prepare. Changuan only felt a stream of energy quickly sweeping through his body, detecting the situation inside his body clearly. Before Changuan could ask how long the test would last, the surrounding instruments suddenly emitted sharp and piercing prompt sounds, forcing Changuan to cover his ears. On the other hand, when Lan Xin heard this prompt, she was stunned at first, and then an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. The screen of the testing instrument clearly displayed magic purity, 100%. Chapter 84, 100% Purity. A sharp and piercing warning sound suddenly resounded throughout the laboratory, making Changuan think that the instruments were malfunctioning. At this moment, Lan Xin widened her eyes, and an expression of disbelief appeared in her emerald green pupils. The screen of the experimental instrument clearly displayed the magic power purity is 100%. Magic exists in all living things in this world, and due to individual differences, the purity of magic in different living things also varies. The purity of magic power determines the future of this creature, and it is almost impossible to improve the purity of magic power through acquired training. The magic purity of most lives in this world is less than 50%. If the magic purity reaches 60%, then they can definitely be called geniuses. Even if we look at the entire world, there are only a handful of lives with magic purity reaching 80%. As for lives with magic purity of 100%, there has never been any record of such in history. Changuan also saw the numbers displayed on the screen, and he naturally knew what they meant. Changuan suddenly remembered that Liliwei and Qingling had both mentioned that his magic power was very pure, but Changuan had never paid attention to it. Now that he knew that the purity of his magic power had reached 100%, Changuan realized that what Liliwei and Qingling said was not just a simple compliment. Lan Xin stared blankly at the numbers on the screen for a full 10 seconds before she took a breath and looked at Changuan lying on the medical bed again, her eyes still full of astonishment and confusion. Teacher, Before Changuan could finish his words, Lan Xin raised her hand and in an instant, the wind element quickly gathered together. Changuan suddenly felt a push on his back. At the same time, the various instruments connected to his body detached by themselves. An invisible wind instantly lifted Changuan from the medical bed and then brought him to Lan Xin. Snap, snap, snap. Lan Xin looked at Changuan carefully while patting his cheek with her hand. Then, the wind elf's hands kept wandering on Changuan's body. Feeling this delicate and soft touch constantly wandering on his body, and Lan Xion's clothing was originally defenseless, Changuan's heartbeat suddenly increased, and his anger was boiling. Teacher, what are you doing? Changuan tried his best to suppress the boiling anger in his heart and asked Lan Xian questions with his remaining little rationality. Seeing Changuan's flushed cheeks, Lan Xian finally realized what was happening and quickly pulled her hands back. I'm sorry, I overlooked the pleasure this type of contact can give males. I was just checking your body. Lan Xian explained her actions calmly, and it sounded like she was just explaining her experimental process without any personal emotions. Compared with the overly rational Lan Xian, the lustful Changuan was not very rational at all. He stared straight at Lan Xian, who was wearing cool clothes. Facing Changuan's fiery gaze, Lan Xian subconsciously looked down and immediately understood the source of the problem. However, Lan Xian did not show any shyness or embarrassment, but buttoned up her lab coat as if nothing had happened. In order to help you calm down as quickly as possible, please take your eyes off me for a moment. Thank you for your cooperation. As the plain lab coat completely covered the extremely seductive body, Si Chenan gradually regained some of his sanity, and at the same time realized that he had just lost his composure. "I'm sorry, teacher. I didn't mean to do that." After hearing Si Chenan's apology, Lan Xin didn't take it seriously at all. "It's okay, this is a normal reaction, no need to apologize." Oh. Because Lan Xin's reaction was too indifferent, Si Chenan felt even more uncomfortable. For a moment, both of them fell into silence at the same time, and the only sound in the entire laboratory was the repeated prompts of the instruments. This subtle silence lasted for about a few seconds, and Lan Xin was the first to speak and break the silence. "After the test I just conducted, your physical fitness does meet my requirements and even far exceeds my expectations, so you can come to class starting tomorrow." Hearing this, Si Chenan couldn't help but frown. But I haven't said I want to take this course yet?" As soon as Si Chenan finished speaking, Lan Xin, who had been calm and composed a second ago, suddenly stiffened, and then a look of panic appeared on her delicate face. This sudden change in expression made Si Chenan feel a little confused, because this was not the expression that an extremely rational person would show. "No, you must choose my course. This is the first time I've met a suitable experimental subject like you. I can't miss you." Lan Xin quickly grabbed Si Chenan's hands and asked him to choose his own courses in an almost pleading tone. Si Chenan realized that Lan Xin was a person who only cared about experiments, and her words and deeds directly regarded herself as an experimental subject, which made Si Chenan feel mixed emotions for a while. Isn't this a good idea? I feel this experiment is too dangerous. I only have one life left, so I can't let you experiment on it. My experimental theory is very complete, but I just haven't found a suitable experimental subject. It's not dangerous at all. You are the most suitable experimental subject I've ever seen. With your participation, the results of the entire experiment will be maximized. At the same time, I can assure you that this experiment has no side effects and only benefits." Lan Xin solemnly promised Si Chenan the safety of the experiment, and she seemed very confident in her experimental project. Even though Lan Xin boasted about her experimental project, Si Chenan still felt uneasy. Seeing that Si Chenan was reluctant to agree, Lan Xin became extremely anxious. "If you're worried about the dangers of the experiment, you can raise this with the principal. The principal will absolutely not approve any dangerous experimental projects, nor will he allow students to participate in them. I have the principal's approval letter here." Seeing Lan Xin almost crying in her attempt to keep him, Si Chenan couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. It is indeed as Lan Xin said, Tianwan Provincial Academy will not allow students to participate in dangerous experimental projects, so her experimental project is safe. After today's contact, Si Chenan also believed that Lan Xin would not lie about the experiment, so, "Okay, I'll take this course." As soon as he finished speaking, Si Chenan's eyes went dark, and his entire face was wrapped in soft, warm flesh, and the faint body fragrance filled his nostrils. After a brief moment of astonishment, Si Chenan immediately realized what had happened. Lan Xin got what she wanted, and she hugged him excitedly, burying his cheek deeply in her soft valley. The sudden chest-burying killing blow almost made Si Chenan's sanity collapse. At this moment, Lan Xin suddenly let go. Si Chenan took a deep breath of fresh air, and his rationality returned to him. "I'm sorry, I was too excited and didn't consider your feelings." Seeing Si Chenan's face flushed, Lan Xin quickly apologized to him, but there was still an unconcealable joy on her face. Si Chenan gradually got used to the personality of this wind elf. Sometimes he was extremely rational, and sometimes he was mad and dull. He was simply a scientific madman with little common sense, and knew nothing about things other than experiments. "I can't wait to start the experiment, why don't we get started now?" Lan Xin looked at Si Chenan expectantly, the enthusiasm in her eyes visible to the naked eye. Si Chenan took a half step back and said, let's forget about it today. I'll go back and prepare myself mentally. Chapter 85. Only his body can satisfy me. As night falls, the entire campus is completely freed from the high temperature of the day. Bright lights are lit in all the buildings on campus, and the students' nightlife quietly begins. Si Chenan brought his 3 family members to the training ground. There were still many diligent students training there at night. This training ground has a very complete simulated combat system. Users can adjust various combat values according to their needs to create the combat environment they want. Although defeating simulated monsters does not gain experience, it can effectively train combat awareness. Therefore, in addition to monthly extracurricular activities, the training ground is the first choice for most students who want to train combat awareness. Xingling is a frequent visitor to the training ground. She comes to the training ground almost every day, and Xingling has praised the training ground's simulated combat system to Si Chainan more than once. In comparison, Si Chainan only visits the training ground occasionally, about 2 or 3 times a week. As for Liliwei and Shei, they only come here when accompanying Si Chainan. Tonight, Si Chainan came to the training ground not just for training, but to verify the effect of the human body enhancement experiment. As early as this morning, Si Chainan underwent the human enhancement experiment for the first time under the guidance of Lan Xin. According to Lan Xin, the current experiment is only the first stage. Although the improvement in physical strength is very limited, it also lays the foundation for subsequent experiments. In order to verify the effectiveness of the human enhancement experiment, Lan Xin specially asked Si Chainan to come to the training ground at night to experience it, and she would also be there to observe in person. Just like that, Si Chainan came to the training ground with his family, and now only Lan Xin herself had not arrived yet. Let's adjust the battle data first. Maybe teacher Lan Xin will be here soon. Seeing that Lan Xin had not arrived yet, Si Chainan had to start making some preparations in advance. As a frequent visitor to the training ground, Xingling adjusted the combat values for Si Chainan with ease, and soon the designated scene was simulated in the combat area. Sorry, I'm late. Just as the simulated battle was adjusted, a familiar voice came into Si Chainan's ears. Lan Xin walked over quickly, with many experimental instruments of unknown purpose floating behind her. Teacher Lan Xin. Si Chainan greeted her politely, and at the same time he was secretly glad that Lan Xin's clothes looked relatively normal, with the white lab coat wrapping around her slim figure. Although the lab coat may seem a bit eye-catching in such a place, it is better than dressing in a style that is too casual and revealing. Originally, Si Chainan was worried that Lan Xin would go out directly in her nightgown and lab coat like she did in the laboratory. After all, when she was teaching today, Lan Xin was dressed like this and looked defenseless in front of him. This wind elf seemed completely unaware of his own charm, causing Si Chainan to be torn between conscience and desire for most of the class. In response to Si Chainan's greeting, Lan Xin simply responded and then focused her attention on Liliwei's 3 relatives. Are these 3 girls the followers you mentioned earlier? Si Chainan nodded. During the daytime class, Si Chainan told Lan Xin about his basic situation, including the fact that he had 3 dependents. Lan Xin, who had almost turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside, only then realized that Si Chainan was the contractor who had been making headlines some time ago. After getting Si Chainan's confirmation, Lan Xin actually reached out and touched the cheeks of the 3 relatives. This hooligan-like behavior shocked everyone including Si Chainan, but Lan Xin herself did not notice anything inappropriate. What are you going to do? Lilith was the first to recover, and then she took a few steps back with a vigilant look on her face, guarding against the dirty hands of the wind elf. Lan Xin was neither afraid nor felt guilty about Lilith's questioning. My innate ability is to detect the target's physical condition through the touch of my hands. Si Chainan is both my student and my most important experimental subject. As his followers, I should know your situation. What's the connection between this and that? There's no reason to just come up and touch others. Lan Xion's matter-of-fact tone made Liliwei feel both annoyed and amused. It was the first time she met Lan Xion, and she obviously couldn't adapt to Lan Xion's unusual way of thinking. Lan Xion, who was stubborn and did not continue to explain, looked at Liliwei and Xingling curiously, and then suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Have you 2 already had intercourse with Si Chainan? As soon as these words were spoken, they fell on the heads of the 3 parties involved like a bolt from the blue, causing them to instantly lose their brains. The only thing they were thankful for was that there was no one else around at that time. Ha? Hand in what? Hearing this completely unfamiliar word, she tilted his head and looked at Si Chainan and the other 2 with a puzzled look. As for Si Chainan and the other 2, they were not so calm. They all showed an expression as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. Even without answering, Lan Xion already knew the answer to the question. Seeing this, Lan Xion quickly took out a notebook from her pocket and acted as if she was ready to get to the bottom of the matter. Lan Xion's first target was Xingling. The dragon girl was at a loss at the moment, and her ears were almost red enough to bleed. May I ask if Si Chainan has any endurance far beyond that of an ordinary person? Faced with another explosive question, Xingling, who had not yet recovered from her shock, suddenly had a blank mind. She looked at Si Chainan shyly for help, completely losing her usual heroic spirit. He is my first man, I can't compare. Seeing that Xingling was about to collapse, Si Chainan quickly stepped forward to save the situation. Ahem, teacher, let's focus on testing the results of the experiment now. We can talk about other things another day. While changing the subject, Si Chainan pushed Lan Xian to the control panel where the values had been adjusted. That's true. It's better to focus on one thing first. However, before conducting the test, there is one more thing that needs to be confirmed. As soon as she finished speaking, Lan Xian put away her notebook, but the next second, she reached out and touched Si Chenan's body, from his chest to his lower abdomen. Very good, the drug has been fully activated in your body. Now we can start testing. As early as during the day, in order to prepare for the experiment, Lan Xian had used touch to check Si Chenan's physical condition more than once. Therefore, Si Chainan had become accustomed to it. However, for others, this behavior was a bit too intimate. Liliwei was the first to jump out, pulling Si Chainan to her side, and then staring at Lan Xian with surprise and anger. What are you doing? Examining his body is one of the necessary steps in conducting the experiment. Lan Xian didn't sense Liliwei's hostility at all and continued to explain calmly. The teacher is right. This is indeed one of the experimental steps. Si Chainan also confirmed Lan Xian's statement. Hearing this, Liliwei looked at Lan Xian, then at Si Chainan, and the expression on her face gradually became strange. So your experiments are just touching things like this? To ensure the accuracy of the experimental results, this testing step is indispensable. Only his body can meet my requirements, so I must cherish this experimental subject with all my heart. To those who were not in the know, this explanation only made things worse, just like Liliville's expression, which became darker and darker. The teacher said that my physical indicators met her experimental requirements, not what you thought. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Si Chainan quickly provided additional explanation. After hearing Si Chainan's explanation, Liliweir's expression finally improved. After looking at Lan Xian, she stopped questioning. Chapter 86 Experimental Results. Roar. The giant monster waved a thick stick and roared angrily at Si Chainan in front of him. Although this giant monster was simulated in the training ground, the momentum displayed by this simulated monster is in no way inferior to that of a real giant monster. The giant monster swung the stick in its hand and hit Si Chainan, who tried to dodge. Just before the stick was about to hit him, Si Chainan quickly lifted Bai Yi with both hands to block it. Bang! Accompanied by the loud sound of metal colliding, the thick stick was instantly bounced away by Bai Yi, and the giant monster was forced back several steps by the recoil force. In contrast, Si Chainan, who was in the blocking state, stood motionless like a statue. If it were in the past, Si Chainan would never dare to block such an attack head-on unless it was absolutely necessary. Giant monsters are known for their strength, and even melee professions dare not confront them head-on. However, after Lan Xian's human enhancement experiment, Si Chainan's physical strength has been greatly improved, and his strength, agility and endurance have all increased. According to Lan Xian, as long as he successfully passes the first stage, Si Chainan's strength, agility and endurance will all reach level A, which is equivalent to directly reaching the limit that humans can currently achieve. Xingling, increase the number of enemies to 5 and increase the attacking desire to maximum. Good. Si Chainan also wanted to explore his current limits, so he asked Xingling to continue adjusting the current simulated battle. As the adjustments were completed, the number of giant monsters in the battle area instantly increased to 5. Because their desire to attack was adjusted to the maximum, these 5 giant monsters immediately attacked the humans in front of them as soon as they appeared. Faced with the siege of giant monsters, Si Chainan did not choose to fight back, but fearlessly avoided these violent attacks. Amidst these constantly falling sticks, Si Chainan either dodged cleverly or blocked them head-on, successfully resolving the attacks of these giant monsters one by one. Increased to 10. As more giant monsters appeared, the originally spacious battle area began to seem a bit crowded, and the attacks of the giant monsters became more intense. Even so, Si Chainan still seemed very at ease, moving swiftly among these giant monsters without suffering any harm from beginning to end. Seeing that this human was too agile, these giant monsters roared unwillingly and their attacks became more fierce, but it was still useless. Soon, the huge noise attracted the attention of other students. For a moment, the area around the battle where Si Chainan was located was crowded with onlookers. Every time the giant monster's stick brushed past Si Chainan, the onlookers couldn't help but sweat for him, but for Si Chainan it was as easy as playing dodgeball. In this way, everyone watched in fear for nearly 10 minutes, but what they worried about never happened, and Si Chainan remained unharmed. After this swift attack, these giant monsters gradually showed signs of exhaustion. In contrast, Si Chainan, who kept dodging and blocking the attacks, still looked energetic. It's time to end it, blood curse evil chain. Dozens of blood-red chains instantly controlled the almost exhausted giant monsters. The next second, several sharp cold rays flashed by, and all 10 giant monsters were killed by Si Chainan in an instant. The whole process was as simple and quick as cutting melons and vegetables. Si Chainan wiped away the blood remaining on the sword with a casual touch, and then sheathed the sword. Si Chainan had long been accustomed to the surprised looks from those around him. After all, ever since he entered school, reports about him would appear in major school magazines every now and then. Some school magazines even wanted to conduct exclusive interviews with him, but Si Chainan politely declined every time. Thanks for your hard work. As soon as Si Chainan walked out of the battle area, he thanked Qingling. In order to test the effect of the strengthening experiment, Si Chainan has basically been staying in the training ground these days, and Qingling has always been by his side. Now that enough combat data has finally been collected, the testing phase of the first phase of the enhanced experiment has come to a temporary end. After downloading the combat data through the control panel, Si Chainan carefully put away the data card. Next, he just needed to hand over the data to Lan Xin and everything would be fine. I'm going to look for teacher Lan Xin later, let's go together. Oh, okay. Although Qingling was a little hesitant, he nodded slightly in the end. Arriving at the door of Lan Xin's laboratory, Si Chainan skillfully entered the door password, and the laboratory door opened immediately. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Si Chainan saw Lan Xin processing the previous combat data. The screen was densely populated with elven characters that Si Chainan could not understand. Even when she heard the door open, Lan Xin did not turn back to check the identity of the visitor, because no one except Si Chainan knew the password to open the laboratory door. Teacher Lan Xin, the data from the last battle has been collected. Upon hearing this, Lan Xin, who was immersed in a sea of data just a second ago, suddenly jumped up from her chair. Give it to me now. Lan Xin flashed in front of Si Chainan, who quickly handed the data card to her. After getting the data card, Lan Xin immediately uploaded the data to her own device. At the same time, Si Chainan discovered that Qingling was staring at Lan Xin's back, and the dragon girl's eyes were very subtle. Puzzled, Si Chainan looked at Qingling, then at Lan Xin beside him, and then he realized the reason belatedly. Lan Xin, who was now at home, was only wearing a thin nightgown. Si Chainan was no longer surprised by this, but it was a big shock to Qingling, who was visiting the laboratory for the first time. Ahem, teacher, if there's nothing else, we'll go back first. Wait a minute. Si Chainan was about to leave with Qingling, but was stopped by Lan Xin. Anything else? Some. Lan Xin turned around quickly, holding a notebook in her hand. It just so happens that you and your family are here. I have some questions for you. This is also part of the process of testing the effectiveness of the experiment. Hearing this, Si Chainan suddenly felt something was wrong. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Qingling beside him, but the latter looked confused. Teacher, wait a minute, Quiet, I need to ask your followers first, so don't interrupt now. Before Si Chainan could finish his words, Lan Xin interrupted him. When Qingling learned that Lan Xin wanted to ask him something, he suddenly became nervous. Ever since their first meeting a few days ago, Qingling has always been wary of Lan Xin. Obviously, Qingling is not good at dealing with people who think in an unconventional way and speak directly. To ensure the accuracy of the experiment, you must answer the following questions truthfully, as this will affect Si Chainan's subsequent experimental arrangements. Do you understand? Yeah, I understand. Qingling nodded obediently like a primary school student who was called upon by the teacher to answer a question. She was completely under Lan Xin's control. First question, have you two had sex in the past few days? The first question was so direct and decisive that Si Chainan, who was listening, choked on his own saliva and started coughing. At this moment, Qingling's cheeks were as red as ripe apples. With Qingling's personality, it was naturally difficult for her to bring up such a question, but when she thought that this question was related to Si Chainan's subsequent experiments, she finally nodded with a blushing face. Very good. Did you feel your endurance increased? And how long did the whole act last? Hearing this question, Si Chainan really couldn't hold it anymore. Stop. Who would do something like this specifically to keep track of time? Lan Xin did not show any anger when her question was forcibly interrupted, but instead showed a thoughtful expression. Just when Si Chainan thought Lan Xin had finally calmed down, the Wind Elf said something shocking again. Since you both don't remember the time, you can perform this behavior now. I have special equipment that can record the entire process. No. Absolutely not. Chapter 87, All members mobilized to eliminate monsters. A month passed quietly, and Si Chainan could be said to have lived a very fulfilling life during this period. In the morning, we study theoretical classes, and in the afternoon we receive individual instruction from Lan Xin. In addition, there are regular meetings and group training at the Night Banquet. Today, Si Chainan is still adapting to the first stage of the strengthening experiment. According to Lan Xin's theory, it will take at least 2 months for Si Chainan's body to fully adapt to the first stage. At that time, the strengthening effect will be fully demonstrated. In order to allow the body to adapt to the effects of the medicine as quickly as possible and to lay a solid foundation for the subsequent stages, Lan Xin specially formulated a training plan for Si Chainan, which is that Si Chainan must undergo high-intensity combat training every day and constantly challenge his limits. Although this kind of high-intensity training day after day is very hard, Si Chainan does feel that his physical strength is constantly improving. However, with the start of a new round of extracurricular activities, Si Chainan was able to temporarily escape from this high-intensity training life. The content of this extracurricular activity is very special, because the student's task is to assist the city defense forces of Wangjiang City in carrying out monster elimination operations, and both first and second year students must participate. Like other cities, Wangjiang City also regularly conducts monster clearance operations in the surrounding areas. This time, the students from the Provincial Academy will be responsible for the E-level areas in the monster extermination operation, while the city defense forces will be responsible for the more dangerous D-level areas. Now, 2 months have passed since the start of the school year, and all the first-year students have reached level 10. The E-level area is not dangerous for them, not to mention that they have the second-year seniors to back them up. Because of this extracurricular activity can be said to be quite relaxing. Since the first-year and second-year students were dispatched at the same time, the students naturally acted in groups of forces. Each E-level area is jointly cleared by several forces, and as the top 3 forces, Tong Gang Society, Xiangba Society and Night Banquet are each responsible for clearing an area individually. The Night Banquet is responsible for an E-level area called River Forest. Compared with other E-level areas, the monster level of River Forest is not high, but the monsters here are basically slimes, which makes it very troublesome to clean up. At this moment, Zi Yanran, the president, is assigning tasks to the members. A team consists of 3 members, and there must be at least 1 second-year member in the team. Each team is responsible for clearing an area, so that the efficiency of the clearing can be maximized. Thanks to Si Chainan's previous performance in the Wolf Cub trial, the reputation of the Night Banquet has increased rapidly in recent times. Many freshmen who came here for the reputation have joined the Night Banquet, including some second-year students who transferred in. Today, the number of members of the Night Banquet has grown from more than 20 at the beginning to more than 80. Although the overall strength of the Night Banquet still has some gaps compared to the other 2 major forces, the addition of fresh blood means that the Night Banquet has great potential and room for improvement. As each team left the camp after receiving their mission, the originally noisy camp soon became quiet. Apart from a few members responsible for guarding the camp, only Si Chainan, Yi Hui and 3 family members remained in the camp waiting for orders. Why are you still standing there? Let's go? Zi Yanran saw Si Chainan and the others still standing there stupidly, and immediately started to urge them on. Where are we going? Senior, you haven't told us which area we're responsible for yet. Facing Si Chainan's question, Zi Yanran blinked and then smiled slightly. You're stupid, I'm in the same team with you guys, just follow me. Hey, senior, don't you have to stay at camp? Yi Hui asked curiously. As your guild leader, how could I possibly stay in the camp and slack off? I have to lead by example. Besides, there's no one in your team who can use elemental magic. It's too difficult to deal with slimes like this. I can help you. Hearing this, Si Chainan suddenly remembered that he had never seen Zi Yanran's relatives. During the battle at the opening ceremony, Si Chainan only remembered that Zi Yanran could use skills related to the ice element, and he knew nothing about other information. By the way, what is your dependent, senior? You'll know later. Under the leadership of Zi Yanran, Si Chainan and his group came to the depths of the riverside forest. After passing through the last bushes, an open wetland appeared before everyone's eyes. The humid air and the vast scene did not make Si Chainan feel enlightened, because this wetland was home to hundreds of slimes of various sizes. For slimes that prefer humid environments, this wetland is simply a perfect habitat. However, in order to prevent slimes from becoming a disaster, Changuan and his team now have to disrupt the peace of this wetland. Gurgle gurgle. Some slimes that were closer soon discovered these uninvited guests. As monsters with territorial awareness, any intrusion would cause an attack from the entire slime nest. For a moment, the surface of the water in the entire wetland seemed to be boiling, and countless slimes quickly emerged from the bottom of the water. Seeing that the number of slimes suddenly increased several times, Changuan's face changed slightly, realizing that he had really hit the slime's lair this time. Although the level of these slimes is not high, the scene of hundreds of slimes rushing towards him at the same time is still very scary. After a brief moment of surprise, Changuan and his group immediately took up a fighting stance, while Yanran walked to the front of the team alone. Facing the numerous slimes right in front of her, Yanran smiled back at Changuan without any fear, then slowly restrained her smile and looked seriously at the monsters that were approaching continuously. Yanran slowly took off a white hair accessory from her head. The next second, the hair accessory emitted a dazzling white light. At the same time, the temperature around her dropped suddenly. The water vapor in the air condensed instantly and finally turned into snowflakes that kept flying around Yanran. Fei Xue, it's time to work. As Yanran finished her words, the flying snowflakes around her quickly condensed into a humanoid creature with an almost transparent body. Changuan recognized it as an elemental spirit at a glance, and from the terrifying coldness it released, he could tell that this elemental spirit was definitely an A-level follower. Unlike most races, elemental spirits are creatures born in nature. When a large number of elements gather in a certain place, these magical creatures with a certain degree of intelligence will be produced. As pure energy bodies, although elemental spirits have extremely powerful elemental manipulation capabilities, they are also extremely difficult to tame. Therefore, the probability of successfully summoning an elemental spirit is almost comparable to the probability of summoning an S-level follower. While Changuan was still surprised that Yanran's follower was an elemental spirit, this elemental spirit named Fei Xue had already begun to act. The human form of this elemental spirit only lasted for a moment. The next second, it turned into a howling gale, carrying fluttering snowflakes across the entire wetland surface. In an instant, all the slimes on the water surface were frozen. Crack! Accompanied by a series of crisp cracking sounds, hundreds of slimes that had turned into ice sculptures were instantly shattered into powder. Seeing this scene, everyone showed stunned expressions at the same time, especially Changuan. As the only person who had fought with Yanran, he felt a great shock in his heart. Now that he had witnessed Yanran's true strength, Changuan realized how much Yanran had let him down when they fought. After easily dealing with a considerable number of slimes, Yanran summoned her own follower back. The elemental spirit that had instantly killed hundreds of slimes turned back into a small and exquisite hair accessory. Yanran put on her hair accessory slowly and then turned to look at her junior classmates behind her and smiled at them. Is your curiosity satisfied now? I'll leave the rest of these slimes to you. Chapter 88, The Black Star Arrives, Mutations Occur. Pa! As the last slime was crushed by the skeleton soldiers summoned by Yi Hui, the hundreds of slimes living in the wetlands were declared completely extinct. Although the cleanup was finally completed, the slime covering their bodies did not make them feel relieved at all. They just wanted to return to the camp and wash themselves up. Especially for Lilibel, who had a slight obsession with cleanliness, this kind of thing was simply a disaster. Although she spent most of her time flying in the air to provide magical support, she was still inevitably stained by the slime that was flying everywhere. Lilawire glanced suspiciously at the land covered with slime, then flew to Changuan's side. Master, let's get out of this dirty place. Hearing this, Changuan looked at Yanran beside him, who nodded. Well, the cleanup here is complete, it's time to return to the camp. After getting Yanran's permission, everyone prepared to set off on their return journey. Swish! At this moment, a sharp and piercing noise came from the sky, sounding like the sound of nails scratching on a blackboard, making people's scalp tingle involuntarily. Before everyone could look up to find the source of the sound, the originally bright sky quickly dimmed, as if night had suddenly fallen. When everyone looked in the direction of the sound, they were instantly stunned by what they saw. I saw a dark meteor falling from the sky. At the same time, this meteor seemed to have the ability to absorb light. The originally clear sky suddenly became gray, and it seemed as if the entire sky was covered with a layer of haze. What surprised Changuan and his group the most was that the meteor was falling straight down. If nothing unexpected happened, the landing point of the meteor would be the E-level area where they were. Although the scene of falling meteors will also appear in the copy world, this scene obviously has many differences from the copy world. For example, black meteors will never appear in the copy world, and they will not cause such strange changes in the celestial phenomena. When Changuan was staring at the strange black meteor, a slender hand suddenly grabbed his wrist, and the hand was trembling slightly. Changuan turned around and saw that it was Lilywei who had caught him. At this time, Lilith was also staring at the falling black meteor with fear in her eyes. It seemed that she was very afraid of this strange black meteor. Master, the magical fluctuations of this meteor are not right, just like the forest we passed by before. Hearing this, Changuan's heart tightened instantly. For Changuan, what happened at that time is still vivid in his mind, because this was the closest he had ever been to death. If it weren't for the kind-hearted man who called himself Lan who came to the rescue, he would have become food in the stomach of the Wolf King. Qingling and she also heard what Lilywei said, and both of their expressions changed slightly. Just as Changuan was about to remind Yanran, the ominous black meteor had already fallen to the earth. Almost at the same time as the black meteor landed, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly shook, and then a shockwave swept over from the direction of the falling meteor, almost knocking everyone to the ground. Changuan suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. He realized that something seemed to have changed, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. Master, the magic power around us has changed. Lilibel's keen magical perception allowed her to notice the abnormality at the first moment and accurately point out the source of the abnormality. Changuan, who was awakened by the words, quickly called out to Yanran. Senior, Weyer said that there's a change in the magic power here, and something bad might happen. We'd better return to the camp to inform the others. Yanran looked at Changuan blankly, then pointed in the direction where the black meteor had just fallen. We must return to the camp quickly because the direction where the meteor fell just now is where the camp is. Good. Upon learning of this, everyone immediately prepared to return to the camp. Wow. At this moment, a loud sound of water suddenly came from the wetland behind everyone. Before everyone could turn around to check the situation, Yi Hui, who was closest to the water surface, had her ankle entangled by a tentacle that emerged from the water. Ah! Yi Hui was so frightened that she screamed, and the tentacle pulled mercilessly, pulling the panicked Yi Hui towards the surface of the water. Blood curse, red scythe. Lilywei was the first to react. She directly released blood magic to cut off the tentacle and successfully rescued Yi Hui. Changuan also rushed over immediately and pulled Yi Hui back from the water. If Lilywei had acted a little later, Yi Hui would have been dragged into the water. Careful! Lilibel let out a cry of surprise, and at the same time, 2 blood-red chains were immediately summoned by her. 2 chains quickly wrapped around Changuan and Yi Hui who were standing by the water, pulling them away from the water. The next second, another tentacle fell on where the 2 had been standing before. If they had not escaped in time, the consequences could be imagined. Gurgle gurgle. Accompanied by a series of bubbles, the originally clear water surface suddenly turned black, and then a huge object like mud rose from the bottom of the water. In addition, the people standing by the water also smelled an increasingly strong fishy smell. Crash! Under the gaze of everyone, the mud broke through the water surface and revealed its true form, the mother slime. This mother slime is much larger than the one Changuan had encountered before, and the magic fluctuations it emits are almost comparable to the Wolf King that Changuan encountered. This means that this mother slime is at least level 20. Although no one knew why a level 20 monster appeared in the E-level area, everyone knew that now was not the time to get entangled with this mother slime. I'll stop it, you guys go. Yanran immediately urged the others to leave quickly. At the same time, the hair accessory transformed from the elemental spirit instantly burst into a dazzling white light. Ice structure 100 warriors prison. Yanran raised her hand and waved, and countless snowflakes condensed from water vapor quickly flew towards the mother slime that was about to land. The next second, these snowflakes condensed into a crystal-clear ice cage, temporarily trapping the huge mother slime in place. After successfully controlling the mother slime, Yanran did not continue to fight, but immediately caught up with the others who had evacuated earlier. However, Yanran overlooked one thing in her haste, that is, this cage could not trap the slime in liquid form at all. The mother slime easily flowed out from the cracks in the cage, and then swallowed up the entire ice cage, turning its magic power into its own nutrients. After enjoying this refreshing appetizer, the mother slime set its sights on the escaped main meals. Gurgle gurgle. The mother slime continued to chase Changuan and his group. Its fluid body made it walk on flat ground, and the complex forest environment did not affect its movement speed at all. Seeing this, Zi Yanran realized that the situation was not good and immediately released several ice spikes to block it. As a result, these ice spikes were decomposed into magic power the moment they hit the mother slime. Slimes are inherently difficult monsters. Now that the situation is critical, Zi Yanran really doesn't want to get too entangled with this mother slime, but if she doesn't use all her strength now, it will be almost impossible to escape the mother slime's pursuit. Just as Zi Yanran was hesitating whether she should stay behind to cover the retreat, the mother slime took the initiative to attack. Several thick tentacles emerged from the mother slime's body and then rushed towards the direction where everyone was fleeing. Zi Yanran was about to resist, but the tentacles ignored her and attacked Si Chainan and Yi Hui directly. Chapter 89, Elemental Absorption, Mutated Slime. Hua hua. Si Chainan only heard a few rapid sounds of breaking wind, and the next second, he felt a tightness around his waist, as if something was wrapped around him. Before Si Chainan could look down, the mother slime immediately controlled its tentacles to pull Si Chainan back. In addition to Si Chainan, Yi Hui also suffered the same fate. Let them go. Zi Yanran was the first to react and immediately released several ice blades, cutting off all the tentacles of the mother slime. Although Zi Yanran didn't know why the mother slime ignored her and chose to attack Si Chainan and Yi Hui instead, she didn't have time to think about it carefully. You guys go back to the camp first, I'll cover your retreat. Zi Yanran quickly helped the two of them up, and then gave orders to Si Chainan and others. As the only second-year student in the team, Zi Yanran believes that it is her responsibility to protect these younger generations. But there's something wrong with this slime. You're alone. Before Si Chainan finished speaking, Zi Yanran gently placed her fingers on his lips, signaling him not to continue. It's just a level 20 monster. I'm level 29 after all. It's only right that I protect you. So, don't waste time here. Let's go. Hearing Zi Yanran say this, Si Chainan nodded although he was reluctant. After reaching a consensus, Si Chainan and his companions immediately continued to flee towards the camp, while Zi Yanran stayed where she was and watched her juniors leave. Perhaps because it saw the food moving away from it, the mother slime suddenly increased its speed and arrived in front of Zi Yanran in the blink of an eye. Zi Yanran immediately dodged to the side and prepared to launch a counterattack, but she found that the mother slime had no intention of attacking her at all, but wanted to continue chasing Si Chainan and his group. Zi Yanran didn't know why the mother slime was so obsessed with attacking these offspring, but as she was responsible for covering the rear, she couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Stop it. The biting cold air quickly gathered between her fingers. As Zi Yanran raised her hand and waved it, several icicles the size of bowls fell from the air, piercing through the body of the mother slime and temporarily curbing the movement of this monster. With the previous lesson, Zi Yanran did not stop this time. She knew that even if the body was pierced, the mother slime could still easily break free. Touch of Eternal Frost. While the mother slime had not yet completely broken free, Zi Yanran gathered all the cold air at her fingertips, then pointed at the mother slime through the air, and the extremely strong cold air was quickly injected into the mother slime's body. At least 90% of a slime's body is made up of liquid, so most slimes are very afraid of fire and ice. As the touch of Everfreeze successfully hit the target, the huge body of the mother slime immediately stopped wriggling, and ice flowers quickly bloomed and spread inside its body. In the end, the entire mother slime turned into a huge ice sculpture. Looking at the really unflattering ice sculpture in front of her, Zi Yanran finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Si Chainan and others saw Zi Yanran successfully defeated the mother slime, so they stopped and waited for Zi Yanran to return to the team. Although Zi Yanran did subdue the mother slime with one move, she poured a lot of magic power into it in order to maximize the power of the touch of Eternal Freeze. Therefore, now, Zi Yanran's magic power has been consumed by 80%. Zi Yanran, still in shock, took one last look at the slime ice sculpture in front of her, and then prepared to return to the team. Gurgle. Just as Zi Yanran turned to leave, a familiar voice made her startled and stop. There was no need to listen carefully, Zi Yanran knew that the sound came from the mother slime that had turned into an ice sculpture. Gurgle gurgle. Soon, the sound became more and more rapid and dense, sounding like some liquid boiling. Go! After realizing that something was wrong, Zi Yanran immediately urged Si Chainan and the others to leave quickly, while she herself slowly retreated, condensing an ice sword in her hand, staring intently at the slime ice sculpture that kept making noises. The slime ice sculpture quickly softened and returned to its uncomfortable wriggling state. Unlike its previous mud-like appearance, the rethawed mother slime was now ice blue and continuously emitted a chilling chill. Feeling this extremely familiar cold air, Zi Yanran was shocked to realize that this mother slime seemed to have absorbed the ice element she released. This time, the mother slime finally stopped ignoring Zi Yanran and instead launched a fierce attack on her the moment it regained its freedom. More than a dozen tentacles attacked Zi Yanran from all directions at the same time. Faced with such intensive attacks, Zi Yanran, who was now in poor condition, could only dodge with all her might and had no energy left to launch a counterattack. Even so, Zi Yanran's dodging speed was still decreasing rapidly, and she was finding it increasingly difficult. Just at this moment, a tentacle attack from the blind spot of Zi Yanran's vision successfully wrapped around her ankle and completely disrupted her rhythm in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, several more tentacles continued to pursue and tightly wrapped around Zi Yanran's limbs and body. Zi Yanran, whose movements were restricted, naturally wanted to use her strength to break free from the tentacles. However, she was surprised to find that these tentacles were actually absorbing the magic power in her body. Although slimes can indeed consume magic power, they do not have the ability to actively absorb magic power. Obviously, this mother slime is very special. In just a few breaths, the already limited magic power in Zi Yanran's body was absorbed until there was almost nothing left. As her magic power drained away, Zi Yanran became increasingly unable to exert any strength, and even her consciousness gradually became blurred. Hurry, go! At the last moment before she lost consciousness, Zi Yanran kept repeating inaudible words. Seeing Zi Yanran in danger, Si Chainan was the first to rush to rescue her, and his three relatives immediately followed. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. Si Chainan and Lilawire took the lead in attacking. The sharp blood-red sickle blades instantly cut off all the tentacles, and Zi Yanran fell to the ground. The attacked mother slime immediately set its sights on Si Chainan again, and it quickly approached Si Chainan with its fluid-like body wriggling. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Xingling took a quick step and stood in front of Si Chainan, then raised his sword and swung it at the mother slime. The sharp sword energy burst out instantly, tearing the mother slime into two halves on the spot. However, this level of damage was not even a minor injury to the slime. The mother slime, which was suddenly split into two, quickly merged into one again. At the same time, more than a dozen tentacles emerged from its body, preparing to launch a new round of attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, more than a dozen tentacles rushed towards Si Chainan together. The speed was so fast that Si Chainan and his companions had no chance to dodge. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of Si Chainan. The man just waved his hand lightly, and the air around him suddenly began to flow, instantly forming a whistling wall of wind in front of everyone. The tentacles that rushed over could not penetrate the wind wall at all, and were torn into slime on the spot by the strong airflow. After defeating all the tentacles, the man simply snapped his fingers, and the wind wall originally used for defense instantly turned into a thick column of wind, whistling towards the mother slime in front of him. Faced with this rapidly approaching column of wind, the mother slime had no chance to dodge and was instantly blown back more than 10 meters by the column of wind formed by the strong airflow. The slime on its body was blown everywhere, forming a long, disgusting-smelling water stain in the forest. Seeing the person in front of him with long purple hair flying in the wind, Si Chainan immediately recognized the other person's identity. Lan Xin, teacher? Chapter 90, The First Blink of Wind. Lan Xin, teacher? Seeing Lan Xin suddenly appear here, Si Chainan was shocked. Well, this monster is not something you can deal with right now. Leave it to me. Lan Xin walked towards the mother slime that had just been repelled without even looking back, her steps calm and composed. Gurgle gurgle. The mother slime suddenly made a series of rapid noises, which did not sound like a signal of attack, but rather an expression of fear. Faced with the mother slime that kept making sounds, Lan Xin not only had no intention of stopping, but the wind element began to gather rapidly in her hands. After realizing that the wind elf in front of her was extremely powerful, the mother slime immediately began to wriggle its body, moving towards the wetland at the fastest speed, preparing to escape back to the bottom of the water to get rid of the enemy, but it was too late. Lan Xin raised her hand and suddenly a strong wind blew in the originally quiet woods. The strong updraft instantly blew the huge mother slime into the air. The next second, countless high-speed rotating air currents formed sharp wind blades, and at the same time gathered towards the mother slime from all directions. For the mother slime with low defense, this kind of attack with no blind spots is almost equivalent to a meat grinder with no chance of survival, and there is absolutely no way to escape. Crash. Accompanied by a sound similar to a water balloon bursting, the mother slime was instantly cut into irreparable small pieces by the dense wind blades. Finally, Lan Xin manipulated the wind element to compress these astonishing number of small fragments together, and then let them fall into the wetlands not far away, preventing these small fragments from forming a disgusting slime rain. From the time Lan Xian launched the attack to the time she finally killed the mother slime, the entire process took less than half a minute. Si Chainan couldn't help but marvel at this. It was also the first time he had witnessed Lan Xian's strength. At the same time, Lan Xian effortlessly killed the level 20 mother slime in seconds. It could be seen that the true strength of this wind elf was far more than that. However, Si Chainan didn't have time to admire Lan Xian's strength. He quickly ran to Zi Yenran's side. After a simple examination, although Zi Yenran was still breathing, no matter how Si Chainan called her, Zi Yenran showed no signs of waking up. At this time, Lan Xian also came over. "Let me take a look." After saying that, Lan Xian reached out and touched Zi Yenran's cheek, and began to examine the unconscious Zi Yenran with her innate ability. Soon, the expression on Lan Xian's face changed from serious to relaxed. This little girl isn't seriously injured. She just lost consciousness due to the complete depletion of her magic power. She'll be fine after a few days of rest. After hearing Lan Xian say this, Si Chainan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lan Xian looked at the unconscious Zi Yenran, and suddenly changed the subject and looked at Si Chainan and the others. Was this little girl attacked by the mother slime just now? Then how did her magic power get exhausted? Senior was indeed attacked by the mother slime. As for her magic power. In fact, Si Chainan had no idea how Zi Yenran's magic power was exhausted. She clearly had enough strength to dodge the attack of the mother slime just a moment ago, but after being entangled by the tentacles, Zi Yenran lost consciousness without even resisting. I sensed earlier that her magic power was absorbed by the mother slime. Just when Si Chainan was feeling confused, Liliwei stood up and explained Zi Yenran's experience to Lan Xian. Among Si Chainan and his group, Liliwei has the keenest perception of magic. When Lan Xian learned that Zi Yenran had lost all her magic power to the mother slime, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Interesting. This is the first time I've heard of slimes actively absorbing the magic power of other life forms. By the way, teacher, why are you here? Aren't all extracurricular activities arranged by the second graders? Of course it's for you. Faced with this question, Lan Xian gave a simple answer in a matter-of-fact tone. After spending some time with Lan Xian, Si Chainan quickly understood what the wind elf meant from this sentence, which was easily misunderstood. You want to see my actual combat performance after being strengthened, right? Lan Xian nodded, agreeing with Si Chainan's guess. Your actual combat performance was in line with my expectations. I had originally planned to continue observing you secretly, but a series of unexpected events occurred. You mean, the black meteor just now? Teacher, do you know what happened? Hearing Si Chainan's question, Lan Xian immediately shook her head. This was also the first time I'd seen a black meteor like this. I temporarily left to investigate the location where the meteor had fallen, but I didn't find anything unusual there. When I came back, I saw you being chased by the mother slime. Seeing that Lian Lanqing didn't know the origin of the black meteor, Si Chainan immediately felt that something was wrong. Lan Xian looked around, then waved her hand gently. The gathered wind elements slowly lifted Zi Yenran up and finally brought her in front of Si Chainan. Seeing this, Si Chainan understood and immediately accepted it, carefully hugging the unconscious Zi Yenran. Now is not the time to discuss this. I passed by your camp earlier, and it's safe for now. We need to hurry back to the camp and organize the evacuation of all students. After saying that, Lan Xian took the lead and walked towards the camp, and the others followed. With Lan Xian's escort, Si Chainan and his group never encountered any danger on the road. Soon, everyone returned to the camp safely. As Lan Xian said, although the students who stayed in the camp did not know what had happened, fortunately the camp had not been attacked by monsters for the time being. After Lan Xian briefly explained the current situation to the uninformed students, several second-year members of the Night Banquet immediately took action and began trying to recall those companions who had gone out and had not returned. Although many members of the Night Banquet returned to the camp after seeing the recall signal, some members are still on their way back to the camp. Therefore, it will take some time for all members to return. In addition to Si Chainan and his group, some other teams were also attacked by monsters. According to their description, the monsters that attacked them also had unusual characteristics, which were different from the introduction in the monster encyclopedia. Therefore, many people were injured in the battle. The only thing to be thankful for was that there was no record of death yet. Today, the camp is full of students who have unfortunately been injured and students who are busy working as nannies. Shei, who possesses healing skills, also joined the ranks of healers, while Liliwei and Qingling were responsible for delivering medical supplies. While everyone was busy, Si Chainan found Lan Xan alone in the corner of the camp, who was carefully observing the environment around the camp. "Teacher, that mother slime seemed particularly interested in me. It repeatedly ignored the senior student's attempts to stop it and chose to attack me first. Why is it?" "Because the purity of your magic power is too high." Before Si Chainan could finish his words, Lan Xian gave the answer with foresight and then continued with a detailed explanation. "Every time a slime eats, it does so to absorb the magic power within its food. Therefore, when hunting, it prioritizes prey with high magic power purity. Someone like you, with 100% magic power purity, is a feast for the slime, so naturally, they won't let you go easily." After hearing Lan Xian's explanation, Si Chainan fell into deep thought. At the same time, his eyes unconsciously fell on Yi Hui, who was busy not far away. Si Chainan remembered very clearly that in addition to himself, Yi Hui was also repeatedly regarded as a priority target of attack by the mother slime. Since he has the ability of infinite magic, it is completely understandable that he would attract the attention of the mother slime, but Si Chainan is very curious about what is so special about Yi Hui's magic that makes the mother slime also regard this lich as a high priority attack target. Chapter 91, Disaster, Rising Danger. Only 3 days had passed since the arrival of the Black Star, and the entire Wangjiang city and even Tianwang province were in an uproar. Even the top leaders of Zhohua country specially sent a commissioner to Wangjiang city to investigate the matter. Strange black meteors, mutated monsters, and the ominous aura that lingers throughout the entire area, all signs indicate that something unusual and strange has occurred in the E-level area of Riverside Forest. For a time, the entire Wangjiang city was in a panic. Not only the inexperienced students, but even many experienced adventurers who had been roaming in the wild areas for many years did not dare to leave the city rashly. After investigations by various specialists, the impact of this black meteor has been preliminarily confirmed. In the entire Riverside Forest area, the average level of monsters living there has increased by about 10 levels, and a considerable number of monsters have also gained new characteristics and abilities. In addition to the monsters, plants throughout the area also showed signs of abnormal growth. In short, all the creatures in the entire river forest have mutated. As for the most important question, where did this black meteor come from and the specific reason for the changes in the entire area, all the investigation specialists are completely clueless. Even looking at the entire history of Zhohua Kingdom, such a strange incident has never happened before. Because the mutated monsters have many new abilities that have not yet been discovered, their danger is far greater than that of ordinary monsters of the same level. Therefore, the entire Riverside Forest has been upgraded from an E-level area to a C-level area, and adventurers are temporarily prohibited from entering. The Riverside Forest, which was originally an E-level area, is located on the outskirts of Wangjiang City. Now it has suddenly become a C-level area, causing ordinary citizens who have become accustomed to a comfortable life to once again feel fear for the world outside the city walls. In order to quickly eliminate the citizens' panic, the Adventurers Guild and the City Defense Force jointly formed a special operations team, summoned many veteran adventurers and city defense guards, and planned to completely eliminate the mutated monsters in the river forest within a month. As a witness of this incident, although Si Chainan was very curious about what this black meteor was like, as a student he was unable to participate in the subsequent investigation. Everything seemed to have returned to normal campus life, but the feeling of uneasiness in Si Chunan's heart lingered. The people at the Night Banquet were the first to bear the brunt of the adverse effects brought about by the arrival of the Black Star. Several members of the Night Banquet were seriously injured in the battle with the mutant monsters. Although their lives were not in danger, they still left serious sequelae even after their injuries healed. Compared with these people, Zi Yanran was already very lucky. She just lost consciousness due to the exhaustion of her magic power. Of course, the main reason was Lan Xan's timely appearance, otherwise, Si Chainan and his group would have become food for the mother slime. After 3 days of rest, today is the day Zi Yanran is officially discharged from the hospital. Therefore, Si Chainan rushed to the school hospital as soon as he finished his morning class. I don't know who spread the news that Zi Yanran was about to be discharged from the hospital. As soon as Si Chainan arrived at the hospital, he saw several familiar faces. These faces were all reporters from various school magazines. These school magazine reporters obviously came for inquiries and were waiting at the hospital entrance early. The popularity of the Night Banquet is now on the rise, so any news about the Night Banquet will not escape the eyes of major school magazines. As the president of the Night Banquet, Zi Yanran's illness has always been the focus of various school magazines. One of the sharp-eyed school magazine reporters recognized Si Chainan at the first moment and immediately stopped him. Student Si Chainan, are you here to pick up Senior Zi Yenran from the hospital? Also, can you tell me about your true relationship? Faced with this kind of question that he had heard so many times before, Si Chainan had no intention of paying any attention to it at all, because if he stopped to respond, other school magazine reporters would swarm in like sharks smelling blood. Si Chainan quickly shook off the reporter who was blocking his way and fled into the hospital. Because Si Chainan had visited Zi Yenran once before when she was still unconscious, he quickly found Zi Yenran's ward. Just as Si Chainan was about to knock on the door, he heard voices coming from inside the ward. Obviously, someone had entered the ward first. Bang, bang. After knocking on the door symbolically, the talking in the ward stopped abruptly, and then Si Chainan heard Zi Yenran's voice. Come in. Although the response was very loud, it still sounded a little weak. Si Chainan gently pushed open the door and found Zi Yenran and another girl standing beside the bed. Zi Yenran had changed out of her hospital gown and put on her school uniform again, and seemed ready to be discharged from the hospital. Senior Sister Yenran, Senior Sister Huangting. Seeing the two senior students, Si Chainan quickly took the initiative to greet them. When Si Chainan first came to the Night Banquet Hall, the member of the Night Banquet Hall who shot an arrow to warn him was Senior Huangting, who was also Zi Yenran's best friend. The appearance of Si Chainan made Zi Yenran and Huangting slightly stunned. Then, Huangting looked at Zi Yenran with an intriguing expression, and finally looked at Si Chainan with a smile. Junior Chenin, are you here to pick up your senior sister Yenran from the hospital? As soon as she finished speaking, a blush quickly appeared on Zi Yenran's cheeks, and then she gently pushed Huangting to express her embarrassment. Because she had just recovered from a serious illness, Zi Yenran's cheeks were a little less pale. Because of this, the blush was particularly conspicuous and was immediately noticed by Si Chainan. Hearing Huangting's question and the change in Zi Yenran's expression, Si Chainan suddenly felt his cheeks getting hot. Yeah, I heard that senior sister Yenran was discharged from the hospital today, so I thought about going over to see her. Hearing this, Huangting smiled knowingly and then looked at Zi Yenran beside her. Look, we just made a bet on whether he would come to pick you up. Now it seems that I guessed right, so next time we go shopping, it will be your turn. I see. Zi Yenran interrupted Huangting with a red face. Although the two spoke quietly, there were only 3 people in the entire ward, so Si Chainan could naturally hear what they were saying. He also knew that they were betting on whether he would come to pick up Zi Yenran, and the result of this bet was obvious. Huangting, who won the bet, pulled Zi Yenran in front of Si Chainan with a smile on her face, and then she took one hand each of Si Chainan and Zi Yenran. I'm sure you two have a lot to say, so I won't be a light bulb here. Please feel free to do as you please. After saying that, Huangting quickly took Si Chainan and Zi Yenran's hands together, and then she quickly slipped out of the room. Ting ting. Zi Yenran wanted to call out to Huangting, but the latter had already escaped. With Huangting's departure, the entire ward returned to peace. Si Chainan looked at the two people holding hands at a loss. He didn't dare to let go rashly because he was worried that Zi Yenran would misunderstand that he disliked her. On the other hand, Zi Yenran also had no intention of letting go. It seemed that they were both considering the same concern. Senior, have you completed your discharge procedures? After being silent for a long time, Si Chainan finally managed to utter a word. Zi Yenran nodded slightly. Well, Tingting has already done it for me. Oh, can we go now? Zi Yenran nodded again in agreement. Si Chainan looked at the hands of the two men and finally made up his mind. We might run into those school newspaper reporters out there, so we shouldn't do this, right? After saying that, Si Chainan was the first to let go of her hand, but the next second, Zi Yenran took the initiative to hold Si Chainan's hand. Feeling the force on his hand increase slightly, Si Chainan was quite surprised. Zi Yenran seemed to want to convey some emotion through this action. I'm still a little weak and walking might be a little unsteady, so please take care of me for a while. Hearing Zi Yenran say this, Si Chainan naturally had no reason to refuse, so he held Zi Yenran's hand tightly in return. Then let's go. Chapter 92, Targeting. Night Banquet Hall. Today is the day for the Night Banquet's regular meeting, and it is also the first regular meeting after the Black Star incident. Except for a few members who were seriously injured and still recuperating, all members of the Night Banquet were present, making the usually deserted Night Banquet full of popularity. After experiencing the Black Star incident, the hearts of all the Night Banquet members were inevitably shrouded in a haze. As the president of the Night Banquet, in addition to routine reports, Zi Yenran also comforted those who were in a low mood at the meeting. Although Zi Yanran is not good at this kind of emotional soothing work, it is better than nothing. In this way, the entire meeting lasted for half an hour in a slightly heavy atmosphere. According to previous management, the meeting was about to come to an end, but Zi Yanran distributed a brand new information booklet to everyone present, and it had quite a few pages. Before everyone could flip through the file, Zi Yanran clapped her hands and motioned everyone to look at her. We held a faction meeting this morning. After a vote by each faction, we will hold the Star and Moon Together competition next week. The information just distributed is your work schedule for next week. You can take your time to review it after the meeting. When they heard the words Star and Moon walking together, the second-year members, including Huang Ting, all changed their expressions slightly. In contrast, the first-year members showed puzzled expressions. They had no idea what the so-called Star and Moon walking together was. President, may I ask what Star and Moon companionship is? A first-year member asked Zi Yanran a question, and the eyes of the other first-year members were immediately focused on Zi Yanran. Zi Yanran was not at all surprised by this question. After all, even though she was in the second grade, she had only experienced walking with the stars and the moon once. The so-called Star-Moon companionship is a competition between factions. Each faction sends a first-year member and a second-year member, no higher than level 30, to compete in teams of 2. Teams are then ranked based on the time it takes them to clear the dungeon. In simple terms, it's a dungeon speed race. As soon as Zi Yanran finished speaking, Huang Ting, who was sitting next to her, threw the file in her hand onto the table with an angry expression. The Star-Moon collaboration competition used to be held in the second half of the school year, but this year it was suddenly moved forward to the first half. Furthermore, our Night Banquet is currently in a state of severe weakness. Someone must be deliberately targeting us. Huang Ting's complaint caused a lot of discussion among the crowd, and even the first-year members who had never participated in the Star-Moon tour felt that something was wrong. Seeing this, Zi Yanran could only sigh softly. It was indeed Chen Yujia who first proposed holding the Star-Moon journey ahead of schedule, and her purpose is obvious. Over the past period of time, our Night Banquet's reputation has continued to rise, and the Tong Gang Association will naturally not sit idly by. Moreover, our Night Banquet recently suffered an accident, and they will definitely not miss this opportunity to suppress us. At this time, Si Chainan also raised his hand and asked a question. Did the Xiangba Association also agree to this proposal? Zi Yanran shook her head. The Xiangba Association and its affiliated factions all abstained from voting. I voted against it on behalf of the Night Banquet, and some other factions also voted against it, but in the end, the majority voted in favor. Apart from Lu Chanxian and Lin Wanner, Si Chainan has no connection with the Xiangba Society, but he does not dislike this strength. At least it looks more pleasing to the eye than the Tong Gang Society. Yanran, have you decided on a candidate? If you're still considering a candidate, I'm willing to represent our Night Banquet in this competition. At this point, Huang Ting could only accept this fact, and she also took the initiative to volunteer to Zi Yanran. Faced with Huang Ting's self-recommendation, Zi Yanran did not give an immediate answer, but suddenly looked at Si Chainan across the conference table. This sudden gaze startled Si Chainan, and then he seemed to have a premonition of something. Soon, Zi Yanran quickly withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Huang Ting, who was still waiting for a reply. Zi Yanran just shook her head at Huang Ting, then looked at everyone present. As for the candidates for this competition, I have already decided Si Chainan and I will be competing together in this Star-Moon tour. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Si Chainan. As for Huang Ting, she frowned and looked at Zi Yanran with an extremely puzzled expression. Huang Ting recognized Si Chainan's strength, so she was not questioning the decision to let Si Chainan compete, but was worried about another candidate for this competition. Zi Yanran seemed to have anticipated Huang Ting's objection. She calmly shook her head slightly at her best friend, signaling Huang Ting not to speak for the time being. Seeing this, Huang Ting had no choice but to do as she was told and silently swallowed the words she was about to say. If there are no other objections, today's meeting ends here. Please familiarize yourself with next week's work arrangements as soon as possible after this meeting. No mistakes are allowed. The meeting is adjourned. As Zi Yanran announced the end of the meeting, most members left the venue, and only a few second-year members including Huang Ting chose to stay. Of course, Si Chainan, one of the contestants, also stayed in his seat. Seeing that most of the other members had left, Huang Ting finally raised her own questions. Yanran, you are the president of our Night Banquet, how can you fight in person? Faced with Huang Ting's questioning, Zi Yanran showed a helpless bitter smile. There's no rule that says the guild president can't participate. Besides, I'm not over level 30, so I just meet the requirements. This isn't a matter of rank. If you participate in person, others will think we have no one available for the night banquet and have fallen to the point where the president needs to participate in person. Hearing this, the smile on Zi Yenran's face gradually faded, and then she sighed softly. However, the truth is, we have no one available right now. Our second-year members were injured in the Riverside Forest, and most of them haven't recovered yet. The Tong Gang Association saw this and wanted to organize the Star Moon Companion early to target us. Compared to the others, I'm the one who recovered the fastest, so naturally, I should be the one to fight. But you were just discharged from the hospital yesterday, and your body isn't in good shape either. With only a week, there's no time to recover, so you should let me participate in this competition. Aren't you injured yourself? Since we are all injured, and my level is the highest among you, then I should be allowed to participate in the competition. But Huang Ting wanted to object, but she couldn't find any reason to refute it. Huang Ting was speechless and looked at the other second-year members, wanting to seek their help, but they just shook their heads slightly, indicating that they were powerless. Seeing this, Zi Yenran also looked at the other second-year members who stayed behind. Obviously, like Huang Ting, these second-year members stayed because of the same concerns, but now they have not continued to raise questions or objections. Finally, Zi Yenran finally looked at Si Chenan, who remained silent. Chenan, do you have anything to say? Faced with Zi Yenran's proactive inquiry, Si Chenan hesitated for a while before standing up. I personally have no opinion, but your body. Hearing this, Zi Yenran smiled slightly. It's okay. I know my body well. It's just a competition. I can handle it. But you, please don't hold me back, okay? Hearing Zi Yenran say this, Si Chenan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, and then he didn't dare to raise any more questions. After all, even Huang Ting couldn't persuade Zi Yenran, so Si Chenan didn't plan to try anymore. Since Senior is so insistent, I will also try my best in the competition. After getting Si Chenan's approval, Zi Yenran nodded slightly and showed a satisfied smile. Star Moon together emphasizes teamwork. We should improve our tacit understanding as quickly as possible before this, so we need to find time to go to the training ground and practice more in the next few days. Well, everything is as Senior's sister said. Chapter 93, Infinite Summoning, Secrets and Costs. The training ground is as busy as usual, especially today is the weekend. The number of students coming here for training is astonishing, and almost all the training areas are in use. After completing the high-intensity training customized by Lan Xan, Si Chenan came to the rest area to take a break and did not leave the training ground directly. In preparation for next week's Star Moon competition, Si Chenan and Zi Yenran agreed to train together later, so Si Chenan simply stayed in the training ground waiting for Zi Yenran's arrival. Si Chenan and Zi Yenran have been training together for 3 days, and the tacit understanding between the two is constantly improving, but Si Chenan always feels that Zi Yenran's strength is not as good as when she was in the Riverside Forest. Obviously, Zi Yenran, who had just been discharged from the hospital, is still in poor condition. When Si Chenan first discovered that Zi Yenran was in poor condition, he tried to persuade her to give up the competition and let someone else take her place, but was sternly rejected by Zi Yenran. In addition, Zi Yenran also asked Si Chenan to keep his physical condition secret from others. Therefore, under Zi Yenran's coercion and inducement, Si Chenan had no choice but to agree to help keep the secret. In fact, Si Chenan was also quite helpless. Although Zi Yenran seemed to be very easy to get along with, once she made up her mind about something, she would never change it easily. Just as Si Chenan was waiting for Zi Yenran, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the training ground. Si Chenan looked carefully and found that in a training area not far from him, Yi Hui was conducting a simulated battle alone. It was the first time that Si Chenan saw Yi Hui at the training ground, so he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Ever since the Black Star incident, Si Chenan seldom encountered Yi Hui outside of the Night Banquet Hall. Even if he happened to see Yi Hui on campus, the Lich Girl always looked hurried, so Si Chenan was reluctant to approach her and talk to her. Out of curiosity, Si Chenan came to the training area where Yi Hui was. Since Yi Hui was conducting a simulated battle, Si Chenan was temporarily unable to enter the battle area and could only stand outside waiting for the battle to end. After just watching the battle for a while, Si Chenan discovered something was wrong. Not only did Yi Hui not use the skeleton C tactic, she didn't even summon a single undead creature, completely deviating from her previous fighting style. The enemies in this simulated battle are a giant monster and several small monsters, all at level 10. If Yi Hui summoned skeleton soldiers as she did in the past, she could easily defeat enemies of this level. However, Yi Hui did not do so. Instead, she just kept dodging the attacks of these monsters. Soon, Si Chainan realized that Yi Hui's purpose was not to defeat these monsters, but to exercise his combat awareness by avoiding their attacks. During the previous cooperative battle with Yi Hui, Si Chainan also discovered that Yi Hui lacked combat awareness. Yi Hui's skeleton sea tactics should not be underestimated, but as a summoner, she lacks combat experience. If the enemy chooses to capture the leader first, then Yi Hui will be in a situation where she has no power to resist. Now Yi Hui seems to have realized this, so she started to train her abilities in this area. After continuing to observe for a while, Si Chainan gradually discovered some interesting things. Although Yi Hui's combat awareness has improved compared to the past, she still feels overwhelmed sometimes. In addition, Si Chainan also discovered that the dodging skills demonstrated by Yi Hui were more inclined to fight against human opponents rather than against monsters, which is why Yi Hui sometimes seemed at a loss when facing monster attacks. Si Chainan was very curious about where Yi Hui learned these skills. It was obvious that someone had trained her specifically. Just as Si Chainan was surprised and curious about Yi Hui's progress, Yi Hui also noticed Si Chainan, who was watching the game from the side. Seeing Si Chainan coming, Yi Hui immediately turned off the simulated combat system temporarily and walked out of the combat area. Chenan-san. Yi Hui greeted Si Chainan with a smile. Seeing this, Si Chainan smiled and handed the towel provided by the training ground to Yi Hui to wipe her sweat. I didn't expect to see you here, so I wanted to come over and say hello. Yi Hui took the towel and simply wiped the sweat off her face. Although the physiological structure of liches is different from that of humans, they will still sweat after strenuous exercise, but the degree of sweating is not as exaggerated as that of humans. Judging from your performance just now, I guess you've been training yourself a lot recently, right? Si Chainan asked Yi Hui curiously. Well, actually, ever since the last Wolf Cub trial, I've realized that I'm seriously lacking in combat experience. Not only do I rely too much on summoning undead creatures, but my mind tends to go blank when I get nervous. Especially last time in the Riverside Forest, it was because of my carelessness that I was attacked by monsters and even indirectly caused my senior's injury. At the end of her words, Yi Hui's tone became full of shame, and her hands were tightly clutching the towel, as if she was venting her guilt. Seeing this, Si Chainan quickly shook his head. What happened in Riverside Forest was not your fault. None of us anticipated those sudden changes, and senior sister never blamed anyone, so you don't need to feel guilty about it. Hearing this, Yi Hui looked at Si Chainan in a daze. After a moment of silence, she nodded slightly. Seeing that Yi Hui was in a low mood, Si Chainan immediately tried to change the subject. Come to think of it, I've always been curious about how you could summon so many undead creatures at once. This doesn't make sense, does it? Although Si Chainan knew that the Lich race had an innate affinity for undead magic, it was unheard of for someone like Yi Hui to summon such a large number of undead creatures at the same time. Faced with Si Chainan's question, Yi Hui couldn't help but show a hesitant expression. Seeing that Yi Hui seemed a little embarrassed, Si Chainan quickly changed his words. It's okay if you don't want to say it. I'm just asking casually. Don't take it seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hui suddenly grabbed Si Chainan's arm, and a cold touch came over. In addition, a new memory emerged in Si Chainan's mind. A girl who looked exactly like Yi Hui was lying alone in a place similar to an altar, seemingly without any signs of life. Around the altar were an astonishing number of undead creatures, including skeleton soldiers, undead knights, ghouls, ghosts, etc. All kinds of creepy sounds filled the entire space. Seeing this nightmare-like scene, Si Chainan came back to his senses and found that his whole body was covered in cold sweat. What were those memories just now? These are my only memories of my past life. The so-called liches are creatures that are reincarnated from other races using forbidden magic. Therefore, liches have memories of their past lives, but the amount of these memories depends entirely on the situation. Some liches don't even have any memories of their past lives at all. The above are all the introductions about liches that Si Chainan knew from textbooks. I only remember that I was a human in my previous life, but I don't know how I transformed myself into a lich in my previous life. Si Chainan was silent for a while, then continued to ask questions. So, does this have anything to do with your ability to summon so many undead creatures? Yi Hui nodded slightly. I'm different from other liches. My lich clan is best at necromancy. Although I can summon an astonishing number of undead creatures at once, I can't use necromancy other than summoning the undead. I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Then, can you summon so many undead creatures at once? Can your magic handle it? Si Chainan remembered that summoning skills were also one of the types of skills that consumed the most magic power. Well, this is another thing that puzzles me, because I don't need to consume any magic power to summon undead creatures. The types of creatures I summon are only limited by my own level. Chapter 94, One Thing Conquers Another. Tianwan Provincial University, Central Square. Today is the day when the Star and Moon competition begins. The crowds of people are shoulder to shoulder and occupy every corner of the square. The scene is very lively. Affected by the Black Star incident, the vast majority of students at the Provincial Academy hadn't left school for nearly half a month, and had long been bored to death. Therefore, it was impossible for them to miss an event like the Star Moon tournament. As a contestant, Si Chainan arrived at the competition venue early and rested in the waiting area with Zi Yanran, waiting for the competition to officially begin. After Zi Yanran's introduction over the past few days, Si Chainan had a more comprehensive understanding of this so-called Star Moon competition. Simply put, two people need to work together to complete the strategy of the copy, and the final ranking will be determined based on the time it takes to complete the copy. The monsters in the dungeon are divided into two types, ordinary monsters and elite monsters. The level of ordinary monsters is 15, and the level of elite monsters is 25. Since Star Moon Companions focuses on the cooperation between first-year and second-year students to pass the level, in order to prevent the first-year students from over-relying on the second-year students, ordinary monsters are given a special buff when the attacker's level exceeds level 20, the damage caused by the attacker will be reduced to 1%. This means that the best solution for quickly clearing the dungeon is to have first-year students deal with ordinary monsters, while second-year students are responsible for fighting elite monsters. During the doubles training in the past week, Si Chainan and Zi Yanran simulated a combat environment similar to that of Xingyue's team through the training ground. After a week of running in, although the level of tacit understanding between Si Chainan and Zi Yanran has not yet reached the level of telepathy, the most basic combat cooperation is still not a problem. Although the two of them had made all preparations for the Star Moon competition, Si Chainan was still a little worried about Zi Yanran's health. In just 1 week, the two of them trained for more than 3 hours every day, but almost every training session ended with Zi Yanran being the first to run out of energy. For a person who has just recovered from a serious illness, although insisting on training for more than 3 hours every day sounds very hard and physical exhaustion is inevitable, real combat is far from being as easy as the simulated combat in the training ground. Because of this, Si Chainan was worried about whether Zi Yanran could hold on to the end in the real competition. "Senior, how are you today? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Facing Si Chainan's question, Zi Yanran naturally knew what Si Chainan was worried about, so she smiled. "Don't worry, Senior is doing fine and won't hold you back." Hearing Zi Yanran say this, Si Chainan could only smile bitterly. He didn't expect Zi Yanran to suddenly give in at such a critical moment. Since Senior is so confident, I must work hard to not hold her back. After saying that, the two of them smiled at each other tacitly. "Hey, it's already this late, and you two are still in the mood to talk about love here. It seems that you don't take the competition seriously at all. You might as well just give up." At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the side, its tone full of hostility. Si Chainan and Zi Yanran subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person coming was Chen Yujia. The arrival of the Tong Gang Society president instantly ruined Si Chainan's good mood. After all, if the Tong Gang Association had not proposed to hold the Star Moon competition in advance in response to the Night Banquet, Zi Yanran, who had just recovered from a serious illness, would not have forced herself to participate in the competition. Chen Yujia also noticed the hostility in Si Chainan's eyes, and the president of the Tong Gang Association immediately smiled knowingly. "Look at that look in your eyes, it's really scary. If you really care about your president, you might as well persuade her to give up immediately. Considering your recent good luck at the Night Banquet, if the president encounters any mishap during the competition, it will be a disaster." Hearing that Chen Yujia actually used the Black Star incident to ridicule the misfortune of the Night Banquet, Zi Yanran immediately stood up from her chair in anger, glaring at Chen Yujia fiercely. Seeing that Zi Yanran was about to lose her temper, Chen Yujia was not afraid at all. Instead, she stood there with a forced smile, wanting to see what Zi Yanran could do to her. At this moment, a sound of unhurried footsteps came from far away, accompanied by a complaining voice. "Oh, I was wondering why I felt so irritated the moment I walked into the waiting area. It turns out it's you, Chen Yujia, who's causing trouble again." I saw a tall girl walking slowly towards where Si Chainan and the others were. Her eyes were always on Chen Yujia, and her brows were full of contempt. Faced with the girl's verbal provocation, Chen Yujia naturally refused to be outdone. She simply ignored Zi Yanran, with whom she had just had a conflict, and turned to face this uninvited guest. I thought it was just a dog barking from somewhere, but it turns out it was you, the loser dog, who smelled the scent and followed over to join in the fun. Hearing Chen Yujia's counterattack, the girl couldn't help laughing, as if she had heard a huge joke. Prodigal dog? I remember that before last year, this title had always belonged to your Tong Gang association. If it weren't for the bad luck of our Xiangba association last year, it wouldn't have been your turn to take the top spot, the perennial runner-up. Hearing this, Chen Yujia was so angry that her face turned blue and white, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. In contrast, this girl did not continue to press the pressure, but smiled and admired Chen Yujia's angry expression. After a long while, Chen Yujia, with a sullen face, spoke again. Did you come all the way here just to bring up this old score with me, or are you guys from the Xiangba Society planning to stand up for Night Banquet? It's not that I'm trying to get ahead of myself. I just came here to talk to someone from the Night Banquet about something, but I didn't expect you to be here. As soon as he finished speaking, Si Chainan suddenly noticed that the girl glanced at him quickly, so quickly that Si Chainan almost thought it was an illusion. After learning the purpose of this girl's visit, Chen Yujia looked at Si Chainan and Zi Yanran with a strange expression, and then looked at the girl from Xiangba Club again. What is there to discuss between your Xiangba Association and the Night Banquet? Are you planning to join forces to deal with our Tong Gang Association? Facing Chen Yujia's questioning, the girl blinked and then chuckled. You guys from the Tong Gang Society, who have always been in second place, are really overconfident. If we, the Xiangba Society, want to deal with you, we don't need to join forces with other forces. And speaking of which, I remember exactly what your Tong Gang Society did to our members during the Young Wolf trial. I haven't had time to settle the score with you yet. As the girl spoke, the smile on her face gradually faded. Even Si Chainan, who was standing next to her, could clearly feel that the girl's aura was gradually becoming oppressive. Obviously, this girl really holds a grudge against the Tong Gang Society for its actions. Faced with the sudden tense atmosphere, Chen Yujia rarely refuted, but stared at the girl in front of her with a serious expression, and a hint of fear appeared in the depths of her eyes. Seeing that Chen Yujia was actually afraid of this girl, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Seeing Chen Yujia's expression as if facing a great enemy, the girl suddenly changed her expression again and put on a smiling face again. You're not a member of the night party, so what happens next has nothing to do with you. You'd better leave quickly and stop ruining the atmosphere by standing here. Although the girl advised Chen Yujia to leave immediately in a very gentle tone, her words were not polite at all, and there was no real smile in her eyes. She seemed to be putting pressure on Chen Yujia. Si Chainan originally thought that based on Chen Yujia's personality, she would not just let it go, but the result surprised him. Chen Yujia was seen glaring at the girl angrily, looking as if she was about to rush up to fight. However, in the end, Chen Yujia turned around and left without even saying a harsh word. Chapter 95, The Eve of the Stars and Moon. Seeing Chen Yujia, who dared not speak out but left in such a huff, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel a little magical, and at the same time he was in awe of this girl. After all, there were not many people who could make Chen Yujia swallow her anger. After sending Chen Yujia away, the girl turned to look at Zi Yanran, who had been silent. Chen Yujia really is still acting like a shrewd villain. He's always trying to provoke other forces, as if he's afraid he hasn't made enough enemies. Don't you agree, Yanran? The girl changed her previous disgusted attitude towards Chen Yujia and immediately greeted Zi Yanran with a smile. Zi Yanran nodded and responded simply. Senior Yanran, who is this senior? Si Chainan curiously asked Zi Yanran about the girl's identity. Before Zi Yanran could answer, the girl turned her gaze to Si Chainan. Senior Yanran? You're so sweet when you call me that. No wonder I always see Yanran bringing you along lately. It seems those reports in the school magazine are somewhat credible after all. The sudden teasing made Si Chainan feel a little at a loss, especially since the other party was a stranger, so Si Chainan subconsciously looked at Zi Yanran, wanting to seek her help. Zi Yanran's cheeks also turned slightly red, and then she coughed lightly a few times. Stop messing around, didn't you say you were here to discuss something? By the way, Chenan, this is Zhong Kaiyan, the president of the Xiangba Society. When Si Chainan learned that this girl was actually the president of Xiangba Club, he couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect that with such a domineering name like Xiangba Club, their president would be a graceful girl. Although the girl's identity was somewhat unexpected, Si Chainan still greeted her quickly. Hello, senior sister Zhong, my name is Si Chainan. Ha ha ha, you don't need to introduce yourself specifically. After all, you've been quite the star recently. Not only have you demonstrated extraordinary strength, but you've also often been seen with different girls. Even our senior sister Yenran couldn't escape your clutches. You're truly deeply sinful. Ahem, enough, let's get down to business. What on earth are you doing here? Zi Yenran immediately interrupted Zhong Kaiyan and questioned her purpose in a very tough attitude, but the blush on her cheeks betrayed her. Okay, don't worry, it's not a big deal. I'm here just for him. Zhong Kaiyan smiled lightly and pointed at Si Chainan. Hearing this, Zi Yenran suddenly became nervous and looked at Zhong Kaiyan vigilantly, while subconsciously reaching out to block Si Chainan. Si Chainan was completely confused and had no idea what Zhong Kaiyan wanted to do to him. Seeing Zi Yenran's reaction, Zhong Kaiyan burst out laughing. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to snatch anyone away. I'm not the type to steal someone's love. I just came here to thank him. Thank? Si Chainan frowned. He didn't remember any interaction with the president of the Xiangba Society. Look at your memory. Didn't you save 2 members of our Xiangba Society during the Wolf Cub trial? After hearing Zhong Xian's reminder, Si Chainan remembered that she was referring to Lu Qianxian and Lin Wanner. It was just that Si Chainan regarded the two as his friends at that time, so he decided to rescue them, thus ignoring their identity as members of the Xiangba Society. Seeing Si Chunan's sudden realization, Zhong Kaiyan smiled slightly. Now you remember, don't you? Although you two are friends, and the Tong Gang Society's real purpose was to target you at the Night Banquet, Lu Qianxian and Lin Wanner are still members of our Xiangba Society. No matter what, you have helped us, Xiangba Society, to avenge our loss. Senior Zhong, you're making a big deal out of nothing. Qianxian and Wanner are both my friends. No matter who they are, I won't sit idly by. Besides, they're in danger because of me, so I have no reason to ignore them. Hearing this, Zhong Kaiyan nodded with satisfaction. That's quite pleasant to hear. No wonder you're so lucky in love. I was actually a little worried that you'd kidnap Lu Qianxian and Lin Wanner from our Xiangba club. Senior, you're joking. I'm not the type to poach people. Faced with Zhong Xian's teasing, Si Chainan could only smile awkwardly. At the same time, Zhong Kaiyan quickly glanced at Zi Yenran next to her, and the latter's expression looked a little subtle. Seeing this, Zhong Kaiyan pretended to cough lightly and stopped teasing. Let's stop talking about this, otherwise your senior sister Yenran will be jealous. At this time, Zi Yenran sighed deeply, without much expression on her face, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking. Are you done? If you are, please leave immediately. We still have to prepare for the game. Seeing Zi Yenran ordering them to leave, Zhong Kaiyan was not angry, but instead showed a meaningful smile. Okay, I won't be a light bulb here anymore. You two can enjoy your time alone. After saying that, Zhong Kaiyan did what she said and immediately left with a brisk pace. After watching Zhong Kaiyan leave, Si Chainan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Zi Yenran and smiled awkwardly. It's really a bit overwhelming to chat with this senior sister Zhong. Zi Yenran also sighed softly. Indeed, this person is very friendly and straightforward with everyone. This personality hasn't changed since he was a child. From what you said, senior sister, you knew her before? Alas, we're more than just acquaintances. We were classmates in high school. Never mind, let's not talk about that for now. Let's focus on the game at hand. Not long after, all the contestants came to the waiting area one after another, and the originally deserted waiting area was gradually filled with contestants who were eager to try. Si Chainan curiously glanced at the contestants around him, and then suddenly saw Lin Wanner sitting not far away. Obviously, Lin Wanner was also representing the Xiangba Club this time. Lin Wanner, who was also looking around, noticed Si Chainan almost at the same time, so she waved to Si Chainan to say hello. After briefly responding to Lin Wanner's greeting, Si Chainan continued to look for representatives of the Tong Gang Society. Finally, he successfully found 2 students wearing the Tong Gang Society badges. One of them had a pair of rough animal ears and was obviously an orc. Senior, do you recognize those 2 people? Si Chainan pointed out the location of the 2 Tong Gang Society members to Zi Yenran and asked about their identities. Hearing this, Zi Yenran looked in the direction Si Chainan pointed. I don't know that first-year member, but I do know a little bit about that second-year orc. His name is Baoya. Although he's not the top fighter of the Tong Gang Society, he's still quite formidable. He seems to be level 27. Oh, then do you know any of the contestants from the Xiangba Club? Well, the second-year contestant of Xiangba Club is called Xuanfeng. She is a wind elf, level 28. After learning the basic information of his opponent, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel a little pressured. Although Baya and Xuanfeng are not as good as Zi Yanran, who is at level 29, but considering that Zi Yanran's condition has not yet fully recovered, it is still unknown who will win this competition. Zi Yanran saw that Si Chainan's expression became a little solemn. She naturally knew what Si Chainan was worried about, so she reached out and patted Si Chainan on the shoulder. Originally, Si Chainan was still thinking about the possible direction of this game, but was suddenly slapped back to reality by Zi Yanran. Are you doubting that Senior's ability is not enough to win this competition? Although there was a hint of teasing in Zi Yanran's tone, Si Chainan did not continue to answer the question in a playful manner this time. Instead, he looked at Zi Yanran seriously. Senior, are you really planning to participate in the competition? Seeing that Si Chainan's attitude suddenly became serious, Zi Yanran couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and it took a while before she smiled again. What nonsense are you talking about? It's too late to run away at this moment. I will definitely not let you down this time. Chapter 96, Stars and Moon Walk Together. I will definitely not let you down again this time. Hearing these somewhat strange words, Si Chainan immediately felt something was wrong. What do you mean by disappointing me again? Si Chainan looked to Zi Yanran for an answer in confusion, but Zi Yanran hesitated to speak and only responded with a bitter smile. Just at this moment, passionate music resounded throughout the square through the radio, symbolizing that the competition was about to begin, and also rescued Zi Yanran. The game has started, let's quickly prepare to enter the dungeon. Zi Yanran took this opportunity to change the subject, obviously not intending to answer Si Chainan's question directly, at least not for the time being. At the same time, the contestants in the waiting area left in an orderly manner and prepared to line up to enter the dungeon. Zi Yanran was also about to leave with the crowd, but the moment she turned around, Si Chainan grabbed her wrist. Zi Yanran, who was stopped, looked back at Si Chainan in surprise and found that the latter was looking at her seriously. At this moment, Si Chainan already had a rough answer. Considering Zi Yanran's strange behavior during this period, she would rather hide her physical condition from others in order to participate in the competition. All these things were connected together, making Si Chainan realize Zi Yanran's true thoughts. Are you feeling guilty about what happened in the Riverside Forest before, and feel that you failed to protect us? After hearing Si Chainan's self-questioning and self-answering, Zi Yanran, who had been forcing a smile, gradually restrained her smile, and a hint of sadness emerged in her eyes. Can't you give me some face? I'll easily make you dislike me if you do that, okay? Zi Yanran spoke teasingly in an almost sad tone, but there was no expression in her eyes or brows that matched the teasing. Senior, what happened in Riverside Forest is not your responsibility. Isn't it true that I, as your president and senior, failed to protect you? But Si Chainan wanted to say something, but Zi Yanran put her finger on his lips. I'm asking you one last time, are you leaving or not? Zi Yanran asked Si Chainan in a questioning tone, with a hint of impatience on her face. At this time, there were only a few contestants left in the waiting area, and the broadcast outside was urging the contestants to enter as soon as possible. Seeing this situation, Si Chainan had no choice but to compromise after a little hesitation. Okay, I'll go with you, but if something unexpected happens during the game, even if you resent me later, I will forcibly stop the game. Hearing this, Zi Yanran's expression finally eased and she smiled. Don't worry, senior sister won't give you a chance to catch me. Si Chainan sighed lightly, then let go of Zi Yanran's wrist. Just like that, the two of them left the waiting area with their own different feelings. Perhaps because she didn't want other people or the audience at the night banquet to notice anything, Zi Yanran didn't stay for long after leaving the waiting area, but walked straight into the door of the copy. Seeing this, Si Chainan had no choice but to follow closely. After a brief feeling of weightlessness and dizziness, Si Chainan was teleported into the copy, and Zi Yanran, who had entered the copy door earlier, was also there. This copy is surrounded by high walls that are almost impossible to see the top. The gaps between the walls are the contestants' activity space. The whole scene looks like the huge maze in the movie Maze Runner. According to the map information in his mind, this copy was actually not a huge maze. It only had a winding road leading to the end of the copy. In order to reach the end, the contestants had to go through 5 combat tests. Senior, Si Chainan was just about to start conquering the dungeon with Zi Yanran when heavy and chaotic footsteps were heard in front of them. It was obvious that the monsters in the dungeon had taken the lead in attacking. There really isn't even a moment's rest. Get ready to act. Hearing the footsteps approaching from afar, Ziyan sighed lightly, and then the biting cold air began to gather in her hands. At the same time, Si Chainan also drew out Bai Yi and prepared to fight. Soon, the first monster rushed out from the corner of the road ahead. It was a level 15 Mino monster. Immediately afterwards, more Mino monsters followed closely behind. Looking at this monster that almost put him in a desperate situation, Si Chainan, who was now a different person from before, just felt a little emotional, but no longer had any fear. There are nearly 20 Mino monsters in this group, each of them looks murderous and intimidating. Faced with so many ferocious monsters, some weaker contestants might not even be able to pass the first level. Looking at these aggressive Mino monsters, Ziyan raised her hand and waved it, and the biting cold air immediately swept towards the group of monsters like a tide. Under normal circumstances, the attack released by a level 29 monster is enough to instantly kill these level 15 monsters, but the current situation is completely different. The cold air that was originally enough to freeze everything did not cause any damage to these Mino monsters, and it did not even have the effect of slowing down their movement speed. The Mino monsters completely ignored the cold air released by Ziyan. Obviously, these Mino monsters are protected by special buffs, and they are not something that Ziyan, a second-year player, should be able to deal with. Ziyan, whose attack was fruitless, turned to look at Si Chainan, who immediately nodded in understanding. Blood Curse Evil Chain. Dozens of blood-red chains burst out from the space cracks and instantly entangled these seemingly indomitable Mino monsters. When Si Chainan encountered the Mino monster for the first time, he could only run away for his life. However, now the status of both parties has changed. The Minoans controlled by chains roared angrily, but no matter how they struggled, the chains showed no signs of loosening. Si Chainan has now reached level 16. Although he cannot control these level 15 Mino monsters all the time, he can still make them become meat on the chopping board in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Si Chainan cast the Blood Curse, Ghost Shadow again, summoning 2 clones, ready to start a killing spree. At this time, another heavier and more powerful footsteps came from the corner of the road. I saw a Mino monster with an even more exaggerated size rushing out, and its level was as high as 25. Even without trying, Ziyan knew that this level 25 Mino monster was her opponent. Now that the division of labor is clear, Si Chainan and Ziyan have completely let go, wanting to deal with the enemies in front of them as quickly as possible. Soon, all the level 15 Mino monsters were defeated by Si Chainan's attack, without even a chance to resist. At the same time, the battle on Ziyan's side was nearing its end. With her agile body, Ziyan successfully dodged a series of swift attacks from the elite Mino monster. Finally, she seized the opponent's weakness and used the touch of Eternal Freeze to inject powerful cold air into its body. In an instant, the elite Mino monster turned into an ice sculpture without any signs of life. After completing the kill in an instant, Ziyan's face lost some color. At this moment, Ziyan suddenly felt her palms warm, followed by a feeling of being held neither lightly nor heavily, and at the same time a warm current flowed through her palms into her body. Ziyan was stunned at first, then she looked down and found that it was Si Chainan holding her hand. I'm replenishing your magic power. Although this method of replenishment is very inefficient, please make do with it for now. In fact, after a week of double training, Si Chainan had long noticed that the magic power in Ziyan's body had never reached a full state. This was the reason why Ziyan often became physically exhausted. At the same time, the lack of magic power also greatly limited Ziyan's ability to exert her strength. Although Si Chainan was not sure how much strength Ziyan could still exert now, it was definitely the right choice to replenish her magic power in time, because there were more battles waiting for them. Ziyan naturally understood Si Chainan's intention, so she smiled slightly and did not choose to refuse. Instead, she slightly increased the strength of her hands, making their hands touch each other more closely. Well, let's go. Chapter 97 I Don't Allow Failure. As the sun sets in the west, the sky is dyed with a warm orange color. Dusk should have signaled the beginning of a quiet night, but the atmosphere in the central square became increasingly heated. The game had reached a fever pitch at this point, and everyone was watching the live broadcast on the big screen intently. Originally, there were nearly 100 teams of contestants participating in the Star Moon competition. However, after going through numerous tests, at least 2/3 of the contestants have failed halfway through. Only a small number of contestants have successfully passed the 4th combat test and are preparing to launch an attack on the 5th test. Of course, the most exciting thing is that a few extremely powerful participating teams have already started the 5th battle test, and the team of Si Chainan and Ziyan is one of them. Unlike the previous 4 battle tests, the 5th battle test does not have ordinary monsters. Waiting for the challenge is a level 30 Demon Wind Werewolf Beast. Magic Wind Werewolfmon is a variant of Werewolfmon. In addition to having the same strong physique and agility as ordinary Werewolfmon, Magic Wind Werewolfmon also has the ability to use the wind element. Although the attributes of the first-year players were temporarily raised to level 20 by the special buff of the copy, it was not an easy task for two level 20 players to defeat a level 30 Magic Wind Werewolf. At this moment, Si Chainan and Zi Yenran were fighting with the demonic Wind Werewolf Beast. In order to protect Si Chainan, Zi Yenran always focused the hatred of the demonic Wind Werewolf on herself, so she also faced tremendous pressure. Even though Si Chainan was replenishing her magic power all the way, the extremely low replenishment efficiency still meant that Zi Yenran's magic power was always in a state of deficit. Especially after the magic power consumption in the first 4 levels, Zi Yenran is now unable to exert even half of her usual strength. Even so, Zi Yenran had no intention of giving up. She was always paying attention to those fleeting opportunities in the battle. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. The extremely sharp white sword energy whistled towards them, forcing the demonic Wind Werewolf Beast, who had originally wanted to dodge, to give up the idea and instead take on the attack from Zi Yenran head-on. At this time, Zi Yenran was holding an ice longbow and continuously shooting ice arrows at the magic Wind Werewolf Beast. Each ice arrow contains terrible cold air. Once hit by these ice arrows, in addition to causing ice element damage, the cold air injected into the target's body will also cause a slowing effect. From the beginning of the battle to now, the two have been dealing with this magic Wind Werewolf for nearly 10 minutes. Although Si Chainan and Zi Yenran were trying every means to weaken the combat effectiveness of this demonic Wind Werewolf Beast, this demonic Wind Werewolf Beast was still incredibly powerful even though it was covered in wounds. In order to completely restrain this demonic Wind Werewolf and prevent it from attacking Si Chainan, who was of a lower level, Zi Yenran had to switch back and forth between melee and ranged weapons, using various attack methods to restrict the monster's movements and positioning. Although Zi Yenran's condition is far from her former prime, her performance in this battle is unambiguous. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. Si Chainan and his two clones launched an attack together, and dozens of blood-red sickle blades rushed towards the demonic Wind Werewolf. Roar! With just a deafening roar, the air around the demonic Wind Werewolf Beast became violently agitated, instantly shattering the sharp sickle blades into scattered magic power. Just when the demonic Wind Werewolf Beast was briefly distracted by Si Chainan's attack, a sharp cold light suddenly came from behind the demonic Wind Werewolf Beast. An arrow made of ice instantly pierced through the restless air and hit the back of the neck of the demon Wind Werewolf Beast squarely. In an instant, the ice arrow exploded, and the powerful cold air froze the demon Wind Werewolf Beast in place. Blood Curse Evil Chain. Si Chainan decisively released the control skill to exert further control over the temporarily immobile demon Wind Werewolf. Although the gap between levels will greatly weaken the control effect, it is often this fleeting opportunity that determines the outcome of the battle. Seeing that the demonic Wind Werewolf Beast was under control, Zi Yenran decisively chose to pursue the victory, and the ice longbow in her hand also changed accordingly. Ice Structure 100 Weapons Lance. A sharp white light flashed, and the ice bow instantly turned into a crystal clear ice spear, constantly emitting a compelling chill. At this moment, Zi Yenran had already rushed to the front of the demonic Wind Werewolf Beast, and the ice spear in her hand suddenly burst out with a dazzling white light. Seeing Zi Yenran burst out with an unprecedented powerful cold air, Si Chainan realized that Zi Yenran had poured all her magic power into the ice spear. She planned to kill her all in one battle and take this opportunity to launch the strongest attack to completely end the battle. Perhaps it sensed danger, or perhaps its control skills had reached their limit. The magic fluctuations emitted by this magic Wind Werewolf Beast suddenly became agitated, and the ice attached to its body quickly melted. At the same time, most of the chains that bound its limbs and body were also broken by it. Seeing that the demonic Wind Werewolf was about to break free from control, Zi Yenran, who had originally intended to kill it with one blow, couldn't help but be startled. Surprise and helplessness flashed in her eyes, and she had no chance to retract the ice spear in her hand. Seeing that Zi Yenran's efforts were about to fail, Si Chainan naturally could not stand idly by. No matter what, Si Chainan must win this battle for Zi Yenran. Thinking of this, Si Chainan decided to give it a try. The powerful force brought by the breaking of blood limits instantly filled Si Chainan's body, and the crazy overflowing magic power formed a thick blood mist outside his body. Blood Curse Evil Chain. Si Chainan roared angrily, and dozens of blood-red chains emitting evil spirits emerged from the space cracks again. Unlike the normal blood-cursed evil chains, in order to prevent the target from escaping easily, the chains summoned this time were covered with sharp spikes. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by a series of rapid and sharp sounds of breaking wind, dozens of blood-red chains attacked the demon wind werewolf beast that was about to break free from control from all directions. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of flesh and blood being pierced were heard. These chains directly penetrated the body of the demon wind werewolf beast and then wrapped around it, controlling it again in the most painful way. The demonic wind werewolf suddenly roared with anger and pain, and its blue-gray fur was instantly dyed red by the flowing blood. Although it looked like this demonic wind werewolf had suffered serious damage, this was already the limit of what Changuan could do now. Therefore, if he wanted to completely defeat this demonic wind werewolf, he needed the help of another person. Even without words, Yanran knew what she should do. Now that the demonic wind werewolf was under control again, Yanran did not hesitate to increase the power of the ice spear to the maximum, releasing all the magic power without leaving a trace. A powerful cold air erupted completely, and in an instant, the air around them dropped to a level that made people shiver uncontrollably. All the cold air gathered at the tip of the gun, and along with Yanran's last strength, it pierced into the chest of the demon wind werewolf. The roar filled with anger and pain came to an abrupt end, and a strong cold air burst out from the heart of the demon wind werewolf beast, freezing the monster into an ice sculpture in an instant. Finally, the ice spear that completed its mission shattered into white powder along with the ice sculpture of the demon wind werewolf beast. Seeing that the demonic wind werewolf was completely defeated, Yanran, who had used up the last bit of her magic power, suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of exhaustion, making her whole body shaky. Soon, her staggering steps could no longer support her extremely weak body. Under the pull of gravity, Yanran fell to the ground without any resistance. At the last moment before landing, Yanran felt a pair of strong arms catching her. This person was naturally Changuan. Looking at the worried expression on Changuan's face, Yanran felt extremely relieved. As the feeling of weakness and dizziness came again, the relieved Yanran finally lost consciousness completely. Chapter 98. You are taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Late at night, the lively atmosphere brought by the competition completely dissipated, and the campus returned to tranquility under the cover of night. In the equally quiet ward, Yanran, who was still in a coma, was lying on the bed, and Changuan was sitting beside the bed keeping watch. According to the doctor, Yanran was just in a coma due to excessive use of magic power, coupled with the accumulation of recent fatigue, but overall there was no serious problem for the time being, and she would wake up after a good night's rest. After learning about this, the Night Banquet members including Huang Ting were shocked. Although everyone else at the night party was worried about Yanran, who had just recovered from a serious illness, they did not expect Yanran to be so stubborn and insist on participating in the competition even though she was in poor health. As Yanran's partner, Changuan naturally could not escape the complaints of others. After all, he and Yanran had trained together for so long, it was impossible for him to be completely unaware of Yanran's physical condition. Therefore, Changuan could only admit that he had promised to conceal Yanran's physical condition. In order to apologize to everyone at the night party who had been kept in the dark, Changuan took the initiative to assume the responsibility of keeping watch for Yanran. Looking at Yanran's steady breathing, Changuan felt mixed emotions. Ever since he learned the reason why Yanran insisted on participating in the competition in person, Changuan didn't know how to view this behavior. Yanran was undoubtedly a responsible president who chose to do many things personally, but it was this sense of responsibility that caused her guilt. The consequences brought about by the Black Star incident were not her responsibility, but she took all the blame on herself without authorization. Just when Changuan was overwhelmed with emotions, Yanran, who had been in a coma, suddenly let out a slight murmur, and then she slowly opened her eyes. When Yanran first woke up, she was still a little confused. It was not until she saw the person beside the bed and the surrounding environment clearly that her eyes gradually became clear again. After several hours of recuperation through intravenous drip, Yanran's cheeks had regained their color, but the feeling of fatigue caused by insufficient magic power still lingered. Looking at Changuan sitting beside the bed, Yanran hesitated for a moment, then revealed a bitter smile. I didn't expect that I would be back again after being discharged from the hospital less than half a month ago. Hearing this self-deprecating remark, Changuan couldn't help but snort coldly. Yes, if someone knows how to take care of their body, they won't have to go to the hospital again. Yanran smiled without saying anything, and quietly looked at the young man in front of her. Faced with Yanran's behavior, Changuan couldn't help but feel his cheeks getting hot, so he pretended to be angry and turned his face away to avoid eye contact with Yanran. Seeing this, Yanran couldn't help laughing, and a burst of laughter rang out in the quiet ward. Why do you look like a sulky girl when you're angry? It's so cute that I can't bear to expose you right there. Whether this sentence was meant to provoke or simply tease, Zi Yanran successfully caught Si Chanan's attention. I'm not angry, I'm just. Just as Zi Yanran said, Si Chanan now is like a girl who can't hide her thoughts. She clearly wants to refute the other party, but can't find the words to refute for a long time. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I know you're just blaming me for being stubborn. Zi Yanran expressed Si Chanan's true feelings while trying to sit up from the bed. Seeing this, Si Chanan subconsciously wanted to help, but Zi Yanran had already sat up first. Don't worry, I'm not so weak that I can't get up on my own. Zi Yanran smiled slightly, and Si Chanan sat back in his chair. For a moment, the entire ward returned to silence. This silence lasted for a few seconds before Zi Yanran spoke again. By the way, what place did we get in the competition? First. Upon learning that she had won first place, Zi Yanran sat up straight and a happy smile involuntarily appeared on her face, but then she showed a distressed expression. Oh, if I had known we were first place, I would have persisted a little longer. At least I should have held on until the end of the award ceremony. We haven't won first place in a night banquet for a long time. Si Chanan let out a light sigh but didn't say anything, as if he had no intention of responding at all. Seeing that Si Chanan ignored her, Zi Yanran immediately pretended to be dissatisfied and looked at Si Chanan angrily. You are such an unprofessional caregiver. Why don't you talk to the patient? Don't you know that depression can make the condition worse? Faced with Zi Yanran's unreasonable behavior, Si Chanan was ultimately unable to hold on. Si Chanan could only reluctantly roll his eyes at Zi Yanran, and in the end, his complicated emotions turned into a helpless sigh. I really don't know what to say to you. You and Yi Hui both think that the Riverside Forest incident is your responsibility. I really don't understand your thoughts. What happened to Yi Hui? When Zi Yanran heard Si Chanan mention Yi Hui, she immediately showed a puzzled expression. Yi Hui felt that she was unable to help at the time, which indirectly led to your injury, so she has been training hard during this period. After learning about Yi Hui's situation, Zi Yanran was stunned at first, and then couldn't help laughing. What a silly girl, and no one blames her. Aren't you just as stupid? You're the one who was injured, yet you still think you failed to protect others. It's like the pot calling the kettle black. Hearing this, the smile on Zi Yanran's face froze slightly, and then she coughed twice to cover up her embarrassment. Okay, I know I was wrong, and I won't do it again. Zi Yanran admitted her mistake, but her overly cheerful tone showed no sincerity in her reflection. Although Si Chanan was a little angry, he also knew that Zi Yanran's personality was like this. Her overly strong and stubborn character meant that she would not honestly admit her mistakes, and it was even difficult to tell whether she was saying one thing and doing another. After a little consideration, Si Chanan didn't want to delve into this issue any further. After all, Zi Yanran's original intention was good. Perhaps I shouldn't be the one saying these words. Everyone at the night banquet cares about you. Although they're unhappy that you've concealed your condition, they also understand your difficulties. You shouldn't take on all the responsibility for the sake of so-called honor. Everyone at the night banquet is someone you can rely on. After hearing Si Chanan's words, Zi Yanran couldn't help but fall into silence, with extremely complex and changeable expressions emerging in her eyes, which showed that she was in turmoil. After a long time, Zi Yanran let out a long sigh, and her eyes were no longer confused and hesitant. Well, I understand. Seeing that Zi Yanran seemed to be hesitant to speak, Si Chanan couldn't help but feel puzzled, so he subconsciously asked. What's wrong? Faced with the follow-up question, Zi Yanran suddenly changed her tone, and a smile appeared between her eyebrows. It does feel strange to hear these words coming from a new member who has only been in the guild for a few months, especially since they were directed at me, the guild president. Hearing this, Si Chanan couldn't help but smile awkwardly. At this moment, Si Chanan suddenly felt a warm and soft touch on the back of his hand. Si Chanan looked down and found Zi Yanran holding his hand. At this moment, Zi Yanran was quietly looking into Si Chanan's eyes, and the faint smile on her face was full of tenderness. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire ward became subtle. Senior. The sudden change in atmosphere made Si Chanan a little overwhelmed, not knowing that something even more unexpected was yet to come. The originally weak Zi Yanran didn't know where she got the strength from, and she pulled Si Chanan in front of her in an instant, and then kissed him quickly. Although the incident happened suddenly, Si Chanan subconsciously hugged Zi Yanran's slender waist and even touched her a few times. This action instantly made Zi Yanran's body stiffen, and then she immediately ended the kiss, with an expression of panic and shyness appearing on her face. I'm a patient now, you can't take advantage of me, at least not here. Chapter 99, Call to Action. River Plain. Si Chainan returned here again, but this time his purpose of coming here was not to participate in extracurricular activities. Everything started from this morning. Today was the weekend, and Si Chainan was preparing to go to the training ground early in the morning. However, as soon as he left the house, he received a commission token from the messenger. The delegation token is a necessary item for on-campus delegation. It can accurately record the delegation process, making it convenient to distribute rewards based on the completion of the delegation. However, Si Chainan remembered that he had not accepted any delegation in recent times. Puzzled, Si Chainan went to the school's entrustment center to inquire, and then he learned that this token was not a common entrustment token, but a special token called a summons, and only the school had the authority to issue this token. The appearance of a call-up notice generally means that the school has discovered a high-level copy, so it is specifically notifying everyone. Of course, not all students can receive the call-up order. Only students whose strength is recognized by the school have the opportunity to receive the call-up order. As a prominent figure among the first-year students, Si Chainan is naturally the most qualified person to receive the call-up order. In this way, Si Chainan, who learned of the situation, came to the large camp on the Hejian Plain according to the information on the call-up order. This was the gathering place for all the students who received the call-up order. To be on the safe side, Si Chainan also brought 3 of his relatives with him. After all, we don't know yet what we are going to face, so it is normal to make a little fuss. When Si Chainan arrived at the big camp, many people were already waiting here. In addition to students from the provincial institution, Si Chainan also saw students wearing other school uniforms. Obviously, they all came from other institutions in Wanzhong City. Although several students from the provincial university had already arrived, Si Chainan had not seen anyone he knew. Since the students at the provincial university were all freshmen this year, Si Chainan also deduced that the students at other universities were also first-year students. Si Chainan took a quick look and found that in addition to the provincial academy, there were students from at least 5 other academies in the entire camp. Judging from the magical fluctuations emitted by these people, their levels are all above level 12, and 2 or 3 of them have even reached level 15. They must be the best among the first-year freshmen in various institutions. Si Chainan briefly communicated with other students from the provincial academy and found that they had also received the call-up order inexplicably, but they had no idea what had happened. After his inquiries proved fruitless, Si Chainan pretended to be idle and wandered around the camp, eavesdropping on the conversations of students from other schools. However, he also did not get any useful information. Just when Si Chainan felt at a loss, a few more people entered the camp, but this time they were no longer students, but several adults who looked like teachers, and among them was Professor Zhao Fan, whom Si Chainan knew. These people were wearing badges that symbolized their respective schools. Obviously, they were the teachers leading the event. As soon as Zhao Fan entered the camp, he noticed Si Chainan and other students from the provincial academy, so he immediately walked over quickly. "Hello, teacher." Si Chainan and other classmates greeted Zhao Fan in unison, and the latter nodded slightly, with no expression on his face as usual. "Teacher, what are we doing here today?" A classmate raised his doubts to Zhao Fan before Si Chainan, and this was something everyone wanted to find out. Today is the day when a purple dungeon appears regularly. The difficulty of this dungeon is just right for you first-year students, and the rewards are also quite generous. Upon learning that an advanced copy had indeed appeared, several students immediately broke into delighted smiles, their mouths almost reaching their ears, as if they had already seen the scene of themselves returning with a grand prize. Seeing that his student had started to fantasize before even entering the dungeon, the usually serious Zhao Fan snorted and poured a basin of cold water on him without hesitation. "Don't get too excited. Just because I said the difficulty level is suitable for you doesn't mean you can tackle the dungeon as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. If you're too arrogant, you might even lose your life. Besides, you have more to worry about than just the monsters in the dungeon." While Zhao Fan was teaching his students, he couldn't help but glance at where the students from other schools were. Everything was self-explanatory. Seeing this, Si Chainan and others immediately understood and nodded. Seeing this group of teachable students, Zhao Fan nodded with satisfaction. There's still some time before the dungeon appears, and the other students from our school haven't arrived yet. You should rest in the camp first and prepare for the next dungeon strategy. After explaining some simple matters, Zhao Fan walked into the rest camp reserved for teachers, while Si Chainan and others followed orders and stayed where they were to rest. About half an hour later, other students arrived at the camp one after another. Unknowingly, the number of students from the provincial academy had reached 10, and their levels were all above level 12. This also confirmed what the commissioning center said, that only students whose strength was recognized by the school would receive the call-up order. The only thing that puzzled Si Chainan was that there was not a single person among these classmates that he was familiar with. Although this call does not have the effect of compulsory execution, normal people who receive such a thing should be more or less interested in it. After all, it is a recognition of one's own strength. Just when Si Chainan was feeling depressed, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Student Chenan, you are here as expected." Hearing Yi Hui's voice, Si Chainan immediately looked in the direction of the voice as if he had met an old friend in a foreign land, and it was indeed Yi Hui who had just arrived at the camp. Before Si Chainan could respond, his attention was involuntarily attracted by the person following Yi Hui. Then, Si Chainan froze in place. The student who came with Yi Hui was not a stranger, but Danting, whom Si Chainan had not seen for a long time. At this moment, Danting was also looking at Si Chainan with a serious expression, but compared with before, there was less hostility in Danting's eyes. Si Chainan noticed that Danting's right arm was intact, and it was obviously successfully reattached. This kind of limb reattachment technology is not a difficult thing in this world, and coupled with timely treatment, Si Chainan did not find it surprising. What really surprised and puzzled Si Chainan was that Danting actually appeared with Yi Hui, and it didn't look like the two of them had just met by chance and came together. Danting's arrival instantly made Si Chainan nervous. Even Qing Ling and Liliwei immediately came to Si Chainan's side, staring at the uninvited Danting. Faced with Si Chainan and the other two who suddenly became alert, Danting remained unmoved. If it were her in the past, she would have had an argument with Si Chainan and the others long ago. Although Danting's behavior was very abnormal, Si Chainan still did not dare to take it lightly. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming tense unilaterally, Yi Hui, who realized it belatedly, quickly stood between the two sides and then explained the situation to Si Chainan. "Dante came here with me. We both received the call, so we agreed to travel together." Hearing this, Si Chainan frowned, looked at Danting, and then looked at Yi Hui. "When did your relationship become so good?" Yi Hui hesitated for a moment, then told the truth. "Actually, it was Dante who had been training me all along. The reason I went to the training ground that day was because Dante was not available that day." After hearing Yi Hui's explanation, Si Chainan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He kept thinking about Yi Hui's words in his mind, trying to confirm whether he had heard it wrong or misunderstood the meaning. Not only Si Chainan felt incredible, even Liliwei and Qingling couldn't help but look at each other, and both girls had slightly surprised expressions on their faces. Si Chainan really didn't dare to immediately believe that this matter was true. After all, based on Si Chainan's understanding of Danting, this self-righteous Dragon Clan member didn't seem like the type to help others, let alone help train combat skills. Chapter 100, 100-Man Strategy. Faced with continuous questioning, Dante remained unmoved. She stood behind Yi Hui with her arms folded, saying nothing, without any intention of explaining herself. Although Si Chainan really couldn't understand what Danting was up to, there were more important things to do at the moment. Si Chainan could only choose to trust Yi Hui's judgment temporarily, and planned to ask Yi Hui for more details when he had time later. Thinking of this, Si Chainan sighed lightly and silently withdrew his questioning gaze from Danting. With Si Chainan's initial statement, Qingling and Liliwei had to temporarily put aside their doubts, while she hid behind Si Chainan. It seemed that she was a little afraid of this arrogant dragon. Seeing that the tense atmosphere was finally resolved, Yi Hui, the mediator, was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. While a few people were talking, some more students arrived at the camp unknowingly. Si Chainan took a quick look around and found that there were more than a dozen students from almost every academy, and the levels of the students were not much different. It seemed that some kind of tacit understanding had been reached between the various academies. "Speaking of which, did you see Lu Chanxian and Lin Wanner on the road?" Si Chainan asked Yi Hui curiously. With the strength of Lu Chanxian and Lin Wanner, they are fully qualified to receive the call-up order, but they have not been seen for a long time. Therefore, Si Chainan couldn't help but wonder where these two people are. In response to Si Chainan's question, Yi Hui shook her head in confusion, indicating that she didn't know either. However, Danting suddenly spoke. "The Xiangba Club has group training these days, and all members are not in school." Si Chainan didn't expect Dante to answer his question. He was a little at a loss for a moment and looked at Dante in surprise. The latter pretended nothing happened and looked away, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Si Chainan. "Oh." After a long time, Si Chainan simply responded and did not continue to ask Danting more questions. However, after hearing Dan Ting's answer, Si Chainan also remembered that he had indeed not seen any members of the Shanghua Club in recent days. If the Shanghua Club went out for group training, that would make sense. At this moment, the students around suddenly became a commotion, and then the commotion turned into bursts of exclamations, as if someone had discovered something incredible. Si Chainan and his companions looked around curiously, only to find that everyone was looking up in the same direction. I saw a meteor falling from the sky, which was a sign that the copy was about to appear. The meteor emitted a dazzling indigo-purple light, mixed with a hint of faint golden light. At the same time, teachers from various schools came out of their tents and looked at the purple meteor with their students. Compared to most of the emotionally excited students, the teachers' reactions were quite calm. With their experience, they were already accustomed to the appearance of copies. Under the gaze of everyone, this dazzling meteor left an indigo-purple tail of light in the sky, while its main body fell straight to the ground. Soon, some students noticed something was wrong because the meteor was falling towards the large camp. Seeing this scene, most of the students panicked immediately. The cheers that originally expressed joy and excitement turned into screams of fear in an instant, and the emotion of fear quickly spread among the students. Seeing that the situation in the camp was about to get out of control, several teachers finally spoke up. "Everyone stop, don't make a fuss, there's no danger." Several harsh reprimands echoed throughout the camp. The terrified students had to immediately stop their escape and looked at the meteor that was getting closer and closer to the ground with trepidation. Seeing this group of students who were frightened and pale, several teachers shook their heads repeatedly, showing helpless expressions as if they were disappointed in their students. Compared with other classmates, although Si Chainan was not scared to run away, he was also extremely nervous. Although Si Chainan had the good fortune to witness the appearance of a copy when he was in Changuan City, he only watched the meteor fall from afar at that time and did not go to the scene of the fall in person. Therefore, he did not know what would happen next. At this moment, the meteor was already close to the ground, and the dazzling purple light illuminated the entire camp. Some of the more timid students even released their defensive skills. The next second, the meteor finally reached the ground, and the powerful indigo-purple light filled everyone's vision. However, the imagined explosion did not occur, and even the ground beneath everyone's feet did not tremble. As the dazzling light gradually dissipated, everyone saw a copy gate appear out of thin air on the outskirts of the large camp, and nothing around it or inside the camp showed any signs of damage. After narrowly escaping danger, some students who had forgotten the pain began to laugh at those classmates who were scared to use their skills. In this way, laughter and joy were heard again in the camp. Quiet. Now everyone line up according to their school and prepare to enter the dungeon. Under the orders of several teachers, students from various schools immediately stopped fighting and lined up in front of the dungeon door as required. There were more than a dozen students from each school present, so there were nearly 100 students gathered in front of the copy door, and they were all the best students in their respective schools. This dungeon will last for 3 days. Once you enter, you cannot exit. Although this dungeon appears regularly every year, it undergoes various changes. Therefore, whether you can obtain the dungeon rewards this time depends entirely on you. I hope everyone can gain something. Zhao Fan gave a final reminder to the students present on behalf of all the teachers, and then he signaled the students that they could start entering the dungeon. In this way, students from various institutions entered the dungeon door in an orderly and rapid manner, and soon it was the turn of the people from the provincial institution. Zhao Fan looked at his students and his expression became serious. Although this dungeon isn't difficult, it shouldn't be underestimated. So, regardless of any conflicts between you, I require you all to work together instead of fighting among yourselves. Do you understand? While Zhao Fan was speaking in a serious tone, he focused his gaze on Si Chainan and Dan Ting. It can be seen that the intention of his words was quite obvious. Si Chainan had cut off one of Dante's arms during the Wolf Cub trial, so all the teachers and students in the provincial academy knew about the conflict between the two. Hearing Zhao Fan's reminder, Dan Ting nodded first without any hesitation, so decisively that people couldn't help but doubt him. Seeing this, Si Chainan quickly responded and told Zhao Fan that he would let go of the conflict. After receiving the two people's answers, Zhao Fan finally nodded with satisfaction, and then turned to look at the other people in the provincial academy. Besides that, there's one more thing. Once you enter the dungeon, you all need to be smart. Be careful of monsters, traps, and students from other schools. However, if necessary, your competitors may become your partners. Yes. Upon hearing this, the students of the provincial academy responded in unison. Well, come on in. After saying that, Zhao Fan made way, and everyone from the provincial academy immediately lined up in an orderly manner to enter the dungeon. Si Chainan and his 3 family members were at the end of the team. Just as Si Chainan was about to touch the door of the copy, Zhao Fan suddenly reached out and stopped him. Si Chainan, who was blocked, looked at Zhao Fan with confusion, but the latter's expression was so serious that it made people feel scared. Seeing this, Si Chainan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then asked in confusion, "Teacher, is there anything else?" Zhao Fan did not answer the question immediately, but quickly glanced at the teachers and students from other institutions. After confirming that no one was paying attention to this Sai for the time being, Zhao Fan deliberately lowered his already low voice a few more degrees. "According to information received by our school, the top management of a certain institution has instructed their students to take this opportunity to target you, so you must be more cautious this time." Chapter 101, Where the Magma Surges. As soon as the dizziness caused by the space teleportation ended, Si Chainan felt a heat wave coming towards him. The scorching airflow was so hot that he couldn't open his eyes for a while. At the same time, other people around were complaining about the heat. After gradually adapting to the temperature, Si Chainan slowly opened his eyes. Everyone was in a huge underground space, standing on an open rock platform, and around the rock platform was surging magma. This sea of magma extends to the far end of space, and it seems as if there is no end. The rock platform under the feet of everyone is the only isolated island on this sea of magma. The magma, which contained terrifying heat, emitted a dazzling flame, illuminating the entire rock wall in red. After only half a minute, Si Chainan was sweating profusely and had to use his magic power to resist the high temperature. The same was true for others. "What the hell is this place? Why isn't there even a road?" I don't know which student complained first, but it instantly resonated with everyone. Under the influence of the high temperature, almost everyone inevitably became irritable. Si Chainan once again observed the surrounding situation, and then he found that the rock platform under everyone's feet was not an isolated island. Because Si Chainan could vaguely see some building-like things standing in the distance, but the distance was extremely far. Even if he could fly, he didn't know how long it would take to reach it, not to mention he didn't know what dangers existed under the magma. "Master, there's a problem." Just as Si Chainan was about to withdraw his gaze from the distant and unreachable place, Liliwei suddenly called him, her voice sounding a little panicked. Liliwei stared at the magma beside her with a serious expression, as if her eyes could see through the boiling magma. Hearing this, Qingling immediately became alert and quickly drew his weapon. Immediately afterwards, Si Chainan and the others also took up fighting stances. Except for Si Chainan and a few others, the other students were completely unaware of the approaching danger and were still complaining about the hot environment here. Gurgle gurgle. Si Chainan was just about to remind others to be alert when the magma nearby suddenly made a strange noise. The originally calm surface of the magma suddenly began to roll, making sounds similar to boiling water. As the noise grew louder, everyone noticed that something was wrong. At this moment, the surface of the magma around the rock platform surged, and the noisy sound instantly resounded throughout the space. Puff! There was a sound of breaking the water surface, and a figure covered in red fire suddenly jumped out from the magma and instantly knocked down an unlucky student who was standing next to the magma. Then, the unlucky student let out a scream. When everyone looked closely, they found that the attacker was a lizard nearly 2 meters long. The lizard was covered with dark red scales that matched the magma, and its head and back had countless sharp black thorns. As soon as you saw this guy, you knew it was no good. The lizard was madly biting the unlucky student it had knocked down. The latter was completely stunned and could only scream and hold his head with both hands. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. Fortunately, the unlucky guy's classmates were quite brave and decisive. Several students stepped forward together to repel the lizard and successfully save the unlucky guy's life. Seeing this ferocious lizard, Si Chainan quickly compared the lizard's appearance with the description in the monster encyclopedia in his mind. Soon, he recognized that this was a monster called the fire-swallowing lizard. Fire-eating monitors like to live in dry and hot environments, such as deserts and magma. Not only are they not afraid of high temperatures, they also specifically absorb fire elements from high-temperature substances such as magma as food. As the saying goes, one wave has not yet subsided when another wave arises. Just as the crowd rescued the life of an unlucky guy from the mouth of the fire-eating giant lizard, a new situation occurred on the other side. A large number of fire-eating giant lizards quickly emerged from the magma around the platform and instantly surrounded the entire rock platform. Everyone then realized that the fire-eating giant lizard was just an advanced soldier, and the real main force was still behind. Si Chainan looked around as quickly as possible and found that there were at least 300 fire-eating giant lizards around. On the other hand, the total number of students, even including their families, is only about 150. The most terrible thing is that these fire-eating giant lizards are all level 15, which is higher than most of the students present. At this moment, these fire-eating giant lizards seemed to have heard the signal for dinner, and quickly jumped out of the boiling magma onto the platform, and the students on the rock platform were the dishes on this table. Relying on the advantage of numbers, the fire-eating giant lizards surrounded the students and continuously squeezed their space for movement. Damn it, let's fight these beasts. As the first warrior rose up to resist, the others also began to respond. In an instant, skill lights of various colors poured down on these fire-eating giant lizards that were pressing forward step by step. With the joint efforts of everyone, the encirclement formed by these fire-eating giant lizards was successfully broken. Seeing this, everyone immediately seized the opportunity to break out, and a battle between humans and lizards broke out. Although the fire-eating giant lizards are very strong, their reaction speed is very fast. Coupled with the level gap, most students are in a difficult situation. Compared with other students, Si Chainan and his companions were quite at ease, especially Danting, whose fighting style tended to be swift. Almost no fire-eating giant lizard could withstand her full-strength attack, and they were instantly split in half by the heavy sword. However, Si Chainan soon realized that something was wrong. No matter how hard everyone tried to kill these fire-eating giant lizards, there was no sign of their number decreasing. Instead, Si Chainan felt that the space on the platform was becoming more and more crowded. Si Chainan quickly looked around the rock platform that had become a battlefield, and was shocked to find that new fire-eating giant lizards were still emerging from the magma. After just a few minutes, the number of these fire-eating giant lizards increased from the original 300 to nearly 1,000, more than doubling. Even if you use range skills, you can only kill about 10 fire-eating giant lizards at a time, and that's under ideal circumstances where they can be killed in one blow. In addition, rashly using area skills may affect your companions. Because of this, the students were unable to fully utilize their abilities in this melee, which shows how frustrated they felt. If this trend continues, the students who are tied up will sooner or later be slowly worn down by the endless fire-eating giant lizards. Realizing that the situation was not good, Si Chainan quickly thought of a way to break the deadlock until he saw Danting fighting hard. At this time, Dante mobilized the power of the Dragon Clan. The dark dragon scales covered his slender body. Under this body with perfect lines, he continued to emit the pressure from the superior. Faced with the pressure from the Dragon Clan, the fire-eating giant lizard, which originally had a strong desire to attack, became timid and was obviously frightened. Seeing this scene, Si Chainan suddenly had an idea. The way to break the deadlock he was thinking of was Long Wei. This kind of pressure from a superior can effectively intimidate mentally weak monsters while not harming the students present. Xingling quickly released the dragon's might. When Si Chainan thought of a way to break the deadlock, he immediately called out to Xingling, who was fighting nearby. The latter was stunned at first, then she nodded in understanding. After spending so much time together, the tacit understanding between the contractor and his followers does not require too many words to express. They can understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. Xingling pierced the head of a fire-eating giant lizard with a sword. The next second, she closed her eyes and tried to awaken the power contained in the dragon bloodline. The surrounding fire-eating giant lizards seemed to have sensed something and stopped attacking at the same time. They turned to look at Xingling, who was standing upright. Their eyes, which did not have much intelligence, instantly showed expressions of fear. Dragon's Fury. Chapter 102 Dark Tide. Dragon's Fury. Following Xingling's light shout, the powerful pressure from the superior instantly swept across most of the battlefield, and even the scorching air froze. Under the influence of Long Wei, all the students present couldn't help but feel a strong palpitation in their hearts. They turned their heads to look at Xingling, who was at the center of this pressure, with awe in their eyes. Since Xingling deliberately controlled the intensity of the dragon's might so as not to have too much impact on creatures with higher intelligence, the people present only felt a little palpitation instead of being shocked on the spot. On the other hand, the fire-eating monitors with lower intelligence did not fare so well. Each of these fire-eating monitors seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, standing stiffly in place and stopping all attacking behaviors. Don't just stand there, get started. Si Chainan knew that Xingling's Dragon Fury could not last long, so he immediately ordered everyone to take this opportunity to counterattack. Upon hearing this, students from various schools did not dare to be negligent and immediately launched a fierce counterattack against the shocked fire-eating giant lizard. Even though the fire-eating giant lizards have temporarily become immobile living targets, the scales on their bodies still have extremely high defensive power, making it impossible for ordinary students' attacks to break through their defenses for a while. Si Chainan had not expected that the opportunity would not be used even though it was given to him. The worst thing was that the dragon's fury state, which lasted for 30 seconds, was about to end. Once the dragon's might is lost, the fire-eating giant lizard's counterattack will be extremely fierce, and everyone might die. At the same time, Dante, who was a member of the Dragon Clan, also noticed that the dragon power released by Qingling showed signs of weakening. She couldn't help but snorted coldly, as if mocking Qingling's arrogance. Almost at the same time when the dragon's fury state ended, Dante rushed to the center of the battlefield without hesitation. Black air quickly emanated from his body, and then an even more powerful dragon might descended upon the battlefield again. Unlike Qingling, who deliberately controlled the intensity of the dragon's might, the dragon's might released by Dante indiscriminately suppressed all creatures present and was obviously more aggressive. All the students, including Si Chainan, found it difficult to breathe, and those fire-eating giant lizards that almost escaped the state of shock were directly knocked to the ground by this powerful dragon power, like lambs to be slaughtered. The continuously surging black gas quickly condensed into a huge black dragon phantom, whose shadow instantly covered the entire battlefield, and Dante himself stood on the huge dragon head, overlooking all the surrendered people below. "If you don't want to die, get away from these creeps." After hearing Dante's words, the confused crowd immediately followed his orders and tried their best to stay away from the fire-eating giant lizards lying on the ground and unable to move. Deadly flames! Dante raised his right hand, and a ball of pitch-black flame immediately gushed out from his palm. The black flame quickly dispersed into countless lines of fire. The next second, black fire rain suddenly fell, and each black line of fire hit the fire-eating giant lizard squarely. Although the scales of the fire-eating monitors are highly fire-resistant, Dante's deadly flames are not true flames. Therefore, the fate of these fire-eating monitors can be imagined. In just a few seconds, the deadly flames burned away all the magic power in the fire-eating giant lizards' bodies. Without the support of magic power, these fire-eating giant lizards turned into ashes in an instant. He single-handedly cleared the entire battlefield in an instant, and everyone looked up at the dragon in amazement. Seeing this scene, Si Chainan, who had fought with Dante before, was even more shocked. Controlling the deadly flames to attack nearly 1,000 targets at the same time without hurting any innocent people, this kind of precise control simply amazed Si Chainan. Obviously, compared with the time of the Wolf Cup trial, Dante's strength has improved. If the two sides were to compete again, Si Chainan himself was not sure that he could defeat Dante now. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Dante, who was standing on the dragon head, suddenly trembled slightly, and the shadow of the black dragon under his feet quickly dissipated. Then, Dante fell straight to the ground at the speed of free fall. Seeing this abnormal situation, Si Chainan immediately realized that Dante must have consumed too much magic power and fell into a state of exhaustion for a while. Seeing this, Si Chainan was about to rush over to catch the falling Dante, but Dante regained some strength at the last moment, and his membrane wings quickly unfolded, slowing down the speed of falling in time, and finally he was able to land smoothly. Looking at Si Chainan, who suddenly rushed over, Dante immediately vaguely guessed what the other party wanted to do, so he couldn't help but reveal a slightly strange expression. Si Chainan smiled awkwardly and quickly retracted his hands that were about to catch the person. Boom! At this moment, a dull loud noise suddenly came from the rock platform under everyone's feet, and then the entire rock platform began to shake. Everyone was shocked and thought the platform under their feet was about to collapse, so they began to look for a safe place to land. Soon, everyone realized that the problem was not with the rock platform, but with the sea of magma surrounding it. The sea of magma, which was originally almost level with the rock platform, was rapidly dropping, as if the plug at the bottom had been opened. As the sea of magma descended, 6 straight rock roads gradually emerged. At the end of each rock road was a building in the distance, which were the buildings that Si Chainan had seen before, but at that time he only saw the tops of these buildings. The people present came from 6 different universities, and there were exactly 6 roads that suddenly appeared. According to the research on the dungeons, some dungeons will undergo corresponding changes and adjustments based on the adventurer's situation. Therefore, this kind of coincidence is common for adventurers and there is no need to delve into it too much. Looking at these 6 roads emerging from the sea of magma, everyone tacitly knew what to do next. Students from 6 universities gathered in front of different roads. As for what would happen at the end of the road they chose, they could only leave it to fate. Si Chainan did not set out on the road immediately, but silently observed the students from other academies, thinking about the reminder Zhao Fan had given him before a student from a certain academy was very likely to assassinate him in the copy, and there was an instruction from the school's top management behind it. Although Zhao Fan did not explain the specific reasons to Si Chainan in detail due to time constraints, Si Chainan had already guessed it almost exactly. The so-called highest institution of learning is not eternal. It will be reselected every 10 years, and each province has only one quota. The selection method is extremely simple. Each institution sends students to compete. The school represented by the winner will be awarded the title of the highest institution of learning and will also receive almost countless resource support from the country. Therefore, the competition for the title of the highest institution of learning is always very fierce, and its influence and popularity are no less than the National Institution of Learning competition. Among the many universities in Tianwan Province, in addition to the provincial university, there are 3 universities that are the strongest competitors, namely Tianhe University, Mingsu University, and Xingmia University. The next competition for the highest institution of learning will be held next year. Therefore, some people who covet the title of the highest institution of learning will choose to make arrangements in advance and will not hesitate to use some despicable means. For example, looking for opportunities to eliminate competitors who may hinder their school from winning the championship. Students like Si Chainan who have contracted multiple S-level followers naturally become thorns in the eyes of some people. Coincidentally, the 3 most competitive universities all participated in this dungeon exploration. In fact, as early as when he entered the dungeon, Si Chainan felt several unfriendly gazes. Unfortunately, before he had time to find the source of these gazes, the attack of the fire-eating giant lizard completely disrupted the situation. Although these people with ill intentions did not take advantage of the previous melee to attack, Si Chainan did not dare to be careless. Apart from Si Chainan, only 3 relatives knew that someone wanted to murder their contractors. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Si Chainan did not tell other classmates, including Yi Hui. Si Chainan has his own plan. He plans to use himself as bait to lure the person who wants to murder him to reveal his identity, so as to uncover the school behind him. Chapter 103, Lava Tower. A towering dark red tower stands at the end of the road. The blazing dark red flame on the top of the tower can be seen clearly even from 1,000 meters away. It is like a kind of benevolent guidance and also a silent warning. Looking at this imposing tower, the people from the provincial academy did not rush in immediately, but chose to rest on the spot. Along the way, the people from the provincial academy were constantly attacked by fire-eating giant lizards. Although the number of these fire-eating giant lizards was not large, they still consumed a lot of their energy. Therefore, everyone decided to take a break before entering the tower. The one in the worst condition among them was Dante. She had previously killed nearly 1,000 fire-eating giant lizards by herself. The consumption of her magic power can be imagined. Not everyone has inexhaustible magic power like Si Chainan. Even so, the arrogant Dante was still unwilling to accept help from others. He forced himself to walk at the front of the team from beginning to end, without slowing down the group's progress at all. In this regard, Si Chainan could only choose to respect it. After all, with Danting's personality, anyone who dared to come forward to offer help would definitely be rejected by her sternly, and might even be scolded. Although Si Chainan's opinion of Danting has changed now, it does not mean that he has completely forgiven Danting for what he did in the past. Therefore, Si Chainan did not want to communicate too much with Danting for the time being. He had to focus on more important things right now. Wire, did you notice anything wrong? In response to Si Chainan's question, Liliwei shook her head. In order to guard against those who wanted to attack him from behind, Si Chainan specifically instructed Liliwei to stay alert at all times and inform him immediately if she detected any magical fluctuations other than those of monsters. Fortunately, apart from the fire-eating giant lizard, no one encountered any other malicious creatures along the way. Si Chainan thought again and felt that he seemed to be too sensitive and nervous. After all, there was only a not particularly spacious rock walkway from the original rock platform to the current tower. In addition, Lilivel's magical perception was far beyond that of ordinary people. Unless the other party could swim freely in the magma like a fire-eating giant lizard, it would be impossible for her to follow all the way without anyone noticing. Thinking of this, Si Chainan's tense nerves relaxed temporarily, and he began to recover like other students. Although Si Chainan, who has infinite magic power, does not need to worry about the problem of magic power consumption, the mental exhaustion caused by continuous fighting can only be recovered by closing his eyes and resting. After about half an hour of rest, everyone had finished their rest one after another, and their condition had recovered to about 70%. It was time to start conquering the tower in front of them. Let's go! As Si Chainan was the first to walk towards the tower, the other students followed him. As the strongest among the first graders, Si Chainan has been regarded as a leader by everyone. Even though Si Chainan himself has no ambition in this regard, he still cannot withstand the admiration and respect from others. The tower seemed to sense the arrival of the challenger, and the door at the bottom of the tower slowly opened on its own with a dull thud. In an instant, a heatwave hotter than the sea of magma gushed out from the tower, forcing those who were preparing to launch the challenge to retreat one after another. This heatwave was like a warning, telling the challenger that there was something even more dangerous inside the tower. Si Chainan glanced at the tall tower with its door open, then turned and looked at the people behind him. I'm not sure what dangers you'll encounter if you enter the tower. If any of you aren't prepared, please stay outside for now. After hearing Si Chainan's words, everyone looked at each other. Although many people showed hesitation, in the end no one chose to back down. Seeing this, Si Chainan didn't say anything more, just nodded slightly, then turned and walked towards the tower. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the tower, Si Chainan felt like he had walked into a huge steamer. Scalding hot steam was rising from the ground continuously. Even with the protection of magic, he could still feel the burning sensation on his leather clothes. Everyone looked around inside the tower while complaining about the hot environment. The strange thing is that although the exterior of this tower looks majestic, the interior is empty. It is just a hollow shell. Just when everyone was feeling puzzled, the door that was originally open suddenly slammed shut. The loud noise startled everyone in the tower. Fuck! This sudden change immediately caused panic among the crowd. Everyone was like a mouse trapped in a mousetrap. Some impatient students even used their skills to attack the gate without saying a word, but the heavy gate did not move at all. Calm down. Si Chainan immediately stopped the panicked crowd, saying that losing their composure at this time would only backfire. After all, everyone had traveled a long way to reach this tower. No matter how evil the dungeon was, it was impossible for this tower to be designed as a trap specifically to trap adventurers. At this moment, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly shook, and the shaking became more and more intense, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Puff, puff. Accompanied by a series of sounds of breaking the ground, several pillars of blazing fire gushed out from the ground, and then these flames turned into rolling magma. Seeing this, everyone immediately dodged around to avoid the magma spewing out from deep underground. However, everyone soon discovered that this magma was different. I saw these fluid magmas gather together on their own, and finally condensed into 9 human figures nearly 2 meters tall. Si Chainan saw at a glance that these human-shaped figures were not monsters, but rather elemental spirits. Just as Zi Yenran's follower Feishua was an elemental spirit born from the ice element, these magma human-shaped figures in front of him were elemental spirits condensed from the fire element. As pure elemental creatures, elemental spirits are unmatched in their ability to manipulate elemental power. Especially in an environment suitable for them, elemental spirits are powerful enough to easily defeat enemies of the same level. These suddenly appearing fire elemental spirits are obviously not here to welcome the visitors. Hurry up! I don't know which classmate shouted first, but everyone released their skills to attack, and Si Chainan was no exception. Facing such a dangerous enemy, seizing the initiative is the right choice. In an instant, colorful skill lights poured down on the 9 fire elemental spirits like a torrential rain. Under the fierce attack of the crowd, the 9 fire elemental spirits had no power to resist at all. They tried their best to control the fire elements for defense, but with little success. In just over 10 seconds, the 9 fire elemental spirits didn't even have a chance to fight back before they were blasted into pools of magma by everyone's skills. Everyone present was above level 12, so Si Chainan deduced that the level of these fire elemental spirits was at most level 10, otherwise it would be impossible for them to be so frustrated that they had no chance to fight back until they were beaten to death. Is this all you can do? I thought you were amazing. I used up all my ultimate skills, but you were so vulnerable. How could this be a rip-off? We came all this way here, and we didn't expect that this is what we're going to deal with? After easily defeating these fire elemental spirits, everyone expressed their disdain. Obviously, the strength of these fire elemental spirits was far below their expectations. Even Si Chainan felt that these fire elemental spirits were so weak that it was a bit puzzling. At this moment, Liliwei suddenly pulled Si Chainan's wrist and stared straight at the lava on the ground. Master, these guys are not dead yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the magma on the ground gathered together again. Seeing this scene, everyone who was originally talking became speechless in an instant. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, one human figure after another stood up from the ground. What's different from before is that there are only 3 fire elemental spirits this time, but each of them is 3 meters tall and a size larger than before. The most terrible thing is that even Changuan can sense that the magic fluctuations of these 3 fire elemental spirits are several times stronger than before. Chapter 104, Difficult Elemental Spirits. Seeing the fire elemental spirit standing up again, everyone couldn't help but gasp, and their relaxed expressions as before were no longer there. There was no need for any orders. Everyone immediately released their skills and launched a massive bombardment, attempting to defeat these fire elementals again by covering them with fire as before. However, the situation this time was different. Under the bombardment of everyone's skills, the 3 fire elemental spirits were only pushed back a few steps. At the same time, the liquid magma on the fire elemental spirits' bodies suddenly solidified, forming a hard shell on the surface of their bodies. Most skills could not even penetrate this shell, let alone hurt the fire elemental spirits' bodies. After the first round of skill bombardment, the 3 fire elemental spirits were still intact. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Changuan and Xingling attacked a fire elemental spirit at the same time, and 2 sharp sword energies hit the fire elemental spirit from the left and right sides. Bang! With a cracking sound, the outer shell of the fire elemental spirit shattered on the spot. Seeing this, Changuan and Xingling immediately prepared to pursue the victory and take this opportunity to kill the fire elemental spirit that had lost the protection of its shell. However, the reaction speed of this fire elemental spirit was beyond their expectations. This fire elemental spirit immediately stimulated the fire element in its body, forming a hot and powerful airflow that attacked Changuan and the other 2 who wanted to chase it. The sudden heatwave instantly destroyed the magical protection on Changuan and Xingling. Suddenly exposed to the high temperature, Changuan and Xingling decisively chose to retreat quickly and did not dare to continue chasing. While Changuan and the others were temporarily avoiding the attack, the fire elemental spirit condensed into a new shell again. The whole process took only 3 seconds at most. Obviously, if you want to completely defeat this fire elemental spirit, you must cooperate. On the other side, Dante and Yehue each dealt with a fire elemental spirit, and ended up in a tough battle as well. Although Dante's full-strength attack could break the fire elemental spirit's shell, it was too late to continue chasing the unprotected fire elemental spirit. She was too proud to ask others for help, so she could only watch the fire elemental spirit's shell recover again and again. The situation on Yehui's side was even more embarrassing. Limited by the size of the venue, Yehui could only summon a limited number of skeleton soldiers. These skeleton soldiers with mediocre abilities could not last long in front of the fire elemental spirit and would be burned to ashes by the high temperature. Therefore, Yehui could only use this method of continuously sending cannon fodder to contain the fire elemental spirit's offensive, and had no spare energy to break through the fire elemental spirit's shell. The strength of the 3 fire elemental spirits made the 3 recommended students feel difficult to deal with, and the remaining students were even more unable to help, and were completely reduced to spectators. At this moment, the fire elemental spirit fighting against Changuan seemed to realize that its opponent was very afraid of high temperatures, so it continuously spewed out extremely hot air from its body, making it difficult for Changuan and others to get close. In addition, the fire elemental spirit also began its own counterattack. It directly manipulated the fire elements to condense into fireballs, bombarding Changuan and others frantically. It was easy for Changuan and his friends to dodge these fireballs, but it was a bit difficult to attack the fire elemental spirit at close range while enduring the fireballs and high temperatures at the same time. Changuan and Liliwire both tried to use blood magic for long-range attacks, but the shell of the fire elemental spirit had a strong magic resistance, and magic attacks alone could not directly break the shell. Only melee physical attacks could do it. Changuan wasn't sure if it was just a psychological effect. He felt that as the battle progressed, the temperature inside the tower became higher and higher. If this trend continued, it wouldn't be long before everyone would be roasted alive. After realizing that the battle could not be dragged on, Changuan decided to give it a try. Wire, listen to my instructions later. We may only have one chance. Hearing this, Liliwire nodded in understanding. Changuan looked at Xingling not far away, and the latter also nodded, indicating that he was ready. After confirming the situation of Liliwei and Xingling, Changuan finally turned around and looked at Shei, who had almost no chance to take action throughout the whole process. Shei, protect us. After receiving Changuan's request, Shei, who was originally worried about not being able to help, immediately became energetic, and his pair of furry ears stood up instantly. Don't worry, brother. She will never let you down. Hearing this lovely ending, Si Chang'an, who had been nervous, couldn't help but feel a little relaxed. He smiled faintly and nodded to Shei. After a brief mental relaxation, Si Chang'an quickly returned to combat mode. He looked at Qing Ling, who was also prepared. Sheng Ling, do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Si Chang'an and Qing Ling rushed towards the fire elemental spirit together. Fireballs fell from the sky and kept falling behind them. If the two of them were a little slower, they would be hit by these hot fireballs on the spot. Seeing that the two opponents were approaching him rapidly and even the fireballs could not stop them, the fire elemental spirit immediately changed its strategy. The hot air spewing out of its body instantly raised the temperature a lot, trying to use the high temperature to force these opponents back again. Blessings from the Holy Lotus. Accompanied by a childish voice, white light immediately lit up on Si Chang'an and Qing Ling's bodies. The next second, these lights formed a holy and flawless white light lotus on Si Chang'an and Qing Ling's bodies. Under the protection of the Holy Lotus's blessing, Si Chang'an and Qing Ling felt the surrounding temperature suddenly drop, so they immediately took the opportunity to speed up their pace and rushed to the front of the fire elemental spirit in almost the blink of an eye. Dragon's mighty blessing. Although the pressure cannot have a deterrent effect on pure energy forms such as elemental spirits, the attribute improvement brought by the dragon's blessing is still very useful. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Si Chang'an and Qing Ling spoke in unison and swung their swords at the fire elemental spirit in front of them. The white sword energy that burst out from the sword instantly shattered the fire elemental spirit's shell. The huge impact force even knocked the 3-meter-tall fire elemental spirit directly into the air. Why air? Hearing Si Chang'an shout, Liliwei, who had been prepared, responded immediately. Lilivir quickly rose into the air, and the blessing of blood limit breaking caused a colorful blood mist to emanate from her body. The blood mist instantly filled the entire space in the tower. Lilivir, dressed in a white dress, floated quietly in the creepy blood mist. The scene seemed both strange and beautiful. Although Si Chang'an often uses blood magic in battle, only the true ancestor of the blood clan can demonstrate the true power of blood magic. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. Liliwei raised her hand and waved it gently. The blood mist around her instantly condensed into hundreds of blood-red sickle blades, which rushed towards the fire elemental spirit that had lost the protection of its outer shell. Swish! 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 A series of sharp and piercing sounds of breaking wind forced everyone present to cover their ears immediately. The dazzling blood light made it impossible to see what was happening. Everyone could only vaguely hear the continuous cutting sounds. When everything returned to calm, everyone quickly looked up at the sky, only to find that the figure of the fire elemental spirit had disappeared, leaving only the fire elements in the sky. As an energy life form, the elemental spirit contains an astonishing amount of elemental energy. When the elemental spirit dies completely, the elemental energy in its body will be released again because it has lost its place to stay. At this time, the fire elements that filled the air had already announced the end of the fire elemental spirit. In an instant, everyone burst into earth-shaking cheers. Liliwei landed lightly in front of Si Chang'an, then smiled triumphantly at him. Master, I'm awesome, right? Si Chang'an smiled and nodded. Brother, what about Shei? She also needs to be praised. She also trotted over and asked Si Chang'an for praise. Get out of the way, little thing. Don't join in the fun. I'll be the one delivering the final blow. Liliwei and Shei were at odds as usual, and Si Chang'an could only smile bitterly. Okay, everyone deserves credit. Boom! Before he could finish his words, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded, instantly breaking the cheerful atmosphere. Chapter 105, Fierce Fire Spirit. Boom! The loud noise startled everyone and even shook the entire tower. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the sound, only to see that the fire elemental spirit that had been fighting with Danting had disappeared, replaced by fire elements floating all over the sky. Danting also successfully killed a fire elemental spirit? Just when everyone had this thought in their minds, someone immediately noticed something wrong. Although the fire elemental spirit had been killed, Danting's face was full of astonishment. It seemed that something unexpected had happened to her. In addition, Dante had wounds on her body left by the explosion. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like Dante killed the fire elemental spirit. Instead, it seems that the fire elemental spirit chose to self-destruct. Seeing the fire elemental spirit suddenly explode, Si Chang'an suddenly felt an extremely ominous premonition in his heart. The next second, Si Chang'an's premonition was confirmed. The fire elements released by the death of the two fire elemental spirits quickly flew towards the only remaining fire elemental spirit, which was the fire elemental spirit whose offensive was temporarily restrained by Yi Hui. In just a few seconds, an astonishing number of fire elements were completely absorbed by the remaining fire elemental spirit, and its body instantly expanded to 5 meters. Its bulging body was like a powder keg that could explode at any time. After absorbing energy from other fire elemental spirits, the strength of this fire elemental spirit has grown by leaps and bounds, and the magic fluctuations it emits are already comparable to those of a level 20 monster. Seeing that the power of the fire elemental spirit could actually become stronger, a feeling of near despair quietly rose in everyone's hearts, and then one young face after another gradually revealed helpless expressions, but not everyone chose to sit and wait for death. After a brief moment of shock, Changuan immediately calmed down his panic. Level 20 monsters are certainly powerful, but there are also some tough guys on our side. In addition to Changuan himself and his 3 family members, Dante and Yi Hui, who are both recommended students, are also powerful forces that cannot be underestimated. At this time, the fire elemental spirit took the lead in attacking, and it rushed straight towards Yi Hui, who had been interfering with it. Faced with the aggressive fire elemental spirit, Yi Hui did not panic on the spot as she did in the past. Instead, she retreated quickly and orderly while summoning skeleton soldiers to block it. Although the skeleton soldiers were vulnerable to the fire elemental spirit, they still managed to slightly curb the fire elemental spirit's forward speed, giving Yi Hui more time to distance herself from the fire elemental spirit. After retreating to a safe distance, Yi Hui immediately summoned hundreds of skeleton soldiers. Under Yi Hui's manipulation, hundreds of skeleton soldiers jumped up and pounced on the fire elemental spirit that was chasing them relentlessly. For a moment, the fire elemental spirit was covered with skeleton soldiers who refused to let go. Skeleton explosion. Seeing that the time had come, Yi Hui immediately detonated all the skeleton soldiers. This was a skill that the skeleton soldiers had, so they were not restricted by Yi Hui's inability to cast undead magic. The violent and continuous explosions blew the huge fire elemental spirit back again and again, and it staggered and fell directly to the ground. Changuan was quite surprised to see Yi Hui's progress, but now was not the time to sigh. Danteing, we. Before Changuan could finish his words, Dante guessed what he would say next, and her face immediately turned cold. Don't give me orders. After a stern refusal, Dante immediately picked up the giant sword and rushed straight towards the fallen fire elemental spirit. Seeing that Dante had no intention of joining forces with him, Changuan felt helpless but also justified. He could only turn around and look at his 3 followers. Let's go too. At this time, Dante rushed to the front of the fire elemental spirit, but the fire elemental spirit had already crawled up from the ground. Without saying a word, Dante raised the heavy sword and chopped it down at the fire elemental's head with all his might. Bang! There was only a crisp sound of impact, and the giant sword slammed heavily on the shell of the fire elemental spirit, instantly splashing sparks. Although the enormous force pushed the tall fire elemental spirit back a few steps, only a few cracks appeared on the outer shell of its body. This shows that after absorbing the energy of other elemental spirits, the defense of this fire elemental spirit has also been strengthened. Dante himself was quite shocked to see that his attack failed to break the opponent's shell. Just as Dante was distracted, the fire elemental spirit punched Dante in the abdomen. Even with the protection of dragon scales, the overly powerful force still penetrated the scales and poured into Dante's body. Dante, who suffered such a heavy blow, let out a muffled groan on the spot, and then his whole body flew backwards. Dante quickly activated her magic power to prepare for the second impact, but what she imagined did not happen. What greeted Dante was not a solid wall, but a strong body. Changuan caught her. For Dante, she would rather die by hitting the wall than being caught by others, especially by this guy Changuan. Dante opened his eyes wide and stared at Changuan, his chest heaving violently, and it was obvious that this proud dragon was very angry. Let go, ouch. Changuan had no intention of accommodating Dante. Before the other party could finish his words, he loosened his hands and let Dante fall directly to the ground. Although the damage caused by falling to the ground is far less than hitting the wall directly, it is extremely insulting. Dante quickly got up from the ground and glared at Changuan with a dark face, but she did not dare to retaliate because she knew that now was not the time to start an internal conflict. You're welcome. Changuan waved his hand, smiled at Dante, then turned and left in a leisurely manner. This murderous act made Dante so angry that he stomped on the floor beneath his feet. Changuan didn't have time to pay attention to this guy who didn't know how to repay his gratitude. He had to focus all his attention on the enemy in front of him. Qingling will contain it head-on. Weir will provide magical support, and she will handle the situation on his own. Yes. The three family members responded in unison. The spiritual connection between the contractor and his followers allows the four of them to cooperate without too many words, especially in battle. This magical tacit understanding completely replaces the role of words. Si Chainan and Qingling attack the fire elemental spirit from the left and right sides respectively. After the body strengthening experiment, Si Chunan's physical strength is no longer inferior to Qingling in normal state. Therefore, he does not have to worry that his actions will slow down Qingling's pace. With Danting's previous experience, Si Chainan already knew that the shell of this fire elemental spirit was extremely hard. If he wanted to break it, he could only concentrate his strength to attack the same place. Si Chainan glanced at Qingling, who was also about to launch an attack, and the latter immediately nodded in understanding. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. The two sword energies hit the shell on the chest of the fire elemental spirit at the same time, instantly splitting a crack in the hard shell, but this level of attack was far from enough. The fire elemental spirit suddenly slapped the ground with both hands, and the violent fire element immediately detonated the magma deep underground. Several pillars of hot magma erupted around the fire elemental spirit, forcing Si Chainan and Qingling to retreat and avoid them immediately. Seeing that Si Chainan and the other man were trying to dodge, the fire elemental spirit immediately chased after them, and its heavy footsteps caused the entire tower to tremble. Blood Curse Evil Chain. Lilith took decisive action, trying to control the fire elemental spirit that was chasing the two. Dozens of blood-red chains instantly wrapped around the body of the fire elemental spirit, but as soon as these chains touched the fire elemental spirit's shell, they showed signs of melting due to the high temperature, and it was obvious that they could not last long. The fire elemental spirit, whose movement was temporarily hindered, did not stop there. It suddenly took a big breath of hot air, and then transformed it into a raging fire, spewing it towards Si Chainan and the others. The blazing flames caught up with Si Chainan and the other man in the blink of an eye. The terrible high temperature made Si Chainan feel a burning pain on his back. Blessings from the Holy Lotus. A holy white lotus of light bloomed from Si Chainan and the other man, and the suffocating feeling of heat was finally relieved. However, in front of the fire curtain that followed, the white lotus of light immediately showed signs of melting. Chapter 106, Reluctant Alliance. Seeing the blazing flames about to engulf Si Chainan and Qingling, Liliwei and she were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and it seemed that any help they could provide was of no avail. Seeing that escape was hopeless, Qingling immediately activated the power of the dragon bloodline, and the surface of his body was instantly covered with a layer of green dragon scales with a metallic luster. Qingling did this not to fight a life and death battle with the fire elemental spirit, but to quickly hug Si Chainan, who was a little frightened. In the last moments of her life, the dragon girl did not choose to perish together with the enemy like other dragons, but chose to protect her contractor in her arms, ready to use her body to resist the invasion of flames. At this critical moment, a dark figure suddenly landed beside Si Chainan and Qingling. It was Danting with a face full of resentment. Dante used all his strength to activate the power of the dragon bloodline and at the same time spread out his huge membrane wings. The black dragon scales instantly covered the entire dragon wings. Danting immediately folded his wings into a semicircle, protecting himself, Si Chainan, and Qingling under the huge dragon wings. The moment Dante completed this action, a blazing curtain of fire roared past. The terrible high temperature made Danting grit her teeth and gasp involuntarily, but she never gave up protecting Si Chainan and Qingling, allowing the flames to burn her scales and body. Fortunately, this curtain of fire did not last too long. As the fire element was exhausted, the curtain of fire quickly dissipated. At the same time, Si Chainan, who was hiding under the protection of Long Yi, smelled the smell of burnt flesh and blood. Needless to say, he knew where this smell came from. Dante slowly retracted her dragon wings. Her slightly pale cheeks showed how much pain she was enduring. There were many marks of severe burns on her body. I don't like owing favors to people. Before Si Chainan could ask the reason, Danting gave a decisive answer. Hearing this, Si Chainan, who had escaped the disaster, could only choose to silently accept Danting's kindness. At this time, Si Chainan noticed that Qingling had been holding his wrist, and the strength was so strong that it even made Si Chainan feel a little pain in his wrist. Si Chainan immediately recalled Qingling's act of sacrifice just now. Even after Danting arrived in time, Qingling still held him in his arms and held his wrist tightly, as if afraid that he would run away. Qingling. Si Chainan looked at Qingling with mixed feelings, but ended up seeing a look on this relative's face that he had never seen before. I saw Qingling looking at me silently, his eyes filled with sadness of parting and luck of survival. The two seemingly contradictory expressions were reflected in his green eyes at the same time. Besides, there was still some crystal in the corners of Qingling's eyes, making Si Chainan unable to tell whether these were tears of separation between life and death, or tears of joy for having survived by chance. Si Chainan silently stretched out his right hand and slowly wiped away the tears from the corners of Qingling's eyes. "If you want to keep flirting, just get out of the way and stop standing here getting in the way." A word full of contempt instantly broke the delicate atmosphere between the two people. The person who spoke was Dante, who had a face full of resentment. Upon hearing this, Si Chainan and Qingling immediately sorted out their confused thoughts and returned to combat mode. "Does your deadly flames have any effect on this kind of elemental spirit?" Faced with Si Chainan's questions, although Dante didn't want to talk to him, he finally answered reluctantly. "It works, but not much. This place is filled with fire elements, which can continuously provide magic power to this elemental spirit. Even if I cast the deadly flame, it can only temporarily weaken its strength. It is not a long-term solution. As long as we can temporarily weaken it, it will be enough. Our first priority is to break its shell, and then do our utmost to kill the elemental spirit that has lost the protection of its shell. Who are we and you?" Dante wanted to blurt out these words, but due to the current situation, she could only nod reluctantly. "I'll help too." At this time, Yi Hui also came over. "Then you will be responsible for controlling the skeleton soldiers to interfere and try to distract the elemental spirit. This way, we will have a chance to attack." After arranging everyone's tasks, Dante rushed out first, followed closely by Si Chainan and Qingling. The heavy sword, accompanied by a strong sword wind, slashed fiercely on the shell of the fire elemental spirit. In an instant, the crack on its chest suddenly became more obvious. The fire elemental spirit's first reaction after being hit was to fight back, but more than a dozen skeleton soldiers immediately pounced on it, disrupting the fire elemental spirit's counterattack and buying Dante time to prepare for the next round of attack. Deadly flames. The pitch-black flames immediately took advantage of the opportunity and poured into the body of the fire elemental spirit through the crack. The huge elemental spirit's body suddenly trembled, and the fluctuations of its magic power immediately weakened a bit, and even the temperature around it dropped a lot. After releasing the deadly flames, Dante immediately retreated quickly, leaving the subsequent opportunities to Si Chainan and Qingling. Si Chainan and the other man immediately stepped forward to take over, raising their swords and stabbing at the chest of the fire elemental spirit. Seeing that a new round of attacks was about to hit him, the fire elemental spirit who had suffered a loss at the hands of Dante before did not dare to withstand this round of attacks again, but decisively chose to temporarily avoid the attack. Blood curse evil chain. Lilywire released her skills again to control the situation and create opportunities for Si Chainan and Qingling. Affected by the deadly flames, the fire elemental spirit, whose strength had been weakened, was unable to break free from the chains for a while. In order to prevent further accidents, Lilivir directly used chains to seal the mouth of the fire elemental spirit this time. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Through the crack in the shell, Si Chainan and Qingling simultaneously thrust their swords into the body of the fire elemental spirit. The next second, the extremely sharp sword energy exploded completely in the body of the elemental spirit. The body of the elemental spirit originally gathered a large number of elements. Therefore, the explosion of external force in the body caused the fire elemental spirit to suffer severe damage on the spot. A large amount of fire elements gushed out from the gap in the chest, and the out-of-control fire elements instantly caused a violent explosion. Blessings from the Holy Lotus. Just before the explosion, she immediately protected Si Chainan and Qingling to reduce the damage caused by the explosion. Even so, Si Chainan and Qingling were blown several meters away by the power of the explosion and finally fell heavily to the ground. On the other hand, the situation on the fire elemental spirit side is quite similar. Uncontrolled fire elements continued to pour out of the fire elemental spirit, like setting off gorgeous fireworks, but this situation did not last long. As the deadly flames died down, the fire elemental spirit regained its ability to control elements, and it immediately tried to absorb the out-of-control fire element into its body. Now that the elemental spirit has lost most of its fire elements, it is at the end of its strength. However, once it successfully absorbs those fire elements, it will immediately recover its strength. This is almost equivalent to sentencing everyone present to death. Si Chainan would never allow this to happen, so he immediately stood up and prepared to give the fire elemental spirit the final blow, but something unexpected happened. Just as Si Chainan was about to activate his magic power to launch an attack, his face suddenly changed, and he fell to his knees with a thud, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Including Danting, everyone present was shocked by Si Chenan's sudden condition. Si Chenan ignored these doubtful looks and looked at Danting beside him with a painful expression. "I'm injured, I'll leave it to you." Hearing this weak request, Danting was stunned for a moment, but then he seemed to understand something and immediately snorted coldly. Danting didn't say much and rushed directly towards the fire elemental spirit that was about to absorb elemental energy. The pitch-black giant's sword slashed at the fire elemental spirit without mercy. The fire elemental spirit, which had lost most of its strength, was naturally unable to withstand such an attack. The next second, the fire elemental spirit was torn into pieces by the violent sword energy. At the same time, the door that had been tightly closed suddenly opened, indicating the end of this long battle. Chapter 107, Injured. After successfully defeating the fire elemental spirit in the tower, everyone did not receive the generous reward they had imagined. Instead, they received a small statue of unknown purpose, which was in the shape of the tower shrunk countless times. This meaningless reward made everyone feel extremely disappointed. Although the 3 recommended students had the greatest contribution to this battle, the rest of the people had only participated in the early stages of the battle and did not expect to get a large share when the rewards were distributed. However, now everyone had worked so hard but did not get any benefit at all. Anyone would feel uncomfortable and lost. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in complaining anymore. After the previous fierce battle, many people were unfortunately injured. Fortunately, most of these people's injuries were caused by the impact of the battle and can be completely healed using healing skills. The one who was most seriously injured was Si Chenan. After Shei's confirmation, Si Chenan suffered very serious internal injuries. The cause was that the uncontrolled fire element energy had invaded his body and caused serious damage to his internal organs. Although this level of internal injuries is not life-threatening, Si Chenan still needs a considerable amount of rest and cannot overuse magic power during this period. The reason why Qingling, who was also affected by the explosion, was not hurt was entirely due to the powerful body of the Dragon Clan. Compared with the Dragon Clan, Si Chenan is just a mortal human being, so naturally it is impossible for him to be as unscathed as Qingling. After learning about Si Chenan's injuries, the other students expressed their gratitude to Si Chenan. After all, if Si Chenan and his followers had not severely injured the fire elemental spirit, everyone would have turned into a pile of ashes by now. In response to everyone's thanks, Si Chenan was very humble and instead gave the credit to Danting, who delivered the final blow. Danting watched the whole process coldly without saying a word, and stared at Si Chenan with resentment. It seemed that she was still resentful of Si Chenan for throwing her to the ground in public. After half an hour's rest, except for Si Chenan, the injuries of everyone else had basically healed, and everyone planned to return to the original platform along the original route. After all, there is no place left to explore now, so I can only return to the platform and make other plans. Maybe I can meet students from other institutions and exchange information with them. On the way back, the group did not encounter attacks from the fire-eating giant lizards as before, so they quickly returned to the original platform. What no one expected was that students from other schools had already returned to the platform first, and judging from the obviously lost expressions on their faces, they probably didn't get a satisfactory reward either. The people from the provincial academy were the last to return to the platform, so their return immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone exchanged information and found out that each school received a small statue as a reward, but no one knew what the statue was used for. Soon, students from other schools noticed Si Chenan's injuries. Now that Si Chenan is injured, he must be supported by others to walk, so Qingling has always stayed by Si Chenan's side. As the only contractor in history with multiple dependents, Si Chenan's name was naturally known to students from other academies. Even if they had never seen Si Chenan in person, they all knew to some extent that the provincial academy had such a chosen one. Now that everyone saw Si Chenan injured to the point where he couldn't take care of himself, they naturally felt strange emotions. Although students from other schools were unfortunately injured, no one was injured as seriously as Si Chenan. As everyone gradually realized that this so-called chosen son was not as powerful as the rumors said, and was completely a weakling, Si Chenan's image in everyone's hearts fell from the altar in an instant. Feeling these gloating looks, Si Chenan ignored them and walked aside to rest with Qingling. After mocking the fall of the chosen one, everyone's attention returned to the current copy. Now all 6 roads are dead ends. Apart from the initial platform and 6 towers, there is no place to explore in this dungeon. Unless a warrior dares to dive into the boiling sea of magma to explore, the exploration of this dungeon will come to an end. At this moment, the people in trouble were like ants on a hot pan, extremely anxious but helpless. Why don't we take out all the statues and take a look at them? Maybe there's something else hidden in them. After hearing the suggestion from a student from Tianha Academy, the people who were at their wits' end decided to give it a try and wait here until the dungeon time was over no matter what. In this way, the 6 academies each took out the statues they had obtained, and something unexpected happened. The 6 statues burst out with powerful force and instantly broke free from their holders. Then, the 6 statues quickly flew into the boiling magma on their own. The whole process happened almost in a flash, so much so that some people had not yet reacted to what was happening. Seeing their hard-earned reward thrown into the sea of fire, many people stood there in disbelief, staring at the place where the statue fell into the lava. Even Si Chainan, who was recuperating nearby, was stunned after seeing this scene. Although this statue of unknown purpose didn't seem to be worth much, at least I could take it back as a souvenir. But now I don't even have the chance to keep it as a souvenir. Just as everyone was about to criticize the guy who came up with this bad idea, the platform under their feet suddenly shook violently. Unlike before, this time the entire platform was shaking. In addition, the surrounding magma is also rapidly descending, and the rate of decline is far greater than before. The huge commotion lasted for a full minute. When everything returned to calm, everyone found that the entire space had undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally extremely hot sea of magma disappeared. At the same time, the platform where everyone was standing was actually the top of a giant tower. That is to say, this giant tower had been immersed in the sea of magma before. Until now, the sea of magma disappeared, and the entire giant tower was able to reveal its original shape. Although the height of this giant tower is quite astonishing, fortunately there are many platforms suspended in the air around the tower, and people can use these platforms to reach the bottom of the tower. When everyone arrived at the bottom of the tower, they were instantly stunned by the scene before them. The base of this giant tower is crystal-shaped, and one can see directly into the space inside the tower through the crystal walls. Countless materials and equipment were piled up in the tower like cabbages, waiting for the arrival of the right person. Seeing the treasures piled up in the tower, several impatient students immediately rushed towards the huge gate as fast as they could, fearing that if they fell behind even a step, the treasures would be snatched away by others. Seeing this, the others immediately wanted to catch up and divide the treasure, but the joy turned into tragedy. As the first few students approached the gate, a fiery red light suddenly lit up around the giant tower, and then a red magic circle appeared. The students who rushed ahead did not take the magic circle seriously at all and still rushed towards the gate. Boom! With a loud bang, a high wall of blazing flames suddenly rose from the magic circle. At the same time, the devouring flames continued to climb higher and higher, and in an instant, the entire giant tower was covered with a layer of burning flame barrier. As for those unlucky students who started running early, they were burned into charred skeletons the moment the high wall of flames rose. For a moment, the air was filled with a creepy burnt smell, and some students with poor psychological endurance even vomited on the spot. Looking at this insurmountable wall of fire, everyone's hearts sank slightly, as if they were watching a cooked duck fly away before their eyes. At this moment, strange noises suddenly came from all around. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and were shocked to find an astonishing number of fire-eating giant lizards and fire elemental spirits appearing around them. These guys did not seem to welcome the uninvited guests at all. Chapter 108, Battle in the Giant Tower. Hundreds of fire-eating giant lizards and fire elemental spirits surrounded the crowd, and it was obvious that these natives did not welcome uninvited guests. These fire-eating giant lizards and fire elemental spirits are all at level 15, which makes them stronger than most of the students present. The most terrible thing is that their number is still increasing. Everyone had just seen the coveted dungeon reward, but now in the blink of an eye they had become trapped beasts in an encirclement. With enemies in front and a firewall behind, it is obviously impossible to leave safely. As the encirclement continued to shrink, everyone was forced to retreat again and again. At the same time, the terrible heat waves emitted by the high wall of fire also caused a burning pain on everyone's backs. The tragic scenes of those classmates being burned to death were still vivid in everyone's mind. Compared with the ferocious enemy in front of them, this man-eating wall of fire was obviously more terrifying. Thinking of this, the student who was originally a little timid had to force himself to muster up his courage again, and his retreat stopped. Seeing that everyone's fighting spirit was rekindled, several students who had been waiting impatiently rushed out first, and the others were encouraged and immediately began to try to break out. Although the number of these fire-eating giant lizards and fire elemental spirits was very intimidating, after the previous two battles, the students had gradually become familiar with the fighting methods of these enemies. Therefore, they seemed to be at ease in fighting the enemies, and were not at all panic-like when they first encountered the fire-eating giant lizards. In this way, the encirclement formed by the fire-eating giant lizards and fire elemental spirits was gradually broken up under the attack of the crowd. Even though more and more fire-eating giant lizards and fire elemental spirits continued to emerge from other places, it was still impossible to prevent the siege from gradually turning into a big melee. In the chaotic battlefield, Qingling guarded Si Chainan closely, and any enemy who dared to approach would be quickly killed by Qingling. Although Si Chainan is now injured and not completely without combat capability, if he insists on fighting, it will inevitably affect his injuries. Even she couldn't treat injuries like this one caused by the erosion of elemental energy, and it had to be handed over to a more senior priest for treatment. Unfortunately, as an S-level follower, she is already the highest-ranking priest among all the students. If even she cannot heal the injury, he can only wait until he returns to school and ask a senior priest for help. Before this, the only thing Si Chainan and his 3 family members could do was to try their best to ensure that the injuries would not continue to worsen. Like Qingling, she also stayed by Si Chainan's side, holding her contractor tightly in one hand. At this moment, the melee has entered a white-hot stage. The corpses of numerous fire-eating giant lizards and fire elemental spirits can be seen everywhere, and many students have unfortunately been injured. However, the offensive of both sides shows no sign of weakening, as if they are determined to fight each other to the death. The most outstanding performers on the entire battlefield were Lair, Dante, and Yehui. They relied on their own strength to hold back nearly half of the enemies, greatly reducing the pressure on others and making all the students present feel amazed. In addition to Lair and the other 2, Si Chainan noticed that other schools also had students with outstanding abilities. A female student from Qingmiao Academy manipulated the water element to suppress more than a dozen fire elemental spirits without any chance of fighting back. Although the water element has a natural advantage against the fire element, a high-temperature environment is obviously the home turf of the fire element, and the power of the water element must have been weakened to a certain extent. However, this female student can still fight against more than a dozen fire elemental spirits of the same level as herself at the same time by herself, which shows that her strength should not be underestimated. A male student from Mingxiu Academy rushed into the areas where the enemy was most concentrated many times alone, and each time he was able to remain unscathed. Even when boiling lava splashed on his body, he did not suffer any burns. His physical strength is unimaginable. What surprised Si Chainan the most was a male student from Tianhe Academy and his family. The student's companions were very strange. A large and tattered black cloak covered his entire body, and only the white bones could be vaguely seen through the holes in the black cloak. His appearance was very similar to the god of death in Western mythology. In addition to its strange appearance, the attack method of this follower is also very different. Any enemy will suddenly die after fighting with it for a while, as if their lives were really harvested by this god of death. There is no resistance or unusual behavior before death. Seeing this extremely strange attack method, Si Chainan felt inexplicably creepy. Si Chainan thought he knew most of the races in the world, but he couldn't be sure which race this relative belonged to. The attack method of this follower easily reminds people of the equally strange and unpredictable undead magic, but Si Chainan has seen Yehui perform undead magic, and he is very sure that the attack of this follower is definitely not undead magic, because the magic fluctuations emitted by the two are completely different. Si Chainan also noticed another thing: this follower was fighting with the fire-swallowing giant lizard from beginning to end, completely ignoring the existence of the fire elemental spirit. Even if the fire elemental spirit took the initiative to attack it, it would choose to avoid it at the first moment and get rid of the fire elemental spirit's pursuit as quickly as possible. It seemed that this follower seemed to be very resistant to fighting with the elemental spirit. Although this follower showed considerable strength, its contractor, the male student from Tianhe Academy, hardly took any action throughout the entire process. It was the follower who cleared the nearby enemies for him. The male student didn't look like he was injured, but he still stood outside the battlefield and watched the show with a clear conscience, with no intention of helping at all. Considering that he was also a spectator, and the other party was not a classmate of his school, Si Chainan didn't bother to care about it and continued to pay attention to other people on the battlefield. Now most of the fire-eating giant lizards and fire elemental spirits on the battlefield have been eliminated, and their numbers are no longer increasing. It seems that the fire-eating giant lizards and fire elemental spirits lurking here have been wiped out by everyone, and the dawn of victory is just around the corner. Just as the melee was about to end, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly shook violently. Suddenly, the ground cracked and a huge figure quickly crawled out from the ground. Si Chainan took a closer look and found that it was a fire-eating giant lizard that was more than 10 meters long and its level had reached level 20. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be the final boss of this copy. Dante was the first to step forward to fight the fire-eating giant lizard boss. The other level 15 students also stepped forward to help, while the remaining students continued to deal with the remnants of the defeated army. The strength of this fire-eating giant lizard boss is quite strong. Even when facing the joint attack of several people at the same time, it still did not show any signs of decline, and even had enough strength to launch a fierce counterattack. Seeing this, Changuan immediately looked at Qing Ling and Shei, who had been guarding him, and winked at the two relatives. "It's time, go help." Hearing this, Qing Ling and Shei nodded without hesitation, then immediately rushed to the battlefield and joined the fight against the fire-eating giant lizard boss. At this moment, with the appearance of this fire-eating giant lizard boss, the battlefield became chaotic again and everyone was unable to take care of themselves. Chen looked at the chaotic battlefield quietly, as if he was waiting or thinking about something. "Call out." An almost inaudible sound of breaking winds suddenly came from behind Changuan. Normally, the noise on the battlefield could completely cover up this sound, but Changuan seemed to have the ability to predict the future. Almost at the same time as the sound of breaking wind was heard, he activated his skills without hesitation, and dozens of blood-red chains instantly controlled a person who wanted to attack from behind. Changuan slowly turned around and looked at the person who wanted to attack him. It was the male student from Tianhe Academy whom he had noticed just now. The latter was looking at Changuan in surprise. "It's worth it that I pretended to be injured for so long. I finally hooked you, a restless guy, out." Chapter 109, Using Myself as Bait. The blood-red chains tightly wrapped around the attacker. The student from Tianhe Academy was looking at Changuan in astonishment. He couldn't believe that Changuan had anticipated his sneak attack. "I didn't expect you to be so impatient. I deliberately revealed a flaw, and you couldn't wait to take the bait. It seems your assassination skills need improvement." Hearing this, the Tianhe Academy student's mouth twitched slightly with anger. "How do you know all this?" Not only do I know someone wants to murder me, but I also know you have instructions from the school's top brass behind you. I guess your school wants to remove an obstacle before next year's competition for the highest institution of higher learning. Am I right?" The Tianhe Academy student's expression suddenly changed. He hadn't expected that Changuan would know so many things. Even though the student did not respond, Changuan confirmed his guess through the change in his expression. At this time, Changuan heard a burst of hurried footsteps behind him, and these footsteps were obviously coming towards him. Hearing the footsteps approaching from afar, Changuan couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. "Your first sneak attack didn't succeed, yet you're still thinking of a second one. Your IQ is truly worrying." As soon as he finished speaking, Changuan snapped his fingers without even turning his head. In an instant, dozens of blood-red chains burst out from the space cracks, controlling several other people who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Changuan turned his head and glanced at these attackers whose assassination skills were catastrophic, and found that they were also students of Tianhe Academy. As early as when he entered this copy, Changuan had felt several malicious gazes, and now the source of these gazes was clear. "Call out." Just when Changuan was distracted by these attackers, a quick and sharp sound of breaking winds suddenly rang out. Just by listening to the sound, one could feel that the attacker's speed was extremely terrifying. Although Changuan's reaction speed was not slow, he was shocked to find that the attacker was only a few feet away from him when he looked in the direction of the sound. It was the strange follower. The wide black cloak covered most of the face of this family member, but Changuan could still feel the gaze that made him feel like he was falling into an icy cave, like the gaze from the god of death. Changuan was instantly frightened by this terrifying gaze and broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately retreated as quickly as possible and released the blood curse and evil chain to control himself. What Changuan didn't expect was that this strange follower actually managed to dodge all the chains with his ghostly body movements. This speed was completely comparable to that of an S-level follower. Fortunately, this strange follower did not choose to continue chasing Changuan, but instead stretched out the skeleton arm hidden under the cloak, and cut off the chains that were entangled with his contractor with just one strike of the knife. "Catch him." The student who escaped from the predicament immediately gave orders to his family members. "Brother Tong Gang, please save us." Several other students from Tianhe Academy who were still controlled by chains immediately asked this man for help, but they received no attention. Only the strange follower tilted his head slightly, as if waiting for the contractor to make a decision. "Don't worry about these useless people who are more likely to cause trouble than to help. The first priority is to capture the target. Hurry!" The student named Tong Yang gave the order again, and his family members no longer hesitated and immediately rushed towards Changuan. Seeing the other party's followers rushing towards him, Si Chainan instantly thought of the fire-eating giant lizards that had suddenly died before, and for a moment he couldn't help but feel scared. Blood Curse Evil Chain. Although he knew it would not be very effective, Si Chainan still released his only control skill. Dozens of blood-red chains instantly formed a blockade on the path that this strange follower had to pass through. However, just as Si Chainan expected, it easily passed through these blockades without even touching any chain during the entire process. Seeing this, Si Chainan decisively drew out Bai Yi and prepared to fight. In the blink of an eye, the strange followers that had passed through all the blockades came in front of Si Chainan. Dragon Shadow Sky Slash. Without saying a word, Si Chainan swung his sword back at the strange follower who was right in front of him, but the other party dodged like a ghost and avoided the sharp sword energy. Si Chainan's attack failed, and before he could retract his strength, the strange followers began their own attack. It opened its palm, which was only left with bones, towards Si Chainan, and a strange wave was immediately released from its palm. As this strange fluctuation appeared, Si Chainan immediately felt a strong sense of discomfort out of nowhere. Dizziness, nausea, weakness, all kinds of strong negative feelings instantly filled Si Chainan's consciousness. Just when Si Chainan's consciousness was about to be completely overwhelmed by these negative feelings, a long-lost voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Malicious behavior detected, protection mechanism activated. This voice was like a hand pulling a drowning person out of the water, causing Si Chainan, who was about to lose consciousness, to wake up instantly. As soon as Si Chainan regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he saw the strange followers still releasing waves, and a nameless anger immediately rose in his heart. Now that strange fluctuation could no longer have any effect on Si Chainan, so he immediately swung his sword to fight back. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. A blood-red sickle blade immediately emerged from the Bai Yi sword and rushed towards the strange followers in front of it. Perhaps this strange follower did not expect Si Chainan to break free from its influence, so it had no time to dodge the sudden counterattack. Although this strange follower was trying to distance itself from Si Chainan at the fastest speed, several blood-red sickle blades still caught up with it. The sharp sickle blade instantly tore apart the black cloak of this strange follower, completely exposing his body that had been hidden under the cloak. Under the cloak was an extremely terrifying body. Half of the flesh and blood was grayish-white like a corpse, and the other half was just a white skeleton. An extremely ominous black gas lingered around this strange and terrifying body. Even undead creatures might not look so terrifying. What the hell is this? Seeing the body of this dependent, Si Chainan was shocked. He had never heard of a race that looked like this. Kill him now. Just when Si Chainan was feeling stunned, Dong Yang immediately issued new orders to his subordinates, changing the original arrest to a kill. Uproar. The followers who received the order immediately let out a terrified scream, which sounded like a child crying in the middle of the night, making people feel creepy. This follower instantly flew in front of Si Chainan, and stretched out two completely different hands at the same time, ready to attack. Stay away from the owner. At this moment, several blood-red sickle blades rushed from the side and instantly forced back the strange followers who were about to launch an attack. Liliwei came to Si Chainan's side as quickly as a breeze, and the blood magic emerging from her hands was ready to attack at any time. In fact, Si Chainan had already informed his three relatives of his plan to use himself as bait. Therefore, from the moment Si Chainan pretended to be injured, the three relatives had been tacitly accompanying him in the act, with the purpose of luring out these people from the east. Now that she saw her contractor in danger, Liliwei rushed to support him immediately. Liliwei possesses S-level agility, coupled with the super magical perception brought by S-level mental attributes. It is no problem for her to deal with the equally fast follower in front of her. The opponent may not even get any advantage in front of Liliwei. Liliwei swept all the enemies in front of her with her eyes like a sharp sword, and finally locked her sight on Dong Yang, the contractor. The true ancestor of the vampire clan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a terrifying murderous intent emerged in his blood-red pupils. If you dare to attack the master, you will pay with your own life. After saying that, Liliwei raised her hand and waved it, ready to release blood magic to attack. At the same time, Dong Yang's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately looked at his family. Hurry up and kill the target with that move. Chapter 110, A Bizarre Existence. Hurry up and kill the target with that move. Upon hearing Dong Yang's order, the ominous black energy on this strange follower immediately became restless. The next second, all the flesh and bones on his body exploded and turned into powder on the ground. The strange black energy quickly gathered together to form a creature that looked like a ghost. After losing its body, the magical fluctuations emitted by this ghost suddenly increased a lot, and it seemed that the terrifying body was a shackle for it. Now that it has been completely freed from the constraints of its shackles, the ghost's strength has been fully revealed. Looking at this extremely strange black ghost, Si Chenan's heart suddenly twitched for some reason, and then a strange emotion mixed with astonishment and confusion rose up. Liliware also looked at the strange existence in front of her with a serious and puzzled expression. With her experience, she couldn't even figure out the origin of this ghost-like guy. Call out. Just when Si Chenan and the others were feeling stunned, the ghost took the lead in attacking. The blurry black ghost instantly turned into a black light and flew straight towards Si Chenan. Its speed was so fast that even Liliware, who had S-level agility, could only barely keep up with the opponent's speed with her eyes. Blood Curse Evil Chain. The blockade formed by dozens of blood-red chains failed to curb the opponent's actions. The black ghost instantly passed through all the blockades, as if it had no entity at all. Seeing this, Liliwei realized that it was too late to escape with Si Chenan, and there was only one way to protect her contractor. Thinking of this, Liliwei stood in front of Si Chenan without hesitation. She immediately heard Si Chenan's exclamation from behind her. Although Liliwire has the body of eternal night and is almost impossible to be killed easily, Liliwire knows that Si Chenan will never agree to her dying in his place. Therefore, she chooses to sacrifice herself at the last moment. In this way, Si Chenan will have no chance to stop her. In fact, Lilyville herself didn't know what would happen to her if she was hit by such an attack. This black ghost gave her an indescribable sense of weirdness and resistance. If there were any other choice, she would definitely not want to have anything to do with such an existence. However, Liliware has someone she wants to protect right now, so she is willing to make sacrifices, even if it means the end of her second life. Just when Liliware was determined to die, something unexpected happened. The black light transformed from the black ghost instantly penetrated Lilivire's body and directly hit Si Chenan, who was about to push Lilivire away. However, Lilivire, who had intended to act as the last line of defense, was unharmed. The black light hit Si Chenan's chest with lightning speed, and Si Chenan was knocked to the ground instantly, but the strange thing was that there was no wound on Si Chenan's body. However, the next second, Si Chenan let out a heart-wrenching scream. Knife cuts, fire burns, needle pricks, countless strange and bizarre pains erupted in Si Chenan's body at the same time. This sudden and extremely intense pain caused Si Chenan to fall to the ground and twitch uncontrollably, as if he would die at any time. Seeing this, the anxious Liliwire immediately stepped forward to check the situation, but no matter how she shouted, Si Chenan's only response was a scream of extreme pain. Liliwire, whose hands and feet were trembling with anxiety, tried to sense Si Chenan's physical condition. As a result, she found that the magic power in Si Chenan's body became chaotic. The energy contained in the attack was like a carnivorous fish rushing into a school of fish, completely disrupting the balance of magic power in Si Chenan's body. Seeing her contractor suffering in human pain, the anxious and helpless Liliware immediately looked at the culprit of all this, Tong Gang. Her eyes were filled with terrible murderous intent, and she wished she could grind this guy to ashes on the spot. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of blood-red chains quickly wrapped around Tong Yang. The chains, which contained enormous power, instantly crushed the bones of Tong Yang's limbs, causing him to scream in pain. If you don't want to die, stop attacking immediately. Do you hear me? Lilyvale, whose face turned pale with anger, stared straight at Tong Yang, as if she would tear this human into pieces if he dared to say no. Faced with the terrifying gaze of this vampire, Tong Yang was instantly frightened and broke out in a sweat. I don't know how to stop. Hearing this incoherent answer, Liliware knew that the other party did not seem to be lying, but because of this, the anger in her heart suddenly increased to the extreme. Court death. Lilyville, who was extremely angry, immediately manipulated the chains to throw Tong Yang heavily to the ground, killing him half to death on the spot. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of others. Qing Ling and Shei, who were originally fighting with the fire-eating giant lizard boss, immediately returned to Si Chenan's side. Although Si Chenan had almost stopped twitching and screaming at this time, the immense pain was causing him to be on the verge of losing consciousness, and he did not respond to the calls of his three relatives. Seeing Si Chenan like this, the helpless Liliwei and Qing Ling immediately looked at Shei. As the most powerful priest here, she is the only one who can possibly save Si Chenan. With the intuition of a priest, she could feel that the attack on Si Chenan was no small matter, or rather, it was not an attack in the conventional sense at all, but more like an extremely vicious curse. Although she was not sure whether her ability could suppress the power of this curse, she could not afford to hesitate any longer. She placed his hands on Si Chenan's chest and then activated his healing magic. As Shei's hands emitted a holy white light, Si Chenan's expression gradually relaxed, and his originally tense body also gradually relaxed. Seeing that Si Chenan's condition had improved, Liliwei, who was anxious and about to cry, and Cheng Ling, who had a serious expression, finally showed a relieved smile. However, the next second, their smiles suddenly froze on their faces. Si Chenan, who had calmed down, suddenly began to breathe rapidly and cough violently. He also had convulsions again and looked even more painful than before. Seeing that Si Chenan's condition took a turn for the worse, she panicked instantly. She quickly used more powerful healing magic, preparing to forcibly suppress the power of the curse in Si Chenan's body again like this, but this time it had no effect. Just when she felt helpless, the curse power in Si Chenan's body suddenly launched a counterattack. This strange power easily broke through the obstruction of the healing magic, went straight upstream, and prepared to invade Shi's body. Seeing this, she was so frightened that the hairs on his body stood up. He quickly stopped releasing the healing magic and prepared to pull his hands back, but it was too late. A powerful force suddenly erupted from Si Chenan's body, instantly knocking his 3 followers away. When Liliwei and Changling got up from the ground as quickly as possible, they were shocked to see Shei lying on the ground and twitching. His behavior was exactly the same as Si Chenan. Obviously, Shei was attacked by this unknown force. Seeing this scene, Liliwei and Chingling were frozen in place. They didn't expect that not only did Si Chenan's condition not improve, but even Shei, the healer, was not spared. The two people's screams were so shrill that they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although these people didn't know what had happened to Si Chenan, the painful expressions on Si Chenan and Shi's faces made them feel horrified and they didn't dare to go forward to find out. Qingling forced himself to calm down and prepare to seek help from other priests present. At this moment, one of the screams stopped abruptly, instantly attracting the attention of Qingling and Liliwei. She, who was in as much pain as Si Chenan, stopped screaming and twitching, and then slowly stood up in front of everyone. She looked at the people around him with a puzzled expression, and his pupils had changed from the original amber to dark green. Chapter 111: The Power of Pain. Seeing Shi's eye color change, Qingling and Liliwei immediately thought of what Si Chenan had mentioned before. "You are Jolie?" Faced with Liliwei's uncertain question, Jolie simply glanced at the vampire ancestor and did not answer. For some reason, when they saw Jolie appear, Liliwei and Qingling both felt inexplicably at ease. Perhaps it was because the last time they were in danger, Jolie easily resolved the crisis. Jolie slowly glanced at Si Chenan, who was still lying on the ground twitching, but did not take any immediate action. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, Jolie slowly closed her eyes, took a deep breath silently, and then she exhaled a wisp of extremely ominous black air from her mouth. Liliv recognized at a glance that this wisp of black energy was part of the black ghost from before. This wisp of black air seemed to have self-awareness and kept trying to escape, but Jolie didn't know how he trapped it. Every time this wisp of black air tried to escape from Jolie's palm, an invisible force would immediately suppress it back. Jolie narrowed her eyes slightly and looked carefully at the wisp of black air in her hand. It seemed that she was very interested in this wisp of black air. Seeing that Jolie focused all his attention on the black energy of unknown origin, Liliwei became completely anxious and immediately started to urge him. "Hurry up and save the owner, he is dying." Hearing Liliwei's urging, Jolie still looked nonchalant. She glanced at the anxious Liliwei and Qingling, and then snorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Stay away." After giving this brief reminder, Jolie stretched out his right hand towards Si Chenan, who was lying on the ground. In an instant, everyone present felt the air slightly condense. As Jolie opened his 5 fingers, the hot air around him was instantly swept away by an invisible force, and the temperature around the entire giant tower suddenly dropped to a comfortable range. However, Liliwei and Qingling had no intention of enjoying this hard-earned coolness. At this moment, the two women were staring at Si Chenan and Jolie. An invisible force lifted Si Chenan in front of Jolie, and at the same time stopped Si Chenan's body from twitching. At this time, Si Chenan was still in a semi-conscious state and had no reaction to anything happening in the outside world. Jolie gently placed 5 slender fingers like green onions on Si Chenan's chest, right at the position of his heart. The next second, Si Chenan's body shook violently, but an invisible force instantly suppressed him, making him unable to move. Jolie's face slightly condensed, and a serious look appeared in his dark green eyes. Jolie's 5 fingers suddenly bent into claws, and then made a pulling motion, as if he wanted to forcibly pull some invisible thing out of Si Chenan's body. Si Chenan suddenly revealed an extremely painful expression. Unable to move his body, he could only let out shrill screams to express his pain. Looking at Si Chenan, who was suffering, Liliwei subconsciously bit her red lips with her teeth. Even though she bit her lower lip, she was completely unaware. Qingling also stared at Si Chainan and Jolie. Although she did not show the same anxious expression as Lilywei, she silently clenched her fists and forced herself to remain calm by relying on the pain of her nails piercing her palms. Lilywei and Qingling couldn't bear to see Si Chainan suffer like this, but they also knew that Jolie was the only one who could save Si Chainan's life at the moment, so the two women didn't dare to interrupt Jolie's actions rashly. Si Chainan's screams lasted for nearly half a minute, and Jolie, who had been pulling from the beginning to the end, was sweating profusely without realizing it. Although no one present knew what Jolie was doing specifically, it was not difficult to see that this little fox-eared loli was struggling with something. "Come out, to me!" With just a slightly childish roar, Jolie and Si Chainan fell out in opposite directions at the same time. At the same time, countless ominous black air emanated from Si Chainan's body, scaring the onlookers so much that they quickly retreated. The ominous black air split into two streams the moment it left Si Chainan's body. One stream of ominous black air quickly fled upwards, while the other stream of ominous black air tried to re-enter Si Chainan's body. "Behave yourself." Jolie stood up quickly and waved his hand towards the ominous black air. In an instant, the two ominous black air were pulled back by an invisible force, and were instantly compressed to the size of a fist, and finally fell into Jolie's hands. Seeing that Jolie successfully expelled the black energy from Si Chainan's body, Lilywei and Qingling immediately rushed to Si Chainan's side impatiently. Although Si Chainan has not regained consciousness yet, his complexion has improved and his breathing has become much steadier. Jolie on the other side carefully looked at the black energy in his hand, and then looked at the two relatives standing beside Si Chainan. "Hey, where did this guy get this stuff from?" In response to Jolie's question, Lilywei immediately pointed to Dong Yang beside her. At this time, Dong Yang was lying on the ground like a dog with a broken spine. All the bones in his limbs were broken. He had no ability to move and could only howl continuously. After learning the source of the ominous black air, Jolie raised his hand towards Dong Yang, who was lying on the ground. An invisible force immediately lifted the motionless Dong Yang in front of him. However, compared to Si Chainan's previous treatment, Jolie obviously did not deliberately control the strength this time. The violent shaking was undoubtedly a double blow to Dong Yang, whose limbs were broken, and he cried out in pain on the spot. "Shut up and answer my questions honestly." Jolie stopped Dong Yang from screaming, and the latter quickly closed his mouth with a pale face, but tears of pain still flowed from the corners of his eyes. Seeing that the other party finally calmed down, Jolie showed the black energy in his hand to Dong Yang. "Where did you get this power from?" Faced with this question, Dong Yang's mouth twitched subconsciously, as if he wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a few seconds, he gave a brief answer. "I have no idea." Such an obvious lie naturally could not convince Jolie, so after hearing this answer, Jolie's face instantly turned gloomy. "I'll give you one last chance, will you tell me or not?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Yang saw genuine murderous intent in Jolie's eyes, and a chill instantly ran up his back. After a fierce ideological struggle, Dong Yang, who was at his wit's end, gritted his teeth and seemed to have made an extremely difficult decision. "I can't tell, or I'll get in trouble." Hearing this, Jolie, who had originally had a serious expression, suddenly chuckled, as if he was mocking Dong Yang's stubbornness. "You're still trying to keep it a secret even now. It seems like the trouble you've caused by informing on others is indeed quite significant. Unfortunately, new troubles have already come knocking on your door." After saying that, Jolie's expression changed again, and the murderous intent in his eyes instantly became real. Dong Yang was so frightened that his pupils shrank. Jolie injected the ominous black energy in his hand into Dong Yang's body without hesitation. The latter instantly fell to the ground and twitched, showing an expression of extreme pain, just like Si Chainan before. Several students from Tianhe Academy wanted to step forward to rescue the suffering Dong Yang, but the terrifying aura emitted by Jolie made them dare not get close. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Dong Yang, whose body was injected with ominous black energy, kept twitching and screaming miserably. People dared not look directly at him, and no one dared to step forward to treat him. Jolie looked at Dong Yang, who was experiencing great pain, with an expressionless face, without a trace of pity in his eyes. In this way, this long torture lasted for several minutes, and finally, Dong Yang died in endless pain. Jolie looked at the corpse in front of him, his face still without any expression other than indifference. Humph, a scum whose death is not worth regretting. Chapter 112, The Principal Summons, The Aftermath That Cannot Be Ignored. "Hello, I'm here to see the principal." Si Chainan showed a pass to the security guard at the entrance of the teaching building. The pass had the genuine principal's seal on it. The security guard checked the authenticity of the pass, looked at Si Chainan and his 3 family members, and then returned the pass to Si Chainan. At the end of the corridor on the right after entering the door is the elevator that goes directly to the principal's office. I will help you unlock the elevator door later. After saying that, the security guard lets Si Chainan and his group pass. After obtaining permission, Si Chainan and his 3 family members followed the security guard's instructions and quickly found the so-called exclusive elevator for the principal's office. As the security guard unlocked the access control, the elevator door immediately opened to Si Chainan and others, and the group got on the elevator. Although today is the 3rd day since Si Chainan returned to school, his previous experience and the copy is still vivid in his mind. Even now, the excruciating pain that was worse than death was still like a thorn in the flesh, branded deep in Si Chainan's heart, so much so that Si Chainan had been troubled by similar nightmares every night for the past few days. In order to confirm whether there was anything wrong with his body, Si Chainan also sought out Lan Xin for a comprehensive physical examination, but the answer he got was that everything was normal. In addition, the impact and subsequent development of this incident far exceeded Si Chainan's expectations. After learning that Si Chainan almost died in the attack, the top management of the provincial academy was furious and demanded an explanation from Tianhe Academy. As a result, the top management of Tianhe Academy insisted that the attack on Si Chainan was entirely the personal behavior of Dong Yang and his accomplices, and had nothing to do with the Tianhe Academy. Although the top management of the provincial academy had received news in advance that someone wanted to murder Si Chainan, they had no further clues and could not prove that the mastermind behind the attack was the top management of Tianhe Academy. As the person involved in the attack, Si Chainan knew that the school would definitely want to find him to find out the whole story, but things turned out to be beyond Si Chainan's expectations. During the 3 days of recuperation at home, no school staff came to see Si Chainan except for the friends who came to visit. It was not until this morning that he received an invitation letter from the principal's office, which also came with a pass with the principal's seal. In this letter, the principal invited Si Chainan and his 3 family members, requiring all 4 to be present. There was no problem at all with Lily Wei and Xingling, the only problem was Shei. Since returning to school, she seemed to have developed narcolepsy, spending most of the day in sleep, just like when Jolie first appeared, except that this time he slept more. Even when she woke up occasionally, she was still in a drowsy state, which made Si Chainan very worried. However, since the principal required all invitees to be present, Si Chainan could only ask Shei to cheer up temporarily and go to the appointment with him. Not long after he enrolled in school, Si Chainan was very curious about the principal of the provincial academy. In the past few months, all activities in the school have been managed by the vice principal, and Si Chainan has never seen the real principal. Even when Si Chainan asked second-year students like Zi Yanran about the principal, the answer he got was, "I haven't seen him either." Now that he had received an invitation from the principal, Si Chainan naturally couldn't wait to see who this elusive principal was. Bite. As the elevator door opened, a fresh scent of grass and trees immediately hit me. I saw various potted plants on both sides in front of the elevator, and many potted plants hanging from the ceiling. These green plants took up most of the space on the entire floor, leaving only an aisle that could accommodate only one person. Seeing this, Si Chainan subconsciously looked at the floor sign in the elevator to confirm that he had indeed arrived at the floor where the principal's office was located, and not somewhere like the rooftop garden. With a puzzled mood, Si Chainan tiptoed out of the elevator, fearing that he would bump into the potted plants. These potted plants are growing very lushly and look like they have not been trimmed by humans at all. Si Chainan really couldn't understand why he kept so many potted plants but didn't trim them at all. He could only classify it as the principal's special hobby. Perhaps the principal simply liked this working environment surrounded by plants. Soon, Si Chainan and his group arrived at the end of the road. A half-open door appeared in front of them, with the 3 big words "Principal's Office" written on top of the door. Si Chen calmed himself down, straightened his clothes, and then knocked on the door nervously. "Come in." A slightly childish response came from behind the door. This childish voice seemed out of place with the solemn atmosphere outside the door. Hearing this voice, Si Chainan and his 3 relatives looked at each other, but still pushed open the door of the principal's office with confusion. I saw a little girl in a light green dress walking back and forth in the principal's office holding a potted plant. She seemed to be doing interior decoration. Just like outside, there were an exaggerated number of potted plants placed in the principal's office, making the originally spacious principal's office seem crowded and suffocating. In short, Si Chainan felt a little at a loss. "Please sit down for a moment while I find a place to put this plant down." Faced with the little girl's instructions, although Si Chainan and the others felt a little uncomfortable, they still did as they were told and sat down on the sofa nearby. The entire office returned to silence again, with only the sound of the little girl's footsteps walking around. Si Chainan looked at the child carefully. It seemed that the little girl was not much older than she, but her every move and gesture had a temperament that was inconsistent with her childish appearance. At this moment, Liliwei suddenly touched Si Chainan's hand without any expression, which attracted Si Chainan's attention. Master, there's something wrong with this girl. There's no magical energy flowing from her. Hearing Liliwei's whisper in his ear, Si Chainan's heart tightened and he looked at the little girl again. At the same time, the little girl finally found a vacant space in the corner and successfully placed the potted plant in her hand there. Little sister, we were called here by the principal. May I ask where the principal is? Hearing this, the little girl suddenly turned around and looked at the people on the sofa with a puzzled expression on her face. Isn't the principal right in front of you? Don't you even recognize the principal of your own school? While announcing her identity, the little girl pointed to the nameplate on the desk next to her principal, Rhine. When Si Chainan learned that the little girl in front of him was actually the principal who had never appeared before, his mind went blank. At first, Si Chainan thought that the little girl was the principal's daughter or a relative's child. Later, he learned from Liliwei that the little girl in front of him was not simple. Now the little girl even claimed that she was the elusive principal. Even Lilivel, who possesses S-level spiritual attributes, cannot sense the magical fluctuations of this little girl, which means that this little girl's spiritual attributes are not inferior to Lilivel's at all. It is impossible for a normal human to possess such powerful spiritual attributes. In addition, no matter how ridiculous the school's top management is, it is impossible for an ordinary girl to be the principal. Therefore, all the clues point to one thing: this little girl is not human. Seeing Si Chainan and the others looking incredulous, Rhine immediately frowned slightly, revealing a look of dissatisfaction. What's with that look on your face? Can't you be a principal just because you're short? Realizing that Rhine seemed to be particularly concerned about his height, Si Chainan quickly forced a smile to comfort him. No, I just didn't expect you to be so well maintained. Isn't this a roundabout way of saying I'm small? Well. Faced with such difficulties, Si Chainan was speechless. Seeing Si Chainan shut his mouth, Rhine snorted coldly, then jumped lightly and sat on the desk. In this way, she was a head taller than the people sitting there. I am a great man and I don't bear grudges. Let's get down to business. Chapter 113, the principal is 1.3 meters tall, and the half-fairy Rhine. Under the gaze of Si Chainan and others, Rhine jumped up on the spot with a whoosh, and then sat down steadily on the desk. With the help of the desk, Rhine, who was originally about the same height as the little girl, immediately had the qualifications to look down on everyone. Of course, the prerequisite was that Si Chainan and the others had to sit on the sofa. Rhine glanced slowly at Si Chainan and his 3 family members, while her pair of white legs under her skirt kept shaking. It seemed that she was quite satisfied with the feeling of looking down on everyone. I am a great man and I don't bear grudges. Let's get down to business. At this time, Si Chainan's attention was completely focused on other things. He looked at Rhine, then glanced at Shei beside him calmly, silently comparing the two's heights in his mind, and found that their heights seemed to be about the same. Soon, Rhine noticed Si Chainan's little movements, and she instantly understood what he was doing, so her face suddenly became gloomy. If you don't keep your eyes still, I'll dig them out. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew up in the office. The strong airflow rushed straight towards Si Chainan, and instantly pressed Si Chainan's upper body against the sofa. Although this strong wind that appeared out of nowhere only lasted for a moment, it still scared Si Chainan into breaking out in a cold sweat. Si Chainan didn't see the process of Rhine releasing the attack at all. The strong wind that appeared out of nowhere seemed to be responding to Rhine's emotional changes. The ability to trigger elemental attacks with just words and emotions is not something that even the elves who are good at elemental magic can easily do. From this we can see that the principal who calls himself Rhine is far from simple. After receiving the warning from the principal, Si Chainan finally calmed down. He also realized that the height issue was like a reverse scale for Rhine. Ahem. Principal Rhine, what do you want to know? Looking at Si Chainan with a flattering face, Rhine immediately snorted coldly and then crossed his legs. I want to know the whole story. Others can help fill in the blanks. There's no rush, so you can take your time. Upon hearing this, Si Chainan looked at the 3 family members, and then recounted the whole process as requested. Si Chainan narrated what happened from the time he entered the dungeon to the time he lost consciousness, and the part after Si Chainan lost consciousness was told by his 3 followers. This time, Si Chainan no longer concealed the fact that there was another power in Shei's body. After all, in order to save himself, Jolie had displayed unimaginable power in public. Even if he wanted to continue concealing it, it would be unrealistic, so it would be better to confess. After learning the whole story from Si Chainan and others, Ryan's expression became serious and he fell into deep thought. From your description, the followers of that brat from Tianhe Academy are even more powerful than S-level followers? As the only follower who had fought against that strange follower, Liliware nodded immediately. The true strength of that follower is unknown, but it's definitely not weak, and its attack method is extremely strange. If it were the first time to encounter such an opponent, I think even an S-rank follower would suffer a loss. After getting Liliware's confirmation, Ryan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a look of surprise and doubt flashed in his eyes. I specifically checked the information of that Tong Gang student last night. His dependent is AB rank orc. Logically, his strength cannot be comparable to that of an S-rank dependent. It seems that the real concern is the ominous black aura you described. As Ryan spoke, he fixed his eyes on Shei. At this time, Shi Zhang was leaning on Si Chainan and had fallen asleep. Seeing this, Si Chainan looked at Shei, then looked at Ryan, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. Principal, do you need me to wake her up? She's been so sleepy since she came back, and we don't know why. Seeing she fall asleep right under his nose, Ryan was not angry, but just nodded slightly. Well, wake her up. I just have something I want to ask her. Hearing this, Si Chainan gently shook Shei beside him, trying to wake her up. Elder brother. Shei, who was awakened, looked at Si Chainan with sleepy eyes, and there was still endless tiredness in her eyes. The principal wants to see you. She rubbed his eyes and looked at Ryan, who was sitting at the desk. Before she could speak, Ryan took the initiative to ask questions. Can you and the being inside you share memories? Faced with this question, she did not answer immediately, but turned to look at Si Chainan, seeking his consent. Seeing this, Si Chainan smiled and nodded, indicating that she could tell Ryan the truth. The memory sharing between Shei and Sister Jolie is one way. Sister Jolie knows all of Shei's memories even when she is asleep, but she has no idea what happened to Sister Jolie during her sleep. I see, then can you awaken the being called Jolie now? She shook her head. Unless she is in danger, Sister Jolie rarely shows up on her own initiative. Hearing this, Ryan showed a thoughtful expression, and then she suddenly teleported in front of Shei. Even Liliwei and Qingling did not see the whole process clearly. I might have a way to wake her up without causing any harm to you, how about it? After saying that, Ryan looked at Si Chainan, the contractor, and the last sentence was obviously asking for Si Chainan's opinion. Si Chainan also did not give an immediate answer, but chose to respect his family, so he looked at Shei beside him. She was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently. Brother, she is fine. Very good, let's get started. After obtaining the person's consent, Ryan slowly closed her eyes. The next second, colorful light bloomed from her body, instantly illuminating the entire office. Not only that, a pair of almost transparent white butterfly wings opened behind Ryan, and the ends of his originally jet black long hair turned into colorful colors. Seeing the changes in Ryan's appearance, Si Chainan finally knew his identity. Are you a fairy? Although fairies and elves were often confused in Si Chainan's previous life, the fairies and elves in this world are completely different beings. If the elves who are good at elemental magic are the darlings of nature, then the fairies who master many powerful magics are the darlings of magic. Fairies have an almost infinite lifespan, their numbers are extremely rare, and they prefer secluded natural environments. In order not to be disturbed, fairies will live alone in secret places around the world. Therefore, most people believe that fairies are a nearly extinct race that only exists in legends. Since Ryan is a fairy, many things can be explained, such as his youthful appearance that does not match his powerful strength, or the magical fluctuations that even Lilyville cannot perceive. These things are simply trivial matters for fairies with endless lifespan and powerful strength. At this time, Ryan slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes turned completely into colorful colors. I'm not a fairy, just a half fairy with half fairy blood. Next, be quiet. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan, who was covered in colorful light, placed his right hand in front of Shei's forehead, and then the colorful light printed a hexagram pattern on Shei's forehead. With the appearance of this hexagram pattern, Shei's body trembled immediately, and the pupils in his eyes disappeared. Seeing Shei's appearance, Si Chainan and his two relatives immediately stood up, showing expressions of extreme worry. Don't worry, I'm just trying to awaken the power in her body. If there's a strong rejection, I'll stop immediately. After a simple comfort, Ryan's right hand slowly made a rotation movement, and at the same time, the hexagram pattern also began to slowly rotate. After the hexagram pattern completed a complete circle, Shei's body trembled again. At this moment, Shei's eyes returned to normal, but her pupils turned into a deep dark green. Chapter 114, Invasion from Beyond the World. Perhaps because he was suddenly awakened, Jolie was stunned for a moment, then frowned and looked at Ryan, who was almost as tall as him. "Little goblin, take your hands off my head." The first words that Jolie blurted out hit Ryan's sore spot, causing this half-elf, who was indeed not very tall, to instantly become furious. "What did you say?" The colorful magic power instantly enveloped the half-elf's palm, and then his 5 fingers bent into claws and swung mercilessly towards Jolie, who was right in front of him. "Headmaster." Changuan didn't expect that the two would have a conflict as soon as they met, so he hurried to stop them, but it was too late. Facing Ryan's attack, Jolie had no intention of dodging. Countless black air burst out from his body, forming a translucent black barrier. The moment the colorful magic power collided with the black barrier, it triggered a powerful shock wave, which immediately knocked Changuan and his 2 followers back several steps. The many potted plants and furniture around them were all shattered. In the entire office, only Ryan and Jolie, who were at the center of the conflict, stood still like 2 statues. Just as this conflict happened suddenly, Ryan and Jolie seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding. After a brief confrontation, they both chose to stop, and the entire office returned to calm. Only Changuan and the other 2 who were affected could not calm down for a while. The colorful light on Ryan's body quickly dissipated, and all her fairy-like features disappeared, and her appearance returned to that of an ordinary little girl. "My guess was right. Your power doesn't belong to this world either." Jolie snorted disapprovingly, crossed his arms and looked at Ryan, who was the same height as him. "I thought you were really attacking because someone teased you about your height, but it turns out you were just testing me." Hearing this, a hint of displeasure involuntarily flashed across Ryan's face. It was obvious that she did care about others making fun of her height, but this time she chose to endure it. "Tell me about what you saw that day. I need to confirm something." "What's there to say? It's nothing more than that human used a power that shouldn't exist in this world, and I made him suffer the consequences." Hearing this, Ryan's face suddenly changed slightly, revealing a solemn and worried expression. At this time, Changuan and his 2 relatives came over. They were confused by the conversation between Jolie and Ryan. "What is this power that you're talking about that doesn't belong to this world?" Changuan curiously asked Jolie and Lair for more information, but what he got in return was silence from both of them. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became awkward. This subtle and awkward silence lasted for nearly half a minute, and was finally ended by Jolie's sigh. "Since you take such good care of Shei, I'll tell you." "Hey, there's no good in telling them these things, at least not yet." Ryan immediately interrupted Jolie and stopped her from telling the truth to Changuan and others. Jolie was unmoved by Ryan's dissuasion. She was not the kind of person who liked to obey orders, especially since the other party was a stranger to her. "When exactly are you talking about? When the world begins to fall apart, or when everything is beyond redemption? There's no benefit in deceiving yourself about this kind of thing. No one understands the cost of self-deception better than I do, so either shut up or use your strength to force me to shut up." Hearing Jolie's words, Ryan subconsciously opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but all his words turned into silence in the end. Seeing that Ryan chose to acquiesce, Jolie, who was originally a little angry, finally relaxed the serious expression on his face a little. "Do you know what's outside this world?" Upon hearing this question, Lair and Qingling, the indigenous people, looked at each other in confusion, completely unable to understand the meaning of the question. Only Changuan, a time traveler, showed a thoughtful expression. "Parallel world?" The word parallel world existed in Changuan's previous life memory. He had never seen a similar word in this world. If Jolie had not raised the question, he would not have immediately thought of this mysterious word. After hearing Changuan's answer, Jolie and Lair subconsciously looked at each other, and then Jolie showed a half-smile. "Parallel world. This term is quite interesting, but I still prefer another metaphor world bubble." Due to their limited knowledge, Lair and Qingling still couldn't understand the conversation between Changuan and Jolie. Only Changuan knew that he and Jolie were talking about the same concept. Beyond this world are many more worlds. All of them are self-contained and unrelated to each other. These worlds are like independently existing bubbles. Under normal circumstances, no one can escape from their own bubble, but external forces can invade these bubbles. After hearing this metaphor, Changuan pondered for a moment, and he couldn't help but recall the feeling of excruciating pain he had felt before. "The attack I suffered that day was from a force outside this world?" Jolie nodded. "That's right. Although I don't know how that mediocre kid got this kind of power, I won't admit my mistake. Si Chainan hesitated for a moment, then asked the question that concerned him most. I heard Weir and the others say that you saved me. How did you do it? Because her power also comes from outside this world. Before Jolie could answer, Ryan, who had been silent, spoke first and gave the answer. Jolie looked at Ryan with a rather surprised expression. You goblin, have you finally figured it out? Ryan glanced at Jolie and gave him a look expressing dissatisfaction. Now that you've said this, there's no point in hiding it any longer. Also, I'm a half-elf, only half-elf blood. Don't compare me to those stubborn old guys. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jolie rarely showed her understanding side, and then she looked at Si Chainan, who was still confused. As she said, the power I used is the same as the one that attacked you. This power does not belong to this world. I call it the power of annihilation. Si Chainan was slightly stunned, then continued to ask. Then how did you obtain the power of annihilation? I didn't obtain the power of annihilation, it was the power of annihilation that created me. Long ago, a group of orcs, fanatically pursuing power, brought the power of annihilation into this world and placed it in a container. They created the totem called Annihilation in me, the false totem god. The container used to store the power of annihilation was a little orc girl named Shei. She was a sacrifice. When Si Chainan suddenly learned about Shei's life experience, he found it difficult to digest this information for a while. After a long time, Si Chainan's mood finally calmed down a little. So what happened to your followers? Those foolish people who blindly worship martial arts are not my followers at all. They just want to use the power of annihilation to dominate the world. As for their fate, of course, they reaped the consequences of their own actions. They were attacked by the backlash of the power of annihilation and died miserably in endless pain. From Jolie's indignant reaction, it can be seen that she quite dislikes these orcs who attract the power of annihilation. Does she know about these things? Jolie shook his head. Although I can coexist with Shei, in order to deal with those idiots, I basically had to take control of my body. So there are many things she doesn't know. You promised me not to tell her these things. Seeing Jolie's pleading expression, Si Chainan nodded without hesitation and changed the subject. You said before that the annihilation force would cause the world to fall apart. What's going on here? At this time, Ryan spoke again. Let's use your analogy just now as an example. Each world is a bubble. If the annihilation force is overused, it will puncture the bubble like a sharp thorn, and the entire world will disappear. Chapter 115, Beauty is a Trouble. In the battle area, Si Chainan shuttled among the large number of werewolves like an agile antelope. The sharp claws and deadly teeth could not hurt him at all. As the scheduled time of the simulated battle entered the countdown stage, Si Chainan drew his weapon and instantly switched from defender to attacker. Every flash of cold light would take the life of a level 15 werewolf beast. In just a few seconds, all the werewolf beasts on the battlefield were killed, leaving only a level 20 demon wind werewolf beast. Seeing all his companions being killed, the demonic wind werewolf beast decisively chose to take the initiative. He immediately condensed the wind element and summoned more than a dozen wind blades, attacking Si Chainan together. With the blessing of the wind element, the speed of the wind blades has far exceeded the speed of normal people's naked eyes. However, in Si Chainan's eyes, these wind blades are as slow as the slow motion in a movie. Si Chainan easily dodged all the wind blades. The sharp sound of breaking wind flew past his ears, but did not slow down his pace at all. Seeing Si Chainan rushing to him unharmed, the demonic wind werewolf immediately added the wind element to his body, preparing to fight a fierce battle with this human with the agility of the wind element. However, he underestimated the strength of this human. Before the demonic wind werewolf beast could launch an attack, Si Chainan released blood magic, and the blood-red sickle blade instantly cut off the demonic wind werewolf beast's head. The last monster fell to the ground and died, and the simulated battle ended. After this period of high-intensity training, Si Chainan's body has fully adapted to the effects of the enhanced experiment. The principle of this body-strengthening experiment is neither simple nor complicated. The first step of this experiment is to change the subject's body structure by injecting drugs. The purpose is to enable the subject's body to withstand the powerful force brought by the strengthening. Lan Xian's original idea was to allow the subjects to burst out with extraordinary physical strength when necessary. This enhancement is not permanent and requires the consumption of magic power. For Si Chainan, who possesses infinite magic power consumption is not a big deal at all. Therefore, as long as Si Chang'an is willing, he can keep his body in a strengthened state. Si Chang'an has not yet confessed to Lan Xin that he possesses infinite magic power. Lan Xin also thinks that the reason why Si Chang'an can maintain the enhanced state for a long time is entirely related to the 100% pure magic power. Lan Xin had never speculated in the direction of infinite magic. After all, such a thing as infinite magic was a fantasy even in this world. Si Chang'an kept this a secret, fearing that if the matter of his infinite magic power was exposed, he would be sent to the dissection table by Lan Xin. Of course, after spending some time together, Si Chang'an believed that even if Lan Xin was obsessed with various experiments, she would not do such a heinous thing, but it was always better to be cautious. After completing today's training, Si Chang'an turned off the simulated combat system and prepared to go home to wash up. In the afternoon, he would send today's combat data to Lan Xin for analysis. Just as Si Chang'an was about to leave the training ground, a noise not far away caught his attention. Following the direction of the noise, Si Chang'an immediately saw a familiar face. I saw Lu Chanxian arguing with a boy, and this boy did not look like a first-year student. Out of curiosity, Si Chang'an walked over silently and then heard the conversation between the two. Sister Chanxian, I'm now exactly level 20, so I can help you complete this mission. Since we're both members of the Xiangba Club, please don't be so polite to me. It's only natural for members to help each other. Faced with the boy's persistence, Lu Chanxian couldn't help but frown slightly, then sighed softly, full of helplessness and resistance. I'm not being polite. I have my own way to complete this mission, so I won't bother you, Senior Ma Chuan. Thank you for your kindness. Hey, wait a minute. Seeing that Lu Chanxian was about to turn around and leave, the boy named Ma Chuan immediately grabbed Lu Chanxian's wrist, forcing her to stop. What do you want to do? Lu Chanxian, whose wrist was slightly painful, immediately frowned and scolded Ma Chuan. The latter awkwardly let go of Lu Chanxian's wrist, but his face was still full of reluctance. Sister Chanxian, if you do this again, I'll be really angry. In fact, Lu Chanxian was already angry, and her expression and tone revealed a strong resistance. The quarrel between the two attracted the attention of other students around them. Some curious students even chose to stop and watch how this farce would end. Seeing that someone had noticed this place, Lu Chanxian, who didn't want to attract attention, planned to leave this place. However, Ma Chuan unexpectedly came around in front of her and blocked her way, perfectly illustrating what shamelessness meant. Lu Chanxian was so angry at this rogue behavior that she trembled all over. Even Xuefu, who was standing on her shoulder, growled threateningly at Ma Chuan. If Lu Chanxian, who was a support profession, had not had any means of attack, she would have wanted to teach this scoundrel a lesson on the spot. Chanxian, what a coincidence! At this time, Si Chang'an came over. He had already roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Shannon. When Lu Chanxian saw Si Chang'an appear, her eyes lit up instantly, as if she had seen a savior. Who is this? Si Chang'an looked at Ma Chuan standing aside. The latter's face looked unhappy. Coincidentally, Si Chang'an's smile was also full of hypocrisy. He's just a member of the Xiangba Society. We're not that familiar with each other. Lu Chanxian directly pointed out her relationship with Ma Chuan, and at the same time rejected Ma Chuan again. Hearing this, Si Chen nodded pretentiously, ready to help Lu Chanxian out of the predicament. Chanxian and I have other things to do later, so goodbye first, senior. After saying that, Si Chang'an prepared to take Lu Chanxian away, and Lu Chanxian also followed Si Chang'an very cooperatively without saying a word. At this moment, Ma Chuan suddenly grabbed Si Chang'an's wrist with such force that it left a red mark on Si Chang'an's wrist. Are you addicted to scratching your wrists? If you're sick, go see a doctor. Si Chang'an looked at Ma Chuan with a smile, his patience was running out. I know who you are. Just because you're doing well among the freshmen doesn't mean we seniors have to look up to you. Hearing this, Si Chang'an gradually restrained his fake smile and replaced it with a cold expression. A slutty licker who no one cares about wants to take it out on me? You've got the wrong punching bag. I'll count to 3. If you don't let go, I'll send you to the infirmary. Faced with Si Chang'an's threat, Ma Chuan, who was unlucky in love, naturally could not give up. He vowed to regain his face from this freshman, but unfortunately he really chose the wrong person. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Si Chang'an's eyes turned cold and he punched Ma Chuan directly in the face. The shameless bootlicker was knocked several meters away on the spot and finally lay straight on the ground, fainting. None of the onlookers present could clearly see Si Chang'an's punching movements. From their perspective, Ma Chuan almost flew backwards by himself. In the enhanced state, he can defeat a level 20 opponent with one punch. This is Si Chainan's current strength. After dealing with this stubborn guy, Si Chainan symbolically moved his knuckles, and immediately there was a crackling sound from his fist. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Si Chainan took Lu Qianqian and left the training ground. You have so many suitors wherever you go. You're really a beauty who brings disaster. As soon as they walked out of the training ground, Si Chainan couldn't help but tease Lu Qianqian. Hearing this, Lu Qianqian curled her lips. Blame me, by the way, are you free these days? Upon hearing this question, Si Chainan immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Whether I'm available depends on what you want to do. Chapter 116, An Encounter with the Principal. Please do me a small favor if you have time. It was because of this sentence that Si Chainan followed Lu Qianqian to Shigu Town again. All of this started with an escort commission that Lu Qianqian and Lin Wanner had accepted half a month ago. The commission was to escort a small caravan from Wangjiang City to Shigu Town. Originally, this kind of commission would be a piece of cake for Lin Wanner and Lu Qianqian, but plans cannot keep up with changes. First, there was the Shanghua Club's regular training, and then because of Lin Wanner's poor performance in the training, the president arranged an additional training plan for her, and she couldn't get away for a while. Seeing that the deadline of the commission was about to expire, Lu Qianqian, who had no means of attack, was unable to complete the commission on her own. Therefore, she began to look for a partner. In the end, the lucky spot fell on Si Chainan. The distance from Wangjiang City to Shigu Town is not far, and a horse carriage can arrive there in just 3 days. Since the entire journey passed through the E-level area, Si Chainan could fully handle it with his current strength. Therefore, Si Chainan did not bring his family with him and embarked on this escort journey alone with Lu Qianqian. Now Shi's narcolepsy has improved, but he still needs care. Xingling and Lilawire have taken on the task of taking care of Shi, even though Lilawire is not very willing to do this. The caravan, with Si Chainan's escort, encountered no danger along the way, and therefore arrived at Shigu Town smoothly in just 3 days. When Si Chainan and Lu Qianqian arrived at Shigu Town, it was almost dusk and there were no return carriages for the time being, so the two planned to rest for a while in Shigu Town today and set off back to Wangjiang City early tomorrow morning. Valley Town, as its name suggests, is a small town located in a quiet valley. It is famous for its beautiful scenery and is also a must-pass route for many caravans. The valley town presented another magnificent scene under the setting sun, which made Si Chainan and Lu Qianqian, who had come a long way, stop to admire it involuntarily. Admiring the valley bathed in orange, Lu Qianqian, who was engrossed in watching it, suddenly sighed. Wanner kept nagging about the beautiful scenery of Valley Town, so he accepted this escort commission. Unexpectedly, Wanner herself didn't have the chance to enjoy it. Seeing Lu Qianqian sighing, Si Chainan immediately raised his eyebrows and said something teasing. It's me who's here with you now. From what you said, you seem very disappointed. Hearing this, Lu Qianqian, who was still sighing in the last second, suddenly turned her head and looked at Si Chainan. The shadow from the backlight made it impossible for Si Chainan to see the details of her facial expression. I never said anything like that. You're quite good at making a scene for yourself. Although he couldn't see Lu Qianqian's expression clearly for the time being, Si Chainan could hear a hint of anger in the tone of her words. The sensible Si Chainan immediately knew when to stop and nodded repeatedly. Okay, then I won't be so sentimental. This act of compromise was responded with a cold snort from the girl, and then Lu Qianqian turned her head again to look at the sunset in the distance, leaving a thin and lonely back to Si Chainan. Si Chainan didn't know whether Lu Qianqian was really angry or not. He was becoming more and more confused about the thoughts of his childhood sweetheart. Si Chainan, who was bored, stopped talking and just silently accompanied Lu Qianqian to appreciate the beautiful sunset. Perhaps the state of mind can indeed affect the flow of time. When the two came to their senses, the night had already covered the entire sky, dotted with sparse but bright stars. It's getting late, time to find a hotel. After saying that, Lu Qianqian walked briskly towards the center of the town, humming a little tune, and seemed to be in a very good mood. Seeing this, Si Chainan felt a little relieved. After all, it was not easy to please the sulking Lu Qianqian. Since Valley Town is a must-pass route for many caravans, it is small but well-equipped. The town has a relatively complete range of facilities, from restaurants to hotels. Tired travelers can get a good rest in this picturesque town. When the two walked to the center of the town, Si Chainan found that there seemed to be a lot of visitors in Valley Town today. Although Si Chainan only stayed in Valley Town for half a day last time, he was sure that the number of visitors to Valley Town in a day would not be so exaggerated. Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Si Chainan suddenly became alert and began to observe the surrounding situation quietly. Among the large number of visitors, merchants only accounted for a small part, which was no different from the past. Instead, the number of adventurers was suspiciously large. Judging from the fluctuations of magic power, most of these adventurers are above level 30. This kind of lineup seems a bit exaggerated even if it is used to completely clear out a D-level area. In addition to these adventurers, Si Chainan also discovered some more unexpected visitors. I saw a dozen people wearing Adventurers Guild uniforms chatting with other adventurers. Logically speaking, there wouldn't be so many Adventurers Guild staff in a small town. Usually, only one staff member would be stationed here for regular contact. All signs indicate that this is a collaboration between the Adventurers Guild and the adventurers, because the Adventurers Guild also has commissions similar to Call UPS, and the commission rewards are quite generous, and many capable adventurers will respond to this call-up. Si Chainan remembered that the areas near Valley Town were all E-level areas. Normally, there was no place for these adventurers. Just when Si Chainan was confused by the situation, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd, and then Si Chainan stopped involuntarily. I saw Principal Ryan standing on a wooden box and talking with a staff member of the Adventure Guild. The latter nodded repeatedly. It seemed that Ryan was assigning tasks. When Lu Chanxian saw Si Chainan suddenly stop, she also stopped and looked in the direction of Si Chainan's gaze curiously. "What's wrong? Did you see anyone you know?" Before Si Chainan could answer, Ryan, who was standing not far away, seemed to feel the gazes of the two people. He suddenly turned his head and looked over, and his gaze met Si Chainan's. Seeing this, Si Chainan knew that he couldn't just leave, so he could only go over and say hello to the principal. Seeing Si Chainan suddenly walking towards the crowd, Lu Chanxian, who was unaware of the situation, was stunned at first, and then had no choice but to follow him. "Why are you here?" Before Si Chainan came closer, Ryan took the initiative to ask Si Chainan a question. "My friend and I accepted an escort commission, and our destination happened to be here." Listening to the conversation between the two, Lu Chanxian looked at Ryan curiously, then looked at Si Chainan. "Shannon, this little ugh." Before Lu Chanxian could finish her words, Si Chainan immediately covered her mouth and forced the half-sentence back into her stomach. "Ahem, this is our school's principal, Principal Ryan." In order to save Lu Chanxian's life, Si Chainan quickly introduced Ryan's identity, and at the same time winked at Lu Chanxian, signaling her not to talk nonsense. Although Lu Chanxian wanted to resist at first when her mouth was suddenly covered, she immediately stopped struggling after learning the identity of the person in front of her. Just like Si Chainan when he first met Ryan, Lu Chanxian couldn't believe that the little girl in front of her was the principal who had never appeared, but she still chose to believe Si Chainan. "Hello, Principal." Lu Chanxian greeted Ryan respectfully, and the latter nodded slightly, not getting angry because of Lu Chanxian's previous unintentional offense. "Principal Ryan, what are you doing?" After learning about the Annihilation Force from Ryan and Jolie, Si Chainan remembered that Ryan said she was going to conduct an in-depth investigation into the matter of the Annihilation Force. Now she suddenly appeared here again, which made Si Chainan curious. "As you can see, I am working with the Adventurers Guild to prepare a comprehensive investigation." Hearing this, Si Chainan immediately subconsciously glanced at Lu Chanxian beside him, and then looked at Ryan. "Is it an investigation of something like that?" Ryan nodded slightly. "Since you are here, I thought you could join in." Chapter 117, Starry Night, Thunder Sparks Fire. Hearing Ryan's words, Si Chainan couldn't help but be stunned. "Principal, you are kidding me, right?" Si Chainan looked at the adventurers around him, all of whom were level 30 or above, and secretly lamented in his heart how a level 18 student like him could have the qualifications to participate in the operation with these old seniors. "I never joke around. The place we're going to investigate tomorrow is one you've been to before. And if you hadn't reported the situation to the Adventurers Guild, I wouldn't have noticed the anomaly there so quickly." Upon hearing this, Si Chainan instantly realized that the place Ryan wanted to investigate was the forest with unusual magical powers, and it was also the place where he almost lost his life. "Which forest are you going to investigate?" Ryan nodded. "As the person involved in this series of events, you should be the most suitable person to participate in the investigation. I had not planned to let you participate in the investigation for the time being, but now that you happen to be here, just treat it as a special extracurricular activity." Obviously, Ryan did not leave Si Chainan any room to refuse. Lu Chanxian had no idea what Si Chainan and Lai Yin were talking about. She couldn't get a word in and could only stand aside with a confused look on her face. Si Chainan did not give an immediate answer, but glanced at Lu Chanxian with an embarrassed expression. Si Chainan really wanted to find out what happened in the forest, but he didn't want to leave Lu Chanxian alone there. Ryan just took a casual glance and immediately knew what Si Chainan was worried about. If you want to bring your girlfriend, that's fine. I can still protect one more person. Upon hearing this, Lu Chanxian's cheeks suddenly turned red, and her bright eyes looked a little blurry under the starlight. Si Chainan also coughed awkwardly and prepared to explain their relationship to Ryan. Principal, actually we. Just at this moment, a staff member of the Adventure Guild came to Ryan with several lists, as if he needed Ryan to confirm the lists. Ryan took the list and glanced at it quickly, then she looked at Si Chainan and the others. You guys should find a place to rest first. We will gather here after sunrise tomorrow. I have other things to arrange now. After saying that, Ryan left with the staff of the Adventure Guild without giving Si Chainan a chance to explain. Seeing this, Si Chainan could only look at Lu Chanxian with mixed feelings, while the latter was so embarrassed that she didn't even dare to raise her eyes. Let's find a place to rest first. Due to the sudden influx of so many visitors today, the hotel beds in the entire valley town had become stretched to the limit. After visiting 4 or 5 hotels that claimed to be fully booked, Si Chainan and Lu Chanxian finally found a hotel with rooms available, but... Sorry, my 2 guests, we only have 1 room left in the hotel. After receiving a response from the front desk, Si Chainan and Lu Chanxian, who had originally planned to ask for 2 rooms, looked at each other at the same time, and both of them showed varying degrees of embarrassment on their faces. Seeing that Si Chainan and the other man had not responded, the receptionist apologized again. We have limited beds in this inn. If you 2 insist on having 2 rooms, we'll have to move elsewhere. I'm so sorry. At this moment, there were several guests waiting to check in behind Si Chainan and Lu Chanxian. Obviously, the current situation is that there will be no such store after this village, and the 2 of them may not be able to find a room in another hotel. Lu Chanxian glanced at Si Chainan quickly, then gritted her teeth and took the lead in expressing her opinion. Okay, we want this room. After saying that, Lu Chanxian handed the accommodation fee to the front desk, who then took out the room key with quick movements. Lu Chanxian quickly picked up the key and walked straight to the stairs. When they reached the corner of the stairs, Lu Chanxian realized that Si Chainan had not followed her, so she immediately turned around and urged him. What are you doing standing there? Why don't you come up? At this moment, Si Chainan noticed that there was a blush on Lu Chanxian's face. She was clearly urging him in an angry tone, but her eyes were constantly dodging. Seeing this, Si Chainan had no choice but to stare at the subtle gazes from the people around him and quickly walked up the stairs. After finally opening the rusty door lock with the key, the scene in the room once again made Si Chainan and Lu Chanxian stunned. This room is clearly a single room. The entire room can be seen at a glance. If 1 person stays in it, it is barely acceptable, but if 2 people stay in it, it will seem a bit crowded. This time, it was Si Chainan's turn to express his opinion first. You sleep on the bed and I'll sleep on the floor. Lu Chanxian didn't say anything, walked straight into the room, and started looking for a place to put her luggage. After hesitating for a moment, Si Chainan also walked into the room. Just like that, the 2 of them packed their luggage tacitly. No one spoke, and there was only the rustling sound of luggage being rummaged through. The whole room was filled with a subtle and awkward atmosphere. About half an hour later, Lu Chanxian was the first to pack her luggage. After saying I want to take a shower, Lu Chanxian walked into the small bathroom on the side. Then, the sound of running water was heard from the bathroom. A slender and blurry figure could be seen through the frosted glass on the bathroom door. This scene made people imagine a lot. Although Si Chainan tried his best to remind himself not to look at anything inappropriate, his thoughts and sight involuntarily drifted to the bathroom where the sound of running water was heard. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of dripping water suddenly stopped. Then, Lu Chanxian, wearing a light-colored pajamas, walked out of the bathroom, with a faint blush still on her cheeks. I'm done, it's your turn. Oh. Si Chainan didn't dare to delve into where the blush on Lu Chanxian's face came from, and quickly took his clothes for a change of clothes and entered the steamy bathroom. Because Lu Chanxian had just used the bathroom, the entire bathroom was filled with the same lingering fragrance as that of a girl's hair, so that the more Si Chainan washed, the more distracted he felt. Although the 2 have known each other since childhood, after they learned about the differences between men and women during adolescence, their status in each other's hearts has quietly changed, from the purest friends to someone with the addition of the concept of the opposite sex. After quickly washing up, Si Chainan changed into clean pajamas and walked out of the bathroom with mixed feelings. As soon as he walked out of the bathroom, Si Chainan saw Lu Qianqian sitting quietly by the bed, her eyes fixed on him. Seeing this, Si Chainan felt his cheeks getting hot and he subconsciously avoided Lu Qianqian's sight. I'll go downstairs and ask the front desk if there's any extra mats available. If you're tired. I didn't agree to let you sleep on the floor. Lu Qianqian's words instantly made Si Chainan stop and prepare to leave. Then, accompanied by a burst of slightly hurried footsteps, Lu Qianqian walked to Si Chainan's side. Before Si Chainan could respond, Lu Qianqian grabbed his hand without saying a word, which made Si Chainan stunned for a moment. When Si Chainan came to his senses, he met a pair of eyes that were 7 parts tenderness and 3 parts lust. This look instantly made Si Chainan's heart skip a beat. The next second, Si Chainan's body took action. Before any more thoughts came to mind, he gently kissed Lu Qianqian. This sudden yet expected action made Lu Qianqian's delicate body tremble slightly. She did not offer any resistance. Instead, she responded to the other party's love confession while slowly pulling the other party to the bed. During the whole process, neither of them said anything, only feeling happy that they had gotten what they wanted. Si Chainan, who had already been distracted, gently stroked the willow-like waist, but he did not expect that his tentative behavior would instantly provoke a thunderous counterattack from the other party. Obviously, the other party was more impatient than himself. Faced with such a counterattack, Si Chainan naturally could not show weakness, so driven by instinct, he completely suppressed Lu Qianqian with a tough attitude. The latter subconsciously wanted to launch a new round of counterattack, but was suppressed even more strongly. At this moment, there was thunder and lightning inside the window, and the moon was dim outside the window. Chapter 118 Return to the Mutated Forest. The bright sunshine shines on the quiet town, and a new day begins. It had been a while since sunrise, and it was already past the meeting time that Ryan and Si Chainan had agreed upon the day before. When Si Chainan and Lu Qianqian hurried to the center of the town, the many adventurers who were stationed there yesterday had long disappeared, and even the camp had been completely cleaned up. Obviously, such a large-scale investigation will not change its schedule at the last minute because of 2 latecomers. Looking at the deserted camp, Si Chainan hesitated for a moment should he set off immediately to catch up with most of the people, or simply return to school with Lu Qianqian. Compared with the hesitant Si Chainan, Lu Qianqian did not look confused at all. It seemed that she had already made a decision in her heart. Lu Qianqian naturally took Si Chainan's hand and looked at the person in front of her with seductive eyes. Why don't we stay here for one more day? But we need to move to a more spacious room. Hearing the hidden meaning in Lu Qianqian's words, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel his cheeks slightly hot. When Si Chainan was about to respond, an inconspicuous point of light quietly fell in front of the two of them. The next second, the light point suddenly burst out with dazzling colorful light, forcing Si Chainan and Lu Qianqian to close their eyes. When the two opened their eyes again, they immediately saw the petite Ryan standing in front of them with a somewhat unhappy expression on his face. If I remember correctly, we agreed to meet here after sunrise yesterday. Where are you? Although Ryan's expression did not look very happy, her tone when she spoke was very calm, and she was describing the fact in the tone of an observer, which made Si Chainan unable to judge whether the half-elf was really angry. Regardless of whether Ryan was angry or not, Si Chainan knew that it was he and Lu Qianqian who commissioned the task, and both of them were at fault first, so they had to apologize to Ryan. Principal, I'm sorry. We've been running around these past few days and are so exhausted that we accidentally overslept. Si Chainan calmly attributed his lateness to the escort journey of the past few days, but how could such a lame lie fool the half-elf's sharp eyes? Ryan just glanced at the two of them casually, and then let out an ambiguous sigh. Oh, young people nowadays really don't want to be idle for a moment, they can't even practice simple moderation. After hearing what Ryan said, Si Chainan and Lu Qianqian realized that this little trick could not be hidden from the principal at all, and their cheeks turned slightly red at the same time. Ahem. Principal, do we still need to participate in the investigation? If not, Qianqian and I will. Of course you will participate. The two of you should stop thinking about those matters between men and women for the time being. Just follow me now. After saying that, Ryan lightly snapped his fingers, and 2 colorful lights immediately flew out from his fingertips and injected into the bodies of Si Chainan and Lu Qianqian. The moment this colorful light entered his body, Si Chainan felt a sense of lightness all over his body. What surprised him most was that a pair of almost transparent white butterfly wings grew behind him and Lu Qianqian, exactly the same as the butterfly wings that Ryan grew when he turned into a fairy. These fairy powers can give you the ability to fly temporarily, making your journey easier. As Ryan spoke, she spread her butterfly wings. As the wings flapped gently, she slowly rose into the air. Since Si Chainan and Lu Chanxian have never acquired the ability to fly, they cannot even do the simplest thing of taking off from a stationary position. Looking at the two people stumbling, Ryan sighed helplessly, and then could only patiently teach them the various basic steps of controlling flight. Fortunately, Si Chainan and Lu Chanxian are both smart people. Therefore, under Ryan's careful teaching, the two quickly mastered the basic skills of flying. With that, Ryan took the two of them towards their destination. "We're here." Ryan, who had been leading the way, suddenly slowed down his flying speed and began to descend to the ground. Although it was unclear how Ryan accurately found his destination in the endless sea of trees, Si Chainan and Lu Chanxian had no doubts and decisively followed the landing Ryan. Sure enough, when approaching the ground, Si Chainan saw a large camp through the gaps between the treetops. It was now approaching evening, and the people left behind in the camp were preparing dinner. At the same time, many adventurers who had gone out to investigate had already returned to the camp. As soon as Ryan entered the camp, a staff member of the Adventure Guild came forward to greet him, holding a thick stack of reports in his hand. "Principal Lai Ryan, this is the investigation report we have compiled. Please review it." Ryan nodded, took the reports, and glanced through them briefly. Then she looked at the staff member. "You arrange a tent for the two of them first. Si Chainan, come with me alone." After saying that, Ryan took the report and walked towards the largest tent in the camp. Seeing this, Si Chainan had to temporarily separate from Lu Chanxian, and then trotted after her. As soon as he walked into the largest tent, Si Chainan felt as if he had passed through an invisible barrier, as if there was some kind of barrier isolating the inside of the tent from the outside world. "Don't be nervous, it's just a simple shielding method. After all, there are too many people here to discuss matters of annihilation power openly." Hearing this, Si Chainan couldn't help but frown. "Principal, if that's the case, then why do you need the Adventurers Guild and other adventurers to participate in the investigation? And didn't you say before that the matter of the Annihilation Force couldn't be made public for the time being?" In response to Si Chainan's question, Ryan did not answer immediately, but sat down slowly and motioned Si Chainan to sit down as well. Because there's strength in numbers, and aside from the top brass of the Adventurers Guild, the vast majority of the guild members and these adventurers have no idea what they're investigating. They only know something unusual has happened in this forest, and their job is to investigate exactly what's happening there. While explaining the real purpose of the investigation, Ryan pushed the investigation reports in front of Si Chainan. Si Chainan carefully read through these investigation reports. The contents on them basically said that mutated monsters appeared in this forest. The descriptions were almost the same as those of the river forest that had previously encountered the arrival of the Black Star. After reading through several investigation reports, Si Chainan put down these cookie-cutter reports and turned to look at Ryan, who was sitting opposite him. Could it be that the black meteor in the riverside forest was caused by the Annihilation Force? Has this forest also encountered a black meteor? The black meteor is just one example of the Annihilation Force invasion. There are many different ways for the Annihilation Force to invade. Most invasions occur quietly, but something like the black meteor is quite high profile and easily attracts widespread attention. In fact, Annihilation Force invasions occur all over the world, and their frequency is increasing. Hearing this, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel surprised. He originally thought that this kind of thing was just an isolated case, but he didn't expect that the invasion of annihilation power was so common. Then, is there no way to stop the invasion of the Annihilation Force? Yes, but it's difficult. The Annihilation Force will create something called an intrusion portal in this world. This intrusion portal is the channel for the Annihilation Force to enter this world. Usually, it takes a while for the intrusion portal to form. Before it is fully formed, it can be blocked using some powerful skills. However, if the intrusion portal has already formed, the only thing we can do is to slow down the invasion of the Annihilation Force as much as possible. After learning about this situation, Si Chainan's expression changed slightly. This was the first time he felt worried about the fate of this world since he traveled through time. At this moment, Ryan sighed deeply, looking extremely helpless. Today, the world is like a battered prey. The increasingly strong smell of blood is attracting more and more hunters. Once the power of annihilation appears, there is no turning back. The day of world destruction will eventually come. It is only a matter of time. Chapter 119, Unexpected Situation, Unidentified Attacker. Si Chainan, who was originally asleep, was suddenly awakened by a loud noise. Lu Chanxian, who was sleeping next to him, also woke up with him. Si Chainan rubbed his hazy eyes and slowly stood up. He heard chaotic footsteps and anxious voices coming from outside the tent. Realizing that something was wrong, Si Chainan immediately got up and dressed, then walked out of the tent with Lu Chanqian to find out what was going on. The sky outside was still gray, and there was no sign of sunrise on the distant horizon, but the camp was already bustling with activity. Most of the people in the camp looked like they had just woken up. It was obvious that they had been suddenly awakened just like Si Chainan. Only a few anxious adventurers were running around telling each other, which attracted a lot of discussion from others. Si Chainan, who was unaware of the situation, stood in the distance and listened roughly. He soon learned that someone seemed to have been attacked. At this time, Ryan also walked out of the tent, and the excited adventurers immediately stepped forward to report. Seeing this, Si Chainan and Lu Chanqian hurried over to listen, and then they learned the details of the matter. It turned out that these adventurers were part of the same investigation team, originally planning to conduct a nighttime investigation. However, during the investigation, they encountered a group of unidentified individuals who were powerful and attacked first, resulting in the tragic deaths of half of the team. In the end, they were the only ones who managed to escape. After learning about this situation, Ryan did not show much reaction at first, until she saw the wounds on the adventurers' bodies. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on her originally calm face. Ryan quickly picked up the arm of one of them. There was an unusual black wound on his arm, and the wound was faintly emitting a trace of black air. Si Chainan, who was standing aside, saw the wound and his expression changed slightly. He recognized that the black air was the force of annihilation, and this wound was obviously caused by the force of annihilation. Were these wounds caused by that group of unidentified people? In response to Ryan's deep question, the injured adventurers immediately nodded in confirmation. Those guys were really weird. Some of them used powers that weren't even magic. The wounds inflicted by that kind of power are impossible to heal. If that weren't the case, we wouldn't have sacrificed so many of our brothers. Hearing this, Lair and Si Chainan looked at each other subconsciously. I'll help you heal. After saying that, Ryan stretched out his right hand towards the adventurers in front of him. The next second, several colorful light bands floated out from his palm and injected into the bodies of these adventurers. With the infusion of colorful light, the wounds on these adventurers healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, including those caused by annihilation force. After completing the treatment, these adventurers thanked Ryan one after another. The latter nodded slightly, with a gloomy expression on her face. Obviously, her attention was completely attracted by the group of unidentified people. From now on, everyone must remain in camp. All investigations will be temporarily suspended. If I am not back by noon, this investigation will be terminated. Everyone must return to Wangjiang City immediately. Ryan's voice spread throughout the camp, and no one raised any objections. Principal, are you planning to investigate alone? Ryan shook his head and looked at Si Chainan, who asked the question. No, you have to come with me too. All right. Si Chainan was not too surprised. As one of the only two people present who knew about the existence of the Annihilation Force, he was also very curious about who these unidentified people were and why they were able to use the Annihilation Force. Perhaps he could trace them back to Tianhe Academy through this clue, which would be killing two birds with one stone. When Lu Chanqian heard that Ryan asked Si Chainan to go out with him to investigate, she immediately became worried. Principal, how about? Before Lu Chanqian could express her concerns, Lair knew what she wanted to say. Don't worry, I will protect him. I can assure you that he will come back safely. Si Chainan also nodded at Lu Chanqian. The principal is very capable, don't worry. After hearing what Si Chainan said, Lu Chanqian was still a little worried, but she also knew that she could not stop the principal's decision. In the end, Lu Chanqian could only nod reluctantly. After getting Lu Chanqian's permission, Si Chainan turned and looked at Ryan. Principal, are we leaving now? According to the description of the investigation team, it didn't take Ryan and Si Chainan long to find the scene of the attack. The scene of the attack was in a mess, with traces of battle everywhere. In addition, there was also the ominous aura unique to the power of annihilation. Ryan took a quick look at the scene of the attack, then waved to Si Chainan, who was looking around. There's nothing left to investigate here. Let's go. Huh? So soon? We ran all this way just to take a look at the scene and then go back? Faced with Si Chainan's questioning, Ryan immediately snorted coldly. Who said we're going back? I've already found the trail of that group of people, and we're going to follow them now. After saying that, Ryan walked straight in one direction. Seeing this, Si Chainan had no choice but to follow obediently. The visibility in the forest at night was extremely low, so Changuan had to be cautious with every step he took, and at the same time he had to be wary of any monsters lurking around him. On the other hand, Ryan looked completely different. This petite half-elf seemed to have no such worries at all. She walked briskly through the dimly lit woods. Occasionally, she would stop to urge Changuan, who was lagging behind, to catch up. As the darlings of magic, the fairies have been blessed with lucky blessing magic since their birth. Little unlucky things like tripping while walking have no chance of happening to them. This blessing magic is engraved deep in the fairy blood. Even Ryan, who is half fairy blood, will be blessed by this blessing. How could Changuan, a mortal, possibly compare to Ryan, who had the highest luck value? Therefore, Ryan's constant urging would only make Changuan complain even more. In order to keep up with Ryan's pace as much as possible, Changuan could only find ways to make Ryan walk slower, such as finding some topics to chat with the principal, but Changuan was not sure whether the serious and solemn principal was willing to have a chat with him. Principal Ryan, I'm a little curious. Why would a half-elf like you come to our school to serve as principal? Changuan had been prepared to be ignored, or for Ryan to end the topic with a sentence like focus on your journey, but Ryan unexpectedly slowed down his pace, just as Changuan had expected. Because my father was a human and the founder of our school. After he passed away, I took over my current position according to his wishes. Having said that, for hundreds of years, most of the school's affairs have been managed by other senior management. I am at best a nominal principal. If it weren't for the recent events, I wouldn't be in a hurry to return to school. Changuan was still quite surprised to learn that Ryan had been the principal for hundreds of years. So what did you usually do when you were not in school? Besides investigating the Annihilation Force, I also need to coordinate the relationship between the fairies and other races. Fairies believe they are naturally superior, and most fairies are extremely xenophobic. It's not easy to get along with these arrogant people. At the end of her speech, Ryan couldn't help but let out a long sigh, which showed how helpless she was about this coordination work. After hearing Ryan's description of the fairy tribe, Changuan couldn't help but think of the dragon tribe, which also had a proud nature. If he wanted to coordinate between the fairy tribe and the dragon tribe, it would indeed be a nightmare. At this moment, Ryan suddenly stopped and reached out to stop Changuan. Ryan was staring straight at the dark woods in front of him, his sharp eyes seemed to see through everything in front of him. There is a breath of annihilation ahead. Chapter 120, The Sacrifice. There is a breath of annihilation ahead. Hearing Ryan's reminder, Changuan instantly became alert. Although Changuan could not sense the breath that Ryan mentioned, he still grasped by Ye's hilt at the first moment in order to deal with any emergencies that might arise next. Seeing Changuan looking like he was facing a great enemy, Ryan couldn't help but look at him with a slightly surprised look. What are you doing? In response to Ryan's question, Changuan also frowned in surprise. I'm preparing for battle. Hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but sigh and looked at Changuan speechlessly. I've got you covered, so what are you worried about? As long as I'm here, there's no need for you to do anything. If you encounter something that even I can't handle, there's even less need for you to do anything. After hearing what Ryan said, Changuan also felt that it seemed to be true, so he could only let go of the hilt of the sword awkwardly. I promised you safety before, and I will certainly keep my word. The reason I brought you along this time is because I wanted you to broaden your horizons and realize the terrifying power of annihilation. After saying that, Ryan continued to move forward. Compared with before, Ryan's steps became much steadier, which showed that she did not intend to alert the enemy too early. Changuan became even more cautious and followed Ryan carefully. In this way, the two of them walked slowly through the dimly lit woods. Changuan gradually realized that the temperature around him had dropped abruptly, and at the same time, he also felt the ominous breath of annihilation. Not long after, Changuan saw a fire appearing in front of him, and could vaguely hear voices. As the two got closer to the fire, Changuan discovered that there was a small camp stationed in the clearing in the forest. It was now the middle of the night, but there were still many figures moving back and forth in the camp, with the sounds of conversation heard among them. It seemed that these people were busy with something. Changuan tried hard to hear what these people were talking about, but his hearing was limited and he got nothing. At this moment, Changuan and Ryan were already very close to the camp. If they continued to get closer to the camp, they would most likely be discovered by these people. Just when Changuan felt at a loss, a small hand as soft as boneless suddenly grabbed his wrist, and then Changuan felt a strange power flowing through the surface of his body. Changuan subconsciously looked down and found that it was Ryan who grabbed his wrist. In addition, both he and Ryan were glowing with a faint colorful light. This is a magic that can temporarily hide your tracks. Don't do anything unnecessary. Just follow me. After finishing the instructions, Ryan pulled Changuan around the camp in front and moved towards the other side of the camp. In order to match the impressive height of Ryan, Changuan had to keep his back bent throughout the whole process, which was very hard. However, he did not dare to complain at all, for fear of angering this half-elf who was very concerned about height issues. Soon, Ryan and Changuan successfully circled to the other side of the camp, and no one noticed their presence. Changuan, who was suffering from back pain, was just about to straighten his upper body, but the next second, he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. I saw a thing shaped like a black hole floating next to the camp, and this black hole was continuously releasing annihilation force. These annihilation forces were like wisps of misty black fog, gradually merging with the surrounding soil and trees. This is the entry point. Ryan on the side suddenly spoke up and answered Changuan's doubts. Has this invasion portal already taken shape? Ryan shook his head and stared at the invasion entrance not far away. Not yet, but judging by the speed at which it releases its annihilation force, this intrusion port is not far from being fully formed. Changuan looked at the invasion entrance and then at the people in the camp. So, what are these people doing gathering near the invasion entrance? I don't know either, let's see the situation first. At this time, several people came into the camp. The appearance of these people immediately made Changuan nervous. He thought that his and Ryan's whereabouts had been discovered, but it turned out to be a false alarm. These people walked straight past Changuan, completely unaware of the presence of the two peepers. They stopped only when they reached the entrance. These people muttered some unclear words to the intruder with expressionless faces, and then they released powerful magic at the same time. Judging from the fluctuations of magic power, Changuan could be sure that the levels of these people were far higher than those of the adventurers participating in this investigation. Just when Changuan was surprised by this, these people did something that made Changuan even more stunned. These people rushed towards the invasion portal that had not yet taken shape without hesitation. As soon as they approached the invasion portal, the annihilation force quickly wrapped around their bodies, followed by heart-wrenching screams. At this time, other people in the camp gathered together, but no one stepped forward to help. They all stared expressionlessly at their companions who were about to be killed by the annihilation force. In just a dozen seconds, those who took the initiative to approach the invasion port were completely killed by the annihilation force, leaving only cold corpses, and their magic power was completely absorbed by the invasion port. After absorbing a considerable amount of magic power, Changuan found that this black hole-shaped intrusion port seemed to become more solid. Seeing this scene, Ryan's face suddenly darkened and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. These people are using their own magic power to feed the invasion portal, thereby speeding up its formation. As Ryan spoke, he clenched his fists and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He seemed to be extremely angry, and at the same time, he felt that this crazy behavior was unreasonable. Seeing Ryan's appearance, Changuan didn't dare to speak, but he was also shocked by the behavior of these people. Such behavior was no different from a cult. After a long time, Ryan's emotions calmed down a little, and she also gave a comment. What a bunch of lunatics. At this time, those who gathered around the invasion entrance took new actions. I saw a few more people walking towards the entrance, muttering something, and the scene was exactly the same as before. Seeing that these people wanted to continue to urge the formation of an invasion point, Ryan naturally could not sit idly by. Stop it! Ryan raised his hand and waved, and several streams of fairy power immediately attacked the people gathered around the invasion entrance. Ryan's sudden appearance scared these people. Although these people's strength far exceeds that of level 30 adventurers, their strength is still too little in front of Ryan. Before these people could react, the fairy power released by Ryan had already rushed in front of them. The next second, these people were pierced through the body by the fairy power. Although Ryan's attack was extremely fierce, she did not kill them completely. She only disabled these people's ability to move and left them half alive, because she planned to interrogate these people's origins and the purpose of doing so later. Just when Ryan thought everything was settled, a large amount of annihilation force suddenly emerged from the invasion port nearby. Seeing this, Ryan quickly protected Changuan behind her, and at the same time released the power of the fairy to prepare to resist the attack of annihilation force. However, this time she guessed wrong again. These sudden surges of annihilation forces ignored Ryan completely, but instantly transformed into tentacles, quickly dragging those who had lost their ability to move into the invasion port. In an instant, all living beings along with their magic power were swallowed up by the intrusion port that was like a bottomless pit. At the same time, the shape of the intrusion port became increasingly solid. Seeing this scene, Ryan's face turned pale instantly, but her hands were forming seals quickly. Fairy secret technique, time blockade. Several fairy powers turned into chains and instantly wrapped around the invasion port. In an instant, time stopped in the area around the invasion port, and even the invasion port that was rapidly taking shape fell into a state of stagnation. Chapter 121 Annihilation Force. Fairy secret technique, time blockade. Several streams of fairy power instantly condensed into long thin chains, quickly wrapping around the rapidly forming invasion entrance. Under the colorful light of the fairy power, strange phenomena appeared in the area around the invasion port. The flying dust and drifting black air were frozen in time in the air, and even the invasion entrance, which was about to be fully formed, fell into a state of stillness. Although Changuan knew that this world had countless strange and bizarre skills, it was the first time he saw someone who could completely stop time. Although this time standstill only affects a local area, it is shocking enough for Changuan. Seeing that the invasion entrance was successfully controlled, Changuan was about to ask Ryan about the next step, but he found that Ryan's face was not very good. At this time, Ryan was maintaining the magic while staring at the invasion port, with a solemn and worried expression on her face. The most noticeable thing was that her originally rosy lips had lost some of their color, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on her forehead at some point. Seeing Ryan's appearance, Changuan immediately realized that this magic to stop time would probably consume an astonishing amount of magic power. Principal, are you okay? Ryan shook his head and released more fairy power to maintain the magic, and his face lost some of its color. I can hold on for now, it's really hard for a half-elf to perform the fairy secrets. Just as the two were talking, the originally motionless invasion entrance suddenly broke through the blockade of time and gradually became solid again. Seeing this scene, Ryan's face instantly darkened, and he immediately strengthened the effect of the time blockade. The corresponding magic power consumption also increased sharply. However, it still had little effect, and the invasion entrance was still slowly approaching formation. Even so, Ryan did not dare to let go, because she knew very well that if the state of time stillness was completely lifted, this invasion portal that absorbed enough magic power would instantly take shape, and then everything would be over. Of course, the current situation is not much better. Even if Ryan consumes an astonishing amount of magic power at the cost of his body, he still cannot prevent the formation of the invasion point. All efforts cannot escape the current predicament. Seeing Ryan's behavior, which was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst, Changuan was also anxious, but he could not think of any way to help Ryan. Principal, how can I help you? Changuan tried to seek instructions from Ryan. He did not intend to be a bystander. This was not his style. Faced with Changuan's question, Ryan, who was trying her best to maintain her magic, didn't even have the time to turn her head and look at Changuan. She almost devoted her whole body and mind to the battle with the intruder. Leave this place as fast as you can. I can't hold on any longer. The remaining magic power can only last for a minute at most. Hearing the word magic, Changuan instantly woke up from his dream. What Ryan needed most now was magic, and what he lacked the least was magic. Thinking of this, Changuan immediately held Ryan's hand, ready to transfer his magic power to the half-elf. Ryan, who was originally concentrating on maintaining the magic, was startled by Changuan's action. She turned to look at Changuan in surprise, her eyes full of confusion and anger. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to run? I can provide you with magic power. Hearing this, Ryan was stunned for a moment, then showed an even more annoyed expression. What's wrong with you? What's the use of your magic power? As Changuan forcibly injected his magic power into Ryan's body, Ryan's complaints suddenly stopped, and the anger and confusion on his face were all replaced by surprise. Why is your magic so pure? Ryan looked at Changuan in disbelief, his expression exactly the same as Lan Xian's at the beginning. Let's solve the current problem first. You can use my magic power freely, don't worry about my health. After hearing Changuan's words, the skeptical Ryan tried to use magic to actively draw some magic power from Changuan's body, but found that there was no sign of the magic power in Changuan's body decreasing. Although Ryan was very curious about why Changuan possessed such magical powers, as Changuan said, there were more important things that needed to be dealt with now. Now that he no longer has to worry about insufficient magic power, Ryan is able to display his power. Ryan did not hesitate to increase the power of the fairy secret technique, time blockade, to the maximum. The effect of time stillness was instantly enhanced dozens of times, and the entire invasion port fell into a state of complete stagnation again. After successfully controlling the formation of the invasion entrance, Ryan continued to stretch out his fingers and gestured in the air a few times, using magic to draw a strange symbol emitting pure white light. At this moment, Changuan, who provided magic power to Ryan, was surprised to find that the speed at which his magic power was consumed suddenly increased. Although Changuan didn't need to worry about running out of magic power, he was still shocked by the rapid consumption of magic power. It was just a symbol with simple strokes, but the magic power it consumed was no less than the fairy's secret technique that could stop time. Changuan couldn't help but feel curious about the function of this strange symbol. The moment this strange symbol appeared, Changuan felt that the ominous aura that had been permeating the surroundings had weakened a little. This strange symbol seemed to have a certain suppressing effect on the annihilation force. Repair. Ryan pointed at the invasion port in the air, and this strange symbol immediately turned into a white light and injected into the invasion port shaped like a black hole. Then, bits of white light quickly filled this bottomless pit, and finally, the entire invasion port disappeared. Seeing that the invasion entrance had completely disappeared, Ryan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She waved her hand and ended the effect of time standing still. Just when Changuan thought that the matter had come to an end, the remaining annihilation force suddenly became agitated. These annihilation forces in the shape of black mist gathered together in an instant and condensed into a black giant beast that looked like a wolf and a tiger. The black giant beast roared deafeningly at Changuan and the others, then charged towards them fiercely. Changuan didn't expect that the annihilation force would have a counterattack. He was frightened and his face turned pale in an instant. Even without fighting, he knew that he was no match for this black monster. Changuan immediately picked up Ryan subconsciously, and then quickly fled into the woods. Ryan, who was suddenly picked up, did not react for a while. It was not until Changuan almost fell down while trying to avoid the attack of the black beast that the half-elf realized that Changuan was running for his life. "Are you stupid? Why would you run away when you meet a guy like that?" After saying that, Ryan hit Changuan's chest hard with her head. Then, she broke free from Changuan's arms and stood alone in the path of the black beast. "Hello." Changuan was about to tell Ryan not to be impulsive, but he immediately realized that his worries and his escape just now were unnecessary. Ryan just snapped his fingers, and several streams of fairy power flying out from his fingertips instantly turned into arrows. In an instant, these sharp arrows shot the oncoming black beast into a hedgehog, and that was not the end. With a crisp snap of Ryan's fingers, these arrows formed by the power of fairies exploded violently in an instant. When the smoke gradually dissipated, the black giant beast of astonishing size had disappeared, leaving only a few wisps of almost transparent black gas. Although Ryan is temporarily unable to solve the problem of the invasion port by himself, it is still easy to deal with these small fish and shrimps formed by the annihilation force. Just at this moment, the first ray of sunlight pierced the gray horizon, and light was about to return to the earth. Ryan glanced at the signs of sunrise in the distance, then turned to look at Changuan. She waved to Changuan, who was standing not far away, indicating Changuan to come to her. "Headmaster." Although Changuan didn't know what Ryan wanted to do, he still walked up to Ryan obediently. Ryan, who was always serious, suddenly smiled. "Since you've been so helpful, I'll give you a gift." Chapter 122, The Half-Fairy's Gift. "Since you've been so helpful, I'll give you a gift." Seeing the usually serious Ryan suddenly smile, Changuan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "What gift?" Ryan smiled without saying anything, just gestured yes, indicating Changuan to squat down. Seeing this, Changuan, who was unaware of the situation, could only do as he was told and squatted down in front of Ryan, so that the two could look at each other as equals. At this time, Ryan gradually restrained his smile, and at the same time he muttered something in a low voice, which seemed to be a spell before casting magic. Changuan concentrated his attention and tried to hear clearly what Ryan was chanting, but found that it was the language of the elves and its meaning was unknown. Just as Changuan was feeling curious about this, Ryan finished chanting. Ryan gently held Changuan's cheeks with both hands, and then kissed him lightly on the forehead. Along with this warm and soft touch, Changuan felt a warm energy spreading from his forehead and instantly flowing to every corner of his body, making him feel comfortable like a spring breeze. Even the palpitations after escaping death were significantly relieved. When Changuan came back to his senses from this extremely wonderful feeling, he realized belatedly that Ryan's lips had left his forehead. At this moment, the half-elf was looking at Changuan with a faint smile on his face. Perhaps out of recollection, Changuan subconsciously touched the place where Ryan had just kissed him, and at the same time looked at Ryan in front of him with a puzzled expression. "Principal, what did you just do?" "I have bestowed upon you a blessing called the Fairy Kiss. Although a half-fairy's blessing is not as strong as that of a true fairy, it is sufficient for you now. If you encounter the power of annihilation, my blessing can save you from danger, but you only have one chance." "Oh, thank you, Principal." After witnessing the power of annihilation and the horror of the invasion portal, Changuan felt that he really needed some means to save his life. Ryan glanced at the sunrise in the distance, then looked at Changuan. It's time to go back to the camp. Let's talk on the way. After saying that, Ryan walked towards the camp, and Changuan followed. By the way, Principal, is the symbol you used to eliminate the intrusion portal also a fairy power? Changuan was very curious about that strange symbol. No, the fairies were the first race to discover this symbol. We know nothing about its origin. We only know that this symbol can suppress the power of annihilation and repair invasion points. We call it the symbol of repair. Changuan was shocked to learn that just one symbol could deal with the power of annihilation. Is this symbol so powerful? The repair talisman is indeed powerful, but not everyone can use it. To draw a complete repair talisman, it requires an astonishing amount of magic power. If you hadn't provided me with magic power today, I could only barely prevent the formation of the invasion portal. I simply don't have the extra magic power to eliminate it. Thinking of the critical moment before, Ryan still felt extremely scared. She couldn't imagine how she would have escaped unscathed if Changuan hadn't provided her with magic power today. At this moment, Changuan was not considering the so-called if. His interest was all focused on the talisman of repair. Changuan, who possesses infinite magical powers, is eager to try it out, so he wants to ask for more details about the talisman of repair. So, as long as they have enough magic power, anyone can cast the talisman of repair? Yes. That's the theory, and we've discovered that the more magic power you spend casting the repair talisman, the stronger its effect. How do you judge the strength of this effect? Of course, this is based on my accumulated experience. If a repair talisman is used with difficulty, it can only suppress the annihilation force and has no effect on the invasion point. If it is a repair talisman like the one just now, it can eliminate the invasion point that has not yet formed. This is also the limit of what I can do. Hearing this, Changuan showed a thoughtful expression. If that's the case, as long as the caster's magic power is great enough, then the repair talisman he casts can eliminate those fully formed invasion points? Ryan nodded slightly at Changuan's guess. It seemed that she had already anticipated this possibility. Well, that's indeed possible, but no one in the world can do it. The only thing we can do is eliminate as many intrusion points as possible. As for those that have already formed, we can't do anything about them. You? Do many of you know about the talisman of repair? Ryan shook his head. No, as I said before, the existence of the annihilation force is still a secret to the vast majority of people in this world. Only a very few people, including me, know about the annihilation force and the invasion portal. At the same time, we are also working hard to eliminate the invasion portal. The talisman of repair is our only means. What about the goblins? As the discoverers of the amulet of repair, they should be the first to take action against the invasion of the annihilation force, right? Hearing this question, a helpless smile appeared on Ryan's lips. The elves are not only naturally arrogant, but also believe strongly in destiny. Therefore, they believe that the invasion of the annihilation force is the fate of this world, and no one can interfere. Even the discovery of the restoration talisman was leaked by a traitor in the elves. Changuan originally thought that the fairies were just as arrogant as the dragons, but he didn't expect that the fairies were even more arrogant. They clearly possessed powerful strength, but were indifferent to other races and even the entire world, just like some high and mighty gods. Thinking of her own background, Ryan couldn't help but sigh. Then she looked at Changuan. Since you've asked so many questions, it's my turn to ask the next one. What exactly is your magic power? Faced with this question, Changuan was not surprised at all. As early as when he chose to help Ryan, he was mentally prepared to confess to Ryan. After completing the signing ceremony for the first time, I discovered that I possessed unlimited magical power, and the purity reached 100%. As for the reason, I don't know either. Changuan's words were half true and half false. He concealed the matter of the god of contract from Ryan, but he really didn't know the principle behind his infinite magic power. Hearing Changuan's explanation, Ryan showed a puzzled and surprised expression, as expected. Ryan looked at Changuan thoughtfully. Her sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through Changuan's heart, but in the end she did not raise any questions. It seems that the student recommended by Xiao Zhao is indeed unique. Hearing this name, Changuan couldn't help but want to laugh. Ryan, who looks like a little girl, is actually a half-elf who has lived for hundreds or thousands of years. In terms of age, Ryan can indeed treat Zhao Fan, who is over 60 years old, as a youngster. Principal, I also want to contribute to the fight against the invasion of the Annihilation Force. What should I do next? Looking at the energetic Changuan, Ryan remained unusually calm. Next, you should go back to school and finish your studies well. Ah? The sudden cold shower startled Changuan. He didn't expect that Ryan would refuse his help. I know what you're thinking. If you truly possessed infinite magical power, you would be the key to changing the fate of the world. But you're still just a level 10 kid. Revealing your abilities too early would only bring you unnecessary trouble. Besides annihilation power, there are even more real dangers waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Changuan's face darkened slightly. You mean, those crazy people just now? Well, as far as I know, lunatics like that aren't isolated cases. It's just that I just encountered them today. If these lunatics knew your abilities, you can imagine how they would deal with you. With your current strength, how confident are you that you can save your own life? Chapter 123 Temporary Project. In the past month, Changuan has followed Ryan's request and stayed in school quietly to continue his studies. Changuan recalled his experiences since he entered school, which were full of surprises and shocks. However, since he came back last time, Changuan found that his life had once again become stagnant. The boring and tedious campus life went on day after day, and nothing major happened for a whole month. Changuan, who has a trouble-making physique, has long regarded emergencies as the norm. Therefore, this ordinary life makes him find it difficult to adapt. Fortunately, these boring days are finally over this morning. Changuan received a message from Lan Xian. The Wind Elf teacher claimed that the second phase of the experiment is about to begin. After receiving this information, Changuan rushed to Lan Xian's laboratory as soon as he finished his morning class. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Changuan saw Lan Xian, who was still wearing very cool clothes. Changuan once asked Lan Xian indirectly why she dressed so casually, and the answer he got was that the Wind Elf's first favorite thing was the feeling of the breeze blowing by, and the second favorite thing was the feeling of skin touching the air. This habit of the Wind Elves can easily lead to misunderstandings from other races. Therefore, in public, Lan Xian will still pay attention to her dress and appearance. As for privately, Lan Xian will not follow these rules and regulations. Lan Xian had long regarded this laboratory as her own home. Even though the school arranged a teacher's dormitory for her, Lan Xian still had no intention of moving out of the laboratory and continued to live in the laboratory all day. Unless it is a meeting or event that she must attend, Lan Xian almost always stays in the laboratory. Like last time, in order to observe the experimental results on Changuan, Lan Xian left the laboratory in school for the first time. This behavior can be said to be a huge exception. At this moment, Lan Xian was concentrating on studying the experimental data and completely ignored Changuan, who entered the laboratory. Changuan was already accustomed to this. He did not make a sound to disturb Lan Xian's research. Instead, he found a place to sit down and flip through various experimental reports boredly, while silently waiting for Lan Xian's research to come to an end. Although Changuan knew nothing about the so-called experiment, after spending some time with Lan Xian, Changuan also learned some basic knowledge about the experiment. By reading Lan Xian's previous experimental reports, Changuan discovered a suspicious commonality. Most of Lan Xian's research revolved around the human race, and she started studying how to enhance human physical fitness a long time ago. Unfortunately, most of these experiments ended in failure. Changuan was very curious why Lan Xian, the Wind Elf, was so keen on studying human affairs. In order to find out the reason, Changuan also tried to ask Lan Xian, but Lan Xian chose to avoid the question and showed a slightly sad expression. After going back and forth like this, Changuan gradually gave up the idea of digging deeper, but at least he was sure that Lan Xian was not the kind of evil scientist who was obsessed with human experiments. When Changuan finished reading the first experimental report, Lan Xian on the other side finally stood up from the laboratory table. Compared with the past, the waiting time this time is not long. Seeing that Lan Xian was finally free, Changuan put down the experimental report in his hand and prepared to get up to greet her. Lan Xian walked briskly to Changuan without saying a word, and then stretched out her hands and stroked Changuan's body back and forth without saying a word. Although Changuan knew that Lan Xian was using her special abilities to check her physical condition, he still couldn't help but be shocked. Lan Xian would often touch him unexpectedly like this, and no matter how many times Changuan had experienced this, he still found it difficult to adapt. Of course, the main reason is that any normal man would feel his heart boiling when being caressed back and forth by such a slim and coolly dressed female elf, and this behavior is tantamount to teasing. Every time he encountered such a thing, Si Chainan would fall into a state of conflict between his conscience and his desires. He was afraid that one day he would not be able to control himself and do something out of line. However, if this kind of thing really happened, Si Chainan felt that he would be subdued by Lan Xian on the spot in an instant. He had witnessed Lan Xian's strength with his own eyes. This wind elf who spent all day in the laboratory was not a weak scientist at all. She could easily kill a level 30 monster in seconds, and she was still retaining her strength. In this way, Lan Xian caressed Si Chainan for nearly a minute, until Si Chainan's whole body became hot, and then she finally stopped this behavior. Very good. There were no side effects from the first phase of the experiment. Have you felt any discomfort recently? Facing Lan Xian's question, Si Chainan pretended to be thoughtful, but in fact he restrained his wandering thoughts and then shook his head. No, everything feels fine. After receiving Si Chainan's reply, Lan Xian nodded, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, which showed that she was quite satisfied with the result. Here, based on the combat data you recently sent me, I've sorted out and analyzed your current attributes. As Lan Xian spoke, she handed over a report. Si Chainan glanced at the report roughly. There were many professional terms that he couldn't understand, so Si Chainan chose to get straight to the point and turned to the last page of the report, where there was a concise and clear 5-dimensional attribute diagram. Name, Si Chainan. Race, human. Current level, level 18. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, A. Spirit, C. Intuition, B. Except for the spiritual and intuitive attributes, the other 3 attributes have reached a level, which is the limit that humans can achieve through acquired training. Of course, such an achievement is not entirely due to this physical strengthening experiment. Si Chainan also achieved progress through a series of high-intensity training, but this experiment did greatly accelerate the speed of acquired training. Under normal circumstances, a human being often needs more than 10 years of high-intensity training to reach his limit. However, with the help of physical strengthening experiments, Si Chainan only took 2 or 3 months to achieve it. It can be said that comparison is the thief of joy. Now the only thing that makes Si Chainan feel regretful is that his spiritual attributes have not been improved, which has become a shortcoming. The so-called intuitive attribute is almost equivalent to combat awareness, and this attribute can be improved through continuous fighting, but there is almost no way to improve spiritual attributes, especially for humans, whose spiritual attributes are determined at birth. Just when Si Chainan was feeling sorry about this, Lan Xian seemed to see through Si Chainan's thoughts and suddenly said something that made Si Chainan turn his worry into joy. Originally, I planned to proceed directly to the second phase, but recently I made a breakthrough discovery. I found a way to improve my spiritual attributes. Therefore, I plan to temporarily add a new small project before the start of the second phase. When Si Chainan learned that there was a way to improve spiritual attributes, he was very happy at first, but he soon had new concerns. Will adding a new project midway affect subsequent experiments? For example, will it be dangerous? Lan Xian seemed to have anticipated Si Chainan's concerns, so before he finished speaking, she shook her head confidently. Don't worry, I've run through this over a dozen times. This temporary project won't be dangerous. I've also made some modifications to the second phase based on this. After hearing Lan Xian say this, Si Chainan felt a little relieved. Si Chainan was very impressed with Lan Xian's ability in experiments. He knew that Lan Xian was not the kind of person who only talked about theory on paper, and she would not joke about other people's lives. Seeing that Si Chainan's worries had been eliminated, Lan Xian suddenly became serious, making Si Chainan, who had just relaxed a second ago, nervous again. Actually, before we can start this project, we need to do some preparation. You have to help collect the materials for the experiment. Chapter 124, The Land of the Last Song. The Land of Last Song, a D-level area. Hundreds of years ago, 2 groups of orcs who believed in different totems broke out in a war here. The battle was extremely brutal, resulting in the fact that even after hundreds of years, this land is still filled with lingering evil spirits. At the same time, under the nourishment of these evil spirits, the Land of Last Song also gave birth to many unique ghost-like monsters. For most adventurers, the Land of the Last Song is definitely one of the areas they are most reluctant to visit. When Si Chainan learned about the history of the Land of Last Song, he did not hesitate to exclude this D-level area from the list of candidate leveling locations. Although Si Chainan has never been afraid of things like gods and ghosts, any normal person would not have nothing to do and wander around in such places. Who knows if he will be contaminated by some unclean things? Therefore, Si Chainan is still quite resistant to this kind of underworld map. Having said that, Si Chainan still came to the land of last song. All this was caused by collecting experimental materials. Lan Xin needs a monster material called Falling Soul Powder. The next experiment to improve spiritual attributes must use this monster material. Only ghost monsters can drop materials such as soul powder, so the land of the end, where ghost monsters abound, becomes the best place to collect materials. With Lan Xin's strength, it would be easy for her to collect enough fallen soul powder, but she handed the task of collecting materials to Si Chainan. The reason was extremely simple and crude: she didn't want to go out, and the elves who loved nature also didn't like the environment of the last song land. To sum up, Si Chainan had no choice but to take on the task of collecting materials. The level of monsters in the D-level area ranges from level 15 to level 30. With Si Chainan's current strength, the land of last song is still quite dangerous for him. Therefore, he did not plan to fight alone this time, but called Qingling and Yi Hui. Ghost monsters are a type of undead creatures, and among Si Chainan's friends, the one who knows the most about undead creatures is Yi Hui, who comes from the Lich clan. Faced with Si Chainan's invitation, Yi Hui agreed without hesitation. In this way, the three of them came to the land of the last song together. Even though the three of them arrived at noon and the weather was sunny, as soon as they set foot in the territory of the last song land, the Yin energy that permeated the area all year round instantly obscured the sun's presence. Even the sunlight at noon could not penetrate this thick Yin energy. The sudden drop in temperature made Si Chainan shiver involuntarily, and even Qingling subconsciously wrapped his cloak tightly around him. On the other hand, Yi Hui, the Lich, seemed as if nothing had happened and did not show any discomfort at all. Although Si Chainan had long anticipated that the temperature would drop suddenly in such a haunted place, and therefore prepared a cold cloak in advance, he did not expect that the coldness caused by the Yin energy could not be resisted by physical means. It was more like a chill that struck the soul directly. After this incident, Si Chainan finally understood one of the reasons why most adventurers avoided this place. Si Chainan had no intention of staying in such a place for long. He just wanted to collect enough materials as soon as possible and then leave this damn place. Si Chainan glanced around roughly, and all he saw was a scene of decaying dead trees and branches, without a trace of life. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. Although Si Chainan did not see any signs of biological activity, he always felt as if there were countless eyes hiding in the dark and silently watching him, which made him feel a chill down his spine. Yahuwei-san, where do ghost-type monsters usually hide? After searching for the enemy in vain, Si Chainan gave up struggling and chose to ask Yi Hui for help. Yi Hui looked left and right before answering. Ghostly monsters usually hide in places with densing energy and only attack when a living creature approaches. But in a place like this where Yin energy is pervasive, ghostly monsters could be hiding anywhere. Hearing this, Si Chainan's expression changed slightly. According to Yi Hui, if you want to find ghost monsters in this haunted place, you can only wander around and try your luck. Just when Si Chainan was feeling troubled by this, Yi Hui suddenly let out a soft cry, and only then did she realize what Si Chainan wanted to do. If you want to find these monsters, I have a good idea. After saying that, Yi Hui took a summoning gesture. Si Chainan originally thought that Yi Hui was preparing to summon skeleton soldiers, but the imagined crackling sound did not appear, and was replaced by a strange sound. I saw more than a dozen green lights floating out from between Yi Hui's hands, and finally turned into more than a dozen ghosts covered in green light. Go! Following Yi Hui's command, these ghosts immediately dispersed and flew in all directions. Si Chainan looked at the ghosts that were quickly moving away with a little surprise, and then looked at Yi Hui. So you can summon other undead creatures? Si Chainan had only seen Yi Hui summon skeleton soldiers to fight, and this was the first time he saw Yi Hui summon undead creatures other than skeleton soldiers. Yi Hui smiled at Si Chainan's surprise. Low-level ghosts aren't as powerful as skeleton soldiers, so I rarely summon them. But for reconnaissance, ghosts are the perfect choice. Ghosts are also very sensitive to the magical fluctuations of their own kind. Now we just need to wait here for a moment. My ghost will bring back news soon. Hearing Yi Hui say this, Si Chainan couldn't help but sigh in his heart that inviting Yi Hui to join him this time was a wise choice. Now that the ghost was in charge of the investigation, Si Chainan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them only needed to wait where they were. Taking this opportunity, Si Chainan planned to ask Yi Hui for some tips on dealing with undead creatures, so as to avoid being caught off guard in actual combat. Si Chainan was about to ask when he suddenly noticed Qingling standing beside him. Qingling looked a little strange. She kept looking around nervously, and she hadn't said a word since entering the land of the last song. Seeing this, Si Chainan couldn't help but feel a little strange. Out of concern, Si Chainan stepped forward and patted Qingling on the shoulder. As a result, the dragon girl, who always appeared brave and fearless in front of outsiders, shuddered. It seemed that she was frightened by the sudden physical contact. Qingling turned around quickly, her face full of astonishment, and her right hand was already on the hilt of the sword. It was not until she realized that the person who had just touched her was Si Chainan that the expression on her face eased a little. Seeing Qingling's abnormal behavior, Si Chainan couldn't help but be stunned and felt a little unbelievable. "What are you looking at?" Faced with Si Chainan's question, Qingling instantly showed an expression of wanting to say something but hesitating, and then calmed down. I'm just looking around. After all, this is my first time in a place like this." Hearing this hesitant answer and thinking about Qingling's series of abnormal behaviors, Si Chainan immediately understood what was going on. Si Chainan, who guessed the reason, grinned at Qingling, and the latter's expression changed slightly. "Qingling, are you afraid of ghosts?" Hearing this, Qingling's face showed a fleeting trace of panic, and then he shook his head repeatedly to deny it. "I'm not afraid of ghosts. I just don't like these kinds of monsters. It has nothing to do with being afraid of ghosts." Si Chainan couldn't help laughing at this answer that was trying to cover up the truth. He didn't expect that this calm dragon family member would be as afraid of ghosts as the little girl. Although Si Chainan just smiled knowingly and did not express any comments, it was Qingling who became anxious and kept explaining to Si Chainan. However, this behavior was completely an attempt to cover up one's own faults. At this moment, Yihui, who was watching the show on the side, suddenly frowned, and then quickly turned her head to look in the direction where one of the ghosts left. Seeing this, Si Chainan immediately asked about the situation. "What's wrong? Did you find the monster?" Yihui was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses and shook her head. "No, one of my ghosts was suddenly destroyed." Chapter 125, Wild Skeleton Soldiers. "One of my ghosts was suddenly destroyed." Hearing this, Si Chainan and Qingling immediately gave up the desire to continue playing and came over. "Destroyed by a monster?" Yihui shook her head again, denying the speculation. "No, it was destroyed by a divine attack." Si Chainan's face darkened instantly. Skills with sacred attributes are the nemesis of undead creatures, and undead creatures themselves do not possess sacred attributes. The only explanation is that someone used a sacred attack to destroy Yi Hui's ghost. Although the Land of the Last Song is a place that most adventurers avoid, it is still an area open to the outside world. Therefore, it is reasonable to meet other adventurers here, but the probability is relatively small. Has our position been exposed? Probably not. Most of the monsters living here are undead creatures. I guess they just mistook my ghost for an ordinary monster. After hearing Yi Hui's answer, Si Chainan finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Si Chainan didn't really want to come into contact with other strange adventurers, no matter whether the other party was good or bad. The best situation was that both parties should have no connection with each other. You go your way, and I go mine. Should we avoid contact with these strangers? Si Chainan's proposal was approved by Yihui and Qingling. At this time, Yihui turned her head and looked in another direction, with a hint of smile between her brows. A ghost has found the hiding place of several monsters, and it happens to be nearby. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, Yihui led the way in front and walked towards the depths of the Land of Ending Song. Si Chainan and Qingling immediately followed. No matter how tough she had been before, Qingling was now looking around all the way, looking uneasy. Seeing this, Si Chainan smiled knowingly, then silently held Qingling's hand. Qingling subconsciously wanted to pull her hand away until her eyes met Si Chainan's smiling face. The girl, who had been stubborn for a long time, suddenly blushed slightly, and silently accepted Si Chainan's kindness, no longer struggling in vain. Soon, under Yi Hui's guidance, the three saw a faint green light floating in the air in front of them. It was the ghost that Yi Hui had summoned before. Obviously, this ghost is not a summoned creature that can only kill mindlessly. After discovering the target, it did not alert the enemy in advance, but chose to wait and see, waiting for the summoner to arrive. Yi Hui waved towards the ghost floating in the air, and the latter immediately turned into a green light and flew over. The ghost floated around Yi Hui for several circles, making a strange sound that was almost inaudible, as if it was reporting something to Yi Hui. Finally, Yi Hui nodded at it, and the ghost gradually dissipated into the air. It said there are several monsters hiding in front. They are all level 20 skeleton soldiers. As Yi Hui spoke, she pointed her finger at a ruin in front of her. Upon learning the enemy's position, Qingling immediately drew his sword and prepared for battle. Although the skeleton soldiers' abilities are relatively mediocre, both physical and magical attacks can effectively damage them. However, in a place with such dancing energy, they are very likely to gain the ability to resurrect. You must defeat them multiple times before you can completely kill them. Also, you must pay attention to the soul fire in their eyes. If the soul fire shows signs of agitation, it means that the skeleton soldiers are about to unleash a bone explosion, and they must be killed immediately. As a professional in summoning skeleton soldiers, Yi Hui knew the abilities and characteristics of this kind of monster very well. Therefore, her reminder was heard word for word by Si Chainan and Qingling. After making preparations, Si Chainan, who was in charge of leading the charge, tiptoed towards the ruins ahead, followed by Qingling and Yi Hui. In the past, Qingling, who was a warrior, would take the lead at such times, but given Qingling's current situation, the thoughtful Si Chainan took the initiative to take on the task of leading the charge. In this way, the three of them walked to the vicinity of the ruins in a short time. This ruin appears to have once been a warehouse, but now most of it has collapsed and the remaining walls are in a precarious state. At this moment, an evil breeze happened to blow, bringing the breath of living things to the dilapidated ruins. The next second, a cracking sound was heard from the shadows within the ruins, which was the sound produced by bones rubbing against each other. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Si Chainan immediately became alert. Suddenly, several green flames appeared in the ruins, which were the soul fire in the eyes of the skeleton soldiers. Quack! Accompanied by a strange scream, several skeleton soldiers rushed out from the ruins, waving rusty weapons in their hands, as if they were going to cut Si Chainan and the other two into pieces. Compared with the skeleton soldiers summoned by Yi Hui, these wild skeleton soldiers are taller in size, and some strange thorns have grown on their bones. Monsters will be strengthened every time they level up by 10, and their appearance will also change to a greater or lesser extent. Simply put, although these level 20 skeleton soldiers are only a few levels different from the skeleton soldiers summoned by Yi Hui, there is a considerable gap in strength between the two sides. Faced with the aggressive skeleton soldiers, Si Chainan immediately rushed forward. Relying on the combat skills he had trained during this period, Si Chainan alone restrained the attacks of 3 skeleton soldiers at the same time. The remaining 2 skeleton soldiers were left to Qingling and Yi Hui to deal with respectively. Although Qingling has a certain fear of undead creatures, her accumulated combat experience still prevents her from showing any signs of weakness in the battle. Instead, she suppresses the opponent to the point where she can only passively defend. The battle situation on Yi Hui's side was a bit stalemate. In order to avoid alerting the surrounding monsters or other adventurers as much as possible, Yi Hui did not adopt the massive skeleton sea tactics, but only summoned a dozen skeleton soldiers to deal with the enemy. Qingling was the first to defeat the skeleton soldiers who were fighting with her. However, just as Yi Hui said, after the skeleton soldiers were scattered into bones, only a few seconds later, these bones were quickly pieced together again, and even the cracks were repaired as good as new. On the other side, Si Chainan also realized that this ability to constantly resurrect was indeed troublesome. Who knows how many times these skeleton soldiers can be resurrected under such a strong yin energy. Although the strength of these skeleton soldiers is mediocre, their ability to constantly resurrect has seriously dampened the fighting spirit of the 3 men. The initial high fighting spirit gradually turned into numbness, and he repeatedly knocked down the resurrected skeleton soldiers like a machine. Such an agonizing battle lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Finally, one of the skeleton soldiers completely lost the ability to resurrect and turned directly into a pool of bone powder. In addition, you could vaguely see a faint green light from the bone powder. Si Chainan recognized at a glance that the green light was the falling soul powder he needed. Just when Si Chainan was overjoyed, he suddenly sensed a violent surge of magical power coming from beside him. As soon as Si Chainan turned his head, he immediately saw that there was something strange about a skeleton soldier. The soul fire in the eyes of this skeleton soldier was wildly restless, as if he was preparing to unleash a skeleton explosion. Si Chainan didn't expect that his momentary distraction would give the skeleton soldier an opportunity to take advantage of. He immediately released blood magic to interrupt the skeleton soldier's self-destruction. However, what he didn't expect was that a deafening explosion suddenly came from behind him. Following the sound, it turned out that the skeleton soldier who was fighting with Yi Hui chose to self-destruct. The violent explosion instantly destroyed all the skeleton soldiers summoned by Yi Hui, and Yi Hui himself was blown several meters away. At the same time, as if they had received some kind of call, the remaining skeleton soldiers also chose to self-destruct. It was too late to stop them. Seeing this, Si Chainan and Qingling could only quickly move away from these skeleton soldiers to avoid being affected by the explosion. The next second, several earth-shaking explosions resounded through the sky. The noise was enough to alarm monsters and adventurers within a radius of several thousand meters. Chapter 126, The Church of the Mourner. The impact of the series of explosions instantly knocked Si Chainan and Qing Ling to the ground. The huge noise made Si Chainan feel dizzy. The power of this mutual destruction skill can be imagined. Even a level 25 adventurer might not dare to withstand this explosion head-on. Fortunately, Si Chainan and Qing Ling dodged in time, and with the damage reduction of the immortal scale, the aftermath of the explosion did not really hurt the two of them. The only pity is that all the fallen soul powder was blown into ashes, so this battle can be said to have been fruitless. Before Si Chainan had time to feel sorry about this, a greater crisis had already ensued. As the explosions subsided, all sorts of strange noises suddenly came from all directions. Some sounded like babies crying, and some sounded like women wailing. They sounded very creepy. These creepy noises were getting closer and closer. It was obvious that the huge noise just now had attracted the monsters around. Soon, Si Chainan and the other two saw several green lights floating in the air not far away. When they looked closely, they found that they were several level 20 ghosts. Be careful, ghosts have damage reduction against both physical and magical attacks, and they also drain the target's magic power. Hearing Yi Hui's reminder, Si Chainan nodded and immediately launched the attack. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. Several blood-red sickle blades rushed towards the ghosts, and the speed was so fast that the ghosts had no time to dodge. The sharp sickle blade pierced through the ghosts directly, as if these ghosts had no substance at all. However, Si Chainan noticed that after being hit, the green light on these ghosts instantly dimmed. The importance of soul fire to undead creatures is equivalent to that of a human heart, and the faint green light emitted by the soul fire can most intuitively reflect the state of the undead creature. Once the soul fire is extinguished, the undead creature will also die. Although the ghost has the characteristics of damage reduction, as long as it suffers enough damage, the ghost's soul fire will still be extinguished. The essence of this method is to rely on magic to drain the ghost to death. Although it sounds stupid, it is the simplest and most effective way to deal with ghosts besides holy attacks. Because of this, unless it is absolutely necessary, most people's first reaction when encountering a ghost is to turn around and run, and they will not choose to fight with it. After all, ghosts have the ability to absorb magic power. If you really use this method to fight a ghost, it is not certain who will be exhausted to death first. Of course, Si Chainan doesn't have this kind of worry, because what he lacks the least is magic power. Blood Curse, Ghostly Shadow. Si Chainan immediately summoned two clones, ready to use intensive firepower to completely eliminate these ghosts. At the same time, the tacit understanding between the contractors and their followers made Qing Ling immediately understand Si Chainan's thoughts, so she also decided to assist Si Chainan. For a moment, countless blood magic and sword energy poured down on these ghosts like a torrential rain. The ghostly green light on these ghosts quickly dimmed, which meant that the fire of their souls had become like a candle in the wind. Blood Curse Evil Chain. Several blood-red chains burst out from the space cracks, like several blood-red thunders, giving the ghosts the final blow. As these ghosts were scattered on the spot, bits of green light slowly fell from the sky. They were the soul-falling powder dropped by these ghosts. Si Chainan immediately raised his hand and gathered all the falling soul powder into his hand. The soul-falling powder obtained from killing several ghosts was only a small handful, far from the amount required for the experiment. However, the most important thing right now is to consider how to survive. These ghosts can only be regarded as advanced soldiers, and there are far more monsters that have been alarmed. Green lights appeared in all directions. These were undead creatures that were rushing towards us. Looking around, there were no less than 100 of them. Faced with such a large number of undead creatures, even with infinite magic power, Si Chainan could not guarantee that he and his companions would not be injured. Even if Qing Ling used her flying ability to escape, she could only get rid of the undead creatures that couldn't fly. Undead creatures like ghosts would definitely continue to chase her. Seeing the undead army getting closer and closer, Si Chainan quickly thought of a way to break the deadlock. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a rapid sound of breaking winds suddenly sounded, and several white rays of light flew through the air, hitting the ghosts closest to Si Chainan and the other two. These ghosts let out shrill howls the moment they were hit by the white light, and the soul light on their bodies quickly dimmed, and finally they dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. Seeing these ghosts being killed by the white light, Si Chainan immediately realized that this was an attack with divine attributes. Si Chainan immediately looked in the direction where the light came from, and saw three young men in white robes rushing towards him. At this moment, someone suddenly pulled the corner of Si Chainan's clothes from behind. Si Chainan turned around and saw that it was Yi Hui. At this time, Yi Hui was staring at the three men in white robes, with an extremely solemn expression on her face. The aura on them, they were the ones who destroyed my ghost before. Hearing this, Si Chenan's heart sank slightly. Although these three people probably mistook the ghosts summoned by Yi Hui for wild monsters, Si Chenan still felt uneasy for some reason. Don't be afraid, my friend, we are here. The leading white-robed man waved at Si Chenan and the other two while quickening his pace. At the same time, they continued to release divine attacks, repelling the undead creatures that were getting closer and closer one by one. Si Chenan quickly looked at the three people, and their white robes made Si Chenan think of clergymen. Most of the clergy in this world wore white robes similar to these three people, but Si Chenan noticed that there was an extremely obvious difference between them and real clergy. The three men in white robes wore an unusual badge on their chests. The badge had a skull pierced by a sword. In Si Chenan's impression, no religion uses this symbol, at least not the mainstream religions in this world. This world has many non-mainstream religions that like to engage in unorthodox practices, and normal clergymen generally won't wander around in such weird places for no reason. After realizing that the other party might be from some unpopular religion with unclear doctrines, Si Chenan suddenly became alert. Having said that, with the help of the holy attack, the aggressive undead creatures were quickly contained, and Si Chenan and the other two were unable to intervene at all. Taking advantage of the pause in the opponent's attack, the man who had previously waved to Si Chenan and the other two smiled at them again to show his friendliness. Hello friends, my name is Mu Zicho, and the other two are my companion Song Mian and my follower Bai Yu. We are from the Church of the Mourners. What are your names, my friends? We are just students, our names are not worth mentioning. We came here to complete a commission from the school, but on our way back, we accidentally alerted a nearby monster. Thank you for your help. Seeing that Si Chenan did not reveal his name and his thanks were not very sincere, the man who called himself Mu Zicho did not show any dissatisfaction. He just looked at Si Chenan and the other two curiously, then nodded and continued to fight off the attack of the undead creatures. At this moment, Yi Hui suddenly grabbed Si Chenan's wrist. Yi Hui's face was pale and she looked like she was frightened by something. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Hui's appearance, curious Si Chenan immediately asked about her situation. Yi Hui did not answer immediately, but looked at Mu Zicho and the other two nervously. After confirming that the three of them were temporarily too busy to take care of the situation here, Yi Hui stood on tiptoe and leaned close to Si Chenan's ear. The Church of the Mourners is an organization that extremely hates the undead and necromancy. Any undead or necromancy user is on their hunting list, including all liches. Chapter 127 Soul Nail. After learning what kind of organization the Memorialist Church was, Si Chenan couldn't help but gasp. No matter in which world, the most devilish group is undoubtedly the so-called cult members. Once Yi Hui's identity as a lich is exposed in front of the Church of the Mourners, the consequences can be imagined. Si Chenan took a rough look at the three believers of the Memorialist Church. Among them, Mu Zicho and his elven followers were level 25, and the remaining Songqiu was level 23. The levels of the three of them were higher than those of Si Chenan and his two companions. After observation, Si Chenan discovered that the skills of Mu Zicho and the other two were all of sacred attributes. Although the holy attribute is a natural nemesis for undead creatures and necromancy, compared with the attack power of other attributes, the holy attribute's attack power is definitely ranked at the bottom. Therefore, Si Chenan believed that if the two sides really reached the point where they had to go to war, his side would not necessarily be the loser. Of course, Si Chenan didn't want the situation to develop to the point of fighting. The best case scenario is that they can successfully hide the truth from the people in the Memorial Church, and then both parties can go their separate ways. Si Chenan silently winked at Qing Ling beside him, indicating that she should be ready to take action at any time. The latter immediately nodded in understanding. At this moment, Yi Hui was still staring at the backs of Mu Zicho and the other two with a nervous expression, her whole body trembling slightly uncontrollably. Si Chenan could understand Yi Hui's reaction, because when the levels were similar, attacks with divine attributes could almost kill all undead creatures instantly. As a special race between life and death, if the lich is attacked by divine attributes, it will most likely end up dead or injured. In order to calm Yi Hui down and prevent her from revealing her identity, Si Chenan calmly held Yi Hui's hand, which felt cool and delicate. Yi Hui was stunned at first, and after hesitating for a moment, she quietly held Si Chenan's hand, and the trembling in her body stopped at the same time. At this moment, Mu Zicho was still busy dealing with the surging army of undead creatures. Although the attack of divine attribute is a powerful weapon specifically for restraining undead creatures, the number of undead creatures is simply too large. At first, Mu Ziqiu and the other two were able to defeat these undead creatures, but as time went on, these undead creatures with low intelligence actually learned to cooperate with each other, causing the three believers of the Memorialist Church to gradually fall into an awkward situation of having to focus on one thing and neglect another. Seeing that the attacks of these undead creatures were becoming more and more fierce, Mu Ziqiu decisively retreated behind Song Qiu and Baiyu, and then began to chant his skills, while Song Qiu and Baiyu protected Mu Ziqiu in front of him tacitly to prevent the enemy's attacks from interfering with Mu Ziqiu. Looking at the three people's tacit cooperation, Changuan couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. He realized that if the two sides really went to war, it would definitely be a fierce battle. He sincerely hoped that things would not develop to such an irreversible point. Just as the undead creature's attack was about to break through Song Qiu and Baiyu's defenses, Mu Ziqiu completed the chanting of his skill. Holy light shines everywhere. Mu Ziqiu raised the staff in his hand high, and a dazzling holy light immediately rose into the sky like a meteor flying against the sky. The next second, a rain of light containing divine power poured down, covering the entire battlefield. Under the illumination of the holy light, the undead creatures on the battlefield all let out painful howls, the light of their souls dimmed instantly, and then their bodies began to melt rapidly. At the same time, Yi Hui, who was touched by the sacred light rain, also let out a painful cry, and then curled up on the ground. Seeing this, Changuan's face changed instantly. He quickly hugged Yi Hui in his arms and used his body to shield her from the rain of light falling from the sky. Only then did Yi Hui's screams gradually stop. Sheng Ling! Hearing Changuan shout, Sheng Ling immediately came to see Changuan and Yi Hui, and drew his weapon at the same time. Sheng Ling's move was not to deal with the undead creatures, but to prepare for another battle that was about to break out. After this large-scale attack of divine attributes, all the undead creatures were completely wiped out. A crisis was averted, but a new crisis followed. Now, Mu Ziqiu and the other two focused their attention on Yi Hui. At this moment, a faint green soul light emanated from Yi Hui's body, and her identity was exposed. Mu Ziqiu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression gradually became serious, while Song Qiu and Baiyu were also ready to make a move. I never thought we would save a lich by mistake. What a joke! Mu Ziqiu walked towards Yi Hui while talking. Stop! Changuan immediately stepped forward to block Mu Ziqiu, and at the same time pulled out the Baiyu with a cold glow. Mu Ziqiu was quite surprised to see Changuan stopping him. He looked at Changuan, who was on the verge of a fight, and the previous friendly expression was gone from his face. My friend, your companion is a lich. This undead monster must be purified. Since we just saved you, please don't get in our way. Otherwise, everyone will be in great trouble. Faced with this kind of soft and hard persuasion, Changuan did not make any concessions. Although she is a lich, she is also my friend, and she has never done anything harmful, so I think you are the ones who should leave. Seeing Changuan constantly advising them, the expressions of Mu Ziqiu and the other two suddenly turned ugly. They, the liches, are all monsters that have resurrected from the dead. This disrespect for life and death is the most heinous act. This is the original sin that they are born with, and this sin must be eliminated. Mu Ziqiu's words were consistent with Changuan's inherent impression of cult believers, and he was too lazy to continue arguing with such a crazy guy with such twisted logic. We won't let you hurt her. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Otherwise, you'll be left here as a wandering ghost. Changuan shook the weapon in his hand, indicating to Mu Ziqiu and the other two that he would do what he said. Seeing that Changuan actually threatened him in turn, Mu Ziqiu was furious, but he knew very well that skills with sacred attributes were not suitable for conventional combat. If the two sides really fought, his side might not be able to gain any advantage. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Ziqiu looked at Yi Hui, who was protected by Changuan, with reluctance, and then looked at Changuan again. I can spare her life, but she must hand over her soul nail to us. Hearing this, Changuan was almost amused by these stupid words. As a being that has been resurrected from the dead, the lich needs to use some special means to keep himself in a state between life and death. This special means is to create soul nails. The function of the soul nails is to nail the lich on the boundary between life and death, and he must slide to the side of death. Simply put, the soul nail is the life of the lich. Every lich has his or her own soul nail, and it is almost impossible for a lich to hand over such an important thing to others for safekeeping, because such behavior is tantamount to letting others decide his or her life and death. That's why, after hearing Mu Ziqiu asking for Yi Hui's soul nail, Changuan was both angry and amused by this behavior. Obviously, this is not a request that a normal person would come up with logically. Instead, it is very consistent with the extreme thinking of cult believers, who try every possible means to achieve their twisted goals. Si Chainan was basically certain that Mu Ziqiu and the others would not let Yihui go no matter what. The two sides had no room for negotiation, so there was only one way to resolve the conflict. Thinking of this, Si Chainan's face suddenly turned cold, and at the same time, he raised his sword and stabbed Mu Ziqiu with lightning speed. Except for Qingling, no one present could see Si Chainan's movements clearly. The sharp white knight sword easily tore through the air, and with a sharp sound of breaking wind, it pierced straight towards Mu Ziqiu until the tip of the sword touched Mu Ziqiu's throat. The sword blade that could cut through hair left a shallow blood mark on Mu Ziqiu's neck. Feeling the coldness on his neck, Mu Ziqiu was horrified and took several steps back in fright. Last chance, get out or die. Chapter 128, Distorted Faith. Last chance, get out or die. Si Chainan's speed of attack deeply shocked Mu Ziqiu and the other two. Mu Ziqiu, who was frightened and retreated repeatedly, subconsciously touched his neck. When he saw the blood on his fingertips, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Seeing his contractor being threatened, Bai Yu, as his follower, immediately stood in front of Mu Ziqiu. At the same time, the magic wand in his hand lit up with light, and it seemed that he was ready to take action. Si Chainan quickly took a look at this elven follower and easily determined that this was a light elf based on his silver hair and silver eyes. Most light elves are known for their excellent auxiliary abilities and are recognized as one of the most suitable races for auxiliary professions. However, the shortcomings of light elves are also extremely obvious. They do not have strong means of attack. Because of this, when Si Chainan saw Bai Yu coming forward to stop him, he was not too afraid. At this time, Mu Ziqiu's emotions calmed down a little, and he stepped forward again to confront Si Chainan. You chose to protect this lich, and you have committed the same crime of contempt for life as she did. You must be purified. Seeing how crazy and twisted these cult believers were, Si Chainan was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with them and prepared to strike hard at these crazy guys. Don't try to convict us with your bullshit doctrine. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's just fight. After saying that, Si Chainan raised his sword again and stabbed at Mu Ziqiu. With the previous lessons learned, Mu Ziqiu and the other two were aware of the need to take precautions in advance this time. Prison of Atonement. Mu Ziqiu raised his hand and waved, and several white beams of light fell from the sky, instantly turning into a cage that trapped Si Chainan. Si Chainan tried to break the cage, but the strength of the cage was beyond his expectations, and he couldn't break through it for the time being. Seeing this, Qingling immediately rushed over, ready to interrupt Mu Ziqiu's spell. Holy Light Shock! Before Qingling could rush to Mu Ziqiu, Songqiu slammed his staff into the ground. A dazzling white light instantly filled the vision of Si Chainan and the other two. The powerful impact that followed knocked Qingling and Yihui to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Yu rushed towards Yihui quickly. The staff that had been accumulating energy for a long time had already lit up with a bright light. With just one move, she could completely wipe out this lich. If Yihui, who had just entered school, saw this situation, she would definitely be scared and at a loss, and could only leave it to fate. However, people grow up. Facing the aggressive Bai Yu, Yihui was indeed a little panicked, but she was not so scared that her mind went blank. The ground beneath their feet suddenly lit up with a faint green light. The next second, more than a dozen skeleton soldiers crawled out from the ground around Mu Ziqiu and the other two. Although these skeleton soldiers were just skeleton targets in front of Mu Ziqiu and the other two who were proficient in sacred skills, Yihui had not originally intended to rely on the advantage in numbers to deal with them. Skeleton Explosion. Just as Mu Ziqiu and the other two were about to clean up the skeleton soldiers, Yihui detonated all the skeleton soldiers without hesitation. Faced with the sudden explosion, Mu Ziqiu and the other two could only immediately use their sacred magic to defend themselves. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Mu Ziqiu was distracted to defend himself, Si Chainan broke through the cage that had temporarily lost its magic power. Walk! After escaping from the trap, Si Chainan immediately called Qingling and Yihui, and the three of them quickly fled in the direction of leaving the Moj area. Seeing that the target was trying to escape, Mu Ziqiu and the other two naturally would not give up easily and decisively chose to chase after him. At this moment, Yihui summoned a new batch of skeleton soldiers, followed by another series of explosions, which instantly blew the three people who were chasing them away and made them lose their way for a while. Encountering this situation, Mu Ziqiu and the other two were quite shocked and puzzled. Under normal circumstances, a lich of level 10 can only summon a dozen skeleton soldiers at most in a short period of time, and the skill of skeleton explosion is basically a last resort. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the summoner will not use this method of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of his own. Mu Ziqiu and the others had no idea that their target, Yi Hui, was not an ordinary lich. Even though they had hunted countless undead creatures and liches, this was the first time that Mu Ziqiu and his companions had seen a lich that used summon creatures as bombs. The worst thing was that they discovered that this lich seemed to be able to summon undead creatures infinitely. If a normal person encountered this situation, they would most likely choose to retreat. However, for Mu Ziqiu and the other two who believed deeply in the doctrine, this situation only strengthened their determination to kill Yi Hui. Holy Light Shock. The powerful Holy Shock instantly flattened the newly summoned skeleton soldiers, giving Mu Ziqiu and the other two a chance to catch their breath. Holy Light shines everywhere. A brilliant white light burst out from Bayu's staff, and the sacred light instantly illuminated the gray sky. The next second, a rain of light containing sacred power fell. Seeing this, Qingling immediately spread his wings and protected Yi Hui under him to prevent her from being harmed by the divine power. Blood Curse, Red Scythe. Seeing that his escape speed was seriously slowed down, Si Chainan immediately turned around and attacked Bayu, the spellcaster. Unexpectedly, Mu Ziqiu and Song Qiu seemed to have anticipated that Si Chainan would want to interfere with the caster first. They immediately raised a barrier of light to protect Bayu. Although the attack of the sacred skill is not good, the performance in other aspects is quite good, especially in the auxiliary aspect. Several blood-red sickle blades slashed at the barrier, but failed to shake it in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Si Chainan's face couldn't help but darken slightly. Qingling, take Yi Hui away first. I will cover you. As soon as he finished speaking, Si Chainan felt his body lighten and his waist tighten. He was being picked up. Let's go together. Qingling was seen holding Si Chainan in one hand and Yi Hui in the other. The dragon wings behind him flapped vigorously, and the three of them fled from the area covered by the rain of light at the fastest speed. At the same time, seeing that Si Chainan and the other two were trying to escape from the range of the holy light, Bayu immediately waved his staff and controlled the rain of light containing divine power to chase them. It was the first time that Si Chainan knew what it was like to be chased by heavy rain. In order to protect Yi Hui, Qingling had to adjust the flying posture of Dragon Wing in time while escaping to prevent the light rain from touching Yi Hui. As a result, the escape speed was greatly slowed down. Although the huge dragon wings blocked all the light rain, the sacred aura in the air still made Yi Hui feel extremely uncomfortable. The soul light on Yi Hui's body is gradually becoming dim, which means that her life is slowly slipping away. At this time, Mu Ziqiu and the other two also caught up, a pair of almost transparent light wings flapping rapidly behind them. Their speed was no less than Qingling. Seeing that Mu Ziqiu and the other two were like annoying plasters that couldn't be shaken off, Si Chainan was anxious and angry, but there was nothing he could do. Si Chainan himself didn't mind fighting to the death with these three cult believers, but the most important thing now was to ensure Yi Hui's safety. Yi Hui was called by Si Chainan for help, so Si Chainan felt that he had an obligation to protect Yi Hui. Seeing that Mu Ziqiu and the other two were getting closer, Si Chainan had to come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible. At this point, even if Si Chainan decided to stay behind to cover their retreat, Mu Ziqiu and the other two would most likely ignore him and would just continue to hunt down Yi Hui. Just as he was thinking about a countermeasure, Si Chainan was shivered by a sudden gust of cold wind, and the hairs on his body stood up involuntarily. Si Chainan then realized that in their panic, they had accidentally entered the depths of the land of ending song. The Yin energy here was several times denser than before, and even the originally gray sky had turned pitch black. There's something going on up ahead. At this moment, Qingling suddenly let out a light cry, and at the same time, her flying speed suddenly slowed down a lot, as if she saw something extraordinary appearing in front of her. Puzzled, Si Chainan subconsciously looked up ahead, and was then shocked by the scene before him. Chapter 129, Unexpected Reinforcements. Hundreds of dark green soul fires flew out from the ruins not far ahead. These soul fires quickly gathered together and finally formed a huge ghost nearly 10 meters high. This giant ghost looks similar to an ordinary ghost, but the magical fluctuations it emits are incomparable to ordinary ghosts. With the appearance of this huge ghost, a breath of death quickly spread, and even the rain of light caused by the holy light was forcibly dispersed by this strong breath of death. Seeing the huge ghost that suddenly appeared, Mu Ziqiu and the other two who were chasing it immediately stopped and stood there in a daze with pale faces. Si Chainan looked up at the giant ghost, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He was sure that this giant ghost was at least level 30. Monsters of this level were considered boss level in the D-level area. Si Chainan didn't expect that he was so focused on escaping that he accidentally alarmed the boss of this area. Don't move, and don't release your magic. At this time, Yi Hui, who had gotten rid of the discomfort, suddenly spoke up to remind him. At the same time, Yi Hui calmly summoned several ghosts, and then ordered them to gather around Si Chainan and Xingling. Although being surrounded by ghosts felt as freezing as falling into an icy lake, thinking of Yi Hui's reminder, Si Chainan and Xingling did not dare to act rashly. Si Chainan knew that Yi Hui probably wanted to use ghosts to cover up the breath of life on himself and Xingling, but he was not sure whether this method was feasible. Si Chainan looked up at the huge ghost floating in the air in fear, fearing that it would pounce on him and attack him in the next second. Xingling, who was already afraid of ghosts and monsters, was frightened so much that she took the initiative to hold Si Chainan's hand. Perhaps because he was too scared, Si Chainan found that Xingling's grip was particularly strong, and it hurt Si Chainan, but he didn't dare to protest and could only silently endure the pain that came from trust. Wow! The huge ghost suddenly let out a scream that sounded like crying, which was a warning before launching an attack. Upon hearing this creepy warning, Si Chainan's face changed instantly, and his hope disappeared completely. However, to his surprise, this huge ghost did not attack himself and Xingling, but flew straight towards Mu Ziqiu and the other two who were farther away. Faced with the huge ghost flying towards them, Mu Ziqiu and the other two immediately launched an attack to block it. More than a dozen light arrows formed by divine power shot at the body of the huge ghost. The divine power instantly burned out holes that continuously emitted green smoke. The giant ghost screamed in pain and anger on the spot, but the powerful soul fire quickly repaired the holes. Seeing this scene, Mu Ziqiu and the other two were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly prepared to launch a new round of attacks. The giant ghost was not here to be a living target for the three of them. Therefore, while the attacks of Mu Ziqiu and the others had not yet taken shape, the giant ghost immediately released countless green ghost fires from its body, attacking Mu Ziqiu and the others like a torrential rain. Fortunately, Mu Ziqiu and the other two created a light barrier in time to temporarily block the attack of the ghost fire. However, such intensive attacks caused the entire light barrier to tremble constantly, and it was in danger of collapsing at any time. In order to slow down the attack of the ghost fire, under the cover of the other two, Mu Ziqiu launched a counterattack against the giant ghost, trying to distract it, but the giant ghost was too powerful, resulting in mediocre counterattack effect. Looking at the fierce fight between the giant ghost and Mu Ziqiu and the other two, Si Chainan felt a little bit unbelievable. Why didn't this ghost attack us? Could it be that it really mistook Xingling and me for the same kind? Hearing Si Chainan's question, Yi Hui smiled. Not entirely. I just tried my best to conceal your aura. For undead creatures with low intelligence, targets with the aura of living things are their food, while targets with a sacred aura are their mortal enemies and nemesis, so. Before Yi Hui could finish her words, Si Chainan understood the reason. So when food and deadly enemies appear at the same time, undead creatures will prioritize killing the deadly enemies that pose a threat to them? Yi Hui nodded slightly, a gloating smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. The members of the Church of the Mourners keep saying that undead creatures and liches shouldn't exist in this world, but most of them are bullies who only dare to attack lone liches. Today, we'll make them suffer. In Si Chainan's impression, Yi Hui had a quiet personality and almost never showed obvious aversion to anything, until now, when she met these people from the Memorial Church. It sounds like, you seem to know a lot about the Church of the Mourners? Most people are prejudiced against the liches, especially the Mourner Church. Even though we do our best to avoid unnecessary disputes, the Mourner Church has repeatedly caused trouble. Since the Mourner Church was founded, countless liches have been killed. Although Si Chainan knew that most people in the world had aversion and resistance to the lich race, he did not expect that there would be such an organization composed entirely of extremists. However, Si Chainan changed his mind and realized that in his past life memories, similar things also existed in that world. For example, extreme racists would also persecute others, and the cruelty of their methods was even worse than that of the Church of the Mourner in this world. Is this memorial church large? Well, although their exact size is unknown, there are traces of the Church of the Mourners' activities all over the world, and their members come from all races. The reason why the liches don't like to have too much contact with the outside world, besides the outside world's dislike of liches, is the existence of the Church of the Mourners. Si Chainan was silent for a moment, then sighed lightly and looked at Yi Hui. I'm sorry, it's all my fault this time. If I hadn't invited you, you wouldn't be in danger. Hearing Si Chainan's apology, Yi Hui was stunned at first, then smiled. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I blame you for something like this? If I have to blame someone, I can only blame my bad luck. While the two were talking, the battle on the other side had entered a white-hot stage. What surprised Si Chainan was that Mu Ziqiu had not been defeated yet. He was still fighting back and forth with the giant ghost, and there was even a tendency for him to suppress the giant ghost. Mu Ziqiu and the other two, who were at an average level of over 20, were on par with the giant ghost at level 30 in strength. Si Chainan was both surprised and confused. Are these three guys just too powerful, or is this ghost's strength diluted? Si Chainan curiously sought answers from Yi Hui. Yi Hui took a quick look at the two fighting parties, then nodded thoughtfully. After all, the divine attribute is the nemesis of undead creatures, and the gap in strength between them hasn't reached a point where it's too great, so this situation is quite normal. Although the three members of the Church of the Mourners were caught off guard at first, now that the situation has stabilized, this ghost has become the one in the passive position. Well, it seems like they can't decide the winner for a while, so why don't we take this opportunity to leave quickly? No, it's almost there. This ghost has suffered a lot of divine attacks and is in much worse shape than before. The Mourners are cooperating well and are in better shape than the ghost. In my opinion, the ultimate winner will most likely be the members of the Mourners' Church. Hearing this, Si Chainan instantly became nervous. Shouldn't we leave immediately? Yi Hui smiled, then looked back at the battlefield not far away. Although the final winners are the members of the Church of the Mourner, this level 30 ghost is no pushover. Especially when it's cornered, all we can do is sit back and watch the fight unfold. Seeing Yi Hui's confident look, Si Chainan exchanged glances with Qingling beside him. The latter just nodded, indicating that he didn't care. Seeing this, Si Chainan could only temporarily give up the idea of taking the opportunity to leave. Chapter 130, Reap the Profits. The battle between Mu Ziqiu and the other two and the giant ghost attracted a large number of undead creatures, and these undead creatures joined the camp of the giant ghost. Even though undead creatures continued to join the battle, the situation on the entire battlefield hardly changed. In the face of the powerful divine power, most of the undead creatures had the fate of becoming cannon fodder and could not even get close to Mu Ziqiu and the other two who were protected by holy light. The three believers of the Memorialist Church are like an isolated island, standing stubbornly and firmly in the raging waves filled with the breath of death. Although Si Chainan knew that the divine attribute was the nemesis of the undead creatures, if he had not seen it with his own eyes today, Si Chainan would not have dared to believe that the divine attribute had such an exaggerated restraining effect on the undead creatures. Thanks to the restraining effect of the sacred skills, Mu Ziqiu and his two companions, who were at an average level of over 20, could not only fight the giant ghost of level 30 on equal terms, but also the low-level undead creatures could not hurt them at all. If it were any other monster, Mu Ziqiu and the other two would have been eaten by the monster long ago. This shows how exaggerated the restraint of the sacred attribute is on undead creatures. Seeing that the balance of victory was tilting towards Mu Ziqiu and the other two, Si Chainan couldn't help but get nervous. It is certainly a good thing to reap the benefits while others are still working for you, but the current situation does not seem to be so optimistic. Mu Ziqiu and the other two were not seriously injured in the battle, and their condition was at least 50% maintained. In contrast, the soul light on the giant ghost had dimmed a lot, and it was unlikely to turn defeat into victory. If this giant ghost is ultimately defeated, Mu Ziqiu and the other two will definitely turn their attention back, and Yi Hui will be in danger again. Just when Si Chainan was hesitating whether to persuade Yi Hui to leave again, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. I saw a skill containing powerful divine power severely hit the huge ghost, causing the soul light on the huge ghost to dim rapidly, almost to the point of complete dimming. In this situation, the undead creature whose soul fire was about to go out could basically be sentenced to death. However, this huge ghost suddenly rose into the air as if it had a last hurrah. At first, Si Chainan thought that the giant ghost wanted to escape because it was defeated by its opponent, but he soon found that this was not the case. As the giant ghost ascended, it let out a sharp scream with extremely strong penetrating power. In an instant, thick Yin energy surged from all directions and quickly injected into the body of the giant ghost. As it absorbed a large amount of Yin energy, the soul light on the giant ghost showed signs of getting stronger, but this was not the most fatal thing. Mu Ziqiu and the other two discovered that the magic power in their bodies was rapidly dissipating, and all of this lost magic power was absorbed by the huge ghost. In just 10 seconds, nearly 1/10 of the magic power in their bodies was lost. This speed of absorbing magic power was terrifying. As people who had hunted countless undead creatures, although it was their first time facing a level 30 undead creature, Mu Ziqiu and the other two quickly regained their composure. Led by Mu Ziqiu, the three began to chant their skills together. The holy light on the three people became even brighter. Under the illumination of the holy light, the surrounding negative energy was completely dispelled, completely cutting off the supply of the huge ghost. This behavior directly angered the giant ghost. This level 30 undead creature immediately swooped down towards Mu Ziqiu and the other two, as if it was going to die with them. Facing the huge ghost that was coming at him with great force, Mu Ziqiu's face only darkened slightly, but he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he increased the speed of his chanting. As the three people's chanting became more and more coordinated, the dazzling holy light quickly gathered on Mu Ziqiu alone. In an instant, Mu Ziqiu's magic fluctuations even overwhelmed the huge ghost that was already at the end of its strength. Saint's Nail, Judgment! Mu Ziqiu shouted loudly, and the holy light on his body immediately flew out, then condensed into a nearly 10-meter-long sword of light in the air. The powerful white holy light instantly illuminated the originally gray sky. Under the illumination of this sword of light, the soul light on the giant ghost quickly dimmed, but the flying speed of this undead creature increased instead of decreasing. At the same time, the sword of light suddenly flew out and pierced straight into the body of the huge ghost. For a moment, like a red-hot iron rod inserted into butter, the body of the huge ghost showed signs of rapidly melting, and an extremely painful scream instantly resounded throughout the world. In just a few seconds, the body of the huge ghost shrank a lot. This was the result of the magic power and yin energy in its body quickly dissipating. Just when Si Chainan thought that the giant ghost was dead, things took a turn for the better. The huge ghost's body expanded rapidly, and countless evil spirits gushed out from its broken body. Then, the huge ghost, which had expanded to its limit, decisively chose to self-destruct. The yin energy, having lost its place to stay, erupted completely, sweeping across the entire battlefield like a flood. Even Si Chainan, who was standing in the distance watching the battle, felt a strong chill blowing towards him. Mu Ziqiu and the other two who were on the battlefield were naturally the first to bear the brunt. In the face of the completely out of control yin energy, the barrier constructed by the divine power was almost useless. The three of them were completely swallowed up by the surging and violent yin energy in an instant, and their lives were in danger. Si Chainan stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. The giant ghost's dying counterattack was exactly as Yi Hui had expected. Before the outbreak of yin energy completely subsided, Yi Hui was the first to rush into the battlefield that was still filled with yin energy. Si Chainan shook his head helplessly and could only quickly follow with Qingling. Soon, Si Chainan saw Mu Ziqiu and the other two lying on the ground. All three of them looked pale and their bodies were shaking uncontrollably, which was obviously caused by the entry of yin qi into their bodies. It can be seen that the power of this wave of yin qi should not be underestimated. Yi Hui, with a solemn expression, walked quickly to Mu Ziqiu and the other two without saying a word. At the same time, she summoned out a dozen skeleton soldiers. These skeleton soldiers worked together to press down on the hands and feet of Mu Ziqiu and the other two, making them unable to move. Si Chainan didn't know what Yi Hui wanted to do, so he could only stand aside and observe silently with Qingling, who was also confused. As the victims of the Church of the Mourner, Yi Hui is the most qualified person to decide how to deal with Mu Ziqiu and others. So many of my people and friends have been killed by you, the Church of the Mourners. Do you know what kind of pain the liches who died because their soul nails were destroyed must have experienced? Facing Yi Hui's deep questioning, Mu Ziqiu did not answer, but stared fiercely at the lich in front of him. Bai Yu and Song Qiu also said nothing. Seeing this, Yi Hui's face turned cold and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Yi Hui raised her hand and summoned more than a dozen ghosts. Without waiting for Yi Hui to give orders personally, these ghosts pounced on Mu Ziqiu and the other two, and kept making creepy screams like evil spirits seeking their lives. These ghosts frantically absorbed the little magic power left by Mu Ziqiu and the other two. Once the magic power was completely exhausted, the ghosts would continue to absorb their vitality. After realizing that he could not escape death, Mu Ziqiu not only did not beg for mercy, but instead began to struggle hard, trying to break free from the control of the skeleton soldiers, but it was all in vain. You blaspheming monster! Even if we die, the church will not let you go. You will spend eternity lingering under endless pursuit. After saying that, the badge on Mu Ziqiu's body suddenly shattered and turned into a white light that attacked Yi Hui directly. Careful! Si Chainan wanted to step forward to stop him, but he was a step too late. The white light instantly condensed into the shape of a dagger and pierced into Yi Hui's chest. After a scream, Yi Hui fell to the ground, but no wound was seen on her chest. As Yi Hui fell, her summons quickly dissipated. Without the suppression of the undead creatures, Mu Ziqiu and the other two immediately stood up and tried to escape, but how could Si Chainan let them go? A few flashes of blood appeared, and Mu Ziqiu and the other two were beheaded on the spot, ending their crazy and twisted lives.